Every day on time, a little person pops up in my computer. When I'm not around, she sneaks around on the screen, sometimes going to listen to music with soda, sometimes browsing novels on the Wukong browser, and even diving into my 100 GB of study materials for in-depth research. I always thought it was just a boring little game, so I would throw some materials to the little person every day, until the computer suddenly issued a pop-up alert, warning, the school beauty girlfriend you are feeding is about to die. Hearing the alert, I was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but look at the game icon on the computer that I couldn't delete. Doomsday Survival Manual. After the car accident left me disabled, I got this second-hand computer and made a living by writing online articles. There has always been a strange game icon on my desktop that I couldn't delete no matter what, and over time, I became too lazy to care about it. Later on, every day, a chibi character would crawl out from the icon and sneakily pick up things on my screen. The little character has a pair of cute big eyes, like a beautiful person in the making. I am well aware of the tricks of these small workshop games. As soon as you open the game, it's definitely about making you recharge. As a former top student, how could I possibly fall for this? So I have never clicked on that game icon. I just occasionally throw some materials for the little guy to pick up. However, because there have been many things to attend to these past few days, I haven't been able to pay attention to the little person. When can I have a school beauty girlfriend? Faced with the pop-up reminder, I clicked into the game without hesitation. I wanted to see what was going on. The moment the game opened, I suddenly felt a sense of disconnection, and then the screen flashed, revealing a dilapidated dormitory. The dormitory was in disarray, and the faint sound of zombies wailing could be heard from the broken windows, perfectly fitting the game's apocalypse theme. I couldn't help but sniff. The air was filled with the smell of dust that hadn't been cleaned for a long time. This was too real. Just as I was marveling at it, a painful groan suddenly came from the corner. Following the sound, I saw a girl lying on the hard bed in the corner, shaking continuously with her back to me. From the clothing, it can be determined that this should be the little person in the computer. Unlike the previous cute chibi image, the girl here is delicate and slender. Is she really my girlfriend? I couldn't help but move the mouse and poke her. The next moment, a prompt box popped up on the screen. Do you want to claim your Fed school beauty girlfriend Liu Ruyan? Confirm the claim, please recharge 1 yuan. I smiled lightly. It turned out to be a dating game wrapped in an apocalyptic gimmick. But for just $1, this cute little figure will belong to you. I didn't expect that after 3 months in the hospital, the spending in the online gaming world has downgraded to this extent. I shook my head and chose to claim it without hesitation. $1 can save a life. An electronic life is also life. Not to mention her name is Liu Ruyan. Adoption successful. Adoption is a commitment. Once a girlfriend dies, she cannot be revived. So please take it seriously. Intimacy is very important. So please work hard to increase intimacy. Note, the real apocalypse is about to arrive. I directly skipped the last sentence of the prompt. Real apocalypse? Come on, let's all just destroy everything. After the adoption was successful, Liu Ruyan slowly turned around to face me. The moment I saw her face, I felt the entire space brighten a few degrees. Her long black hair was slightly messy, cascading behind her, and her big eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. Under her JK skirt were a pair of long, fair legs that were hard to look away from. She was so beautiful, so real. How could there be such a stunning and realistic paper figure in the world? At that moment, I was greatly shocked. This was completely unlike what a trashy game should look like. Just then, the screen popped up a prompt again. Would you like to view your girlfriend Liu Ruyan's profile? Confirm to view. Please recharge 1 yuan. Again, it's only 1 yuan. I clicked to recharge without hesitation. Liu Ruyan, 19 years old, once a wealthy young lady, the campus belle of a university, with 0 experience in romance, 5 health points, 0 intimacy, 0 skills, and an unlocked backpack. When health points drop to 0, the girlfriend dies. Even though I rarely play games, I know that having only 5 health points is a very low statistic. No wonder an alarm is going off. She is indeed about to die. At that moment, a cold wind blew in through the window, and Liu Ruyan's face grew even paler. She clutched the bedsheet in pain, as if she would shatter at any moment. Health points decreased by 1. Hearing the prompt, I couldn't help but frown. I'm about to drop to 0, and if I really die, wouldn't my $2 be wasted? Detected that your girlfriend's health is below 5. Entering a dying state. Triggering item exchange. Would you like to exchange for fresh water, food, and medicine? To confirm the exchange, please recharge 12 yuan. Seeing Liu Ruyan's health about to drop to 1, I chose to recharge without hesitation. There isn't much difference between 12 yuan and 1 yuan. I just need to type an extra 1,000 words. At the same time, I set a bottom line for myself in my mind. I won't recharge if it exceeds 100 yuan. Just after recharging, a bunch of things appeared in the room. A bottle of mineral water, a small bread, and a dose of fever-reducing medicine. As these items appeared, Liu Ruyan also slowly woke up. She painfully patted her forehead and said, "Am I going to die?" Her soft voice was weak and hoarse, and I instantly felt my heart being tightly squeezed. Which voice actor is this? And the sound effects technology gives me a feeling of being face to face with Liu Ruyan. The production level of this game is too high. When she saw the things on the table, Liu Ruyan nervously shrank back into the corner of the bed, her voice trembling. "Who is it?" After waiting for a while without any movement, she cautiously picked up the items on the table, took her medicine, and ate half a piece of bread. Her health finally reached 10. Looking at the data floating on the screen, I breathed a sigh of relief. My little girlfriend that I raised has finally been saved. Liu Ruyan was still murmuring over there. "No one is coming in. Could it be a ghost?" At this point, she immediately shrank back into the bed with a frightened expression, wrapping herself in the blanket and shivering. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, her big eyes brightened a bit. "Could it be the system? But that doesn't make sense. That's only in novels." I couldn't help but chuckle softly. She actually knew about the system and understood quite a bit. Liu Ruyan hugged her knees, and her soft and aggrieved voice came from the screen again. "They all think I'm a burden. I thought I was going to die. No matter who you are. Thank you. Intimacy +1. The call function is unlocked when intimacy reaches 5. And intimacy can be gained through gratitude and companionship." A prompt suddenly popped up. "Can we still meet if the intimacy level reaches 100? I was amused by my own childish thoughts. After finishing her meal, Liu Ruyan curled up in the corner of the bed and quickly fell asleep. I kept the game running to increase my companion time and took the opportunity to check the game background and map. However, strangely enough, I couldn't find any information about this game on various websites. I only found a few sentences when I opened the game world background. "The apocalypse has arrived. A zombie crisis has erupted. The world's population has decreased by 90%, and various natural disasters are increasing. Where should humanity go from here? To view the subsequent content, please recharge 198 yuan. I was momentarily speechless. It turns out you were waiting here. It was all in small pieces before, and now suddenly it's 198. I just decided that I won't top up if it exceeds 100. A real man keeps his word, so I skillfully chose to recharge. After the car accident, my heart gradually closed off, and only the little person kept me company. If I let her die, I will become a lonely person myself. After recharging, a line of text slowly appeared in the background. The super tsunami of the second month erupted, lasting for half a month, with a disaster concept level of 10%. I silently waited for a few more minutes, but no more content appeared. There are only a few words in 198, plus punctuation, which adds up to 10 yuan per character. I can write 1,000 characters for only 15 yuan. But what does this disaster concept level of 10% mean? The tsunami is relatively easy to understand, but I don't know what specific stage it has reached. Only after I can communicate with Liu Ruyan can I understand the progress of the world over there. Then I took out a small notebook and sorted out all the known information. As I was writing, I suddenly realized a problem. Liu Ruyan would only trigger the supply recharge when her health value was below 5, which means I couldn't actively feed her. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. Interesting. It's the first time I've seen a game that doesn't even allow you to make money. Just then, a broken water cup in the screen caught my attention. This cup looked a bit familiar. After careful comparison, I found it was the material image I had used a few days ago when writing a novel, which had been picked up by a little person at that time, and now it actually appeared here. Can the things that Liu Ruyan picked up on my computer screen really appear in her world? If that's the case, wouldn't I be able to actively provide supplies myself? Thinking of this, I was instantly overjoyed. The prices of supplies in the game are similar to those in reality. If I go back and recharge for something like a plane or cannon, I wouldn't have that much money. Now that I've discovered this bug, I can save a lot of money. Having made a new discovery, Liang Yu got excited. Hang up the machine and come back from the shower. It was 10 o'clock at night. Su Shangyue was also asleep in the screen, and her slender waist outlined an amazing arc, charming in its innocence. She clutched the worn pillow restlessly. Liang Yu stupidly wants to kiss. After a few curses at the beast, he simply covered the screen. He had to admit, he kind of liked it. It also reinforced the idea that he wanted to help Su Shangyue live well. He coveted the warmth. Asterisk. In the world of Su Shangyue, 15 days ago, the end came without warning as everyone lamented the appearance of heart-shaped clouds in the sky. She was the only one in the dormitory. All those people who had said they would die for her before were now turning away from her, thinking she was a drag. Even for those who were willing to team up with her, the condition was to sleep with her first. How could she possibly say yes? The other day her roommate came back and brought someone to grab all the snacks and water she had previously stocked up on. Does it help to be pretty? Does it help to have a rich family? Still a loser. You're just going to stay here and die. We're going to the Pearl Hotel. Su Shanyue didn't want to die. There was no food or water, so she'd go out and hunt for it, even though she didn't know how to do anything. She stumbles upon a place where there are no walkers and where she can pick up the occasional food, but still doesn't bring back enough. It's getting more and more dangerous out there, and it's harder to get out of the house. She was tired, hungry, thirsty, and feverish at the critical moment. It would have been better to die like this, than to be bitten by a walker. Just then, mineral water, bread and medicine suddenly appeared on the table in front of them. Thank you, Divine Lord. Su Shanyue thanked from the bottom of her heart. She got her first good night's sleep since the end of the day. Asterisk. The next day, Jiang Yu woke up early, but with a leg pressed against his body. He couldn't have woken up so early. Get in your wheelchair and come to the computer. Su Shanyue is still sleeping, a tiny little mass, scrunched up against the bedpan. It was heartbreaking to look at. Jiang Yu moused over her character information, wanting to see how much the intimacy had grown over the night. Accidentally, it nudged Su Shanyue's waist, wrapped in a thin sheet, her diminutive figure, like a distant mountain, and her thin waist were just too appealing. Su Shanyue sat up violently in shock. I'm not scared. I'm not scared, as she chanted in her little mouth. Before she even opened her eyes, she first fished out a wooden stick from the bed and held it tightly in her hand, shrinking into the corner of the bed and shivering. He warned around. Jiang Yu swears that he didn't do it on purpose, and doesn't dare to point any more messily for fear of scaring her. Su Shanyue stayed frozen for a while, and after seeing that there was no danger, she didn't sleep either. Take out the remaining half a loaf of bread and finish it with mineral water. Taking advantage of the time, Jiang Yu clicked on Su Shanyue's profile. Life value, 12/100. Intimacy, 1. 5 out of 100. Skills, 0. Backpack, unlocked. Hanging out for a night increases intimacy by 0.5. That's up to over the course of the day 1. Grow to 5 to be able to voice communicate. When will that be? Instead, a night's rest increased his life value by 2 points. Su Shanyue finished eating and stood in front of the broken window, where she could see a zombie prowling downstairs, seemingly smelling the scent of a living person. The zombie lifted its bloody, rotting face and sniffed towards the window. The zombies were now going about as fast as a human could walk normally. Visualize that if you run at full power, you can definitely outrun a walker. Su Shanyue retracted her body in fear. She's on the 3rd floor, and there's a steel door on the 1st floor that's closed, so the walkers can't get in for a while. But she was still worried. Ding! Are you purchasing entry-level maintenance skills for your schoolgirl girlfriend? Confirmation of purchase. Please recharge 18 renminbi. All skills are categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced, and improve with increasing proficiency. Here we go again. Ask, how do you get a man to spend $300 for you in 3 hours? Righteous fathers, please add to your bookshelf if you like. Chapter, for stuck in a bug, sending supplies to his girlfriend. There is no need to hesitate to charge this money. I filled up before 198 and thought the crap game would go one way or another, but I didn't realize that it also learned how to tackle the problem, and the recharge amount came down. After recharging, there was an additional entry in Su Shanyue's personal information. Skill, elementary maintenance 0/100. She stood by the window, patting her heaving chest and looking at the stick in her hand, and finally remembered something. Pulling a small discarded box from under the bed. It contained all sorts of gadgets that had been given away in online purchases. Find small nails and rip the curtains over to cover the broken window. Knock, knock. Using a small wooden stick as a hammer, nail the curtains to the PVC window frame to cover the broken glass. The commotion here still caught the attention of the zombie downstairs, tilting its head and hissing at the stairs. Su Shanyue was trembling with fear while insisting on nailing the curtains in place. Skill, elementary maintenance 5 of 100. Skills are growing at a pretty fast rate. However, Jiang Yu noticed that Su Shanyue's life value had dropped after raising her repair skill by 2 points. Like human cattle and horses. Trading the length of life for width. Jiang Yu can't help but start to fantasize that in the future, Su Shanyue, who is his girlfriend and has experience in Love Zero, will have to upgrade little by little as well? From 0 to 100 kind of. After a busy day, Jiang Yu saw Su Shanyue tie up her hair, quietly pull open the dormitory door, look left and right for a while, and slowly descend the stairs along the wall with a cat-like pace. The occasional howl of a walker came from downstairs, and she moved in small steps against the wall. Jiang Yu's perspective followed her slowly down the stairs. An iron-grated gate at the stairs on the 1st floor of the dormitory kept the walkers out, and a walker wandered up to the front door. Jiang Yu is curious about her and how Su Shanyue goes out in this situation, only to see Su Shanyue go back to the 2nd floor, touch a balcony, and throw down a chair from above. The loud commotion immediately attracted both nearby walkers. Instead, She ran quickly downstairs, opened the iron gate and ran out, and backhanded the gate to lock it again. The whole process is stumbling and dangerous, and if you're not careful, you'll be surrounded by walkers who hear the commotion and rush over. Liang Yu's eyes were filled with appreciation. Who says boobs and brains can't go hand in hand? His own little girlfriend was just a bit of a wimp, but still brave. Ouch. Running too fast. Su Shanhua accidentally fell. She got up with tears in her eyes and continued to run towards the distance. I wonder how many outings like this she's been through. Liang Yu's heart suddenly followed suit. It's so dangerous out there. What's she doing out there? Liang Yu suddenly thought of something and quickly narrowed down the game screen. Quickly created a new on the computer desktop Word document. Flying around the internet downloading pictures of mineral water, bread, bratwurst sausages, and Snickers bars. A brain to put in the document. 1 half sleeve. 1 long sleeve. Sport coat. Pants. Skirt. For a moment, he couldn't even think of what the girls were going to wear underneath. Time was of the essence. So I went with sweatpants first. Toilet paper. Wipes. Soap. Toothbrush and toothpaste. There was only so much he could think of. Liang Yu rubbed sparks out of his hands and grabbed another dagger and shoved it into the document. And trying to stuff a gun. There's not enough time. Su Shanhua's figure had disappeared from the picture, and the familiar pixelated villain appeared on the computer screen again. Once the little man is there, the tabletop can't add anything else. Just have to wait for the next one. So nervous, Liang Yu directly used the mouse to put the finished document in front of her. Su Shanhua couldn't believe anyone after being backstabbed by her roommate. And this secret place wasn't told to anyone else. There were no zombies here, and the only bad thing about it was that one visit was particularly physically draining. Otherwise it wouldn't be impossible for her to choose to hide here all the time. Today, indeed, was a day favored by good fortune. She caught a glimpse of food and clothes, even a dagger, strewn across the white floor. Great! Intimacy +1. Liang Yu looked at the prompt box floating out within the game and nodded in satisfaction. Su Shanhua took off her jacket and strained to roll everything inside. The important thing was the dagger. It must not be lost. Knives were not allowed in the school dormitory, and she didn't dare to go wandering outside after the end of the day, resulting in her only having a wooden stick for defense. Now with the dagger, you can do a lot of things. The little pixelated man whimpered and tugged at the folder towards the game icon. Not long after, Su Shanhua's slender and soft figure appeared within the game screen again. Liang Yu smoothly created a new document and put it on his desktop, girlfriend's backpack. The first is to download a picture of a lightweight duffel bag and put it into a document. Su Shanhua hid all the way. When you hear the slightest movement, you hide, and you hide for half an hour onwards. When she got back down to the dormitory floor, she watched the walkers waddle away before she pulled out her best speed and ran to the iron gate entrance. Reach your hand through the crack in the metal door and open it. Eyes on a walker that heard the commotion and wandered over this way. The door's still open. Liang Yu couldn't help but pinch his sweat. Don't panic, don't panic. The little girl's eyes were tearful and her hands were shaking with nervousness. Finally, at the last second before the walkers came through, she opened the steel door, squeezing in with his arms around his stuff, closing the door, locking it, all in one fell swoop. He managed to keep the walkers out. Roar! The zombie reached in through the steel door. Its bloodied, grimy arm coming in and nearly grabbing her by the scruff of the neck. Su Shanhua gasped for breath, tears welling up in her eyes, and ran upstairs on her hands and knees. It wasn't until he got back to his dorm room, closed the door, and collapsed on his bare board bed that he covered his face and whimpered and started to cry. Liang Yu expressed his understanding. Having been a rich, white, sweet girl before, it's been awesome to be so brave in the face of such a situation. At this moment, Liang Yu wanted to touch her head and tell her that she had done a good job. Tap on her personal information. Liang Yu frowned. How did the life value drop so much? Life value, 6/100. Recovered 2 in the morning 12. Dropped practicing the primary repair skill 2 points. And a trip out there costs 4 points? That's close to near death. Liang Yu sighed. We'll just have to wait for her to get up and eat to recover on her own. He hangs out with the game while choo-choo yards. Before the code to earn money. One person to eat the family not hungry. Now the family has an extra mouth. Of course, to work harder. Liang Yu's lunch is takeout. When he pushed the wheelchair to the door to get takeout and came back, he saw that in the computer. Su Shanhua took off her pink little dress and was ready to change into new clothes. JK. Revealing slender white legs, the knees with bruises, presumably from the fall just now. There was also the little plain white underwear clearly visible, with little tigers painted on it. Hey! Liang Yu put down his takeout and reflexively used his hand to cover the screen. Again, it didn't feel right. There's only himself in the house, and Su Shanhua is his girlfriend. So what's wrong with taking a look? Yeah, before with Pei Yuchi, Nothing happened. It was worse than a beast. Now it's an electronic girlfriend. A spiritual relationship. I can't touch it. I can't kiss it. But I can't even look at it? Yikes. Fell down. Chapter 5 The first test, trying to kill back. By this time, Su Shangyue had already changed her clothes. It's the picture of the dress Liang Yu downloaded from the internet. The red and white striped half-sleeves reveal a delicate collarbone and a hidden tiny waist. The black sweatpants that ordinary people wore for disasters also look different on Su Shangyue, setting off her slender legs in full figure. Whereas before the JK uniform was innocent and alluring, now it was energetic and alluring. It's the little leather shoes on the feet that are so mismatched. Liang Yu opened the document girlfriend's backpack again and put a picture of a pair of sneakers inside. After thinking about it for a moment, I added a picture of a pair of small black leather boots. Also put a pair of slim jeans and paratrooper pants in there. When he unlocked Su Shanyue's backpack, he would pick more clothes and put them in, and Su Shanyue could wear whatever she wanted. This feeling of dressing up your girlfriend, not to mention, it's quite satisfying. Liang Yu made a note in his book. Sleep plus 2 points, eat plus 2 points, medication plus 3 points, and a set of gear plus 4 points. Practice your skills 2 points. Take a trip out 4 points. Next, it's dry meal time. He was eating over here, and Su Shanyue was eating over there. He ate the retort-covered rice, and Su Shanyue ate the bread and ham sausage. LOL. It wasn't easy for Su Shanyue to come out. When can we send more supplies over? Su Shanyue finished her meal before she started to organize the supplies she brought back. When you touch the dagger, the game pops up a prompt box directly. Do you purchase primary knife skills for your schoolgirl girlfriend? Confirmation of purchase. Please recharge 18 renminbi. Liang Yu was slightly surprised. Surprisingly, it triggered an attack skill. So if you give a gun, won't it trigger the firearm skill? There's no such thing as too much skill. The more skills Su Shanyue mastered, the more hope she had of surviving the apocalypse. Liang Yu recharges painfully. Skills, primary repair 5/100. Primary knife 0 out of 100. Then open the file and put a pink in it AK, and a small pink pistol. Does Gatling come in pink? No, just put a black one in. Even if these things were given to Su Shanyue, she would still need to keep unlocking the corresponding skills before she could use them, and it was still early for her to use them. Take your time. That's how the joy of the nurturing department is. Little by little, you get your girlfriend into your favorite shape. On the screen, Su Shanyue had a surprised look on her face, holding the dagger and trying to swing it a few times. At first it was unorganized, and slowly, surprisingly, it took on some shape. Her movements were very simple. Just 3, swing, jab, and change hands. Practice for a while and then stop. Liang Yu understood. Opened the information panel to take a look, and sure enough, he had just eaten and changed equipment to boost his life value by a few points and then dropped it by 2 points. If intimacy is anything, it's everything that connects the two. That life value was everything to Su Shanyue. In the afternoon, Su Shanyue practiced daggers and rested or ate something when she was tired. After finishing his coding, Liang Yu finally had time to clean up the house. This house of his is a 2-bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, not far from the hospital. Every once in a while, he needs to go to the hospital for a follow-up of his leg, and it's more convenient to rent this place. The master bedroom sleeps and the second bedroom serves as storage. With Su Shanyue's company, the legs weren't even that uncomfortable. From now on, this will be your own home. When he returned to the game page again, Su Shanyue had actually raised her beginner knife proficiency to 10 out of 100. With the hanging companionship, the duo's intimacy has increased. Intimacy, 3 out of 100. Great. If it goes well, the day after tomorrow the intimacy will be 5 and the duo will be able to talk. Liang Yu had been pondering where to have Su Shanyue moved to before the big tsunami came. This dormitory is definitely not working right now. By the time the water level rises, the zombies and other humans will surely move inside the building as well. The small dormitory door won't be able to stop it. And crucially, it's not high enough either. A super tsunami. It has to be the highest in city. He studied in the game the map of city. A city map that wasn't any well-known city in reality. The average elevation is 350 meters. High in the northwest and low in the southeast. The north and west sides are a blur. Labeled, unlocked. To the east and south lies the sea. The game description says it all, historical super tsunami. It's his expertise. The largest tsunami in history was the Lituya Bay tsunami in Alaska, which was over high 500 meters. How high will the in-game super tsunami go? Liang Yu didn't dare to be careless. At the very least, it goes sea level safe to meters above. 500. The northwest corner of city is definitely a safer location. Liang Yu studied the map for a while, finally selecting a suitable location. You're it, Pearl Hotel. This 70-story Grand Hotel is the tallest building in city, with a height of 230 meters, and with the terrain and elevation, it exceeds 500 meters, enough to withstand flooding. Of course there are also risks. The tsunami is coming, there must be other survivors also gathered here. That time is the real test of Su Shanyue's attack power. Saved a screenshot of the map so he could easily view it, and sent a backup to his cell phone. Once that was done, glanced at the game. Jiang Yu frowned. In God's view, it was surprising to see a man in the dormitory corridor making his way in the dark. He didn't know that this was the Liang Yu who had come together to rob Su Shanyue last time. When the end came, they happened to be playing in a room at the Pearl Hotel. After the end of the day, with the natural advantage of guarding a room in the Pearl Hotel. After coming to rob Su Shanyue last time, Liang Yu had been thinking about this pretty schoolgirl, and today it was hard to fight for the task of coming to this area to look for supplies, deliberately taking a little detour just to take down Su Shanyue. After finding someone, first this, then that, if Su Shanyue doesn't want to, oh, then don't blame him for not being polite. He's already killed someone. Su Shanyue, today, I must let her taste the taste of Little Master. Liang Yu touched the knife in his arms. Inside the dormitory, Su Shanyue didn't turn on her flashlight. Instead, he pulled the curtains back a crack to let in the light from outside and practiced dagger use by moonlight, whispering as he did so, "I stab," oblivious to the fact that someone was approaching from outside. Jiang Yu's heart was tight. Now he couldn't talk to Su Shanyue. How was he going to tell her that there was danger outside? And can a little girl beat the bad guys? Jiang Yu couldn't wait to transform into a warrior right now and jump inside the game to protect Su Shanyue. Seeing the black shadow getting closer, Jiang Yu's eyes turned and poked Su Shanyue with his mouse. Who? Su Shanyue immediately she nervously climbed to the upper bunk, holding the dagger and shrinking in the corner without moving. In the darkness, large eyes looked around fearfully. Here we go again. In the morning too, it felt like something was poking itself. Is it a ghost? Woo-hoo-hoo. She was about to cry. Silence fell around them, and a few zombie howls came from outside the window. This time Su Shanyue finally noticed that something was wrong. Through the small window at the front of the door, she saw a figure right in front of her door. Ah! She immediately covered her mouth, one hand gripping the dagger and trembling, her heart thumping. Woohoo! Chapter 6 No Calling Me a Loser. Jiang Yu also stared nervously at the screen, unknowingly pinching out the armrests of the wheelchair under his hands. Su Shanyue, don't be soft, don't hesitate, go for it. The dark figure pushed at the door, and after realizing that the door wouldn't open, his face lit up with joy. The people are really still here. In the end of the day, no one will be nosy. Liang Yu is not afraid that someone will come to spoil his good deed, and directly lift his foot to kick the door. Clunk, 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 bang. The door to the dormitory was kicked in and fell to the floor with a clang. The whole room shuddered. Su Shanyue in the corner of the upper bunk bed followed suit. Su Shanyue, don't hide. I know you're there. Come with me. Let me pamper you. I have food, water. Liang Yu walked step by step towards the house while saying nasty words. As he came in, Su Shanyue felt that the air of the room became stinky. Shomei says you're a loser and that you can't survive on your own. If you follow me, you'll have a great time every day. Put, Baird. In the darkness, a knife flashed coldly. Liang Yu only felt a sharp stabbing pain coming from his face, and when he reached out to touch it, the skin turned out and his hands were full of blood. When he looked up, he saw Su Shanyue sitting on her knees on the upper bunk, her hands holding the dagger, her eyes full of disgust. No permission, no calling me a loser. Su Shanyue was like a cornered rabbit, her eyes were red and, no calling me a loser, holding the dagger and pointing it straight at Liang Yu's brow. No calling me a loser. She hated it when people talked about her like that. Liang Yu reacted to the fact that he had been sneak attacked by a woman. With one foot on the bed, he felt for the knife in his arms and tried to yank Su Shanyue down. Su Shanyue's primary knife skill proficiency already had 10 points. A simple move, but it gave Liang Yu several bloody holes in his arms and face. Aha! I'm going to get you killed. Liang Yu didn't expect the schoolgirl who cried and cried without resistance last time. Now you dare to hurt someone. Su Shanyue was on the upper bunk, towering over him, her hands and feet were all together, and her dagger swung out a cold light, surprisingly repelling Liang Yu. Losing too much blood, Liang Yu felt dizzy in his brain, and he was sure to die if he continued to fight. Wait, don't run away if you're allowed to. I'll kill you when I come back. Riao stumbled to get out. Su Shanyue's voice trembled. No, running is what makes a dog. She scrambled out of bed. Jiang Yu's brain was spinning at high speed. If Su Shanyue wanted to be safe, he couldn't let the bad guy go back alive, but he could only view the part of the screen centered on Su Shanyue, and couldn't trace where the bad guy had gone. Now that the people are gone, There's no way to chase them for a while. This strong smell of blood will definitely attract more walkers. What to do? And so on. A numbness instantly leapt from Liang Yu's back to the top of his head. He sniffs, and is not wrong. It really is blood that lingers on the tip of his nose. After 3 months in the hospital, he can't smell wrong. It even turned the wheelchair and made a round of the windows and the doorway of the house without anything out of the ordinary. The only way to smell the blood is to go back to the computer, to the game screen. His computer definitely doesn't come with 5D capability. Where's that smell coming from? Liang Yu had to wonder. Was what he was playing really just a game? Is Su Shangyue really just a game character? At this point in the picture, Su Shangyue was holding a knife and standing at the door of the dormitory panting violently. She knew the end was not a good time to survive, but it was still too scary to actually get to the point of moving. Under the moonlight, Su Shangyue's face was stained with a bit of blood. The whole person carried a bit of demonic and poignant beauty. It made you want to take her in your arms and comfort her. Tears couldn't be held back any longer in her big eyes, and they fell with a crash. No, don't cry. The little girl cries 3 times a day. Thankfully, she was given a dagger today, and thankfully she worked hard today to bring up her beginner prop skill. Otherwise this night is really dangerous. As a result of this battle, her beginner knife proficiency increased to 15 of 100. The cost is a drop in life to 8. Once Su Shangyue cries, Liang Yu temporarily puts down the matter of pondering the realism of the game. They're all claimed and bound to each other. So what else? Poke her in the face with the mouse. Su Shangyue stopped crying. This time she didn't hide in the corner of the bed in fear. Instead she wiped a handful of blood and tears from her face and looked around. Huffing, he spoke. Just now, you were the one who reminded me, weren't you? You who? Smart. Little girl. Liang Yu poked her in the face with the mouse again. Thank you. Oh, are you a god? Su Shangyue stopped crying, but hiccuped several times because she was too scared. Intimacy +1. Ha, and a windfall. The proximity came to 4, so that would make it after tonight's hanging out with the company 4. 5. One step closer to the duo being able to talk. Liang Yu didn't respond to her question again. It was impossible to communicate now, but he decided to stay awake tonight and just watch for Su Shangyue. If there's danger approaching, sound the alarm. After not getting a response, Su Shangyue silently took out the toilet paper and wet wipes she brought back today and wiped the blood on her hands and face clean. Wipe the blood off your body again. Taking out a supermarket plastic bag, he put in all the supplies he had brought back today and left the place. She was also afraid that Liang Yu would find it back. Where is this going? Liang Yu's heart is flooded with faint worry. Silly child. The night of the end is very dangerous. But don't leave now. I didn't expect Su Shangyue to really take a small flashlight and go downstairs with trepidation. Don't. Fortunately, Su Shangyue was just confirming that the iron door on the first floor had not been broken by Liang Yu, and after confirming that it was fine, she tiptoed up to the second floor. She's just wimpy, not stupid. The dormitory on the second floor, while it was close to the ground and near the walkers, it was also convenient for her to run. Su Shangyue carefully bit her lip and checked all the corners of the dormitory, confirming that there was no danger before closing the door to her room. Sitting down in his chair, he leaned over the table. His shoulders shrugged. You don't need to see it to know that little crybaby. Little crybaby who doesn't like being called a loser. Liang Yu smiled and shook his head. Going to take a shower first. On duty for the night, as a qualified goalkeeper. Su Shangyue now knew that the divine lord who had helped her had been watching over her. She stopped crying after a while. Sleeping under the gaze of the other party, Su Shangyue inexplicably felt ashamed. A faint drunken redness crept onto her cheeks. Su Shangyue felt a little hot and wondered if she was catching a cold. It took several sips of mineral water to slow down. That, Kamisama would. We'll see the bathroom? As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Shangyue's face turned even redder. Even without lights, it was obvious in the pale moonlight. There was no response in the middle of the day. Looks like the god-sama is away. Chapter 7. The first phone call between the two of us. Liang Yu was sitting under the shower at the moment. His eyes closed as he sank into his own thoughts, unable to help but continue to think about what he had just asked once again. Is it a game? Or is it the real world? The first time I entered the Dust Bowl smell, I was able to pass it off as the smell of having just moved into my own room, and the blood that just bubbled up couldn't be faked. At this moment, he no longer treated Su Shangyue as a piece of code that accompanied him. Rather, he really put Su Shangyue's life on his mind, took a shower and scrubbed his hair haphazardly. Sitting in a wheelchair and blowing out the window, the night breeze was cool, so I moved the computer to the side of the bed, plugged in the power cord, and prepared to lie down on guard duty. Being in a wheelchair all the time is uncomfortable. Turn off the light and the moonlight shines on the bed, similarly also shining on Su Shangyue's sleeping side face in the picture. His heart slowly settled down. After the accident, he had sleepless nights, outwardly calm. His heart is in agony all the time. He'd asked more than once why him, but fate hadn't given an answer. Teachers and schools retained him. The internship company also retained him. He refused them all. The school and the internship company will just keep reminding him that he can't stand up. And at this moment, in this small room, under this moonlight, with Su Shanyue's company, Jiang Yu's heart, unexpectedly, was down to earth. No longer pursuing. Why is he such an unanswerable topic? Oops. Jiang Yu suddenly awoke with a start. Isn't he on duty? Why did he fall asleep? Why didn't he sleep so well before? Su Shallow Moon equals hypnosis gods. Jiang Yu first went to look at Su Shanyue's situation on the computer. Su Shanyue had already gotten up and was standing in her dormitory practicing her dagger, stroke by stroke, looking even more powerful than yesterday. It's good that nothing happened. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's so weird. It's kinda like worrying about your girlfriend. As usual, check Su Shanyue's personal information first. Life value, 16/100. Intimacy, 5 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 5 of 100. Elementary knives 15/100. Backpack, unlocked. Ha, intimacy up to is 5. Can we talk now? Sure enough, he saw a little speaker button in the bottom right corner of the page. Before, he was quite looking forward to being able to communicate with Su Shanyue, but now he was suddenly that little bit excited. The heartbeat could be faster than when he was holding hands with Pei Yuchi. Not at all like himself. Jiang Yu first went to brush his teeth and wash his face, and then bought grain, oil, rice and noodles and vegetables and meat on the outside software for home delivery. With the house cleaned up, you can cook for yourself without ordering takeout. Wait for your mind to settle before returning to the computer. Ahem. Jiang Yu coughed a few times and tapped on that little speaker. Ding. Whether to purchase the call function? After purchasing, you can communicate with your school girlfriend Su Shanyue in both directions, and the call button can be turned off, permanent privilege. Confirm purchase. Please recharge $19800. When your intimacy grows to unlock the primary backpack, 10. So, he then said that it seemed like everything was going too well, and it turned out to be waiting for him here. View world progress $198 is understandable. After all, poor information is important. To the call function how to recharge so much? However, it does matter that the two can communicate. Wait a minute? How does he start empathizing with crap games? It must not be allowed to succeed. Charge. When the time comes, chat more with Suzuki and try to get your $198 back. There's also that backpack feature, which is surprisingly unlocked with affinity as well. The primary backpack should be a space-like existence to Su Shanyue. The thought that the girl would show surprise at the backpack when the time came took most of his remaining fire away again. Charge the value. Just call button and it works. After opening it, he could talk to Su Shanyue, and after closing it, just like before, he could only hear Su Shanyue's voice, and Su Shanyue couldn't hear him. It's quite humanized. His computer hadn't been turned off in the past 2 days, just in case something happened to Su Shanyue. Now that he was able to communicate and make sure the other man was safe from wandering off, he was going to give the computer a break by shutting it down for a while. Su Shanyue was very perceptive and stopped her movements, reflexively wanting to crawl to the bed and hide. Don't be afraid. Jiang Yu hurriedly spoke out. I'm not a bad person. He silently added a classic big bad wolf line in his mind. Su Shanyue's big eyes gurgled around and shrunk herself towards the corner again. You? Who are you? Jiang Yu was silent for a few seconds. Who is he? Did he tell Su Shanyue that he was a gamer? That she was just a game character? No. Is it Lord Divine? Su Shanyue weakly opened her mouth. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and spoke slowly. I'm the one who came to help you. He didn't have the heart to say, you're my girlfriend, I'm your boyfriend. Oddly shameful. Su Shanyue's grip on the dagger loosened. The food and medicine from before, were they also given to me by you? Jiang Yu nodded. Thinking that the other couldn't see it, he added, yes. Su Shanyue pursed the corners of her lips. Her stunningly beautiful and cool little face floated full of gratitude. Her eyes curved. Thank you little girl. You're quick to change your face. Jiang Yu kept an eye on the intimacy, and sure enough, the screen popped up the next second. Intimacy +1. Su Shanyue boldly asked. You, where are you? She wanted to know how the other party was able to talk to her in the void, how they managed to deliver something out of thin air. Before Jiang Yu could reply, Su Shanyue mumbled to herself again. That's right, you're Lord God. Of course you can do anything. Jiang Yu's old face was a bit red. The little girl still didn't know that her godly lord was a cripple, right? There's no need to think so much. My last name is Zhang. Su Shanyue immediately nodded. Divine Immortal Lord Jiang. Ahem. Forget it, just call me Jiang Yu. He really couldn't stand a soft and cute girl looking at herself with pity and calling herself Divine Lord Jiang with her name. Good. Su Shangyue relaxed and looked down at her toes. Am I stupid? Stupid? No. I think you're very brave. You fought off the bad guys yesterday. Very brave. Jiang Yu's tone was serious. In his opinion, Su Shangyue was really brave. What's wrong with crying all the time? Isn't it just a matter of getting things done? Not to mention that Su Shangyue did a pretty good job. There are people who don't cry, like Yuki Pei, and during the time we were together, one of the most common phrases I heard out of her mouth was, I'm going to be the new independent woman. She is not crying, but she bites the bullet and screws it up every time. Compared to that, Jiang Yu preferred to see the results. Really? Su Shangyue raised her wet eyes, and a few more points of brightness were added to a lovely and pretty face. Yes. By the way, Su Shangyue, do you remember how many days it is now since the end? 17 days. Su Shangyue returned without hesitation. She remembers every day that passes with clarity. Well, that's 13 days from now. There's going to be the biggest tsunami in history. It's not safe here. You need to move somewhere. Ha? A big tsunami? Su Shanyue's small face instantly turned white, conditioned to pack up and run. Afterward, she stopped her footsteps. Jiang Yu, where should I go? She remembered that she had the Divine Lord, so of course she had to ask his opinion. What the Fairy Lord says to do, she does. Jiang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Su Shanyue would ask him how he knew. He didn't think of how to say it. Personal information, life value, intimacy, games, recharge, all of this information. For now, he would not tell Su Shanyue. Don't panic, there are 13 days left. It's not too late. Do you know the Pearl Hotel? Su Shanyue nodded, her spirit instantly down. I know, Liang Yu and the others are right there. Liang Yu? Jiang Yu's complexion was aghast. The youngest girlfriend has relationship experience 0 and can't be an ex-boyfriend. That's. Jiang Yu tapped his finger on the desktop, directly locking onto the clue. Was it the person who attacked you last night? Aha! Su Shanyue bit her lip, her eyes pooling with tears. The little look of resignation is truly heartbreaking. Jiang Yu touched his heart, experiencing great ups and downs. The heart has long been unmoved. I did not expect that it would still hurt. Thank you. Chapter 8 Unconditional Belief in Jiang Yu. Then do you know how many of them there are? Jiang Yu asked. Su Shanyue recalled, tilting her head slightly. My roommate Xiaomei, her boyfriend, Liang Yu, and one other person I don't recognize. There were a total of 4 people that day. Jiang Yu pondered with sunken eyes and once again clicked on the map of city. That means there are 4 direct enemies, and the Pearl Hotel is the best hotel in city, so there will definitely be a lot of people there. But the rest of the buildings in city aren't tall enough to hold back a big tsunami. Su Shanyue, you still have to go. He was prepared to spend a lot of effort to convince Su Shanyue. After all, there were enemies there and many other dangers. Unexpectedly, Su Shanyue let out a sob and nodded. I know. I'll go. Hiss. Really. Heartache. Appreciation. Pity. Various emotions filled Jiang Yu's heart. If there was a recharge portal now, he would not hesitate to recharge it. But this garbage game didn't capitalize on the opportunity. There are 13 days left. We'll go over there when we're ready. Don't you be afraid. Jiang Yu didn't even realize that his tone was unprecedentedly gentle. Su Shangyue trusts Jiang Yu unconditionally. She also understands the super tsunami and that the only way to survive is to be high enough up. And only the Pearl Hotel in city can. Jiang Yu mentally combed through what he was going to do next. First, against Ryu's return shot. Although he bled a lot, it's not guaranteed that he's still alive. Secondly, grow intimacy, unlock the backpack. Currently intimacy 6. To reach 10 need up to 4 days. Third, after unlocking the backpack, Su Shanyue can bring more supplies. Go to the old place to get the supplies and then go to the Pearl Hotel. That Liang Yu, who was so heavily injured, would definitely come back again if he's still alive. But being a man's ego, he'll probably think that last night's injury was just an accident. And if he comes back again he'll probably come alone. This place you've chosen now is quite good. No need to shift. If the other party comes alone, try to kill them in one blow. If not alone, then it's convenient for you to run from the second floor. Receiving Jiang Yu's compliment, Su Shanyue's face slightly reddened. She's not a loser. That's so nice. Will work out using a knife? I'm not afraid of it. Su Shanyue waved her small fists. Yeah, come on. Jiang Yu was doubly pleased. The little girl is quite motivated and knows to take the initiative to exercise. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. It should be the takeout delivery of ingredients arriving. Fortunately, the computer was in the bedroom and hadn't been moved to the living room. If Su Shanyue heard the doorbell on her side, she would definitely be suspicious. It seems that in the future, it would be best to keep the computer in the bedroom all the time. Turning off the call button and pulling the door to his room closed, Jiang Yu went to the door to get takeout, cooking oil, rice, soy sauce, vinegar and salt, and some vegetables, eggs and meat. While tidying up, I thought that I would wait to ask Su Shanyue what she likes to eat and prepare some more for her in the document. Buzz off. The cell phone rings. Picking it up, it was his best friend and roommate, Liu Yifei. He didn't have parents since he was a child, and in these days of hospitalization, there were caregivers hired from the perpetrator's side, and the ones who came the most were Liu Yifei and the other two roommates. They were also the ones who helped him with the hustle and bustle when he was discharged from the hospital for recess and moving. A friend in need is a friend in need. He mentally treated the three as really good friends. Hey, Jiang Yu, I'm downstairs at your house. Liu Yifei's lowered voice came from the other end of the phone. I said I'd come to see you, and I bumped into Yuki Pei, and she's coming too. Jiang Yu's mind didn't fluctuate a bit when he heard Pei Yuchi's name. Bring her here. I guess she's here to return the bag. He's been with Pei Yuchi for 6 months, and he's had his share of requests. Progress also only goes as far as a little hand-pulling. After the accident, he didn't want to hold up the other side. He just couldn't reach anyone. As a result, when I went to apply for the suspension procedure that day, I saw Pei Yuchi with a shy face and other boys kissing in front of the school. The she was wearing LV bag was still a birthday present she bought for her with her own scholarship before the accident. He's just innocent. He's not a big injustice. Of course, take advantage of Pei Yuchi's unsolicited contact to get the stuff back. Pei Yuchi calls with Jiang Yu yesterday to mention her breakup, and when she hears Jiang Yu ask her to return the bag, she's angry at first, but later calms down and suddenly figures it out. Jiang Yu is not the kind of person who is petty. Asking her to return the bag is an excuse. Should give is to see her. So she came here this time to make it clear to Jiang Yu that she wants to break up. Now Jiang Yu has become a waste. This life is considered to be ruined, and it's useless to be more excellent. She's afraid that Jiang Yu won't be able to find a date and rely on her. In a moment, no matter what Jiang Yu said, she must clearly and firmly break up with him. She took a deep breath, held her head high, and followed Liu Yifei into a unit door. Jiang Yu lives on the first floor. As soon as he pulled open the door, Liu Yifei squeezed in and put 2 big bags of stuff directly onto the dining table. Oops, those two have something to do and can't come, but I am tired to death. Afraid that it's inconvenient for you to go out. I've bought you some daily necessities and food. Jiang Yu sat in a wheelchair, wearing a white t-shirt and shorts. The whole person was much thinner than before, and the whole person had a few sharpness. Pei Yuchi looked at the face that didn't lose out to a hardened male star, and her eyes couldn't help but fall onto Jiang Yu's legs. Unfortunately, it's a waste. Jiang Yu didn't even look at Pei Yuchi and smiled at Liu Yifei. Thanks, I'll let you break the bank. Aya, why are you still polite with me? If it wasn't for you usually tutoring me, I would have flunked every year. I wonder how many times my old man broke his legs. Liu Yifei suddenly remembered that it mentioned in this situation was inappropriate too. Broken legs. Ugh, obscure. Jiang Yu, I didn't mean that. I know, it's fine. Jiang Yu didn't avoid the words broken leg. Sit. He ignored Pei Yuchi the entire time. Liu Yifei glanced at Pei Yuchi behind him and gave an awkward heave-ho. I'll turn around. You chat. I was so focused on moving things the other day that I didn't even take a good look. Jiang Yu admonished him. Don't go into the bedroom. Ha! What am I doing in your bedroom? And you've got a whole golden house to hide. Liu Yifei muttered and stood on the balcony to look at the scenery, but his ears secretly perked up. Jiang Yu turned his wheelchair around and prepared to pack up the things that Liu Yifei had brought with him. Pei Yuchi, who was left out in the cold, clenched her back teeth and couldn't help but call out, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu turned around and looked at her coldly. Where's the bag? You can leave if you don't have your bag. Just go back and give it to Liu Yifei as soon as possible. And don't come back. You're not welcome here. Pei Yuchi didn't expect Jiang Yu to be so snappy and drive her away. He couldn't help but raise his voice. Jiang Yu, let's get together and part ways. We can still be friends in the future. I know you're having a hard time, and what you said last time was in anger. Not that you don't like me, but you can't continue to let me stay with you when you're like this, can you? Jiang Yu frowned helplessly. He made it pretty clear. Chapter 9 Jiang Yu, don't regret it if you have the guts. Pei Yuchi, I made it very clear that we were never together. There's no point in you pestering me like this, and I don't want to be friends with you. Jiang Yu's attitude became even colder. In the future, the relationship between the two will be, at best, that of living in the same global village, breathing the air together, and both belonging to the human race. Jiang Yu was a bit impatient. Okay, you go, really don't come back. Remember, bag. No matter how heartless the words are on the phone, they don't hurt as much as they do in reality. The air was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Bag bag bag. You just know bag. Peiyuchi was so angry that she couldn't say a word. At this moment, she even doubted her own ears. Jiang Yu was also too insulting. Am I not as important as a bag? Yes, that bag is 36,800. Remember to give it back to me. Yuki boy. Jiang Yu, where have you been? At this moment, a soft, delicate voice with 5 parts attachment and 5 parts worry came out from Jiang Yu's bedroom. It's sweet and makes you go all soft at the sound of it. No, the real Golden House is hiding a woman. Liu Yifei plummeted, his mouth open wide enough to stuff an egg in. Peiyuchi also froze, pointing at Jiang Yu's nose in shame and anger. Jiang Yu, you cheated. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath. The soundproofing in this room is a bit of a problem. Hands in the air. Think what you want. I told you, we were never together. And as you can see, I have a girlfriend. Peiyuchi froze. She didn't know why she was so uncomfortable. Obviously, the moment before, she especially wanted Jiang Yu to firmly say break up. But now, it was like her favorite thing was snatched away by someone else. Why should anyone else want what they don't want? The condescension and sassiness hidden in Peiyuchi's bones made her lose her ability to think in an instant. Jiang Yu, don't you regret it? Good riddance. Don't see me off. Remember the bag. Jiang Yu stared at her and pointed at the door with his chin. She couldn't even remember how Peiyuchi left Jiang Yu's house. All that swirled in her mind was the delicate Jiang Yu. Where have you been? How far along are they? Kissed or slept together? No. Jiang Yu was now a loser and a pauper. And a girl who could look at Jiang Yu must not be good either. Can't compete with myself. Yes. Jiang Yu couldn't compare to himself no matter what kind he was looking for now. She reasserted herself. Liu Yifei only came to his senses after a long time and wrapped his arm around Jiang Yu's shoulders. Okay, brother, bring it out and get to know it. I can tell by the sound of her voice that she's a beautiful woman. Jiang Yu looked helpless. Stop it. There's really no one. You're hallucinating. I don't believe it until you show me. Jiang Yu pushed his wheelchair and opened the bedroom door, first reaching out to close the bedside computer. He knew Liu Yifei, the old colorful bastard. Knowing that there is such a game, surely you won't let it go. You can't download it outside, so you might have to ask your computer to go there. Give it. That's not going to happen. If you don't give it, you'll ruin the friendship of the revolution. Brothers are brothers and wives are wives, not to be confused. See, there's really no one. Liu Yifei looked around. There was no one in the house. It was impossible to hide someone under the closet bed, and there was no one behind the curtains. Is it really hallucinating? Otherwise, you must have stayed up all night playing games to mess up. Stay up less. Jiang Yu admonished in a serious tone. The duo simply cooked a noodle for lunch, and Liu Yifei helped wash the bowl and take away the garbage after eating. Standing in front of the house with a distrustful look at Jiang Yu, he asks, is there really no one? Am I really hearing things? Really? Jiang Yu swore. Alright, then I'm leaving. After tomorrow go to the hospital for a review. Shop me. I'll accompany you. Liu Yifei admonished. He didn't mention the 30,000 plus packages. Jiang Yu is not a petty person. It's Peiyuchi who doesn't deserve it. Good. Jiang Yu's heart was ironed, and he silently decided to put more effort into the brat's final review. Silence returned to the house. Jiang Yu went back to his bedroom and turned off his computer to restart it, and the computer fan whirred for a while before stopping. Used computers just don't work. Originally, he had planned to change one, but now that Su Shangyue was also in there, he wasn't going to change his computer. What if I switch and lose my little dudes? If only this game would come to cell phones. There's nothing to do now but take good care of your computer. I can only wait for the manuscript fee to come down and buy another laptop to code. This one will be dedicated to keeping Su Shangyue. After booting up, Jiang Yu clicked on the game at the first opportunity. He saw Su Shangyue sitting on a stool with her legs crossed, holding a piece of bread and nibbling it in small bites. The little looker is especially well behaved. The unpleasantness that had just been brought about by Peiyuchi instantly dissipated. Pressing the call button, he softly called out, Su Shangyue. Jiang Yu, you're back. Su Shangyue immediately raised her smile and looked around. That demeanor was the same as waiting for a husband who had gone out and returned home. She was very measured and didn't ask what it was that Jiang Yu had gone to do. Jiang Yu guffawed. What do you like to eat? I'll prepare some supplies for you. Really? Aha. Su Shangyue's ink-black pupils were filled with light, and after some thought, she carefully opened her mouth. Jiang Yu, I like tomato and egg over rice, green pepper and egg over rice, pickled pepper and egg fried rice, and alfalfa and egg over rice. Jiang Yu, you like eggs so much? Don't you eat meat? Jiang Yu knew the first two dishes, but this was the first time he had heard of the last two. Ask while looking for picture material online. If someone else asked, Su Shangyue wouldn't have said anything. but if the Divine Lord asked, Su Shanyue didn't want to hide it. When I was a kid, the first time I ate an egg, I choked on it and the person who took care of me was fired. I haven't eaten eggs since. Actually, I quite like eggs, and these are my favorite dishes above. It was sold well in front of our school before. Jiang Yu jotted down in his book, likes eggs. And what kind of meat do you like? Pork, beef, chicken. Su Shanyue, however, shook her head. Doomsday, even if it's a god, the mana will become less when there's no one to offer it to, right? I don't eat meat. Pust. She also gave her logic a complete roundup. God has no one to ing worship and limited mana. Jiang Yu didn't explain much. In addition to the series of egg-covered rice that Su Shanyue asked for by name, he stuffed quite a bit more food into the document. It wasn't clear how big the primary backpack would be when it was unlocked, but he'd better prepare more. If you can't put it down, throw it away. Prepare food for at least a month and a half anyway. When Su Shanyue moved to the Pearl Hotel and the big tsunami came, coming out to look for supplies would be a very sleepy thing. The first thing is the food, various kinds of egg-fried rice 100 servings of, convenience food 100 servings of, and of various kinds of marinated meat 100 servings. When it's time to put it in your backpack, throw it away if it goes bad, and earn it if it doesn't. Mineral water, large barrels and small bottles directly 100 copies. Worried that writing numbers after the picture doesn't work, he used copy and paste. The operation was so far back that he barely recognized the letters. Control. Su Shanyue, what kind of fruit do you like to eat? Su Shanyue was practicing her dagger and when she heard Jiang Yu's voice, she stopped her movements and stood obediently. I like huckleberries, bananas, prunes, anything really. Don't be too expensive. Su Shanyue made her claim, not expensive. She just reflected on it. The God-sama wants to prepare supplies for himself, but he suspects that he doesn't have enough mana. That's not good. This time Jiang Yu asks her what kind of fruit she's eating and she decides to go with the cheap ones. The ones you just mentioned yourself shouldn't be expensive. Chapter 10 The girlfriend's backpack copy and paste can't stop. Jiang Yu saw through her thoughts at a glance, silently put pictures of various fresh fruits, common and uncommon, into the document, each 10 servings. After thinking about it for a while, I still don't think it's well thought out enough. There are only two things that this beginner's backpack can limit, weight, or type of carry. If there is a limit on the types of fruit that can be carried, it doesn't make sense to organize it this way. Pick the one Su Shanyue just named and increase the quantity to 100 servings. Where is the girl who doesn't like snacks? Crispy sharks, chicken fingers, chocolate, melon seeds, potato chips. If it wasn't for the fact that the backpack was only a beginner's backpack and had to prioritize more important things, Jiang Yu would have hated to move a Zhao Yiming and put it in. The thought of Su Shanyue hugging her snacks and eating them adorably, a wave of satisfaction rose in his heart. Next are the weapons, and were put in earlier AK, a pistol, and Gatling. He increased the number a bit and also equipped it with an adequate amount of bullets. That alone is not enough. Drones, robot dogs, remote-controlled bombs, night vision, infrared detectors. You can't stop copying and pasting. Of course there were even more powerful ones, nuclear submarines and nuclear bombs. But there was no need to think about it to know that these were definitely not possible with Su Shanyue's skill level. Oh, and have a few extra daggers for basic combat. Then there were the medicines, and Jiang Yu purposely went to Baidu to find out what medicines to stock up on for doomsday. Anti-inflammatory medications, antibiotics, pain relievers, anti-diarrhea medications, antiemetics, antiseptic solutions, electrolytes, band-aids, gauze tape. Not a lot of variety, but a lot of pulling full. And finally, household goods. Jiang Yu observes Su Shanyue from morning until she goes to bed, and downloads whatever images she needs to use and puts them into a document. Face wash, shampoo, body wash, soap, skincare products. Girls, who doesn't like to smell good? Hair ties, which he doesn't know how to do anyway, were chosen. Then there were the towels, the number of which was pulled right up to 1,000, and they were replaced with new ones every day. It's the end of the world. Who has time to clean it? Water purifiers, water storage, kettles. He purposely searched for pictures of the kind of water storage with water inside, enough for Su Shanyue to wash her face and take a bath for a year. Oh, and most importantly, toilet paper, wipes, and tampons for girls, without a suitable picture. Jiang Yu slightly shamefully opened the shopping software. What's with all the variety? Jiang Yu glanced over, narrowing his eyes and comparing them one by one. Not the same? Before his car accident, he happened to hear Peiyuchi mention the tampon collapsed room incident. I didn't expect it to be used here. Just go with the expensive one anyway. Now you don't have to recharge. You can just download the pictures. This payment is nothing to Jiang Yu. Yeah, and clothes. from the inside out. Lingerie. Thinking of Su Shanyue's proud and perfect body, Jiang Yu suddenly felt how the room was a bit hot. It's also true that it's still hot this fall in October, so it's only right to turn on the air conditioner for a while, blowing out the cold air. Jiang Yu continued to choose supplies to enrich the girlfriend's backpack document. Jiang Yu, are you there? Su Shanyue's timid voice came. Yes. Su Shanyue didn't want to ask Jiang Yu what he was doing. As long as she confirmed that Jiang Yu was still there, she was at ease. Continue to bury your head in your dagger practice. It wasn't an illusion. She could feel it. She was getting faster with her blade. If Liang Yu came back, he would be down within a few rounds. Su Shanyue's eyes were firm and free of distractions. Jiang Yu had God's perspective. At first he didn't dare to look directly at Su Shanyue's figure. Seeing the other party practicing daggers, he slowly let go, daring to look straight. What's wrong with looking at your own girlfriend? The final visual inspection failed, mostly inexperience. Various sizes and colors have been selected and put into the backpack file. When the time comes, let Su Shanyue choose herself. Clothes are also made to be easy to move around in, with thin and thick ones ready to go. Seeing those pretty, cute, or sexy little dresses, he thought that Su Shanyue must look good in them. But that's the end. Staying alive is the #1 priority. Little dresses and all that, wait till later. To cope with the big tsunami, in addition to sleeping bags and quilts, Jiang Yu also prepared kayaks, life jackets and protective clothing. By the time he was done with this, it was dark. Be bad. I haven't written today's draft yet. Before coding, I clicked on Su Shanyue's information in passing and found that the little girl's primary knives had unexpectedly reached 25. Practiced all day and went up 10 points. It was evident that Su Shanyue had actually paid, and it would have been even better if it had been faster. Su Shanyue's side of the sky was also dark. She stood by the window with a cold little face, and there were unexpectedly 2 more zombies downstairs, 4 walkers in all. Yesterday Liang Yu's bloody breath still brought about a bad chain reaction. Do you know where most of the zombies are now? Jiang Yu thought of this question. That shouldn't be the only walker here. Su Shanyue cocked her head in thought, her eyes looking into the distance, her soft voice passing through the screen. I feel like it should all be over at the gym. This dorm is on the fringe of the school, and the day of the zombie outbreak, most people were either on dates or in the gym watching freshman orientation. Jiang Yu made a simple deduction. Do you think the walkers downstairs have gotten stronger? Su Shanyue watched carefully for a few seconds and tensed up. I think they have a little bit of speed. Will the walkers from the gym surround us? Will the zombies downstairs attack? Will Liang Yu come back? A faint sense of crisis haunted the duo through the screen. Su Shanyue's life value couldn't resist the depletion, and she couldn't stay in the place where she was picking up supplies. It makes the most sense to have your backpack unlocked before you leave and take your supplies to the Pearl Hotel. Don't be afraid. You're using the dagger well now. 3 days tops, and we're out of here. Su Shanyue nodded. 3 days? She could definitely hold out. Raising her head, her little face turned to the void, her eyes incomparably determined. Jiang Yu, can it? The tone was suddenly hesitant again. What's wrong? Jiang Yu's fingers were flying, and he was coding. It's okay, you said. We're a couple. He added mentally. Can I kill a walker now? Su Shanyue used the most innocent expression and said the most courageous words. Kill. Ha! Rao Jiang Yu's strong logic and dense thinking from his previous days as a school bully. He was also numbed by Su Shanyue at this moment. What do you want? Chapter 11 Unlocking the third skill. Jiang Yu rubbed his brow, his tone coaxing a child. No, your current skills. He stopped the conversation. Not to mention any words related to the game. It almost showed. You're not very skilled with daggers yet, so wait a little longer and do as you're told. He was afraid that Su Shanyue was vegetable and brave and rushed down to fight the zombies. If she hadn't known Su Shanyue before and had only thought that she was just a vase that couldn't do anything, she definitely wouldn't have had such concerns. Now that I understand it, I know that Su Shanyue just has no one to guide her, and once she gets the hang of it, she's brave as hell. At least the primary knife skill should be raised to 30 before you can try to fight a zombie. Jiang Yu had it in his heart. Okay, I hear you. Sensing Jiang Yu's concern, Su Shanyue's delicate little face revealed a hint of small arrogance. She took stock of her supplies. Jiang Yu had said that he would wait here for 4 days, and after today, there were 3 more days. The rest of the stuff would take 9 meals. Seeing her busy herself, Jiang Yu continued to concentrate on his words. In the meantime, take the time to register with the hospital applet for a review tomorrow. When he uploaded today's chapter and cut to the game screen again, he was viciously surprised. Su Shanyue carried her dagger and walked aggressively down the corridor. Walking, wilting again, then mustering up the courage to fail again. Carefully, he pushed open one of the dormitory doors and waited a moment for nothing to be heard before probing inside. Jiang Yu had said that he couldn't go downstairs to fight zombies, but he hadn't said that he couldn't act upstairs either. Before she had no weapons and didn't understand any of this. Not anymore. It was scary, but Jiang Yu was there. She had just checked for food and there wasn't much, so might as well try to get out and find food and water. And upstairs is safer than downstairs too. Seeing the little girl's sneaky and cute appearance, similar to a kitten stealing a fish, Jiang Yu was angry and amused. Su Shanyue's beginner knife skill could fight a male like Liang Yu to a draw, and it was surely even better now that it had been upgraded. It's not a big problem if you're careful. Isn't it good that the little girl knows she's trying? He didn't know what he was angry about. Definitely not mad at the other guy for not listening. Jiang Yu touched his heart, thinking hard. That's a pretty tough question. Su Shanyue didn't dare to go too far, so she inspected the few rooms on the second floor, harvested a minimum bottle of Minute Maid, a bag of sucked jelly, and a box of self-heating skillets with dust on them. Carrying his things, he walked quickly back into the room, closed the door, and leaned against it to catch his breath. Tentatively, she asked, Jiang Yu, are you there? Jiang Yu smiles back. Well, I'm here. Quite brave. Not afraid anymore? Su Shanyue's cheeks were slightly red because of her excitement. She shook her head and ruffled the stray hairs on her forehead. I was pretty scared before, but I'm not so scared when I think about having you here. Hearing this answer, Jiang Yu's pent-up anger in his heart instantly dissipated. It was the first time I'd ever been relied on so wholeheartedly, and it felt amazing. It wasn't right either. Liu Fei had relied on himself wholeheartedly as well. What about relying on yourself to tutor him without failing a class? But this reliance is not a reliance. Jiang Yu carefully pondered over the difference. Su Shanyue picked up the Minute Maid and looked at it, and then picked up the small self-heating hot pot. Check the instructions carefully. She had watched her housemates eat this before, but she hadn't had it and couldn't make it. Ding! Is it possible to buy elementary food preparation skills for your schoolgirl girlfriend? Confirmation of purchase. Please recharge $18. I've been so addicted to the game for the past 2 days that I forgot it was a rechargeable game. Jiang Yu skillfully picked up WeChat, swept the code, and recharged. So far, Su Shanyue had a total of 3 skills: elementary repair, elementary knife use, and elementary food preparation. Fixing simple things, using daggers as weapons, and eating half-assed things like self-heating skillets. Before, they could only eat finished products, bread, cookies and such. With this skill, Su Shanyue was able to eat more comfortably. Opening the document girlfriend's backpack, Jiang Yu stuffed some self-heating skillets and repair kit tools inside. That should come in handy with all the stuff in the backpack. After Su Shanyue finished reading the instructions, her eyes lit up and she jumped into action with the mineral water. Remove the packaging, put the heat pack underneath, pour water underneath, and pour water in the ingredients as well. You try. When the time comes, throw away the fever pack, and keep the water in it to wash your hands. You can't drink it. There will be enough water when we come out for supplies next time. Jiang Yu's old father-like exhortation. Looking at Su Shanyue's vivid and agile little face, the more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Su Shanyue did not turn on the flashlight, so she borrowed the faint moonlight, tore open the package and began to make the first self-heating small hot pot in her life. Soft hair, big eyes, exquisite mouth. When you're done, set the skillet on the table and sit upright, taking the chopsticks and seriously drying the rice. Has, Jiang Yu, yummy. The seaweed is delicious. The meatballs are delicious. All are delicious. If I have the chance in the future, I'll treat Jiang Yu to this too. What was it? Su Shanyue took another look at the package. Oh, self-heating small hot pot. She arched an eyebrow, planning so in her mind. How in the world can there be such a cute thing? Just learning to make a self-heating skillet makes you happy. Jiang Yu followed suit and was happy. While Su Shanyue was eating, she pushed the wheelchair to pack up the things that Liu Fei had brought. Surprisingly, I found 2 small self-heating hot pots in there as well. It's called karma. Su Shanyue was inside eating a small hot pot, and he was outside eating a small hot pot. He had previously scoffed at such small things. What was there to eat? But now he suddenly realized that. Not to mention, it tasted okay. Su Shanyue, don't go out by yourself tomorrow during the day when I'm not around. Otherwise there's some danger I don't know about and I can't get back in time. Jiang Yu admonished in a serious tone. Behavior like going out to look for food today can't happen when I'm not around. He was very firm and unquestionable. Su belongs to the category of vegetable and fun-loving. What if she gets hurt then? Thinking of this, Jiang Yu cursed a few more garbage games. Why is there no mobile version? Su Shanyue's crimson little mouth was oily and glistening as she froze for several seconds upon hearing his words. Oh, I know. So when are you coming back? Hearing that Jiang Yu was going to leave for a day, she suddenly panicked a little in her heart. The tone of his voice unconsciously brought on a few points of aggravation. Jiang Yu struggled in his heart. Really, if it wasn't for going to the hospital for a review, he really didn't want to leave Su Shanyue here alone. I leave the house at 8 in the morning and return at 3 in the afternoon at the latest. Hospital, visit, review, this kind of vocabulary. Su Shanyue surely understands it. If he said it, Su Shanyue would definitely guess that he is a normal human being just like her. Inevitably, he was pursued to ask where he was. At that time, Su Shanyue's world was a game could not be hidden. He didn't want that. Unconsciously, he had already treated Su Shanyue as a living person. This feeling of being careful and being there for each other is so addictive. The thought of not being able to see Su Shanyue for at least 6 hours tomorrow was a bit overwhelming. Suddenly, the aura came. He thought of a way he could follow Su Shanyue on his cell phone. Eat hot pot. Chapter 12 The Old Wife and the Old Man. Take out your cell phone and place an order for an HD security camera. The kind that allows two-way voice. The requirements were not high. The main thing was to be able to see Su Shanyue and be able to talk to her. Somewhere in the east is self-sustaining. And you'll get it tomorrow morning if it's fast. Early the next morning, the first thing Jiang Yu did when he woke up was to check Su Shanyue's personal information. Life value, 20/100. Intimacy, 7 out of 100. Skills, primary maintenance 5/100. Primary knives 25/100. Primary food 5 out of 100. Backpack, unlocked. There are 3 more points of intimacy to unlock the primary backpack feature. Su Shanyue had been practicing her dagger yesterday and had also gone to search for supplies, resulting in a slow growth of her life value. Sleeping at the moment. The tiny person leaned against the corner of the bed, her black hair scattered on the bed, lining her small, palm-sized face even more endearingly. Without waking her up, Jiang Yu makes himself a dry noodle dish for breakfast, charging his wheelchair on the way, received door-to-door delivery at a stuck point and installed the camera on the bedroom desk, closing all the window curtains to make sure that no outside noises would enter the computer. He suddenly thought of finding a way to test, when he came back, whether other voices would be heard by Su Shanyue other than his. Point the camera at the computer screen and then open the camera on your phone app. After some debugging, he was able to view the computer screen through the camera on his cell phone, and he was also able to talk to Su Shanyue, even if there is a slight delay. It's better than not seeing anything at all. One really is a genius. This was a relief. And with a thick stack of diagnostic certificates, I set off for the hospital. The little motorized wheelchair was much easier to drive than a taxi, and ignoring the stares of the pedestrians on the road, the little wheelchair took off. Taking the time to glance at the monitor, Su Shanyue was already up and practicing her dagger. While practicing, he also shredded in style. Stab, chop, charge. The eyes are so focused. It's adorable. Jiang Yu instantly had the feeling that his girlfriend was really waiting for him at home. Jiang Yu, here. Louis Fei is standing in the hall, playing a game while waiting for someone, putting away his cell phone when he sees Jiang Yu and walking over to naturally push up Jiang Yu's wheelchair. Jiang Yu put away his cell phone. Right, Jiang Yu. Class orientation party. The old class said for me to ask you if you want to come over? Louis Fei pushed him out of the elevator, took a number at the triage desk. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. Class orientation? What are you looking for me for? Why doesn't old Ben ask me directly? The old class. Is their homeroom teacher, Li Mingqi? After Jiang Yu's accident, he proposed to take a break from school. Li Mingqi retained him several times, but Jiang Yu refused. Jiang Yu knows that Li Mingqi is well-intentioned, but he is a geology major. The main focus is still to see the practical exploration. He can't stand up. What's the point of keeping it? Louis Fei scratched his head, stretched out his long arms, and leaned back in his chair. Our geology major is cold. Your grades are good. You're leading the class. You're just taking a break from school, not dropping out. So it's not normal to come and set an example for your younger siblings, right? Come on. Old Ben didn't come to you directly because he was afraid you'd resist. We're on good terms, so he asked me to ask you. But Jiang Yu didn't want to go and heard Louis Fei sell his story. But what? What favor did you receive? Hey, how did you know? Knowing your son is like fatherhood. Say it. Jiang Yu knew Louis Fei too well. He wouldn't come to be a lobbyist until the homeroom teacher gave him an advantage. Louis Fei came a few points closer. Old Ben said that if you can come, he'll save me an internship spot for the next batch. Jiang Yu looked him up and down. You were supposed to have the next batch of internship spots too. It's not the same thing. Come on. Come on. In public, Louis Fei actually hugged Jiang Yu's arm and pampered him. Jiang Yu shivered. Stop. Stay away from me. So you promise? Hey, but if you really don't want to go, that's fine. By the way, old Ben probably wants to see you about something else. Talk properly. Let go of me first. It took a lot of ripping to tear Louis Fei off his arm. Jiang Yu felt that the last sentence was the point. Li Mingqi guessed that he looked for him to have a chat. but was afraid that he would refuse, which is why he tempted Liu Fei with an internship spot. I just don't know what it is. A130. Jiang Yu, please attend. The electronic voice shouted the number. Liu Fei pushes Jiang Yu inside to see a doctor. It's the same old story. MRI. Get the results. Ask for a diagnosis. The bones are completely healed. The sense of touch shows no sign of turning around. And you may want to consider a neurological examination for this problem of not being able to stand up. Since the doctor gave his opinion, check it out. The medical expenses don't have to be borne by Jiang Yu, and finding the cause to cure his leg is the right thing to do. But neurology and Chinese medicine were looked at. Also went on acupuncture and didn't check anything out. You do have a necrotic portion of the nerve in this leg, but it's not so bad that you can't stand up. You go to radiology and get a head MRI. The old herbalist's advice is getting scary. Liu Fei hurriedly followed in a pile of tablets and took out one. Whole body nuclear magnetic. Check the head. You take a look. If there's nothing wrong with the brain either. The old Chinese doctor couldn't find the cause either. Should we check a psychiatrist? Neurology and psychiatry are a million miles apart. I don't think so, doctor. Liu Fei was startled. Jiang Yu nodded. I'm okay with my study IQ and I'm emotionally stable, so I shouldn't need to go to psychiatry. By the way, doc, I can smell the game when I play it. Is this something I should check my nose for? The doctor took a backwards breath looking at him. Better go to the psychiatry department. Jiang Yu, with Su Shangyue on his mind. He didn't check more and exited the hospital to say goodbye to Liu Fei. Next Monday, class party. Don't forget. I'll pick you up then. Liu Fei dreaded that he had forgotten. Next Monday. That's a couple days away. Jiang Yu arrived home at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The golden autumn heat. The weather is like a steamer. All the way back to the wheelchair full of sweat. Pushing open the bedroom door, he saw Su Shangyue on the computer with her chin on the windowsill. Lost in thought. Seeing that she was fine, Jiang Yu's heart was steady. Going to take a shower first. Pushing the wheelchair back to the bedroom. Jiang Yu coughed lightly. What are you doing? You're back? Su Shangyue instantly returned to her senses and looked up into the void with a delighted face. Across the screen, her eyes looked to Jiang Yu. Filled with him, being looked at with such eyes, the fatigue of tossing and turning for a day instantly dissipated. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth unconsciously raised. Have you eaten properly today? Jiang Yu was at a standstill. Why is there inexplicably a sense of an old married couple? Well, there duh. And I practiced chopping people. There seems to be someone coming to this building. Su Shangyue lowered her voice as if she was gossiping with Jiang Yu about a small matter. Incoming? Jiang Yu's alarm bells went off. Yes, in the afternoon. I saw 3 guys on a shared bike, circling the building to repel walkers, and then I heard them go upstairs. They didn't come to the 2nd floor, and I remembered what you said about not going out. A faint afterthought arose in Jiang Yu's heart. Shared bikes are whole. He was busy checking himself out in the afternoon, and when he came back, he saw her fidgeting again and thought it was fine. I didn't realize there were more people in the building. The point is, this little fool really didn't go. And looking at himself expectantly waiting for a compliment. Jiang Yu didn't know what to say and said in a good way, although it is said, don't go out until I'm back. But someone coming here is a special case. So in the future, when you feel it's dangerous, you have to move at the first opportunity. Jiang Yu gave Su Shangyue additional rules. Su Shangyue tilted her head, her large eyes full of incomprehension. But it's not dangerous. I know you're. Su Shangyue rationalized. Jiang Yu was speechless. I wish I could walk through the screen and crack open my little girlfriend's head to see what's inside. Chapter 13. Jiang Yu. Set up by his girlfriend. This is not to be done in the future. No matter what, when there is danger approaching, move away. Sensing Jiang Yu's seriousness, Su Shangyue nodded her head. Very docile. I'll remember. Again, a bit cautious. Did I cause trouble for the Divine Lord? When there is nothing going on, he addresses himself as Jiang Yu. And when there is something going on, he addresses himself as Lord Divine Immortal. Figuring out the little girl's routine, Jiang Yu's heart softened and the words in his heart came out. That's not true. I'm just worried about you. Bad. It's a trap. How can such meaty words come out of one's mouth when one is defenseless? Jiang Yu clenched his fists. Wanted to punch Bang Bang himself twice. Su Shangyue covered her mouth and smiled with a curved brow. Like a cute little fox. Beauty is a mistake. Jiang Yu decides to turn the page on this matter. What should be instructed is instructed. And in the future, he himself will pay more attention to this kind of situation. Is their car downstairs? Yes. Su Shangyue poked her head out and pointed under the window. Jiang Yu also saw that there were indeed 3 shared bicycles. Little Yellow and Little Green. After a brief deduction, Jiang Yu could determine that the 3 people on the other side should be the survivors from the gymnasium side. Only clear and stupid college students. All doomed. Can still only think of bike sharing and face the zombies downstairs? Just repelling, not killing them. That's not true. They're all college students. And Liang Yu isn't just ruthless. So why did they move from the stadium? In fighting? Not safe anymore? Jiang Yu dragged the screen. But unfortunately, he couldn't see the positions of those three people. Jiang Yu tapped his fingers on the desktop. Da. Su Shanyue immediately stood up. Her clear eyes were alert. She could hear the voice. That means that when the call is made, other voices from his side will be transmitted in addition to his voice. Seems like a good idea to keep an eye on this in the future as well. Jiang Yu stopped his hand and checked Su Shanyue's primary knife skill, which had grown to 30. Su Shanyue, do you know how to ride a bicycle? Bicycle? Su Shanyue no longer dwelled on the voice she just heard, shaking her head, slightly lost. I don't know how to ride a bicycle. And I don't know how to drive a car. Jiang Yu understood. This should be another skill that needed to be recharged to learn. Can't ride a bike. The bike run one doesn't work. Su Shanyue's life value was too low right now. And if she left, there was no safe place to move to. Jiang Yu's tone slowed down as he moved closer to the microphone. If they're going to land here, there's no way they won't patrol. It's only a matter of time before they find you. But there's only 3 of them, and they didn't kill the walkers downstairs, proving that the fighting force isn't very strong, and that they need supplies as well as people. So odds are they'll just take your supplies and make you join them. Su Shanyue's eyes immediately floated with water mist. Her voice trembled along with it. After being backstabbed by her roommate, she can't trust anyone anymore. Except Jiang Yu. Don't be afraid. They won't kill easily. Just don't come hard. Just say you won't join them. What about if they want to do it the hard way? Su Shanyue looked at the dagger on the table. She didn't want to see the disgusted looks or hear the words of people laughing at her. And instead of joining them, she'd them up. The little girl fought viciously in her mind. This evil thought. She didn't dare to tell Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was worried that Su Shanyue couldn't beat those 3 people, but he didn't know that the little girl was brave in her heart. Of course, if they don't find you, all is well. Su Shanyue puffed up her red lips and cheered herself up. Well, I'm not afraid. Well, don't be afraid. I'm not going anywhere for the next 2 days. Always. The class orientation party is in 3 days, and he doesn't leave the house for those 2 days. Now, you spread out the food and hide it, and keep your dagger with you. When they come looking, stick to the plan. Well, Su Shanyue picked up the dagger. There was no way to carry this thing close to her body. After a moment's thought, he picked up a book from the corner and stuck the dagger in it. Then divide the food and water into 3 portions, with the largest portion in a plastic bag and tucked inside the trash behind the door. 1 copy of the rest sits on the surface and 1 is hidden in the corner of the bed. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. 2 worlds, and he couldn't get through them, and many dangers had to be faced by the little crybaby herself. It was good that Su Shanyue was willing to use her brain in such matters. Suddenly, he noticed 2 figures appearing outside the house. It was the time when the sun was setting, and the afterglow stretched the shadows of the 2 of them, and before the people arrived, the shadows and tentacle-like arrived first. Here they come, 2 of them. For situations where it's not convenient to talk, I'll poke you. 3 pokes to the forehead for danger. 3 pokes to the left shoulder for no. 1 to the right shoulder for yes. And 1 to the heart for a separate communication. Jiang Yu made quick arrangements. Now he didn't know if the others could hear him, so he could only try to think things through. Speaking of hearts and mouths, his eyes unconsciously shifted down a few points on Su Shanyue, and then darted away again. Su Shanyue was very nervous and recited his words once again. 3 times is dangerous. The left is. The right is not. Wrong. Jiang Yu hurriedly reminded her. Oh, the left side is yes. The right side is weather. Jiang Yu covered his face. The little girl still remembered it wrong. Right stands for. Su Shanyue froze. Can you still remember it like that? Jiang Yu was so smart, and if he explained it this way, he remembered it at once. Bang! The door to the room was kicked in. A man and a woman. 2 people with mop sticks barged in and froze in unison when they saw Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue was startled and ran to the balcony with a scream, hiding herself. In the shivering, the duo were this year's freshmen, and the end came before they had a chance to get to know the schoolgirl. At this moment, when he saw the beautiful and unlikable Su Shanyue, like a frightened little rabbit, he was hiding in the balcony in a pitiful manner, and he forgot to breathe. Where's the girl from? She's so pretty. Outside the screen, Jiang Yu's fists crunched. That's my girlfriend. My girlfriend. Don't look. Can you recharge to eliminate these 2 in a row? I can't. There's no entrance. The powerlessness of a slap that doesn't fit into the screen. The boy walked quickly to the balcony and stretched out his hand at Su Shanyue. You hello. One of the other girls came over and pushed the boy away. No good. The girl looked at Su Shanyue with slight hostility. Who are you? Why are you here? Jiang Yu tapped on the microphone. Thud. Su Shanyue looked up at the ceiling. Knowing that this was Jiang Yuan, not so scared anymore, she stood up and gathered the courage to speak. I'm a student here. Of course Dang is here. Jiang Yu saw no reaction from the two. Deciding to test it again, he coughed hard. Those two remained unresponsive. Then one thing was certain, everything from his side would be heard by Su Shanyue. But other than Su Shanyue, no one else could hear him. That reassured him. Speaking slowly, don't panic. They can't hear me. You don't have to respond to me. Seeing Su Shanyue's complexion slowly recovering, Jiang Yu continued to command. Don't be afraid. Ask them what they want. You, what are you doing? Su Shanyue said a sentence without any offense. Have you ever seen a kitten step on milk? Milky fierce. Makes you want to ruin a handful. Jiang Yu regretted it. He should have let Su Shanyue leave this place. But there's no safe place out there right now. Where to go if you leave? At the critical moment, it was reason that prevailed. As for the people who bullied Su Shanyue, Jiang Yu had a way to clean them up once his mind turned around. Chapter 14 Su Shanyue, can you only fight, not kill? The ferocious boy's tone unconsciously slowed down as if he was under a compulsion. This building will be ours from now on. If you want to live, hand over all your supplies and come with us. The three of them were originally over at the gymnasium, shutting the gate so that the zombies couldn't get in for a while. Half a month had passed and their supplies had been divided up. I overheard the heads chatting the other day about using cannon fodder to draw the walkers away. Afraid of being captured as cannon fodder, the three sneaked away and ran into this dormitory building on the edge of the school district, not realizing that there were still living people. Or such a beautiful schoolgirl. Su Shanyue shook her head in a hurry, her hair tossing. I'm not going with you guys. The girl pushed the boy away again with a look of disdain. Think about it. I've seen a lot of you like this. There's only one of you. You won't live for days. Yeah, you can still be protected if you come with us. Su Shanyue was unmoved, her head shaking like a rattle. I don't. I want to stay by myself. Fine then. You'll wait here to die. The girl quickly clapped her hands. She was uncomfortable when she saw Su Shanyue's pretty face. But don't join their team and die. The boy wanted to say something else, but was snapped out of it when the girl gave him a hard stare. You want to get rough? But then you realize that you can't do anything about it. Knock him out and drag him away? Su Shanyue backed up again. I'm not going with you guys. I'm staying here and not going anywhere. The girl shook the stick from her hand and grunted, sweeping the food from the table into her book bag. Rummaging through the box, he found the food Su Shanyue had hidden in the corner of the bed. No wonder you survived. So you have so much to eat. The boy tried to pick at the garbage in the doorway, but was yanked by the girl. Why do you want to pick up garbage and eat it now that you have food? Oh, the boy snapped and withdrew his hand, looking at Su Shanyue with a look of pity. You really don't want to go with us? Su Shanyue very firmly refused. The girl had a hostile look on her face and was dragging the boy away. Su Shanyue and Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't realize that the girls were looking at the garbage, getting angrier and kicking it away. Trash flies all over the house and exposes the food hidden inside. The two froze in unison. The girl snorted and waved her big hand. Pretty good at hiding. Take them all away. Su Shanyue just wanted to resist, but was stopped by Jiang Yu. Don't rush. Wait. Jiang Yu wanted Su Shanyue to be safe, secure, and with three people on the opposite side, a plan quickly formed in his mind. Su Shanyue was so angry in her heart. It's okay to starve for a few meals, but those are the supplies Jiang Yu gave her. It can only be hers. The sound echoed down the hallway as the duo walked away dragging their sticks with their bulging book bags. Xiao. I really didn't look at her. I only like you. You have to believe in my Li Hao. I do think she's hiding something if she won't come with us after we've taken all her food. Right. You're right. Leave it to Chen. That means there are three people on the other side. Chen, Li Hao, and Xiao. After the people left, Su Shanyue leaned against the back of the door and slowly slid down to sit on the floor, burying her head in her arms and shrugging her shoulders slightly. The little girl cried. Don't cry. You're doing pretty good now. It's not a good time to get tough. I'll think of something else for you with the food. They'll come back for you again for sure. I have a method, but we'll see when they come out for you again. Ooh, it's okay that I'm hungry, but that's what you gave me. Su Shanyue's muffled voice came out from her arm. Hearing Jiang Yu's heartache. Su Shanyue, do you dare to hit someone? Unexpectedly, Su Shanyue raised her head with tears in her eyes and asked back with a puff of air. Can you only fight and not kill? Jiang Yu, little girl, what are you talking about? Don't you dare kill? Really? Jiang Yu was helpless and coaxed. Killing has a bloody odor. Su Shanyue wiped her tears. You're right. You can only fight, not kill. I'm going to get the food back. Wait, don't be impulsive. You now go to the second floor under the stairs. There's a corner there. Wait there first. Liang Yu hurriedly stopped the person. Su Shangyue wiped her tears, got up and took the book with the dagger in it, rolled up a sheet, and the wooden stick that had accompanied her for many days before. Pushing the door open gently, he poked his head out and looked out to make sure no one was there before tiptoeing out the door. Guerrilla warfare was next. Liang Yu was very patient. He didn't believe that those three people wouldn't come out to look for Su Shangyue. At the end of the night, the draft was turned in and a coupon was issued to place an order for 2 Rexalls. Turn down the air conditioner, turn off the lights, then put the computer at the foot of the bed and wait quietly for the fish to bite. Wrapped in a thin sheet and holding a dagger in one hand, Su Shangyue hid in the tiny corner. Both sides of the space are pitch black, so quiet that you can hear each other's heartbeat, and the spatial barrier seems to dissipate at this moment. Liang Yu did not dare to be distracted in the slightest, and actually had a few moments of the feeling of reviewing for the university exam back then. Just after 12 midnight, Liang Yu saw that in Su Shangyue's personal information, the intimacy jumped a bit. Intimacy, 8 out of 100. With 2 more points of intimacy, you can turn on the backpack feature. It wasn't long before Liang Yu saw 2 silhouettes coming down from the upper floors, their footsteps light. Shoo, they're coming. Don't talk, don't be afraid. It's okay. Su Shangyue silently shrunk herself further inside. Cover your mouth and nose with a sheet to minimize presence. Brother Chen, that girl is especially good looking. You must like it. It was Li Hao's voice. Well, keep the commotion down. Don't draw the walkers over to the stadium. It was another gangly voice. Liang Yu finally captured a useful piece of information. There were a lot of zombies over at the stadium. Late at night and quiet. The duo didn't dare to move too much. Holding a small night light that glowed white, they went straight to the room where Su Shangyue stayed during the day. How come there's no one? Brother Chen, it was still here during the day. Believe me, Xiao Xiao can testify. Hell no, he's alone. He can't run away. Brother Chen, let's find it. Curses from the duo were heard dimly in the darkness, and then room by room they began to look for someone. Liang Yu hooked up the corner of his mouth. Su Shangyue, bring the stick and dagger and go upstairs. Su Shangyue pursed the corners of her lips and went up the stairs against the wall roots. Her large eyes were exceptionally bright in the darkness. Scared with excitement. Excited and all nervous. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Liang Yu is here. I'm going to grab the food and water back. Once upstairs, it was possible to determine where the dawn was by a line of dim light coming from under the doorway. Su Shangyue cat-like, moved over noiselessly. Lowering his voice in the darkness, he asked, what do I do? Go up and knock on the door. The other party doesn't know it's you. Take advantage of their defenses and knock her out. Liang Yu calmly commanded. He opened the cell phone recharge interface, and if Su Shangyue was unfortunately injured, she would recharge if her life value fell first opportunity after triggering the recharge when below 5. Su Shangyue stood at the door, lifted her breath and prepared to knock, but she didn't expect the dormitory door to be pulled open directly from the inside. 4 eyes. Xiao Xiao, Su Shangyue. Dawn was taken aback. You, what are you doing up here? Su Shangyue's face turned cold. I. Wasn't it you guys who told me to come? Bang. Chapter 15. After the kill. Kiss. Su Shangyue didn't have the experience of hitting a muffler, and it took a couple of words with Xiao Xiao before she reacted to what she was about to do. Holding the stick in his hand, he gave his opponent a blow to the forehead. Following her viewpoint, she could see that Xiao Xiao's forehead was swollen with a large bag that hadn't broken the skin and bled. Pretty good. Just the right amount of intensity. Liang Yu complimented. It's not like he's a good person who does good deeds every day, as long as his girlfriend is alive. Other than that, what business is it of his? Su Shangyue proudly raised her head. What am I going to do now? Scavenge their supplies, fast, and I'll keep an eye out for you. Su Shangyue's hand speed in picking up things was fast. It's all practiced from previous trips to that magical place out there to pick things up, and a slow minute is a tired minute. These 3 people are nothing are still scavenging Su Shangyue's supplies. Even the plastic bag is still wrapped in her before. Su Shangyue picked up the plastic bag and swept around. There was nothing more. It can be withdrawn. Liang Yu estimated that those 2 were about to return. After Su Shangyue left on her side, she didn't go downstairs, but instead hid inside the dormitory on the 4th floor, the one she lived in at the very beginning. She pressed her ear to the crack in the door, listening for the slightest movement coming from outside. Liang Yu, on the other hand, listened through the computer screen. Footsteps came from downstairs, the sounds of fast sprinting, cursing, and kicking at the walls. Su Shangyue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Well, stop laughing and hurry up and eat. They'll be looking for us soon, but there should only be one coming. Liang Yu analyzes the situation. They were teased by Su Shanyue. They must be furious. They will leave one person to take care of that Xiao Xiao, and the remaining one to take revenge. Quickly and gracefully, Su Shanyue ate the bun and took a few sips of water. Where do I put my food? Put it wherever you want. It's going to be a tough fight later. Are you scared? Liang Yu was a bit worried about Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue nodded, her complexion slightly downcast. It's okay. I know. They are the same as Liang Yu. How she hadn't thought to fight back when she was bullied. But she had no strength or weapons. Not anymore. She has. To be an adult is to be baptized in blood. Listening to Su Shanyue's slightly middle-aged speech, Liang Yu was a bit more relieved. The end of the day is almost 20 days. The little girl to live to the end. Only oneself is enough? Definitely not enough. To have the courage to face the truth, the determination to rise up and the ability to fight to the end. There was a stillness in the air. Buzz off. Who's calling at this hour? Pick it up. Unfamiliar number. Liang Yu did not hesitate to refuse. What was more important than Su Shanyue's safety at this moment? Blackmail in case the other side shamelessly calls again. At this time in Linchuan University's dormitory, Pei Yuchi listened to the occupied voice coming out of her cell phone and knew that this number had been blacked out by Liang Yu. It was very fortuitous for her to hear a little rumor today that Liang Yu's compensation might be $300,000 to $500,000. $35,000 sounds very little in the era of the internet's per capita income of millions of dollars a year. But if you earn more than $10,000 a month, if you do not eat or drink, it will take 3 years to have so much money. If she was still with Liang Yu, how this money was going to be spent? Liang Yu would definitely listen to himself, right? She didn't know what she was thinking. She just wanted to call Liang Yu and urge him not to spend this money frivolously. A wave of aggression rose in Pei Yuchi's heart. Inexplicably, he thought of what Liang Yu said at his house that day. He has a girlfriend. She wasn't in her right mind that day and really thought Liang Yu had a girlfriend. Now think carefully, what kind of person Liang Yu is. She knows very well, there are no other women around. Just discharged from the hospital. How can he suddenly have a girlfriend? She felt that it was more likely that Liang Yu knew she was going to be there and temporarily found a recording to piss herself off. Well, did you get through? Xinwan, her roommate who was sitting under the bed eating instant noodles, suddenly looked up and asked her. Pei Yuchi quickly deleted the dial-out record and returned the phone to her roommate with a disinterested look on her face. Forget it, no more fighting. Hey, don't you care? Liang Yu must have pulled you black because he didn't want to drag you down. Xinwan comforted. Their geology department is having an orientation in a couple of days, and I heard that Liang Yu, the legendary school bully, will be attending? So you can go find him then. Xinwan was one of the few who knew about the duo's romance. Pei Yuchi didn't say anything, lying on the bed with a dryness in her eyes, rolling over to face the wall, her tone muffled. I'm not going. Asterisk. Su Shanyue retreated to the familiar corner of the bed again. The curtains that had been repaired earlier were once again blown open by the wind, and as moonlight poured into the room, Su Shanyue shrank into a ball and slept lightly with her eyes closed. Daggers and sticks were kept within reach. Liang Yu had said that she would be alerted to any danger, so she slept at ease. Previously, Liang Yu was not quite daring to stare at Su Shanyue, too beautiful and eye-catching like a small sun. It's now quite frankly, staring at his girlfriend. Hair like seaweed, eyebrows that were not too thick and not too light just right, and eyelashes so long that the moonlight cast shadows. The nose is delicate, small and cute. Mouth. Want to kiss again. People live to kiss. A sense of well-being slowly took root in the darkness. By the time he came back to his senses again, it was almost dawn, and he glanced at the time. 4 in the morning, the time when human vigilance is at its lowest. The thought had just floated to the surface of his mind when he saw a person appear on the screen, outside the door of the dormitory. Liang Yu was flabbergasted and instantly sobered up. Su Shanyue, people are coming. Su Shanyue was still closing her eyes, but her hand reflexively touched the dagger. Aha! It was only when he came to his senses what was happening that he began to shake with fear. Gripping the dagger, he slowly got out of bed. Last time, she was still hiding on the bed and dry humping Liang Yu. This time she has improved and dared to get out of bed and face it head-on. Su Shanyue moved in small steps, and before she reached the door, the dormitory's broken door was pushed open with force. There was a harsh scraping sound, followed by the sound of a huge house door falling to the ground. It traveled a long way in the darkness of the night. This door was half crippled by Liang Yu's kicking last time, and this was the moment of end of life. Lei Hao also didn't expect to make such a big commotion. His girlfriend, Xiao Xiao, was injured and is still unconscious, and then when he sees that the supplies are all gone, he doesn't have to think about it to know who did it. Both big men had the humiliating feeling of being teased. Li Hao immediately left Xiaoxiao and Chen's care and came out to look for someone with a fruit knife he found when he searched for supplies in the afternoon. After searching every dormitory on every floor, I finally found a door that wouldn't push open. This guy must be right here. When you find someone, you must tie them to the leg of the bed, rip off her clothes and make her beg for mercy. Sure enough, as soon as he pushed the door open, the pretty, unlikable little face appeared in front of him, with foggy eyes and fawn-like eyes. Ha! I saw you as an honest one during the day and wanted to talk to you properly. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful, so don't blame me for not being polite. Li Hao's current appearance and in front of Xiao Chen was like two people, shaking the fruit knife in his hand, like a human trafficker. Before he could say another word, the moonlight in the room blossomed. He hurriedly raised his arm to cover his eyes, thinking it was a mutant demon. As a result, in the next second, a numbness came from his arm, followed by a mountain of intense pain. A stream of blood jetted out in the moonlight. Careless, the dead girl is armed. Li Hao's last thought before he fell into darkness. Chapter 16 Killing with a Knife, Stabbing Ass with a Knife. Bar clank. What fell on the floor? Liang Yu takes a look along and it turns out to be half of Li Hao's right hand, the palm of which has fallen to the ground and is still holding the fruit knife. His hands. Li Hao rolled on the ground in pain. He'd seen people scratched by walkers in the stadium. He'd seen people injured looking for supplies. How did it hurt so much when it was his turn? Su Shanyue was also startled. Hands and feet hurriedly backed away, and just flung blood onto themselves. Kill. Jiang Yu was about to give advice. Su Shanyue was heard asking in a trembling voice. Can you kill? Kill? No need to be burdened. It's the end. Jiang Yu was afraid she wouldn't be able to lay her hands on him. The dormitory building is just an appetizer. The real challenge comes when you get to the Pearl Hotel. Killing everyone who robbed her was a hurdle Su Shanyue was bound to go through. Jiang Yu also prepared some words to convince his little girlfriend, only to see Su Shanyue's red knife in and white knife out. With one slash, Li Hao lost his breath. Su Shanyue wanted to cry but not cry, raising her head to look at Jiang Yu through the void. How? What to do? Jiang Yu thought she was asking what to do next. Su Shanyue followed with, there's a bloody odor. What should we do? She remembers Jiang Yu saying that there can't be blood. Jiang Yu touched his forehead. Can't figure out my little girlfriend's brain circuitry. If Li Hao doesn't go back, the other side is expected to come looking, so you switch to the opposite dormitory. What about this one? Su Shanyue closed her eyes and pointed at Li Hao's corpse. She dared to kill but didn't dare to look. Put it here. People are heavy when they die. You can't drag them. The walkers won't be able to get up here for a while, and by the time they attack, we'll be out of here. Su Shanyue took her supplies and weapons with her and quietly came to the opposite dormitory, gently closing the door behind her. In the next second, Su Shanyue crouched to the ground holding her knees. Jiang Yu checked Su Shanyue's life value over and over again. There were still left in her life value 15 points, while patiently comforting her. Don't be afraid. If you don't kill him, it's you who will be killed. I don't. Su Shanyue lowered her head and shook her head. I understand. It's just that a corpse is across the street and it's a little scary. Not afraid when it comes to killing, but afraid of corpses. Well, Jiang Yu thought about it for a moment. If it was himself, he would definitely be scared too. Why don't you go back to the second floor? You're using your dagger a lot better than before. Wait, someone's coming. Jiang Yu immediately voiced a reminder, telling Su Shanyue to get closer to the back of the door and not to make any noise. He could see the situation outside the door clearly from God's perspective with Su Shanyue as the center. At this time of day, the sky is cloudy, and you can feel the unique chill of a September morning through the screen. Jiang Yu lowered his eyes, trying his best to distinguish whether it was Su Shanyue's side of the scent, or the feelings of the real world. Raising his eyes again, he saw a man appear on the screen. A man with thick gauze wrapped around his face and neck, the gauze blood-stained, holding a watermelon knife in both hands. He sneakily poked Li Hao's body with the knife. Jiang Yu frowned. It should be Liang Yu. What a coincidence. The light was not good that day. He did not see Liang Yu's face clearly, but this person was definitely not Chen. Chen and Li Hao were familiar with each other. Seeing Li Hao's body should not be this reaction. And who else but Liang Yu was the one who touched this dormitory as soon as he came in? Liang Yu? Originally, when she heard Jiang Yu's compliments, Su Shanyue was still a little proud of herself, but in the next second, she heard a name that she hated. Nice eyebrows knit together. What's he doing here? Last time you were hurt like that. This slowed down and came to take revenge, but not over just in time. Seeing Liang Yu checking around, his eyes falling on the opposite dormitory, Jiang Yu quickly issued a command. Don't take anything with you. Run downstairs, to that room of dawns. Su Shanyue didn't know what was going on outside the door, but she trusted Jiang Yu's judgment. Pulled the door open. Didn't care about anything, and ran straight toward the stairs. Are you kidding me? This is someone who has raced walkers. Liang Yu was caught off guard and almost jumped in fright, only feeling a wind coming at his face. And when he reacted to the silhouette floating by in front of him was Su Shangyue, he pulled his legs up and chased after her. Su Shangyue was terrified. She had no weapon now and could do nothing but run forward, holding back her tears. She ran all the way to the dormitory where Xiao Xiao was, saw the light in the doorway, and slammed right through the door. A sharp pain in his shoulder and the door to the house was slammed open to see a man and Xiao Xiao hugging and gnawing on each other in disheveled clothes. Dawn lets out a sharp pop. Ah. Chen was angry and thought Li Hao had barged in. Didn't you say that every dormitory should be inspected? How come you're back? As a result, when he looked up, he realized that it wasn't Li Hao, but a stunningly beautiful woman who was shivering in a pavilion. Su Shangyue hurriedly turned to face the wall, her voice trembling. There is someone. Chen's protectiveness came up instantly. Xiao Xiao in her arms covered her clothes and jumped up. Brother Chen. She's the one who hit me. Chen looked at Xiao Xiao, then Su Shangyue, and immediately felt that the so-called class flower didn't smell good anymore. And Su Shangyue didn't have a weapon on her body to kill her. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a hoarse, unpleasant voice from the corridor. If you can hide from the first day, can you still hide from the 15th? When I find you, I'll bring you to your knees. Before the latter words could be uttered, he was confronted by Chen, who had already touched his stick. Liang Yu touched the gauze on his face and smiled with an evil maniacal smile. I said it, so there was help. Chen turned the stick in his hand upside down. Against the watermelon machete, there really wasn't much of a chance of winning, but at this time, how could he lose face? Wooden sticks versus watermelon knives. Hard sparring in the tiny dormitory. The moonlight was chopped into shards of light and shadow. Liang Yu has a good weapon and good skills, but he has a serious injury. Chen is not good with a weapon, but he is strong, and the two of them fought to a draw. Xiao Xiao was frightened by this turn of events and kept looking at Su Shangyue. It's all because of you, attracting the bad guys. Su Shangyue also shrank back and forth towards the corner in fear, but she saw the right moment, and when Liang Yu's back was turned to her, she stretched out her foot and kicked the other party's buttocks with force. Liang Yu didn't defend himself and lunged forward. Pust! The watermelon knife cut into Chen's stomach. Chen, Taking advantage of Liang Yu's gap and drawing his sword, he endured the pain and threw a stick on Liang Yu's head. Brain splatter. Frightened, Su Shangyue hurriedly closed her eyes. Jiang Yu outside the screen also watched with trepidation, and couldn't help but ask himself if he could win a fight of this level if he came to this kind of doom. Can't. For crippling yourself. Su Shangyue, the two of them are ruined. You can leave. Seeing Chen slamming punch after punch into Liang Yu's face and Liang Yu's knife stirring in Chen's stomach, Jiang Yu knew that the duo wouldn't survive. There are no medical supplies, no specialized doctors. There was no more threat to Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue pressed against the wall and opened her eyes, scattering her legs and turning to run. It was also thoughtful to close the door to the dormitory on the way out. Back upstairs, while sobbing and holding back her fear, she yanked the fruit knife out of the hardened Li Hao's hand. Hug your supplies and change to one of the dormitories on the second floor. It's also a pocket knife to the ass and an eye-opener. It's all a mess downstairs. Jiang Yu took the time to tap on Su Shanyue's personal information. Chapter 17 Unlocking the Primary Space Backpack. Life Value, 20/100. Intimacy, 9 out of 100. Skills, Primary Maintenance 5/100. Primary Knives 45/100. Primary Food 5 out of 100. Backpack, unlocked. The battle was fought and the primary knives were leveled up quite a bit. The increase in intimacy was also surprising. And Jiang Yu wondered when it had gone up by an extra one? He suspected that he hadn't heard what the little girl had said while he'd been fuming and hiding at the bottom of the stairs. The original plan was to stay here for 3 days, but now it only takes another day and night to open the backpack. Jiang Yu's plan was to open his backpack, go get the supplies, and bring them with him for a direct transfer, so he wouldn't return here. You get some rest, and if it goes well we can leave tomorrow at noon. The originally sleepy and scared Su Shanyue instantly opened her eyes wide. Really? Well, only that dawn, but don't be careless, I'll be watching. You'll eat well, practice your dagger once at the most, conserve your strength, and we'll leave tomorrow when the time is right. Take nothing but the dagger with you when you go. Good. Finally being able to leave this place, Su Shanyue jumped a little. It's dangerous outside, but Jiang Yu said that a big tsunami is coming, so if you move earlier, you'll be safer earlier. And even though there's a lot of danger at the Pearl Hotel, she's not afraid. Su Shanyue ate something and fell asleep lying on her side. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyebrows. I didn't realize it was going to be a series of changes that would screw up the night. The good news is that the intimacy and primary knife levels are up nicely. The backpacks are about to be unlocked, and there's no PTSD for the little girl. Setting the computer next to him, he turned off the call button, charged his cell phone, set an alarm for noon, and closed his eyes to drift off to sleep. Ever since he claimed Su Shangyue, the loneliness that surrounded the deepest part of his heart and accompanied him since childhood collapsed. The bottomless pit of no father, no mother, no family is slowly being mended. In the computer screen, Su Shangyue had her eyes closed, her small face bathed in sunlight, murmuring in a low voice, "Thank you, Jiang Yu." Intimacy jumps to 10 out of 100. Jiang Yu slept incredibly soundly and didn't notice the change in the data, until the phone buzzed again. Jiang Yu buried his head and pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Yu? I'm Onping Insurance Company. Job number." Jiang Yu raised his head and glanced at his cell phone, confirming that it was the official insurance company number. "I am. About you." A few minutes later, Jiang Yu hung up the phone. "It's an insurance claim. It's already going through the final process. A couple more business days and the insurance money will come down." Surprisingly, it was $350,000, $50,000 more than previously stated. He sent a message to his salesman. The salesman voiced back, still with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, there's no problem with an official call to verify. It's what I should do as your claims adjuster. Thanks. Sit up and move the senseless legs to the wheelchair. $350,000 won't get you back healthy legs." Habitually, he first glanced at what Su Shangyue was doing, and at a glance his hair instantly stood on end. Su Shangyue was confronting that Xiao Xiao. It was inside Su Shanyue's dormitory, facing Su Shangyue, who was like an elf on earth. Xiao Xiao didn't have much courage. "Stay here, isn't it good for us to team up?" Su Shangyue shook her head, her complexion cold. "No good. I'm not teaming up with you. I'm leaving here. There are all kinds of natural disasters after the zombies. I advise you to leave as well." Neither of the two mentioned the smothering yesterday or the deaths of the others. Almost all the survivors of the school are in the stadium now, and the walkers are over there. It's safe here. Dawn always felt like there was something about this girl. Good looking and a bit of luck. If you teamed up with her, when others called, you could survive with just this face. And there were many benefits to following her. Dawn is like that. She is close to whoever is useful to her. In the doomsday, Chen was more useful than Li Hao, who would only be gentle and considerate. So she followed Chen. Now that Chen is dead, she pulls in Su Shangyue. She also saw Su Shanyue's stubbornness once again. "I'm not teaming up with you and I'm not here. I'm getting out of here." Xiao Xiao was furious. "Sick. People like you are dead if you leave here. The sun is so big outside. Where is the natural disaster except for the zombies? If you don't want to team up, just say so, like you have to be with you." Dawn turned and walked away, slamming the door with a bang. Su Shangyue stood still, her eyes looking at the ground. Having been betrayed once by her roommate Xiao Mei, she won't trust anyone again. Except Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. "You did well. Get ready. We leave in 10 minutes. You're here?" Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Su Shangyue came back to life. "Aha. Like all couples in love. Wake up early to check in and clock in for a bit." Jiang Yu tapped on Su Shanyue's personal information and was pleasantly surprised to find that the proximity density was up to par. "Ding. Is it possible to buy a junior backpack for your school girlfriend? Su Shangyue? Confirm purchase. Please recharge $19800. The when the intimacy grows to video function can be unlocked, 20. Ga? Video? Jiang Yu couldn't help but straighten his hair. Right now he can see Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue can't see him. If by then Su Shangyue knew he was a cripple. Jiang Yu didn't think any further. Shameful to avoid but at least useful. Intimacy to 20. That's at least 10 days away. Let's talk about it then. So far, Jiang Yu had also figured out the recharge routine of the garbage game. Prices of food and medicines are basically the same as in reality. Beginner skills are all $18. Density unlocked. World progress, all such important features are $198. Skilled recharge. Here, a small gift for you. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth unconsciously hooked up slightly. Su Shangyue, who was in the process of eliminating the last piece of bread, raised her head in confusion. "What is it?" Jiang Yu also didn't know what form the primary backpack would take to show Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue was confused at first, and then suddenly rejoiced. In her perspective, she suddenly entered a space like a supermarket, almost the size of a dormitory. Empty, snow-white walls, light coming from nowhere, as if waiting for her to fill the place. She lifted her hand to touch the straight, snow-white wall, and the touch was not too cold, not too hot, but very real. Into space. Is this space? Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu's perspective also followed her into this place. It turns out that the backpack is like this, with a visual area of 20 square meters and a height of about 3 meters. which means that there are 60 cubic meters of space available. This is a beginner's backpack. I don't know how big the intermediate and advanced backpacks will be. It would be nice to be able to stuff airplanes and cannons when the time comes. Visually, everything in the girlfriend's backpack document would fit in. And while he had time, Liang Yu stuffed some more things in. You look for a way to enter the space, Liang Yu reminded her. Aha! Su Shangyue closed her eyes, and in her heart she mumbled, "Get out." The next moment, appearing in the dormitory, and again, in my mind, I mumbled, "Get in." Into space again. After doing this a few times, she had gotten pretty good at it. Wait a minute. Liang Yu told her to stop, tapping on his personal information and seeing that his life value was still 20. That is, going in and out of space does not consume life points. You find something random and instantly go into space when you throw it on the ground. And we'll test it. Su Shangyue casually threw her own dagger to the ground while flashing into space. And then what? Get out again. When Su Shangyue went out again, the dagger had already fallen to the ground. Neither of them heard the dagger hit the ground, proving that they couldn't hear anything outside in the space and that the flow of time outside was normal. Chapter 18, 3 minutes so I can take a shower. Liang Yu pondered for a moment. You enter the space for a while and see if you'll be forced to send it out. Su Shangyue nodded. She now understood what Liang Yu was doing. When she entered the space, she stood quietly inside. Liang Yu takes advantage of the time and orders himself a lunch takeout. Note, put it at the door. No knocking, no calling, so as not to disturb him at a critical time. Then take 2 minutes to wash up. When he came back again, he just happened to see Su Shangyue leave the space and appear in the dormitory. Glancing at the clock, 3 minutes. You go into the space for 3 minutes and you're teleported out. Try again. Can you still go in? Su Shangyue obediently closed her eyes, but when she opened her eyes again she was still in the dormitory. A trace of panic flashed across her pure little face. Liang Yu, I can't get in. It's okay, don't panic. It's the testing phase. Just wait. Next, every 30 seconds, Su Shangyue was allowed to try. And it wasn't until 3 minutes later that Su Shangyue managed to enter again. She patted her heart. That was close. I thought I couldn't get in. She didn't bother to delve into why Liang Yu gave her the space. Liang Yu himself wasn't familiar with it. Being able to have a space like that, even if it was only for 3 minutes, could have saved her many times over. For the last test, you try to see if you can appear in any other location in the dormitory. Well, Su Shangyue nodded, realizing after a few tries that wherever she entered from, she would be wherever she came out. Liang Yu stroked his chin and summarized. 60 square meters. When entering zero consumption, time flows in the space the same as outside. No sound from outside can get in. Come out from wherever you went in. Current maximum dwell time 3 minutes. Cooldown 3 minutes. Su Shangyue nodded along, silently memorizing this in her heart. Now can I get going? No. There's one more test. In Liang Yu's perspective, the area beyond the space backpack could be seen as a haze, emitting a faint white light. There's about 2 meters of visibility. I just don't know if it will show up if someone approaches the place. You go upstairs and find Xiao Xiao, right in front of her dormitory. And when she comes out you go into space and I'll see what's going on. There was still half a bottle of water left. Su Shangyue didn't drink it, and with a thought, she received it into her backpack and put the dagger away as well. It took a few practice runs to get the dagger out of the space on the way up the stairs. Standing at the door to Xiao Xiao's dormitory, she listened with a sideways ear to make sure someone was inside before lifting her hand to knock. Xiao Xiao was now angry and scared. The 2 men who came along are dead. She became a person again. A sudden knock on the door startled her. After a few seconds, reason returned. Who else but that pretty girl could be so polite in this building? It can't be a listing. Ha, regretting it now? Want to team up with me? That depends on whether I'm willing or not. Xiao Xiao decided to take the other party hard and show them who was the boss. Jerking open the door to the dormitory. I'm telling you. Ha, where is everyone? She frowned and looked from side to side, hesitantly and cautiously hurrying to close the door behind her after not seeing anyone. On Liang Yu's side, he could see a small black dot appear and leave. Think that's Dawn. The last test was completed. When Su Shallow Moon entered the space, someone approaching within meters would appear as a black dot. 2. Okay, you can come out now. Get ready. We're outta here in 15 minutes. Yes. Su Shangyue was a bit excited, and after coming out of the space, she retreated to her dormitory and sat in front of the window to observe the downstairs. Wanted to see where the walkers were. Liang Yu turned off the call button just as the takeout arrived. Tomato and egg over rice with potatoes and corn in it. It's not as good as the ones I make. Liang Yu gave his assessment. And then it suddenly occurred to him that it would be nice if Su Shangyue could eat her own cooking one day. Eat dinner. Took a bottle of happy water into the bedroom. He never drink this stuff. If not Louis Fei buy, he himself probably will not buy. I don't know if Su Shanyue likes to drink it. Suddenly something comes to mind. Find a marker and draw a circle on the bottle. Take a picture and send it to the computer. After eating and returning to the computer, Su Shanyue leaned over the window. 3, 4, 5. Adorable look that makes you want to jerk it off. The head petting and jerking cat kind. Not the other way around. Jiang Yu downloaded the picture of the Coke he had just posted and put it into the girlfriend's backpack document. Here, tell us what supplies you want. Yeah, you're here. Su Shanyue twisted her head, her eyes shining brightly. She was happy to be leaving here soon. Sitting on the edge of the bed and resting her chin, she cocked her head and pondered what supplies she needed. Anything? Well, as long as the space can fit. Jiang Yu's tone was not to mention how spoiled he was. He didn't even realize it himself. Then I'll take the shower where I can take a shower. 3 minutes. I can take a shower. Girls, daggers swinging with a whimper. Being chased by walkers, and the first need is still a shower. Jiang Yu guffawed. Search online for a shower. The automatic water up and down. Automatic heating kind. And put it in the dock. No. Jiang Yu. I still need food and water and weapons. Su Shanyue immediately woke up. In the doomsday, food and water, medicine and weapons are what matters. Jiang Yu checked the documents and increased the amount of living supplies some more, ensuring that Su Shanyue could live for 2 months even by herself. Well, all of these. And, Su Shanyue's face spread red. Her voice was like a mosquito. Sanitary napkins, underwear, panties. Well, there is. Jiang Yu also felt his face burning. Hands haven't even been held yet. Yet we're discussing things like this first. Then I don't have anything I need. Su Shanyue obediently shook her head. She wasn't greedy. She was lucky to have the help of Lord Divine Fairy to survive. Can't be greedy. Okay, did you count how many walkers? Well, there are 4 near and 5 far away. The number has increased again. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, tapping on the map of city. You don't know how to ride a bike. You need to run with all your might when you get downstairs and go to the place where you were looking for supplies before. Leave before you run out of stamina, and I'll tell you how to get there then. Su Shanyue nodded her head vigorously, straightened her clothes, and gave herself a boost with a firm face. I'll remember. Threw a stool down on the 2nd floor balcony first. The loud noise immediately attracts nearby zombies, lurching and slowly making their way towards the stairs. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of Xiao Xiao upstairs. Xiao Xiao cautiously probed to check, and saw Su Shanyue running out of the dormitory building. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** go out to die. Xiao Xiao curses viciously and picks up the watermelon knife left behind after Liang Yu's death and goes downstairs. Those two corpses. She held back her nausea and threw them through the window. It was such a hot day. Not dealt with by then, the whole building was stinking. The body was dumped yesterday. And when I looked at it today, it had been chewed up by walkers. Xiao Xiao really wanted Su Shangyue to stay. But this person didn't know any better. So it was better to die outside. When I reached the first floor, I saw that the iron gate was still in a locked state. Proof that Su Shangyue had just locked the door when she left. If she had, she would have just left. What did she care about other people's deaths? Xiao Xiao looked complicated and spat after a few seconds. Abusive good guy. Deserves to die outside. Jiang Yu, I feel like the zombies are moving faster. Su Shangyue was panting. She'd been at this speed before, and could outrun walkers by a wide margin. But having just run out, it wasn't long before the few walkers near the dormitory lumbered after them. Broken varsity jerseys hung empty on them. The scalp was rotting and reeked of a foul odor. Jiang Yu could smell it through the screen. Chapter 19. Filling space together. Such a distinctive odor of human putrefaction. He had smelled it at the hospital. The first time I smelled dust. The second time it was blood. And this time, there was no mistaking it. Jiang Yu's eyes moved to the game icon. Is it really still just a game? If it's not just a game, what is it? Jiang Yu was fiercely shocked by this thought of his. A cute pixelated villain appeared on the screen as he watched Su Shanyue's figure stumble and disappear into the picture. Black pants, white top, long black hair, big eyes. Jiang Yu dragged the girlfriend's backpack document and put it in front of Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue was less apprehensive when she saw the white sky and earth again, knowing that this was Jiang Yu's territory. And it's full of supplies. She couldn't take much before, but it was different now that she had space. There was a lot of food, a small hot pot with self-heating rice, and a variety of plasticky egg-fried rice, all of which she loved, each in large quantities, with a surprisingly large number of her favorites, 100 servings of. Jiang Yu, our space, freshness? It was hard for Su Shanyue, who had zero life skills, to think of such a crucial question. Jiang Yu covered his forehead, not having thought about it. Don't want it when it gets stale. Don't worry about it. In retrospect, Su Shangyue was talking about our space? Surprisingly, it gave him a feeling that his wife was saying to him our home. Fantastic. Su Shangyue continued to pick up supplies, drinking water, drinks, fruits, lunch meat, everything, just like a small supermarket. How come there's only one bottle of Coke? Su Shangyue picked up a bottle of Coke, and there was a circle drawn on the bottle. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, the pictures he took could also be sent in as supplies. So if he shoots a self, can he get in? He was startled by the strange and treacherous idea he had, and after a moment's thought, it still wouldn't work. If we do get in, how do we get out? If he can't get out, who will prepare the supplies? It will really be a fleeing couple then. Gather your thoughts and stop thinking about the subject. You put all the food in the space side. Aha! Su Shangyue was obedient. The items didn't need her to carry them herself when they arrived in the space. As long as she moved her mind, the supplies would organize themselves. The whole half wall, full of food, was a joy to look at. On the other side Su Shangyue put clothes, summer, fall and winter, indoor and outdoor, as well as socks, shoes and boots. There's even lingerie, various colors and sizes. Looking at Su Shangyue blushing to the root of her ears, murmuring unable to speak, Jiang Yu also felt his face burn a bit. That, you pick what you can wear, just throw it here if you don't like it. Aha! Su Shangyue's voice was similar to a mosquito. After gathering up her clothes and all that, she swung her hand up to fan the heat from her face, her eyes wide and wet. Next to the clothes, there is a place to store hygiene products and medicines. The medicines were very complete. Antibiotics, anti-inflammatories, antipyretics, antidiarrheals, band-aids, gauze, electrolytes, antiseptic, etc. A whole big box. The household items are also well stocked with all the shampoo, body wash, and skin care products she can use. Combs, hair ropes, toothbrushes and toothpaste, nail clippers and scissors, toilet paper and sanitary napkins. Every time she stowed something, she felt Jiang Yu's meticulousness. Growing up, she didn't lack for money or a housekeeper to serve her. But her parents never cared about these minor details of her life. In Jiang Yu's place, Su Shangyue felt for the first time what it meant to be unfailingly attentive. As I collected them, my eyes couldn't help but moisten, and large tears fell like pearls. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yu looked around. There were no zombies. Why is she crying? Oh, thank you. Intimacy, 12 out of 100. Surprisingly, the intimacy has increased by 2 points. Jiang Yu. It's nice that the little girl is thankful, but what's the point of growing so fast? He thought that his intimacy reached inexplicably flinched in his heart when he would be able to video with Su Shangyue. 20. His legs. Alright, these are nothing. Quickly collect your things. You won't have the stamina in a while. Jiang Yu digressed. Su Shangyue wiped her tears while collecting things into her space. When she saw the pink AK and pistol, her fingers trembled and she couldn't be bothered to cry. Is this for me too? Silenced pistols. All for you. Jiang Yu had been keeping an eye on the screen and didn't see the weapon prompt. It could only be tried again when Su Shangyue returned to the game interface. What's this again? Su Shangyue picked up the remote control bomb and looked at it, as if she had only seen it in a movie. Here's the remote controlled bomb. And those drones, night vision devices, and robot dogs, put them away. Oh, and bullets, don't forget. Jiang Yu reminded that he had placed enough matching bullets, enough for Su Shangyue to practice and deter. Listening to Jiang Yu's words, Su Shanyue's mind moved, and these weapons were received into the space, and the bullets were also put away. Clothes, daily necessities, medicines, weapons, took up an entire wall. Su Shangyue walked forward while collecting her things. Suddenly, she took a few quick steps and a one-piece shower appeared in front of her. Next to the shower are 2 large water tanks. When you get to a place with a clean water source, you can also catch the water, and it is very convenient to throw out the wastewater from the shower directly with your mind. She can stay in the space for minutes, and with this, she can take a shower every day. 3. Is this for me too? She blinked her big eyes with a look of delight. Well, it's all yours. Can the stamina still support it? Jiang Yu looked at her personal information and saw that her life value had dropped by 2 points. Well, it's okay. Su Shangyue quickly put her things away. By the end of the day she was numb and a ruthless organizing tool person. Power supply, kettle, ladder, folding table and chairs, sleeping bag, tent, lighting tools, repair tools, long rope, kayak, life jacket. It almost fills up the space. Su Shangyue felt that with so many things, she would have no problem at all living for 2 months. Jiang Yu gave her a home. And finally, there's a pink bike. I don't know how to ride yet. Su Shangyue looked apologetic. It's fine. Put it away first. I'll teach you when I have time. Jiang Yu wanted to put in a car, but right now Su Shanyue wouldn't be able to and there wasn't enough space. Let's get a bike and try it out first. Su Shanyue felt the gradual loss of her physical strength, finished collecting everything and left the place. Life value, 18/100. This trip consumed 6 points. Jiang Yu had a meaty pain. Seeing Su Shanyue's figure reappear on the screen, a long sigh of relief came. Everything is going well. Jiang Yu clicked on the map and found Su Shanyue's location. You go south first. There's a 3-story rotten building. No one was there before the end of the day, so I guess there weren't too many zombies. After doomsday leaks on all sides and no one will stay there. Go there and rest first. It was sunny out, and if you ignored the dirty, dilapidated streets and the occasional walker that wandered in and out, it was definitely a good view. But right now, there's not much on the busy streets, and the cars are twisted and crammed together. The end came suddenly and silently. The ones who died directly in the car were the lucky ones. Some were halfway through the run and were left with skeletons not on by walkers and just left on the side of the road. For the first time, Jiang Yu saw the scene on the street so closely. Chapter 20 Beginning Firearm Skills Purchased. Even with the sunlight, a scene like this sends chills down your back. If one day the real world does come to an end, is it the same scenario? Jiang Yu rubbed his thighs. Snicker. When the real doomsday comes, he can't run like this. He should be one of the first to hang up. Wear a mask. The air doesn't smell good. Hearing Jiang Yu's reminder, Su Shanyue's mind moved and it appeared in her hand N95. When she put it on, all that was left of her small, palm-sized face was her big, flashing eyes, and she took out another headband in her hand and tied it up in a low ponytail. It's easier to move around. She tiptoed through the door of the rotten building. It's a shopping mall. It's all concrete. No roof. No windows. Pricking up his ears and listening carefully, there was no strange sound. Su Shanyue asked in a low voice, "So I'm going in?" "Well, if there's danger, go into space first. Find a place, and replenish your strength." Jiang Yu swept around. The probability of zombies and living people coming here was not high. It was still safe. Su Shanyue found a corner that was easy to get in and out of and took out a small bread to eat. Jiang Yu took the time to open the software to start today's portion of words. When I first promised my editor's dad that I'd write a day 6,000 words. Since I've had a girlfriend, that's 6,000 has had to be squeezed in. Jiang Yu felt as if the days had been filled all of a sudden. Seeing Su Shanyue eating while being vigilant, similar to a kitten stealing oil, Jiang Yu hooked the corner of his mouth. She waited for her to finish before speaking. "Get the gun out first." "Oh." Su Shanyue wondered what this was about and obediently took out her pink AK. "No pop-up skill alerts?" Jiang Yu changed his mind. "Change that small one. When the same little pink pistol arrives, the game immediately pops up with a reminder. Ding! Do you buy beginner's firearm skills for your schoolgirl girlfriend? Confirmation of purchase. Please recharge 18 renminbi. At $18, it's a must-buy. Having a gun in your hand is far more intimidating than a dagger. Skills, elementary maintenance 5 of 100. Elementary food 5 out of 100. Elementary knives 45/100. Elementary firearms, 0 out of 100. Su Shanyue gripped the compact pistol in her hand, looking confused. "Do I need to practice it first? Like the dagger?" "Yes. When we find a walker to practice on, we'll get the bike out first." The thought of Su Shanyue being milky and fierce and holding a pink pistol. "By you. Jiang Yu then unconsciously anti-smiled. One really is a pervert. Put the gun away, and as soon as the pink bike came out, a recharge reminder popped up. Ding! Do you purchase primary transportation skills for your school girlfriend? Confirmation of purchase. Please recharge 18 renminbi. No need to hesitate. Just recharge. Su Shanyue had only seen other people riding bicycles, and at this time, with her hands on the handlebars, she was a bit overwhelmed. You push the car forward, squeeze the left brake, then the right brake, and feel the difference. Su Shanyue nodded and did as she was told. After a few turns in the corner come in, Su Shanyue split the difference between the two brakes. "I have a feeling that the right one will suffice." "Yes, the right side is the rear brake. It's usually smoother to pinch the back, so get in the seat and try the height." So, it's not that hard to teach bicycling. First you teach the brakes, then you teach to ride it. Jiang Yu silently gave himself a nod. Su Shanyue was smart enough to place her right foot in the stirrups in a smooth manner after she learned to adjust the seat without a teacher. And then what? Then press down hard with your right foot. Then bring your left foot up. And when you're about to fall to the ground, put your left foot down and step on it. Don't be afraid. Su Shanyue kept cheering herself up in her heart. Everyone else knows how to do it. She has to know how to do it too. She can't let Jiang Yu think she's stupid. A skill like cycling, until you get the hang of it, is all about falling. And at some point you suddenly get the hang of it. And that's it. Oops. Su Shangyue was unsteady, her left foot didn't react and she fell to the ground. Jiang Yu covered his eyes and held his breath. Pretend you didn't see it. It's a lie to say I'm not heartbroken, but I can only lie to myself. I didn't see it. I didn't see it. Without hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Su Shanyue's heart was less panicked. Maybe Jiang Yu isn't there right now. After coaxing myself back to health, I quietly got up and continued to fight the bike. Jiang Yu gently turned off the call button and crackled as he began to code. Sunny September afternoon. At some point, the sun was obscured by a dark cloud, and all the light in the house was dimmed. Jiang Yu picked up his cell phone and glanced at the weather forecast. Thunderstorms. It doesn't matter if you don't go out yourself. Taking another look inside the game, Su Shanyue could already ride her bike crookedly forward. Progress is pretty big, and it's cloudy in-game too. Jiang Yu doubted that it was hard to believe that the weather within this game was synchronized with the real world. Boom! A muffled thunderclap on his side. Jiang Yu turned off the air conditioner and opened the window to let the wind from before the thunderstorm blow around the house and circulate the air. Looking at the game again, it's just overcast, with no sign of rain coming. His slightly tense heart relaxed then. It would be scary if the in-game weather was interoperable with reality. It's the of the game's Apocalypse 21st day, before the Great Tsunami 8 days. Jiang Yu took out his small notebook and began to plan his preparations for the big tsunami. The first one, the top priority, is good enough to get the top spot at the Pearl Hotel. No need to think about it to know that the Pearl Hotel is now full of people. Without some strength certainly cannot go up. When the time comes, it will be another tough battle. That would be the second one. Before arriving, Su Shanyue's primary gunsmithing skill should be raised to 50 points. Where to practice? It has to be a place with few people and walkers. Definitely can't go for the kill right off the bat. It would be too much for the little girl to handle mentally. He moused around the map, looking for the right place. With Su Shanyue being able to ride her bike forward, the primary transportation skill grew by 5 points. Primary transportation, 5/100. Correspondingly, her stamina landed at again 20. Press the call button. Okay, that's enough practice for today. Su Shanyue stopped, wiped the sweat from her forehead, took out a bottle of water and gulped a few mouthfuls. Fell twice, but learned to ride. For her, it was a big breakthrough in her life. Her forehead was sweaty and her eyes were all excited. What's next? Do I ride my bike to the Pearl Hotel? This was the original plan, but Su Shanyue's stamina value couldn't withstand the exertion. It's safer to go back to the dormitory first. Let's not go over there. You might as well go back to your dorm and just ride your bike back. Be careful not to let that Don see you using the space. When you get back to your dorm, take out the walkers downstairs with your gun first as practice. Su Shanyue pondered for a moment, taking out the backpack Jiang Yu had prepared for her, putting 2 pieces of bread and half a bottle of water inside. That way, it should be able to hide it from the others. She had a backpack and it made sense to pull something out of it. Clever. Jiang Yu unconsciously brought on a smile. Go on. Su Shanyue riding a bicycle can already skillfully corner and brake. With her speed, it will take about 15 minutes to ride back to the dormitory from here. The sun wasn't so sunny anymore, peeking through the clouds and covering the wild and bloody city with a characteristic orange-red color of the sunset. A few silhouettes occasionally appeared on the road, waving and shouting at Su Shanyue when they saw her. Su Shanyue didn't stop for a second and directly rode her bike and ran away. Yikes! Jiang Yu, look! Buy a wife with a gun. Chapter 21, what a coincidence. The big tsunami and the National Day are on the same day. Su Shanyue directly raised her hand and pointed at the sky, and with an unsteady hand, she almost fell down. Slow down. Slow down. Jiang Yu droned on while hurriedly inspecting the surrounding area, confirming that there were no zombies or living people before looking in the direction of Su Shanyue's finger. A piece of cloud in the sky cracked open just enough to form a standard love heart shape. Trash game is kinda romantic. But when she looked down and looked at Su Shanyue again, her eyes were unexpectedly filled with panic. What's wrong? I remember. 3 days before the doomsday erupted, I was at the window of my dormitory, and I also saw such a sight in the sky. A loving heart-like cloud. 3 days in a row. I'm impressed. Seeing her scared, Jiang Yu hurriedly consoled. The possibility of coincidence is high. Don't panic. Ride back to the dormitory first. The road is too dangerous. Jiang Yu took a screenshot in passing. This is the kind of thing that scares your girlfriend, and it's best to keep on evidence. When Su Shanyue returned to the dormitory floor, a few zombies were hanging around near the iron gate. You can smell humans upstairs from here. They just don't have the strength to get this door open. Alright, retreat farther, find a cover, and take out your guns. Jiang Yu immediately began to make arrangements. Don't worry, the gun is silenced. It won't attract attention, so practice boldly. Even if there were a lot of bullets, The gun was silenced, and Jiang Yu was still around. Su Shanyue didn't dare to be careless. It was the first time she had ever touched a gun, and she asked, trembling, "Is it okay to go this far? The longest range of this pistol is 50 meters. You can get a little closer. Walkers can't outrun you right now." Jiang Yu glanced at the upstairs window of the dormitory and didn't see that Xiaoxiao's figure. Su Shanyue was so nervous that her palms were sweaty. "It's uncomfortable to hold the gun in my left hand, and it's uncomfortable in my right hand. Ni. Which hand should I use? Draw, aim, and fire, 3 maneuvers in all. Try them all and use whichever hand you're comfortable with." Jiang Yu estimated that with a little stubborn person like Su Shanyue, he probably could have practiced with both hands in the back. It's hard to start everything. Su Shalomun's first shot lands on the ground. The second shot hit the ground. It wasn't until the 5th shot that a walker was hit. Zombies, unlike humans, have no sense of pain and rely on sound and smell to get their bearings. Missing the headshot immediately attracted the walker's attention. Eyes shaking and breaking over, Su Shanyue was so nervous that her arms trembled. Jiang Yu frowned. "If it doesn't work, withdraw." Su Shanyue bit her lower lip, so scared that tears welled up in her eyes, not saying a word and holding the gun with both hands. Pust. Finally, a zombie was shot in the head when it was still 5 meters away from Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue sat paralyzed on the ground, looking at the disgusting zombie corpses that fell to the ground and almost cried out, "The floor is dirty. Don't sit down." Jiang Yu understands Su Shanyue. The moment he said this, Su Shanyue's mind immediately conjured up images of zombies rubbing back and forth in this place, and she stood up from the ground with a prancing movement. The entire body exhibits amazing flexibility. At first glance, it's a body that only comes from dancing as a child. Once you've killed one walker, it's slightly easier to kill a second one. Pust. The few zombies under the dormitory floor were all taken out, and Su Shanyue was so tired that she peeled open the iron grill door and ran back to one of the dormitories on the second floor in one breath, leaning against the door before he dared to catch his breath. Beads of sweat all over the tip of his delicate little nose. The beautiful body becomes more and more visible as he gasps, and Jiang Yu has to do something to divert his attention. Tap on her personal information. Primary transportation, 10/100. Primary firearms, 5 of 100. Great. Good bike riding and good gun use. Jiang Yu was heartbroken and relieved at the same time. Your own little girlfriend. Very brave. Su Shanyue calmed down a bit and took out the small pink pistol from the space and fiddled with it in her hand. I could tell it was scary and happy. Get yourself some rest and tomorrow we'll find a place to practice shooting. Aha. Su Shanyue's beautiful eyes were glistening, and the corners of her eyebrows were filled with gratitude as she nodded at the void. A thank you got stuck in his mouth and didn't come out. By now, it's redundant for her to say more thank you. She can only wait for a chance in the future to properly repay Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Good Lord Milk, don't say thank you again. Before, I didn't think the intimacy was growing fast enough, but now I'm afraid it's growing too fast. He's afraid that if his intimacy reaches doesn't unlock the video function when, he won't be able to use the later functions 20. Maybe, Su Shanyue wouldn't care about her legs? No, a person would care. Alas, with a complex, apprehensive and slightly expectant mood, Jiang Yu finished today's coding task. I'm so distracted today that I'm horribly inefficient at coding, deleting and rewriting, and uploading at the limit jammed at 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Su Shanyue was too tired to eat and simply wipe her hands, taking the sleeping bag out of the space. He wrapped himself up like a silkworm and got in and huffed and puffed. Not too hot either. Looking at such a face of Nuwa's full works, Jiang Yu rubbed his wrist. With a girlfriend like that, it's nothing to work harder on your own words. After taking a shower, he came back and lay on the bed, listening to the sound of the wind and rain outside. His mind was filled with Su Shanyue's figure. Unable to sleep, he simply sat up and brought his computer over to his pillow. Su Shanyue was sleeping over there, and she was sleeping over here. That's only right. Jiang Yu was woken up by the heat. After a night of thunderstorms yesterday, this morning was breezy and the air was all rainy and muggy. Jiang Yu turned on the air conditioner, went to take a shower to wake up. The laptop fan is humming. It's been shut down once these days. Can it not be overloaded? Hard work. Man, when the compensation comes down, I'll get you an employee. At 8 in the morning, Su Shanyue was still sleeping. Looks like yesterday was exhausting. Jiang Yu takes out a wall calendar that the supermarket gave him when he bought something and cuts out the part with the date and pastes it on the bedside. He now had 2 timelines, the real world and the game world. Things are complicated again and I'm afraid I've forgotten. Simply circle the highlighted date above. Today is September 23rd, day before the great tsunami erupts. 23 of the doomsday outbreaks even days. Coincidentally, There are still left before the real-world 4th of July holidays even days. Buzz off. Someone sent a message. Tap it to see it's edited. Edit, don't get stuck passing out articles in the future. In case the review doesn't go through, you'll lose your full time. Liang Yu, okay da. Tada. The editor sent a speechless emoticon. Don't be cute. Updated properly. When the time comes the data is good enough to give you a raise. It's good. Making money to support your daughter-in-law. When he returned to the game screen again, he saw Su Shanhua blinking her big flashing eyes, nestled in her sleeping bag and lost in thought. A full head of long hair slightly disheveled from sleep. It's a bit of a different flavor. Liang Yu tapped the talk button. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Isn't your sleeping bag hot? Yeah. Liang Yu, you're here? Hot. Su Shanhua got out of her sleeping bag and muttered. I can't use this in the future. It's really hot. The white blouse was drenched in sweat, and the slender waist that was less than a handful was completely exposed. Liang Yu sucked in a breath. It's too early in the morning to be so testing. Seeing Su Shanhua's tangled face, Liang Yu took the initiative to inquire. Did you encounter any trouble? Su Shanhua's face was even redder than yesterday's setting sun. Her long eyelashes hung a layer of haziness, and her lips were about to be bitten by her. You can see me in space, can't you? Aha. Liang Yu nodded. There was nothing to hide. What's wrong? Then I take a shower. Can you see? Chapter 22. Not enough intimacy to be naked. Put. Liang Yu, who was drinking his breakfast milk, sprayed a mouthful on his computer, quickly yanked some toilet paper and wiped the computer clean. It's not just a computer. It's also your girlfriend. What kind of breakfast milk did Louis Fei buy? You still think you're an elementary school student? Liang Yu smoothly found himself a backstabber. Seemingly hearing the movement from his side, Su Shanhua raised her head, her face full of innocence. What's wrong? It's okay. Ahem. I can't see when you're in the shower. Don't worry. After saying so, Su Shanhua instantly stopped worrying. Flashing straight into the space, he pulled open the door to the shower and dug in. One piece of clothing after another was thrown out of the shower. The shower room was hazy and snowy white. Liang Yu really couldn't see anything. Ha! Garbage game. You don't even let your girlfriend see it? He clicked on the shower with his mouse. Ding! You don't have enough intimacy with your girlfriend. Su Shanhua ached. To be seen. Pust. Liang Yu once again spat out blood. Naked. Naked. Photographic. See, meaning that if you have enough intimacy, you can not only video, but also see each other naked? Liang Yu felt like his entire body was in congestion. Dizziness. Must be hungry. Why don't you just take advantage of Su Shanhua's effort to take a bath and cook a bowl of noodles to eat? Su Shanhua believed Liang Yu unconditionally. When Liang Yu says he won't look, he definitely won't look. Finally a comfortable shower, albeit only for 3 minutes, but she skillfully learned to card bugs. Wrap a towel around me. Wash my hair first. Flash out and flash in at an estimated 2 minutes. Wash your head, then your face and body. Dawn stood in the hallway with a watermelon knife and a stony face. She noticed in the morning that the walkers downstairs were gone and there were more puddles of blood on the floor. She suspects someone took out the walkers. Worried that the person who had taken out the walkers was hiding in the dormitory building, she carried her knife around for a bit of inspection. If it had been before, she would have been terrified, but after having thrown 2 corpses with her own hands, she wasn't so scared anymore. Patrolling to the 4th floor surprisingly found Li Hao's body. As a former girlfriend, Dawn didn't have much emotion other than regret, and skillfully threw the sunken body out the window so it wouldn't stink up the building. The 4th and 3rd floors were empty, and as she made her rounds to the 2nd floor, she suddenly heard movement in one of the dormitories. Isn't this Su Shanhua's previous dormitory? Did she come back? It was hard for Xiao Xiao to accurately describe her feelings at this moment, both wishing for Su Shanhua's return and wishing that it wasn't Su Shanhua. If Su Shanhua came back, she herself could taunt her severely. She really can't go anywhere but here. Loser. If it was someone else, then one might still find companionship. Just pushed the door open. Made the rounds. No one was there. There's no one on the balcony or toilet either. Closing the door and getting ready to leave. The damn movement came from inside the house again. She pushed the door open with a jerk. The house was still empty, but there was an extra puddle of water on the floor. Dawn. I felt a chill down my spine. There was no one in the house, so how could there be a water stain that wasn't there just a moment ago? Ghosts, and a drowned ghost at that. Xiao Xiao pulled her legs out and ran back, leaving the dormitory door open. When Su Shanhua came out again, she saw the open dormitory door. Strange. I just went out, left the door open? Uneasy, wrapped in his bathrobe, he pulled out his pistol and quietly looked around the doorway. Liang Yu saw this scene when he returned. Su Shanhua's hair was wet, and water droplets dripped down her neck to her collarbone before flowing down. full and youthful. Su Shanyue's skin was white, and not the kind of pale that was powerless, but a white that carried blood and the scent of the living. Leave one wanting. Ugh. Jiang Yu fought the thought. Seeing Su Xingyue's lips and wanting to kiss them was fine. Why are you still craving for someone else's body now? He was obviously a decent guy before. Jiang Yu silently watched without speaking, not speaking until the little girl had finished her bath so as not to scare her. After waiting for the little girl to flash a few times, she cleaned herself up with a flurry of activity. Black slim fit t-shirt, dark blue slim fit jeans, small leather boots. It was really hot to wear this in this weather, but Su Shanyue was going out to fight zombies, so it was convenient to wear this for exercise. To say why jeans and not sweatpants? Su Shanyue tried to come and realized that it was not as easy to move as these jeans. The freshly bathed Su Shanyue is like a peach. At first glance cool and detached. Only Jiang Yu knows that this is a little wimp who can't move without crying. Jiang Yu didn't care what his girlfriend wore, as long as she liked it. With the new clothes, the life value went up by 4 points. After taking several sips of ice water he spoke. There shouldn't be any more walkers downstairs in the dormitory. You'll have to practice your marksmanship somewhere else today. Su Shanyue took out a headband and tied up her hair, and took out another mask and put it on, only revealing her two big dark eyes. The stadium, there's a lot of walkers over there. Su Shanyue puffed out her chest, very imposing. She was afraid of zombies before, and now she's afraid too, but not that afraid, and her cool little face came to say, my gun is very accurate. Ha! Alright, you right over, don't get too close, come back when you're tired, and go into space if there's danger. At this instant, Jiang Yu felt out of place. Why are you acting like a father when you're obviously a boyfriend? Or has he matured after the car accident? Watching Su Shanyue sneak downstairs and take out her pink bicycle, lifting her slender legs to ride and run, it felt as if she was going to school. Jiang Yu was secretly happy for a while longer. There had been a few sporadic zombies over at the single dormitory building, and yesterday had seen the apocalyptic misery of the streets. However, Jiang Yu still sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw the scene in the stadium. A university in city has 20,000 to 30,000 people, to say the least. The day of the zombie outbreak this place was hosting an orientation, where 80% of the people gathered. Another 10% were off campus, and the last 10% were in the dorms. This has led to the stadium being as close to hell on earth as it is right now outside. The zombies outside were like a meat grinder. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, probably able to smell the scent of the living inside the arena, and wandering around outside the arena under the blazing sun in restlessness. As for the inside, even though Jiang Yu and Su Shanyue didn't see the scene inside, they knew that it definitely wasn't any better. It was pure luck that Xiao Xiao's 3 were able to escape in the first place, without waiting for Jiang Yu to remind her. Su Shanyue rode her pink cart, her little face turning white as she turned around and ran. That stance was the same feeling as the first time I came out of my dorm looking for food and was chased by a walker. Jiang. Yup. I think it's better for me to practice my marksmanship somewhere else. Good. The little bike froze with the speed of a windy little donkey. Running to a safe place, Su Shanyue leaned against the wall, withdrew her mask and patted her chest. Scared me to death. Look out. Jiang Yu was a god's perspective and had a wider line of sight than Su Shanyue. He saw 2 zombies wander over outside the school fence behind Su Shanyue. Originally this was a low wall with a steel fence erected on top. The zombie's bloodied arm slammed through the guardrail. The little girl immediately exploded. Chapter 23. Have you seen many girls? Su Shanyue reflexively took out her gun. 2 thuds and 2 shots through the heads of 2 walkers. Shooting at such close range, every detail can be seen clearly. The zombie's rotting flesh and blood sprayed everywhere. Su Shanyue raised her hand to cover it up when she heard Jiang Yu's calm voice ringing in her ears. Into space. In an instant, Su Shanyue's figure disappeared in place. The filth that had almost landed on her body fell to the ground as much as it could. When Su Shanyue arrived in the space, she was bewildered for 3 seconds. Then she whimpered and started to cry. Even a grown man would be scared to stick it to a walker. Jiang Yu could certainly understand. It's okay, you killed them all. Next time we won't be so close. Su Shanyue huffed. I'm so useless. Oh, a big tsunami is coming. I need to practice my marksmanship. But whoops, no thing, you're very brave. It was so dangerous just now and you still killed 2 walkers. You won't think I'm a loser? Su Shanyue was afraid of zombies, and even more afraid that Jiang Yu would think she couldn't do anything. No, you're the bravest girl I've ever met. Jiang Yu spoke from the heart. Su Shanyue raised a tearful little face. Her brows curled tightly together as she carefully asked, have you seen many girls? Not really. Jiang Yu felt that the core of the problem was how to define seen. She was indeed the only one who had met with Su Shanyue to this extent. But besides Su Shanyue, the one who had more contact was Pei Yuki Pei. Forget it. Jiang Yu is just glad that did not continue to go on with Pei Yuchi. Tend to avoid harm human common sense. But Pei Yuchi's behavior has been out of the ordinary range of feelings. Simply is a bad character. Really? Aha. Don't go out yet. There's someone outside. Jiang Yu saw 3 small black dots appear in the white range. Su Shanyue was a bit nervous. My mandatory time is almost up. Don't panic. The 3 men outside were sent out from the school stadium to get help. There's a lack of food and water over at the stadium. And the zombies are growing. They used the dying to distract the hordes of walkers and send out a team. The pair vowed to return with a rescue. It was their second day out. The tragedy outside was far worse than they could have imagined. The school supermarket had long since been looted of its supplies, and the police station had fallen. Hide around the stadium and figure it out. Just now, they saw 2 walkers suddenly speeding up their walk and realized there was someone here. When they come over again they find no one but 2 walkers with their heads blown off. It's a gun. Here's a bike. Take it away. It's kinda new. The car is still there, and the people should be nearby. The 3 of them immediately looked up and around. There was no one close by. It won't hit us, will it? The other side had guns and couldn't find anyone for fear that someone hidden in the shadows would hit them. If only we could find this guy and get him to go back and save the people at the gym. They were released to find outside help, and good friends and lovers around them were held there. The walkers over at the stadium were getting more and more numerous, and the trio wished beyond hope that someone would go to the stadium to save them. I can't, Jiang Yu, the time is coming. Su Shanyue could feel that she was about to be teleported out. Now get out and come in immediately. Fast enough. Jiang Yu could only think of this option now. Su Shanyue knew that this was the best option. Actively going out could still come in quickly. Being forced to pop out would have to wait for 3 minutes. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth as she flashed out and quickly came back in. Did they see me? Su Shanyue had a look of fear on her face. I don't think so. The 3 were studying around the walker. Suddenly they felt a dimming of the light and a shadow buried above their heads. The 3 of them were startled and immediately looked up, only to find that the shadow had vanished in an instant. Scared, the trio didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away quickly, not caring about the bikes. Only after watching those black dots disappear did Jiang Yu let Su Shanyue out. Su Shanyue came out and quickly got on her bike to get away from here. It's horrible. Marksmanship still needs to be practiced. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. You ride forward along the fence, run when you encounter zombies inside the wall, and hit those outside. Don't be afraid. I'm watching. If there was no apocalypse, right now he should be riding a bicycle on campus with Su Shanyue, watching those little couples hiding in the corners move around. But now, the girlfriend is being chased by walkers. Su Shanyue followed the plan provided by Jiang Yu, found a place where there was no sign of people, and through the fence, knocked on the iron guardrail to create a little bit of commotion. A walker is soon attracted. Pust. Su Shanyue's cold little face. Her hands raised her gun and shot steadily. Great. Receiving Jiang Yu's compliment, Su Shanyue imperceptibly raised the corner of her mouth. 2 hours later, she rode Pink back to the dormitory. Primary firearms, 10 of 100. Primary transportation, 15/100. As soon as the little girl arrives at the dormitory, she opens her hands with a little bit of pride. Jiang Yu. She wanted Jiang Yu to compliment her, but was too embarrassed to say so. Great. Get some rest and watch out for that dawn. Aha. Su Shanyue's eyes shone brightly as she wiped the sweat from her forehead and burrowed into the space to wash her hands and face. A sense of security rose in her as she looked at the overflowing supplies. All of these were given to him by Jiang Yu. Take out a pickled egg, fried rice and water. Sit down, and eat slowly. Jiang Yu opened the coding software and prepared to finish today's draft. With Su Shanyue's company, there was a lot more tenderness in the boring life. Buzz. Louis Fei, brothers, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., B211 stairway classroom. Orientation for our majors. At noon, the old class is treating us, and a few of us will eat at the Aloha building. I'll pick you up at 9 tomorrow. Haha. They majored in geology. Not many students. Jiang Yu is the class teacher Li Mingqi's favorite student. If he hadn't had this car accident thing, he would have followed the route Li Mingqi had planned for his internship by now. It was thought that Li Mingqi's invitation to dinner tomorrow was mainly for him. Feeling this thought, Jiang Yu's heart warms up. Even if he doesn't go to school in the future, he won't forget the warmth given to him by his teachers and friends. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Jiang Yu handed in his draft just at 10 o'clock. Seeing that Su Shanyue wasn't idle in her dormitory, practicing her dagger, he didn't hold back from snickering. So diligent? Anan? Yeah duh. I'm pretty good in school. Su Shanyue returned in a serious manner. Jiang Yu thought of another question that he had wanted to ask for a long time. Do you have a cell phone? Having experienced smelling the game world, He often asked himself a question. Is this really just a game? There is no information online and the interaction is done to rival the real world. The confirmation came to him today when he saw the gym surrounded by walkers, high-rise buildings, higher education, all inseparable from the development of communication. If there are no cell phones in this apocalyptic game world, then he can be sure that this is just a more special game. If he had a cell phone, he'd find a way to get Su Shangyue to do a few search behaviors. He didn't believe that there were no loopholes in the game's settings for cell phone search behavior. Chapter 24. A real handsome man has nothing to do with legs. Su Shangyue wrinkled her cute nose. There is. A look of regret followed, but it's no use. All signals went out the day after the apocalypse broke out, and the power supply is gone. The cell phone became a liability. Is there any other means of communication then? Liang Yu pursued. Su Shangyue shook her head. I don't know. Liang Yu, you know about cell phones too? Does the world of the immortals also have this? Su Shangyue couldn't help but ask softly in return. Of course. It's getting late. Get an early night and lock the door. I'll be gone during the day tomorrow, so keep yourself safe. Liang Yu droned on, no longer continuing the topic of cell phones. He suspected that the inability to obtain more information here in Su Shangyue might have something to do with the lack of depth in world exploration. Su Shangyue slightly lowered her head, hiding the despondency in her eyes. She hadn't known Liang Yu for many days, but he was already an inseparable part of her life. Before the end of the day, she didn't have any friends. After the end of the day, this help and companionship is even more important. She didn't dare to open her mouth and say something. Liang Yu, can you not go? I'm afraid. Liang Yu is a godly lord. It's impossible to do nothing for a day and only accompany his own. He can't be greedy. Su Shangyue's eyes were wet as she thought about it. Dodging into the space, he got into the shower and pretended to take a shower. She didn't want Liang Yu to see her shedding tears because of this little thing. Liang Yu let out a kind smile, and for the first time in half a year, a heartfelt smile spread across his face. His little girlfriend went to take a shower, and he was going to take a shower too. The lights have just gone out in the girls' dormitory at Linchuan University. Everyone's beds were lit up with bright blue and white cell phone screens. Pei Yuchi took her phone and stayed on the dialogue box between her and Liang Yu. The last sentence was a red exclamation point in response to her unsuccessful attempt to send the words. That day Liang Yu said she should return the bag. She didn't think Liang Yu was serious. And, she checked, over $30,000 for a bag she kind of couldn't afford to part with. Her current boyfriend, Qin Yuchuan, was rich, but had yet to give herself anything this expensive. She's been a mess in her mind for the past few days. One moment it was the way Liang Yu used to stand on the stage and speak, domineering and determined, shining. One moment it's Liang Yu looking at her coldly and saying icily that he has a girlfriend. A moment later it was Liang Yu's compensation of $300,000 to $500,000. That's $300,000 to $500,000, which doesn't seem like much, but it's quite a lot for a soon-to-be college graduate. Baby, tomorrow an elder is coming to Linchuan on business. Let's have a meal together at noon. I've booked a place at the Aloe House. That elder works in a bank and you are studying finance, so there must be a common language. Boyfriend Qin Yuchuan sent a message. When she saw the first sentence, Pei Yuchi reflexively wanted to reject it. When I saw the second sentence, I hesitated but agreed. Putting down his cell phone, he pulled the summer quilt over his head. What a fool you are. What are you still obsessing about? Only a man like Qin Yuchuan, who was rich, good-looking, and had connections and means, was worthy of himself? As for Liang Yu, it was just a waist that could no longer stand up. One's choices are right. That really made my heart feel better. By the way, Pei Yuchi, the geology major's orientation tomorrow is in B211 stairway classroom. Are you going? Xinhuan's voice came through the darkness. Pei Yuchi and back. I'm not going. I have an appointment with Qin Yuchuan to have dinner at Aloe House. Well, that's fine. Then I'll leave you alone. I'm going to go look at dudes. It's her junior year, and Xinhuan is still just like a freshman, with only handsome men on her mind. She has always felt that Liang Yu, after breaking his leg, deserves the name of good-looking, 5 feet 9 inches tall, a school bully, with horrible professional grades, orphaned, crippled, beautiful, strong and miserable. She was ready to get her eyes. Pei Yuchi doesn't go to pull the plug. If she were to say so, Qin Yuchuan's potential was actually no match for Liang Yu's. It's just that Liang Yu can't stand up anymore. If they really want to be together, they probably won't be able to live as a couple. It's a pity. The next day, Liang Yu was woken up by suffocation. A 20-year-old teenager with a messy dream, and Su Shangyue in a dream. He had no choice but to move his legs a bit to put them in the wheelchair. Really? How come this cripple hasn't wilted you? Liang Yu laughed at himself, glancing at Su Shangyue, sleeping under a thin blanket. It was probably sweltering, The blanket was tugged up to her waist, and the view of the mountains was so beautiful that she could feel the beauty through her clothes. Jiang Yu felt his nose getting a little hot and hurriedly raised his head to touch it. Scare him. Thought I had a nosebleed. There was no delay, so I went ahead and took a shower, ate briefly, and changed into my clothes. On your way out the door, put the HD camera in place. Check on your phone to make sure you can see Su Shanyue in real time before going out. Before leaving the house, thinking of Louis Fei's day and night routine, he took a carton of milk from the box and put it in his pocket. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw Louis Fei coming down from the drop. We've got a real heart-to-heart. Have we eaten yet? He skillfully set up Jiang Yu and helped him sit in the back of the car, then put the wheelchair away in the trunk and sat in the passenger seat himself. Eat? Have you not eaten yet? Jiang Yu asked. Louis Fei scratched his head. I've been busy with the data analysis project for the past few days, and my work and rest have been reversed, so I don't have any appetite right now. A junior majoring in geology has been able to follow some small projects. He manages to convince Jiang Yu to attend orientation, and his homeroom teacher, Li Mingqi, plugs him into a data analysis program. Before when you were here, this kind of geologic data analysis was finished in less than 2 days, whereas now, there is not even a clue. Louis Fei exclaimed. Jiang Yu fished out the carton of milk from his pocket and threw it into his arms. Louis Fei caught it with a quick eye. For me? Boss, you're too good. Moved to tears. Before, when Jiang Yu gave him tutoring, he called out to his righteous father, probably because the child is too old to call out to his righteous father. This year they've all switched to calling Jiang Yu their boss. Louis Fei zip-walked and sucked the milk dry in the car, leaning back comfortably in his chair to doze off. It's only been half a year since he left school, but Jiang Yu feels as if he hasn't stepped into the staircase classroom in a long time. The geology program was so cold that capacity the 120-person lecture hall was only half full. That's with freshmen, sophomores and juniors represented as well. Louis Fei pushed Jiang Yu in from the front and placed him in the front seat of the first row. Li Mingqi hasn't come yet. The freshmen were whispering in the background. Who's this? He's a good-looking guy. Why is he in a wheelchair? Jiang Yu. Ah, the legend of Linchuan University. Only a junior in college. And he's already published articles in social science journals. Alas, heaven envies the talented. Jiang Yu slightly lowered his eyes, excluding these murmurs from his mind. Soon the stairwell was getting crowded. No, classmate, are you in our major too? How come I haven't seen you before? Someone asked. No, I'm here to see the legendary Jiang Yu. I heard he took a break from school. It's not easy to come here, so of course I want to see it all. Looking at the newcomer's face with a flamboyant look, the freshman geology majors all huffed a breath of cold air in unison. Jiang Yu, handsome indeed, but as far as that goes? Why? You guys don't get it. A real handsome guy is all about the aura, the soul, nothing to do with legs. Chapter 25, Jiang Yu, sorry, I have a girlfriend. After Li Mingqi stepped into the classroom, his expression immediately softened upon seeing Jiang Yu. He was about 50 years old, dressed in a plain, simple Chinese suit, thin, and wore glasses. Patting him on the shoulder. Make a brief statement in a moment. Say whatever you want, and we'll talk again at lunch. Okay, teacher. The beginning of the school year orientation is nothing more than those words. Talk a little bit about the future of your major. What you should do in your 4 years of college. What your freshman year focuses on. Day-to-day safety. And so on. Li Mingqi was succinct and concise. And after he finished, he coughed lightly and pushed up his glasses. Next, our outstanding geology major from Linchuan University, Jiang Yu, will speak for you. Louis Fei immediately got up and pushed Jiang Yu to the podium, moving the podium out of the way. The microphone was shoved into Jiang Yu's hand. Hello everyone, I'm Jiang Yu. Everyone thought Jiang Yu would make some grandiose speeches, but they didn't expect Jiang Yu to narrate a short story about grave robbing. Talking about anything else doesn't always appeal, but when it comes to cemeteries, grave robbing, and catacombs, everyone gets excited. What happened after that? Someone couldn't help but ask. Later, others asked how the boy knew there was a big tomb there. The kid said he read a book related to geology. Oh, don't ask me what kind of book it is. Just do well in class later and the teacher will talk about it in class. Li Mingqi, starry sea, vast universe, the earth gave birth to life. What is above the earth? What is within the earth? Exploring these, to see the wide world and the infinite possibilities of life, is what we geologists do in our spiritual world. I hope people find what they love here. Finally, one more thing. We have a very good job outlook for geology majors. So don't worry. Ha ha. Everyone burst out laughing again. He's so handsome. I want to learn grave robbing. Handsome? Listening to the girls' comments among the freshmen, many of the boys begin to reflect. This Jiang Yu, Is he handsome because of his disability? Or is he handsome because he can tell jokes? Liu Fei is honored. This kind of force, he cannot pretend. Only Jiang Yu can do. Li Mingqi looked at him as calmly and confidently as before when he mentioned his profession, and was much relieved. When he checked out of school that day, Jiang Yu exuded an air of disrepair around him. In the words of the young man, the heart of the word is broken. I didn't expect Jiang Yu to be much better now, and I don't know what he's been through these days. Oh my god. How does he sit in a wheelchair and talk about the universe and the earth in a cloudy manner? Xinhuan squeezed in at the back door and couldn't help but let out an exclamation when she heard Jiang Yu's speech. She heard Pei Yuqi's description and thought Jiang Yu was bearded and devastated. Who would have thought that Jiang Yu seemed even more charming than before? So what if your leg is crippled? Xinhuan can't wait to get Jiang Yu a Meichang Misery Backup Club to wave the flag for Jiang Yu. Unfortunately, Pei Yuqi didn't see the scene. It wasn't known what Jiang Yu had said again, and warm applause erupted in the staircase classroom. After Li Mingqi made his closing remarks, the orientation session was over. Unsurprisingly, quite a few of the little girls looked at Jiang Yu with shyness as they left. They all felt that Jiang Yu had the charm of a mature man who had been through the world, much better than those staggering boys. There are also bold ones who want to ask Jiang Yu for WeChat. They were all rejected one by Jiang Yu. There were also enthusiastic schoolgirls, smilingly asking, "Senior Jiang Yu, I heard you don't have a girlfriend. What do you think of me?" Jiang Yu, why are young people so direct these days? Jiang Yu hurriedly waved his hand. I have a girlfriend. Okay. The younger sisters looked disappointed and the younger brothers were relieved. When everyone had left, Li Mingqi smiled and packed up his things. Let's go. Teacher's treat. There were just 3 people at lunch, Li Mingqi, Jiang Yu, and Liu Yifei. Linchuan University, like all universities, has spontaneously formed a food court outside the school. The Aloha House is the classier one here. It was the middle of the day. Plus it was the first week after the freshmen had finished their military training, so the streets couldn't have been more lively. Liu Yifei pushed Jiang Yu and pushed the door into the Aloha building, wiping a handful of sweat from his forehead. It's a good thing we made a reservation ahead of time. This way, old Ben. The 3 of them took the elevator straight to the 3rd floor, which was all private rooms and not so crowded. Li Mingqi goes to a restroom first, and Liu Yifei pushes his way in to straighten out the chairs and make room for Jiang Yu's wheelchair. Jiang Yu sat in his wheelchair and waited in the hallway. Take the time to take out your cell phone and open the monitoring software. Su Shanyue's face was serious. Her little pink bicycle rode so fast that her ponytail was almost floating into a straight line behind her. Beads of sweat on his forehead glistened in the hot sun. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm going to beat you guys to death. Let you all scare me. With a sizzle, she brought the bike to a stop and with a lift of her left hand, the bike disappeared into thin air. A pink pistol appeared in his right hand. Across the fence, a few shots were thumped along the gap in the grate. There wasn't a single extraneous expression or gesture the entire time. I could tell that the bike was riding so much better than yesterday and the shots were accurate. Jiang Yu glanced at the surroundings in the screen. The sun was blazing, but some dark clouds had rolled up in the sky. If the speculation is correct, this would be a sign of a major tsunami coming, and the next few days are expected to be cloudy, thunderstorms, and torrential rain, until one thing led to another. Jiang Yu planned that if Su Shanyue's marksmanship improved fast enough, she still needed to go to the Pearl Hotel as early as possible. Jiang Yu, why are you here? A voice that he hated rang out in front of him, and Jiang Yu immediately put away his cell phone. Sure enough, it's Pei Yuqi. There was surprise in Pei Yuqi's eyes, as well as panic. She talked to Xinhuan yesterday about coming to Aloe House for dinner. How did Jiang Yu know? Come here to meet yourself by chance? But, she did make an appointment with Qin Yuchuan for that elder Ah. With her future at stake, she didn't want that elder to see her still entangled with another boy. I don't care how you chased me here. This isn't the time to talk. Just go back and I'll come back for you, okay? There is a major illness. Goddamned narcissist. Jiang Yu had a moment to doubt his previous vision. Immediately turn around and go inside. I'm afraid of getting into Pei Yuqi. Chapter 26. Heart-shaped clouds appear in reality. Pei Yuqi Tian was wearing a white slim-fitting dress, with a few flavors of professional clothing, coupled with a roll of long hair. The whole person penetrated the feeling of a mature beauty, standing very conspicuously in the hallway. Just the effort of saying a few words. There were quite a few people standing at the entrance of the box to watch the fun. Pei Yuqi was afraid that her boyfriend would come out to look for someone. She spoke quickly. Jiang Yu, I'm going to see someone important today. Don't mess around. Jiang Yu directly. How did he not realize that Pei Yuqi was so good at brainstorming? Just in case she says anything else, she simply spits out the word, bag. The packet too will be returned to you. Get going. Jiang Yu snorted coldly. Before the National Day, give the bag to Liu Yifei. After saying that, he He turned the wheelchair and left to enter the box, not wanting to say one more word to Pei Yuchi. Who is it? Liu Fei's voice came out from inside the box. Don't recognize it. Jiang Yu's 3 words sounded so ruthless. Pei Yuchi stomped her foot, her heart hard to bear. She just didn't want Jiang Yu to spoil her day. So why didn't Jiang Yu understand? After Jiang Yu took his seat, Li Mingqi also returned. Liu Fei closed the door. The box was instantly quiet, and swept the code to order. Li Mingqi looked at Jiang Yu with relief in his eyes. It's good that you're pulling yourself together. How about that? Consider my earlier offer. When Jiang Yu wanted to withdraw from school, Li Mingqi pushed him to turn the laboratory theory research, dead pressure on his application for withdrawal, changed to suspend school. When Li Mingqi said to think about it, he was thinking about doing lab research. Jiang Yu didn't object strongly this time. He realized today, after seeing the familiar campus and his teachers, that his heart still loves geological studies. What's more, by going to study data analytics, you'll have a decent job later on and won't have a problem supporting your family. Thinking of Su Shangyue, he was surprised to find that the injustice and resentment that had built up in his heart had completely dissipated. Teacher, let me reconsider. It's all done for recess, and I want to recover again. Well, don't worry, no matter how long you want to recover, even if I retire, you can come back to school if you want to. When Li Mingqi heard Jiang Yu say this, he knew that this was about right. It's that he's really very sick right now. It's about getting some rest and relaxation. Seeing the two finish chatting, Liu Fei interjected. Yes, Jiang Yu, I can now take on projects thanks to you. Hey, when you come back next year, I'll be a senior, and then I'll take a graduate school exam, and I'll be your senior, and you'll have to call me a big brother. Liu Fei dreams of being Jiang Yu's big brother. Jiang Yu hasn't said anything yet. The cat protecting Li Mingqi opened his mouth first, still studying for the exam. You'd better think about how to do your project analysis. Old Ben. This is good. I've got my hang-ups here. Come on, Jiang Yu, show me. Liu Fei took out his cell phone, which contained information about his subject. This project does not need to be kept secret. It is some use of science and data to explain some of the heaven and earth anomalies feedback to the relevant responsible departments. These departments are responsible for publishing them on the relevant platforms. It is a delicate and tedious job. I've lined up these images. They're not AI. They're not PS. Check it out. Liu Fei put his cell phone on the table. Li Mingqi was smilingly on the sidelines, taking small sips of wine and eating peanut rice. These two children. One is a favorite student. The other is not a good student, but has a good character and heart. The more you look at it, the more satisfied you become. Unfortunately, I don't have any daughters of my own, otherwise I would have said anything to set them up. Jiang Yu scratched through the pictures one by one. It's all about weird pictures taken by some internet users. A fish-scaled hill, densely packed with a mix of yellow and blue. Netflix question, what is this strange landform? Jiang Yu returned without thinking. Columnar nodules in the crater. This one may have sapphires and have some commercial value. Sapphire? Wouldn't that be valuable? Liu Fei immediately memorized this point of knowledge. Look again. The next one is an image with a clear cloud split. And the netizen asks, is the world dropping frames? Jiang Yu let out a light laugh. You'll have to go next door and ask your fellow meteorology majors about this. He lifted his long, slender fingers and crossed to the next picture. In the overcast sky, the sun shone down through a crack in the clouds, forming just the right shape of a love heart. Liu Fei reached out and tried to scratch away. This one looks a lot like a PS, but I haven't found any evidence. Wait till I ask the weather one next door. Wait. A chill ran down Jiang Yu's back, stopping Liu Fei. Pick up this picture and take a closer look. He also took a screenshot of a similar picture in the game. When Su Shangyue said that before the end came, there were clouds like this in the sky, so she was scared and didn't like it. Looking at this photo, Jiang Yu thought that the one he had saved had been taken out, but upon closer inspection, this one is at a much lower angle. Purely and simply a shot of a real person standing on the ground and looking up. Not that one screenshot of him. For a moment two thoughts came to his mind. Did such a cloud actually appear in reality and was photographed? It's just too much of a coincidence too. Heart-shaped clouds. Uncommon. He snapped to that game description. This disaster is conceptual. 10%. Will there be a correlation with reality? Or, someone else was in the game? Happened to film this scene and was taken out for bragging rights? Either way, it's not looking good. Jiang Yu straightened out his thoughts and asked without moving. This picture is quite interesting. Do you know where it was taken? Liu Fei rummaged through his cell phone data for a while. Nah, the provider's IP is Company City, Lian City, which is still far from Linchuan. You send me all the data you can make public on the recent geological changes in Lian City, the changes in the surrounding waters. Jiang Yu felt that this matter was not simple. After getting the information in hand and chatting with Li Mingqi for a while, the meal ended. Teacher, stay back. I'll give your suggestions serious consideration. Well, as long as you have the heart for it, there's no rush, no hurry. The little old man was very pleased, happy to check out. Coincidentally, I met Pei Yuchi again at the entrance of Aloe House, along with her boyfriend and an oily middle-aged man. Uncle Liu, I'm counting on you for our Xiaoqi's internship. The middle-aged man had probably been drinking, and the half-bald part of his head was red with alcohol. Looking at Pei Yuchi with a face loving, don't worry, Yuchi's professionalism is good. Just hand over the information and wait for news. The word was spoken in a drawn-out manner. Yuki, Louis Fei got a nasty chill down his spine, pushing Jiang Yu to leave at a quick pace. Seeing this scene, Pei Yuchi pursed the corners of her lips. The heart flooded with the slightest bit of pleasure. Jiang Yu is just condescending and tough-talking, and says he didn't come here for himself, all but blocking the doorway. But with Qin Yuchuan by her side, she couldn't say anything, and could only watch Jiang Yu get on the car and leave. After returning to the dormitory, Pei Yuchi borrows Shenwan's cell phone and hesitates or calls Jiang Yu. Chapter 27. Loving Jiang Yu is as simple as breathing. When Jiang Yu returned home, the first thing he did was to go see Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue is in her dormitory, tinkering with her bike. She was dirty, her little face was dirty, and her clothes were torn. It looked like she had fallen. Zhang's heart aches. I'm back. What's wrong with you? Jiang Yu was a bit distressed. His clothes were torn, and he didn't know what kind of fall he had taken physically. Su Shanyue had a small face of pride. I killed several zombies, and behind me, I realized that it seemed like someone was chasing me, and I fell when I ran. But they didn't get me. Great for you. Look how proud you are. You leave me alone. I'm working on my bike. Little girl, you've learned to drive people away. Jiang Yu goes to take a shower first. The end of September in Linchuan is really sweltering. When I got out of the shower, I saw my cell phone buzzing with an unfamiliar number that looked a little familiar. Jiang Yu can't forget this number, and won't forget that this number once called him in the middle of the night. Hello? Jiang Yu, it's me. Surprisingly, Pei Yuchi's voice came. Jiang Yu is now on the verge of this voicept, and hangs up directly by reflex. A backhanded blackout. Jiang Yu, I'm very open that you came to me today. Da. Before Pei Yuchi finished her sentence, the phone came busy, and when she called again, it prompted an occupied line. It's been pulled. She is the Linchuan school flower, and since she was a child, she has heard the phone tone of being blacked out twice, and both times it was here in Jiang Yu. One has already taken the initiative to call him. Why is it still like this? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Pei Yuchi was about to cry in anger. Ha? Still not getting through? Shenwan asked her as she nibbled on a Changshan chicken fillet and poked her head out. Pei Yuchi returned the phone. I'm never contacting him again. Shenwan ignored the schoolgirl's petty nature. You are not seeing it. When Jiang Yu spoke on the podium today, he was so handsome. Falling in love with someone like Jiang Yu is as easy as breathing. Oof. What's the use of being handsome? It's all crippled. What's the point? Right. Jiang Yu is useless. He shouldn't be thinking about Jiang Yu anymore. Qin Yuchuan is quite good and even finds himself an internship. Pei Yuchi sniffled and tried to hold back her tears. Asterisk. Jiang Yu throws Pei Yuchi's phone call behind his head. This person is really strange. Tofu brains have brains. Where is Pei Yuchi's brain? Is it possible that he or she is not being clear enough? Returning to the computer, he first checked Su Shanyue's personal information. Life value, 30/100. Intimacy, 13 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 10 out of 100. Elementary food 5 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 20/100. Elementary knives 50/100. Elementary firearms, 15 out of 100. Backpack, primary backpack. Fixed a bike and the primary repair went up surprisingly. You go take a shower and check if there are any injuries on your body. Jiang Yu barked. Tap on the coding software on one side. He felt that sense of indebtedness that full-time authors feel, pouring out thousands of words a day with both eyes open. Su Shanyue nodded her head obediently and pinched her dirty and torn clothes. A little aggravated. Broken. Clothes are torn then. But, it's what you gave me, and I can't give it up. Before the end of the day, she had more clothes than she could put on. But it was different now, and it was still given to her by Jiang Yu. It's only been worn for 2 days and it's torn. The excitement of the zombie you just chased with completely faded. Jiang Yu froze violently. He and Pei Yuchi had not been together for a long time. And in between, he had sent Pei Yuchi quite a few things, big and small. The first scholarship gave Yuki Boy a pair of Tahitian black pearl earrings. Over 1,000. Not expensive in the eyes of an adult, but in the eyes of a college student, it's not bad enough. In the twinkling of an eye, it was given to her housemate by Yuki Pei, and also bought Pei Yuchi Apple's cell phone. Just after Valentine's Day was Pei Yuchi hanging spinning. For the first time, this was the first time a girl had treated something he gave her like a treasure, or an ordinary dress. Liang Yu was like slamming into an electric blanket on a cold winter day, or drinking a mouthful of ice-cold soda in the heat of summer. The whole thing was soothed from the inside out. He softened his voice. It's okay. You being okay is the most important thing. Don't want your clothes if they're torn. Nothing is more important than you in my eyes. What he meant was that Su Shanyue was his companion, and he didn't want Su Shanyue to die and not be able to be resurrected after death. These words fell on Su Shanyue's ears and had another meaning. A slow blush crept over her ears and she stammered. Really? Really? Liang Yu realizes that if he keeps talking, he won't be able to hide his girlfriend's setting. Su Shanyue lifted her hair behind her ear and asked with a red face. What about tomorrow? Are we going to a hotel tomorrow? Liang Yu's brain went down for a few seconds. A saucy, stunning woman with a red face stands in front of you and asks if you want to go to the hotel tomorrow. Liang Yu took a deep breath and hurriedly checked Su Shanyue's personal information again. Practice your marksmanship one more day tomorrow, and when you're ready we'll leave the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow it just so happens that he's going to butt heads about insurance. There's nothing more to do next, so I can focus on coding and escorting Su Shanyue to the Pearl Hotel. Okay, I hear you. Su Shanyue lifted her little face, revealing a smile, and Liang Yu realized that the little girl seemed to have two cute little dimples. The bright eyes under the broken hair on the forehead were pure and true. Su Shanyue went to take a shower. Liang Yu crackled his words. Today's text is like a spring. The thought process is very good. 3 chapters written in less than 4 hours. Su Shanyue changed into a black loose nightgown with rosy pink wooden ear edges on the edges of the sleeves and hem. There is also a cute on the chest Hello Kitty. The whole thing was cute and cuddly, with a serious little face and 2 murderous looks. Practicing daggers. After handing in the manuscript, Liang Yu uploaded the picture he took from Louis Fei today onto his computer. Compare that picture in your hand carefully. After zooming in several times, I finally noticed the difference. The light and shadows are different. The one by itself was taken in the afternoon with the sun in the west. The one provided by Louis Fei was taken at noon, and the direction of the light was indeed the way the sun should be at noon. Turning on the weather forecast again, it was indeed thunderstorms to sun showers that day in Lin City. It can basically be ruled out as a game screenshot. That's the chart from reality. Su Shanyue's line, before the end came. She had seen clouds like this. Since I saw this picture, this phrase has repeatedly stuck in my mind. Turn over the geologic data for the city of Lin. Marine structured data. Everything is normal. Out of his geological professional acumen, he then queried the Earthquake Fault Prospecting Data Center webpage to pull up data on the seismic zone in which the city of Lian is located. But this data is not timely or detailed enough. Liang Yu tapped his fingers on the table a few times and picked up his cell phone to call Li Mingqi. I'm sorry to bother you so late. Teacher. Nothing. What's wrong? Li Mingqi's amiable voice came out. I'd like the most recent year's data for the seismic zone in which Lin City is located. Liang Yu directly looked for Li Mingqi because although this data was not confidential, it was not public either, and only professors like Li Mingqi who specialized in leading projects had it. What's up with that? Still working on that picture? On the other end of the line was the sound of Manhwa getting up and turning on the phone. Not long after, Liang Yu received a piece of data in his mailbox. Liang Yu immediately opened the data and started processing it. Initial data, subject to metrics calculations. Chapter 28. A good love makes you want to live well. The phone didn't hang up, and Li Mingqi waited in peace. The geologic data for the city of Lin is normal, but the data for the waters on the strait across the sea from it is slightly unusual. Well, Li Mingqi inquired. Teacher, I suspect that there's a vision at the bay across from Lian City. Liang Yu double-checked the data to ensure that his judgment was accurate. A vision? What vision? Earthquakes, tsunamis, and the like, should be right around the corner. Liang Yu pointed to one of the columns of data. But that area doesn't belong to our country, and we don't have any substantial data. Teacher. Well, I know. I'll carefully identify and report it as appropriate. Li Mingqi took the initiative to take the matter over. When it comes to foreign reporting, this can be more than just an academic issue. After hanging up the phone, Li Mingqi received the relevant data that Liang Yu had processed, and personally processed it again from start to finish. It really isn't quite right. After mulling it over for a moment, he took out his cell phone and looked for a number to dial. When the other side picked up, a young man inquired softly before handing the phone over to another person. Teacher, is there something important at this late hour? A calm middle-aged man's voice came out. Well, one of my students observed a change in the geologic data of the sea near Lin City, and he has good theoretical knowledge, and I've looked at the data myself. and it's really not promising. We need a process to report the data, and if it does change, it's too much for even the city side to cope with. The person on the other side was silent for 2 seconds before. Teacher, I naturally trust you. Leave this matter to me. After the call ended, Hua Qingyun pinched his brow and greeted the young secretary at the side. Get me the office of the head of Lian City. Do you really want to take this on for Mr. Li? I'm afraid if it makes a mess. The secretary looked concerned. Hua Qingyun waved his hand. The little old man rarely takes the initiative to contact me. He must have found something before telling me. But, if this is a misreport, it won't reflect well on you. You're about to be promoted. If I do miss, let's say I don't take a step upward in life, go do something. Yes. Late in the night when everyone was asleep, a phone call went from Linchuan to the Lin City office. Asterisk. Only when the news from Lin City was confirmed would he be able to determine if the heart-shaped clouds were a warning in reality or not. If there's a disaster in even the city, the heart-shaped clouds, the doomsday game, and reality are all inextricably linked. It would be pure coincidence if there was no disaster in even the city. But, his data analysis doesn't lie. This mental tension caused Liang Yu to not sleep very soundly all night. The dream was all about the end of the apocalypse. Everyone was busy fleeing, and he couldn't go anywhere, dragging his disabled legs, until they are chewed up by zombies and die. Phew. He sat up, calmed his breathing slightly, and glanced at the time, 5 a.m. I can't sleep when I wake up. Taking a look at the computer, Su Shanyue was sleeping in the screen, and there was no danger around. Jiang Yu's heart then settled down. Pick up your phone and tap on the shopping app. Picked out a suitable computer and expansion hard drive to add to the cart. And as soon as the compensation arrives today, I'll go ahead and buy those too. After thinking about it for a while, I stuffed a couple boxes of aspects, instant meals, drinking water, common medicines, masks, ropes, sleeping bags, batteries and all that in my shopping cart. It costs nothing to prepare supplies for Su Shanyue. He prepares his own supplies and has to consider cost and storage, but he can't just store whatever he wants. Let's take a look at Lin City first. Stock up on a month's worth of supplies at a minimal cost that can be consumed even if nothing happens. Put it all in the cart and wait to pay for it all together and get some discounts. But Jiang Yu thought of something even more terrible. If there was a disaster in reality and he had no electricity and no signal, would he never see Su Shanyue again? No, never let that happen. There can't be a doomsday in reality. Otherwise it's hard to support a lone tree, and it's only a matter of time before he loses Su Shanyue. A faint sense of crisis struck his heart, and it also filled him with fighting spirit. Ensuring that Su Shanyue wouldn't die within the game and trying to live as long as possible in reality was what he should do. Once a person has a heart, he or she is full of motivation. In the middle of the morning, he was in his wheelchair and cleaned all the rooms. Windowsills and table cabinets are wiped down. Piles of clothes should be washed and hung. The books piled up on the floor in the corner were moved to the shelves, and the bedding was replaced and thrown in the washing machine. Mopped the floor twice and gave myself a bath. The house is brand new. A good love makes you want to live well. Jiang Yu's entire body is in a different state. After Su Shanyue woke up, she changed into a new set of clothes. Beige paratrooper pants and tight camouflage half sleeves. The whole thing is a bit of an imperial loli. The small pink pistol turned in her hand and tentatively asked, Jiang Yu, are you there? I'm going out to kill zombies. She had 2 cuts on her arms with band-aids. Jiang Yu looked at it, and with the new clothes, there was a boost in life value. But with the injuries, the life value was depleted at a faster rate than usual. She's still scared and cries when confronted with walkers, but the fight can be so much higher than before. The look now was especially like a cat that had found a new toy and was eager to try it out. Jiang Yu covered his forehead. Wait, have you eaten breakfast yet? Su Shanyue's head shook like a rattledrum. I'm not hungry. Keep in shape. I don't eat. You're in great shape now. You don't need to keep it up. You need to eat breakfast or you won't have the stamina to fight walkers. Without stamina, you'll be breakfast for the walkers when the time comes. Girlfriend spoiling doesn't work either. Jiang Yu must let Su Shanyue eat. Eating raises your life value. And with more life value, you have a better chance of staying alive. Okay. Su Shanyue went to the space and took out a boxed snail powder, frowning while reading the instructions. Jiang Yu, this needs hot water ah? Jiang Yu was still pondering when he had put this in to put in. This flavor is a bit special. Are you sure it's edible? Never had it. I don't know. Then try it. Jiang Yu teaches her to boil water with a kettle and a small generator. After some tossing and turning, Su Shanyue finally sat down at the table, her eyes shining brightly as she stared at the snail powder. Jiang Yu, this smells okay. It's good that you like to eat. Jiang Yu saw Su Shanyue's primary food skill raise to 10. The smell of snail food wafted upward along the windows. Upstairs, Xiao Xiao hadn't eaten or drank for 2 days. lying on the hard bedpan with dry lips and eyes staring listlessly at the ceiling. The building has been patrolled twice and searched for everything that can and can't be eaten. And there is no longer any food. Even the toilet water, what you can drink, has been drunk. Lost a ton of weight in just a few days. If it had been before the end of time, she would have been happy to have an A4 waist. But now, she tried to go out to find food, but the school supermarket had long since fallen and the other dormitories were a long way away. Is death the only thing that awaits her? Ha! What flavor? Xiao Xiao inhaled her nose hard. She suspected she was hallucinating. How could she smell the smell of snail powder? Rising with difficulty, he probed his neck and sniffed hard. The smell seems to be coming from downstairs. Chapter 29, Su Shangyue, want to save someone? Of course I'm going to fulfill you. Dragging his deflated body, he trudged down the stairs holding onto the wall. Follow the smell downstairs. Isn't this the house that's haunted? Dawn stood not far from the doorway, inhaling the smell greedily. Being possessed by a ghost is better than starving to death. Take a gamble. Dawn pushed the door open hard. The house was empty. A snail food convenience bucket sits on the corner floor. There's someone? Xiao Xiao couldn't care about anything else at the moment. She was so hungry that her chest was pressed against her back, and if she didn't eat she was going to have a stomach perforation. Reaching down, he picked up the convenient bucket of conch chowder and poured all the remaining soup in the bucket into his stomach. It's always nice to be comfortable when you've eaten something. That's when you start inspecting the house. Strange. If it's not a ghost, who is it? Xiao Xiao never thought that it was Su Shangyue who had returned. In her eyes, the kind of soft and feisty little centurion who would die out there the first day she went out. At this time, the owner of the room, Su Shangyue, had already set off on her little powder. After 2 days, she had already figured out where to fish for fallen zombies, and today she jumped at the chance. Liang Yu, I want to go over to the stadium and take a look. Ha, it's really getting bold. After pondering for a while, Liang Yu allowed, go and take a look. Pull back if the situation is bad, okay? Aha. Sooner or later, the little girl will have to face a mountain of corpses. The last time she saw the zombies surrounding the outside of the stadium she was still scared. This time Su Shangyue kept a good distance and watched from afar without any fear at all, and rode on and on to try and move forward. Liang Yu was amused by her fishing behavior. While coding, eating breakfast, and watching my little girlfriend play hide-and-seek with walkers. Suddenly, looking up again, he saw 3 strangers in the frame, stopping Su Shangyue across the road. Su Shangyue, who are they? Liang Yu's heart jolted. Right, who are you guys? Su Shanyue's tone was very stern. Only this look made the opposite 3 feel that she was very easy to pin down. Su Shangyue, I didn't think you were still alive. You guys recognize me? Su Shangyue became more alert, her hands slowly loosening her bike, ready to take out her pistol from her space. You're the University of S schoolgirl. Who doesn't recognize you? One of them looked arrogant. We've been here for days. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Yeah, there seems to be another guy with a gun in the neighborhood. You're with me. It's better for us to protect you than for you to be alone. A man with a gun? Anyone else but herself with a gun? Su Shangyue had a nervous face and habitually looked up into the void, which was seeking an answer from Liang Yu. She wanted to ask if it wasn't better to just kill it. Liang Yu was thinking that the little girl must be scared. She was so social. He had never even thought that what Su Shangyue wanted was to get those 3 people killed. Together, we'll find the guy with the gun, free the students in the gym, and we can all hug it out. When they said that, Liang Yu understood. These 3 men wandered around the neighborhood, looking for the person who used the gun, which was Su Shangyue, trying to get this person to rescue the people trapped in the gym. Don't be too naive with this idea. There were so many zombies outside the gymnasium. Even if Su Shangyue them with her strafed, she couldn't clear them all. Seeing that Su Shangyue did not speak, coupled with the gradual approach of the zombies that Su Shangyue had just engaged in fishing for law enforcement, the 3 instantly changed their attitude. Don't eat the wine without honoring it. Follow us to make sure you don't die. Go, guys. This is the schoolgirl, with the school beauty as your girlfriend. Why do you need to care about those people in the gym? She's alone. What are you afraid of? Hearing such descending words of wisdom, Liang Yu sweated. What's the matter with these ignorant college students? Don't they have anything better to do? Liang Yu pondered for a moment. Don't be afraid. Riding a bike draws all the zombies over to you. You pay attention to safety. Tonight we'll take a night off in the dorms. The people from the gym aren't expected to come out until the evening, and when they do they're sure to spread out, and then we'll set out for the Pearl Hotel in the morning. Tomorrow you don't ride your bike. Blend in with the crowd and set off, and ride again when you get to a safe place. The current zombies were not a threat to Su Shangyue. Fewer could be killed and more could run away. The biggest threat is instead human beings. She could counter 1, 2, Or even 3 with only a small pistol now. But could she counter 10 or 20 now? Add in the walkers and it's not safe to set out alone. Tomorrow morning. It's the most chaotic time. It's safer to blend in and leave. With a journey of 50 kilometers, Liang Yu had left 2 days on the road. Su Shangyue took a deep breath, glanced at the opposite trio in disgust, and ran with her feet glaring hard at Pinky. After them. 3 big men don't believe they can't outrun a bicycle. Su Shangyue grunted and ran as fast as she could. Seeing a bike discarded by someone on the side of the road and having the leisure to stop and receive it into space. Liang Yu, they can't see me using space, right? Can't see it. They haven't turned the corner yet. But isn't it a little late for you to ask? Liang Yu had to remind her. In the future, when there are more people, be careful when you use it. I'm afraid you'll be captured and sliced up for research. Well, I'll remember. Su Shangyue nodded solemnly. Like a cunning fish, Su Shangyue swung around the stadium twice, the 3 people behind her gnashing their teeth. Crazy. Does she know what she's doing? Hey, even if you don't want to be with the 3 of us brothers, it's not like you're going to die. Su Shangyue glanced back and raised her head arrogantly. Want to save the people of the gymnasium? Then I'll fulfill you. She turned the car around directly and brushed past the 3. The herd of zombies behind her instantly boiling over like a frying pan sprinkled with a ladle of water. The zombies swarmed after smelling the scent and movement of the living. The 3 were so scared that they pulled their legs out and fled. As it turned out, Su Shanyue's bike rode even faster, and in a puff of smoke, she couldn't even see her tail. Damn. Fell for it. The slow ride she just took was trolling us. Liang Yu looked at his mischievous little girlfriend, helpless and doting. What should I do if my girlfriend is too playful? Su Shanyue circled around several times, attracting quite a few zombies, and the pressure around the gymnasium suddenly decreased quite a bit. The person in charge inside seized the opportunity to mobilize. Listen everyone, there is no water or food here. If you want to live you have to change places. Punch out. Only by punching out can there be a way out. Students, staff, and some teachers were inspired by him and squeezed out the moment the doors opened. They don't want to stay in this hellish place anymore. The man in charge and a few of his cronies, on the other hand, secretly tickled the corners of their mouths. The first ones out are cannon fodder to pave the way for them to live, feeding those walkers so they can move on. After Su Shanyue circled around a few times, those 3 people had long ago run off somewhere. She also took the time to let off a few shots at the walkers. When she returned to the dormitory, Liang Yu reminded her to change the dormitory to live in a different room. People come up and search the 2nd floor first. You change to the 4th floor. There was that Xiao Xiao on the 3rd floor. Assuming that people searched for her, it could still buy Su Shanyue some time. Su Shanyue put away her bike and gingerly went upstairs. Why don't we go outside? Chapter 30 Chancho Jiang Yu's body. Because this dormitory building is the newbie village. Jiang Yu had always thought so. For Su Shanyue's safety, Jiang Yu wouldn't let her leave the novice village if she didn't have enough attack skills. There's no telling what unknown dangers may come once we leave here. Of course it's because it's more dangerous out there. Here at least you're familiar with it. I'm going away for a while, so keep yourself safe. Jiang Yu glanced at his cell phone. 2:30 p.m. It was time to make a trip to an insurance company. He was hospitalized before, so the salesman went to the hospital to find him. And for this last trip, Jiang Yu decided to go on his own. The insurance company will only pay out to the bank card. His legs are for life. And with all this money he's going to have to think long and hard about making a trip to the bank and making an appointment to consult with a financial advisor. Packed up and looked in the mirror before heading out the door. Crisp, short, chopped hair, sharp, bright eyebrows, and upper body muscles hidden under a white t-shirt. Ignoring the words of the wheelchair underneath him, he was worthy of the name of Rinaway University's schoolgrass. Unfortunately, silent sneer. Unfortunately, he's a cripple now. Grab all your materials, carry your trash, and head out the door. Don't think about what has already happened. He has to look at the present and think about the future. Took a cab to the insurance company and found his salesman. Charmin. Xia Min is wearing a professional dress. White shirt bulging. Very eye-catching. Long hair sharply pulled behind. The whole person imperial sister model. As soon as he saw Jiang Yu, he first looked up and down for a few moments, with a few more points of appreciation in his eyes. Spirit is very good. It seems that he recovered well after being discharged from the hospital. Come with me. Business first. Charmin led him to sign and press his handprints. And in about 15 minutes, his cell phone received a balance reminder from the bank. $350,000. On the books. The money gave him a lot of bottom line. Come on. This way for a chat. Charmin handed him a glass of water. Her eyes obscure. She is 30 this year. The family urged to get married. But she earns millions of dollars a year. To have good looks, house and car. She's picky. And she's misogynistic. There is no man in the world who is worthy of himself. Looking for a good-looking and obedient little puppy. Borrow a seed. After doing insurance for Liang Yu for half a year, she knew Liang Yu's personal conditions very well. Fatherless, young, highly intelligent, no myopia, no genetic disorders, and in excellent physical condition before his leg was broken. Just looking at the face, it's also top-notch handsome, silent with few words, never gossiping, need money. It's almost as if the father of the child was made for her. The prerequisite was that Liang Yu had to agree. Now that the business is over, there has to be a reason to keep in touch to nurture the relationship. Studies have shown that men are more likely to succeed in that when confronted with a woman they like. She felt that with her conditions, and with Liang Yu's current situation, she wouldn't reject herself. Liang Yu doesn't know that his businessman is secretly craving his body. Just think of it as normal concern. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say yes. He has a serious girlfriend. Sister Xia, thank you for fighting for my extra compensation. All said and done. You're welcome. Do you have any plans for the future? Liang Yu was very frank. I found something online that I can do at home to support myself. Xiaomin covered her mouth and laughed, with a flavor that made Liang Yu not dare to look directly at her. Are your goals that low? To feed only yourself? Don't have a girlfriend? As far as she knows, Liang Yu has a school girlfriend who didn't show up during his hospitalization, and she doesn't know if he's broken up now. She asked just to test the waters. Liang Yu was slightly stunned. Feeding Su Shangyue is very frugal. He would like to go on a date for dinner and a movie, but he doesn't have a chance. My girlfriend doesn't spend much money. Charmin gave a start and straightened the hem of her pencil skirt, her mind clear. Looks like Liang Yu and that girlfriend didn't break up. However, she speculated that the girl didn't show up during Liang Yu's hospitalization, so she guessed that the latter two wouldn't last long. Opportunity is reserved for those who are prepared. She just needs to stay friends with Liang Yu and take Liang Yu herself once they break up. It's nice to meet you, Liang Yu. You're very good. Now that the process is over, I hope we'll be in touch often in the future. Xiaomin compliments Liang Yu. There's no man who won't eat that. On the contrary, Liang Yu didn't react at all, politely bidding her farewell. Watching Liang Yu get into the cab, Xiaomin stroked her chin and pondered. Is this a slow reaction, or are you pretending not to understand? She had wronged Liang Yu. Liang Yu was simply being polite with her. On the way to the bank, took out his cell phone and glanced at the surveillance. Seeing that Su Shangyue was organizing things in her space in the computer, she confirmed that she was safe and retreated. This feeling of having someone waiting for you at home is so nice. Hearts all belong. Just now Charmin asked him about his girlfriend. The first thing that came to his mind was Su Shangyue, pressing nothing on Pei Yuchi. I only didn't expect that when I arrived at the bank. I ran into Pei Yuchi. Seeing Pei Yuchi sitting in the hall with information seemingly waiting for someone, Liang Yu's first reaction was to turn around and leave. Financial products come later. He was now most afraid of running into Pei Yuchi. The other party is unreasonable, both wanting and needing, and it really gives him a headache. Pei Yuchi had dinner with the elders of Qin Yuchuan's family yesterday, and today she came to go through the interview process. I didn't expect to meet Liang Yu here. Did he say no, but still think of himself? How did he find this place? Pei Yuchi stood up violently and shouted. Liang Yu, stop. Everyone in the hall gazed over. Liang Yu has no choice but to stop his wheelchair. His two-wheeled one can't run as well as the two-legged one. It's only a shame if he's really chased down the street. Missy, if you have something to say it quickly. Pei Yuchi's chest rose and fell violently in anger. Liang Yu, you clearly came to find me, to get my attention, but you turned around and left. What do you mean? Big sister, I'm here to buy a financial product. It has nothing to do with you. This bank wasn't far from where Liang Yu lived, but it was suspicious that Pei Yuchi appeared here. Liang Yu couldn't help but push his wheelchair back a few steps. Buy finance? You don't even have money to buy any finance? Isn't your excuse too lame? Pei Yuchi then wanted to prove that Liang Yu was here for her. Just forget about the whole compensation thing. Liang Yu took a deep breath. Whether I have money or not has nothing to do with you. I'm not going to save it here yet. Liang Yu directly turned around and left. Pei Yuchi stomped her foot behind her. At this point, the duty manager trotted out, looked around and asked the receptionist, is there a little handsome guy that comes in a wheelchair? There's. A friend of mine just messaged me and said that the kid just got $350,000 in compensation. So I guess he's going to buy money. Where is he? $350,000 in savings. That's not a bad track record. The manager looked expectant. Running away. Run away? When the manager figured out what was going on, he looked at Pei Yuchi and couldn't say anything heavy. It's a connection. What can he do? Pei Yuchi didn't expect Liang Yu to really come to buy financial products. She's the one who misunderstood. I didn't expect Jiang Yu to really get so much money. If she was still with Jiang Yu, with Jiang Yu's generous style of doing things, he would have definitely bought himself quite a few things. Alas, Pei Yuchi had mixed feelings. It occurred to me that if I could work in a bank, I'd make my $350,000 back in a little over a year if I was quick. In contrast, work is more important. It's just that it's not even an internship yet and it's a disaster. Pei Yuchi volunteered. Leader, that's my classmate. We're very familiar with each other. When I go and ask him, I can definitely convince him to put the deposit with us. Oh, well, if you do pull in that deposit, the internship is secure. So I'll wait for your good news. Chapter 31 Su Shanyue's Secret Diary. Jiang Yu felt bad luck. On the way back, I saw the neighborhood grapefruit tree and reached out to pick up a few grapefruit leaves, ready to go back to soaking and bathing to get rid of the bad luck. Out of the blue, this money will just sit in the balance for now and earn interest. No more financial purchases. Jiang Yu took a grapefruit water bath and was refreshed. Su Shanyue rested her chin on the window and looked at the zombies prowling downstairs. Today's sunset was noticeably less bright than previous days, with clouds taking on a roller shape. In geological jargon, this is a tsunami cloud. The big tsunami. It's coming. Just like Jiang Yu thought. Someone ran here and saw the iron door hanging with chains to know that there was someone upstairs. The windows on the first floor had security windows, so they couldn't get in even if they smashed the glass, and they yanked open the iron door and pouring in and deadbolting the iron gates. The howls of excitement from those in the dormitory building could be heard through the screen. There's no food or water, but it's safe. 2 or 3 to a room, or 1 to a room, and the bed. There's no water in the toilet, but at least it's a toilet. I don't know how much better than the gym. As for food and water, wait to get settled and go outside to find it. Any idea how many people came in? Jiang Yu softly inquired. Su Shanyue raised her head with a face of delight, her eyes full of surprise. How are you? She had her own things to do when Jiang Yu wasn't around, but she had long gotten used to Jiang Yu's voice and company. Yesterday she picked up someone's notebook and pen in her dorm room, organize it and sneak it into the clothes in the warehouse. When she really misses Jiang Yu, she takes advantage of his absence to secretly write in her diary. There's still only one sentence in the diary. Jiang Yu, he's a god. Jiang Yu nodded his head and hummed. Su Shanyue broke her hands and counted. There are more than 20 people. More than 20? At first it was Liang Yu alone, followed by Xiao Zhao's 3, and now it's straight to more than 20. Has anyone been up here? Yes. I went into space when they searched. Su Shanyue didn't want to get herself into trouble. Very smart in the face of his girlfriend. Jiang Yu never skimped on compliments. Now that it's crowded, you don't want to eat anything flavorful at night. Those people don't have food or water, so when they go out to look for it tomorrow, you go out too and remember to be well camouflaged. Jiang Yu liked to tell Su Shanyue what he was going to do next in advance so that she could be prepared. Su Shanyue nodded. I'll eat the bread. It was the last night to leave the hostel for the Pearl Hotel. Su Shanyue ate and practiced her dagger silently. Her right hand was almost practiced and she started to use her left hand. Skill is not enough. Jiang Yu finished writing his manuscript and searched the internet for news while keeping an eye on the situation outside Su Shanyue's dormitory. Keywords, even the city. One of the first to jump on the bandwagon was some citizens of Lean City, who suddenly showed up with community-issued emergency kits. Is there going to be a war? No. This kind is just a kind of science fiction. It's handed out every year. Our neighborhood has been issued them, too, and we're learning how to use them. I guess there's a typhoon. My family's fishing boats are getting messages to withdraw. The netizens are saying anything and everything. Now the internet is no longer the era of brainless followers of the wind. As soon as there is a breeze, everyone is more hilarious. It looks like even the city is still making moves. Meanwhile, an informal conversation against Huo Qingyun was going on in the Linchuan official office building. Huo Qingyun leisurely sipped his tea. I was just chatting with an old classmate and mentioned teacher's recent project. Nothing else. Can't ask anything. Huo Qingyun is the second in command of Linchuan, and it is possible that he will be promoted this year. They also didn't want to make Huo Qingyun feel bad. Being a man is a good thing. Rising and politely excusing himself. Duty calls, and I beg your pardon. After the people left, the secretary looked worried. Everyone else is staring at this. Will it have a bad effect? Huo Qingyun took another sip of tea and didn't say another word. In his position, there was no telling how many things he could not say to the next person. He's only expected to move up, not a sure thing. Take a chance this time. If it works, it's an opportunity. If it doesn't, that's it. It's not like he doesn't have another track record. He just needs a chance this time. Jiang Yu skimmed through the messages from all the platforms. Pick up your cell phone and find Louis Fei. You don't want to go outside lately. What? Jiang Yu, being secretive? Louis Fei was playing a game in his dormitory. answering Jiang Yu's call while being a canyon warrior. The data analysis project was wrapping up, and with some good time to spare, he was ready to reward himself with a few days of fun. Nothing, tell Kaiyong and Takeda to stay put too. Okay, Louis Fei didn't ask more questions. He didn't understand the world of the school bully. Raising his head, he spoke to Kaiyong and Shirda. Boss said that everyone shouldn't run around these days. Jiang Yu is the best student in the dormitory and rightly deserves to be the head of the dormitory. When Kaiyong heard it, he smiled, ran to Louis Fei's side, and asked with a smile through the screen, then do we still need to stock up on water and grain? It's not impossible. Hearing Jiang Yu speak in a serious manner, the three people in the dormitory burst into laughter. By the way, Jiang Yu, Pei Yuchi was looking for me during the night, but I ignored her. How's that? It's fun enough, right? Bro's throwing his face at the schoolgirl for you. Pei Yuchi was blocking Louis Fei under the dormitory building. Louis Fei only knew that Pei Yuchi was good looking, but her character was not good, and she did not give Pei Yuchi a chance to open her mouth. Whatever she's going to say, just go and be done with it. Jiang Yu was helpless. Don't mind her. After ending the call, Jiang Yu opened the shopping software and first paid for all the water and food that he had put in his cart. Repayment laptop. Found out of stock. Still out of stock in a different platform. Thought about switching to a different brand, realized they were all average, and he wanted good performance, good price, and good range. After thinking about it for a while, why not just wait for the 4th of July? Let's see if there are any subsidized events and get a new phone then too. So today's schedule was to get two things done, collect compensation and stock up on a little bit of supplies, and buying money and computers. Same thing didn't work out. It seems inappropriate to spend today. He turned back to his computer and saw Suzuki looking for something, trying to squeeze the dormitory door shut. It's crowded. I'm afraid someone will come in while I'm asleep. Su Shangyue pursed her lips and looked nervous. Jiang Yu thought, indeed, even if he didn't sleep a night to watch, it's not guaranteed that there will be times when he dozes off. Do you know about Insole? He suddenly asked an irrelevant question. No. Su Shangyue didn't know what he was going to do. There's a toolbox in the space. You take a piece of the bathroom doorway and make it look like an insole. It's an anti-door opener. Can it be understood? Jiang Yu was worried that Missy hadn't seen this before. There are many ways to prevent opening the door, but nowadays none of these people will honestly knock on the door and twist the knob, and will open the door violently once the door to the room won't open. That's why it's better to use one of those anti-door opening wonders like half-booster insoles. It can effectively slow down the opponent's violent opening of the door. Su Shangyue had never seen such a thing, but she was a schoolteacher, and she knew what the principle was when she simply thought about it. Get out the toolbox, pry down a section of the bathroom's plastic door frame with a screwdriver, and get to work. Chapter 32, Jiang Yu, the I wanted to wear into the game nth day. Half an hour later, a crude anti-door opening artifact was ready. Su Shangyue's primary repair skill also grew to 15. Tucking the anti-door opening artifact into the doorway below the dormitory door, Su Shangyue was a little proud. I'm awesome. She mentally complimented herself. Great. She heard Jiang Yu's compliments. Late at night, the night breeze carried the sultry summer heat, and on the screen Su Shangyue fell asleep wrapped in a summer cool quilt. The state is completely different from the first time I saw it. At this point, her little face was all serenity, without the ham-fisted fear she had felt before. Jiang Yu felt that if his little girlfriend was a flower, he had raised her pretty well, but that's not enough. Su Shangyue wasn't a soft little white flower either. He laid down on this side. Su Shangyue was on that side, and the two of them were considered to be sharing the same bed. Day 2, September 24th, before the outbreak of the Great Tsunami 6 days, Jiang Yu washed up early and ate breakfast, waiting for Su Shangyue to finish her meal as well before preparing to leave for the transfer. Is it okay to wear this? Su Shangyue changed into a black sweatshirt, covering herself up tightly. Obviously it was ordinary straight male aesthetic sportswear, wearing on Su Shangyue's perfect body. It was like high fashion. Delicate collarbone, slim waist, round and straight legs. Is this still a picture of a sweatshirt he downloaded from the internet? Did the space sneak in a facelift? May I? Not waiting for Jiang Yu's reply, Su Shangyue was a little apprehensive. Ahem. What can he do when his girlfriend is too pretty? It's definitely not possible to hide it. Let's just say it's as low-key as possible. If you're in trouble, you'll get shot at. Now Jiang Yu can understand people who are willing to game wear books. If he can. He also wants to travel in to protect Su Shangyue. The subtle sound of an iron door opening came from downstairs. Su Shangyue ran to the window, and sure enough, she saw someone going out downstairs. Come on, let's set off as well. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, combing through the situations that would happen in a moment. You enter the space and come out again, the location can't change. so you have to rely on your own to go. Those who left, not for teaming up with you, is used to explore the road. You keep some distance. Can't you ride a bike? Su Shanyue asked with big eyes. She loves to ride Pinky. Jiang Yu shook his head. There's a lot of people outside, and now you're too conspicuous on your bike. You have a gun, but it's not skillful enough to fight so many people. Okay. Also, there's bound to be people left behind as well. Someone will probably spot you when you leave in a few moments. Don't mind them. So should I leave later? Go late and you won't have a trailblazer. It can't be helped. It's too unsafe at night, I guess. And if we leave any later, the wave that left first will lose their role in attracting walkers. One can only be as circumspect as possible. Su Shanyue nodded, removing the anti-door opening artifact and taking it back into space. He pulled out another small duffel bag, symbolically stuffing half a bottle of water inside and carrying it on his back. It was cloudy today, and the unique gloom of the college dormitory building's hallways, coupled with the fact that they hadn't been cleaned for almost a month, made them even more dilapidated. With the vague sounds of other people's voices coming from the corridors every now and then, when he came downstairs he saw several people gathered around the stairway. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. It's safe here. The doors and windows downstairs are guarded. Dawn was among them, clinging to a boy's arm. Last night there was a new person here and she scouted out a new partner. I didn't realize that these people were trying to get out of here today. There's no water or food here, and even if we go out and look for it, it's going to get harder and harder. I'd also suggest leaving. We're all students with no weapons. At the very least get a team with more people to fight with. I'd like to stay. These people stood right at the stairway, and Su Shanyue stood quietly in the shadows waiting for them to finish arguing. Soon, the men split into two groups, a dozen deciding to leave and 5 or 6 deciding to stay, including Xiao Xiao. After everyone dispersed, Su Shanyue followed quietly downstairs, the dozen or so guys with steel pipes, mops, clothespins and all that, crippling the neighborhood walkers. You really don't need to kill it? No. What's the point of bothering? The people left behind think the upstairs is safe anyway. Before in the gym, there were too many walkers outside for them to fight. There were only 5 or 6 walkers here, and it didn't take long for them to be knocked out of pursuit. I still think the walkers have gotten stronger. Someone muttered something in a low voice. The group drifted away. Su Shanyue hurriedly followed. Wait and see. If someone is advancing towards the north, just follow them. Jiang Yu instructed. The Pearl Hotel is northwest of city. Su Shanyue frowned. Which side is north? Wait on my command. You stand still. A sharp shout suddenly came from behind Su Shanyue, her voice high-pitched and excited. He's not afraid of attracting more zombies. Su Shanyue reflexively turned back. She saw Xiao Xiao waving at her from a window on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building, with a few people standing around her. I told you your back looked familiar. But it's really you. You're not dead? Su Shanyue didn't like Xiao Xiao and turned around to leave, but Xiao Xiao's teammates behind her didn't want to do it. Some of them recognized that this was Su Shanyue, the University of S School Flower. I didn't expect that almost a month after the end of the day, Jiao Jiao Miss School Flower Su Shanyue was still alive, and looked like she was still living well. Immediately one of the boys pushed Xiao Xiao out of the way and poked his body out of the window, shouting, Su Shanyue, it's impossible for you to have survived this long by yourself. You must have someone protecting you, right? Don't follow them. Follow me. I'm the boss here, Ma Yunlong, and if you follow me, you don't have to do anything to survive. Su Shanyue pursed her lips and didn't say anything, only speeding up to leave. Before the end of the world, Su Shanyue was the existence of a heavenly goddess, rich, good at studying, and beautiful. None of these people dared to look at her directly, where they dared to yell as they did now. Seeing Su Shanyue's lack of response, the man became irritated. It's the end of days. What's the point of being noble? Stop right there for you and me. I said stop right there. Ma Yunlong glanced downstairs. The zombies were all pretty much beaten, turned back and took out a stainless steel table leg, and ran straight downstairs. Dawn's face was expressionless as she clutched the arm of the boy beside her. The only person in this neighborhood who could have such a perfect body was Su Shanyue, and she recognized it when she saw the back. As long as she didn't yell for anyone, the captain wouldn't risk making an arrest. But there was a voice in her heart that she just had to have someone bring Su Shanyue back. She wanted to watch Su Shanyue be like her, under a man and living off of him. Ma Yunlong is 1 meter 9. Before, in the eyes of girls, a boy's height was hard currency. It doesn't matter if you are poor. You can earn money, but you lose points if you are short. So Ma Yunlong is very confident. He chased him downstairs, shouting as he did so, Su Shanyue, don't give your face away. A waste like you can only live by following me now. Su Shanyue originally planned to turn a corner when no one was around. she took out her little powder and ran directly. I never expected to hear my Yunlong call her a waste piece of. Su Shanyue stopped and slowly turned around. Chapter 33, Jiangyu, this is my wife. Thank you. Turning around, her beautiful face was all ice. Looking at my Yunlong was like looking at a dead man. My Yunlong caught up with her in one breath and bullied his way forward. Less than a meter away from Su Shanyue, looking down on her. It's beautiful. One pair of eyes, in particular, was breathtakingly beautiful. A beauty like that can't be let go. It's also strange how she wasn't found on yesterday's rounds. He smiled crookedly and evilly. Su Shanyue, follow me in order to live. Understand? The way he was pretending. Jiang Yu almost spat it out, glancing at his surroundings. There's no one around. The dormitory side shouldn't be able to see your movements clearly. Hearing Jiang Yu say this, Su Shanyue was relieved. She raised her hand and fanned it in front of her face, pinching her nose. Didn't anyone tell you that you have bad breath? What? Bad breath? Ma Yunlong froze and instantly shut up, wanting to raise his hand and inhale to see if he really had bad breath. Meeting Su Shanyue's disdainful eyes, annoyed, he swung over with a slap. People who play basketball all the time have extra strong hands. This slap would definitely knock Su Shanyue out. When the time comes, carry her back to the dormitory building and give her a good whiff of herself. What's wrong with bad breath? It's the end of the day. It's good to have a drink of water. Do you brush your teeth? Seeing that the slap was about to be called over, Su Shanyue directly raised her hand. A small pink pistol appeared in her hand. Aiming directly at Ma Yunlong's brow, he pulled the trigger without hesitation, and immediately took the pistol back in the next second. Steady as she goes. No hesitation. Turned away without looking back. Ma Yunlong's first thought was, where did she get the pistol? The second thought was, the pistol is real. Su Shanyue, you have a gun, why didn't you say so earlier? Ma Yunlong's tall body enveloped Su Shanyue's side of the scene. A few people on the dormitory floor Xiao couldn't see anything. Why isn't the captain moving yet? Why did Su Shanyue leave? How did the captain let her go? The boys were lamenting. Dawn was sorry and thankful. It was good that Su Shanyue didn't come back. It was better that she stayed the only girl in the team. Suddenly, in their eyes, Captain Ma Yunlong's body slowly fell to the ground. It's like having your spine jerked, like a rag thrown there. What's going on? I'll check it out. Two of the boys went downstairs, first making sure that no one was nearby and that the walkers lingered in the distance before jogging over. Captain, what's wrong with you, Captain? Waiting for no reply from Ma Yunlong, he flipped the man over, and was suddenly confronted with the bloody hole in Ma Yunlong's head. The two were viciously startled. Guns! Surprisingly, it was a gunshot wound. Only then did he see that the back of Ma Yunlong's head had also disintegrated, just that he was too far away on the dormitory floor to see it. The two were terrified and ran back. He went back to his face and told everyone about Ma Yunlong's death by gunshot. The end is nigh, but everyone is still essentially a clear-eyed college student. Guns? Such things were too far away from them. Not to mention a man shot alive right under their noses. This scene completely destroyed their mental defenses. Dawn's eyes widened with jealousy and fear, an emotion that drove her crazy. Why would Suzanne have a gun? Why could Su Shanyue shoot so calmly? They didn't hear the shots either. Are you guys sure it was Su Shanyue who fired the shot? Could it be someone in the dark? Don't they say that all the big ladies of the mansion like them have bodyguards? No way. The boys who hadn't gone out managed to keep their wits about them. Even if there were bodyguards, why haven't they been out to protect her before? What happens now that the captain is dead? With the issue of survival at hand, they don't have much time to mourn for Ma Yunlong, quickly electing a new captain and standing upstairs, watching with their own eyes as a zombie wanders over and gnaws Ma Yunlong's body clean. Su Shanyue put her hands in her pockets, her small face serious. Walk out of the campus without slowing down. Terrified, aren't you? Jiang Yu was heartbroken. Su Shanyue replied in a muffled voice. I'm not scared. I can see that the little girl is still really pissed off. If her personal information had an item for anger value, the anger value must have been pulled full just now. Jiang Yu was even more distressed. You're not a waste. You're great. Even if Su Shanyue couldn't see it through the screen, his expression at this moment was incomparably sincere. Hearing this, Su Shanyue bristled. The hardness in my heart came up then, and I felt a little pain in my eyes. She raised her hand and wiped it. It's still a little scary, and I'm a little nauseous from the close proximity just now. Okay. I didn't cry when I was just shot, but now I'm crying when I'm comforted. This is a topic that is not good to continue, otherwise the little girl should not be able to eat. Jiang Yu changed the subject. It's okay. In the future when you meet someone you don't like, just do it. I'm not giving you guns and cannons to make you suffer. When Su Xingyue's firearms skills improved a bit more in the future, and there was more space, he was also going to stuff her with some mortars or something. The space that was given to Su Shanyue now couldn't be used. As for the aggravation of someone else's death, that wasn't on his mind. There's nothing like a holier than thou, fair weather heart at the end of the day. Everything is done with the first goal of keeping yourself alive. More crucially, Su Shanyue could not be revived once she died. No one else matters. Your own wife is the most important thing. Those guys up ahead are heading north. Just follow. Aha. Jiang Yu counted 12 people. With a large number of people, the commotion was naturally large, and soon attracted the first wave of zombies. Su Shanyue listens to Jiang Yu and dodges into a convenience store. Check the room for anyone else first, and remember, that's the first thing you'll do when you get anywhere. Jiang Yu reminds her. Su Shanyue nodded and didn't say anything, just in case there was actually someone here and heard her talking to herself. Taking out his pistol, he gingerly checked the few empty shelves, behind the cash register, and the small storage area. No one. Convenience stores have long been vandalized and looted. All that's left is stuff that won't be used in the apocalypse, thrown on the ground to eat dust. Su Shanyue picked up a small mirror and a small leather strap, casually throw it back into the space. It was just as well that Jiang Yu didn't have it in the supplies he gave her. Ah, there were piercing screams from outside. Su Shanyue carefully poked her head out to check, and Jiang Yu also took advantage of the perspective to see the scene 100 meters ago. These guys, fighting a few walkers is okay, depending on their numbers, but there's still too little experience fighting zombie groups. The commotion was not small and soon attracted more and more zombies. Coupled with their ineffective weapons, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Finally someone gets a solid bite on the arm from a walker. Jiang Yu frowned. Are the zombies outside faster than the zombies in the school? Su Shanyue nodded after observing for a few seconds. I feel like yes, it's just faster. In the beginning, she was able to run the walkers under the dormitory building, and then she was barely able to run through them. Now it looks like you'll have to ride Pinky to run through it. Withdraw. The person in charge looks like a teacher, more mature than the next person and decisive in giving orders. Mr. Zhu, he's my roommate, we can't give him up. One student objected. Mr. Zhu waved the stainless steel clothesline pole in his hand and pestled it into the zombie's mouth at once, and the pole broke out of the back of the zombie's brain. He explained patiently, if you get bitten by a walker, it won't take long for you to die or mutate, and you can't bring it back to the team. Exactly. Why are you so selfish? If you want to join your brother, you stay well. Teacher, we withdraw. Those who objected looked at the growing number of zombies, stopped talking, and silently followed the group backward. Su Shanyue, go out the back of the warehouse and get out of here. Those people retreated towards the side, and Jiang Yu decisively ordered. Chapter 34 Su Shanyue, I don't trust anyone except Jiang Yu. An hour ago, she had just taken out a person, and now Su Shanyue didn't want to cross paths with those people. Dodge out the side and turn down another street. Just as he was about to take out his powder and prepare to move away from the battlefield, he saw two walkers hissing and running out in front of the street. Su Shanyue glanced back to make sure there was no one else. She decisively took out her gun and shot. Pua-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah-ah. The zombie was shot in the head. She quickly switched bullets to put the gun away, mounted Pink and ran around the walkers. Teacher Zhu and his group were also evacuating in this direction, and just as they turned the corner, they saw the two zombies that had fallen on the ground and had their heads blown off, twitching non-stop. Stop. Mr. Zhu did a double take and looked around. Someone in the neighborhood has a gun, or a very good one. They're saved, but there was no sign of any other person. There were still zombies chasing after them. There was no time to look carefully. They could only lead the team forward. The unique stench of zombies lingered at the tip of their noses, and all of them didn't dare to stay. Su Shanyue was burying her head in her bike when she suddenly heard Jiang Yu's voice. Stop. Go back. Quick. Jiang Yu was in God's perspective and saw a slightly larger range than Su Shanyue's line of sight. He saw a number of walkers coming this way up ahead. There were at least 100 of them as far as the eye could see. It was like a small wave of zombies. Su Shanyue couldn't see it, but she obeyed, and her slender legs pedaled so fast on the bike that there were even a few moments when her feet couldn't keep up with the pedals. When the primary transportation skill was full, Jiang Yu would definitely get Su Shanyue a car. Turn left. Into the building. Running further on, it's the group, and they have walkers chasing them as well. Beyond that, there is no other fork in the road to take. Had to find a place to hide first. Jiang Yu's mouse quickly flew across the map. Those architectural knowledge he had dabbled in by chance playing a major role at this moment. It's a converted walkway with a blind box display store down the road on 3 floors, with a terrace on the top floor. The large floor-to-ceiling glass windows were very popular before the end of the day, and I don't know how many times the beautiful glass windows have been on the hot search. When the end came, the tiny dolls couldn't eat or drink and were soon abandoned by humans. All the other stores were looted. Only this one was left intact. These glass doors and windows downstairs will only delay it for a while, so you go straight up to the top floor terrace and jam the door. There's glass all over the downstairs, and if it breaks at any point, walkers will pour in. But the terrace on the top floor, although it also has glass doors, has only one and is better defended. Su Shanyue received the bike into her space and backhandedly closed the glass door on the first floor. Use that rack next to it and pin the door handle. The long L-shaped shelves were scattered on the floor. Su Shanyue picked up 2 of them and crossly tucked them inside the door handle so that the glass door would not be pushed open for a while. She could already see the horde of walkers, just less than 20 meters from the store. Su Shanyue took 3 steps, her long legs playing to her advantage, and rushed onto the terrace as Liang Yu instructed. He also pushed all the display racks on the second floor to the stairs and blocked them, so that even if the zombies rushed in, they would have to put in a lot of effort to climb up. Liang Yu, this door is unlocked. The glass door to the deck is just a little bit bigger than the common bathroom glass door, with no lock, handle or tie-downs. Don't panic. Liang Yu quickly looked around the terrace, and there was nothing but cane chairs and tables. You move a chair to the door, jam one leg of the chair into the handle, and pull the door closed. The glass door to the deck opens outward. Just jamming it from this side of the deck didn't do any good. Jamming it from the other side, the glass door wouldn't push. Su Shanyue struggled to move the rattan chair and adjusted the angle several times before she was able to jam the chair into place. That done, she patrolled around the terrace to make sure no one else was there. That's when he found a chair and sat down, putting his hands on his knees and burying his head in them. Liang Yu, what if the zombies don't leave? The super tsunami isn't for a few days. Su Shanyue had felt that death might be a relief before, but now, she had so many supplies, could bubble noodles, ride a bike, and shoot a gun. And then there's Liang Yu. She couldn't afford to die. Sensing her fear, Liang Yu reaches out and touches that tiny figure in the screen, as if that would comfort Su Shanyue. Don't be afraid. There are other people in this city. The walkers won't always be here. I'll figure something out for you. At that moment, a lot of people pinged into the terrace of a building not far next door. Quick, block the door. It's outwardly open. How to block it? Calm down. Teacher Ju led the crowd forward, only to be met by a wave of zombies as well. In the panic, a few of the students who rushed to the front of the line almost posted with the zombies. He was yanked back by his quick eyes, with walkers pinned in front and behind them. It's hard to see an intact store, but the door is locked. The only option was to choose the next store to hide in first, a milk tea store that had been ransacked after the apocalypse, and the house was still covered in blood. It's a far harsher world out there than it is over at the stadium. The zombies here have enough humans to replenish them and grow quickly, much faster than the zombies over at the stadium. They barely make it up the stairs before the last student, hooked by a walker's collar, is dragged into the herd. With a scream, he drowned within the herd of zombies. This time there was no more pleading, barely escaping to the top floor thanks to the fact that humans are more agile than walkers going up the stairs. Mr. Zhu was also panicked in his heart. If all these students die, he'll be the next to die. In his panic he caught sight of the young girl on the terrace not far from his head, and his eyes swept over the glass door of the terrace on the other side of the room. Quick, get the chairs. They followed Su Shanyue's maneuver and locked the terrace door, by which time the zombies had already swarmed to the stairway. Zombies with no sense of order pile up in layers at the narrow stairway, unable to enter for a moment. Compared to the mess on this side, Su Shanyue's side was much quieter. Seeing those people go to the opposite side, Su Shanyue was slightly surprised. Don't be afraid. They can't get through. Liang Yu rushes to calm her down, his girlfriend socially terrified. Su Shanyue nodded. Hesitating, he stood up and dragged his chair over to where the men couldn't see him and sat down. Isn't that the school beauty Su Shanyue? Yes, right. She's even alive? Awesome. A young, pretty schoolgirl like a young flower is still alive? Someone soon realized something was wrong. What did she survive on? Someone must have helped her. Could it be the guy with the gun? The students speculated. The normally humble and peace-loving people will show their dark side completely in the end times. The boy, Mu Chang, the gunman, was greedy and scornful of Su Shanyue. The girls, on the other hand, were full of jealousy. In the end of the world, if they have a man with a gun to protect them, even if they look like a hippopotamus, they're willing to do it. No one ever thought that the gunman was Su Shanyue. Mr. Zhu is a teacher and the captain of this team, so he deserves to step up. Ahem. Su Shanyue right. Are you alone? It's dangerous. Come over and join us. United, there's strength in numbers. You'll definitely survive. His tone was unconsciously gentle, like coaxing a child. But he thought wrong. Su Shanyue is not a child. She knows that everyone is not trustworthy. Except Liang Yu. Chapter 35. Su Shanyue, I want to go to you. Su Shanyue was silent. Not everyone she responds to. No man is good. Except Jiang Yu. It's not deaf. Is it? That can't be right. Oh, I get it. The gunman must have coerced her. That's just it. There's so many of us. She's bound to want to come over too. It was as if people guessed the truth and kept shouting. Su Shanyue, don't be afraid. No one can hurt you. Come over here and join us. Yes, there are so many of us. That gunman wouldn't dare do anything to you. He must be blackmailing you, right? Outside the screen, Jiang Yu is laughing in anger when he hears it. Did these people not add their IQ points? They're all college students. Why are they so naive? Su Shanyue finally couldn't take it and whooshed to her feet. You guys stop talking. I'm not going over there. Besides, why don't you guys come over? After saying that, he hid himself again with a cold face. She was on the other side of the terrace exit, which jutted out just enough to cut off the naked sight of those people. Ow. The schoolgirl opened her mouth. The schoolmarm spoke to them. People were excited for a few seconds and then sighed silently. Yeah, the fact that there are more of us doesn't excuse us from letting people come over. There are zombies down there, and the top is 5 or 6 meters away. So how can we get over here? As soon as it came to letting them through, everyone's IQs went back to the average and they saw the difficult point separating them. Well, don't worry. We'll go over there when we get a chance. It's the end of days and some people don't forget to grease the skids. Dumbass. No longer concerned about these people, Jiang Yu asked Su Shanyue to keep an eye on when the zombies dispersed downstairs. Jiang Yu, I'm hungry. Su Shanyue's pitiful voice came out. Jiang Yu is also hungry. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and neither he nor Su Shanyue had eaten yet. The zombies below showed no signs of leaving. Instead, the zombies in the hallway subsided. They can't see you, so you can eat over here and leave in the morning at the latest. One night, either the walkers leave or the guys leave. Su Shanyue would not be in as much danger if she left again, and could still make it to the Pearl Hotel in time. They had no water or food, so Jiang Yu was hoping that those people leaving would attract away a wave of zombies. Su Shanyue ate bread and drank mineral water. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, cooked his own serving of wontons. Looking at the pitiful Su Shanyue who was shrinking in her chair, Jiang Yu tried to divert her attention. What do you want to do if the end is over? Su Shanyue bit into the bread. Her movements lurched, and she raised her head to look into nothingness. If the end is over, I want to cultivate immortality. There is no fairy cultivation plot to follow. I have my own arrangements, so you can rest assured. But Jiang Yu thought that Su Shanyue might want to find her family, travel, or even fall in love and get married. The thought of it made him indescribably sullen. Why? Aren't you an immortal? I want to cultivate immortality to find you. Once this topic came up, it was Jiang Yu's turn to freeze. He'd thought of so many answers but not this one. All of a sudden, he couldn't hear any sound in his ears. All echoed these words of Su Shanyue. I want to go find you. Trying to get to you. Every cell in the body screamed, her. It's her. One's whole life is Su Shanyue. Only Su Shanyue. Even if Su Shanyue wasn't a person in reality, he only had Su Shanyue in his life. The blood in his body boiled until it burned. He put down his dishes. His tone so light that Su Shanyue couldn't hear him clearly. Su Shanyue, don't worry. I will definitely not let you die. No matter what happens. Jiang Yu, what did you say? Nothing. Eat? Jiang Yu's movements of eating wontons were inexplicably stronger. He was an orphan. His parents' faces had long been blurred in his mind, and after so many years of being alone, he had always felt a sense of detachment from the world. Even when I get good grades and make friends, I always feel like something is missing. No one in this world has ever really stepped into his world. In that very moment just now, he felt like a living, breathing human being with dreams and expectations, glowing from the deepest part of his heart with something called vitality. A day or two ago, he had a feeling that he was going to get on with his life. And now, he has more of a sense of determination to find his way in life. He had to live well and make money. Only then could he let Su Shanyue and the game live well too. After the meal, Su Shanyue found some snacks from space. Another walked over and moved a table and a chair over, placing the two chairs opposite each other so she could put her feet up comfortably. Out. It's coming out. One by one. The dying men on the next terrace were suddenly refreshed. Seeing Su Shanyue move her chair, she frowned again in unison. The man with the gun is back. Damn it. Wanted to say something harsh. The thought of the other side has a gun. And one like a quail closed their mouths. Mr. Chu narrowed his eyes. Just now the Su Shanyue ignored herself, but it didn't matter. It was only right that she was able to win over the man with the gun. Student Su Shanyue, it was my poor consideration just now. You and your friends can team up with us and we'll move together. He licked his lips, which were dry to the point of peeling. What little food was left was lost in the chaos of the escape just now. Seeing that Su Shanyue did not respond, she added another sentence. We still have food and water. It's all walkers down there. Only. Su Shangyue bristled. She still had snacks. Being ignored twice in a row. Mr. Shu couldn't hold his face, and his loving eyes gradually became fierce. No, calm down. That gunman, being able to come and go in a walker pile, must be pretty good. You can't be impulsive. You have to be wise. Su Shangyue crossed her legs, ate a few packets of snacks and 2 bananas, and patted her stomach. Full. While he's at it, Jiang Yu is frantically rushing through his draft. Maybe he had a goal in life. He was coding faster than before. On the other side, watching the sky darken, Mr. Chu called everyone to the other side of the terrace gate. Make sure Su Shangyue can't hear or see. Class, we're running low on supplies now, and to survive, we need weapons in addition to food and water. The guy across the street has a gun, and I'm going to make a night attack tonight to grab the other guy's gun, which can't be helped. He only made one opening, and the rest of the class found the breakthrough straight away. Yeah, Su Shangyue must have been forced. We can still get people back. We are all classmates. We can't see death. They've survived this long. Maybe there's still food and water. Mr. Chu was secretly relieved. It's nice not to have to be the bad guy outright. Being a teacher. Alas, when the time comes, everyone pay attention. The other party may not directly hand over their guns, and be careful not to hurt anyone when they do it. But teacher, how are we going to get there with the center so far away? And the opposite terrace door is locked. Key points were raised. Chapter 36 Inches Reality. Earthquake Outbreak. Mr. Zhu already had a plan, but he preferred to let the students come up with it themselves. This will make them feel more at home within the team. What do you guys think? Why is Su Shanyue's side hiding in the terrace? Same as us. Because there are walkers down there. Yeah, it's not practical for us to go over there, but it shouldn't be too hard to get her to come over. What's the best way to do it? Mr. Zhu followed the advice. Also, the master with the gun is back, and there are walkers all over the floor. How did he get back? And is it possible that he was upstairs the whole time? A student raised his hand to ask a question. Teacher Zhu shook his head. If he was upstairs the whole time, why did he shoot the 2 walkers below? The only answer is that at that time, he was on the street. Everyone felt that it was the truth, and didn't continue to dig deeper into this issue, but instead turned to how to force Su Shanyue and that expert to come over. Eventually, they decided to attack with fire, preventing that master from escaping by his own means. They also come up with a way to create more commotion by throwing chairs down from upstairs, causing the walkers to surround the neighborhood. By the time the guns and people are in hand, the walkers won't be able to get in, and sooner or later they'll disperse. Big Deal is starving for a couple days. Jiang Yu, I don't feel right. What's wrong? I can't see those people. Su Shanyue probed her head a few times. No one was on the opposite terrace, and the terrace door was closed. It only proved that those people were hiding on the other side of the terrace exit, just like her. The child is quiet and must be working a demon. Good. Your vigilance is great. Whatever they're trying to do, we need to be on guard. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Indeed, those people had clear brain circuits. He didn't want anything to happen to Su Shanyue. It was just too risky to travel at night. Let's get ready first. There's rescue rope in the space. I'll show you how to tie it. The rope had ready-made live hooks that were looped over the railing, and for fear of slipping, a chair was looped around the back. Su Shanyue grabbed the rope and looked down. Jiang Yu, I'm scared. Jiang Yu holds his forehead and looks at his little girlfriend's expression as she leaps into action. Are you scared? Don't be naughty. Have you ever played rock climbing? Su Shanyue shook her head. But I've seen other people play. This is the 3rd floor. I don't think it's a big problem. These days, she's been riding bikes, killing walkers, and taking out people who don't have the best intentions for her. And she feels great about it. Just not dealing with people is a good thing. The hidden rebellious side of the character seems to be tapped into as well. Tiny 3rd floor. Must be taken. What about the walkers down there? Su Shanyue probed and glanced downstairs. Her side was actually okay. Most of the zombies were surrounding the building next door. Not now. You find a place to rest and I'll keep an eye on you. Good. Su Shanyue arched her eyebrows, and the gloomy night sky had a few more colors because of this smile. Jiang Yu opened the map and looked for his next landing spot first. After we leave here, ride 5 kilometers. There's an open park where there are fewer walkers and living people this time of year. We'll rest there. Aha. Su Shanyue nodded her head with half-squinted eyes. Drowsy. They can't see you. You spread your tent to sleep. I'll keep an eye on you. Jiang Yu's heart ached. Decided to stay up late at night to babysit. The tent prepared by Jiang Yu is the kind of portable tent that can be used as it is opened. Su Shanyue briefly glanced at the instructions and learned how to open it. Open it and get in. Get in and pull the door shut. And come in a daze. don't you peek. Head lolling and falling asleep. Today was just too tiring. It was late at night. No one was disturbing him, and Liang Yu was observing the situation in the screen while coding words. He learned a new term today. It's called a deposit. In case something comes up on a whim one day, it's not like you're going to break a shift. Buzz. The phone is vibrating. Liang Yu pulls his cell phone out from under the covers, and it's Li Mingqi calling. Hey, teacher. 11 o'clock at night. It must be important to call at this hour. Liang Yu, watch the news. Liang Yu glanced at the screen. All was well. Opened the web page and clicked into the news hot search. A major earthquake of magnitude. The tremor was strongly felt in the eastern region. The power system of Lian City was damaged. Houses collapsed. No casualties for the time being. 7 occurred in the eastern sea. Below this news item, netizens have left comments. I say so. My family's fishing boat was doing fine when suddenly I received an official message to pull back. Luckily, the pullback was made and the sea was right at the epicenter. We have an expert in our family. That Thai island across the street is almost in half. Looking at the constantly refreshing comment section, Liang Yu had a hard time describing his feelings at the moment. It's amazing that the game world is actually connected to the real world. He squeezed his slightly shaking hand, the discovery thrilling and frightening him. Excitement. The heart-shaped clouds within the game really were foreshadowing something, and their own data analysis was correct. More like clueless fear. He's in a bad way now, and if a doomsday apocalypse zombie happens in reality as well, he'll probably be the first wave to cool off. What will Su Shangyue do then? Liang Yu, thanks to the information you provided, the Lian City side received the news 2 days earlier than the regular warning. We have quite a few fishing boats in the epicenter waters, and I don't know how many we would have lost if we hadn't pulled back. Earthquake warnings can reduce losses a lot even 2 minutes in advance, let alone 2 days in advance. Li Mingqi was very proud. I told you, the students I taught, how could they possibly make mistakes? Hearing Li Mingqi say this, Liang Yu was also relieved. Regardless, it's a good thing. Yes, Mr. Teacher, I also think you teach very well. Alright, I won't bother you this late, and also, this matter is a big deal, so don't say anything to the public to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to yourself. Li Mingqi still has this realization. Liang Yu has a talent and intuition for analyzing geological data and is a rare genius. He had an obligation to protect Liang Yu. I know, don't worry teacher. Ending the call, Liang Yu stretched out his fingers and stretched them hard to move them. It had come to this, and he had nothing to worry about. It's best not to let the apocalyptic apocalypse happen in reality, or if it does, to find a way to try to survive it yourself. Looking at Su Shunyue's serene face, the shimmering light cast a sliver of shadow on her bare forehead. Liang Yu's heart gradually settled down. Lin Chuan, the lights were still on in Huo Qingyun's office. Huo Qingyun watched the news, and his secretary was more excited than he was. Really? Huo Qingyun glanced at him, his eyes majestic but his mouth smiling. The secretary immediately closed her voice and slapped herself. Oops, how can I be happy about something like this? I reflect. Deliberate. The more this time comes, the more calm you must be. Huo Qingyun was pleased and instructed the secretary. Yes. Then, on your teacher's side, do you need me to go there? Huo Qingyun lifted his hand to close his cell phone's news page. No, I'll go there myself. The teacher said that this time, the information came from one of his students, and I. The secretary frowned. Would it be too grand for you to meet in person? Huo Qingyun shook his head. It's not specifically to meet him. I haven't visited my teacher for a long time either, so I'll meet him in passing. A character like that, even if he gets it wrong 9 times, if he gets it right once, it's enough. Chapter 37 Teaching Girlfriend to Climb Stairs. Liang Yu brewed a cup of instant coffee. After watching the news for a while longer, I put my phone down and continued to code. The quiet space was the sound of keyboards. The news of the earthquake was discussed in the dormitory of Yuki Pei. That's awesome. In that case, wouldn't the Lian City side have known about the news 2 days ago? Coincidence, isn't it? Where is such a talent that it must not be offered up? Indeed, even the man of the hour in our school's geology program is probably not at this level. You mean Liang Yu? Xinwan sat up, coming to life. I do think that if the data was given to Liang Yu, he might be able to calculate it. Ha, Xinwan, you're brainlessly blowing it. Liang Yu's #1 fan? You admire him so much, you might as well marry him. The roommate snickered, and Pei Yuchi's heart twisted when she heard it. Xinwan let out a sigh. Forget it, I'm a computer science major and he's a geology major. We can't talk together. Besides, I'm just purely worshipful, unadulterated by selfish desires, pure as can be, as nice as he is. Listening to a chorus of agreement from the housemates, Pei Yuchi suddenly a little confused. Liang Yu, really that good? That's when her cell phone rang, and it was her boyfriend, Qin Yuchuan. Sending a red envelope. Tap is $520. Earthquake. Squash the baby. The earthquake is 100,000 miles away from here. But I have to say that Qin Yuchuan's kind of operation is very popular with Peiyuchi. The little bit of pain in his heart immediately dissipated. Qin Yuchuan, this kind of generous, can hold up her to bring her benefits. The heart is all her is what she wants. Unlike Liang Yu, there were too many things in his heart. Experiments, work, study. Closing her cell phone, Peiyuchi fell asleep at ease. The coffee worked, and at 3 a.m., Liang Yu was still very energized. Turn off the air conditioner, open the window, and the slightly stuffy air rushes in instantly. Strangely enough, after being sick, he hated the weather, and when it was hot, he had to bathe regularly. Every time he took an inconvenient shower and looked at his ruined legs, he had a nameless fire. But now, I can't believe I'm calm enough to enjoy this weather. It gave him a real sense that he was a living person, not daring to leave more than a few moments. I returned after a quick breeze on the balcony, just in time to hear the sound of something being thrown down the stairs from the computer. Without Su Shanyue's perspective, he couldn't see what was happening across the street. Liang Yu frowned and immediately poked Su Shanyue's forehead with his mouse. Su Shanyue, wake up. Su Shanyue immediately sat up. Her eyes were still closed, and the small pink pistol had already appeared in her hand. A second later she opened her eyes. What's wrong? Liang Yu, there's a commotion outside. Look quietly. Su Shanyue rubbed her eyes and drilled out of the tent. It was only then that I realized that the people on the terrace of the building across the street were throwing chairs down below. Nighttime is an active time for zombies, and this bit of movement immediately excites the zombies below. The sound traveled far and wide, watching the walkers grow. What are they doing? Su Shanyue didn't understand. What good would more zombies do to those people? This group of people ********. Liang Yu instantly figured out what they were going to do. They probably thought that Su Shanyue could survive the end of the world alone. So they must have a backhand and were afraid that Su Shanyue would run away. There were many of them and they wanted to force Su Shanyue to go over there. If Su Shanyue didn't go over, they would probably come over, and it would not be a good idea to leave then. Su Shanyue didn't have enough firearms skills right now, and her physical strength was still less than 50. Liang Yu calculated the level of consumption with the gun. You try. 10 hits max or you won't have enough stamina. Then go down this way where they can't see you. While the zombies' attention is over there, you get down there and right away immediately, and get into space if there's any danger. Using space to briefly hide from walkers is okay. The only downside is that 3 minutes and you'll be forced to eject and you won't be able to re-enter for 3 minutes. Su Shanyue counted the downstairs. There were about 10 zombies, and the second and first floors were probably still there. She estimated that she should be able to get by with all the force she could muster on the bike. Putting the tent away in space, she put on the half-palm gloves Liang Yu had given her earlier and took out the AK. She's never used it before. Finger on the trigger, eyes closed and open. Chug chug chug. Sharp gunshots rang out from the roof. Stop. Liang Yu looked at Su Shanyue's rapidly declining stamina value and hurriedly called for a stop. Su Shanyue took the gun back into the space and shook her shoulders hard. It hurts. I don't know how many people I hit on the other side, but they were a mess anyway. Throw the rescue rope down the building. Test the height. Then retrieve it and tie it to your waist. In case it accidentally comes off in the middle, you don't smash it on the ground. Liang Yu was very serious. Su Shanyue hadn't done anything like this, and this was the 3rd floor. His heart was in his throat. Be prepared for Su Shanyue to top up and buy medicine at any time after she was injured. Thinking and doing really aren't the same thing, and it was only when Su Shanyue actually stepped outside with one leg that she felt fear. Her legs almost gave out as she looked down at the growing number of walkers. Liang Yu spoke steadily. Concentrate. Don't panic. Smooth the rope down first. Grab the rope taut and slide down it little by little. Stretch out your left foot so you can step on the ledge. Yeah, keep going down and stretch your feet. Steady. There's another layer. The scent of the living and the sound of the gunshots scattered out, and one by one, the zombies downstairs raised their heads and slowly gathered in Su Shanyue's direction. Hold on with your left hand and switch to shooting with your right. The benefits of a silenced gun are in full effect at the moment. The zombies gathered over here fell silently without making a sound. Okay, land. Take off the rope. Take out the car. And run. Su Shanyue followed Liang Yu's instructions and methodically completed the operation step by step. Don't want the rope. Couldn't care less at this point. Retrieving her pistol, she got on the bike and ran as soon as it appeared. Suddenly, she felt the night sky light up, and her shadow actually appeared on the ground. And when she turned around, she saw that the terrace she had just been on was on fire. With the dry weather, rattan tables and chairs, and all those paper promotional materials, the fire soon spread and lit up a small half of the sky. Su Shangyue only glanced at it and without looking back rode towards the front. Rushing into the darkness, Jiang Yu's face was terribly gloomy. He finally realized those what were up to. Originally, he created a commotion for the zombies to block the downstairs, and then set a fire to make a rope-like thing for Su Shangyue to climb over. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking was wrong. Su Shanyue's gun gave the other party a fatal blow, and the damage was heavy. Not only the zombies, but the survivors hiding in this city are all heading this way when they hear the commotion. The living, that is, all the resources in the apocalypse, can be used as teammates, weapons, food. If there was a true God's perspective in the sky, one could see some figures appearing nearby one after another, running in the direction of the fire. A teenage girl rode out against traffic on a pink bicycle. It was slightly light. Su Shanyue rode 5 kilometers in one breath. She was tired. See that park gate up ahead? Go that way. Jiang Yu's voice sounded again. When you enter the park, you are greeted by a couple of broken down ice cream trucks. Su Shanyue found a corner. First put away her bike, took out her dagger, and tried to walk over and check the ice cream trucks one by one. No one. And she breathed a sigh of relief. Find anyone. Go in first and rest. Jiang Yu's heart ached. The tiny ice cream cart, 1 person high, is only 2 square meters big. Closing the door, Su Shanyue leaned back and sat on the floor, directly falling asleep. She's too tired. Her current stamina level couldn't handle using the consequences of with that long bike run behind her. And AK. Physical strength has reached its limit. The coffee strength passed and Jiang Yu yawned. This is not the way to go in the long run. He thought about it for a while and decided to turn around and find a computer science classmate to help him get a small program to try. Enduring sleepiness. He tapped on Su Shanyue's personal information. Chapter 38 10 minutes to learn to kiss properly. Life value, 10/100. Intimacy, 15 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 20/100. Elementary food 15 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 40/100. Elementary knives 55/100. Elementary firearms, 40 out of 100. Backpack, primary backpack. The vitals were growing slowly. The day had been particularly draining with all the running and jumping, and the vitals were barely breaking even. At the moment it is even down to the lows of the last few days. Instead, the intimacy growth is as even as ever. A little bit a day. That makes it by the end of the month 20? Just about to hit the video with Su Shanyue? No. Jiang Yu said he wasn't ready. Woo-hoo-hoo. Jiang Yu sleeps in dreams. Looking for video equipment all over the house. Obviously bought several, but one can't be used. Putting him in a hurry. He's got God's perspective in his dreams. Laugh at your dream self. What are you looking for video equipment for? Don't you not want a video with Su Shanyue? Yeah. Oh, Suzanne. His own girlfriend is still sleeping in the ice cream truck in the park. He suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the computer screen. It was already dawn and Su Shanyue was still asleep. I guess it was a bit chilly in the early morning. She even took out a small quilt from her space and wrapped it around her. At the moment the cherry-like mouth, slightly open, was crimson and moist. Seeing her sleeping soundly, Jiang Yu was relieved. Grabbing my cell phone, it's after 9 o'clock. Washed up, ate breakfast, and placed an order for a runner to pick up his stuff from the delivery point. All that water, food, and tools he'd ordered arrived. This neighborhood, the express default put Rookie. Rookie Express is in front of the neighborhood. He notes delivery directly be ignored. But that's fine. It saves the delivery trip always knocking on the door to bother you. Running errands back and forth several times and carrying everything to his door before knocking and checking in with him. Found out he was in a wheelchair. The errand boy spoke a dialect-flavored Mandarin with a look of regret. Gu, you are playing tricks. Where to move? I'll move it for you. And I said which one didn't have to do it to buy so much stuff. Making it look like the end of days is coming. So you're the one who's inconvenienced. Where do you keep your stuff, boss? Jiang Yu was a bit overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. Letting the door open and pointing to the second bedroom. Put it over there. Thanks. A few minutes later, the young man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Boss, add a WeChat. I live in this neighborhood. Building 4, 1101. My name is Young Woods. I'm 23 years old. Married with children. 1 year old. Jiang Yu was severely startled. Just calling an errand boy. Why do you need to make a self-introduction? The boy scratched his head and grinned in embarrassment. It's not to convince you that I'm a good person. In the future, you have the need to move things. You directly WeChat to me. I personally charge cheaper than the platform. Jiang Yu. See, it's just hard work to make money for this family man. Young Grove is just 3 years older than himself, and both have children. Compared to that, he was weak. After sending the people away and returning to the room, he saw Su Shanyue waking up, while nibbling on the bread. His eyes stared obsessively at the pink brochure in his hand. The brochure is presumably the material that preceded the ice cream truck. What? You want to eat ice cream? Jiang Yu was in a good mood. You can forgive the whole world when you see a stunning face first thing in the morning. Ah! Su Shangyue was startled. The pamphlet barfed and fell to the ground. And there was a line of cute script written on it. Kissing in 18 styles, 10 minutes to learn to kiss correctly. Jiang Yu, how come the pink brochures are getting more and more yellow? Ahem. How long have you been watching? Also, less than 10 minutes. Su Shanyue's face instantly exploded red and hurriedly stuffed all the bread into her mouth. She had woken up hungry, and as she ate she was drawn to the pamphlets scattered on the floor. Didn't resist looking up. Again. I didn't hold back and fantasized about what it would be like to kiss, but she's never been kissed in her entire life. So if she had to choose someone to kiss, she'd definitely choose Jiang Yu. Once this thought was planted, it immediately took root in the heart. What does Jiang Yu look like? Handsome? Good looking? Tall? No. Even if he wasn't a god. Even if he wasn't handsome, tall or ugly, he liked him himself. He was lost in thought when he heard Jiang Yu's voice. It's rather like being caught by an adult secretly jerking off a cat when you were a kid. Jiang Yu can't dare to pursue the question. 10 minutes to learn to kiss yet. How's the recovery going? Well, we can get going. Su Shanyue drank a waha, refreshed. Staying on the road a little longer is a little more dangerous, so wait until you get to a safe place before you take a shower. It's cloudy now, not as hot as it was those days, and perfect for catching up. Su Shanyue set off on her bicycle. Jiang Yu, you're right, there really are no zombies here. Su Shanyue was a bit happy. Zombies are so gross. If she hadn't been fleeing a major tsunami, she would have wanted to be based here. Jiang Yu's hand that was coding words slightly lurched. It's an open-air park. It's normal to have few walkers, but no walkers. Not normal. Be careful. With a serious tone, he turned off the coding software and focused on showing Su Shanyue the way. Whoa! Look out! Jiang Yu's eyes flashed and he didn't expect Su Shanyue to fall into a pit with her car. A meter-deep crater. It's not even a pit that was originally in the park, but a man-made one that was dug now and covered with plastic sheeting and dirt. This turn is a mandatory path from the park. The people who dig the hole are the ones who come to it. Even if Jiang Yu could see the dangers around him, he didn't have the perspective eyes to see this kind of trap. Well, any injuries? Jiang Yu was in a hurry. Almost standing up would be a medical miracle. Oh, it's okay. Muffled grunts came from the bottom of the pit. Su Shanyue was startled. Just now she thought she was going to die. Luckily it's definitely not hard. It's soft soil, or you'd be dead. It's just a knock on the bike that hurts my knee and thigh. Skinned his hands too. Jiang Yu reacted by immediately tapping on her life value. The life value that had grown up over the course of the morning had fallen back to 10. It's precarious and unarmed. In this case now, I guess it's just the stamina to fire a shot and run a short distance. You come out first and get out of here. Jiang Yu was worried that the person who set the trap was nearby. After Su Shanyue climbed out, she also tried to fish the bike out, wanting to receive something into the space. One had to be able to touch that thing by Su Shanyue herself. No, the car is not wanted. Bicycles are everywhere, and there's one in Su Shanyue's space that she picked up on the side of the road. Jiang Yu decisively gave up. Nothing was more important than Su Shanyue's safety. Su Shanyue also couldn't let go of the bike. Lian glanced at Xiao Pink, and limped forward with a cruel heart. She couldn't ride the bike in her current state. Looking at the blood oozing out of her snow-white palms, Jiang Yu's teeth gritted. Just then, he saw 3 figures appear near the withered green belt next to him. Good. Delivered. Su Shanyue. Someone's coming. 3. Don't shoot until you're sure of a total kill. Su Shanyue's stamina is too low. If he couldn't kill them all at once, with an enemy present, he was afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to take them even if he had time to recharge and buy medicine. Can't take any chances. Su Shanyue paused slightly in her footsteps and nodded vigorously, covering her backpack. Ha! I said there was a commotion. So it's a big beautiful girl in the net. The big evil male duck-like voice came from this side of the green belt. Chapter 39 Kill back and kill you all. The trio's comment about a great beauty was just a daily flirtation, and when Su Shanyue turned around and they took another look at Su Shanyue's appearance, they were all stunned. Choo-choo, red at the corners of her eyes, her skin like jade, her body slender. It's a star, right? They don't mix with the entertainment industry, and the stars they know don't match up with the face in front of them. The leader finally came back to his senses, carrying a watermelon knife. His whole body looks a bit like a watermelon too. You alone? Jiang Yu's voice rang in Su Shanyue's ears. Just shake your head. Su Shanyue shook her head. The 3 of them immediately looked around vigilantly, and after there was no movement, they took a few steps forward and stood in front of Su Shanyue with interest. Someone? Where's someone? That's not the way to cheat. Beautiful. Don't worry. Follow us from now on. We won't let you get hurt again. TSK TSK. Under Jiang Yu's instruction, Su Shangyue spoke in a pitiful whisper. My teammates, they kicked me out. You guys. If you guys avenge me, I'll follow you from now on. Or I'd rather die. This latter sentence was added by Su Shangyue herself. Ha ha. Good point. This area is our territory. Where is your former teammate? The leader's eyes were half narrowed, like a wolf looking at a white rabbit. He certainly wouldn't be kind enough to avenge someone else's death, and neither would a star. But there were signs of other humans, so of course they had to make a trip to grab them. Su Shanyue's small mouth pursed lightly, seemingly scared, and took 2 steps backward to distance herself from the man. They're not here, and they seem to have guns. A gun? The 3 of them instantly got excited. And there were only 3 things that could excite a person in the end of the world: finding food and water, finding awesome weapons, and getting a stunningly beautiful woman. I didn't realize that I could achieve 3 things at once today. The air smelled of adrenaline spikes. How many guns did they have? What kind of guns? Su Shanyue spoke in a small voice. A pistol. The 3 of them exchanged glances and even thought about how to distribute Su Shanyue after grabbing the gun. There's only 1 gun across the street, and they're not afraid. They were originally watermelon sellers who set up stalls near the park, and after the apocalypse, they survived until now with watermelon knives and ruthlessness. Even if the opponent has a gun, with the right strategy, it's not a problem at all. Lead the way, brothers, to avenge you. You'll have to figure out how to repay your brothers when the time comes. Outside the screen, Jiang Yu slightly lowered his eyes. Su Shanyue's current stamina value was very low, and she was unable to fire 3 shots in a row and ensure that she killed the 3 people on the opposite side. You can't run without a bike, but there is a way to kill several birds with 1 stone. It's time for those people on the roof yesterday who were lusting after her to pay the price. 3 people have a van. After the end of the day, cars were everywhere, but gasoline was hard to come by, and you didn't get much when you went to the gas station to get it. This is the car they sell watermelons in. In order to save gas, usually non-essential not to use, and only 1 at a time. Pushing Su Shanyue into the car, he drove back according to the information Su Shanyue provided. Su Shanyue directly brought the trio to the vicinity of the terrace where she stayed yesterday. There aren't as many walkers here as there were in the morning. The 3 of them had fearless faces, one driving the car and the other staring at Su Shanyue. There was another person guarding the door of the van, which was wide open, and any walkers that came along the way had their necks slashed by this person. Su Shanyue sat at the very back, with only the watermelon knife and the other party's hand in her eyes. Wanted. The latter was pretty much the same as what Jiang Yu had envisioned. The building where Su Shanyue stayed last night had been burnt to a crisp, and Mr. Zhu's group of people had been beaten to pieces. Then we didn't see anyone attacking from the other side and hit hard until dawn. The boys who survived were sorry to see the schoolgirl go. The girls, on the other hand, are gloating that the school beauty is gone. Teacher Zhu's face turned blue. The weapons didn't arrive. They lost a wave of cannon fodder, and they were surrounded by more zombies. A dozen or so people took turns drinking from a bottle of water, with only 1 sip allowed per person, and a loaf of breakfast bread was divided into smaller portions, each with a piece the size of a walnut. Luckily it was cloudy, otherwise they must have died of sunburn on the terrace, and the bodies of those who were killed, they threw into the corner. Yikes! Suddenly someone stood up and pointed a short distance away. Everyone follows and stretches to look over to see a dilapidated and battered van driving over the walkers. Su Shanyue deliberately poked her head out to be seen clearly by the people upstairs. Su Shanyue, she's alive. People get excited. Mr. Zhu raised his hand to stop the crowd from getting excited. Look carefully. Besides Su Shanyue, there are only 3 people. They've got guns, but we're outnumbered. So in a few moments everyone is going to have to pitch in and take the other side's weapons and cars. Mr. Zhu pumped up the crowd. He would have loved to run. Having seen the power of hot weapons yesterday, he'd wanted to run for a long time, but the glass door had been pinned shut by them from the outside with rattan chairs, and he couldn't run. We'll just have to see what happens in a little while. Not far from the car, the 3 people in the car are also discussing how to attack up. They did not expect a lot of zombies here. It was eventually agreed that the van would create a commotion to draw the walkers away. Then he quickly kills over, drives a few walkers as a shield, and attacks the building in one breath. And you have to take Su Shanyue as a hostage. The plan went smoothly, and Su Shanyue was escorted upstairs. The wicker chair chained to the outside of the glass door of the terrace was yanked down and the glass door opened. Almost all of the people on Mr. Zhu's side were things like steel pipes, mops, and clothespins, so how could they possibly beat a watermelon knife? At first the watermelon knife side was wary of shots from the opposite side. Then after realizing they didn't have any guns at all, They went straight crazy and it was a massacre. There were only 3 people left on Mr. Zhu's side at this time as well. The others were all cut over by the 3 people in front of them, and the entire terrace was covered in blood. None of them had ever seen a murderous bad guy, and at this point they were being squeezed into a corner. Su Shangyue, at least we were classmates. Isn't it too much for you to do this? Teacher Zhu was now looking at Su Shangyue like she was looking at a demon. How can a girl be so vicious? Su Shangyue held back her nausea. With so many people dead, this kind of scene was still scary. You guys didn't think about being classmates when you set the fire this morning. Teacher Zhu was now incomparably remorseful. Had he known not to provoke Su Shangyue, Watermelon Blade directly grabbed a student and held him down on the terrace wall. Where's the gun? Hand over the guns or I'll throw you down one by one. A gun? What guns? We don't have guns. Get off me. Mr. Zhu, help me. The student who was being held down looked at the zombies slowly gathering downstairs, snot and tears running down his face as he hurriedly begged for mercy. Mr. Zhu's hand trembled. We don't have a gun. Bang! That student was thrown down. The walkers downstairs swarmed up and began to dine. Jiang Yu felt that it was almost time. Let's go. Right now. Su Shangyue silently took a step backward, taking advantage of a few people's inattention to quickly step downstairs. Everyone upstairs froze. Mr. Zhu hurriedly seized the opportunity. The gun. Isn't the gun on your side? Grass. Watermelon Blade felt something was wrong. Chase. The gun is on the chick. Come back and search if it's not. Raised his hand and gave Mr. Zhu a cut. Su Shangyue, who was descending the stairs, slightly hooked the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yu rubbed his eyes. Little girlfriend that's happy? In the next second, Su Shangyue was a bit flustered. Jiang Yu, what should I do now? Sure enough, one's eyes were blinking. How can a little girlfriend, wimpy and brave, dishrag and tough little crybaby, be happy to see so many people dead? Though the ones who died were the bad guys. This time it was Jiang Yu who hooked up the corners of his mouth and spat out 4 words. Chopped up. Chapter 40. Su Shangyue, I'm not a pervert. Pity? Is it a bad guy? Not kind? It didn't matter. Jiang Yu only wanted Su Shangyue to live. Glancing at Su Shangyue's life value, strive to finish them off within 4 shots. Su Shangyue's pure white little face didn't have any expression and nodded with a lighten. The few nearby walkers that were still mobile were drawn away, and she stood at the entrance to the first floor, slowing her pace. One by one, the watermelon cutters rushed downstairs. Just as they tried to speak, they were greeted by a blackened gun. Bang! So you have the gun. Bang! Bang! Su Shangyue's marksmanship is getting better and better. 3 shots, none of which landed. There's too much blood here. More and more walkers are gathering at the smell. Su Shangyue went out and immediately took out one of the remaining bicycles, lifted her foot and straddled it, rushing out of the slowly gathering zombies. The two tacitly agreed that neither of them would mention the fact that they had just shot 3 people. As she passed the van, Su Shangyue was a bit regretful. Too bad it can't be stowed in space. Su Shangyue was a little bit excited, but she didn't dare to show it. She was afraid that Jiang Yu would think she was a pervert, and could only grip the handlebars hard. If this had happened before, she would have been scared to tears, but not now. Although she was also scared, she had Jiang Yu to rely on. It's such a good feeling. Seeing that Su Shangyue wasn't too affected, Jiang Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, instructing her, ride forward, get back over to the park, take a break and get going again. There was no danger from the park side now. Su Shangyue's life value couldn't withstand the tossing and turning. At the very least, she would have to rest until the afternoon before she could continue her journey. Her eyes fell on her fingers gripping the handlebars, her alabaster fingers whitening at the tips from the exertion. Jiang Yu still had a pain in his heart. The little girl must have been terrified. After a long while, Su Shangyue suddenly opened her mouth. Jiang Yu, this bike doesn't ride as well as mine. Then we'll get our bikes later. It's only a third of the way through the day. Buzz off. Jiang Yu's cell phone rang. He turned off the in-game call button and pressed answer. Teacher. Jiang Yu, do you have time in the evening? Come over to Golden Yuyan and have dinner with me, along with one of your senior brothers. Li Mingqi didn't say who it was. Hua Qingyun said it was just in passing, and the subtext was low-key. Jiang Yu was just a student, and even if he was amazingly talented, he couldn't let others know that Lin Chuan second in command was there to see him. Jin Yuyan? In front of Lin Chuan University, besides the Aloe House, there is another more expensive and private place called the Golden Swallow Restaurant. The Aloha House is only 100 per person, and Golden Rainbows, I heard 800 per capita. This is counted as expensive in Lin Chuan, and it is said that this restaurant was there before the completion of Lin Chuan University. Jiang Yu thought briefly. Li Mingqi, the little old man, definitely won't spend this wasted money. Then it's this senior brother. Okay, teacher, I'll be on time. Su Shangyue returned to the vicinity of the park and first rescued Little Powder and received it into the space before dragging her tired body into the ice cream truck, eating something random, wrapped in a blanket and drifted off to sleep. Location, park. Inside the game. Yesterday was cloudy. Today is still cloudy. The temperature has dropped a bit along with it. Jiang Yu sniffs. He smelled the unique odor of dampness before a rainstorm. Craning his head to look out the window, the sun was shining brightly. The damp smell was emanating from the computer screen. Jiang Yu ate a lunch, and brushed his teeth and took a shower, changed into a relatively decent outfit, and God forbid, also wiped the electric wheelchair. From time to time, he went back to the house to take a look, just in case Su Shangyue woke up and learned something strange. Sure enough, one didn't look away and saw Su Shangyue nibbling on an apple while sneaking around on the ground to pick up brochures. From time to time, he raised his head to look at the sky, seemingly observing whether Jiang Yu had spoken or not. Confirming that Jiang Yu wasn't there, he hurriedly stuffed it into the space. Foolish girl, what's in the space? Jiang Yu can also see In this situation, Jiang Yu could only pretend not to see it, and when she finished picking it up, Jiang Yu coughed. Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue, being a thief, hurriedly withdrew her hand and obediently held the apple and continued to eat. After you've rested, you can head north a little further. There's a kindergarten there, and even if there are walkers, they'll be small ones, so you can spend the night there. Unexpectedly, Su Shangyue shook her head, a little embarrassed. I can't do it to a child. Well, that's a change. Have the animals mutated on your side yet? Jiang Yu didn't seem to have seen any animals appear in the game yet, except for flies and mosquitoes. It seems not. Well, that's only temporary. Still be careful. There's a vet hospital and fire station next to the nursery. You wait and see which one goes well and spend the night. Aha. Su Shangyue nodded. These days she had already summarized Jiang Yu's pattern. All the things she was going to do would be told to her in advance so that she could be prepared. You first deal with the wounds on your body. Don't leave your clothes if they're torn. Don't get infected. Jiang Yu saw that the wound on her palm was no longer oozing blood. Well, I'll take a shower later before I head out. She was slimy and had killed bad guys and didn't want to wait until the Pearl Hotel to shower. Dodging into space, one piece of clothing was thrown out. After Jiang Yu put away the monitoring equipment, he was ready to call a drop to go out. As a result, he froze and couldn't get a car at this hour. Specialized cars are not even. Looking at the time and thinking about it for a moment, he tapped his phone to poke into Youngwood's chat page. Hey boss, what's the order? The poplar forest is so joyful at all times. Do you have a car? Yes, all of us runners have cars. I'm better than the others. They're all motorized. I'm a pinecone. I'm going to a place in the city. If it's convenient for you to give me a ride, I'll give you the market rate. No problem boss. When I'm done with this run, I'll pick you up at home in 10 minutes. Is that okay? Good. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yu saw a red Songhua River van with several patches at the door. Yang Lin helped him into the car and put the wheelchair away and put it in the car as well, driving skillfully through the streets of Rinshan. Boss, don't look at me like it's a fifth-hander, but it was only $3,000 when I bought it, and it's an excellent value for the money. Jiang Yu smiled in response. Yang Lin's body exudes optimism, and his words are so infectious that Jiang Yu is inexplicably in a good mood. Huo Qingyun put off several invitations in the evening, stuck on time and out the door on time. The black Audi merged into the traffic and set off towards the Linchuan University side. Pei Yuchi dormitory changed several sets of clothes, lipstick on the mouth smeared and wiped, changed several colors. Xinhuan sked twice as she returned carrying fried rice noodles from the cafeteria. You're dating your rich boyfriend again? Wow. No, it's something else. Pei Yuchi took a look left and right to make sure there were no mistakes, and then went out the door with her little pink bag. She lost that deposit from Jiang Yu last time and told the bank manager that she would get it back. She thought about going directly to Jiang Yu's house to ask, but Louis Fei's guys were ignoring her, so she couldn't go by herself. And it involves an ex-boyfriend. This can't be known to Qin Yuchuan yet. Thinking about it, she decided to ask the elder she had dinner with last time to help her say something, as long as the other party stepped in. A small bank manager. Take that. For this meal, she had ruthlessly booked a place at the Golden Jade Swallow restaurant. Try to smooth this over and keep your internship. Chapter 41 Dinner with Mysterious Senior Brother. As night fell, students from Linchuan University flooded the streets. The lights were on and it couldn't have been more lively. The doorway of Golden Jade Swallow is also bustling with activity. Expensive. That is, the advantage of Golden Jade Swallow. It's this moment, in the middle of a BMW Mercedes Audi, sandwiched between a red van with silver patches on the body. Kinda cyberpunk. In full view of everyone. The The van carefully stopped at the gate. The driver took out a wheelchair from it before helping down a disabled young man. Jiang Yu transfers money. Yang Lin grinned. Boss, please. Jiang Yu had seen this kind of gaze a lot, and he didn't care at all. Driving his wheelchair into the lobby, the staff member smiles standardly, asks where he's booked, and sends Jiang Yu to the second floor inside a private room. Li Mingqi had long been waiting there, and there was also a clear-eyed waitress in the room making tea. Teacher, here, have some tea first. The waiter knowingly exited. Li Mingqi poured Jiang Yu half a cup of tea. The two are familiar with each other and don't have to care about the details of these rules. When your senior brother asks you something later, don't be nervous, just tell the truth. Li Mingqi still couldn't help but admonish Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. I'm even more nervous when you say that, teacher. At the same time there was a rough guess in his mind. The other party was able to make his teacher wait as well, and Li Mingqi even made a point of urging him to do so one could be sure that this senior brother's origins were not simple. Probably some big boss. Then be a little more careful yourself in a moment, so you don't get snookered. The doomsday game thing can't be trotted out at all. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door and the waiter came in with an elegant middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man entered the door, he turned his head and said first to the young man following behind him, "Well, you can go eat." "Yes," the secretary answered softly, nodding slightly at Li Mingqi and Jiang Yu inside the room as he retreated. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath. That's not like a big boss, it's like a leader. Teacher. Huo Qingyun smiled and sat down, taking the initiative to take over the task of making tea. This is the senior brother you mentioned? Hello senior brother, my name is Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu still understands this point of human feelings. The other party does not say the name can. He cannot not say. He took the initiative to extend his hand. Shaking hands with Huo Qingyun, this senior brother and sister were considered officially acquainted. Throughout the entire meal, Jiang Yu is based on the principle of eating more and talking less. A restaurant with 800 per capita is the first time he's ever eaten. In the middle, while Li Mingqi and his senior brother were talking, he took out his cell phone and took a sneak peek at the surveillance. Su Shanyue is riding her bike in the night without much danger. Senior brother Jiang, this leg of yours. Huo Qingyun's tone was filled with regret. Before he came he thought about how such a character could be used for himself. Put into which bureau or unit, or into which company. As a result, the other side is not good at what they do. That's not easy to deal with. One's olive branch is outstretched, and the other side doesn't have a foot to stand on. No bureau or organization will accept a disabled newcomer in. It's not a work injury. Otherwise, it's easy to be reported and caught. Jiang Yu smiled bashfully. Car accident. Senior brother. But it's in the past. Will it get better later? The doctor said there's not much hope. Huo Qingyun was puzzled. Teacher said that you were the one who came up with the anomalies in Lian City's geological data last time? Here we go. Jiang Yu reminded himself in his heart that it seemed like this senior brother was still seeing him for the Lian City earthquake. Pure coincidence. I didn't think it would actually happen. It's all teacher cultivation. It's a scene, but it's in and out. Li Mingqi nodded secretly. Huo Qingyun's impression of Jiang Yu was also good, and didn't take advantage of this to claim credit. This matter really shouldn't be high profile. Huo Qingyun thought for a moment. I know a very good orthopedic surgeon. I'll give you my contact information and have him take a look at your leg. You're so young. Don't give up on every opportunity. Jiang Yu actually didn't want to look at it anymore. Watch it once and be disappointed. But he couldn't reassure his senior brother if he didn't take his brother's favor, and he wouldn't be able to get past the Lianshe earthquake. Jiang Yu raised a smile and lifted his teacup. His tone incomparably sincere. Many thanks. Senior brother. I'll go and see. Huo Qingyun was even more satisfied with Jiang Yu. Professionalism is over the top. Quick to respond. In and out of the game. Sadly, a cripple. I heard from your teacher that you're taking a break from school. Any interest in being a counselor? Consultant? Jiang Yu really didn't understand this. Is it a consultant related to geology? You need a counselor for this? Huo Qingyun nodded. I have a friend who has opened a consulting company, and it just so happens that he needs your consultant in this area. Don't worry. You're not required to work. The pay isn't great, but the rest of the package is good, and there are bonuses for separate projects. Li Mingqi's chopsticks gave a slight lurch, as if nothing had happened. He silently chucked a piece of pig's trotter into Jiang Yu's bowl. Jiang Yu's words of refusal were on his lips. He now had a compensation, and yardage to earn some daily expenses, and most importantly, to look after Su Shanyue. After seeing the pig's trotters, the conversation took a turn for the worse. If you don't have to go to work and are just at home, would you be guilty of taking advantage of someone? He had a sincere face, just like a college student should react. Huo Qingyun laughed. He is a consulting company. Talent only needs to be used where it should be used. You don't need to have this concern. He is a regular company. Then I'll thank senior brother. For about a minute at the table, none of the three spoke again. Jiang Yu put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. It's almost time. Teacher, senior brother, I have to go back. Okay, where do you live? I live in the Hing Lake neighborhood. Well, it's inconvenient for you. I'll have the driver take you back and come back to pick me up in just the right amount of time. Quarrel. No refusing, elder brother. Jiang Yu. Hua Qingyun wrote the phone numbers of that orthopedic surgeon and the head of the consulting firm on a piece of paper and left it with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu folded the note and put it in his pocket. What does the fact that this brother did not choose to add his WeChat push contact information prove? It proves that he is not yet worthy. The other party certainly wasn't looking down on himself. Rather, it's inconvenient. It seems that this senior brother is a big deal. Soon, Hua Qingyun's secretary knocks on the door and pushes Jiang Yu downstairs. Only after the people left did Li Mingqi open his mouth and ask, "That consulting company of yours needs someone with Xiao Zhan's expertise? Why don't I believe it at all?" Hua Qingyun smiled helplessly. "Teacher, I'm not a bad person. And besides, didn't you agree?" "When did I agree?" Li Mingqi blew his beard. "Your braised pig's trotters are pinned over and..." Jiang Yu, he even read it. "That's fate. That company is in the name of a trusted person and is not associated with me. You can rest assured, even if he can't do anything with his life, as long as the company is around, he'll be able to pay his salary for the rest of his life." Hua Qingyun also chucked a piece of braised pig's trotters into Li Mingqi's bowl. Li Mingqi is aware of this and that's why he wants Jiang Yu to agree. He's seen too many geniuses, bent over by money, and he wants Jiang Yu to be a little more secure in the future. Braised pig's trotters, in ancient times, represented the golden list. The flower language of braised pig's trotters, success and glory. Chapter 42. Peiyuchi who has eyes but no eyes. Mr. Jiang, wait here. I'll get the car. The secretary put Jiang Yu at the door. Jiang Yu touched the note in his pocket, took a photo, and transmitted it to Qzone. There are a lot of photos of specimens collected by myself, data from experiments, and daily life. My cell phone is cleaned up regularly, and the extra pictures are saved in QQ space. He saved it on a netbook before and then got backstabbed by the netbook. When I first used it, it said it was permanently free, but then it was a pain in the ass to download it without opening a membership. He simply used the QQ space, locked up the space, to the various albums specifically named and then add a password. Relatively safe. It's okay if you lose this little note or your cell phone someday. That said, what was the point of the teacher asking himself to apply for that counselor's job? But then again, this 800 per capita hotel tastes almost as good as Aloha House. Jiang Yu was just fuming when a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. "Then I'm counting on you. Take care of the late generation is supposed to be, just I this drink cannot drive or, pay hard you send me home." Jiang Yu turned around and saw that next to him was Peiyuchi and a bald, middle-aged fat man. The man was fat and greasy, his eyes staring lustfully at Peiyuchi's chest. Seeing her hesitation, the man's tone was contemptuous. "I'm going to have a bad break here. This is not a good thing for you to do. Why don't I find Xiaochuan to talk about it?" Peiyuchi was very resistant, but it was hard to ride the tiger now. The other party even threatened to tell Qin Yuchuan. She regretted coming to this meal, not to mention spending half a month's worth of my own living expenses. I can't even get out of it now. In the midst of his dilemma, he saw Jiang Yu here. The sky had fallen, and Peiyuchi was mortified. Facing the middle-aged man, she didn't dare to say anything, but facing Jiang Yu, her fire instantly came up. "Why are you as good as a dog's paw? And why are you still chasing me here? It's your fault I'm here, and you have the nerve to show up? Jiang Yu, what did I do to you?" "Sick. By the way, the bag. Remember to return it to me before the 4th of July. Afraid that Jiang Yu would say something unfavorable, Peiyuchi could only agree. "Mr. Jiang, this..." Hua Qingyun's secretary came back to see the scene, but it wasn't appropriate for him to intervene if Jiang Yu hadn't given the word. "It's okay, let's go." The secretary pushed Jiang Yu down the special channel, helped him sit in an Audi the back of, and put the wheelchair away in the trunk. 8. Get in the driver's seat and leave straight away." The middle-aged bald man instantly withdrew his lustful eyes. "That was just..." Peiyuchi was flustered, afraid of being misunderstood. "It's just one of my previous suitors. He gave me a $200 bag before, and now he wants me to return it to him. You've seen his condition. It's impossible for us, and please don't ever tell Ogawa." "Oh." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes. "Alright, Ms. Pei, it's too late. You should go back to school early." This time also does not allow Peiyuchi to send. "Just kidding. The young driver just now. He had seen it at the relevant meeting, and if he remembered correctly it was the secretary of Linchuan's second-in-command. The second-in-command secretary chauffeured the disabled young man. And then this young man was also a suitor of Bei Yutki. One doesn't want to play the schoolgirl again without running into a gun. As for this Pei Yuchi, there are eyes that don't recognize gold and jade. Qin Yuchuan is just an unimpressive rich second generation. The people had all left, and Pei Yuchi stood alone in the doorway blowing the night breeze. Why did the other party suddenly let himself go? A great sense of loss gripped her, as if something important was passing away that she couldn't grasp. Obviously it's all Jiang Yu's fault. If he had deposited the compensation in that bank, she wouldn't have come to dinner. It wouldn't have happened back there. The lobby manager ate his melon in silence. He had noticed this young man in a wheelchair when he first arrived, coming in a broken-down van and leaving in an Audi A8. The point is that car was parked with the front and rear license plates still covered by the black hood. Obviously a private trip for whichever leader. He'd wicked several ho-hum grudge matches in his head. Either way, this young man is not simple. The manager instructed the receptionist, "Remember that young man and take care of him more if he comes back in the future." "Okay, manager." The secretary personally sent Jiang Yu to the door of his house. The first time after leaving, he rushed back to pick up Hua Qingyun. On the way Hua Qingyun closed his eyes to recuperate. "How was it?" the secretary responded as she drove. "Living alone? She didn't ask me any questions or inquire about you along the way." Hua Qingyun opened his eyes, a bit surprised. "Do you think he's not interested? Or doesn't dare?" The secretary hesitated for 2 seconds. "I suppose. Not realize who you are. That's just not interesting. There's also proportion." Hua Qingyun closed his eyes in satisfaction. "Remember to greet the consulting company over there." "Yes, don't worry." Asterisk. The first thing Jiang Yu did when he got home was to check on Su Shanyu first. The little girl was in the small red fire station, bending over to fish for something behind the fire cabinet. "What's this for?" Su Shanyu stood up violently, her small face a little flustered. Meow. A weak kittenish purr came from behind the fire cabinet. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. His girlfriend was meeting a stumbling block, presumably seeing that the humans weren't scratching it anymore. The kitten meowed a few times before poking out a dark head. "Done." Jiang Yu took one look and knew it was over. Palm-sized, all black and with big eyes. This is the kind of cute thing that a girl can't possibly pass up. Su Shanyu reached out and yanked the little thing out. The little black cat meowed a few times, surprisingly shrinking into Su Shanyue's hand and rubbing its head against the palm of her hand. Jiang Yu coughed and asked more. "Do you want to raise it? Is it okay?" Su Shanyue's eyes were full of hope as she took out a towel from her space and wrapped the little black cat in it. All of her supplies were given to her by Jiang Yu, and of course she had to ask for Jiang Yu's permission to keep a cat. "Keep them if you like, but put your own safety first. If it runs away, you can't go looking for it to save it despite the danger." Jiang Yu admonished her. "Aha." Su Shanyu smiled like a flower, nodded her head vigorously, lifted the kitten, and looked at the kitten with eyes similar to a demented man looking at a beautiful woman. "You have a home. Be obedient from now on, okay? And keep your voice down when you scream. I can't save you if anyone notices." Cat's mewing. It's amazing how this little thing can inflect when it screams. "Mind meow. Okay, you put those fire extinguishers away." Jiang Yu looked around. Well, Su Shanyu not only collected a few fire extinguishers, but also fire axes and ropes. After her last terrace escape, she was obsessed with ropes and repeatedly took that rope out and examined it. Jiang Yu didn't take it seriously either. Just don't see Su Shanyu secretly writing in her diary. "I've gotten a lot of harvest today, and I'm not having a hard time killing bad guys anymore. I picked up a kitten, black. The ropes at the fire station were of good quality, and the pamphlet I picked up at the ice cream truck said that if you like someone, you can tie them up. The art of tying up. I hope I can have the opportunity to discuss art with Jiang Yu in the future." Su Shanyu then spent the night at the fire station. After Jiang Yu handed in his manuscript, he sat down in front of the computer and began to list his plans. He was an organized man, listing everything one by one, like contour lines on top of a map, which in his eyes were works of art. Su Shanyue's side was not to be mentioned first. It was her own side that had quite a few things to do. Buy a computer. Get a new cell phone. Go to the doctor referred to you by Sifu and have your leg looked at. Just in case. Find a computer classmate. Write yourself an alarm code. Su Shanyu sleep when there is danger will automatically alarm the kind. As for the consulting firm that Sifu mentioned, say it again. These days he's used to coding over and over again at home with his girlfriend and doesn't want to be a cowboy. Chapter 433000 Reward for a program. Going to the doctor and going to buy a computer can be put on the same day. Wait for an appointment tomorrow. On the contrary, the whole making a reminder applet thing could be messed with. He didn't want to use those recruiting sites. Expensive. Simply open the Linchuan University forum, register a new account, and make a post. Program requirements for intelligent trajectory monitoring, honorarium 3000. Inside the girls' dormitory of the computer science department, Xinhuan sat up violently clutching her cell phone. Aha! Look sisters, someone posted on the forums to make a standalone program that pays $3,000. $3,000? Nowadays, many college students live on about $2,000 a month. Except for the tycoons. $3,000 is really quite a lot. The rest of the dorm quickly gathered around. Xinhuan summarized the requirements. Run independently, use it on the post owner alone, and send out an alert when it detects a movement track on the screen. That easy? Then I'm signing up. It's like a golden daddy. Me too. Me too. Pei Yuchi came out of the shower and saw her roommates excitedly discussing this matter. She thought for a moment and also poked the post and privately messaged the post owner to sign up. Liang Yu went to take a shower and when he came back the private messages were full. He picked through it, and, to his surprise, saw Pei Yuchi's private message, the selfie scissors avatar, and that nickname, Koromi Yuki. Liang Yu can't be mistaken. Didn't even click on the private message, just blacked out the account. Other people Liang Yu can't match the number. Anyway, it's not Pei Yuchi. Selected a clear expression of the 3 private replies, communicate the needs, and finally selected a nickname Huan Small Panda focus on docking. Boss, do you need me to sit in? No need. And when is the deadline? The faster the better. It may take a few optimizations. No problem boss, I'll cheer up. Ah! Xinhuan's screams almost toppled the roof of the dormitory, her face red with excitement. Pick me, picked me, that boss picked me. Wow! Xinhuan, I'm so envious of you. When you get paid then you can treat us to dinner. Must da. Aloha house. Xinhuan was happy. Pei Yuchi bristled. Is 3,000 a lot? It's not much. When you get yourself an internship, you'll make 5,000 a month. It was late at night when I finished my work, confirming that Su Shanyue was not in any danger. She fell back to sleep. It's a day to day. It's so tiring. It's a new day. 4 days until the big tsunami hits. Su Shanyue had already woken up and was drinking water and eating a small bread, and the little black cat at her feet was chewing on a ham sausage. Changing out of yesterday's broken dress, she wore a black camisole today over a white rashguard, her black camisole-wrapped waistline rising and falling with her movements. Great for biking. There was also a pink bow on her head. The black kitten had a hair accessory with an identical pink bow around her neck. A big one and a small one. The big one is sexy and the small one is cute. Good morning, Su Shanyue. Liang Yu felt that looking at such a Su Shanyue every day, sooner or later one day he would have to bleed his nose dry and die. Yay, you're here. Su Shanyue elegantly and quickly stuffed the last bite of bread into her mouth. Well, there are 4 days until the big tsunami hits. Tomorrow at the latest. Make sure you get to the Pearl Hotel. We also need to allow time to get to the highest level of the hotel. Well, I know. Su Shanyue nodded vigorously. With a shake of his hand, he pulled out his pink bike and set it down in front of the fire station, twisting his head to yell at the black cat. Luna, let's go. Luna? Liang Yu didn't understand. Why was it called that? Su Shanyue seemed to understand what he was thinking and smiled sweetly. American Girl Warrior. You know, Luna is the pet name of the moon hare. So the anime black cat with the moon on its brain is called Luna. Today's task was heavy. Su Shanyue barely stopped and set off all the way towards the Pearl Hotel. The little black cat was crouched in the basket on the front of the bike. Its fur, which had been slimy yesterday, much softer after a bath. Big googly eyes and a paw on the handlebars. An hour later, Su Shanyue had completely left the University of S campus area and entered the bustling Yuhua Road. This place is no longer as prosperous as it used to be. Countless cars of all sizes are scrapped on the road, and apart from the roaming zombies, survivors can be seen passing through it in 2s and 3s. There are more zombies here, more living people, and more weapons. Su saw someone with a gun. It's the fastest way to the Pearl Hotel. The other roads were far around, or narrow alleys, and once they were blocked, Su Shanyue was in danger. Liang Yu discussed with her and chose an alley that could be entered or exited. Even if there were people, it would hold up to 2 people attacking at once. Relatively safe. A gorgeous woman carrying a black cat through the streets quickly caught the attention of the survivors. When Su Shanyue rode out of the alley, she saw 2 men with rounded waists and large bladders, pistols in their hands, flashing out from behind the abandoned cab. The bald guy at the head smiled sardonically and raised the barrel of his gun. Little beauty, your car can pass, but the person has to stay. It's a pair of fitness instructors who usually make their money selling classes to rich women, and on the first day of the apocalypse, they attack a nearby police point, robbing each other of 2 guns in the confusion. With these 2 guns, they quickly robbed all the convenience stores and food stores in Yuhua Road. The supplies that were hoarded were enough to feed them for a year. Some survivors can't run away, so they join them in order to survive, searching for supplies to turn in every day in exchange for protection from the other side. Isn't there a beautiful woman coming down the street for them? The bald man licked his lips. This chick is pretty. More positive than the women on the whole street. Retreat back to the alley and lure them in. Liang Yu ordered, taking out 2 people in the alley to avoid being seen by others, causing Su Shangyue to not be able to walk. Retreat. Liang Yu's voice came out. There's a visual dead zone in the alley. Su Shangyue deliberately stumbled half a step as she retreated. The 2 bald men saw Su Shangyue retreating back like a small rabbit. The 2 of them had an evil smile on their faces and looked at each other to follow and step into the shaded area. Within Liang Yu's perspective, there were no other humans nearby, and the moment was hidden. Do it! The bald man lewdly stuck his own gun to his waist. Don't be afraid, little beauty. Su Shangyue didn't want to hear a single word. That's disgusting. The 2 snapped to attention. Disappear in place? What the hell? Where is he? Cold sweat instantly covered the back of the bald man's neck and he felt for the gun at his waist, but it was too late. In the next second, Su Shangyue reappeared. What she wanted was this moment when the other party froze. Both hands on the pink pistol. Poof. No need for special aiming. Accurate headshots for one person. With her brains still splattering in midair, Su Shangyue slightly deflected her gun and similarly sent a bullet to another person. 2 large splashes of blood splattered against the wall. Su Shangyue put away her gun and came with a cold little face. Liang Yu, I like silenced guns. Phew. Liang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad I didn't cry. Just like it. Take away their guns and let's go. Su Shangyue bypassed the pool of blood that hadn't yet coagulated, endured her nausea, and received the other party's 2 guns into space. Sweeping the corner of his coat, he pushed his bike out of the alley with a bland face. Right away. Liang Yu watched for a while, afraid of the little girl calling. Chapter 44. What is the sign of a cloud like Pikachu's tail? Su Shanyue's growth really pleased Liang Yu. Before, he couldn't even fight a zombie, but now he's able to calmly take out 2 bad guys. Your own girl. Great. Not long after Su Shanyue left, the bodies of the 2 bald men were discovered, but the people who bullied them died, and the people weren't happy at all. They were more afraid, because someone more powerful has come along and there's no telling how they're going to be crushed. Will we be used as cannon fodder? Before they only wanted us to gather supplies. This new boss is too brutal. Oh, having been enslaved for so long, it hadn't occurred to them that they wouldn't have a boss in the future. Su Shanyue had ridden to the next street long ago. As he passes a clothing store, he asks Jiang Yu if he can go in and pick out some clothes. Jiang Yu agreed once he was sure that there was no sign of zombies or human activity in the vicinity. There's plenty of time, and when your girlfriend likes something, of course you have to support it. Think of it as spending half an hour shopping with your girlfriend. Inside the clothing store, glass is broken, models fall to the ground in a heap, clothes and shoes are no better than food and water in the end of days, and the place is unattended. Little skirts, blouses, jeans thrown everywhere. Su Shanyue first chose her clothes according to the degree of convenience according to the end of the day. She needed to replenish her shoes and pants, as well as the loose tops, which Jiang Yu had chosen for him as well, but they all seemed to accentuate her figure too much. A few more sets of pajama slippers were tucked into the space. On her way out, her eyes fell on a white dress, pure white, sleeveless and tailored without any unnecessary embellishments. Su Shanyue shook her head. If it was before the end of the world, she would definitely not hesitate to take it. But when you really get to the end of the day, you realize that a big brand name dress is not as good as a punching bag, and a pretty dress is not as good as a pair of sweatpants. Jiang Yu noticed her eyes. Do you like it? Su Shanyue didn't want to lie, biting her lip and nodding. But it's not like it's useful in the end of the day. It's okay, take it with you if you like. There's enough room in the space anyway. There's always a chance to wear it. Jiang Yu's heart aches for Su Shanyue. Hearing him say this, Su Shanyue's eyes snapped open, lifting her small face with a look of surprise. You, won't you find the dress useless? Her eyes lit up. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows, his tone unconcerned. Useless? Isn't the fact that you like it the biggest use? The speaker has no heart, but when it fell on Su Shanyue's ears, they were the most moving words in the world. Walked up and took off the dress that was hanging on the model and received it into the space. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Intimacy +1. Pust. Jiang Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Intimacy added 1. Now comes to 16. More 4 points to 20. What's wrong? Su Shanyue seemed to hear movement on his side. It's okay. If things go well, we can get to the Pearl Hotel before dark. And remember, every 2 hours, take a break. Jiang Yu was afraid that she would consume too much of her life value and be unable to cope with the danger she encountered. Yes, Su Shanyue felt full of strength at the moment. Standing up and stomping 3 streets was no problem at all. Jiang Yu eats his meal and grabs the time to communicate his needs with Wan Wan's little panda. It was 2 hours at a time. Su Shanyue was obedient, resting for a while every hour, and was currently squatting on the side of the road, feeding the little black cat Luna. 1 ham sandwich for Luna, 1 ham sandwich for her. While eating he also looked at the gas station in the distance, where there was a group fight. She was far away and had time to run, so she wasn't afraid of being affected. Doomsday or not, transportation is an important means of production. When the doomsday breaks out, the first to be targeted are gold stores, supermarkets, and gas stations. Gas station tanks are the first to fall. Grab it if you can, or destroy it if you can't. Jiang Yu swept along Su Shanyue's line of sight and suddenly realized that there also seemed to be a small cloud in the shape of a lightning bolt above the gas station. Low over the gas station. Mo's a little abrupt. After experiencing Lian City, he was extra sensitive to the special-shaped clouds that appeared within the game. It always felt like it wasn't a coincidence. Su Shanyue, look up, look at that cloud. Su Shanyue reluctantly moved her melon-eating eyes away and looked up to see a cloud in the shape of a curved hook above the sky. Pikachu's tail, well, it does look cuter than a heart-shaped cloud. Su Shanyue wrinkled her nose, indicating that she hated heart-shaped clouds. Jiang Yu immediately clicked on the map of city and quickly circled one of the other gas stations nearby. Su Shanyue, you ride to the east. No, to the right, and help me go see something. Also took a screenshot of the scene. Okay Luna, come up here. Su Shanyue stepped onto the bike. The little black cat dried the last bite of ham sausage and jumped to the front basket to squat. Followed Jiang Yu's command and rode for half a block. Stop, right here. What why is it still a gas station? Su Shanyue stopped the car, picked up the kitten and walked over. There's no one on this side of the fence. Scouting around, he dodged into the gas station's convenience store. Supplies couldn't just rely on Jiang Yu to feed them, and when they came across something useful on the road, they had to collect some as well. And outside the screen, Jiang Yu was clicking screenshots. There is also a small, light, thunder-shaped cloud above the gas station here. In Su Shanyue's words, this was the cloud shaped like Pikachu's tail. Jiang Yu had a bold guess. Where heart-shaped clouds represent danger to come and Pikachu's tail represents resources? Energy? Sure enough, stupid game. The instructions are dripping with clear stupidity. Su Shanyue stuffed the space to the brim. She took all the mineral water inside the convenience store. Jiang Yu, can space only be so big? Looking at the shelves full of things that couldn't be collected into the space, Su Shanyue could be heartbroken. There's a bigger one, but it'll have to wait. So throw out some of the ones you can't use in your space. Jiang Yu gave advice. It's just that he doesn't understand the hoarding fetish of girls. Su Shanyue sifted through the circle, barely making a little bit of space and stuffing several rechargeable treasures in. Even the bathroom where you take a shower has a lot of supplies piled up. Su Shanyue was satisfied to continue her journey. As night fell, she finally arrived near the Pearl Hotel. Jiang Yu, well, I saw it. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cool air. It was almost 3 or 4 kilometers away from the Pearl Hotel, but the front was no longer able to advance by half a point. Here, at some point, an iron mesh protected area was constructed. Inside the protected area is the Pearl Hotel. Outside are mountains of walkers. The Pearl Hotel is the best hotel in city, with restaurants and entertainment in addition to housing. After the end of the day, all hell breaks loose, and the Pearl Hotel's security team becomes a handful here. They built this protective fence and survived easily on the supplies stored in the hotel until now. Densely packed with zombie mayfly nymphs. Su Shanyue took one look at it and almost spit it out. What to do? Don't panic. That Liang Yu you said was looking for trouble last time. Was he at the Pearl Hotel before? Well, that's what they say. The second time Liang Yu came to you was just a few days ago. The guardrail should have been built by that time, and he was able to get out. So there must be a way. Jiang Yu's mind was spinning fast. Come what may. Say what you have to go in. Chapter 45, Alluring. Dumpling. You have to back off and find a safe place to stay out of the way of the walkers. Let me think. Luckily, he'd set aside plenty of time. Within 3 days, Su Shanyue will be able to reach the topmost floor of the hotel. But what to do? Jiang Yu told Su Shanyue to keep backing up. There's a big truck over there, see it? Go over and see if there's anyone there. And if there isn't, you'll spend the night there. The big truck was about a kilometer away from the herd, so if the zombies attacked, she would be fairly safe hiding in it. The back of the big truck was empty and divided into 2 levels, which were used to transport small cars. The minivan was taken long after the doomsday broke out. Su Shanyue quietly touched over and hid in the shadows to quietly observe for more than half an hour. Jiang Yu, I don't think there's anyone. Well, get on then. From the passenger side, the big truck doesn't look tall from a distance. and only when it really reaches the front did he realize that Su Shangyue, who was more than 1.7 meters, also just hooked the door handle. After yanking the door open with all his might, instead of going up first, he took 2 quick steps back in case someone was hiding inside. After making sure there was no danger, he threw Luna in the car, got in with his long legs, closed the door, and locked it. The car smelled of choking sweat, and in the back was a single row of seats where you could sleep. You lower the window a little. Su Shangyue looked at the set of car keys hanging on it and hesitated. Should I fire it up? No, that would be too much movement. Did you see that roll of tape? Aha. Su Shangyue took the roll of tape from the back seat, and stick the tape on the glass and pull down hard. It wouldn't work if a new energy vehicle operated that way, but this old truck could be tried that way. Su Shangyue glued several lines of tape to the glass, her little face suffocating red before she yanked the window down a few centimeters. It's fine, just enough to breathe. Su Shangyue was panting, her chest heaving. Liang Yu didn't dare to look at it again, coughed, and switched to the coding software. Cool code. After submitting the draft up, cut back to the game screen. Su Shangyue was taking a bath inside the space, and the sound of clattering water came out. Because of the lack of intimacy, the location where Su Shangyue was located was blurred, and he couldn't see anything. The more you can't see it, the more evocative it becomes, especially since there were a lot of things piled up outside the bathroom door. With Su Shangyue's changed tiger on top, Luna, the little black cat, crouched and licked her paws and meowed. Hiss. Liang Yu simply pushed the wheelchair to the balcony. He needs to breathe some oxygen. Su Shangyue was able to stay in the space for 3 minutes. She counted the time and undressed and washed her hair for seconds. 150. Rinse your hair and wash your face for 150 seconds. Take a shower for 150 seconds. Wipe dry and change clothes for seconds. 150. It stuck fine every time. It was a bit of a hassle, but she was especially content. I don't know how many people don't have access to water these days, and she's grateful to be able to take a shower. Liang Yu. Su Shangyue bit her lip and sat down to wipe her hair on the bunk in the back row that had been laid with fresh sheets. Liang Yu was on the balcony, and the air was sweltering in a way that was unique to a pre-storm period. Turning on his cell phone, he saw that there had been surprisingly heavy rains in the last few days, and a faint, inexplicable sense of crisis haunted him. In looking at the book, remember the phrase, this disaster conceptual 10% of. This kind of subplot was something he didn't dare to associate with, but there was already the matter of the heart-shaped clouds in front of him, and he didn't dare to bet that if reality would really be affected and something happened to him, what would Su Shangyue do? After thinking about it, I decided to contact my teacher first tomorrow. Ha! Liang Yu. Look! Liang Yu heard Su Shangyue's soft cry and pushed his wheelchair back. What's wrong? Look over there. A kilometer away is the parapet of the Pearl Hotel. At the moment there was a crackle of sparks on the parapet. The protective net is electrified. Liang Yu flinched and squinted his eyes, seeing a van drive in along the sparking location. The van drove all the way to the front of the hotel and a few people got out of it and got into the hotel. It's too far away to get more than a general view. Liang Yu combed through his thoughts. The hotel is in contact with the outside, and when the car returns at this point in the evening, it causes a zombie commotion. The zombies touch the grid and crackle like fireworks. It seems like Liang Yu was probably in and out of the hotel before. Great. Tomorrow we'll see if that car still comes out. And if it does, we'll find a way to follow it in. And what if it doesn't come out? Su Shangyue tilted her small face and asked him. Freshly showered, her eyes were misty and her watery lips were slightly parted. At this angle, it's like she's sitting on the bed, pressed up against Liang Yu, looking up for a kiss. If it doesn't come out, I'll think of something else. Don't worry. We'll get in. Aha. Su Shangyue was finally going to sleep. Liang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Who can top this? Liang Yu couldn't top it and silently recited several geological points before returning to normal. It was clear that he hadn't been out all day, but he felt so busy today. Forgot how many meals I had. Fill your stomach and simply cook a frozen dumpling. After the dumplings were cooked and brought to the computer, he saw Su Shangyue eating as well. Self-heating skillet. After her shower, there wasn't much room in the car. It was still summer, and she was so hot and sweaty from the food that she simply wore only a small white camisole and jean shorts. The skin is white and snowy, showing its innocence. Liang Yu looked at Su Shangyue and then at the round dumplings on his plate, scratching his head helplessly. Plug in a dumpling and stuff it in your mouth with a mouthful of juicy, sweet dumplings. Aha! Yummy! He's going to see what brand and stock up later. Asterisk. Early the next morning it was cloudy and rainy. Liang Yu then receives a code script from Wan Wan Little Panda. Boss, please check the frame. I can refine it if the frame is okay. The point is, Liang Yu can't read it either. But again, this thing has to be run on a computer to see where it needs to be improved. He looked at the time and replied to the other man. Go ahead and follow this. And when it's done we'll make an appointment and you'll run through the program live. No problem. I'll wait for your notice then. Shinwon clutched her cell phone and giggled. What's the fun in the morning? He. The boss told me to keep doing it. Hey, 3,000 yen. Sister is coming. Shinwon looked at the chat window and fantasized about what the boss on the other side looked like. Must be a humble, handsome man. So what if it's a fat old man with a big belly? Pei Yuchi couldn't help but speak up. $3,000 for a crap project makes Shinwon happy like this. What a loser. I don't think so. I see his avatar style is quite young. Shinwon held up her cell phone and shook it. Pei Yuchi froze. The avatars are rows of glass jars filled with colorful ores. Isn't that Jianyu? Those broken jars of ore are exhibits in a geological museum. The contributed guy who just to get a little standalone software is Jianyu. 3,000. He's sick. That's all his compensation. Pei Yuchi opened her mouth, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. So many people signed up. Why did he have to pick Shinwon, knowing full well that Shinwon is his roommate? Also, he must have recognized his forum account. So why didn't he pick himself? Pei Yuchi knew that Jianyu was still angry with himself. Otherwise, that day at the Golden Jade Swallow restaurant, it wouldn't have been so cold. She even thought about whether Jianyu would be angry if he saw himself with another man. Her mind was in turmoil. Righteous fathers, Happy New Year. A new year of good health for all. Wealth is rolling in. Please add me, nicknamed Tyranny, to your bookshelf. Chapter 46 Jianyu. I like being the boss, thanks to Righteous Father, September's promise reward. It was hard for her to bag. Look at the in her hand LV. The bag has to be returned to Jianyu as soon as possible, so I'll carry it for one more day. And I'm going to have a get-together with Qin Yuchuan's roommates at noon today. They all bring girlfriends. She's got a big bag to hold down the fort. She loved the gaudy feeling. She was just good-looking and rich. Or, it's better to wait until after the National Day to return it. Anyway, it's hard for her to meet Jianyu. Jianyu can't just come to her door to ask for it. Rumble. Jianyu was concentrating on returning the message when he was interrupted by a burst of thunder. The sky darkened at a rate visible to the naked eye. At 8 or 9 in the morning, it's surprisingly as dark as midnight. Lightning streaked across the room, instantly illuminating the room as if it were day. It was only a few seconds later that the deafening roar came and the windows rattled. Jianyu's brows were furrowed. Such weather hadn't been seen in how many years. Turn on your cell phone and check the news. Officials said the torrential downpour was influenced by the cold fall air and told people to be safe on the road. Jianyu had hoarded a lot of supplies, so he didn't have to worry about food and drink. On the screen, Su Shanyue was sleeping comfortably in the back seat. The air was stifling, and her little face was flushed. Suspenders can't wrap around a nice body. The thin little blanket had long since been kicked aside by her. The game is overcast with no sign of rain. Suddenly, there was a crackling commotion from the far side of the protective netting, and even in the daytime you could see the regal arcs of electricity. Zombie riot. He quickly poked Su Shanyue's arm with his mouse. There's a situation. Su Shanyue rubbed her eyes and sat up. The sense of crisis engraved in her bones drove her, and before the person was awake, she looked over in the direction Jianyu said. The grid automatically pulls open a door and the van from last night quickly rushes out, knocking walkers on all sides. The grid door closes. A few zombies hissed and broke in, and were quickly hacked to death and thrown outside the power grid by those rushing out of the hotel. The van drove off toward Construction Street and was gone in a few moments. Jianyu stroked his chin to draw out useful information. The zombies are fighting at about the same level as over at the walking street, and there's no sign that they're about to evolve at the moment. The zombies in the game don't fight like the ones in the movies he's seen. Not that strong. Guess it's giving humans some time to adapt and wait to evolve. The van rushed out, waste-like, and couldn't be stopped. A complete system of operation has been developed inside the hotel, and the super tsunami will last half a month, or 2 weeks. In time you will watch the system turn into a meat grinder, strangling the survivors until the last survivor is left. Are you afraid? Jianyu's line of sight passed through the screen and landed on Su Shanyue's thick and light face. Su Shanyue's eyes were firm. Afraid? Don't worry. I'll cry when I'm scared. Jianyu. So what now? Going after that car? Su Shanyue took out the loose printed with a Yugui dog from her space and t-shirt, put it on. While his mouth said he was afraid, his body was honest and leapt to go after the car. Jianyu shook his head. No need. Your tools are here. Su Shanyue changed direction, and saw outside the car window. Sneaky 3 people. Who is it if not the Xiao trio? How did they get here? Su Shanyue frowned. She didn't like these people. Then it must be the dormitory side that can't stay. Jianyu deduced correctly. After their new captain, Ma Yunlong, was killed by Su Shanyue with a single shot, a new team came to the dormitory building. They were kicked out. The three of them had nowhere to go. The better places were occupied by others in advance. And under the ghost, they touched the neighborhood of the Pearl Hotel. The zombies outside scare them back, ready to get a car with lots of gas and leave. I didn't expect to drill below Su Shanyue's eyes. Bang! Su Shanyue opened the car door and the movement startled the three. The three of them looked up in unison to see a large, cool beauty sitting in the passenger seat, looking down at them. A pair of long soul-locking legs is longer than their lives. Please call me boss. Xiao Xiao stared in disbelief that she had met this god of killing here. The image of Ma Yunlong being shot was still fresh in their minds, and now none of the three wanted to see Su Shanyue. Beautiful women are good-looking, but they're killing me. Dawn was more scared. She'd even hit Su Shanyue before. The three were just about to pull their legs out and leave when Su Shanyue called out. Stop. Su Shanyue's hand on her side was clenched tightly. Her palms were sweaty. She'd rather kill someone than be around people now. Relax. Don't be afraid. I'm watching. Luckily, there's Liang Yu. And Liang Yu's voice is the best mood stabilizer. Su Shanyue indifferently opened her mouth to inquire. Can you guys drive? The two men looked at me at you and shook their heads in unison. Dawn weakly raised her hand. I can drive, but I don't have a license. They didn't dare to resist Su Shanyue now. So Shallow Moon has a gun. Su Shanyue coldly did not speak. Liang Yu knew she was hesitating and spoke directly. Don't kill those two. You'll need blockers and cannon fodder when you enter the base. Good. Su Shanyue answered. The three xiaoxiaos ah. Well what? Su Shanyue jumped out of the car and drove the trio to look for a car in the parking lot. Silver gray van. Go find it. The three had bitter faces. Wanting to run but not daring to do so. They were tired and hungry. Where could they run? One can only resign oneself to finding a car. Unfortunately, there are quite a few cars here. Just no vans. Liang Yu pondered for a moment. Find a random car and drive back over to the terrace. Watermelon Blade and their car is a van. If there's another van on the road, use the one on the road. You saw the one that came out of the hotel anyway. Just find one that's similar to that one. Su Shanyue nodded wordlessly. Su Shanyue commanded one of the boys. You, Xiaojia, go find a bucket and pick up 2 barrels of gasoline. Su, Boss Su, my name is not Little A. Su Shanyue didn't care about him. From today onwards, you'll be called Little A. Good. Little A is Little A. Xiaowei knew that if he didn't listen, he would probably reward himself with a gun and then find someone else to be Xiaowei. Su Shanyue lifted her small chin, secretly telling Liang Yu, I like being the boss, but you're the boss of me. She was quite proud. Liang Yu, I want to learn to drive too. Liang Yu cried and laughed. Once you're good at bicycling, you can learn to drive. Previously, Su Shanyue had touched a car and none of the skill recharge reminders popped up. Liang Yu speculated that the driving skill should be subsumed into transportation. Got to upgrade. Fine. Su Shanyue huffed. Xiaojia picked up 2 empty mineral water buckets from the side of the road. A vegetable face. Boss Su, where is this going to get gasoline? Su Shanyue looked at him like he was a fool. Following Liang Yu's instructions, he found a hose near the truck's water tank, and looked for another car with gas. Stick the hose in the gas tank and hand the other end to Little A. Suck. Xiaojia grimaced and could only suck 2 mouthfuls. The hose was opaque and he accidentally sucked in a mouthful of gasoline. Blah blah blah. As it was, it barely scraped together 2 barrels of oil. Together with Su Shanyue, there were now a total of 4 people. They looked for a new energy tram with half a tank of electricity left in the chopper. Xiao Xiao drove the car and Su Shanyue pointed the way. She's a roadie, but the school teacher has a good memory. Liang Yu ate breakfast. The rain just stopped. Urged Su Shanyue a few words. Opened WeChat and asked Yang Lin if he had time. Take him on a trip to the mall. He prefers Youngwood's 5-handed van to playing dropshipping. Better for him to travel with a wheelchair. Chapter 47, Liang Yu, I'm a gentleman. I'm defending against villainy. Boss, 5 minutes to, no matter what time of day it is. Youngwood is always smiling. Taking advantage of this time, Liang Yu sends a message to Li Mingqi for the most recent meteorological data for the coastal areas. This data is not in the geology program, but Li Mingqi has numerous students who happen to be in the weather service. It's not like it's a core secret. Li Mingqi said to send it to his mailbox before noon. Liang Yu got into the 5-handed van. Going to Wanxiang City. I'm going to delay you for a while today. I'll be back after I buy something. About half an hour. You're too kind, boss. I don't have a list right now. Feel free to delay. Yang Lin kicked the gas down and the water on the road was splashed. After the storm, the thick dark clouds changed to rolling overcast and the sun went nowhere to hide. Vientiane is the best shopping mall in Linchuan. Not many people there just after the rain. Jiang Yu pushed his wheelchair straight to the specialty store. Youngwood was very measured and waited in the car. Several brands of laptops were compared. and based on the battery and keyboard feel, as well as the subsidized price, he picked a favorite. Also picked out a new cell phone on the way. The staff was happy to have a big bill early in the morning and the guests were still in pain. John Yu is about to leave when he sees two people come in arm. Coincidentally, it's Yuki Pei and her new boyfriend, and Yuki Pei is holding one of those thieving expensive ice creams. John Yu raises an eyebrow and pushes his wheelchair forward, driving straight in front of Pei Yuchi, saying nothing, just staring at the in Pei Yuchi's hand LV bag. Pei Yuchi's expression tightened. She sees that John Yu wants to mention the bag thing again and can't help but show her face in supplication. Hurrying to speak, Xiaochuan, you stroll first. I met my classmate and had a few words with him. Qin Yuchuan didn't feel at ease when he saw that John Yu was a wheelchair user. Go straight for the newest phone. Pei Yuchi lowered her voice. What the hell are you doing? The bag. Give it back. Not now. Pei Yuchi decisively refused. Are you sure? John Yu's patience was reserved for his own people. Pei Yuchi was a stranger when she betrayed him without a word. Regardless of whether John Yu had an accident or not, Pei Yuchi frankly and openly broke up, and then went to be with someone else. John Yu expressed understanding, respect and blessing. The mistake was that Pei Yuchi was pawn and stand again. This kind of person is essentially shameless. John Yu feels that if you don't take advantage of the bag back today, I guess Pei Yuchi is dragging her feet behind her, and maybe she will still give herself a fake. John Yu. Pei Yuchi gritted her teeth in hatred. Why are you so petty? 36,800. Am I being petty or are you being greedy? John Yu freed the paper bag containing his cell phone and handed it to Pei Yuchi. Pei Yuchi glanced back at Qin Yuchuan. Qin Yuchuan was looking at his new cell phone with his eyebrows raised and didn't look this way. Hurry up. Your new boyfriend is coming over later. John Yu urged. Pei Yuchi viciously ripped through the paper bag, vacated the contents of the bag into the paper bag, and threw the bag forcefully into John Yu's arms. John Yu didn't stop for a second, grabbed his stuff and left. Fear of sticking to Pei Yuchi in the slightest. Angry Pei Yuchi almost cried out. Who cares about your broken bag? Maybe it's still a fake. Fake? What fake goods? Qin Yuchuan's voice suddenly sounded from the side. It startled Pei Yuchi. She stammered for a moment. No, it's nothing. My classmate he's in a tough situation. I'll give him the bag so he can sell it secondhand for some living expenses. With her brain down, she could only come up with such lame excuses. Qin Yuchuan was also confused. No, although it is said that an LV bag is not much money, but Pei Yuchi just casually give it to others. Is it a brain bubble? Geez, never mind. I'll get another one in a few days. Pei Yuchi's heart was dripping blood. In order to keep Qin Yuchuan from being suspicious, she could only say this. After John Yu went out, he immediately turned to the second-hand luxury recycling store on the first floor with his bag. There is a record of payment, a photo of the invoice, and the bag is real and undamaged. Resold it for 18,000. Tough 50% off. 50% off is 50% off. He doesn't use this stuff. What's the point of keeping it? It's better to exchange it for money than to smash it in his hands. Thanks to his habit of taking photos and storing them in space, or else he would have to go home and look for the invoice, which would have gone somewhere. By the way, he then passed the video of the conversation he had just had with Pei Yuchi to the space album. The video's footage is of the mall floor, him sitting in a wheelchair, and the lower half of Bai Nguyen's body, and he's only recorded the dialogue portion. That kind of situation is not convenient for recording people in the open. He is a gentleman, defending himself against a villain. Save Pei Yuchi from turning around and babbling something else. Boss, let me get that for you. Yang Lin has been waiting at the elevator entrance for a long time, and as soon as John Yu comes out, he sweetly goes up and takes the stuff and puts it in the car, helping John Yu into the car again. On the way back, John Yu took out his cell phone to see what Su Shanyue was doing. She had taken the three of them, Xiao, and found the van in a chopper. The walkers have long since retreated. That little A is filling up the van with gas. Su Shanyue stared with a cold little face. It's kinda big brotherly. John Yu slightly hooked the corners of his mouth. Boss, with that expression, it looks like he's talking to his girlfriend. In front of him, Yang Grove looked at him through the rearview mirror. John Yu put away his cell phone. Girlfriend? You think a guy like me has a girlfriend? Geez, what are you talking about? Boss, you're handsome, you're not short of money, and you're good-tempered, so I don't know how many girls' ideal type you are, but I'm a cripple. John Yu also didn't expect that he would be able to easily say one day the word crippled. TCH, boss, that's you being narrow-minded yourself. One must have strengths and weaknesses, and your strengths outweigh this weakness. John Yu was amused by his logic. Then you must have a lot of good qualities for you to have a family at such a young age. That's not true. Yang Lin's optimism infects John Yu. By the way, the weather has been bad lately, so if you can, Stock up on some daily supplies, food and supplies, especially since your family has children. Jiang Yu had also taken a risk by saying this. It's hard to say if there will be a climate disaster back there, but he likes this poplar forest. Even if said splits were made, predictions were wrong, and people were made fun of, and he recognized it. I didn't expect Yang Lin to ask even the reason, and directly returned. Okay, boss, I remember. I'll buy it when I go back in a while, regardless of whether or not he actually bought it. At least this moment of trust flattered Jiang Yu. I don't know if the good old boy Louis Fei has been listening to stock up on supplies. Like, be sure to add it to your bookshelf. Righteous fathers, good data is the biggest support for little Karami. Neil. Chapter 48 Youthful Sadomasochism, 18 Prohibitions. Yang Lin thoughtfully sends Jiang Yu to his doorstep and receives the service fee that Jiang Yu transferred. Drive straight to the cheapest comprehensive wholesale market in Linchuan. Meat, eggs, milk, toilet paper, salt and a few other essentials. And drinking water and candles. The owner who sells him stuff pokes fun at him. What? Are you trying to avoid the end of days? Youngwood hemmed and hawed, moved another box of formula on the way home. Coming home with a load of supplies, his daughter-in-law, Peach, came down to get him. Honey, what's going on? Youngwood looked around and lowered his voice. Nothing, a client of mine, reminding me to stock up on something. What kind of client is that? You believe what people say? Hey, you really don't believe me. First of all, he is a college student, and secondly, that day I went to send him to eat at the Golden Jade Swallow. The Golden Jade Swallow. You know it, the thief is expensive. Anan, and then what? I had thought that I wouldn't have a list either, so I would just wait there and pick him up. As it turned out, people in an Audi left, and the driver of the car looked like he was driving for an official. At 8-inch. This client of mine must be a bit of a tipster or something. Youngwood swore. Okay, things don't expire anyway. Eat slowly. Peach is as optimistic as he is, helping to move things along. I'll make you tomato and egg noodles to eat later. What a daughter-in-law. Yo, buying so much stuff. Though, as the duo carried their stuff up the elevator, they encountered an obnoxious old neighbor lady. The old lady, a native of Linchuan City, particularly disliked the young country couple. Take the opportunity to make a few snide remarks. Young people nowadays just don't know how to live their lives and drink milk powder. TSK, our generation was fed with rice pudding. This powdered milk has many additives. Beware of feeding into dementia. Young Forest two people stupid mouth, and cannot say, simply shut up and let the old lady taunted. Moving the stuff down the elevator, Yang Lin turned around and puked. I think you've eaten too much Sanlu milk powder. That's why you're so demented. Old lady. Jiang Yu returns home and it starts to drizzle sparsely outside again. Inside the game, Su Shanyue had Xiao Xiao drive the van to that gas station convenience store from yesterday. What she didn't take with her yesterday, she was finally able to take today. The moment they saw that there was food, Xiao Xiao 3 hungry wolves growled, directly pounced on, picking up the expired bread on the ground to eat. Shut up, Su Shanyue's cold little face and icy eyes. The little black cat Luna elegantly squatted at her feet. The three of them were starving and gulping furiously, but they didn't dare to disobey Su Shanyue's order. Su Shanyue was satisfied. Jiang Yu would have taught her to step-by-step compress the consciousness of the three, and keep the training trio in an obedient state at all times. That way she's safe. And, a slap on the wrist and a sweet date. Su Shanyue walked over and peeled away the pile of trash on the ground, which hid a box of ham sausages, briny eggs, cookies and water, as well as a bucket of meringues. This convenience store has been ransacked for who knows how many rounds, and with her limited space, she only took her favorite foods yesterday. The ones I didn't like were packed away and hidden. She likes to hide supplies in the trash. No, it came in handy. Take these to the car first and eat them when you get in. Thanks boss. Only then did the three understand Su Shanyue's good intentions, so there was a better meal. Woohoo! The boss is so nice. Little A was the first to surrender completely. He suddenly felt that following Su Shanyue wasn't bad. Good looking, a gun, and a brain, and you can still get fed by following her. He attentively volunteered to come up and carry the stuff. Su Shanyue also commanded Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bi to bring those expired things as well. Boss Su, what are you doing with these? Xiao Xiao tried to forget about those things in the past and forced herself to call out Boss Su after her. It's not that hard to say. Su Shanyue Iceberg Beauty General. Eat? I'll give it to you guys to eat later. 3. Jiang Yu was also amused by her adorable appearance. In a few minutes you guys drive back and wait in that parking lot. That van from yesterday didn't go back until after 9. You guys go in at almost 7 or 8. Too early and the other side will be wary. Too late and there's no chance. When Su Shanyue heard Jiang Yu's voice, her complexion instantly took on a luster, and the iceberg melted. The three Xiao Xiao people saw the ghost after seeing it and didn't dare to move a muscle. After a few seconds, Su Shangyue returned to her cool appearance. Don't look at me. Oh. Saying a few words to his girlfriend, Jiang Yu ate while organizing the weather data sent by Li Mingqi. He's not a meteorology major and is very slow to process. When you come across a point you don't know, you still need to consult the information or ask the AI. It wasn't until nightfall that a head start was barely organized. The conclusion is that there is nothing special about the weather data, except that there is a lot of rain. Jiang Yu pinched his brow. Soon the big tsunami in the game is coming. So will there be a big tsunami in reality or not? Conceptual for disaster 10%. What exactly does that mean? Why don't you just call and talk to Mingqi Li? Teacher, do you think there will be a big tsunami? Li Mingqi was slowed down for several seconds when he asked him without a clue. Did you find anything? Nope. Li Mingqi. Forget it, teacher. I don't have any ideas anyway. So let's talk about it. And by the way, you remember to stock up on food and drinks. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu also thought about it. Unlike that one time with the heart-shaped clouds, this big tsunami octogenarian thing is going to kill you if you talk nonsense. Besides, even if there is a big tsunami, there are so many official organizations, they can't all have no warning. Take care of yourself and pull back. Thinking about it this way instantly lightens the mood. Sure enough, swinging for the fences cures all. Concentrate on showing Su Shangyue the way. Stop. Su Shangyue suddenly slapped Xiao Xiao, and Xiao Xiao braked on reflex. Turn the corner. We're going to that library. Su Shangyue pointed to a store on the side of the road that was a cross between a coffee house and a library. Xiao Xiao didn't know what Boss Su was going to do, and didn't dare to ask a single word as she drove the car over. Su Shangyue pushed open the car door, took a long stride, and got out of the car with Luna in her arms. A, B, yell if any walkers or people come by. You're coming in with me. Su Shangyue wasn't used to giving orders, one after another. Xiao Xiao bitterly followed Su Shanyue's ass and stepped into the pavement that was covered in glass. She could see that Su Shanyue didn't care about the two people outside. She wanted a driver who could drive. Woohoo! Su Shanyue went straight to the rows of books on the shelves. After the apocalypse, this kind of stuff isn't useful. It's put here neatly, just like before the apocalypse. Su Shanyue searched for a few books on mechanical maintenance, animal breeding, and medical knowledge. Jiang Yu looked up and left it alone. There was nothing dangerous. He went to dismantle his new cell phone and computer. He really admired himself, too. As a man, it's amazing that you can stand to buy a new cell phone computer and not take it apart. Su Shanyue deliberately stood there in a daze. After a minute or two without hearing Jiang Yu's voice, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. It was certain that Jiang Yu wasn't there at the moment. I'm sure she'll ask her if she's there. Didn't ask means it's not there. He. How clever of you. When no one was looking, she secretly took 2 books of young adult romance literature and stuffed them into her space. Didn't notice the cover in the slightest. A book that reads, Youthful Sadism, Crying Red Tales. A book that reads, 18 No Prohibition, School Comics. Chapter 49. Entering a hotel is a red carpet. Gently patting her burning face, she slammed her little face. Withdraw. A couple of pretty books and pens were tucked into the space on the way out. Ha! And so on. Su Shanyue stopped in her tracks and discovered a new continent. Walking back quickly, he picked up a telescope from the bookshelf floor. Holding it up in front of his eyes for a moment, the camera showed the eyebrows of a flustered cougar standing outside. Surprisingly, it's a real one. Su Shanyue liked it. With a telescope, you can see farther. Seeing her come out with something in her arms, Xiao A immediately went forward and took the initiative to take it. Boss is worthy of being a schoolmaster. Still thinking about studying at this time, Su Shanyue got into the car and threw the toolkit to the duo. You learn. Ha! The Complete Book of Automotive Repair. A book to teach you to be a surgeon. Encyclopedia of Animals. The Complete Book of Home Cooking Techniques. One book is thicker than the other. Where do Xiao A and Xiao B know how to do this? They are freshmen this year. Once the high school entrance exam is over, their brains are thrown away. This can't be learned. A and B protested in unison. Learn or die. Su Shanyue didn't know what to say back. When she was picking out the books, she was picking out thick books in order to hide them from the public. Anyway, Jiang Yu wasn't around, so she could say whatever she wanted. Dawn stepped on the gas and started the van, sighing in resignation. Then I'll take auto repair. She was already a driver. Her skills were more than enough. And if she died one day and left Su Shanyue, she would be able to drive and repair her own car. So it should be easier to find a team as well. Alright. In the end, A decides to become a veterinarian, plus learn to cook. B decides to try his hand at being a doctor. Who would have thought that it's all doomsday and you have to study? Just got back and saw this. Really? He felt that Su Shanyue was doing better and better. Before it bothered her that people were calling her a loser. But now she's learning to be the boss and arranging things in a decent way. It's doing great. The corner of Su Shanyue's mouth hooked imperceptibly. Happily jacked up Luna twice. By the time we got near the hotel, it was just about 7 in the afternoon. Outside, the zombies were densely packed. 3 or 5 of them twisted into a ball. The rotting body, mangled limbs, and facial features were full of holes, gathered together to look at the heads of people. Dawn was so dense and phobic that she couldn't wait to cover her eyes. Su Shanyue doesn't care about her. Letting Xiaojia get out of the car, dirtying and bending the license plate to cover the front and rear license plate numbers, Su Shanyue coldly ordered, "Charge over. There's a net in front." Xiao thought Su Shanyue must be crazy. She wasn't going to drive over it. Jiang Yu followed Su Shanyue's line of sight and glanced. There were lights flickering in the distance. Suspecting that the van had returned, "Use the gun. Don't hesitate." Dawn was still trying to flinch, and she was answered by the cold muzzle of a gun. Su Shanyue took out her pistol and pressed it against her head, looking at her coldly. None of the 3 of them noticed where Su Shanyue took out the gun from. Dawn had no choice. With one closed eye, the gas pedal was pressed down, and the van pressed against the walkers as it rushed toward the wire mesh. Crunch! The sound was the same as stepping on heavy snow. Some of the walkers were slammed into the windshield, obscuring everyone's view. Seeing that she was about to hit the iron net, Xiao subconsciously stepped on the brakes, but she felt Su Shanyue's pistol push forward. "Keep moving forward. No stopping." The zombies were reeled in and slammed into the iron mesh. Sparks with lightning and fireworks. The air smelled of burning flesh. Gulp. Kuga didn't hold back a gulp. Old boss. There's electricity." The reticent little bee couldn't help but warn. Seeing that they were about to hit it, they all thought it was going to be the end. When the iron mesh unexpectedly opened a door automatically, the van passed without incident. The iron mesh quickly closes again, and the zombies that accidentally run in are cleared out by the people running out of the hotel. Su Shanyue followed Jiang Yu's command and had Xiao park the van at the corner of the hotel's main entrance. If anything changed in a moment, she could just retreat into the darkness and hide in space for a while. A small group of people ran out of the hotel, led by a middle-aged man in a security uniform. "Why are we stopping here? Why is the car still crashed like this?" The hotel didn't have much electricity. The surveillance or anything was not on, and they could only tell by the naked eye that it was a familiar van. Once the license plate was covered, it wasn't even noticed that the van wasn't the same one that went out every day. When they saw that people were not coming out, they were afraid that something had happened and rushed out to check. Really? Going out every day to look for some supplies is so unproductive. Who are you guys? The car door pulls open and little A and little B get out and automatically stand on either side of the door. The two looked at each other and both saw the confusion in the other's eyes. Yeah, why do they have to make that kind of stand? Like bodyguards. Dawn also got out of the driver's seat. The security guard was about to say something when he saw a long leg step out of the car and step directly from the seat to the floor. Then an iceberg beauty with snowy skin and black hair drilled out. The beauty also had a black cat wearing a small pink hairpin in her arms. The whole person is like a big star walking on the red carpet. Noble, elegant and inviolable. You said that you saw zombies gathering here and thought that there might be living people here. So you broke in. Jiang Yu's voice rang in her ears. Su Shanyue nodded and spoke directly. I'm going to live here. Jiang Yu, Dawn, little A and little B. Ancestors alas. Su Shanyue's body collapsed straight. She was scared. For the first time in all of Doomsday's history, she was faced with a situation that required negotiation. Jiang Yu had been planning for her for so long that she was afraid of messing things up. As soon as I got nervous, I blurted out what was on my mind. The guard froze. Live in? Then he frowned with a fierce look. Staying in is fine, as long as you can get paid. The security guard somewhat greedily swept over Su Shanyue's body, but he knew that before the end of time, such a stunning color would not be his turn. And after the end of time, it still wouldn't be his turn. He's just a pawn in charge of guarding the entrances and exits. The Pearl Hotel is now a small base with a real base manager. The guy's in a presidential suite, with bodyguards and a gun. It hadn't been long since the end came, and the place was taken over by that man. Such a beautiful woman would definitely be his in the end. Su Shanyue spoke icily once again. What kind of payment? I'm not saying anything. You guys wait. The security guard had someone watch and ran back to report himself. Not 2 minutes later, there was another commotion outside the wire mesh, and a silver van drove in and parked skillfully in front of the hotel. Several people came down from above, carrying several plastic bags bulging with supplies. When they saw Su Shanyue standing not far away, they all breathed in unison. It's so nice. Su Shanyue didn't even look at them. She was listening to Jiang Yu analyze the situation. It's a self-contained system here. There's supposed to be a person in charge. And you're staying probably. 2 ways. Hesitating for a moment, the most unpleasant one went straight out of his mind. Number 1. Have special skills. Number 2. Turn in your supplies, or go out and find them. Wait and see. Su Shangyue nodded imperceptibly. From start to finish, the duo hadn't even considered the 3 Xiao Xiao. The 3 of them were supposed to be tool people. Anyway, the people are in. It's up to them to stay. The 3 Xiao Xiaos watched each other with excitement in their eyes. Isn't this the place of safe refuge that was so painstakingly sought after? Sure enough, there's meat to be had by following the boss. In a moment, no matter what happened, they had to firmly follow Su Shangyue. The guard ran down, panting. You guys come with me. Su Shangyue coldly twisted her head and glanced at little A. Little B lifted his chin, then followed the security guard. What do you mean? Don't abandon us. Chapter 50 ULL be sentenced to live on the 70th floor. B mulled it over for a moment and tapped his head. I know. He tugged Kia into the car and brought down the boxes of supplies he'd gathered. Su Shangyue meant for them to bring their supplies and follow. Xiao Xiao also rushed to the driver's seat and pulled out the car keys. The 3 men puffed and puffed to keep up. After the end of the day, the elevator stopped running and it was a pure crawl up and down the stairs. And the Pearl Hotel is high 230 meters with 70 floors. The biggest principals live on the 10th floor, in a temporarily converted presidential suite. This height makes it easy to go up and down the stairs. Of course, the main thing is that it's easy for the people below to get up and down the stairs before the person in charge needs to climb them. The 4 of them, Su Shangyue, followed the security guard all the way up. She's been working out every day lately and climbing 10 flights of stairs is like playing. Instead, it was little A and little B, who were tired of carrying things. They were followed by 2 hotel men on guard. Those 2 men's eyes glued greedily to the boxes of supplies. The bread placed at the top is as tantalizing as a delicious meal. Boss, the people are here. The security guard stood in front of a room with another security guard standing in the doorway. Just from this stance alone, it's quite the doomsday chieftain. The security guard at the door went in to inform before letting Su Shanyue's few people enter. The room was large. One room, very luxuriously decorated, with a conference room next to it, and only the living room was lit, with a man in a suit sitting on the sofa, around 30 years old. Dressed in a decent suit, and not too hot, with his greasy hair combed out. It was clear at first glance that this man should have been a successful man before the end of his days. Behind the man stood 2 men in black, oppressive in the dim light. The waist was bulging. It's a gun. The 3 Xiao Zhaos shivered. The lines of sight all fell on Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue didn't dare to show a tiny bit of nervousness. Never mind how. Your goal is to stay at the Pearl Hotel. Don't be nervous. We have quite a few supplies. Jiang Yu cheered Su Shanyue up. The man was also ruthlessly shocked when he saw Su Shenyue's appearance. He had seen some stars. The girl in front of him was more than a star, and her eyes were firm and clean. I am Kira, the head of this temporary base, said the man with arrogance, looking at Su Shanyue like she was prey. Su Shanyue pursed her lips and hugged the little black cat without saying anything. Kiran, Jiang Yu jotted down the name in his book. I hear you want to live here, and it's not impossible. It's up to you to pay the price. What price? Su Shanyue opened her mouth and pointed to the boxes behind her. These supplies. For the 4 of us. The original plan wasn't like this, but Jiang Yu had just seen Qi Liang's eyes and temporarily changed his strategy. Sure enough, Qi Liang's next sentence was, oh, there's no shortage of these at the base, and besides, there's only enough for 3 people to stay. He stood up and meaningfully approached Su Shanyue. Dawn was so nervous that she couldn't breathe. If only 3 people could remain, one of them was bound to be thrown out. It couldn't be that Su Shanyue left by herself. Kira thought so too. The Pearl Hotel is safe and comfortable, and no one wants to stay. I didn't expect Su Shanyue to look sad. Those 3 are my teammates. In that case, let them stay. I'll go. With that, she turned around with the cat in her arms and walked away. Dawn's 3 eyes widened. Su Shanyue went through so much trouble to get in, but she gave them the chance to stay at the base? Woohoo! Moved to tears. Qi Liang was also stunned. And seeing that Su Shanyue was about to leave, he hurriedly spoke out. Wait a minute. It's not like there's no way to stay. You can compensate with something else. What is it? Yourself. It was the end of days. Humanity didn't need to be covered up. And there was nothing Kara wanted in this makeshift base that he hadn't already gotten. Su Shanyue had a difficult expression of wanting to leave and wanting to stay. It was fascinating to watch Kira. Before the end of the world, his family was powerful. What kind of women did they have? But there was really nothing as beautiful as Su Shanyue. The more you look at it, the more it tickles. I'd better go. Su Shanyue turned to leave. Kira snorted. Ha, if you want to stay and don't want to give your body, it's not out of the question. Go live on the top floor, the 70th floor, and go out for supplies once a day. Whenever you don't want to get through, come to me. Su Shanyue's heart was delighted. Don't laugh at the scene. Tell him that you're going to go back out 3 days later to look for supplies. Jiang Yu's voice rang in his ears. Su Shanyue immediately pursed her lips and hung her head. Okay, then I'm going to go out and look for supplies 3 days later. Okay, no problem. Then for the next 3 days, you are not allotted food. Su Shanyue silently turned around and left. Xiao Xiao and the three of them tried to follow suit, but were stopped by the guard. Leave your stuff, and start going out for supplies tomorrow. The three of them, no longer reluctant, could only put their things down and chase after them. The security guard at the door had a vegetable face when he heard that Su Shanyue was going to the 70th floor. There was nothing he could do. He had to watch the people and had to follow one layer at a time as they climbed up. That's the 70th floor. No one spoke on the way, and the stairwell was the sound of several people breathing raggedly and generating large fans. The whole building except Qilian's house and the protection net outside have electricity. All other places are cut off. The stairwell is dark. Everyone climbed the stairs in the dark. Su Shanyue rested every 15 floors she climbed. His face was flushed, his forehead was beaded with sweat, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. The paw-sized little black cat wasn't as high as the steps. Su Shanyue directly stuffed it into her clothes pocket to carry it. 40 minutes later, the guard was on the verge of a tired splinter, panting as he held onto the stairs, and no strength to be mean. The rooms have electronic locks. We remove the locks when we use them, and it's a pain in the ass if they run out of power and can't be recharged. No one lives above the 50th floor, but you can only live on the 70th floor, and you can only switch when the boss says you can switch to a lower floor. Remember, don't sneak down there to stay. You'll be thrown out if you're caught disobeying. Supplies are handed out once a day at 12 o'clock on the 6th floor, so collect them yourself. Oh, there are no supplies for these 3 days. The guard pointed at Su Shanyue. Also, the water and electricity are cut off here, so you will handle your own sanitation, and no public urination or defecation. After a few brief explanations, the security guards descended the stairs one step at a time on trembling legs. Finally, in the darkness, Su Shanyue almost laughed out loud. Those of you who are willing to go out and find supplies and don't have to suffer with me can stay on the lower floors. Xiaojia's head shook like a rattle. Boss Su, you gave up the spot to stay for us. Wouldn't we be too heartless if we betrayed you? Don't worry, it's enough for us to collect the supplies and share a little bit of each with you. Bi and Xiao Xiao looked at him in surprise. Wanted to decline. Thought better of it. Su Shanyue lowered her eyes without looking at them and threw down a sentence. No need. You guys don't disturb me in these 3 days. And, the day after tomorrow, don't go out. After saying that, she directly turned around and followed Jiang Yu's instructions, first walking through the entire 70th floor. When she reached a place where no one was, Su Shanyue softly inquired. Jiang Yu, you're so smart. How did you know that Kira would drive me to the 70th floor? Outside the screen, Jiang Yu put his hands behind his head. Doesn't he understand creatures like men? Of course, that couldn't be told to the little girl. It would be hard to explain in case Su Shanyue thought he was like Qilian. Is he a shallow person like Kira? Chapter 51. Being an animal in a dream. Kira was afraid you'd die out there, or find another temporary base, trying to get you to stay, and trying to torture you into coming to him of your own accord. Then driving you to the toughest environment in the hotel is the best way to do it. Su Shanyue nodded. She gets it. Getting supplies up and down every day, going out to get supplies, etc. 70 floors, cutting with a blunt knife. If Su Shanyue didn't have space, it wouldn't take 3 days, and the only way to survive would be that dirty road. In the darkness, Su Shanyue leaned against the end of the hotel corridor with her black cat in her arms, becoming one with the darkness. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Intimacy +1. Pust. Jiang Yu looked up to the sky and was speechless, his trembling hand not daring to click on Su Shanyue's personal information. Taking several deep breaths, he worked up the courage to click on it. Intimacy, 18 out of 100. 18. It took a while for him to calm down. Just find a room and rest. We'll check out the roof tomorrow. Aha. Su Shanyue casually found a room, unlocked the door, and also stuffed the homemade anti-door opening artifact she had made earlier into the doorway. Draw the curtains, get out your flashlight, and check around first. Luna jumped down herself and sniffed around curiously. Before the end of time, this room would have been unoccupied and the bathroom was clean. It's the toiletries, towels and all that's gone, so I guess it's been put away as supplies. The room had bedding down. Su Shanyue settled down and blocked the doorway with a pillow to avoid the light inside the house from slipping out. Then put the glass of water on the doorknob. And if someone turns the doorknob, the broken glass will alarm the police. Then it was time to get comfortable and take a shower. There was no water in the hotel, so she went inside the space to wash it, and grabbed Luna in for a good hard wash as well. Liang Yu yawned. In one short day, he'd done several days worth of work, and he was tired. Simply wash up, throw your cell phone and computer on the bed, and fall back to sleep. Since adopting his little girlfriend, he does have trouble sleeping every night for fear that if he doesn't keep an eye on her, she'll hang up. Today Su Shangyue could have a good night's sleep. He could use some rest, too. As for Kira, he wouldn't have used force then, and he wouldn't have climbed dozens of floors to get here at this time. As for the others, let's just say they can open the door. Liang Yu had a strange dream. He seemed to be running hard, the kind of running with his legs. One day he was running on the grass, the next on the concrete. He reveled in the joy of running on healthy legs, but as he ran, he realized that he was running on his hands and knees. He was startled. The scene suddenly shifts. In front of him was suddenly Su Shenyue's stunningly beautiful little face. Long hair spread behind her ears, an unpowdered face with long eyelashes, a slightly open and closed nose, and a tantalizingly small mouth. Su Shenyue is sleeping. One side of his face was pressed and bulging, which was especially cute. Normally it was even, but in the dream, he couldn't help it. He raised his hand and touched Su Shenyue's nose and face, even moved forward for a bold kiss. Stop it! Su Shenyue murmured and stretched out her lotus root-like arms, encircling him in her arms with ease. Still unsure, holding him down on his chest, he felt himself wrapped in softness. It's not. The view was great, but he was going to be suffocated. It had to be voiced in defiance. Meow. Liang Yu jolted awake and sat up from the bed with a whoosh. I think he heard a cat call. No, it was him making catcalls. What's going on? He looked at his hand, the soft touch all too real. Halfway through the day, he laughed softly and shook his head. He was still too young to be dreaming such dreams. What a clothes horse. To do that kind of thing to Su Shenyue. Get up and sit in your wheelchair and get ready to go to the restroom. Swept past the computer. Su Shenyue was sleeping, and the little black cat Luna was covered on her chest. The little paws struggled every now and then, as if trying to climb out. Liang Yu froze, looking at Luna's paw and then at his own hand. Did he just turn into Luna in his dream? No way. This is outrageous. Liang Yu shook off his head, went to the restroom and came back to continue sleeping. Asterisk. Li Mingqi tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, and was driven to the study to sleep by his old partner in disgust. He simply took out the meteorological information he had sent to Liang Yu and looked at it himself. It's nothing special, but the last time I had dinner with Hua Qingyun said that people many times hold up their hands, but they also need to be held up to be able to do so. Many opportunities are fleeting. He thought for a moment, but still picked up the phone and called Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun worked late into the night. After the last incident in Lianshi, the forces of the secret rivalry gradually became clearer. The work assigned to him from above was increasingly performance-oriented. That is, as long as he doesn't make a mistake this next period and keeps those performances, he'll be able to go further. The more this happens, the less careless you can be. He's been particularly busy lately. Hey, teacher. A few minutes later, Hua Qingyun hung up the phone and looked up to ask his secretary. That Liang Yu, did he report to Cloud Volume? Cloud Volume Consulting, the same company that Hua Qingyun had talked about. Not in his name. Performance is also average, mainly dealing with some consulting-related business. Of course, the main service is him. Everyone else's counseling services are incidental. The secretary immediately returned. Leader, not yet. I'll have them take the initiative to find Liang Yu tomorrow? The secretary asked tentatively. He felt that the leader cared a bit about this Liang Yu. Okay, focus on asking about the weather. Hua Qingyun continued to bury his head in his work. There are many things that do not need to be explained very clearly, and a qualified secretary will know how to handle them. Liang Yu was awakened by the sound of thunder. Outside, dark clouds pressed right up against the eaves, and muffled thunder came one after the other, as if there was an inexhaustible cow's strength. It hasn't rained yet. A quick glance at the time, just after 8 in the morning. Su Shenyue was sleeping on all fours, with absolutely no intention of waking up. Liang Yu took the time to shut down the computer and give it a rest, then open the new computer. The commonly used coding software these all download good. At the same time put Pei Yuchi's number into the blacklist. Also pack up the new phone and put the old one in the bookshelf as a spare. Do this, turn on the old computer, and delete all the software that cannot be used. And in the future this will be Su Shenyue's exclusive use. The little girl is still sleeping. Instead, Luna woke up, bounced around the room, and took a few sips of water from Su Shenyue's water glass. Liang Yu cocked his head and stared at it. I haven't used it yet and you're using it? Wait, when I see you later, I'll beat you up first. Meow. Buzz off. The new cell phone suddenly rang. welcoming the first unfamiliar caller. Hello, is this Mr. Liang Yu? This is Cloud Volume Consulting, and our company has some business with your brother and your teacher. So this company is called Cloud Volume. Liang Yu wanted to say that he hadn't thought about joining the team yet. It's like this. We've recently had meteorological and geology-related projects to study, and your senior brother recommended you to us. Look at it this way. If it's convenient, make an appointment somewhere near your home and we'll meet and talk. Sorry, our project is a bit urgent. The other person was very considerate and offered to make an appointment close to home. Liang Yu gave a slight beat. Is his news of that big tsunami something that can be verified by this Cloud Volume consulting firm? After all, birds of a feather flock together. So what if there really is something to this company? Starting tomorrow, I'll try 3 chapters a day. I feel all the love from my righteous fathers. Chapter 52, Louis Fei, sorry, I'm pregnant. That's good. Intimacies. 19. Liang Yu froze for several minutes before he slowed down. That excitement of being about to meet your favorite girl is like looking forward to the New Year's money when you were a kid. It's also like looking forward to vacation after finals. Put the surveillance equipment away, loaded up the new computer and umbrella and headed out. He had an appointment with someone from Cloud Volume Consulting to meet him at a nearby cafe, which didn't require him to take a cab and could be reached in his motorized wheelchair. This coffee shop was also his first time. Just as he entered, he was greeted by a young man in a suit with a step faster than the waiter. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Cho Chin. I'm the one who communicated with you on the phone. The two shook hands and said hello. The cafe was empty. Find a random place to sit down. Cho Chin opened the door to introduce. We're working on a geology and weather-related project and we're having a bit of a problem. The people above had said not to reveal that they knew Liang Yu had mentioned the meteorological disaster. Opening his own computer, he showed Liang Yu the relevant information and data. Liang Yu instantly became interested. In his heart, he silently had a further cognizance of this Cloud Volume Consulting company, and his ability could not be underestimated. This information was a lot more detailed than what Li Mingqi had sent him. Is it convenient for me to use your computer for this? You don't have to ask for this kind of data to know that the other side can show it to themselves, but they can't pass it on to take it away. Then use the other side's computer to handle it. Of course, Mr. Jiang is at your disposal. The whole cafe was silent. The only sounds were the fingers tapping on the keyboard and the booming thunder outside. A couple of waiters hid in the corner and whispered, "How come a nice handsome guy is a cripple, eh? I prefer the one in the suit. So generous." And the line, "Pack the house," as soon as he came in, was simply charming. You're looking at people's money then. Liang Yu didn't realize that the place had been chartered by Cho Chin, and only thought that the cafe had no business on a thunderstorm day. The whole body and mind are in the complex and changing data. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he seems to be handling this more efficiently than before, with a clearer head. It's probably because I've been playing games lately and my brain is well rested. As the last figure was calculated, Liang Yu finally realized why his own calculations were off yesterday. Lack of meteorological data from across the ocean. Large tsunamis naturally come from the ocean, which is a hole, and it is not enough to look at the data from this side of the ocean. Well, Mr. Jiang, the chance of a major tsunami 2 days after the coast is 60%. Liang Yu directly gave his conclusion. Cho Chin was embarrassed and smiled. I can understand the data. I wonder how Mr. Jiang came to this conclusion? Liang Yu picked up the coffee in his hand and slightly tilted the cup. The coffee inside the cup immediately surged to the side. 3 months ago, on June, a small tsunami hit across the ocean, and from north to south, sea levels rose one after another over the next 10 days 25 about meters. 2. And then what? Cho Chin was a bit confused. Liang Yu tilted the cup in the opposite direction again, and the coffee immediately spread out. Then the sea level tilted toward us, and for 3 months, waves, currents, storms, this little tsunami kept building up. It reached us just in time to become a big tsunami. Cho Chin froze. Liang Yu's example with the coffee cup is easy to understand. The Earth has a rotation and tides, and the oceans have their own laws of motion. But to take into account all the data on ocean, climate, geology, and current changes over a 3-month period is not something that can be done by the average person. Wrong. The average person simply doesn't connect the dots. It's not just about experience and expertise. It's intuition and talent when it comes down to it. It's so shocking. Cho Chin is already excellent in this area and is still an international student. But he can't catch up with Liang Yu. Liang Yu used strength to explain, "Genius. Just see my threshold." Cho Chin took the computer and did the calculations himself. Following Liang Yu's theory, he carefully calculated them all. Liang Yu only spent an hour on the stuff, and he was able to work on it from the morning until after 2 in the afternoon. Jiang Yu still had time to take out his cell phone to see what Su Shangyue was doing. It was already noon when Su Shangyue woke up. Pulling open the curtains, she enjoyed the scenery of the 70th floor for a while. Stand tall and see far. Places I hadn't noticed before were now visible. She was very puzzled. Strange. The east and south sides of city are the sea. When did there become so many mountains? Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu didn't answer her. It was inconvenient right now, but he looked incredibly grave. That's not a mountain. It was high surf. Anyone who has seen Star Trek knows that the surface of the planet is all water. Water so shallow that a person can even stand in it, but huge waves like mountains. Miller. The main group also thought it was land and mountains when they first saw it. The result was huge waves up to several thousand meters high. Now Su Shangyue was seeing this thing. Jiang Yu's heart sank and sank. Seeing that Qiu Qin wasn't paying attention to him, he flipped out Liu Fei's WeChat and instructed him not to run around for the next few days. Just stay in the dormitory while stocking up on supplies. Ha, boss, what are you up to? 4th of July vacation. Hey, I'm all set to go shopping with my schoolmates. Jiang Yu, when a son doesn't listen, he mostly needs a beating. Liu Fei, no way. That's serious? Jiang Yu, it's inconvenient to say more. Anyway, you guys stock up on supplies. Water, food, toilet paper, rechargeable treasure. Liu Fei, okay, listen to your righteous father. Liu Fei sighed. It couldn't be helped. Who made Jiang Yu the boss? Moreover, the last time Jiang Yu was so interested in a picture of a cloud formation in Lianshi, it wasn't long afterward that an earthquake struck the waters near Lianshi. He felt that Jiang Yu must have seen something. He was just fun-loving, not stupid, and since Jiang Yu had told them to stock up on supplies, so he did. Liu Fei, Kai Yong, sure the three people did nothing. Packing pocket money, blood wash school supermarket. It's fine, don't worry about the money. When the time comes, my father and I will cry a little, and this amount of money will come out. Liu Fei waved his hand. The three of them went in as if they were stocking up, one carrying 2 large plastic bags. I didn't realize that when I checked out. It was Pei Yuqi and Qin Yuchuan in front of me. Ha! The three of them flung their heads in unison, as if they had seen something obscure, not giving the schoolgirl any face at all. Qin Yuchuan wasn't a student at Linchuan University and didn't know about Jiang Yu and Pei Yuqi. At this point, being treated like this, even the biggest person feels something is wrong. Pei Yuqi hurriedly comforted him and whispered in his ear. They're just jealous of you. They were all my suitors before. Oh. Qin Yuchuan proudly raised his head and looked at the large bag in the hands of the three. Xiaoqi, you buy some more. This point were enough. Pei Yuqi has always set up the persona of a beautiful person with a good heart and a rich white woman. What could be so good about shopping at the school supermarket? She pressed on and picked out a box of chocolates. It's enough. The chocolate you bought me tastes especially good. Liu Fei suddenly let out a dry heave. He patted his heart. Sorry, I'm pregnant and I can't smell too greasy. Pregnant. Chapter 53. It is better to have moral regrets than to have hidden dangers in life. Seeing that Pei Yuqi was going to say something again, Liu Fei hurriedly took out his cell phone, pretending to call. Hey, Jiang Yu, your ex-girlfriend, the one who cheated on you while you were sick. Yuki Pei, don't you talk nonsense. Jiang Yu and I have nothing at all. Liu Fei spread his hands. I didn't say who it was. Why are you right? He didn't give face to the schoolgirl at all. Pei Yuqi was afraid that he would talk nonsense. Huffing and puffing, she put down the chocolate and pulled Qin Yuchuan away. Xiaochuan, don't listen to their nonsense. Qin Yuchuan pulled up Pei Yuqi's hand. Don't worry, I'm a good and kind girl. People have a past. No, I was clean when I was with you. Pei Yuqi was in a hurry. Qin Yuchuan is the rich kid from the University of Science and Technology next door. It is the best conditioned boyfriend she can find. Cannot be because of Jiang Yu and Liu Fei, those two bad things. Pei Yuqi clenched her teeth and pulled Qin Yuchuan's hand with a red face. Why don't we go to the movies at night? It's late after the movie and we all know what happens next. Pei Yuqi felt that as long as she let Qin Yuchuan know that it was her first time, he would be touched and marry her sooner or later. Asterisk. Jiang Yu didn't care about this at all. He only had Su Shangyue in his heart. Qiu Qin was burying his head in calculating the data while he watched Su Shangyue was picking the lock. There was a door from the 70th floor to the roof terrace that was locked by a heaven and earth lock, or a big heavy iron door. Fist-sized iron locks hung on the doors. Su Shangyue had thought of many ways to pry it open. Unless there's a key, or a cutting tool. The little girl stood in front of the iron door for a good 3 minutes, when suddenly, she swished out her pink pistol and aimed it at the lock. 3 shots in a row without hesitation. Jiang Yu was frozen. For the first time, he realized that the little girl wasn't the same little wimp who couldn't move without crying. Mr. Jiang, I think that the conclusion you've drawn is too conservative. Is it not a big tsunami? Jiang Yu put away his cell phone. No, the chance of a major tsunami is not 60%, it's 70%. Xiao Qin was excited and nervous. What exactly is the nature of a consulting firm? He knows very well. The matter of the impending great tsunami, to put it in a small way, was favorable to Huo Qingyun. On a larger scale, it is a great virtue to prevent and minimize losses in advance. He saved the results and took out a business card and pushed it in front of Jiang Yu. Moving on to the next topic. Mr. Jiang, this is the address of Cloud Volume Consulting's office. Of course, you can choose for yourself where you want to work. Home, business, anywhere. There are no attendance requirements, only the confidentiality of participation in the program. Then what if it's accidentally leaked? Jiang Yu joked. With Mr. John's ability, even if he leaked it, I'm sure he won't be done anything about it. And I'm sure that you're not that kind of person. Oh, Jiang Yu gave a dry laugh. The treatment on this side of the cloud. 5 insurance, 13 paychecks a year, and a base salary of 5,002 per month after taxes. Each program has a separate commission and bonus. Match the house, match the car. Xiao Qin finished his treatment in one breath. There was no way. It was his second mission. Lulled Jiang Yu into joining Cloud Volume Consulting. He had already done his homework in advance. Jiang Yu was a person who acted in a straightforward manner and didn't care about the eyes of others. Moreover, the other party didn't take the initiative to contact him, so it's obvious that he has no intention of joining. He had to finish the treatment and benefits before he was rejected. Indeed, Jiang Yu was also shocked for a moment by how well he was treated. And your company, how many employees? In addition to administration, janitorial, and finance, there are 9 employees, and if you join, you'll be the 10th. And what does your company consult on? Market research, information screening and the like, mainly helping people with small projects. Xiao Qin picked some common businesses to introduce. Not many people in all. That makes sense for such a good deal. This kind of small company is quite popular nowadays. Although the pay is good, but the people are small and asset light. The source of the business is in the hands of the owner, and the yearly earnings are not less than those of a factory. Jiang Yu nodded, but he wasn't blinded by such a good deal. Then can I do this weather-related project first? If we work well together, then consider joining your company. Of course, you're always welcome at Cloudscale. Xiao Qin breathed a sigh of relief. His task was barely complete, and he signed a cooperation agreement with Jiang Yu for an external project. A thunderstorm was roaring outside, and a lot of water had been deposited on the ground. Xiao Qin couldn't help but associate it with the great tsunami conclusion made by Jiang Yu, and his heart became even more impressed. Mr. Jiang, let me take you back. Jiang Yu wasn't polite either. There is a partnership, either the leader's beloved, or the leader's beloved, a boat people, send him home should be. After arriving home, he rushed to see what Su Shanyue was doing. The top floor of the hotel is not a complete empty space, but has a lot of pipes and equipment. Su Shanyue wrapped her arms around herself and stroked her small chin in contemplation. Thinking about what? Yeah, you're back? Su Shanyue's eyes lit up, leaping like a cute deer. Only the little black cat Luna seemed dissatisfied and jumped onto Su Shanyue's shoulder, meowing twice. Jiang Yu was also happy to see Su Shanyue. It was obvious that I was only going out for half a day, but it felt like I was going out for days. Yeah, took care of a few things. Do you see the shadows in the distance? Jiang Yu's line of sight fell to those the sky mountains in. It's strange to see. What wasn't there before? Is it a mirage? Su Shanyue was filled with curiosity. That's the tsunami. No surprises. Arriving the day after tomorrow. Hidden underneath Jiang Yu's calm tone of voice was full of worry. Ah! Su Shanyue exclaimed. A monstrous wave struck the city, and if she didn't move in time, she would surely die. Why hasn't anyone noticed? It's so obvious. Su Shanyue didn't understand. Because you're the only one standing tall enough to see far. But the day after tomorrow at the latest, a lot of people should be able to see it. Communication is blocked in the end times, so even if someone sees it ahead of time, they can't give warning. Neither Jiang Yu nor Su Shanyue had ever thought of telling anyone about this matter. In the midst of the doomsday, no matter if one had the strength or not, one couldn't be a saintly mother. It is better to have moral regrets than to have hidden dangers in life. So what's next? Su Shanyue couldn't decide if she wanted to stay in the room or on the top floor. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate to choose. Live on the top floor. We're not sure how high the big tsunami will be. The windows in hotel rooms are sealed, so you have no place to run in case the flood is too great. I expect there'll be heavy rain by then. You'll have to get a shelter up there. The big tsunami will last 2 weeks. Aha! Su Shanyue began to look for a suitable place. Safe, balanced and easy to escape. When the flood waters spread up, other survivors will run upwards. Su Shanyue has to face a lot of problems. threats from others, snatching, framing and so on. After pondering for a while, Jiang Yu called out to Su Shunyue, Xiao those three people, still have to make use of it, otherwise when it's not time for you to be the only one, some things don't operate. Su Shunyue nodded her head obediently. She was afraid of human contact, and with all the people there, it would be nice to have someone in her way. She likes being the boss, prefer to be the boss who hides in the background. Just like Jiang Yu. Well, we're just perfect for each other. Su Shunyue secretly thought in her heart, afraid that Jiang Yu would know what she was thinking. Chapter 54 Building a Love Nest. Is this right? Jiang Yu ate while helping Su Shunyue pick a suitable location. Finally, I chose a spot close to a fence that was close to the fence, with windbreaks on either side and lightning rods nearby. And there's a slope to the ground here. And the rainwater that comes in can still run off. Just build a roof when the time comes. Jiang Yu planned carefully. Seeing Su Shunyue wandering off, he couldn't help but ask, what are you thinking about? Su Shunyue kicked her toes against the wall and whispered with a red face, I feel like choosing a house together. Yeah, we're just picking out a house. Jiang Yu was a bit confused. What was there to be embarrassed about? You don't understand. Su Shunyue's face suddenly turned even redder, and in the middle of the morning, she came in a daze. Jiang Yu, this is the first house we built together, right? Jiang Yu was at a standstill. He raised his hand to touch his heart, looking at Su Shunyue's innocent little face, and the hope in her eyes. Even if Tang Sanzang came, she couldn't top it. With one voice, brother royal brother, the heart of the Tao was broken. Su Shunyue's phrase the house we built together directly dried Jiang Yu's Tao heart to pieces. His little peahen, at such a critical moment, had this kind of thing on his mind? Ahem, it's the first one, and there will be many more to come. I won't let you die. It turns out that people change. And Jiang Yu didn't expect that one day he would say such greasy love words. Sure enough, he's not suitable for the likes of Peiyuchi. A relationship brain should stay with a relationship brain. Life is good. Su Shunyue's eyes lit up. With a fluttering face, I'll go see if Xiao and the others are back yet, and grab them to come up and build a house. Jiang Yu's face burned from him. Turn on your computer and enter Sage Code time. Huo Qingyun's side is all messed up. I don't agree with the defense of the so-called Great Tsunami. It's almost the national holiday and affecting travelers will affect the economy. I also disagree. Even if we do not mobilize, only material defense, but also tens of millions of dollars, when nothing happens loss who bear. I'll take it. Huo Qingyun was very composed. 3 words brought silence to the entire office. He is not unilaterally trusting Jiang Yu's results, but trusting the consulting team he has personally assembled. Essentially, it's trusting his own vision, trusting himself. Xiao Qin went back and crunched the numbers twice more, confirmed that the conclusions are in order before reporting them to him. But the situation was so unthinkable that he could not continue to report it, cascaded up the chain of command, and time was running out. Besides, Linchuan is inland, so a big tsunami doesn't have a big impact. He wanted a vibe, and that's what he's been looking for the last 2 years. Success, one step to success. Failure, no, big deal. 2 more years, the real battlefield. It's on the coast. Even the city side is anxious, and last time, they listened to Huo Qingyun's words and prevented an earthquake. It's almost vacation time, and preventing a jokingly large tsunami is absurd to the heads of various departments. Even so, for the sake of safety, the large tsunami defense work was methodically pushed forward under pressure, retracting sea boats, shutting down waterfront attractions, unblocking drainage systems, cutting down tall trees, increasing emergency supply points, and issuing flood control text messages. People don't know anything about it and are looking forward to their vacation beautifully. Jiang Yu once again combed through his thoughts to see if there were any mistakes. Supplies, hoarded. Lu Yifei, on the teacher's side, was also reminded. Computer ready. It's the software that hasn't gotten it right yet. On Su Shunyue's side, the big tsunami is coming in 2 days. All she needed to do was set up lodging and other things to maximize survival. I was lost in thought when a message popped up on my phone. Jiang Yu, I just realized today that you didn't deposit my friend's bank with your compensation last time. Did you deposit it later? Don't get me wrong. I'm just asking it's his claims adjuster. Charmin. No, something happened last time that hasn't been stored yet. Instead of typing, Charmin sent a voice. Jiang Yu closed the game call button and tapped on voice. I have friends in other banks. I'll ask for you. Someone referred you to a single term deposit, and the interest rate will be a little higher than what's out there. No need for now. I'll get it when I have time. Thank you. Jiang Yu refused. He thought it would be convenient to put a few dozen dollars in his balance for a few days, which would be enough for meals. Oh, so what are your plans for the 4th of July? I don't have many friends in Linchuan. Going to the movies during the National Day? Xia Min's crisp voice came out. Sensing Jiang Yu's detachment, she decided to play straight ball. Didn't they say that innocent men can't say no to a royal girl? Jiang Yu was frozen. Listened to Charmin's voice several times over. Ask me out? What do you mean? Jiang Yu thinks about it. Could it be that Xia Min is looking at her compensation? That's not right. She even handled a case where an old man's compensation was in the millions. Wouldn't an old man with one foot in a coffin smell better for money? I'm sorry, Charmin. There are too many people on the 4th of July, and I'm going to stay with my girlfriend, so I won't be going out. Hang up the phone. Jiang Yu felt puzzled. It can't be that people fancy themselves, can it? Craving his body? Ha ha, he's hilarious himself. Put the matter behind your ears and pay no further attention to it as a mere hiccup. Su Shanyue looked downstairs with her binoculars and saw the hotel van returning. For the first time, the three Dons followed the hotel people out for supplies. The weapons of these people are knives and sticks. The advantage of going out to look for supplies was that one could have a good meal out. So even if looking for supplies was risky, there were quite a few people who wanted this errand. Eat out and come back with a safe place to spend the night. The only risk is fighting walkers, but they've learned the hard way. But they don't go where there are people or walkers. They're incredibly life-thirsty, but there are no supplies where no one is. Looking around, 10 people went out and only brought back 2 bags of food. When handing over the supplies, the person leading the team even cried that there were more and more zombies outside, and they had only found these after a lot of effort, and sacrificed one person. Look at Xiao Xiao rolling her eyes. The one who was sacrificed simply escaped on his own. After claiming their share, they panted up the stairs. In contrast, it's still easier to follow Su Shanyue to find supplies. Xiao A sighed. Xiao Xiao grunted. Are you sure it's not about looking pretty? Su Shanyue is good looking. She's a pain in the ass to find supplies, and she has a gun. Isn't that better than those guys? If only those people were dead. The whole building just us. Your idea is good. Suddenly, Su Shanyue's voice came from above their heads. Ga? The 3 men stood at the bottom of the stairs and looked up in unison. Boss Su. I made that up. I didn't mean that. Xiao hurriedly apologized. The 3 of them endured the trembling of their legs and took 2 quick steps up the stairs. One of them took out a little bit of food and handed it to Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue froze. She didn't even think for a second that the 3 would share their food. After a few seconds of silence, he took the item and turned around. You guys come with me. The 3 of them put away the rest of the food and water. They had eaten outside and these were to be kept. Follow Su Shanyue as she climbed up to the top floor. Here, I'm going to build a shelter from the rain. Rain? The 3 looked up in unison where the rain was. Just no one dares to question it for fear of getting shot. Boss Su, we don't have to go out and look for supplies tomorrow. Is it okay if we get it tomorrow? Xiaowei tried to fight for it. Su Shanyue nodded in agreement. Oh ho! The 3 were horrified. Human nature is cheap. They're not used to not having a gun to their head. Chapter 55 Conceptualizing Disasters 10%. After Su Shanyue went back, she put all the food that the 3 had sent on the bed. Half a bottle of water. A piece of bread. She stared at it for half a second, then whooshed to her feet with a serious look on her face. I'm not going to be bribed. Ahem. Jiang Yu was about to faint from her cuteness. What did I think you were thinking? You and the 3 of them are just using each other. Don't feel pressured. With the foundation of your relationship now, they're the first to abandon you when something goes wrong. And the same goes for you. Jiang Yu understood her. Su Shanyue wasn't a saintly mother's heart. She just wasn't used to it. Everyone she meets after the end of the day dislikes her or wants to possess her and treats her with malice. Suddenly being cared for was more than she could take. A dense heartache flooded Jiang Yu's heart. Besides, you're great and strong, and it's normal for them to want to play nice with you. Really? Well, of course, it's still important to be vigilant, and you're doing the right thing. Don't get confused. Aha! Su Shanyue was so happy that she hugged Luna and rolled on the bed. Then I'll build a place to stay tomorrow and let them get one for themselves too? Yes, they're more useful to you alive than dead. It's late at night. The torrential rain turned to light rain with no sign of stopping. It rained overnight. The next day the whole of Linchuan was wet and, crucially, torrential again. Cars picking up children from school were stuck in traffic. The delivery man was washed down by the rain. Public and private cars are jammed together and can't move an inch. Just as people were cursing the weather and raging, they suddenly realized that many crews and big trucks were pouring out of nowhere. Traffic police were quickly put in place to direct traffic, and crews unblocked drainage and placed large quantities of flood sandbags at various locations. Arrange for pumping trucks to pump out water where water has already entered. Elementary and middle schools were notified of the vacation, and all Lynchburg citizens received text message pushes to reduce going out. The initial panic soon passed and everything was back to normal. It was as if there had never been chaos, except for the downpour outside. Inside the office, Hua Qingyun didn't read the documents or watch the news. Standing in front of the window and watching the sheets of rainwater hit the glass, the secretary hurriedly knocked on the door, her face one of suppressed excitement. Leader, coming. A storm warning was issued for Linchin and a tsunami warning was issued for the coast. We prepared early and hardly lost anything, but other places lost a little bit because they weren't prepared. How is it possible that other regional offices haven't heard about what's going on over in Linchuan? They've always had a good ear. How hard it was to mock Hua Qingyun's devilishness in the beginning, and how much he regretted it now. Yeah, with many days of cloudy skies in a row and 2 days of heavy rain, why didn't they pay more attention? Called the weather and geology-related staff and they were confused. It's really not our fault. That's the data we analyzed. No storm damage. Then why did Rinkawa analyze it? The secretary stood quietly behind Hua Qingyun without saying another word. Hua Qingyun's eyes sank and he sighed. If there were more people willing to listen to him, the damage would be less. How about Jiang Yu's side? Xiao Qin said that Jiang Yu has agreed to do this weather project first. He's quite the man. Let Xiao Qin keep an eye on the person. Jiang Yu, it's a talent. Don't worry. Achoo. Jiang Yu sneezed. He suspected he had a cold. Real men. No pills. As the storm thundered outside, he cooked 2 bags of instant noodles and a bottle of chilled Minute Maid. Eat sweaty in the morning. The cell phone buzzed and kept vibrating. All messages from Liu Yifei. Righteous father. You're awesome. It's pouring outside now. They have to dribble water to get to the cafeteria. And we're just eating and drinking in the dorms. A bunch of garbage that laughed at us yesterday for fighting the famine. Look at them all today like falling dogs. He. Righteous father, the weather is bad. You must take care of your health. By the way, when will this rain stop? When will the rain stop? Buzz off. Xiao Qin actually called him. Mr. Jiang, good morning. Excuse me. The prediction you made yesterday was very accurate and helped party a lot. And it's convenient to ask if you can calculate how long it will take for this rainstorm to stop? Xiao Qin sounded a little embarrassed. He felt strong himself, but being pushed by his boss, he came to ask anyway. Jiang Yu was silent for a few seconds. This rain, how long will it stop? A phrase from the game. Disaster conceptual suddenly flashed through my mind. 10%. Since there was some sort of correlation between the game and reality, could he understand it that way? The reality of a storm and tsunami is of the length of the game 10%? That 10% of days is a day and a half. 14. The second, the level of disaster in reality is of what it is in the game 10%. If the tsunami is caused by an undersea volcanic eruption or crustal movement, it is usually only a few minutes or hours. And he has read that this tsunami and stormy weather is a meteorological disaster. Then he prefers a combination of both. The current speculation is that the tsunami is about 50 meters high along the coast and lasts a day and a half. And the stormy weather lasts for 2 weeks. Just speculation. For specifics, you can get a professional to do the math. The game talks about a super tsunami, and he calculates it to be 500 meters in height to the maximum. 10% is 50 meters. When he heard the 50-meter tsunami, Xiao Qin stuttered. Hastily, he threw down. You're the professional. I'll send you the latest information later. Just end the call. God's milk. A 10-meter tsunami is a catastrophe. If this 50-meter tsunami really comes, how many people will die and how much damage will it cause? Xiao Qin didn't dare to delay and immediately reported this matter to Hua Qingyun. Hua Qingyun jolted when he saw the data. Saying nothing, he rushed to send a message to the Lean City side. He had previously underestimated the event, thinking it was a common tsunami. A few meters, 10 meters. Who would have thought it was 50 meters? Of course, it wasn't as if he didn't have doubts in the deepest part of his heart that there would really be a big 50-meter tsunami coming, but he didn't dare gamble now. At this moment, even if he had to lose his entire career, he would have to report the news. A 50-meter tsunami? Playing house? It is my understanding that large tsunamis of this magnitude exist only at sea and rarely make landfall. Alas, it can't be helped. The people at the top fight, and it's not us who suffer. The head of Linchuan has a headache up and down. There are some principals on the coast who are cursing as well. Even the city that is blind cat meets dead mouse. Really think they are gods? He Linchuan's pipe really wide. But there was no way. Just like Hua Qingyun, no one dared to gamble. If there's a tsunami and they don't respond to it, they'll be the ones to step down. If there hadn't been a tsunami, oh well, just in time for someone to take the fall. None of this has anything to do with Jiang Yu. He doesn't know either. All he wanted was for the world not to end, and he hadn't even met Su Shanyue yet. Jiang Yu's heart couldn't stop beating wildly when he thought that he would be able to video in another day or two. Open your cell phone and ask Liu Yifei, what do I do with this heart that's always beating? Liu Yifei, boss, if your heart doesn't beat, you'll die. Chapter 56. Let's build a house together. thanks to the righteous father's reward, September's promise. Forget it. Louis Fei is also a loser. Otherwise he wouldn't be single even in his junior year. Ask him in vain. Liang Yu slowed down, watching Su Shanyue direct Xiao Xiao and the others to set up the accommodation on the roof of the building. So many beds on the 70th floor, all of them with the bedpans removed. And then, if that doesn't work, there's the 60th floor. The Pearl Hotel has solid wood bedboards. Taking it down was a heavy one. Su Shanyue, do you want to test the waterproofing of the bedpan first? Liang Yu reminded. Aha. Xiao A, bring your wash water over and pour it on. Su Shanyue commanded. Boss Su, we don't wash our faces. Su Shanyue washed up in the space. There was plenty of water, and the bath water all flowed right off. It was all I could do to unscrew the bottled water I was drinking and pour a small stream on the bedpan. Very well, there's waterproofing. Liang Yu made his judgment. The next step was to get the bedpans to the top floor, with A and B dragging one by one to the top floor. Su Shanyue and Xiao Xiao were in charge of removing the bedpan downstairs. Xiao Xiao was a little afraid to be alone with Su Shanyue, just afraid that where she didn't do well Su Shanyue would suddenly pull out her gun. Trembling, for a moment Dawn spoke boldly. Su, Boss Su, I was wrong in the past. I admit I was jealous of you, but it's all in the past. It won't happen again. Can you please not kill me? Su Shanyue froze and stared at her with big dark eyes. Why would I kill you? As soon as Xiao Xiao heard that Su Shanyue didn't have any thoughts of killing her, immediately happy. It's okay, I'll take it apart. Su Shanyue pondered for a moment and added, I won't kill you now. Xiao Xiao heard and understood. The future kill or not cannot be guaranteed. Oh. She patted her heart. Just don't kill it now. We'll talk about it later. Big deal. She'll find a chance to run with a bucket later. She doesn't realize that she can't get away with it later. All the way following Su Shanyue across the virtual and the real. The bedpan comes with places where you can drive screws, making it very easy to assemble. The top, all around, and the floor is raised a bit as well. A mattress was placed further inside, and I moved a single sofa and a small coffee table up. Not finding it convenient enough, another larger table was moved. Luna jumped around on the mattress and the table. Everywhere is good, but there is no door, only open. But Su Shanyue was satisfied. The corners of his mouth hooked in an involuntary smile. Xiaojia sucked in a breath of cold air, not daring to look again. Today Su Shanyue was wearing a shirt dress, not having to flee the famine. Her whole body relaxed quite a bit, and smiled, similar to a heavenly maiden descending from the earth. The roofs of all the barren buildings have added a lot of life. The three were stopped by Su Shanyue when they were about to leave. Over there, you guys build too. Ha! The three didn't understand what she was doing with all this. Seeing Su Shanyue's strong attitude, she could only endure her sore arms and continue to build the temporary small house, using the surrounding pipes as a fence. 3 more small shack-like houses were soon built. Boss, give us a place to stay? Xiaobi finally spoke up. Su Shanyue, even less talkative than him, nodded. All right. Jiang Yu felt that these 3 did have a bit of attributes on them, building and getting addicted to it. Without looking for a moment, it's amazing that they built a bathroom in the back. The downspout is right where the roof drains. Su Shanyue looked at it and asked a few people to raise the bathroom floor. Xiaojia muttered a few times, if this is any higher, wouldn't you have to pucker up and in the sky? The thought of them going to the bathroom up there when the time comes and ting to the shower below the drain pipe sends shivers down their spines. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Under Jiang Yu's authorization, Su Shanyue inquired, what did Qi Liang say yesterday when you handed over the supplies? Dawn shook her head. We haven't seen him. Well, where do you keep all the supplies for the hotel? No? Su Shanyue asked. It seems they're all on the 10th floor, guarded by a security guard. But the doors have locks and the keys are in the guard's hands. Xiaobi took the initiative to speak. In terms of observation and attentiveness, he did the best job of the 3. Supplies so important things, naturally, are all placed under the eyes of Qilian's safe. He'd observed it when he'd picked up his supplies. Su Shanyue nodded and cocked her head and thought for a few seconds. Okay, I know. You guys go get the supplies. Could it be that the boss is going to steal supplies? Dawn and the 3 of them got a little excited in silence and went downstairs to get their supplies. While waiting for everyone to leave, Su Shanyue vacated the supplies in her space and put them inside her room on the top floor. Only the gun was left in the space, and closed the top stair gate on the way down. Su Shanyue chose the most remote staircase to go down. She was a little jumpy. Jiang Yu, is it okay for the house to be built like that? Well, shelter enough. But that's not all that's going to be enough. After the big tsunami comes, the people downstairs will come up. What then? When Su Shanyue thought of so many people, she wanted to cry. If the flood doesn't reach the 70th floor, you take the stairway doors on the 70th floor and lock them. Peace of mind on the 70th floor. If it floods to the 70th floor, you go up to the top floor and lock the top staircase. Those people will be fighting for the 70th floor, and no one will want to go upstairs in the rain. You'll be safe upstairs by then. Jiang Yu thought that the flooding would reach up to the 60th floor or so. Within the Doom game, no certain death situations will be set up. Only letting Su Shanhua lock up the 70th floor was already merciful. With so many people in the hotel, Su Shanhua could have chosen to start from the 50th floor and lock every staircase from the inside. After the flood came, those people were like cans soaking in water, drowning alive. This post-apocalyptic game tests the survivor's ability to survive. And even more so, what kind of choices the character will make under extreme circumstances. Su Shanhua was not a murderous person. When others came to harm her, she could not hesitate to kill back, but she couldn't do it if she was asked to abuse so many people at once. And what if the flood is so great that it reaches the top floor? Through the stairwell window, Su Shanhua looked into the distance. Monstrous waves had joined the overcast on the skyline. Then we'll see who has a hard life. And when that time comes, there's no need to be soft. Aha! Su Shanhua nodded her head vigorously. As for telling those people about the Great Flood? Oh, it would be nice not to drown them as canned goods. Su Shanhua hugged Luna and went downstairs silently. The little black cat contentedly rolled in Su Shanhua's arms. Meow. Jiang Yu couldn't help but remember the scene in his dream last night. The soft touch was vivid in his mind, and his ears couldn't help but redden. Pearl Hotel, 10th floor. Kira stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, staring at the zombies like ants downstairs. Before the end of time he was an ordinary man, and now, he was the king of this place. He likes the way it feels. It's been cloudy and unseasonably hot lately, so send more people out looking for supplies. Yes, boss. How's the woman doing? Kira narrowed his eyes. Of course the guard knew who Kira was talking about, immediately nodding his head. Didn't come downstairs and didn't show up when he picked up his supplies. You can rest assured that it's safe to assume she didn't bring any supplies with her. Except for the cat. Ha! Kira was more interested. That's tough. How many days do you think she'll last? Don't worry, boss. In 3 days at most. She won't be able to top it, and then she'll definitely come down crying and begging for your mercy. Kira was satisfied, thinking of the woman's clear face and beautiful figure. A hot breath sprang up in Kiran's heart. Standing up, go up and see. Hey, boss, I'll just bring her down. Why do you need to make the trip yourself? That would be fun, wouldn't it? What about the 70th floor? He'd never given so much to a woman before. At the thought of climbing up and appearing before that woman like a god in heaven, the other party must have gone weak in the knees. Whether she was scared or happy, the days were so boring. He wanted this sick tune. Chapter 57 Teaching girlfriend to play the field for supplies. Su Shanhua walked slowly. This hotel has a total of 4 walking staircases. Su Shanhua chose the most marginal staircase, and dodged into the space when she heard footsteps. There is only Kira on the 10th floor. The others don't live here and won't come out and sneak around if they don't have anything to do. Su Shanhua smoothly came to the stairs and poked her little head out to observe the corridor. See that? The place with the security guards should be the storage point for supplies. Jiang Yu reminded. Next, it's a fielding moment. Su nodded, adjusting her breathing and putting Luna on the ground. Just probing again, he saw Qiliang come out of his room, and he didn't know what kind of madness he was smoking, but he went upstairs. Behind them were the 2 black-clad bodyguards and a security guard. As soon as he left, the entire hallway fell silent. Isn't this a godsend? Su Shanhua observed. A chair is placed in front of the room, and the guard is sitting there, picking at his hands in boredom. The hotel's electronic door locks were turned off to save electricity. Supplies were stored here with a specially fitted common iron lock, the key hanging plainly from the guard's waist. Su Shanhua pursed her lips, put the little black cat on the floor. Meow. Luna immediately struggled and meowed. The guard immediately shuddered. Cat? Wouldn't that be a good time to get dirty again? He looked around. No one was in the building. Getting up and heading towards Luna. Seeing that the people were about to arrive, Su Shanhua took out one of her favorite crunchy sharks from the space, threw it on the stairs, stood to the corner, and dodged into the space. The security guard comes over, probing to catch a glimpse of the crunchy shark on the ground. Pick it up and baby it and flip it around to check it out. It's okay. Jiang Yu spoke softly. Su Shanhua immediately appeared, carrying a wooden stick in her hand, and viciously came towards the guard's head. Thud! The guard doubled over and fainted. Su Shanhua quickly took off the key and lightly walked along the route of the wall towards the warehouse. Don't panic. Steady. Jiang Yu's voice was like a tranquilizer. Su Shanhua was wary of someone popping up out of nowhere and was always ready to hide in space. After smoothly opening the door to the room, he dodged into the warehouse. It's a semi-large conference room. Supplies took up almost half the space. There are hotel bedding towels, toiletries and water. There was also an assortment of food, snacks, and water from the hotel, as well as supplies from outside. Water, bedding, fire extinguishers, steel pipes, daggers, take whatever else you see fit. Su Shanyue came on this trip to replenish some supplies. Previously, I thought that 60 cubic meters of space was enough, but then I realized that Su Shanyue could only enter the mysterious zone she was talking about if she was near the school, also known as Liang Yu's computer desktop. It's not practical to go back over to the school now, so I might as well come here and scavenge what's readily available. Common supplies, water and food. Su Shanyue are quite a lot. Found a lot of ham sausage. Must take away. Give Luna to eat. Especially since a couple blast shields were also found, which had to be taken. And a lot of cash. This stuff is as good as scrap paper in Armageddon. The useful stuff was pretty much taken, mainly because she couldn't use a lot of these people's supplies, and the space wasn't even stuffed. Su Shanyue was dissatisfied. Scanning around, his eyes lit up and saw a laptop and a shared charging machine. I don't know if there's electricity in there either. It's all tucked away in space. Su Shanyue gently pushed open the door, and after confirming that the corridor was quiet, she hurriedly ran back to the stairs. Hooked the key back up to the security guard. Get the hell out of there. The entire time Liang Yu was sweating for her. Su Shanyue was also nervous. If it wasn't for Gugu, she was so nervous that she wanted to cry. Probably too nervous. Adrenaline rush. Su Shanyue unexpectedly climbed up in one breath. Liang Yu, I'm so scared, she added as an afterthought. No fear, no fear. Wait, go into space. There's someone. Liang Yu had just comforted him when he jerked his head to see the figure of a security guard in his line of sight. Su Shanyue flashed into space a second before. The second afterward, Kara walked by grimly. The security guard apologized profusely. So scared he was close to kneeling. I patrol every day. The woman didn't leave. She must still be in the building. Don't worry, boss. I promise. I'll send someone down to you tonight. Kara's eyes were shady, staring at the security guard with a leathery smile. In all my life, no woman has ever made me go through so much trouble. Even in bed, he had never gone weak in the knees. And today, he must have been compelled to climb so high. Compelled by whom? Of course it's the security guard. 1,000 mistakes could not be Kara's own fault. Only the security guard's. Kara took a deep breath and calmed down from his seizure. Deal with it and don't let me see him again. Yes. The tall, black-clad security guard behind him stretched out his iron bushel-like hand and grabbed the security guard's neck in one hand, making the other party unable to make any sound. Dragged straight to the window at the end of the hallway, pushed it open and threw the man out. After gently closing the window, the black-clad security guard stood behind Kara without a word. Su Shanyue had already come out of the space. There was no way. Her time was up. Kara grunted coldly. Bring the man down at night. I'm out of patience. And her 3 teammates. Kick them all out when you find them. Yes. After they left, Su Shanyue dared to breathe. After waiting a few more moments with no movement, he moved his feet quietly. She was intimidated by Kira. That man, who kills without a second thought. Luna licked the back of her hand to comfort her. Liang Yu also had a moment of fear. Luckily you left. Otherwise, Su Shanyue couldn't beat those 2 black-clothed security guards, who looked like practiced fighters and had guns. Su Shanyue watered her eyes and wiped a small teardrop. At night, should I hide? Don't be afraid. Let me think about it and go upstairs and dump the supplies first. Su Shanyue went up to the top floor and released the supplies in the space. There was no place to put them. Part of them were put in the room and part of them were hidden in other places in the top floor. Then stuff your original stuff back into the space. Once the tsunami hits, it's a matter of consuming the supplies outside of space first. Fearing a vicious battle at night, in addition to her dagger and gun, Su Shanyue also carried a blast shield and a long sword downstairs. The long sword was also picked up in the downstairs storage. It was just in time to meet Xiao Zhao's trio, who were returning from receiving supplies. Without a word, Bi stepped forward and took the shield. Xiao also immediately went forward to take the sword in Su Shanyue's hand. Boss, the way you carry your sword is so handsome. I'll help you with it. Dawn rolled her eyes at him. Doggone it. Xiao Jia hemmed and hawed twice. What's wrong with a dog's leg? I can be much more useful than this sword. I'm cheaper than this sword. Boss, you mention me. Su Shanyue's originally bad mood was instantly cured by this douchebag. Jiang Yu also let out a light laugh. This Xiaojia, his character is a bit like Louis Fei. Same with hobbies. Belle loves to play the. Chapter 58, The Shape of a Girlfriend. The trio also wanted to give Su Shanyue the food, which she refused. You guys come to my room. Su Shanyue turned around and became a high and cold goddess again. A and B are a little excited. This is Su, the room of boss goddess schoolgirl. Hey. Jiang Yu silently watched. Su Shanyue was slowly changing, and at first she couldn't move without crying. And, Of course, love to cry now, but it's a lot more than I would have before, and I'm not as afraid of human contact as I was before. Now being the boss is a good thing. Unconsciously, Su Shanyue developed his favorite shape. It wasn't right either. He liked whatever shape Su Shanyue was in. Old boss, is there something wrong with calling us? Su Shanyue nodded and began to relay Liang Yu's words. Liang Yu, Qi Liang's 2 bodyguards will come up at night. I don't know if it's 1 or 2 of them. They also have guns. You must be careful in dealing with them. Su Shanyue, we're going to kill those 2 bodyguards. Liang Yu, put the body on the floor below after you kill it. You can't throw it away. If you can't find anyone, Qi Liang will suspect you. There's still a day or 2 before the big tsunami comes, and Kira won't be able to care about that after the tsunami comes. Su Shanyue, and then throw the body to Kira. Row by row. Your own girlfriend is going to generalize. Liang Yu is helpless, but it's fine. Su Shanyue just understands. Xiao Zhao's face went white with fear. Those 2 bodyguards had guns. Then what can we do? Su Shanyue stood up, her eyes fixedly looking at her. Just stay in my room and don't be afraid. Ha! Xiao Zhao understood that she had to play Su Shanyue. Is it too late to leave? Woohoo! Xiao Zhao was in tears. Then when you kill someone, be quick about it. Little A and Little B were from the gym and hadn't killed anyone, so they were scared and excited at the moment. Boss Su, what about us? You guys move the bodies. 2. Under Liang Yu's command, everything was properly arranged. A glance at the time showed that it was 10 o'clock at night. The rain became heavier outside the window. Liang Yu takes the time to brush up on the news, and there's already a lot of news like heavy rain and flood control. Although it is late at night, all parts of Linchuan have been prepared for heavy rainfall. Where he couldn't see, Xinhuan ate instant noodles and wrote programs for him. The trio of Louis Fei's quarters sprinted to the final level of the Black Myth. Damn! The next door also mocked us thugs to buy things. Just came to borrow bubble noodles. I directly scolded them away. Takuta was tall and strong, and wasn't used to people who laughed at them. Or let's just say that it's right to listen to Liang Yu. Louis Fei was also grateful. Feeling that things are not right, he plays the and screws up a trip for his dad. Originally, his dad was going to get on a plane to talk business. If this really sets off, you're stuck at the airport if it's light, or in the sky if it's heavy, or in the sky if it's heavy. When this is over, I'm going to treat my righteous father to dinner. Xinghu neighborhood. Yang Forest holding his daughter-in-law and child to watch the newly released Love Synthesis. It's a good thing we listened to our boss and stocked up on these, or else the baby would have run out of formula. Honey, you're awesome. Mamma mia. The sudden rainstorm interrupted many people's plans. Pei Yuchi lay shyly in Qin Yuchuan's arms. Incomparably content. Ogawa, I'm yours for everything. Don't worry, baby, I will definitely be responsible for you. Qin Yuchuan silently d himself in bed in his heart plus 1 foot. Yuki Pei is like that. Rich and good looking and simple. He was satisfied. It's raining outside. I'll order some food and we'll get out of bed. Ouch. Yuck. Jiang Yu carefully checked the details over. This was Su Shanyue's first time against an enemy who also had a gun, so she had to be careful. Xiaoei and Xiaobi hid in the dark of the stairs, one with a blast shield and the other with a knife. Su Shanyue moved a chair and sat in the doorway of the house. The door was left ajar. Whenever someone is near, you can hear the commotion. For her part, Xiao Xiao wore her hair loose and lay on the bed, while the little black cat Luna nestled at the end of the bed, posing as Su Shanyue. In the dark, you can't see it without staring at the face and carefully distinguishing it. Su Shanyue. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but voice out. Su Shanyue faintly hummed. If you're afraid, turn around and close your eyes. Xiao Xiao took a deep breath, turned her back to Su Shanyue, and closed her eyes. Su Shanyue was actually scared too, but with Jiang Yu around, she wasn't that scared again. It's coming. Be careful. Jiang Yu's voice rang in her ears. Qiliang didn't take Su Shanyue seriously, and of the 2 personalized Hulks, only one was sent up. The sound of clattering footsteps echoed down the hallway. When he came to Su Shanyue's door, the hand holding the rope pushed the door, not expecting it to open at once. Su Shanyue had already entered the space. The big man entered the room and caught a glimpse of the man lying asleep on the bed, and the little black cat nestled at the end of the bed. It's that woman. All right. He pressed on with no fear of waking anyone up, kicking a chair out of the doorway and flinging the rope out of his hand toward the bed. Dawn turned her back to the door and squeezed her eyes shut. The mind kept praying. Don't come over. Don't come over. Jiang Yu looked at the small black dots moving in the screen to determine the location of that big guy. It's ready to go, and when you get out, you're facing a little to the right. Su Shanyue took a deep breath and flashed inside the house with her pistol. The big guy lived up to his reputation as a professional bodyguard. There was the sound of one more breath in the room and he immediately realized something was wrong. Draw and turn. he saw Su Shangyue ghost-like, standing in his doorway with a pink pistol in both hands. The gun is slim and surprisingly has a silencer. Shoot. Put. Jiang Yu gave an order and Su Shangyue pulled the trigger. A bloodbath shot out. The big man's eyes widened and he fell straight to the ground. Su Shangyue then breathed a long sigh of relief. Outside the screen, Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. Scared, aren't you? It's okay, don't be scared. They won't have time to bother you tomorrow. He spoke softly, coaxing a child. I was afraid that Su Shangyue would feel uncomfortable in her heart. Su Shangyue nodded and poked Xiao Xiao. Well, get up and clean this place up, and throw anything that's bloodied in the other room. The cold voice of the past was heavenly music to Xiao Xiao's ears at the moment. She shivered and rose from the bed to see the fallen body at her feet and the blood that had sprayed the sheets. Almost couldn't hold back the screams. Su Shangyue lifted her chin to look at her, still carrying the gun in her hand, as if to say, if you scream out, I'll kill you too. Xiao Xiao rolled out of bed and rolled up the sheets and quilts and all that. Boss, where to throw it? Is it okay to throw the dismantled room? Today they took down the bedpans and some of the rooms were a mess. Su Shangyue nodded. Crouching down, he searched the rope in the other man's hand and the gun at his waist, making sure there was nothing else useful on him, and then turned to go out. Have little A and little B come over and carry the body. Little A and little B were also fiercely startled. At that time, Ma Yunlan's death was so far away that they couldn't really see it. Now this man was killed by Boss Su right in front of his eyes. It was too scary. So we're moving out? Su Shangyue nodded. They went to the other room to find some towels and bravely wrapped the big guy's head. Xiao A looked disgusted. Are you as scared as this? Though he was scared too. Xiao B, however, gave him a cold look. Tofu has brains, but you don't. If we move the bodies, do we let the blood flow all the way? Chapter 59. I didn't hear you. Can you say it again? Jiang Yu cocked his head and looked. This little B is a talent, also a competent mover. Su Shangyue followed them downstairs, directing the duo to place the big guy's body in the stairwell on the 30th floor. He also thoughtfully flung some blood on a nearby wall with a bloodstained towel to fake the illusion that he was going up a flight of stairs and was shot from above. It's the end of the world. What about fingerprints and bloodstains? That's about right. Jiang Yu asked Su Shangyue to bring someone up. Su Shangyue took out a small flashlight from her bag and handed it to Xiao Bi, asking him to double-check if there were any traces left on the way back. Bi blinked. He kind of couldn't remember. When he went out, did Su Shangyue bring her bag? After going back, Su Shangyue closed the door of the house with a bang. The three men outside the door were wide-eyed. Armor scratched his head. Did we really kill someone? Xiao Bi corrected. It's not us, it's Su Shangyue. Dawn was silent. She's still dizzy to this day. Once again, he felt the gap between himself and Su Shangyue. Why would anyone be pretty, cool, and so competent? At this time inside the house, Su Shangyue flung herself on the bed. On the bed Xiao Xiao had already put on new sheets and bedding, and even the carpet, a clean one, had been yanked from another room. The long black hair spread out in a sharp contrast against the snow-white sheets. From Jiang Yu's perspective, Su Shangyue's slender waist and legs wrapped in slim pants were visible. He coughed softly. Don't cry. It's okay already. Su Shangyue's voice was muffled. Does being pretty mean you deserve to be bullied? Jiang Yu knew that his little girlfriend was self-doubting. As a boyfriend, even if you can't be around to comfort in person, verbal comfort must be in place. A person is going to be bullied, and it has nothing to do with looks. You're brave and capable and smart and good-looking is what you are. Really? Su Shangyue sat up from the bed, her eyes tearful, her small face red from holding it in. Jiang Yu nodded his head vigorously. Yes, really, not lying to you. Do you think I'm pretty too? Su Shangyue looked at Jiang Yu through the screen with an expectant face. After receiving Jiang Yu's affirmative answer, Su Shangyue's eyes brightened even more. Jiang Yu, what did you just say? I didn't hear you. Can you say it again? Jiang Yu felt that he hadn't been set up by the little girl. Pretty good. It seems unaffected by the killings. Quickly go wash up and go to bed early in a while. Jiang Yu changed the topic. Downstairs Kira lavishly poured a glass of red wine. The thought of being warm and soft in his arms for a while turned him on. If you ask him, all the rules of law are binding to a strong man like him. Only an unorganized world like Armageddon would suit him. A glass of wine bottomed out and he raised his hand to glance at his full diamond watch. Go see why the man isn't back yet. Yes. The other remaining bodyguard behind him turned to go out. These people had been raised by the family since they were young to protect his well-being, and Qi Liang had never even thought about why exactly he had been able to become the head of the base of the Pearl Hotel. Is it because he's rich? Or is it because he has bodyguards? His bodyguard has a gun? He didn't need to think about that. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out from outside, and the bodyguard returned with a stony face and a blasted message. Another bodyguard. Shot dead. Kara was instantly tipsy and followed to the 15th floor stairwell, followed by a number of security guards. This stairwell was still the one Tsunami had picked out. The 30th floor, where there is no owner, is the most convenient stairwell from Kara's office, ensuring that the other party can be seen as soon as they go upstairs. Kara has had enough of climbing stairs today. Panting, he came to the 30th floor and saw the bodyguard staring at him with eyes as big as a cow's. Dead. There's a bloody hole in the head. What's going on? Kara shouted in exasperation. The bouncer steps forward to check the body and surroundings. It's a gunshot wound. It should have been killed here. The blood hasn't coagulated yet. It hasn't been long since he died. We didn't hear a shot. The other guy's gun probably had a silencer. And he lost his gun. The other guards blanched. That means that someone living in this building still has a gun. Or a silenced one. The point is, with the lost gun, the other side now has 2 guns. Kara was furious. And he was able to deter everyone here by force. Twisting his head to stare at the security officer, he gritted his teeth. Search for me. Search everyone's room and bring me anyone suspicious. The other guy has a gun. You guys put more people on it. The guards dispersed and rushed off to work. Finding it or not can be put aside. Stay here for fear of being beaten up by the maddened Shiliang. It's not like this hasn't happened before. His bodyguards weren't sent out. What if the other guy comes to the door while the bodyguard is away? At this moment, the woman on the 70th floor had long been put behind him, and he hadn't thought about Su Shanyue being the murderer. Soft and beautiful women, in his eyes, like doddering flowers, have no power to kill. There were almost 300 people in the Pearl Hotel. There were plenty of hotel rooms and they were not full before the end of the day. After the end of the day a bunch of people died. A bunch of people came in, and that's all that came and went. Basically, they all live within those layers below. The security guards, as instructed, rudely broke into each room to inspect it. This inspection revealed that a number of people had also stocked up on private goods. A woman named Xiao Mei, and there were 2 other men in her room. These people don't know how to exploit the loophole, but they have seized a lot of snacks, and they are all imported. Bring it on you. The security guard pushed Xiao Mei down with one hand. Xiao Mei cried in anger, but did not dare to resist. These were the ones she'd ventured back to the school with and robbed from Su Shanyue. The 2 men were clenching their fists in the air, not daring to resist. The guard pulled open a drawer to see a large Burke bag, a drawer full of them, which had been collected from nearby rooms. TSK, playing with flowers. From now on, no hiding is allowed, and all supplies are to be turned in for uniform distribution. I'll spare you this time. Security guards aren't interested in women. He picked up the imported snacks and took off. Xiaomei couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a wow. The 2 men rushed forward to comfort them. Don't cry. Tomorrow we'll apply to go out for supplies. Those lapdogs depend on having someone behind them. Wait, when we find a gun, we won't be afraid of them. Woo-hoo-hoo. It's a mess downstairs. Jiang Yu takes a painful shower, then fills the buckets, pots, wash basins, and washing machines in the house with tap water. Mai went to bed. The storm outside had nothing to do with him. He just didn't know why, but he dreamed of being held down by Su Shanyue again. It's more than that. In a watery atmosphere, Su Shanyue seemed to be preparing to take a bath. Wearing a cool halter nightgown, hair tied loosely at the back of the head, she had a very serious expression on her face. Gonna take a shower. Killing people today. You're going to wash too. No resistance. Jiang Yu was forced to hold down the ground and looked at Su Shanyue from the bottom up. Police officer. Chapter 60 The Great Tsunami. You're here. Su Shanyue's small hand grabbed his tail and rubbed it fiercely. Not long after, Jiang Yu's blood boiled all over his body. Sweating in my sleep. It's more than that. After taking a bath, Su Shanyue even stuffed it right under the covers and pressed it into the crook of her arm, snuggling it to sleep. The tip of his nose was filled with the fresh smell of Su Shanyue's body. Jiang Yu felt that it was a lucid dream. He felt like he couldn't resist and didn't want to after a few struggles. Passed out under Su Shanyue's comforter. Asterisk. Jiang Yu was woken up by suffocation. It was as if something was pressed against his face. Sitting up with a jerk, he took a few big breaths. I didn't realize it was after 8 again. He glanced at the computer screen first, and sure enough, Su Shanyue was lying on her side on the bed, the little black cat Luna pressed against her chest again. Only the little paw was left struggling out there. It was now certain that it was to the little black cat that he dreamed. Jiang Yu. He then said that the stupid game was not normal. You can't find anything online. The super high simulation, the real life like Su Shanyue, has a disaster correlation with the real world. All of this he could barely explain by coincidence and forcefully ignore. But he can still soul-wear Luna. He had to rethink, was it really just a game? He felt, more than anything, that it was a real world. Maybe it's a parallel world to the real world. Or maybe it's a future timeline of the real world. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Does that mean that Su Shangyue is real? If the game went on, could Su Shangyue come to the real world? Or maybe he goes to Su Shanyue's world? This obsessive thought grew like a weed in his mind. It was over an hour before he calmed down. Open the little book in your hand. It recorded a lot of things he had summarized after clicking on this game. There is personal information about Su Shanyue, the background of the world, some of his insights. It was only after rereading it again that I realized the line from the game prompt when I adopted Su Shanyue. Attention! Real doomsday, coming soon. This disaster conceptualization 10% of. Both of the above are extremely important pieces of information once you accept that the game world is a real world. Tap on Su Shanyue's personal information to check it again. Life value, 55/100. Intimacy, 19 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 35/100. Elementary food 25 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 45/100. Elementary knives 55/100. Elementary firearms, 70 out of 100. Backpack, primary backpack. Nice lifesteal recovery. Shy intimacy will in no time ebe 20. Jiang Yu started to get nervous again. On the contrary, in the roof hut built in the past 2 days, Su Shanyue's primary maintenance gold grew quite a lot, and her primary firearms progressed the fastest. The big tsunami will last for 2 weeks. Jiang Yu creates a plan for Su Shanyue to grow and learn. Exercise every day. Boost primary maintenance, primary food and primary transportation to 50. And try to boost both primary props and primary firearms to 100. By the time the tsunami recedes, those who survive will have a few tricks up their sleeves. Only when Su Shanyue's combat power was raised could she cope better. Putting down his pen, Jiang Yu closed his book. The heart is full of grandeur. I was getting ready to go brush my teeth and wash up when I realized that. Sure enough, the water was out. It's okay, he's got water stored. Others in the building weren't so lucky. Got the notice. We have a water main burst here and several neighborhoods nearby are without water. It's being salvaged. But I haven't brushed my teeth and washed my face here. Oops, you can't go out in this rain. Who are you washing your face for? Also, who has extra water? I'll cook up some instant noodles for dinner. Shut down the homeowners group. These need not concern him, and he couldn't care less. This is happening in various neighborhoods in Linchin, with some water outages, some power outages, and some sewer backups. Soon, though, the panic was all short-lived. By noon there were big trucks with emergency kits for each neighborhood. There's water and bread in it. There are also people who go from house to house registering children, the elderly and the seriously ill. Give a carton of milk to a family with children. The storm came out of nowhere, and it's good enough to be thankful for that. Good job Lin Chuan. Such statements appear in all corners of all platforms. Those places that didn't have a response now only have the envy of Lin Chuan. The Lean City side is the best at taking precautions in several coastal areas, and a panel of experts was assembled. The first signs of the early stages of the tsunami were detected. What? The wind and waves on the sea are already up to 20 meters? No. Have all coastal patrols pull back? In comparison, the torrential rains in Linchin are nothing to write home about. Large tsunami peak offshore values are predicted to be as high as 50 meters. Because of the presence of breakwaters and the like, these waves are somewhat weakened, but the damage is still immense. These cities further evacuated people. And, of course, the news is circulating internally. Huo Qingyun sat steadily in his office, and when he got this data, his mind was blank for a few seconds. 50 meters. 50 meters. Surprisingly, it wasn't even close to the data given by Jiang Yu. Those people before objected, mocked, and hated him enough to put him up against the wall and take turns cursing him. Now, one is as honest as a quail. This time, Jiang Yu was his nobleman. Jiang Yu couldn't care less about this, because in the game world, the great tsunami was coming. Su Shanyue and the little black cat stood side by side in front of the window. Jiang Yu similarly looked out the window from Su Shanyue's perspective. Inside the Pearl Hotel, everyone stopped what they were doing on their hands and turned their heads to look out the window. Floods like mountains pouring down, up to a dozen meters high, swept in from the sky. It's like someone stood in the sky and poured huge amounts of seawater down. Sharp honking explosions pierced through the building and pierced people's eardrums. People watched as skyscrapers in the distance were engulfed by floodwaters and roads were submerged. The zombies can't run in time, and survivors emerge from all sides, fighting the flood for their lives. Accompanied by torrential rain and thunder, the entire in less than half an hour city of fell. People climbed to the upper floors and onto the roofs. Find a place where you can take refuge. Su Shanyue sighed and looked out the window at the top of a building standing full of people in the distance. It was a Wanda Plaza. The rounded top was climbed by people leaning on their tools. Tiny humans, like ants in water. clump together and falter. They don't know it yet, and this is just the beginning. Using the Pearl Hotel as a baseline, the floodwaters had just reached the 3rd floor at this point. The building was already in disarray. Su Shangyue could even hear screams coming from the hallway. She pulled open the door to the house and saw Xiaowei and Xiaobi running towards her with panicked faces. Boss! Su Shangyue raised her hand and yanked out a few steel pipes from the house and threw them on the ground. Go ahead and lock the stairs. There are 4 staircases in all. Lock all the stairway doors on the 70th floor. Then you guys move in next door to me and stay put. Aye, boss. Seeing Su Shangyue methodically issuing orders, the trio's panicked hearts settled down once again. After just a few days together, they had already taken Su Shangyue as their backbone. Lock the door. The 3 stood in front of Su Shangyue. Boss, what's next? We still have some supplies. Let's put them all at your place, boss. Little A took the initiative to return to the room and took out a plastic bag. Inside were 2 bottles of water and a bag of crackers and a packet of instant noodles. B went back to the house silently and got his things out as well. Xiao rolled her eyes and went back to the house to get supplies while scolding Xiaojia. Big lick dog. Kia grunted. What's wrong with me being a dog licker? No licking for nothing. Licking the boss. I'm willing. Aren't you? Dawn rolled her eyes again. Please add it to your bookshelf if you like it, baby righteous fathers. And give more positive reviews / kneel down and ask for peace in the middle. Chapter 61. Liang Yu teaches her so much. Is it also because of love? Su Shangyue was a bit overwhelmed and didn't accept their things. Froze for a few seconds and then turned around to go back to the house. Bring the door with a bang. Liang Yu. The iceberg expression on Su Shanyue's face immediately dissipated. Filled with panic. What do they mean? Liang Yu was also quite surprised. When they were in the dormitory building before, these 3 were all behaving very average. Especially Xiao, who even fought with Su Shangyue. Then we worked together for 2 days and it was moderate. Now I can't believe I volunteered to bring out all the food. Kind of interesting. They should just simply be afraid that you won't have anything to eat. You didn't go down to collect the supplies before. After all, you're stronger in combat than they are, and they'll have to rely on you later. So I'm going to take it? Su Shanyue's mouth pursed, very apprehensive. Liang Yu let out a sigh. Su Shanyue never seemed to have been treated well and equally, and was overwhelmed by the slightest bit of unintended kindness from others. So do you want to take it? You can ask yourself. Liang Yu guided her. It's up to the little girl to learn to know her own heart. Su Shanyue nodded and shook her head again. I wanted to take it, but Xiao Mei, my roommate, who was also nice to me before doomsday, brought someone back to rob me after doomsday. When she said that, Liang Yu understood. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years afraid of a well rope. The little girl was hurt by that Xiao Mei and couldn't believe the others. And if you accept, will you remain vigilant or will you trust them without reservation? Su Shanyue nodded without hesitation. I will be vigilant. The only person she really trusted completely was Liang Yu. Liang Yu gives the final answer. That's the right thing to do. Accept them, stay alert, and not be careless at any time. Once they make you uncomfortable, just do it without hesitation. Su Shanyue listened attentively, nodded her head uncontrollably, and took out a small notebook and pen. Swish and write it down. Liang Yu. All she had to do was improve herself so that the 3 wouldn't dare to think otherwise. And she, at least for this half of the month, had to be the boss. Su Shanyue once again strained her small face and pulled open the door. The 3 and quail-like still standing in the doorway. Boss? Well, the big tsunami is already here. So you guys come and move your stuff. Su Shanyue really didn't know how to get along with these people and could only give orders dryly. The 3 men didn't know what to move. It wasn't until they got to the top floor that they saw a surprising amount of extra supplies in the room they had set up yesterday. And they said, the boss must have gone to grab supplies. I opened his mouth wide and tried to ask something when B raised his hand and covered his mouth with a slap. Su Shanyue grunted. Count on them to know what's good for them. If she asked more, she didn't want to explain or maybe she wanted to kill them. As she carried her things downstairs, A was disgruntled. Why are you covering my mouth? B looked at him coldly. If you want to die, don't take me with you and ask when you're alone. You know what I'm going to ask? Boss Su got all the stuff up here himself. And how? As long as you want to live. Never ask. Oh. After a few seconds, it dawned on A and Xiao that they figured out the key. Regardless of how Su Shanyue got those things up here, it wasn't their place to ask. It kills you to pry into other people's secrets. Do you think that if we hadn't sent Boss Su food just now, Boss Su would have let us know that there were so many supplies? Kuga asked the question without dying. Xiaobi and Xiao shook their heads at the same time. Su Shanyue, this person, sometimes overbearing, sometimes reasonable, completely elusive. Give you a bullet if you're pissed off. And you'll be honest. but there's enough of these to tide over any big tsunami. A third of the supplies upstairs were moved downstairs, and they were all placed inside Su Shanyue's house. Su Shanyue stood inside the house, looking at the tall waves that were approaching, a little worried. Jiang Yu, is it okay to let them see those supplies? It's okay, you'll have to eat and drink yourself upstairs. You won't be able to hide these supplies, and they're only a small portion so that they won't expose your space pack yet. They are still useful to keep. You can't let the horse run and not give it grass at the same time. Let them depend on you and get a little benefit from you before they will always be of use to you. But when people come up again downstairs, you don't have to be polite with them. Jiang Yu spoke in great detail, and Su Shanyue listened with a seeming understanding. The big eyes were full of adoration. Jiang Yu, you know so much. Take out your little notebook again and swish and jot it down. Jiang Yu was surrounded by an inexplicable sense of shame. Poor, there's no need to memorize it. You don't understand. You don't care. Su Shanyue covered the small book tightly. Jiang Yu had no idea what the little girl had written in it. Ka-chow. Inside the game, the sky exploded with a huge bolt of lightning. The glass in the whole house clattered. Luna, the little black cat, was so frightened that she exploded and jumped onto the head of Kia, who was carrying something. Ancestor, alas. Come down. Don't scratch. You're going bald. Outside, the land turned into an ocean. Many buildings were flooded, and people could not even call for help before they turned into a speck of dust and became one with the floodwaters. After moving their stuff, the three of them reselected their rooms. Xiao Xiao lived across from Su Shanyue, and Xiao A and Xiao B lived on either side. Su Shanyue sat on the sofa like a queen and set the rules for the three. Jiang Yu knew that his little girl liked to abbreviate sentences. Simply let Su Shanyue ask them in return how they were going to divide the labor. Dawn volunteered to raise her hand. I think we should record the rise of the water and report every rise. Su Shanyue nodded. Okay, you remember. Little A and Little B also discussed it. Patrolling the 70th and top floors every 2 hours. Those guys are definitely moving up, and we have to take precautions. B suggested. Su Shanyue nodded her head again. Starting tomorrow, you will be practicing your swords and daggers. Food and water must not go to waste. Eat up before the big tsunami and you'll all starve. She thought she was pretty fierce, and in Jiang Yu's eyes, this was just cute. But the three Xiao Xiao didn't dare to think about it and agreed in unison. After the work was divided and the people left, Su Shanyue finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsed onto the big bed and rolled around in Luna's arms. So what do I do next? Jiang Yu also took out the small notebook he had recorded earlier, suddenly also realized that not only did the little girl have a little book, but she had one herself. Haha, I'm sure they were made for each other. Ahem, there's not much for you to do. Just work on your dagger and gun every day. Get plenty of exercise, eat well, and stay fit. Hee, does that give me time to read? Su Shanyue suddenly came to life. Yeah, what kind of book do you want to read? Jiang Yu was curious. I didn't expect Su Shanyue to not tell her. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yu seemed to be gone. Su Shanyue took out the book Youthful Abusive Love, Crying Red Tales from her space. Can't wait to turn the first page. She'd like to see how sadistic love works. A man truly loves a woman by teaching her the ways of the world and the skills of survival. Even if he's not around someday, he'll make sure his girl survives. Su Shanyue played with the ends of her hair, her eyes resting on this page. So Jiang Yu teaching her so much is also because of love? Love? What a distant and unfamiliar word. Does she love Jiang Yu? Chapter 62 Jiang Yu is my god. Su Shanyue closed the book with a blare. She didn't dare look any further. She didn't know herself. She couldn't figure herself out. She likes Jiang Yu, clings to Jiang Yu, worships Jiang Yu, and appreciates Jiang Yu. But, does she have love for Jiang Yu? She didn't dare to read the book again. She was afraid of getting a yes or even more afraid of getting a no. Distracted, she still took out the book. 18 Styles of Kissing, 10 minutes to learn to kiss properly. That's what she should be learning. Just looking at it. Why is it that for every pose, all she thinks of is Jiang Yu? It's too much. Su Shanyue's face was red and hot as she burrowed into the space to take a shower. What do you look like? She was suddenly a little curious. How old is Jiang Yu? Is she tall? Is she handsome? Does she have abs? No. What if he doesn't? In the mist of water, Su Shanyue lightly bit her red lips. She can't help but start thinking, if Jiang Yu is short, ugly and fat, does she still like him? With this question, Su Shanyue tossed and turned. It wasn't until the wee hours of the morning that she finally had her answer. She would love Jiang Yu even if he was short, ugly, and fat. Although she didn't know if she was in love with Jiang Yu now. Jiang Yu is gentle, intellectual, calm in critical moments, never loses his temper, treats her well, and teaches her many things. The best person in the universe for her. Better than her parents were to her. At the mention of her parents, Su Shanyue's mood was much lower again, rambling and confused. His mind was a mess and he didn't know when he fell asleep in a daze. Jiang Yu doesn't know that Su Shanyue is thinking about 7 or 8. Vaughn called him again. Mr. Jiang, sorry to bother you. How's the data analysis going? He's genuinely embarrassed to be asking for results when it hasn't been long since he sent over the data. But he can't help it. It's tight at the top. How many people are at stake in this one little piece of data? Jiang Yu slapped his head. I'm sorry. I'm just focusing on accompanying my female family. I'll deal with it later and send it to you. He's a little sorry too. The contract is signed. So of course he has to work. Xiao Qing knows that Jiang Yu has no father or mother. And this so-called family is afraid to be a girlfriend. And this girlfriend carries quite a bit of weight in Jiang Yu's heart. So it seems like a proper investigation is in order. After the call ended, Jiang Yu picked up a pen and paper and swept back to the plan he had made for Su Shanyue in his book. He suddenly felt like the worried old father. Raising Su Shanyue is sometimes like raising a daughter. It can be worrisome, and it's still that sweet burden. A soft laugh echoed through the rainy night room. Burying his head in the sand, he began to calculate the data until the early hours of the morning, and sent it to Qiu Qin. Asterisk. On the second day, Jiang Yu slept until noon. The first thing he did when he woke up was to look at Su Shanyue first. I'm still a little sad that I didn't spirit Luna last night. The sky within the game was gray. The rainstorm was thunderous, and it was no longer possible to tell day from night. Su Shanyue's entire body stretched out on the snow-white big bed. Her lotus root-like arms unfolded in length, and the little black cat rolled over its belly, resting on all fours on her jade arms. Little tummy rolls with food. Jiang Yu poked its belly with the mouse. You are blessed. Meow. Heem. Jiang Yu goes to wash up, then stops at the window to brush up on the news. Lincoln City was slightly soiled in its skirts during the ongoing torrential rain. All eyes were on the impending super tsunami, and because of the advance warning, the damage had been minimized. People's 4th of July vacations were ruined with no complaints at all. While praising the officials for their timely response, they are proud. In contrast, other countries on this side of the ocean were not so lucky, and the tsunami caused them serious damage. Buzz off. One little panda sent a message. Boss, the stuff is done, but we can't meet to test it now. Xinhuan felt a little sorry for himself. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Can test it operating it remotely? We buy with QQ. I'll transfer the money once the tests are okay. It's okay, boss. Jiang Yu opened his laptop, which already had a game downloaded on it. He did the test not wanting to expose Su Shanyue. Testing with other games is just as good. It works. Remotely controlling her boss's computer. Xinhuan is a bit nervous, and adding Jiang Yu's after, she suddenly lets out a gasp of surprise. QQ. Yikes. Because she recognizes this QQ avatar. It's actually Jiang Yu. Unlike the WeChat avatar, the QQ avatar Jiang Yu made an appearance. It should have been taken before his accident, and in the photo, Jiang Yu is smiling very brightly, with light in his eyes. Jiang Yu changed his real-life photo after the accident, but QQ hardly used it and forgot to replace it. Looking at the photo, Jiang Yu was also in a bit of a trance at the moment. If it was her previous self, Su Shanyue would definitely like herself, or at least not hate herself, and now he's a cripple in a wheelchair. Intimacy is enough for today. The duo can video. But, Jiang Yu curled his body a bit. He was a bit scared. He was afraid that Su Shanyue wouldn't like him. He could sense that Su Shanyue was a living, breathing person with a soul. If he somehow fell in love with Su Shanyue just because she was the girlfriend he recharged and sent him, he felt awkward. That wasn't the result he wanted. For the first time in his life, he was so torn up that he suddenly felt like he couldn't lift a finger to do anything. He felt he needed time to think this over. Tick-tock. QQ vibrated. Wanwan's little panda sends a message. Are you Jiang Yu? Jiang Yu lifted his spirits and replied. You know me? Is it really you? You're my man god. You don't have to know who I am. You just have to know that you're my man crush. Xinhuan was so excited that her hands flew across the keyboard. A crackle of output. Xinhuan, what are you excited about? It's noon. The housemate probed and asked. It's the National Day holiday. School is closed. Just the weather is bad. Everyone is burrowed in the dormitory did not go out. Xinhuan mysteriously glanced at Pei Yuchi's bed. Seeing that Pei Yuchi wasn't there, she spoke. Do you guys know? That $3,000 job of mine, that hoity-toity boss, is actually Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu? Yeah, I could be so happy that the man of the hour is my boss. Why are you so excited? Going to confess? The housemates all recognized Jiang Yu's status as a male god. Of course it was Jiang Yu before the accident. At this time another roommate came over. Xinhuan, don't confess. At the very least, wait until you get your paycheck. If you confess now, won't you have done your job for nothing? Xinhuan waved her hand. Go go go. You guys don't talk nonsense. I'm only appreciative of Jiang Yu. There's no male and female love. What do you know? Those who are bold and yellow in the face of a male god can eat it. Xinhuan had never even thought about falling in love with Jiang Yu. Besides, I'm happy even if the boy wonder doesn't pay me. Chapter 63. It's okay if you're ugly. Thanks to my righteous father's reward, DJ Ultraman Light, desktop remote. Start the test program. The roommates gather around and quietly peek at Jiang Yu's computer desktop through Xinhuan's computer desktop. It's too clean. There was nothing on the desktop but the usual software. Nothing like a boy's computer. Instead, I came across a document. Girlfriend's backpack. The housemates were silently agitated and squeezed each other a few times. The test went well. The computer will sound an alarm whenever there is a consistently moving object within the game. As long as the computer doesn't shut down, Jiang Yu will finally be able to sleep soundly at night in the future. Hard work. I'll transfer the fee to your WeChat. You remember to collect. No. Xinhuan immediately refused. Jiang Yu lightly laughed and persuaded. One size does not fit all, or I'll be too embarrassed to look for you next time. There's going to be a next time? Xinhuan got a little excited and accepted Jiang Yu's transfer. After this side ended, Xinhuan's dormitory immediately exploded. A boy is known as a man not only by his face, but also by his character, his style of behavior, the way he speaks and acts, and his level of composure. It's all a plus. A man of God is still a man of God. It's a shame it's raining so hard outside. Xinhuan, don't forget to treat yourself. Don't worry, won't forget. Xinhuan patted her chest. An exclamation followed. Ugh, Pei Yuchi really? Just now you guys saw it. There's still a girlfriend's backpack document on the boy god's computer. It must be Jiang Yu's strategy to choose a gift for her. It's a pity. What man would want to spend that kind of effort these days? Say goodbye. This matter do not tell anyone Pei Yuchi. They felt that Pei Yuchi didn't treasure it properly while they could understand Pei Yuchi. After all, Jiang Yu is crippled. Pei Yuchi and Qin Yuchuan were still getting tired of the hotel at this time. Jiang Yu got the small software program script and copied it to his desktop computer. Click run. Jiang Yu? Su Shanyue woke up. For some reason, even though Jiang Yu didn't say anything, she felt that Jiang Yu was there at the moment. I am. With Su Shanyue's continuous movements, the computer emitted a dripping alarm sound. It's good that the program works. Perfect. Jiang Yu turned off the program. There was no need to turn it on during the day when he was keeping an eye on it and Su Shanyue was moving at all times. Su Shanyue was wearing white pajamas and her hair was slightly messy from sleeping. At the moment sitting on his knees on the bed, his ears perked up as if catching some sound. Jiang Yu was adored by her. Smiling, he inquired. What's wrong? Jiang Yu, what was that sound just now? Su Shanyue's large eyes were filled with inquisitiveness. The little girl doesn't know yet that when one person is curious about another, it's the beginning of love. Jiang Yu had just tested the program without turning off the call button. The alarm went off. He thought for a moment and answered truthfully. I always worry about you being dangerous at night when I'm resting. I've got something that detects the screen. It'll sound an alarm at night when you're in danger. Jiang Yu felt that if this game wasn't a game, it was the real world. Sooner or later, he would have to explain the situation to Su Shanyue. Then why don't we start laying the groundwork from here, so that the little girl won't be shocked at that time? After Su Shanyue heard this, she hung her head slightly with an apologetic expression. Evening, hard work. Put. Jiang Yu believed that Su Shanyue must not know how ambiguous it was for her to say this. He smoothed himself down. In the future, don't talk to other men so easily. It's been a hard night. It's too easy for him to get carried away. Why? Su Shanyue didn't understand why she couldn't say it. Anyway, just don't say it. Oh, that's fine. Su Shanyue raised her head again, her eyebrows curving into a crescent moon. Then I can't talk to other men. It's okay to talk to you, right? After all, you had a really hard night. Jiang Yu, pawn. In the latter half of the day, Su Shanyue wanted to eat snail powder, and not wanting the room to be tainted with the smell, he simply picked up hot water from the space, carried the soaked snail powder out the door, and went to the corridor to find a random room. Luna followed with a reluctant look on her face. Why does the master have to eat something so stinky? It jumped onto the table and lifted its paw to pick at it a few times, as if it were burying a turd. Su Shanyue laughed out loud in the screen. Jiang Yu laughed low and shallowly off-screen. With an appetite, Jiang Yu cooks another meal of dumplings. Su Shanyue, do you like dumplings? Looking at the white, fat dumplings on the plate, Jiang Yu suddenly inquired. I also know how to make dumplings. Su Shanyue fell into memories. After getting acquainted with Jiang Yu, she felt it was okay to talk about this. In elementary school, one day after school, the driver didn't come to pick me up. So I waited and waited in front of the school, and no one came to pick me up even when it was dark. The janitor called the homeroom teacher and Mr. Wang came and took me home. Mr. Wang's house is small, but nice. They're making dumplings, and I'm following along, and I'm getting pretty good at it. The little girl's face was proud, and her eyes were glowing at the mention of it. Liang Yu asks, what happened afterward? The smile on Su Shanyue's face gradually dissipated. Then a new driver came to pick me up and I transferred. Something must have happened. Although Liang Yu was curious, he stopped asking when his girlfriend didn't say anything. Then I'll make you dumplings for dinner later. I'm pretty good at it, but not until the big tsunami is over and you can get back over to school. That way the dumplings he made could be passed on as a picture. Su Shanyue nodded her head vigorously and ate the last bite of snail powder with satisfaction. Liang Yu, what do you look like? As soon as these words were asked by Su Shanyue, she herself froze. Remorsefully, he hung his head. Sure enough, what does the book say? The belly is full of lust. She was just having too much fun eating to ask that kind of question. Liang Yu also finishes the last of his dumplings and thinks for a moment before asking her rhetorically, what would you do if I was ugly? Ha? Su Shanyue didn't expect Liang Yu to answer this way. She stumbled a bit, very nervous, and quickly replied, You. It's okay if you're ugly, and you're smart, and good-tempered, and erudite, and know a lot. It's okay. You're ugly and you're you. Su Shanyue was so anxious that she cried. Liang Yu looked up to the sky. He could see that Su Shanyue did feel that it was okay and didn't have any dislike for it. It just made the little girl cry and he felt bad. The softest part of the heart was also gently touched. Su Shanyue, it seems, didn't dislike him. Don't cry. Good boy. Chapter 64 Liang Yu, another day of being mesmerized by beauty. Liang Yu coaxes a girl for the first time in his life. He was also inexperienced and a bit frazzled, trying to pass a tissue and unable to reach the screen. Su Shanyue's tears were like little pearls. Yeah. I'm sorry. I wasn't crying. I was. Su Shanyue huffed. She was nervous and scared after the end of the day, and even more so when she saw the ocean like flooding downstairs. If he hadn't met Liang Yu, he would have drowned in the dormitory or died on the night of Liang Yu's attack. All sorts of emotions come up, and you just can't put the brakes on. While saying that I won't cry, more and more tears flowed down my face. She can't even control it. Su Shanyue was crying like a pear. She couldn't stop at all. Liang Yu's hands were at a loss. Don't cry. That, and we'll be able to video it in a couple days. Hiccup. Su Shanyue violently stopped crying. Her tears were still bearing down. She raised her head, her eyes red and bunny-like. Really? Liang Yu sighed. He didn't want to, and he was scared, and he had just gotten caught up in the beauty. Now the word is out and there's no taking it back. Really? But prepare yourself. I'm not that good. No, you're fine, and you're not allowed to say you're not fine. Su Shanyue actually huffed and puffed about him. Liang Yu smiled helplessly. Let's wait for 2 more days. We'll have to face it sooner or later if we're alive or dead by then. If Su Shanyue didn't like himself, then he would just take care of a friend and help her get through the end well. If Su Shanyue liked herself, what's he gonna do? Liang Yu had a headache and was just about to leave to code when, on the screen, a thud came violently from the wall opposite the room where Su Shanyue was. The sound of metal clashing was very noticeable. It stands to reason that no one lives next door. So where's the noise coming from? Exit the room. Liang Yu immediately ordered. Su Shanyue took out her gun with one hand, scooped up Luna with the other, and exited the house against the wall. As he gingerly passed the next room, he saw that the door was ajar and took a few quick steps back to her room. Su Shanyue covered her heart thumping. Liang Yu, is there someone next door? Liang Yu couldn't say. It's reasonable to assume there's no one there. You've moved around quite a bit since you've lived here. It would be impossible to hide if there was someone there. Call up the 3 of you. You guys go check it out. And if there's any danger, find it early and deal with it. Aha. Su Shanyue adjusted her emotions and called the 3 out. They were obedient, huffing and puffing and practicing with their daggers and knives. As soon as he heard Su Shanyue say that there was movement in that room, he followed suit and tensed up. Xiaoe volunteered to stand at the front and kicked the door of the room open. Raise hands up. Don't move. The room was quiet and there was no sign of anyone at all. Dawn poked her head in. The other day we took down the bedpan and it did make the room look like this. Not like someone had spent the night. We checked the covers, the cabinets, and the bathroom, including the windows. The windows were sealed, and the vent windows could only be opened a fist-sized crack. It's impossible to hide someone. Could it be in the ceiling? Kuga poked the bathroom ceiling with his long sword. Inside are disjointed pipes, and it's impossible to hide someone at this height. Liang Yu was sure he hadn't heard correctly. It's the sound of metal clashing, just from this side of the wall. His eyes fell on the wall. Have we checked the wall? Xiaobi was meticulous and didn't have a ruler, so he pulled a bed sheet as a measuring tool, measured the length of the walls in both rooms and the bathroom, and really noticed something was wrong. Boss Su, the dimensions are not right. The toilet here is 1 meter short, and the closet over there is half a meter short. Behind this side of the bathroom happens to be a closet in the opposite room. That makes at least 2 square meters of space, right? A few people looked at each other with catty faces. Liang Yu gave a direct order for Su Shangyue to bring people to take apart the closet. I was strong enough to go up and run his knife along the seam of the closet, removing it from the wall. That's when people realized that it's not the online kind where the back of the closet is a secret door. The secret door is on the side of the closet. The back is a solid wall. Behind the side back panel is a passageway that accommodates 2 people in and out. And further in, an elevator. Elevator. The Pearl Hotel is the best hotel in city. How come there's an elevator here? Xiao Xiao had a moment of fear. The elevator has no power. The doors won't open. And no one knows what floor the elevator goes to. The sound that Liang Yu had just heard was most likely a mouse in the elevator, or the sound made by the spread of the floodwater stirring up the teleportation device. It was heard because it was too close to the room and it was quiet. Will someone climb up here? A was worried. Su Shangyue strained her little face and was listening to Liang Yu's analysis. I wonder how many floors this leads to. Built so discreetly, it's likely to lead directly to the parking lot, or some more specific floor room. Normally, one wouldn't climb up. But now with the extreme conditions of the tsunami, it's hard to say. Get something to seal it up. Boss, what should we do? I looked to her. Su Shangyue was also afraid. Find a way to seal it up. Even if someone inside climbs up, they won't be able to get out kind of thing. True to the talent everyone was looking for. B. Stood up the head of the bed under the dismantled body and put it in. Just in time to block the elevator door. Put 10 bedside stacks in at once. And the headboard is just the right size to catch the elevator door in layers. This was great. Even if the elevator was open from the inside, they would be facing a half-meter thick solid wood headboard. Even if you wanted to throw the headboard down, there's no room to turn around. After doing all this, Su Shangyue asked Xiaobi to lock the door of this room and pin it with a steel pipe from the outside. Check every room, Su Shangyue ordered. B was in charge of the inspection, and A was in charge of prying into the closet, even the room they were staying in. Luckily, there is only one such hidden elevator room. Tossing and turning into the evening, a few people were tired, and on the 10th floor of the Pearl Hotel, it was already a mess. Kira hated it so much that he died a bodyguard, lost a gun, and didn't have a clue, only to wake up and the sky was falling. Below the flood has already flooded to the 8th floor. People who live below are now pouring up. More than 300 people crowded here, chaotic and food market-like. Kira had the 11th floor guarded and no one was allowed to go up. Even if he's going to be on it, he has to choose first. Let's move to the 20th floor. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If we're going to move it, we're going to move it to the top. Who knows how big the water's going to be? Then won't we still have to move down when the water recedes? 70 floors is too high. And what if I can't return it? Why don't we start building a ship? The materials are readily available anyway. From the crowd, Xiao Mei weakly proposed. You know, they say it's better for a bad guy to rack his brain than for a stupid guy to have a bright idea. Kira thought it was a good idea. Narrowing his eyes at Xiao Mei. Chapter 65. Your name is all over the book. Xiao Mei was immediately scorched by Qi Liang's very oppressive sight. You said that the materials are all readily available? Qi Liang had read countless women, and with Xiao Mei behaving like this, he certainly knew what it meant. Then tonight, sleep with this woman. Xiao Mei immediately nodded with a red face. The closet is waterproof. Looks like you didn't play around with the closet much. Qi Liang had no regard for Xiao Mei's dignity. Some people wonder what playing with flowers has to do with waterproofing your closet. Someone thought of something and came to a realization, looking at Xiao Mei with naked eyes, as if they were stripping her naked. But a look like that makes it even more exciting. Xiao Mei squirmed a few times, her eyes peachy with water. Kira decided to do a double take. Move directly above the 60th floor and build the ship at the same time. Remove the closet in the room below first, or it will be useless if it gets flooded. Most want to move to the top. It's just too dangerous down there. Out of all these people, it happened that someone knew something about shipbuilding, and this person was designated as the person in charge of shipbuilding. Kara's bodyguards were guarding the stairs on the 20th floor, and to get up there, each man had to hand over 2 closet boards and 10 screws. Otherwise, you live down there and wait for the flooding. Fearing the gun in his hand, people could only resign themselves to dismantling the closet, picking at it with their hands if they didn't have the tools to do so, and not going up there anyway if they couldn't hand over the boards. Shomei is no exception. She shyly tried to follow Kara up the stairs and was pushed away by Kara's cupped chin. The end is near. and if you want to climb into my bed, you have to pay for it. Xiao Mei was humiliated. Spit hard in your mind. Remuneration. You think you're a duck, but there was nothing for it. She had to go and get her 2 previous buddies to join her in dismantling the closet. Unsurprisingly humiliated by those 2 again. Without a word, Xiao Mei took a stainless steel spoon and pried the wall bit by bit. One of them sneakily grabbed a fire axe and quickly hacked down a closet door. Yikes! What's this? When the side backboard was removed, the axe was used with too much force and smashed through the wall behind the backboard. Not realizing that it was leaking a large hole, the 3 men looked at each other. Xiao Mei rushed over and closed the door to the room. Without saying a word, the 3 of them picked up speed and cleared out the wall, only to discover that it was a small elevator shaft. The sound of whirring water can still be heard below. The exit is down there, or the flood wouldn't have come in. So where does this elevator lead? In a flash of inspiration, the trio immediately exited, covering the large hole haphazardly, and ran upstairs to continue smashing the wall, all the while confirming that the exit from this elevator shaft was very high. Most likely the exit is on the top floor. Once the tolls were paid in full, 2 doorstops each, they were allowed to go upstairs as well. Damn, having to carry door panels up the stairs. The others were exhausted, but the 3 showmies were highly motivated. When they got to the top, they realized that the stairs from the 69th to the 70th floor were unlocked. Kira stood in the hallway with a dark face, as if he would storm out and kill someone the next moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it must be that woman. Well, the stairwell is a very good quality fire door. Billet steel with a concrete core, and the joints are also thick, heavy steel tethered. It was unlocked, not to mention that it seemed to be pinned inside with a steel pipe. This is great. Everyone can't get on. If this flood really flooded the 69th floor, everyone would have to die. The 3 of them, Xiao Mei, stepped backward, whispering about countermeasures. When the flood comes up, that passage is our only way out alive. We must keep the secret. If the flood does reach the 70th floor, the only way to survive is to go to the top floor. Kira's kind of people are heartless, and there's no telling what might happen if they knew. Prevent others from discovering the secret. Xiao Mei, you can't go and sleep with Kira. Can't the 2 of us brothers satisfy you? They were afraid that Xiao Mei would tell the world about it. Xiao Mei hurriedly shook her head to indicate that she wouldn't. If she didn't say yes, she might die under the fire axe the next moment. Kira was going to live on the 69th floor, and supplies were going to be kept on this floor. No one else is allowed to live here. Xiao Mei and the 3 of them spread out, taking up all the rooms with secret doors on the 3 floors below to avoid the others discovering the secret. Luckily, everyone else wants to live on a high floor or in the middle as well. The secret within the walls is sort of kept for now. Even if Liang Yu had God's perspective, there was no way he could see what was going on down there. A faint sense of crisis lingered on the 70th floor. After dismantling the elevator, Su Xianyue's maintenance skill is upgraded to 40, and Liang Yu tells her to learn how to use the remote control bombs, drones, robot dogs, night vision and infrared detectors. Su Xianyue was not able to read the instructions at all. Taking out a small notebook from the space, Su Xianyue read the instructions once while making notes on the machine. It's so hard, but it's hard to learn. Liang Yu cheers her on, while processing the new data sent by Cho Qin. It's day 5 of the storm and day 4 of the big tsunami. Li Mingqi, how many students? He does not know. Usually do not care about politics. Who was Linchuan leadership, he did not care. Even now, it was unclear what status Hua Qingyun, the senior brother, had. Instead, he found that Cho Qin's data was particularly comprehensive, and a lot of it was data that Li Mingqi couldn't get. I can't help but be more curious about this Cloud Volume Consulting Company. Every conclusion of his data was transmitted by Cho Qin to Hua Qingyun in real time. Hua Qingyun already knew that Linchuan's torrential rains would last from 10 to 40 days, which was helpful in his protection. After this, he'll take it a step further. No doubt about it. Jiang Yu stretched his back. Go and take a look at what Su Xianyue is doing. The little girl fell asleep on her back, her head of green silk flowing out on the bed with a healthy, oily sheen. She was wearing those white t-shirt pajamas, and her delicate, snow-white waist traced an amazing curve. A pair of long legs that you can't take your eyes off. The little black cat Luna leaned on Su Xianyue's lap and licked her paw. Jiang Yu poked it with his mouse. This is my place. Get out of the way. Meow. The little black cat dissatisfiedly changed its position. Its 2 paws hugged Su Xianyue's slender calf, and rubbed against it. Jiang Yu. At Su Xianyue's hand were several pages of instructions. Her notebook spread out to the side. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu came close to the screen, and only then did he see clearly that the notebook was full of his name, except for a few lines of notes. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu blinked, Was Su Shanyue missing him while he was away? Put the mouse over the book and poked it. Unfortunately nothing has changed. Is the rest of the notebook like this, with his name written on it? Jiang Yu looked at Su Shanyue, who had slept until her little face was deformed like a little ball, and his heart was a soft mess. Things that were worse than he thought. He liked Su Shanyue even more than he thought. He never knew that liking someone could be so apprehensive. There will be constant worry about whether the other person likes them or not. All the pride and self-confidence, the accomplishments once achieved, are worthless in the presence of the one who loves. Chapter 66. Computers are more important than my life. Jiang Yu didn't disturb Su Shanyue and watched for a while before going to make dinner and eat it. He stocked up on supplies and water and wasn't worried at all about eating. It was raining so hard outside, with thunder and lightning coming one after the other, that it felt like the lights didn't need to be turned on, and the house would be snowy all the time. Jiang Yu casually cooked an instant noodle and added a ham sausage. Just halfway through the meal, the delivery bar dropped to the floor. Reaching down to pick up the chopsticks, this is when I realized that my fingers were wet. Jiang Yu hurriedly lowered his head to check. The house even into the water. The neighborhood water outage. It cannot be where the leakage. Sure enough, pushing the wheelchair to the door of the house, water was leaking in through the doorway. Xinghu neighborhood for some years, because of the proximity of the hospital, is the first choice of many people seeking long-term medical accommodation, where the house equipment is older. He lived on the first floor, which was not on high ground, and the door of the house was still one of those old vermilion iron doors with several rows of grills underneath to exhaust the air. It's from these places that the water bubbles in. You can see there must be a lot of water out there. The whole neighborhood is not easily optimistic. Jiang Yu immediately went back to the house and moved the mainframe of the desktop to the bed and the laptop to the table. Threw some more food and drink on the bed. Opened the window. If the water is too big, the rescuers can still save people from the windows. But the water can't be so big that even the first floor is flooded. Grab some more power for his wheelchair. Jiang Yu's brows furrowed. Next thing you know, you'll be eating and drinking in bed. Su Shanyue then didn't have any problems, but he didn't expect his side to have problems first. Really? Jiang Yu let out a bitter smile. His cell phone buzzed incessantly, and it was Liu Fei sending him a voice. Jiang Yu, this side of the school is full of water. It's flooded up to the calves. Your side is the first floor. Are you okay? I can't get through here. Keep that wheelchair out of the water and watch out for leaks. I'll come over to you as soon as the water clears and you charge your cell phone. Liu Fei spoke quickly, all worried. Jiang Yu replies, well, I know. I'm fine here. Don't run around. It's dangerous outside. You can't get a cab when it's like this out there. He didn't want anything to happen to Liu Fei. The world is quiet. Jiang Yu swiped the neighborhood property group chat. Property owners have been warned to stay out of the garage and move from lower floors to higher floors. Though the number of people moving is still in the minority, no one believes that the water can still flood the entire first floor. Someone said, could you send fruit? The kids at home haven't had fruit in days. It resulted in a scolding from the other neighbors. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. And I don't know who it is. There's no way out. Jiang Yu can only get in his wheelchair to open the door. And now the water in the house has flooded the pedals of the wheelchair. As soon as I opened the door, it turned out to be Youngwood. Outside, the water gushed in a large stream, and Youngwood was wearing rain shoes and a raincoat. Upon seeing him, Youngwood was immediately delighted. Boss, you're home. My cell phone is in the water and I can't reach you. The neighborhood is flooded and you're on the first floor here. So I'm afraid you need help. So I came over to take a look. It would be a lie to say I wasn't moved. Boss, bring your important stuff and move my house first. My place is on the floor. 11th. And you're welcome. If I hadn't taken your advice and stocked up ahead of time, my wife and kids would be starving. I came by tricycle. It was easy. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier, Jiang Yu wasn't polite. Take out the trolley case and put the computer mainframe, screen, laptop, charging cables, etc. over the plastic bag and put it all in there. Again, he sent young Woods to the second bedroom and told him to move whatever supplies he needed, and that he had a tricycle anyway. Food, water, move some. Yang Grove carries Jiang Yu's wheelchair to the car first and also puts an umbrella over it. Then he carried the suitcases up, and finally came back, put a raincoat on Jiang Yu, and carried him on his back and put him on the tricycle. Boss, commiserate. It's okay. Jiang Yu tightened the raincoat on his body. The thunderstorm got heavier and heavier, and the lyrics of the song, what was it, popped into his mind. True love on earth? A good man's life? By the time he got downstairs, Youngwood was drenched. Water on the first floor and the elevator doesn't work. Yang Lin prepares to move Jiang Yu up first, but Jiang Yu tells him to move his suitcase up first. This is important. More important than my life. Okay. That's the best thing about young Woods. He'll do whatever you tell him to do. Bringing the wheelchair down. Jiang Yu takes the wheelchair first and takes shelter from the rain in the hallway. Young Woods thumped up the stairs with his suitcase. He came downstairs a few minutes later and carried Jiang Yu, puffing and puffing up the stairs. A kind-looking round-faced woman stood waiting in the doorway, looking about the same age as Youngwood. Boss, this is my daughter-in-law, Peach. Hello, please. Jiang Yu took the initiative to greet him. No, it's what we should do. Thanks to you. Peach was a bit coy and took the initiative to push over his wheelchair. At that moment, the old lady across the street banged and pushed open the door to the house. Throw the bag of trash at the door. When it rains heavily, families can't get downstairs to throw out their trash, so they leave it in front of their homes. The old lady looked disgusted and cursed under her breath. There's a major illness. You can't even uncover yourself, and you're picking up other people and wasting utilities and making the building wet, acting all abusive. Peach was embarrassed, and Youngwood grunted. It's not like you're using your home plumbing, so shut up. The old lady's triangular eyes looked disdainful. You'll be honest when you can't uncover your pots and pans, so don't borrow anything from us to eat then. Slightly, we did a lot of shopping the other day. Didn't you bump into us? Just don't ask us for a loan when you can't afford it. Don't look at Youngwood as a father. The essence is still a 23-year-old boy. I don't take that kind of. After exchanging a few curses, Jiang Yu and Xiao Tao were allowed to enter the house first. He went on to move things. The room layout here was the same as the one Jiang Yu had rented. Boss, you're staying in this room in the second bedroom. It's always been empty. Xiao Tao was also a bit embarrassed to be receiving guests for the first time in the house. Jiang Yu opened the trolley case and loaded the computer in the first place. Let's just say that the water is only out right now and thankfully not the power. He can use that game without internet, but not without electricity. It took Youngwood 3 times to move the stuff. Jiang Yu looks at the inventory in his house and simply gives Yang Lin the key to make another run. Boss, that's enough. Yang Lin immediately pushed back, his neck reddening with anxiety. It's not like I'm coveting your stuff by picking you up. Jiang Yu laughed even more. My place is on the first floor. Quite a few things are going to be flooded. You moved over here so you could at least salvage it. This rain won't stop for at least another 10 days. He had seen the big tsunami situation in the game, and the disaster concept Chengdu 10%. Mapped to the reality is also a big flood level. It's just that Linchuan is landlocked and not that big. It's okay, we won't run out by then. You can move it back for me when the water recedes. Okay. Yellen took the key and went to move the stuff. The homeowners group in their building exploded with old ladies yakking. Some of the others felt that Youngwood was the good guy, but most of them are still watching the fun. Don't be an abuser if you don't have the strength. There is a shortage of water and food, and an extra person in the house is an extra burden. Not to mention a disabled person. That's a lot of supplies to consume. Yang Lin looked at the message, angry. In the group ate the old lady. It's all I understand, you old lady. With that said, he backhanded the group and retired. Chapter 67 Double Fondue. I don't care, just want the video. Jiang Yu temporarily settles in Yang Lin's house. Yang Lin's 1-year-old son, Lele, tiger head and brain lying in the cot. Don't look at Yang Lin's pitch black, but Xiao Tao white. Gave birth to the son is also white like a jade doll. He was spitting bubbles at Jiang Yu adorably. Jiang Yu stretched out his fingers and Lele reached out and took hold of them. Wouldn't the child of himself and Su Shanyue be so adorable? I'm not bad looking, and Su Shanyue isn't as pretty as she looks, so our child must be pinched by Auntie Shirji herself? Wait, what am I thinking? Jiang Yu's old face reddened as he hurriedly slapped his face and exited the room after greeting the little doll. Yang Lin follows Jiang Yu's words and cuts off the electricity to all the houses he rents. Otherwise it's still quite dangerous for water to enter the house. All the stuff in the refrigerator was moved over, and Peach fretted a bit. What to do with this? The refrigerator can't be stuffed anymore. Unpack what you can to make as much room as possible. The fridge is about to burst. Jiang Yu looked at a table of things that couldn't fit. Let's eat hot pot. What you can't eat cooks in and won't go bad with the oil sealing it. Okay, Woods, you watch the kids. I'll get ready. Boss, you get busy. I'll call you when it's ready in a bit. Peach put on her apron and started cooking. Jiang Yu returned to the second bedroom and gently closed the door. Su Shanyue held the gun and aimed at the robot dog. Stand up and run. The robot dog flashes its little red eyes and moves a few times from side to side on command. Jiang Yu actually saw a wave of aggression from the robot dog's face. Ahem. Jiang Yu, you're here. Su Shanyue immediately put away her gun, and her face was warm like a spring breeze. Have you had dinner yet? Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It was past 8 in the evening. Not yet. Don't know what to eat. Do you? I'm eating hot pot. Jiang Yu had begun to slowly lay the groundwork for Su Shanyue to understand his world. Hot pot? Su Shanyue's eyes lit up. Then can I eat hot pot? You can. You got a lot of ingredients from downstairs. Even if you eat hot pot every day, you can't eat it all. If you like it. If you don't think it's fun, call out to those 3 to keep you company. You don't do it. Let them do it. Don't burn yourself. Jiang Yu's main focus is pampering. Jiang Yu had been drenched in the rain for a while and the water in his head drained away. Seeing the book filled with his name, what was he unsure of? Su Shanhua liked herself. This realization made him happy. Su Shanhua didn't delay at all and gripped the 3 Xiao people up. I want fondue. Oh, the boss wants hot pot. Where's the pot? Su Shanhua went back to the house to take it out. In fact, she took it out from the space. The ingredients were all there, and Dawn went and picked some out. Hot pot base? Xiaojia braved the rain and went upstairs to look in the supplies that hadn't been moved down, and actually turned up 2 packages. As for the water, even less to worry about. The trio encountered a new problem. Boss, there's no fire and not enough electricity. Xiao A was a little apprehensive and tentatively asked Su Shanhua. Other things can be fixed. He can't do anything about this fire and electricity. Damn it for holding up the boss's hot pot. Jiang Yu was happy. So much wood. The roof exit fire to cook hot pots. Oh, Su Shanhua heard. Wow. The beautiful eyes shone brightly. Jiang Yu, you're so smart. And then instructed Xiaowei and Xiaobi to go to the top floor over the stairway to build a platform that could make a fire. Leave such specialized things as setting up the stage to be. A. When to move the tables and stools. Dawn took the processed ingredients and dishes and set them up. As far as burning materials go, the beds, closets, furniture, etc. are removed on site, and the hotel uses the good stuff, mostly solid wood. Oh, and the hotel book. Some rooms are filled with books that are used as decorations. It's all turned into fuel at the moment. The moment the hot pot boiled up, Su Shanhua nodded her head contentedly. Boss, so I'm boiling? Dawn asked tentatively. Only after seeing Su Shanhua nod her head did she start putting in the ingredients. It's all bags of kelp knots, croquettes, sliced ham, vermicelli and all that, and some dry goods. Certainly not as rich in ingredients as before the apocalypse, but in the midst of the apocalypse, in the days when many people couldn't get a full bite to eat, they also get fondue. Simply don't be happy. No dipping saucer, no soy sauce, vinegar or chile, and it's also very tasty straight from the butter pot. Su Shanhua ate with her small mouth red. She never realized that beef balls could be so spicy. Xiao Zhao's trio never thought that they could still eat hot pot after Su Shanhua. There was even more admiration for Su Shanhua. Seeing which ingredients Su Shanhua's line of sight fell on, she grabbed a funnel to fish it up and put it in Su Shanhua's bowl. The people who were staying in the room attached to the staircase on the 69th floor at this time were sniffling. Where's that hot pot smell coming from? It came from the hallway. Everyone sniffled in unison and sought it out. It was coming in from the top of the stairway. The fire door was airtight, but it couldn't help that people were too sensitive to the smell. Just a little bit oozed out and was caught below. Damn it, are they having fondue? Locking the door and not letting us up. And you have the nerve to eat hot pot? It smells so good. I haven't had a full meal in days. It's flooding and you can't go out and get supplies, so you have to eat your way through it. The inventory was already small, and after moving it up, Kira realized that there was even less. Of course, with so many people, tightening their belts and eating for the better part of a month is still enough. But he just loved the feeling of choking people and watching those people beg for mercy. Open the coffers to everyone and tell them that the floodwaters don't know when to recede. If you want to eat, you must pay enough. A new rule was established: if you repair a boat, you can earn a little food. He was even more excited to watch the men fight for a spot to repair the ship. Kira sat on the couch with the door to the house open, staring malevolently at the fire door. Humph. It's useless for you to look at me. There are only so many supplies. What if I don't save them? But we're starving. With that kind of strength, why don't you find a way to open that door? Su Shanhua. Several people frowned. A floor away, the fire door below was slapped and clanged. There was also the faint sound of cursing. Boss, you eat, I'll go check it out. Xiaobi took the initiative to stand up. A short while later up came the reply. Boss, I stood behind the door and listened quietly. Those guys are going to build a boat and have to find a way to get our door open. Su Shanhua tilted her head. They've eaten enough. Even if they get our door open, I won't give it back to them. Crowd. It's two different things. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Still can't be careless. After dinner in a while, use the drone to go down and take a look. Su Shanhua, however, suddenly blushed and got up to go back to the house. Jiang Yu is wondering, is it that spicy? Unexpectedly, Su Shanhua mysteriously closed the door and raised her small face to ask, but tonight? What happened tonight? It's going to be a video tonight. Su Shanhua's voice was similar to a mosquito. It's so humiliating for a girl to offer to video someone. Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, she got a little annoyed. I don't care. We agreed on a video tonight. Jiang Yu scratched his head. When did we agree on this? Chapter 68. Have we messed with the big boys? Su Shanyue was already shy, and when she saw that Jiang Yu didn't answer, she felt shy and angry. Tears came up all at once. Jiang Yu took a look and hurriedly spoke. No, don't cry. Okay, video tonight. Really? Su Shanyue raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were tearful and all elated. Well, really? You volunteered? Well, voluntarily. No lie. What could Jiang Yu say? He also wanted to video with Su Shanyue, and the words were still coming out of his own initiative. A manly ass can't go back on his word. He remembers when he first adopted. He said well, he used to be a guardian, and then a plaything. He had, indeed, become Su Shanyue's toy. Woohoo! No! Fight back. After eating later, wash your face, clean yourself up a bit, and try to handsome Su Shanyue's face. Now that the water is out and you're not in your own home, it's not practical to take a shower. Yang Lin carried quite a bit of water over, so it's still okay to wash your face. Knock, knock. It should be Peachy knocking on the door. Jiang Yu's fingers moved without turning off the sound. Come in, boss, dinner is ready. Peach pushed open the door and poked her head in. This voice naturally traveled into Su Shanyue's side. Su Shanyue froze slightly. Jiang Yu, on your side. Jiang Yu of course knew what she wanted to ask. I'm going to have a meal first. You take them to observe the situation downstairs with the drone. 10 p.m. We video. Okay, then I'll wait for you at night. I'll take a shower early. Su Shanyue nodded her head vigorously, her eyes shining brightly, like reflecting starlight. Jiang Yu, spoken as if something was going to happen between the two. It's just a video. What are you afraid of? Right now he doesn't know what awaits him. The hot-potted Yang Lin's house is much richer than what Su Shanyue ate over there, with beef and mutton rolls and all kinds of meatballs stored in the refrigerator. Jiang Yu dizzy round, do not even look at the pills. A mouthful of swallow. Yang Lin has a child at home, so he opened the window for fear of being choked by the smell of the hot pot. Someone upstairs and downstairs complained. Whose house is it? What time of day is it? And you're having hot pot? The food is out for sharing. Why? I saw the 11th floor today. The young couple's place. Moving a lot of stuff up. And there's fruit. Ah, fruit? My kids haven't had fruit in days and days? Which one? I'll ask if they'll send us some. The externalized downpour made the standing water worse. Jiang Yu and the three of them are having a meal. Buzz off. His cell phone rang. At first glance, it was Cho Chin calling. Mr. Jiang, I've just received news from my side that the Xinghu neighborhood you live in has been flooded. You protect yourself. I'll be right there. I've arranged for a car to take you to transfer. No, Jiang Yu wanted to say that he was safe now. Just heard a thump on the door. Lele, who was still sleeping, was immediately woken up and wailed. Peach rushed to coax the child. Youngwood got up and went to the door. When I opened the door, there were several people, led by a middle-aged man in a raincoat and rain boots. This man he knew, the one who drove the black-hearted cab in the neighborhood. And as for the others, they were also cab drivers in the neighborhood. The nasty old lady across the street was mixed in with the crowd. Youngwood put away his smile straight away. What is it? It's like this, brother. I heard your family has supplies. We're all neighbors. Let's see if we can help out some. Look, it's been days since your meat, fruit, you two can't eat it all. So let's share it with everyone. Of course the black-hearted driver knows that this is a moral abduction. That's what he said on purpose. He's here to pick a fight. Before the neighborhood to send patients are looking for him. Can earn several hundred a day? Since this brat came, with a broken van robbed him a lot of business. The old lady in the back saw that he didn't say anything and seized the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. He's just petty and doesn't want to share things. I told you earlier. This family has a bad heart. The black-hearted driver immediately laughed and chided a comment. Don't talk nonsense. They are on the doorstep. People will definitely help out. They are all neighbors. Otherwise how can we mix in the future? That's a naked threat. You won't be allowed to hang out in the neighborhood if you don't give something? Yang Lin did not go to college and did not understand those axioms. He only knew that a lot of supplies were moved from the boss, and he did not have the right to distribute the boss's things. This is the 21st century. There are disasters and difficulties. Have official underwriting. Have not heard of people dying of thirst and starvation. At most, just a little bitter. And they have such a bad attitude. Obviously looking for a fight. Splitting things? Good thinking. You guys stop talking. The stuff isn't mine. And you guys don't morally kidnap me. Big deal. I'll move when the rain stops. Yang Lin directly refused. Angry face reddened. Jiang Yu swept a glance at the door. taking a deep breath. So is your car big? Big now outside the water is deep. Not a big car really can't run. You only bring valuable things on the line. The other company side are arranged for you. Xiaoqin is very generous. The big boss's secretary specifically notified him of this. And that's when he remembered this. And at this juncture, Liang Yu was the ancestor of Yun quantity. So of course he had to come personally to pick up the person. Okay then, can I bring 2 people besides my computer? That's fine. Mr. Jiang. Hanging up the phone, Liang Yu sends the floor address to Xiaoqin. Push the wheelchair to the door. Black-hearted driver black face. You can think about it. We all look up and see each other. You have a hot pot. Neighbors help each other is not it should be. Yang Lin was not willing to show weakness. What's it to you if we stock up on our own food and eat hot pot? And you're the only old woman with a broken mouth. Dumpling filling isn't as broken as yours. Besides, is that a begging attitude you guys have? You mean, you still want us to beg? If you have the ability, you can move out now. The black-hearted driver finally said what was on his mind. Either force the people out or divide up the brat's stuff. Youngwood gasped for air. If it were normal, of course he would have said move. But now, he couldn't say it anymore. If you guys keep messing around, I'll have the property come and evict you. Go on, you go to the property. Live in 20 years I have never paid the property fee. If you have the ability to let them come. Jiang Yu patted Yang Lin's arm. Go back and pack up. Let's go, boss. It's okay, I know it in my heart. Yang Lin felt that the boss couldn't afford to move out in this kind of weather, or else it wouldn't be his turn to go to him. Saying that is for the people out there. But the boss told him to pack up. So of course he cooperated, closing the door and calling out to Peach to pack up the stuff for the kids. Jiang Yu returned to his room. Su Shanyue's side had already finished eating, and a few people were studying the drone. Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue waved her hand, letting the 3 go out first, with a smile on her face that she couldn't hide. Jiang Yu, want a video? Jiang Yu apologized a bit. I have something here. Change it to 11 o'clock, if it goes well. Oh, the little girl's loss was visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yu can be heartbroken. I'll keep my word. Even if it's not 11 o'clock, it's 12 o'clock. No matter how late it is, it's all video, okay? Chapter 69. You didn't say it was such a video. Thanks to my righteous father for the reward. Long shot. Su Shanyue lost her head and nodded. I'm sorry, I know I'm being willful, and you have your own thing going on, but no such thing. Just be a good girl and wait for me. Jiang Yu calmed the person down, shut down the computer, put on a plastic bag, and packed it into the suitcase. The men outside the door discussed their response. They're just too tough talking to move. That's right. It's raining so hard that his crappy van is probably leaking oil. Let's keep knocking on the door, and as soon as he opens it, we'll all push in. It's useless to call the police at a time like this anyway. He must be given some credit. A few people were discussing it when they heard thumping footsteps in the hallway, and a row of well-trained and strong men, wearing long black raincoats and rain shoes, came up the stairs with their long legs. The narrow hallways made it even more cramped. Those who came to ask for something were immediately pushed up against the wall. The men in black scattered to make way for a passageway, and from behind came up a young man in a suit. And the young man had a transparent umbrella. That condescending and golden aura instantly stunned the crowd. In comparison, Xiaoqin is the dragon in Phoenix, while they are the dirt. Xiaoqin glanced at the number plate in the corner of his mouth, ticked. It's here. All right. He knocked on the door himself. Mr. Jiang. Youngwood was taken aback when he opened the door. Such a big battle. Is Mr. Jiang here? In. Okay. Xiaoqin directly lifted his foot and entered the house, peacocking as if he saw Jiang Yu. Mr. Jiang, I'm here. Pack up and we can go. Jiang Yu nodded and handed the suitcase to Xiaoqin. Tough on you. Where? It's all I should do. Xiaoqin waved his hand. The black-clothed men outside fishtailed in, and the 2 of them directly lifted up the wheelchair with Jiang Yu. The Taishan just went downstairs. Xiaoqin twisted his head and smiled and asked Yang Lin, what else to take away? Yang Lin was all freaked out and stammered. My wife and child. And all this food. The other men in black moved as if they were ants, each lifting a large box and carrying the stuff away. There was no shortage of supplies at the accommodation arranged by the company. But Mr. Zhang's friend said to bring them along. So he did. The car is big enough anyway. Where have the black-hearted drivers out there seen such a battle? One by one, their mouths were open and they didn't dare to make a sound. And they watched Xiaoqin and the chief executive of the big house like a command, and moved all the things away. And it was a heartache. These were going to be theirs soon, but no one dared to speak. Those big guys, they're so powerful at first glance. A punch must kill half of them. Youngwood reacted to what had happened when he locked the door, grinning at the black-hearted driver. He showed a mouthful of big white teeth. Hey, this is great. We can really go. Oh, I forgot to tell you. You curse like a pussy, okay? You, at his age, when had old man Blackheart ever been so humiliated? It's over. Did they offend some big shot? Shocked and scared. Both eyes went black and he almost fainted. Had I known, if I had known, he wouldn't have come to the door to ask for anything. Youngwood finally got out of the way. Move when the water recedes and comes back. When we got down there, we realized that it was more than a big car. It was a big black truck with a shed that had come. It's more than enough to move the entire home, not to mention moving all this stuff. Xiao put away his umbrella and climbed into the car. Mr. Jiang, now that the water is big outside, only this kind of big car can pass through, so I've wronged you. Jiang Yu chimes in with a smile. I have to thank you for working so hard to make the trip with everyone. That's what I should do. Just wait a moment. We'll be there in an hour. The big truck rattled off. Peach was in a state of confusion until now. What's with the sudden change of venue? And who are these people? Holding the child. He asked Yang Lin in a low voice. What's going on? Youngwood looked back, similarly lowering his voice. Daughter-in-law. This time we have embraced a giant thigh. Many streets in Linchin are waterlogged. Water flooded up to the truck tires. Heavy rain poured down like a torrent. And even if there were pumps that kept pumping, it would be useless. The stores on the street have given up resistance. Some large trucks like theirs were slowly moving through the water, distributing supplies everywhere or picking up and dropping off people in need of rescue. So far, there seems to be no major problems, except for the water being too high to travel and some areas being without water and power. After the water receded, Linchuan was a good man again. Things like Youngwood being asked for something at his door are minor in comparison. Jiang Yu brushes up on the media software, and there are some areas that are not as well prepared as Linchuan, and the losses are still pretty big. The truck rattled and drove straight to the villa complex on the northwest outskirts of Linchuan. It's high ground, and there's a river nearby, so the water drains directly away, and the villa complex didn't suffer from flooding. The truck pulls right up to the ground-level garage, gets out and has direct access to the villa room. Jiang Yu was carried down. Yang Grove and Peach stared wide-eyed. Villa, that's where they've been moved to. Koken jumped out of the car, took out an access card, and dripped it on the side door of the garage. Boss, you guys are staying here one of these days. Jiang Yu was also surprised. This Cloud Volume company made a big move. The black-clothed people carry in the supplies they brought over in Jiang Yu's wheelchair suitcase. Xiao Qin directly handed Jiang Yu a black box. Boss Jiang, all the keys and access control of the villa are here. You stay first. I have something else to do so I won't bother you. We'll arrange for someone to cook tomorrow, so you don't have to worry. Peach hurriedly pushed Youngwood. Yang Lin was very embarrassed and stepped forward. Cooking. Let's do it. Otherwise it's weirdly embarrassing to live here for nothing. Xiao Qin looked at Jiang Yu, meaning Jiang Yu made the call. Jiang Yu nodded. Alright, Boss Chiu, let my friend come then. He still needed to butt in when strangers came to cook, and he trusted Youngwood's character. When everyone is gone, Jiang Yu glanced at the time, threw the black box aside, found a random room on the first floor, and hurriedly turned on his computer. It's almost 12 o'clock. If we don't go, the little girl is going to cry. While there was time, there was also a quick wash of the face and a straightening of the hair with wet hands. Seeing Jiang Yu close the door, Yang Lin and Xiao Tao didn't dare to interrupt and silently started packing up their things. Su Shanyue sat in front of the window with Luna in her arms, lost in thought. The blackened sky outside was her mood. Does Jiang Yu not want a video with her? Su Shanyue? Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Su Shanyue immediately came alive. Eyes glistening, red lips slightly open. You're back. Right away. Jiang Yu tapped on the intimacy prompt. Is the video function turned on with your school girlfriend Su Shanyue? Confirm purchase. Please recharge 298.00 RMB. Intimacy grows to unlock the touch function when 40. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and chose to recharge. After recharging, a video button appears next to the call button. Eyes closed, click the video button. Swish. Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered with any tactile functions before he saw a golden light appear in Su Shanyue's room. A scene similar to a holographic projection appeared. Jiang Yu's back was against the mansion and his wheelchair-sitting appearance was projected directly in front of Su Shanyue. Jiang Yu. Dog stuff. Didn't we say video? What's with the video method? Chapter 70 I like you too. Jiang Yu lost his sense of space. His projection glowed faintly in the hotel room. Su Shanyue was wearing that wooden ear-bordered white nightgown and a pair of white stacked socks. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders. Shy and cute as she looked at Jiang Yu in front of her. Jiang Yu was good-looking, with soothing brows and eyes, different from what she thought. but a look she liked. I just didn't expect Liang Yu to be in a wheelchair. It surprised her. The little black cat Luna also curiously circled around Liang Yu, and even stretched out her claws to scratch a few times, realizing that what she was scratching was all air. Angrily, he jumped onto the bed and meowed twice. Su Shanyue was a bit nervous. She had fantasized about all of Liang Yu's looks. She just hadn't thought about the fact that Liang Yu was disabled. Is that what he's doing in his wheelchair? Strategizing for himself? Su Shanyue looked down at her heart, knowing for the first time what it meant to have a heartache. She couldn't help but take 2 steps forward and reach out her hand, wanting to touch Liang Yu's leg, but her hand went through Liang Yu's projection. Liang Yu pursed his lips. His heart was apprehensive, but he didn't want to show it on his face. He chuckled softly and spoke. Isn't that disappointing? Su Shanyue jerked her head up, her head shaking like a rattle. No, just surprised. She crouched down, squatting in front of Liang Yu, looking at his knee, and spoke with great heartache. How did this happen? It must hurt a lot. That must have hurt. That must have hurt. The duo videoed, not squirming or embarrassed, but instead really acting like an old married couple. Just such a sentence, like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly smashing Liang Yu's Dao heart, the rare kind. He had no parents and never had anyone ask him if it hurt when he fell and hurt himself growing up. When he was hospitalized in this car accident, people were concerned about his injuries taking care of him. They were all big men, and no one asked him if he was in pain. But can it not hurt? He subconsciously felt that it hurt and held it in. Now Su Shanyue's one sentence made him suddenly realize that he also needed someone to ask such a question. The iceberg in his heart melted, and the spring water in February was like water. He cherished this moment more than anyone. The tone was more gentle. Luckily, I can't feel my legs, so I can't feel the pain right now. You get up first, and watch out for your legs going numb later. Su Shanyue stood up and sat on the edge of the bed facing Liang Yu in a good manner. I really thought you were a god before. Liang Yu shook his head and laughed lightly. I'm a person, not a system or a god. The two looked at each other, their faces reddening to apples. Su Shanyue raised her head and seemed to gather a lot of courage. Can I ask you a question? Liang Yu also had a lot of things he wanted to ask, but he just didn't know where to start. You ask. Are you really human? Liang Yu scratched his head. I should be a person. Although Louis Fei occasionally called him an animal, he didn't wait for him to suspect that Su Shanyue was a string of codes. But he was suspected by the little girl first. Liang Yu took a deep breath. I have questions for you too. Next, he had to determine something very important. Su Shanyue, is she a real person or an electronic code? Her world, is it a real world or just a game? It was related to what he had to do in the future to protect Su Shanyue. Well, you ask too. Su Shanyue's large eyes were like pure black gemstones without a single impurity. People, how can there be such perfect? Is Su Shanyue really just a string of code? The heart couldn't help but clench. Before I ask that question, I want to make one thing clear. Whatever the answer is, you have to trust me. My heart to be with you hasn't changed. Liang Yu also went out on a limb. Shame on you for saying that. But he was a man. All shared a room. If he didn't give Su Shanyue a guarantee, what if the little girl was sad? Su Shanyue's face quickly crawled with redness. Lowering his head, he whispered, I want to be with you, too. Even if he knew in advance that Su Shanyue was fond of himself, Liang Yu's heart still thumped when he got the affirmative answer at this moment. He was going to ask one question at a time. Slowly, do you know any other place city? Besides Su Shanyue broke her fingers. Besides city, there's also a city. City CT, City E. And do you know about Earth? I know. The Earth is a village. We all live in the Earth village. Su Shanyue frowned, her small face flashing with panic. Are you in another planetary village? No, I live on Earth too. A bit of chicken and egg communication down the line. Liang Yu finally sorted out Su Shanyue's world. Her world is almost the same as the real world. Humanities, politics, history, happenings, etc. The only thing different is that everything has shrunk. The knowledge is still the same. The solar system is still the same. It's just that everything is smaller. The Earth is smaller. There's less land. There's less population. This is great. The two of them are dumbfounded by a pair of accounts. Su Shanyue murmured and asked, I should be a human too, right? Liang Yu nodded his head affirmatively, while also letting out a long sigh of relief. I thought you were just a game character before too. What about now? Su Shanyue mischievously slid off the bed, playfully bending over, her big watery eyes looking at Liang Yu. Now what? Liang Yu felt that he was going to melt away at this moment. Ahem. You sure as hell aren't. If it's just a game, it can't be done with that much detail. Everyone else who can say their name has a growth line, even accurate to each day. And Su Shenyue's thoughts and every move is not something that can be made in code. The world is a big place. This sudden appearance of the game is the bridge that links the two worlds of the two people together, and there is no point in exploring it in detail. They just need to know that the two are meant to be together. Liang Yu helps Su Shangyue survive the apocalypse, and the game world gives back to Liang Yu to avoid a real-life disaster. That's enough. Su Shangyue shook her head. I also think I'm human. So sure? Liang Yu snickered. Of course, the book says that people live to kiss, so I'm sure I'm the one who's alive. What? Liang Yu froze. What book? Su Shangyue was also stunned and covered her mouth with both hands, leaving only her big eyes to dribble. Oops. How did she say what was on her mind? It's in that book that teaches kissing. They also say kissing stabilizes your mood and is good for your health. She had only thought about it in her mind before, so why did she just give it away all at once? So embarrassing. It's too late today. Let's video tomorrow. Su Shangyue picked up Luna and jumped onto the bed, getting under the covers, still with her head covered. It's so humiliating. Ooh. Su Shangyue was covered in the quilt. Her body's exquisite curves were visible. She didn't even know how tempting it was to see herself like this. Liang Yu was helpless. All one can do is admonish. Don't read a messy book. Otherwise his girlfriend's brain is all yellow and he can't handle it. You get some early rest. And don't be careless about going down there with the drone sometime tomorrow to see what's going on. I'm leaving. Su Shangyue hurriedly got out of the quilt, revealing a small head. So when's the video tomorrow? Luna can see me. And I'm guessing Dawn and the others can see me. So we'll video when no one else is around. Then tomorrow I'll let them go. Su Shangyue said with a straight face. Liang Yu. Question. What if my girlfriend is a relationship brain? Chapter 71 UVE Learn to Resist? No. Let me take a couple puffs. It was 3 in the morning when the call ended. Liang Yu was also too lazy to clean up, and after turning on the monitoring program, he went straight to bed. He had been very apprehensive for the past few days, worrying about the matter of the video with Su Shangyue, and now that the matter was resolved, all the insecurity within him was put down. Sleeping incredibly deep, fell asleep and felt a little short of breath again. But this time he had experience. Slowly opened his eyes, and sure enough, his eyes were white with snow. He was indeed pressed against Su Shanyue's chest again. Liang Yu said he wants to be with me. He must like me. Right. And he said he wants a video tomorrow, too. Do you think that his leg will ever get better? Forget it. What do you know as a cat? Meow meow. Liang Yu soul dresses as Luna and opens his mouth to catcalls. Su Shanyue lifted it up and intimately put it to her mouth. Ready to take 2 puffs. Liang Yu hurriedly raised his paw to stop Su Shanyue's tempting mouth. Are you kidding? Even if he wants a kiss, he has to do it himself. Ha? You've even learned to resist? No. Let me take 2 puffs. Su Shanyue sat up. The suspenders of her white nightgown slipped down her arms. The little black cat's 2 amber eyes fell motionlessly on Su Shanyue's chest. Circle sickness. It seems that not all circles are dizzy. I have not been wrong. He's a kitten now. What bad thoughts can he have? Then a warm softness on his head. Su Shanyue giggled. Silly Luna. It's still not letting me kiss it. Liang Yu surrendered. Kiss it. Dragged by Su Shanyue under the covers and snuggled up to sleep. The tip of his nose was filled with the smell of Su Shanyue's body. It smelled so good. Liang Yu didn't know when he fell asleep. It took a while to wake up the next day and see the unfamiliar luxury of the room. Su Shanyue is still sleeping. After he washed up, when he pushed his wheelchair out, Yanglin was coaxing the baby and Xiaotao was cooking. Both were a little embarrassed to see him. Boss, in your honor, let's stay in such a nice place as well. Yanglin sincerely thanked him. Peach is also happy, though there's a lot of tech here that she doesn't know how to use yet. Boss, what would you like for lunch? There's everything here, and the kitchen is big, and the refrigerator is big, and I can make anything I want. If you don't know how to do it, you learn it now. Liang Yu was very casual. Whatever, I'll eat whatever you make. He pushed his wheelchair around. The villa has 4 floors, 1 underground and 3 above ground, with an elevator. On the 3rd floor is a rooftop with a sunroom and miniature golf table, which automatically closes at this time of heavy rain. There are 4 rooms on the 2nd floor. The master bedroom is 2 bedrooms with a closet. If, and I mean if, this room is given to Su Shanyue, make sure you buy her lots of pretty little dresses to fill up the check room. Liang Yu was inexplicably happy in his heart when he thought of this. There is also a den on the 2nd floor and 2 guest rooms with ensuite baths, each quite large. The 1st floor, where Liang Yu stayed yesterday, consisted of 2 rooms. It looks like it's for an elderly person or a babysitter. He stayed in 1 room, and Yang Lin and his wife stayed in another. Chinese kitchen, Western kitchen, dining room, living room, everything. On the 1st floor, there is a small audiovisual hall where you can watch movies and sing songs and play games. There is also a pool in the yard. which is collecting rainwater at this time. The whole villa is elegantly decorated in Chinese style, one step at a time. Every place is very durable. At first glance, it is the work that has been done. Su Shanhua would have loved this house. Jiang Yu felt that something was wrong. How could he come up with such thoughts? Strange. Returning from his turn, Youngwood handed him a black box. Boss, which of your friends gave it to me yesterday? Left it on the couch. This is the key to all of this villa and is usually only given to the owner. I didn't realize Cho Chin had left this behind as well. Jiang Yu put the box back inside. It's going to rain for at least another week, so we'll stay here. Take it easy, guys. I did him a big favor too. Stay at ease. We'll leave when the rain stops and the water recedes. Good. Hearing Jiang Yu say that, Yang Lin and Xiao Tao were much more relaxed. Jiang Yu decided to find Shenwan to optimize the program again. The surveillance program recorded 2 alarms last night, all because Luna was recognized walking around in the middle of the night and triggered the alarm. To have Shenwan add a simple identification, creatures like cats don't have to call the police. After sending over a demand, he received a crying emoji from Shenwan. Boy God, in a few days, I'm on my period and I can't move, and about to faint from hunger. Didn't the school send you supplies? It was sent 2 days ago, but it's been cut off for the past 2 days. And that section of the road outside Linchuan University is so low that it's become a lake, so the relief supplies can't get in. Without an auntie's napkin, I can only be paralyzed on the bed. Man, you don't understand. Shenwan didn't feel the slightest bit that there was anything wrong with discussing something like great aunt with her male god. That's a god. Jiang Yu thinks for a moment and asks Shenwan which dormitory and which room she's in. And coincidentally, it's in the one right next to Liu Fei's dormitory. Jiang Yu has a good impression of Shenwan. Her professionalism is over the top and their communication is smooth. Liu Fei is right next door. The rain is heavy, but you can get past it along the steps, so it's a lift to help her out. He poked at Liu Fei's avatar. How's it going these days? Righteous father, it's a good thing you let us stock up. The other dormitories are starving and wailing, and the food we still have is still good for at least 10 days and a half months of hokum. This put Jiang Yu at ease. Take some of Takuta's sanitary napkins and a little bit of food, not too much, and send to, next door to Yuchinwan Inn, Building 7, 403 inch. No, boss, where's a tampon for a big man like Takita? He has, so stay out of it. Liu Fei's gossipy heart was burning. Boss, then you have to tell me what kind of person Shenwan is to you. Otherwise I'm not going to deliver. I'm the A. She's done work for me. Asterisk. You're someone's father of the armor? You've gone too far. Playing with such flowers? Jiang Yu knew that his dog's mouth couldn't spit out ivory. Shut up. You go deliver things properly. Giving something to his sister. Liu Fei was happy to do so. Takita, hand over your tampon. Takuta was playing a game when the tiger shuddered and denied it vigorously. How did I get that? Boss said you have it. Be quick. Hand it over. Don't delay my business. He. Takita wriggled and pulled a packet of Sophie out of the cupboard. Kai Young curiously came over. It's really there. Takita explains. I've GA hemorrhoids before. Isn't it normal to have this? Kai Young he pulled out a plastic bag and stuffed food into it. Let's go. We'll go with you and see what the boss's ethereal looks like. Liu Fei hurriedly held down his hand. The boss said it doesn't take much. Why? You can't be too cheap to meet his sister. Liu Fei hemmed and hawed. You guys don't understand this, do you? Saving the emergency is not saving the poor. What is more valuable than anything else? The boss and the other party are Party A and Party B. We are going to console Party B. It's not like we're doing charity. What if we give away too much stuff? What if people morally kidnap us at that time? It's all about the girls. Wooing a few times. Can you guys handle it? Yeah. Oh. Hey. Can't top that. Chapter 72 Not bad for a male god. The three of them pushed and shoved their way out the door. Jiang Yu doesn't even know their drama so much. He's just simply doing one good deed a day. I think Shenwan is in a difficult situation, so I'm just trying to help. Shenwan was lying in bed in a state worse than death, with a stomach ache, stomach pain and thirst, especially Bui Yuchi, wearing a Kolomi avatar and still sunbathing in the school forum on skinny egg kanji and white chopped chicken, with the caption, "It's so annoying to be stuck with your boyfriend." Someone immediately commented below, "Wow, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Sheraton Hotel. What a blessing. We're starving to death and you, beautiful, have good food." Envy +1. Shenwan snorted coldly. Yuki Pei is all about showing off, bragging about living with her rich boyfriend, bragging about staying at the Sheraton, bragging that she has good food when others are hungry. More importantly, she feels that Pei Yuchi is sending it to Jiang Yu to read. She felt right. After Pei Yuchi posted, she kept refreshing, wanting to see Jiang Yu's account in the comment section. Even sneakily went to look at that recruitment post of Jiang Yu's. She brushed up on the news that that area of the Hang Lake neighborhood was flooded. She's been to Jiang Yu's place. Jiang Yu is still a cripple. At this moment, he must be hungry and cold, and still has no place to go. She wanted Jiang Yu to see how good she was now, trying to make Jiang Yu regret it. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu hasn't been online since he found Xinhuan to work with. Xinhuan, a dormitory of people, are lying on the bed with faces like vegetables. Bang! Bang! When she heard someone knocking on the door, Xinhuan was the closest and she struggled to get out of bed and pull the door open. Just saw 3 tall strange boys standing in the doorway. You guys. Hello classmate, we're looking for Xinhuan. Ah. Xinhuan threw the door open with an ow and dove into the bathroom. The bathroom was filthy beyond repair, but she couldn't care less. In the mirror, she hadn't washed her face in days, and her hair looked like it had been blasted with a double kick. Ah! There was no water, so she had to simply press it with her hand. It took a while to open the door to the dormitory. Hi guys, I'm Xinhuan. Oh, our boss told me to bring you something. Nah. Louis Fei held up his hand, the white bag in his hand with a bright package of tampons. Xinhuan's eyes widened violently, her face unbelievable. Your boss? It's Jiang Yu? Yes, the geology major. Jiang Yu. The girls in their beds in the dormitory raised their heads in unison and looked out the door. The Louis Fei trio lifted their chins proudly. I have to say, it was cool to be looked at like a savior like that. No, we'll leave if there's nothing else. Oh, thank you, classmate. Xinhuan thanked dryly. She didn't return to her room until the trio's silhouettes had disappeared into the hallway. When I opened the plastic bag, it contained nothing but sanitary napkins, a few bottles of water, a few packets of cookies, and a packet of wet wipes and 2 rolls of toilet paper. It's like a snowball in the sky. Woo-hoo-hoo. Xinhuan was moved to tears. Great God is great. The others cast envious glances at Xinhuan. Xinhuan didn't hide anything, and after dividing the stuff with the dormitory, she gave Jiang Yu a thank you at the first opportunity. Thank you, great God. When I'm full of blood, I'll give you the program first thing. No money. Jiang Yu smiled and returned a good. Louis Fei's trio realized something was wrong as they walked. Yeah, I forgot to leave my name. Takeda looked confused. So, we're still going to charity. Woo-hoo-hoo. After eating, Jiang Yu returned to his room. Su Shanyue was already up, lying on the bed with her legs folded and her white feet crossed. She was eating a sundae, her favorite fruit. Look out for a very good mood. Su Shanyue, have you eaten yet? Jiang Yu, you're awake? I haven't eaten yet. I don't know what to eat. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. I remember there was flour in the supplies you moved from downstairs. Do you want pancakes? I want to, but I don't know how to do it. Su Shanyue was a little embarrassed. You don't have to do it. Go ask Dawn if they'll do it. Aha. Su Shanyue changed her clothes and pulled open the door. As soon as there was a movement in her place, Xiao Xiao's 3 immediately opened the door to their room and came out together. Boss Su, what's wrong? Xiaowei took the initiative to ask. I want pancakes. The 3 Dawns looked at each other. Dawn, I won't. Little A, I wouldn't either. B was silent for a few seconds. I will. That's fine. The 3 of them went back to the place where they had cooked the hot pot yesterday, and B rolled up his sleeves to make the noodles, while A built the fire. Right. You go get the drone. Su Shanyue commanded Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao hurriedly went to Su Shanyue's house, took out the drone, and also took some food along with it, all of which were placed in front of Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue tries to start the drone. Buzz off. The drone did a spinning back kick and blew the flour in front of B's body. Before Su Shanyue could say she was sorry, Xiao B hurriedly spoke. It's fine, boss. I'll just wash it. There's plenty of flour. Su Shanyue nodded. Later you guys take a shower. None of them had taken a bath after the end of the day, and before they were with Su Shanyue, they didn't even have any water to drink, let alone a bath. Now not only do we have enough water to drink, but we can also take turns washing our faces and brushing our teeth every day. But they don't dare to hope for a bath. Now that Su Shanyue said this, they were all a bit apprehensive. Boss, there isn't that much water, so why don't we just not wash it? Xiao Xiao took the initiative to speak. Su Shanyue waved her small hand. Wash. A lot. She had plenty of domestic water stored in her space, enough to last her a month, and the big tsunami is over in less than 10 days. She could refill her water when the time came, and B's offer to relieve herself just now made her happy. The drone went east and flew over the roof of the building first. The rain was heavy, but it didn't affect. Su Shanyue maneuvered the drone and flew downward quietly. Yeah, boss, what are they doing? Through the windows in the building, the men could be seen splitting into 2 groups. A wave of pounding planks should have poked around earlier to build a boat. Another wave of men twisted the sheets into long ropes and, furtively, threw them out over one of the windows. Su Shangyue frowned. She couldn't read it either. It's a good thing the drones didn't go down that way or both sides would have been able to make a fight. Jiang Yu gave a slight beat. Are they, like, trying to climb up outside the window? Su Shanyue's small face flinched. Humph. Want to climb up? Shall be. Don't flapjack. Yes, boss. Come over here and get ready to arrest. Chapter 73. Let's video then. Prove it, thanks to the righteous father. Ding by Yuna Vemo Bei Dao. Su Shanyue handed the drone over to Xiao Xiao to watch. Boss, I wouldn't. Su Shanyue didn't care about her. You can even drive a car. You have to be able to fly a drone. Dawn, that's a different thing. But she didn't dare resist. Shake and maneuver the drone. But don't tell me. Driving a car is kind of similar to maneuvering a drone. Soon she mastered balance and flight, pulling up the drone's altitude and letting the rainstorm muffle its sound. It flew along the top floor. Dawn watched the activity downstairs outside the window. Boss, this is the only window that's moving right now. You see, the drone screen was handed over. The downstairs window had been broken, and the sheet twisted into a rope with something attached to it was being tirelessly thrown upwards from inside the window. Attempt to throw it inside the penthouse to hook something. Su Shanyue's few people had an eye-opening experience. It also operates like this. The person who came up with this method is something. Jiang Yu couldn't even help but marvel. It just took half an hour of throwing downstairs and only 3 successful throws. But the top floor was too bare to hook anything. Su Shanyue waited impatiently. It's still raining upstairs, so I'll catch a cold later. And if I catch a cold, I won't be able to video with Jiang Yu. When the sheet rope was thrown up again, a direct order was given to A. Give it a tug and a leash. Okay. A quickly grabbed the sheet rope and propped it up a few times, tethering it to a nearby pipe. There were faint cheers from downstairs. Hooked. Hooked. Kira's men urged the rope thrower from behind. Get up there. This rain is nothing. If you can open the stairway door from the inside, supplies are at your disposal. When the others heard it, it was a jealousy. Climbing is risky, but the supplies are optional. The person throwing the rope backed up. I can't. My arms are sore. I'm afraid of heights. Get someone else. He wasn't stupid. The tugging sensation that had just come through was very real, and it wasn't him hooking up at all. Presumably someone up there found out and put him on a leash. Above is an enemy, not a friend. Otherwise people will not close the door. Now go up. Is not to send death. Let the others go. More people will die and there will be enough supplies left to share. The others couldn't wait for this opportunity, and immediately someone squeezed out and volunteered. I'll do it. It was stormy outside. The sheets twisted into a rope, creaked and squeaked, and I really climbed out before realizing that I wanted to keep it simple. It's almost a 5 or 6 meter climb from the 69th floor window to the top floor above the 70th floor. The man got halfway up and couldn't make it. You can't go up and you can't go down. Looking down, the ocean at his feet looked like a sky-swallowing beast, roaring and opening its bloody mouth at him. His heart raced steeply and he blacked out. Surprisingly, it fell straight down. Ah! Desperate screams disappeared into the torrential rain. The corner of Xiaojia's eye twitched. Boss, they can't. It's cold here. You go back. We'll watch. Su Shanyue nodded and was about to leave. Inside the drone screen, a man is seen coming out and swishing upwards. At first glance, it looks like it's been professionally trained. Su Shanyue glanced at it. Her jade finger stretched out and hooked out the gun from her pocket. This was still a concern for the presence of the 3 people. Otherwise she was all empty-handed out of the gun. Slowly, he raised his gun. The man managed to climb up, and just as his hands reached the wall, he felt a chill on his head. Opening his eyes against the pouring rain, he saw a woman too pretty to be true standing in front of him. There was a half-sized black kitten crouched over her shoulder, someone holding a pink lace umbrella for her at her side, and she, in the meantime, was holding a pink pistol to the side of her head. The cool and absolutely beautiful face was as disdainful of the world as a god. Looking at him is like looking at a broken rock. The man's heart panicked, his feet slipped, and before Su Shanyue could shoot, he fell with him, gobbled, bubbled, and disappeared. The people downstairs cursed the man at the sight. Waste. All that climbing up to the proverbial door and screwing it up. Who's still on? I'll do it if no one else does. Su Shanyue looked at the water, twisted her head and frowned and asked Xiao Xiao, do I look that scary? No no no. Boss, you're so good looking. So what's he afraid of? Guns. Gun it. Oh. Su Shanyue put away the gun and turned towards the stairs. It's no fun. Throw it away. Remember to keep an eye on it. Threw what away? Xiaowei and Xiao Xiao didn't understand and looked at Xiaobi in unison. Boss Su's special translator. B-side and silently stepped forward to untie the sheet rope and throw it down. Boss means for us to keep an eye out with the drones. Oh. Dawn maneuvered the drone for another flight. becoming more and more skillful. I never thought I'd be able to fly an airplane one day. Following Su Shangyue isn't without its benefits. The three of them were like picking chocolates out of their jitterbugs. You and I listing the benefits of following Su Shangyue. It's mostly Xiao Xiao and Xiaoe talking, and Xiao be making additions. The more I talk about it, the happier I feel. Su Shangyue returned to her room and had a moment to jerk Luna. Jiang Yu? Well, I am. Crisis lifted. Jiang Yu took out his computer and began to code. The manuscript of the past 2 days was handed in one day later than the other. I guess the editor's side was affected and surprisingly didn't rush him. Am I scary? Su Shangyue looked like she was inquiring and talking to herself. Jiang Yu stops typing and returns to her seriously. You don't scare people. In the end of days, it's good that they're so afraid of you. Don't look like you're moving around in front of other people. But your own little girlfriend can be fragile. Only he knew that Su Shangyue was wimpy and crybaby and needed patience and care. And when it came to such sensitive topics, he was always serious and never perfunctory. Su Shangyue was thoughtful. Then are you afraid of me? Jiang Yu let out a light laugh. What are you thinking about? Your gun is still from me. Su Shangyue nodded. Let's video it then, to prove that you're not afraid of me. Ha! Jiang Yu then realized that he dared to wait for him here. Little girl, you've learned a lesson. Video is fine. Then I'll work while you look at the instructions for the robot dog. Su Shangyue had 3 drones and 3 robot dogs stuffed in her space. At first, Jiang Yu had stuffed a lot of drones and robotic dogs inside the document. But since the space of the primary backpack was limited, Su Shangyue had only put in 3. The drones have learned the ropes, and the robot dogs are next. Su Shangyue unlocked the door, took out the machine dog, took out the manual and studied it. Jiang Yu presses the video button and the projection of him in his wheelchair descends into the hotel room once again. Miraculously, in addition to his wheelchair, his laptop was projected in. It immediately attracted Su Shangyue's attention. The little girl held back, but decided to take care of the robot dog first. The only sounds in the space were rustling through books and making notes and Jiang Yu pounding on the keyboard. Su Shangyue looked up at Jiang Yu from time to time. The corners of his mouth lifted gently. She liked the way it felt, with the rainstorm pouring outside and the silence inside the house, and favorite people each doing what they love. It made her feel very secure. Finally, Jiang Yu pressed the publish button and today's manuscript was submitted. Day by day, he is naked. He is not a bit of savings. Chapter 74, Project Bonus of $300,000? Thanks to Righteous Father, BKBKY. Seeing that he was busy, Su Shangyue immediately sat up from the bed. Jiang Yu, I'm done reading. Like an elementary school student waiting for her teacher to check her homework, Su Shangyue handed Jiang Yu the notes she had made. Jiang Yu tilted his head to look at it. Su Shangyue's handwriting was beautiful and her notes were neatly made. You must have been a good student when you were in school, that's for sure. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It was still early for dinner, and looking at Su Shangyue looking at herself like a kitten, he didn't want to end the video. Looking at the projection of the laptop in his hand, a thought struck him. Would you like to watch a movie? Yes. Su Shangyue was carnally happy. What do you want to see? Anything. It was an accident that Jiang Yu's laptop was able to project in, and given Su Shangyue's recent tendency to learn the hard way, he decided to pick a little something suitable for educating kids to watch. No ghosts, no violence, no too much porn. He also seldom watched movies. He opened the movie section of a video website and saw a foreign movie called Thumping Heart with a tree on the cover. This one is healthy at first glance. That's it. Su Shangyue sits on the edge of the bed and Jiang Yu switches the direction of his figure, only for the computer projection to disappear as soon as his hand leaves the computer. I was tired of lifting my arms all the time, so I simply put the computer on his lap and played it. Su Shangyue looked very carefully. Jiang Yu didn't even dare to move his legs. Of course, he couldn't move his legs. You, tired? Let's go to bed. Su Shangyue suddenly spoke. Jiang Yu sucked in a sharp breath and turned his head to look at Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue's eyes were still on the computer screen, her expression clear as usual. He breathed a secret sigh of relief. He was really a beast. It was obvious that people were expressing themselves normally, but he would think wrongly. Good. He felt that if he didn't go, it meant he was nasty and he was weak-minded. Jiang Yu adjusted his body posture in the real world and let the projection walk to Su Shangyue's bed. The shadow was on one side, Su Shangyue was on the other, and the computer was on his lap. To be honest, Jiang Yu didn't pay much attention to what the movie was about. He could smell Su Shangyue's body odor and feel Su Shangyue's body temperature, but he just couldn't touch Su Shangyue. The feeling that made him indescribable. The movie ended and Su Shangyue couldn't get enough of it. Alright, go and get busy with your business. I have to study. Su Shangyue surprisingly started to drive people away. Jiang Yu was puzzled. Just in time. Youngwood comes knocking on the door and he has to end the video and leave the room. Su Shangyue waited for a while, her intuition telling her that Jiang Yu had left, before she rubbed her burning cheeks. One picked up Luna and rolled several times on the bed. Raising Luna. The man and cat stared at each other. The book says to be desirable. Am I using it correctly? Meow. Jiang Yu came to the living room and saw Qiu Qin standing in the living room, accompanied by a woman in a gray suit. With all this rain, the whole thing is still so elitist. Except for the slight dampness, Yang Lin held the baby and coaxed it in the corner, while Xiaotao prepared dinner in the kitchen, leaving all the space. Both are a little afraid of Qiu Qin. The aura is so powerful, and the way he led the men in black into the house last night to move things that day was impressive. Once Qiu Qin saw Jiang Yu, his posture instantly lowered quite a bit. Mr. Jiang, are you used to living here? I'm the same wherever I am. Naturally this place is in better condition than the Xinghu neighborhood. Did you come alone? Jiang Yu was very frank and asked Qiu Qin in return. Well, the office and my place aren't far from here. It's no trouble, and coming to see you is what I'm supposed to do. Qiu Qin saw Jiang Yu come over before he took his seat. The last flood weather project is nearing completion, and I'm bringing someone in to pay for it. Plus there's a new project that is a perfect match for your specialty. Qiu Qin glanced at the woman beside him. The woman smiled and stepped forward, opening her briefcase and pulling out her laptop, plugging in the electronic shield. Mr. Jiang, I'm the finance of Cloud Volume. You can call me Me. Is it okay to remit money according to the account information you left on your previous contract? Jiang Yu nodded. Just transferring an account still required the finance to come personally. Jiang Yu felt that this Yun quantity was quite cautious. Me wore black-rimmed glasses. Her flirtatiousness was suppressed, and she was a match for Charmin. Jiang Yu was curious. Is it true that all sisters in finance and banking are this model? Me crackled and operated a bit. Alright, Mr. Jiang, check it out. Just sign here after confirming that there's no problem. Ding. Jiang Yu picked up his cell phone and saw that there was an extra $300,000 in his bank card. Silently counted the zeros once. There was no mistake. It was indeed 300,000. Together with the compensation, he now had 650,000 in savings. The data analysis he provided was valuable, but he hadn't expected to be paid so much. And how many people didn't make $300,000 a year? Qiu Qin explained with a smile. This project of yours has helped Cloud Volume a lot, and cut our losses a lot. This reward is what you deserve. Jiang Yu thought about it, and he was right. This Cloud Volume goes for an asset-light profit model, and his data analytics are presumably helping the Cloud Volume's father A. If he could get one or two of these projects a year, he could save a big chunk of his retirement money. Qiu Qin took out another flash drive and put it on the table. Coincidentally, I've taken on a new project here, and it's still your counterpart's specialty. You can take on the project, and if something is found, then the bonus is the same. And if nothing is found, there is a salary. Qiu Qin held his breath slightly. He's using a little trick here. The salary, that's given to the employees. He wants Jiang Yu to join Cloud Volume, and suddenly remembered the words of the higher-ups. Jiang Yu, not to mention young, is very smart. Don't fool him. Qiu Qin hurriedly added. I certainly hope that you can join Cloud Quantity. It was better to put his purpose out in the open than to make Jiang Yu resistant. Jiang Yu looked at the USB flash drive and then at Qiu Qin. Mr. Qiu, you're being overly concerned. I'm not someone who can't live with money. In that case, it's better to work together on this project first, if possible. You gave me so much for the last project. If I don't find anything on this one, I'll consider it a free favor, and you'll give me a bonus if it comes to fruition. $5,000 a month for doing nothing is pretty sweet. But Jiang Yu doesn't want to join Cloud Volume, mainly because he doesn't want to be constrained. The other guy was paying $300,000 for a project, and he wasn't the greedy type to lose his freedom for a paycheck? Good. Qiu Qin didn't dwell on it and took out a contract to go through the process. After leaving Jiang Yu's house, Qiu Qin and Mimi got into the Alpha commercial car in the garage. Mi pushed up his glasses. This is the person the higher-ups value? Is it because we're giving too little that he's not joining Cloud Volume? Qiu Qin patted the contract. You're underestimating Jiang Yu. He's not that kind of person. Oh, but the research shows that he's short of money and asked for the bag he gave his ex-girlfriend back the other day to sell secondhand. Jiang Yu is one of those. If you don't let me farm, I'll farm you. He's upset that his ex-girlfriend betrayed him to get his bag back. Unfortunately, there was no investigation into Jiang Yu's current girlfriend. Mini theater, Jiang Yu. Actually, I'm just short of money. Chapter 75. Not all men are shallow. Mi pushed up his big glasses. According to the timeline, Jiang Yu's new girlfriend should have gotten it 2 weeks ago, if he's sure he has one. Given his situation and state at the time, a girl who still wants to be with him is a good kid. Even if she's not as pretty as her ex-girlfriend. It's normal for him to hide. Xiao looked at her with obscure eyes that meant something. Dear me, not all men are that shallow. Don't yell me at the exploded word. Darling, what's wrong? You know I have good and evil sides. And when you call me that I'm only good, Xiao doesn't understand. What does it mean? Because it's disgusting. Mi huffed and ignored him, turning her head to tell the driver to drive faster. Jiang Yu looked at his bank balance several times. It would be a lie to say I'm not happy. Yang Lin and Xiao Tao didn't know what was happening, only that the boss was in a good mood. At dinner, Youngwood made a point of asking, Boss, want a drink? I saw wine in the warehouse. Red and white. Jiang Yu refuses. Drinking is a mistake. Misadventure? What can happen in this rain? After eating, Jiang Yu returned to his room. Of course I can't drink. I still have to video with Su Shanyue at night. Who knows if you're a man or an animal when you're drunk? Su Shanyue's few people were eating instant noodles. Not the hot water bubbly of before. A few of the men aimed for the space at the top of the stairs where they'd been building fires and cooking for the past few days. Put in 2 pieces of wood and you can boil a pot of water. Put 10 packets of instant noodles in at one go, along with eggs and ham sausage. The 3 of them were busy there, and Luna had her own exclusive bowl of rice with 2 knuckles of small ham in it, and was puffing and eating happily. Su Shanyue stood aside and didn't say anything, but Jiang Yu could see that she was happy and her eyes were bright. Xiao Xiao picked a large bowl of instant noodles, 2 poached eggs and 2 ham sausages for Su Shanyue in a large pink bowl, and 2 big spoonfuls of soup. Jiang Yu thought Su Shanyue couldn't eat that much, but unexpectedly, the little girl huffed and puffed and actually ate it all. The steaming hot noodles were eaten with beads of sweat oozing out of Su Shanyue's forehead and her small mouth turning red. Thanks. The other 3 were burying their heads in dry rice, with no instant noodle soup left at the bottom of the pot. When they heard the word Su Shanyue, they all froze in unison. Don't talk nonsense, boss. It's us who should thank you. Xiao hurriedly waved his hands. Xiao Xiao chimed in. If we hadn't followed you, where would we have bubble noodles to eat now? Bee nodded silently. Yes, you guys don't get it. Su Shanyue threw down 4 words and continued her happy dry rice. The people downstairs were so hungry that they had no strength left to remove the boards. Now that it was dark and raining, no one was thinking of climbing back up, and the rope couldn't be thrown up. Now smelling the vaguely bubbly odor, each one reddened. Kira is eating the regiment. Smelling the smell wafting through the air, Dryad's rice balls instantly stopped smelling good. His warehouse is stocked with bubbly and water. The reason why he didn't eat instant noodles was that he didn't think it was worthy of his noble status. Now it smelled and suddenly felt appetizing again. Go on, get me a pickle. Also, tell the guys outside that anyone who climbs up there tomorrow, or gets the fire door open, gets 2 bubble noodles and water. The bodyguard silently turned around and headed out the door to get something from the warehouse next door. After moving up, there were fewer people and even fewer supplies. After making sure the security guard at the door wasn't looking at him, he picked up a pack of magic goo cookies and unwrapped them and poured them all into his mouth in one gulp. Unscrewed another bottle of water and gulped it down. Then throw the stuff out the window, grab the bubbly and leave. Xiaomei was also starving outside. Tugging his 2 companions back inside, he closed the door to discuss the situation. Why don't we not wait for the water to rise, and get the channel open tonight, and we'll go up. Anyway, there's a lot of people here, and with 3 less of us, we won't be noticed for a while. Once we're up there we'll block the passage and find a way to take out whoever's up there, and all the supplies up there will be ours. Xiaomei is really fed up with this. The 2 men agreed. Okay. They took advantage of the commotion of removing plates to repair the ship to crack open the side of the closet, and sure enough, they found the elevator inside. The elevator door was pried open with a fire axe, and the drive was in full view, and the sound of floodwaters surging below could be heard. They first built some closet panels at the elevator door to keep people from falling. It's not much of a problem to yank on the transmission and climb up, then pry open the upstairs elevator door with a fire axe. The 3 decided to do it at night. Just get out of here. It's a new life up there. The thought of this energized the trio. Su Shanyue ate dinner without her washing the dishes and pots, and returned to her room to cover her stomach and slipped away. What's wrong? Tummy ache? Jiang Yu asked with concern. Did you eat something bad? Or are you having your period? Does he have medication and hygiene products on hand? Su Shanyue curled her mouth and rubbed her stomach. Aggrieved. I seem to have eaten too much. Bubbles are easy to digest. You'll be fine if you walk more. Jiang Yu can't help with this one. I'm hard. Jiang Yu captured Su Shanyue's eyes as they darted around twice, and his heart was clear. How about a video? I'll walk you? Yes. Su Shanyue immediately came into the spirit. Jiang Yu knew that the little girl was drunk. The hotel room doesn't have much space to sneak around in, and Jiang Yu's projection sits in a wheelchair. accompanying Su Shangyue as she sneaks back and forth in the room. Su Shangyue was wearing a long white nightgown and Liang Yu was wearing a black nightgown. Inexplicably there is a sense of CP. Su Shangyue likes this kind of walk. She asked several questions about Liang Yu's world and finally let out an exclamation. Your world is so big and full of people. Well, wait for me to find you an Earth geography science movie. Turn around and we'll watch it together. Liang Yu arranged this matter in his mind. Also, you just said artificial intelligence. Does the robot dog you gave me count? Counts as a type of artificial intelligence. Then aren't humans afraid of being replaced by artificial intelligence? Su Shangyue was curious. Before the end, her world also had artificial intelligence, but it wasn't at the same level of development as Liang Yu's side. Liang Yu circled around Luna who was blocking the way. After thinking for a while, for now, artificial intelligence cannot completely replace humans yet. After all, although humans have an upper limit, they do not have a lower limit. Su Shangyue. Chapter 76 Su Shangyue, so you want to kiss? Liang Yu. There's a problem now. Our equipment is about to run out of power. Su Shangyue apologized a little. The drones and robot dogs came with some electricity when they were disassembled for use. And all 3 drones and 3 robot dogs were disassembled for use. It's about to run out of juice after 2 days of use. Liang Yu was at a standstill. It's true that the shower in the space can somehow conjure up hot water on its own, but all those drone robot dogs have to be recharged. And the space can't solve that. These 2 machines are still in great use. And it's really inconvenient to run out of power. Gotta find a generator. Or a way to charge it. Just wait till I think about it. The 2 of them chatted for a while longer and said goodbye. Good night. Su Shangyue reluctantly waved her hand at him to say goodbye. You've worked hard these days. What about resting early at night? At this instant, an indescribable sense of satisfaction and happiness filled Liang Yu's heart. Who's the girlfriend that's so nice? It's my family's. Ending the video. Liang Yu lay on his bed. The charging scheme, and the new contract for Chochin, will be mulled over tomorrow. His girlfriend told him to take an early break, so of course he had to comply. I had just closed my eyes when my cell phone buzzed. Pick it up and see it's his best friend Louis Fei. Hey, Liang Yu, that. Louis Fei swallowed. I'll hear what it is. Did that party be of yours? Did he say anything to you? Liang Yu switched to WeChat and saw that Xinwan had sent herself a thank you message in the evening, but she was too busy videoing with Su Shangyue to see it. Said thanks. Why? Oh, so did she say what else she needed? No. You, what do you want? Liang Yu couldn't figure out what kind of drugs Louis Fei was selling and chose to ask directly. Louis Fei hemmed and hawed. I think Xinwan is kind of cute. You know, and I'm a guy who's quick on the uptake and quick on the downtake, so I want to get to know her better while it's hot. Louis Fei is overly good looking, a little rich, and passionate. Some people like him, and he's liked others. It just doesn't matter how much he likes them. As soon as they've been together for less than a month, he's all prickly and scratchy and wants to break up. Liang Yu advised him. What's up and down? You're just an emotional premature ejaculation and a spiritual kidney deficiency. Don't you hokey pokey my bee. He had never met Xinwan, but Xinwan had at least called himself a male god. So out of humanitarianism, he should also protect him. Louis Fei was like a deflated balloon. Okay, I don't know when this rain will stop. I had several interviews behind the 4th of July and now they're all gone. Liang Yu looked at the date. A week or so. Asterisk. You know all this? Louis Fei was taken aback. Repeatedly confirmed twice and hung up the phone happily. Liang Yu folded his hands over his heart, laying a plank and closing his eyes. But his brain could not stop. Between the random thoughts, and I do not know where the inspiration came from, suddenly felt that his sleeping position is particularly like lying down. Too unlucky. Changed positions again. Later really cannot sleep. Or move over the computer. Watching Su Shangyue only gradually have sleep. If only I could fall asleep holding Su Shangyue in my arms in the future. Yang Lin and Xiao Tao sneak upstairs to visit the villa while Lele is asleep. Looking at the fresh and elegant new Chinese decor, the duo can't get enough of their eyes. Honey, you're a good man. If you hadn't gone and invited Boss Jiang to our house, I wouldn't have been able to afford such a nice house in my life. Xiao Tao took Yang Lin's arm. Her eyes were all admiration, without the slightest bit of jealousy. Yang Grove puffed out his chest. That's right, Boss Jiang is a good man. Then another chest thump. Pity, bad leg. If he could stand up, he'd be a man among men. The two were lamenting the situation. Peach's cell phone vibrated and rang, startling the pair. Peach frowned. It's the building manager. Answer it. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. Yang Lin had a premonition that there was nothing good about the building manager looking for him. Press the answer button. Daughter Xiao Tao, I just realized that you guys moved out on a rainy day. How are you doing now? Do you have a place to stay? The building manager is a middle-aged man. Yang Lin snorted coldly. That day the black-hearted drivers came to block the door of Yang Lin's house. He did not believe that the building manager did not know, turning a blind eye in the first place and being so enthusiastic now. He must not be holding back any good farts. And he also gave Peach a phone call without calling himself, so he must be about to make some excessive demands. Thanks to the building manager's concern, we have a place to stay. Oh, that's good. It's like this. I heard your family has quite a few supplies. You're not home right now and you can't use them. The neighbors in the building are short of everything. Look at it this way. Why don't I take the lead and divide the supplies amongst everyone? On the sidelines, Youngwood interrupted directly. Building manager, all our stuff has been moved. The people who blocked the door the other day saw it. You should know that. So much stuff moved? Yes, it's all been moved. And the stuff isn't ours. Building manager, and there's one more thing I have to ask of you. Yang Lin is not stupid. Jiang Yu is nice and has thick thighs. He uses Jiang Yu's stuff as a favor? Think what you want. We have surveillance inside the house. And even though the house is rented, everything inside is ours. If someone trespasses, I'd still like you to stop them. Or we won't have a home invasion and everyone will be unhappy. Listening to the busy sound of the phone being hung up, the building manager threw his hands in the air. See, you guys came to the door in the first place and offended people to death. And now they don't want to take their stuff out. And they've said that breaking and entering is a home invasion. Those who blocked the door at the beginning, how hard they were then, how much they regret it now. If they hadn't blocked the door, maybe they could have gotten some supplies by knowing someone that powerful through Yang Lin. They weren't blind with all the gusto that came to pick them up that day. The black-hearted driver who led the door to block people is now even more angry. Sick, right? You didn't see what I did. Didn't you all agree to it in the first place? Now it's my fault. The Xinghu neighborhood is in an uproar. Go to bed early and get up early. Jiang Yu woke up at 8. After washing up, the first thing he did was to check Su Shanyue's personal information. Life value, 70/100. Intimacy, 24 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 60/100. Elementary food 40 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 45/100. Elementary knives 60/100. Elementary firearms, 80 out of 100. Backpack, primary backpack. When the life value reached 100, Su Shanyue was full of blood. What's wrong, Jiang Yu? Su Shanyue had just finished washing her face, and by the way, she was organizing the supplies in the space. Feeling Jiang Yu looking at her, Su Shanyue was a bit shy. Jiang Yu was in a very good mood and came to snicker. What? You don't want me to look? Su Shanyue became even more shy. Her cheeks were as red as ripe peaches, and her hands and feet were a little out of place. Well, you see. After a few seconds, her face turned even redder and she asked in a small voice. So, do you want to kiss? Jiang Yu. Chapter 77 Kissing you unconscious right now, requesting favorable comments. Jiang Yu froze. What do you mean? Little girl? What do you mean? Su Shanyue didn't hear Jiang Yu reply. The hand unconsciously grasped the collar. The eyes instantly filled with tears. Misty eyes, like a pool of spring water, drowning Jiang Yu. So you don't want to kiss me? No, I didn't say I didn't want to. Jiang Yu hurriedly explained. So you just want to? Su Shanyue raised her watery eyes and bit her lip to ask back. Jiang Yu felt that he might be, again, fooled. Damn little girl. Kissing and kissing in the morning. How can anyone live? No, he had to pull back. You're the one who slandered me first. I didn't say I didn't want a kiss. I'll video you right now and kiss you unconscious. Jiang Yu felt ashamed himself. How can such greasy words come out of one's mouth? He wouldn't be if he wasn't trying to get back in the game. Whoops. Jiang Yu viciously despised himself. But, as soon as he thought of Su Shanyue watery in his arms, he felt, it's killing him. Su Shanyue felt herself burning up. It was like being put into a pot of hot water. With my heart pounding and my brain dizzy. She just read the pamphlet that taught this method. The book says, the other person has a crush on you. And when you test him like this, you can test the truth. The truth is tried and true. But Jiang Yu says he wants to come over now and kiss her. Kiss her unconscious. Su Shanyue couldn't stand it. Ducking into space in a flash like the wind, he dug into the bathroom. It startled Luna, who was licking her fur. Meow. Su Shanyue took a deep breath and returned with a trembling voice. You don't now. Not now. Jiang Yu touched his hot face. I have to get back in the game today or I'll be teased by the little girl every time. With a hard heart he spoke. Oh, not now. Then when? This time, Su Shanyue completely lost her voice. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. I'm just kidding with you. I'm going to eat. I'll come back for you later. Ha? Su Shanyue thought Jiang Yu meant to come back and kiss her unconscious in a while. Jiang Yu added, Come back and discuss how to charge it with you. Oh. Jiang Yu turned off the sound of the call and turned around to leave the room. Yeah, boss, are you sick? Why is your face so red? Youngwood was taken aback. Upon hearing this, Xiaotao immediately puts Lei on the sofa and looks for a thermometer inside the house to take Jiang Yu's temperature. Jiang Yu hurriedly reassured the duo. I'm fine. I'm just exercising a bit. Yeah, I'm just exercising. Brain exercises are also movement. Fighting with a little girl is really tiring on the brain. Yang Lin was very worried. Boss, if you're not feeling well, you must tell me, so I can get my medicine. Aha. For breakfast, Peach made red oil scribbles that tasted very authentic. Jiang Yu ate 2 big bowls and 2 poached eggs. Yang Lin tells Jiang Yu about last night's phone call and that he knows what to expect from his boss. It's best to let your boss know about everything to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. While mentally sighing again, if you don't hold the right leg, you'll end up on your knees. The environment over at Xinghu is really bad. Lei is still young. It's good for you guys to move a home after the floodwaters recede. Jiang Yu gave advice. With all this going on, it's definitely uninhabitable over there. Well, thanks boss, we got it. After eating, Jiang Yu was a bit afraid to go back to his room. Simply go to the negative floor and find a movie to watch. But every time he scanned the name of a movie, the first reaction in his mind was, this Su Shanyue definitely likes to watch it, and that Su Shanyue probably doesn't like to watch it. Frozen, Alice in Wonderland. No ja. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Yu still came up from the negative floor. Real men, straight from their hearts. He still wanted to see Su Shanyue, though he was always being pitched by his little girl. When he returned to his room, he saw that in the computer. Su Shanyue was sitting on the bed with her legs wrapped around her, with her long hair cascading behind her like a broken porcelain doll. Luna lay peacefully on her side. Jiang Yu had a pang of heartache. Wouldn't that be too much to ask for yourself? Ahem. Suzuki. Well, Su Shanyue raised her head to look into the void, a little afraid to look at him. Seeing such Su Shanyue, those emotions of Jiang Yu instantly dissipated. That's my girlfriend. What's wrong with screwing him over? Besides, isn't he a little bit at fault? Jiang Yu sighed and pressed the video button. The projection radiating a faint golden color instantly entered Su Shanyue's room. His hand couldn't touch Su Shanyue, but he still lifted his virtual shadow and gently touched on her head. Silly girl. Jiang Yu. I'm sorry, was I stupid? Su Shanyue raised her head. The obsidian-like eyes were a melting tangle. We're from 2 worlds and I'm a little scared. I'm afraid you'll leave me. Jiang Yu felt that this was a topic that he must have a good, serious chat with Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue relationship experience has 0 and an unsafe external environment. It's normal for her to be scared. He reversed his wheelchair and projected himself to sit beside Su Shanyue. We're from 2 worlds, but don't we still meet? I did a bad job of making you feel insecure. Can I ask you a question? Aha. Su Shanyue nodded her head obediently. You ask, will you be my girlfriend? Jiang Yu slowly opened his mouth. Su Shanyue's girlfriend status was given to him by spending $1 to recharge. Before he was sure that Su Shanyue was a real-world being, he took Su Shanyue as his girlfriend. Not to mention now, putting aside that $1 recharge, he felt that he should give Su Shanyue an official promise. Su Shanyue twisted her head violently and raised her head slightly to look at Jiang Yu. Dumb and Dumber is especially cute. Jiang Yu repeated again. Su Shanyue, are you willing to be my girlfriend? In an instant, beads of tears welled up from the bottom of Su Shanyue's eyes. Aya, don't cry. Jiang Yu's hands were busy wiping Su Shanyue's tears, but his hand passed through Su Shanyue's face. Su Shanyue embarrassedly wiped her tears. I didn't mean to cry. I'm just so happy. I do. Su Shanyue had a hard time describing her feelings. She relies on Jiang Yu and likes him. Jiang Yu does everything for her good, in order for her to live better. Between her and Jiang Yu, it's her who needs Jiang Yu more. Jiang Yu could completely ignore her feelings. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu will make up for the confession session so seriously. This feeling of being respected and loved is the first time she feels it. Jiang Yu looked into her eyes and opened his mouth very seriously. I won't let you die and I won't leave you, even if we can't really be together. Even if I can only see you like this every day. I'm willing. I want to be with you at all times. Will you? How long a lifetime was? He didn't know. What it would be like in the future. He didn't know. But he was confident that he and Su Shanyue would go on forever. Chapter 78-70 Floors. Endless boards, please praise. Su Shanyue nodded her head and returned with force. I am also willing. The golden peas clattered off a few more. That's good. We have a common goal. I won't leave you, and I can't leave you. Jiang Yu speaks from his heart. Su Shanyue now understands his feelings, and lowers her head a little embarrassed, and at the same time her heart is sweet. There was no longer that urge to test the waters. Perhaps this was the sense of security that Liang Yu had just mentioned. She was embarrassed to get into the space and wash her face before coming out. I'm well. What was said at that moment? How are we going to charge the machines? Liang Yu listed all the options that came to mind. There are many ways to do it. Solar power, find a generator. None of which are possible right now. There are a number of emergency lights in the building that have batteries in them, and they should be able to be used for charging by removing them and modifying them. Now that the water is rising, you guys fish an electric car up with batteries in it too. The two muttered for a while before settling on an implementation plan. Liang Yu made a summary: emergency lighting modification program, tools for fishing cars, electric car battery external discharge program. It doesn't sound like it's typically hard. Liang Yu went to look for information, and Su Shangyue called the Xiao trio over to name the electricity building program. Dawn was the first to raise her hand in agreement. That car repair book you gave me earlier, Boss Su, it talks about motors. I'll look into this again. It never occurred to her that a girl as beautiful as she was would love to fall in love before the end of her days. Always thinking you can't live without a man. Now it's even going to be vaporware power generation. A volunteered to remove the lighting. B went looking for tools that could fish for cars. A went to remove the emergency lighting in the staircase at the end of the hallway when he suddenly heard a faint scream. Ah, there seemed to be a thud of punches and kicks. He frowned, picking up his hammer and following the sound to the room that hid the strange elevator. Upon closer inspection, the sound came from exactly behind the wall. The elevator and that little space had been stuffed tightly with them long ago. Had someone come up here? Xiaowei didn't dare to delay and ran to call out for someone. Liang Yu, who was looking for information, was all startled, and his line of sight followed Su Shangyue to that room. Everyone listened for a while. Boss, someone did. Someone should have found it and climbed up the elevator shaft. Be celebrated. Luckily we blocked it. It would be downright scary to have someone sneak in. Su Shangyue was uneasy, and had people block a number of bedpans inside. Liang Yu was also uneasy, and asked Su Shangyue to command the Xiao trio, stuffing the entire room with bedpans and bed frames. Also tucked in the gap is a marble coffee table top. The man in the elevator shaft is trying to get out. You need to remove the boards from the tight space one by one first. It's hard. You can't even cast in a small space. Even if the people below got out of the elevator without any problems, it would be difficult to get out of the house. Nail the house door shut as well. Liang Yu did not allow any danger to appear around Su Shangyue. Clunk. A swung his hammer and nailed the door to the room with a board. Don't worry boss. We'll step up patrols here too. And downstairs. The three Shamais were very devastated. It took them all night to pave the elevator shaft, stack several chairs, climb up with difficulty, and struggle to knock the elevator door open. As a result, they were greeted with bare boards. Don't worry. This is supposed to be the closet. Break this panel and we're out. The three men huffed and puffed, carefully breaking through the boards with fire axes, still not daring to push too hard for fear of attracting the attention of the people on the 70th floor. It was almost dawn when the board in front of them was finally broken open, but they realized that there was still a board behind it. It's okay, steady, this should be a layer of the closet. Break through this layer and you should be out. The three of them had been up all night, plus all morning, but the hope of victory was at hand, and through pain and sleepiness, chiseling through the boards one at a time. After breaking through several boards, they finally let out a groundhog squeal. Aha! Why so many boards? They wondered if they were looking in the wrong direction. One of them was so angry that he smashed the wall hard. Xiaomei didn't close her eyes for the night and couldn't hold on any longer. Take a rest, and you'll have to go outside during the day so you don't draw attention to yourself. We'll come back at night, and I'm sure we'll be able to get up to the 70th floor once we've broken through all these boards. The three of them cheered each other on, ate some of the bread and water they had saved, and went out to build a boat for Kira. What's going on downstairs? Upstairs Su Shangyue saw it all through the drone. The corners of her mouth were pursed hard, and she looked incredibly serious. Liang Yu keenly sensed that Su Shangyue was out of sorts, and when he returned to the room, he took the initiative to open his mouth to inquire. You know those three? Is that the housemate who robbed you before? Su Shangyue nodded. Liang Yu was afraid that the little girl would remember those unpleasant experiences. They won't be able to come up. Don't worry. Aha. A trace of regret flashed in Su Shangyue's eyes. What's the little girl sorry for? Sorry those three couldn't make it up? Liang Yu suspected that he had misread the situation. Liang Yu got tired of searching for information and said hello to Su Shangyue, leaving the room to go out for a spin. As soon as I left the house, I heard a surprising amount of quacking in the living room. Pushing my wheelchair over to see that there were two gray ducks in the living room, was lounging around the living room doorway. Xiao Tao took the initiative to explain, with a little apprehension. Boss, it's pouring outside, and I don't know where the two ducks came from. Standing in front of the house. It's a bit pathetic. I'll put them out when the rain stops. Don't worry, gray ducks are fluffy. Seemingly curious about Jiang Yu, the little black PIs tilted their heads and stared at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu let out a light laugh. It's okay, keep it for now. Keeping it feels like there is more life in the house. Eat them when you don't live here and move away. Gah! Buzz off. It's Louis Fei on the phone again. Boss, what are you doing? I'm playing with the ducks. Jiang Yu watched as the two gray donuts waddled closer. Ha? A duck? Boss, you're. Louis Fei lowered his voice and asked very nosily. How much did you order? Jiang Yu. Forget it. I can't talk to you. What's wrong with finding me? Chapter 79. Jiang Yu's chin. Very good to kiss. Boss, are you sure the storm will stop in a week or so? Sure. Who are you going to bet with? Jiang Yu knew Louis Fei too well. Louis Fei pooh-poohed. Those grandsons next door. Trying to ask us for something. With a bad attitude and a pouty nose higher than a leather swallow. I'm not spoiling them. Make a bet with them that whoever loses will eat upside down. Jiang Yu, while it's true that I'm generally not wrong in my analysis, your bets are also. Ha, boss, don't mind. They just want a chance to eat. I'll fulfill them, little master. After hanging up the phone, Louis Fei yanked open the door to the house and pinched his hands together. You guys say the rain stops in 3 days. I say it stops in a week. And if you lose, you'll stand upside down and eat on the spot. Opposite the Dorgway gang looked disdainful. The media said about 3 days. You said a week. You're more authoritative than the media? You're going to eat it. Everyone had been cooped up in the dormitory building for almost a week and were just too idle. At the moment such a big buzz immediately spread. Someone bets on eating It didn't take long for someone to post about it on Linchuan University's forum and confession wall, and Louis Fei's name resounded through Linchuan. Louis Fei carefully sends a message to Jiang Yu. Righteous father, let me borrow your name for a while. Jiang Yu, don't mention my name or I'll have old Ben kick you out of the project team. Louis Fei, just use it. Youth has no selling price. Jiang Yu, there are places that still sell for a price, like Northern Maine. Louis Fei, well, mendacity meets mendacity and beats the snot out of him. Jiang Yu makes a point of swiping through the forums and the confession wall to make sure Louis Fei didn't mention himself. The experience of betting and eating is something that will follow you for the rest of your life, and I don't know if Louis Fei will regret it later. Back in his room, waiting for dinner, Jiang Yu information given by Chiu Qin plugged flash drive into his computer. The USB. It is a geologic profile of 1 or 4 scenic development areas. Linchuan is the central basin, rich in tourism resources. Information on these 4 places ready to develop tourist attractions. Considering the substantial financial investment, this development is a joint venture between several companies, which are looking for their own trusted team of professionals to survey the 4 sites, just waiting for the floodwaters to recede, finalize the geology and then formalize the project. Cloud Volume is a commissioned consulting firm for one of these companies. Of course, the commissioning company and Huo Qingyun were still inextricably linked. Among the twists and turns, Jiang Yu didn't care. He concentrates on checking the data related to the geology of the 4 locations. There are many things to consider when building a scenic area: views, transportation, development costs, and safety. Seeing that Su Shanyue had finished practicing her dagger, he simply projected over. The two look at the data together to select an address. Su Shanyue hugged Luna, her eyes filled with curiosity. Is this what you do? Amazing. You can read so much data? They're just complicated to draw. They're actually not that hard. Jiang Yu was a little embarrassed by the compliment. Which one do you like? Jiang Yu opened the picture group and looked at the data. To take another look at the pictures together. Each place is presented 360 degrees with pictures from all angles. Here, this lake is beautiful. Su Shanyue pointed at one of them. Jiang Yu opened all the pictures of the surroundings, letting Su Shanyue see enough at once. Just looking at it, Jiang Yu's face got serious and kept zooming in on one of them as he saw a lightning-shaped cloud by the lake. It was almost identical to that lightning cloud we saw earlier at the gas station. It's just slightly fuzzy around the edges. Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Pull up the screenshot you took that day and compare it carefully. Fantastic. You have Pikachu's tail there too. Su Shanyue was very surprised and came closer for a closer comparison. Jiang Yu labeled the other 3 places in turn after going through all the relevant data. The first place has a beautiful sedimentary rock landscape with layers and layers of textured tall stones. The second site has a number of lava rocks on the surface. And further exploration is recommended to see if there are any volcanic features and if the volcano is in an active phase. The third place has a good human environment, surrounded by mountains, suitable for an ancient town. But there are too many various ancient towns now. He was working so hard that Su Shanyue froze as she watched. Jiang Yu's eyelashes are so long. What's a big man doing with such long eyelashes? Jiang Yu's chin is so pretty and it feels so kissable. Jiang Yu's hands also looked good. long and strong with well-defined bones. As Su Shangyue looked on, her face unconsciously climbed a touch of redness. Liang Yu summarized to the last place and hesitated. Lightning-shaped clouds represent resources within the game. Are they the same in reality? He needs more data to back it up. Glancing at the time, he simply called Qiu Qin. Boss Jiang, what do you need? Even through the phone, he could feel that Qiu Qin was in a good mood. I need more geologically relevant data from location 4. Preferably samples taken and sent in after the flood. Koken responded with a bite, but was also curious. Just a sample of this place? Aha. It seems like you think this place is more suitable to be developed into a scenic spot, right? Qiu Qin asked in passing. Of these 4 places, the one Jiang Yu asked about has the lowest development cost, with nothing else to see except a lake. I didn't expect Jiang Yu to deny it. Not really. If it's a scenic spot, the first one is the best. As for the 4th one, I'll make a conclusion after I get the sample and study it. Good. After the call ended, Qiu Qin received an email reply from Jiang Yu. Inside, every photo and every piece of data is carefully labeled and summarized, and it's easy to understand. Koken also understands this knowledge, but let him do it. He can't do it with such care. If you don't say, a genius is a genius. Jiang Yu's research and analysis was then made into a report, with Jiang Yu's original documents and demands attached, and sent to Ho Qingyun's secretary together. He understands that it's pouring rain right now, but several other businesses aren't idle, except that they're all looking at a third place, wanted to transform it into an old town, all waiting for the rain to stop and get this thing finalized. A bunch of stinky old men who know all about old towns. Ancient towns are flooded. The same Iwu small commodities. The same squid skewers stinky tofu. What's so good? Still have to look at the young people. Look at people Jiang Yu. The first choice is that sedimentary rock formation. Much innovation. Inside the room, Su Shangyue looked at Jiang Yu like a little rabbit. I like working with you. Then do you like watching movies with me or working? Jiang Yu felt that the little girl was stupid, as if she wanted to set herself up again. Su Shangyue thought very carefully for a few seconds. I like them all, but I think I should be entertained when I've worked enough. Let's watch a movie tonight. Jiang Yu, a flowery girl with her eyes all over herself, smiling and asking if she wants to watch a movie, even if he knew it was the other party setting himself up. Jiang Yu willingly jumped in. Things like morality are like bitter stubble that should be taken off. Watch a movie with your girlfriend and have fun. Chapter 80. The price of watching a tearjerker movie. Let's go to dinner and watch a movie tonight. For dinner, Peach made spicy shrimp. Jiang Yu's trio ate happily. Yang Grove complimented. Boss, the refrigerator here is amazing. It's the first time I've seen a refrigerator that can raise live shrimp. Jiang Yu has never seen it either. Curious to go over and look at it, and to look up the refrigerator model number. In the future, when he sends supplies to Su Shangyue again, he will also send a refrigerator like this, and he will also stuff it with supplies inside. That way the little girl can eat fondue again and definitely enjoy it until it takes off. Such days were soon to come to an end as well. It had only been a few days and he was already getting used to being clothed and fed. Clothes are changed and thrown into the washing machine, which washes them, and Yang Lin is responsible for drying them. Peach cooks. He just eats and doesn't have to wash the dishes, and no need to clean the house. People, indeed, are born lazy. Jiang Yu sighed a few times and returned to his room with a plate of fruits. Su Shangyue is also being a big man. Xiaobi burned the fire. Xiaowei cooked the rice, and they ate vermicelli stewed chicken. All the supplies Su Shangyue had wild-caught from downstairs. The texture of this half-baked chicken was average, but it smelled and tasted great. As Jiang Yu approached the computer, he could also smell the scent that was vaguely wafting out. I guess A's recent cookbook reading wasn't in vain. Dawn set the dishes on the side. The scene was so peaceful that if you put aside the lightning and thunder in the sky, it was like a family that loved each other. The floodwaters downstairs were already up to the 30th floor and the water was very close to the top floor. The whole world is like being in a real ocean. Jiang Yu couldn't use normal geology to explain why the tsunami and flood were so large and lasted so long. I also wonder what the ground will look like when the floodwaters recede. Su Shangyue, the situation is not that optimistic. The water will continue to spread. The people downstairs will intensify their efforts to find a way to get up here. And there are still a few days before the flooding is over. So be careful. Jiang Yu admonished Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue nodded silently. The chicken stew smelled so good that the people downstairs scratched their livers. Having not seen the sun for days, Kara was pale and stood at the window, staring up at the stairs. The eyes were shady and vampire-like. Grabbing one of the men at random, go downstairs and get tools in the compartment. Double wrench. Since you can't get up through the window, you'll have to go in through the fire door. The water level is now getting higher, rising at a rate visible to the naked eye, and preparations had to be made sooner rather than later. Any building this tall would have a mezzanine in the middle. Inside are mechanical equipment and repair tools, various plumbing, and you should be able to find the right tools by going there. Kira was going to find a way to remove the fire door. The captured man's face was bloodless. The mezzanine. Where's the mezzanine? 35 floors. Kira pushed him out of the way and pointed out a few more people at random, forcing them to come along. The flood was now over 30 floors, and going down 35, counting the time it took to find something and get out, was dangerous. But, go, bring the stuff back, share the supplies and still live. If you don't go, you'll be thrown down now. The men dared to be angry, but they could only clench their fists and go downstairs to work. The three of them, Xiao Mei, hid at the very back of the crowd. Sneak back to your room. The road to chiseling the wall began again. They just don't believe it. It's hard to fill up the elevator space with this wooden board. There were 10 people who went downstairs. With flashlights, they came to the mezzanine level, where the water was up to the stairway, and with a clench of their teeth they rushed in anyway. Find the toolbox in the tool room and carry it back. The last moment the flood filled the 35th floor. They left the place. Why must we suffer this? It's all because of that Kira. Why doesn't he go to hell? That bodyguard of his has a gun and no one dares approach. There are so many of us. Can't we just get him killed? 10 people found a place on the 60th floor and began to conspire. It was only after this discussion that he realized that Kira didn't seem to have any strengths other than a bodyguard with a gun. As long as he got that bodyguard killed, Kira was not enough to fear. So many supplies, and it's all theirs. But they don't realize that whoever owns a gun is the next Kira. Circumstances make all the difference. Liang Yu and Su Shanyue burrowed into their room to watch a movie. Today's watch is the anime Gingerbread. It was straight up adorable when I saw Ginger's mount. The 4 horsemen. When she saw the 4 unimaginable voices in the back almost hanging up, the little girl dropped her beads of tears again. A burst of coaxing from Liang Yu. Watching a movie together. It's definitely going to live. It's okay. Also resolved that I must watch a funny one next. Definitely can't let Su Shanyue shed another tear. No violence. No grossness. No yellowness, and added another one. No excessive sensationalism. So, the next movie he saw was one about a dog's healing story. Loyal dog. That's it. As it turned out, he didn't expect a story like that either. Not only did it make Su Shanyue cry again, it all made him, a big man, cry. Then I did a search and realized that it was one of the top 10 tear-jerking movies in the world. It's too much. The disadvantage is that Liang Yu hasn't seen many movies either. With red eyes, he coaxed Su Shanyue, who was also crying like a bunny. I'm going to go do a rundown in a few minutes, and I'm definitely not going to watch this kind of movie again. Luna stared with big round eyes and stopped licking her fur, wondering what the duo was crying about. Hesitating for a moment, he lifted his small paw and placed it on Su Shanyue's hand. Meow. It means, don't cry. I didn't expect Su Shanyue to pick up Luna in a hug. Ooh, I'd be sad if Luna died someday. Su Shanyue was so upset that her teardrops fell onto her chest, wetting a piece of clothing. Liang Yu hurriedly urged her, although Luna is important. You're more important. Don't do anything stupid for Luna. I'd be more upset if something happened to you. Su Shanyue huffed. I know. Woo-hoo-hoo. The two of them were mushy for a while, coaxing Su Shanyue to get better before ending the video. It's horrible. I am determined not to let my little girl watch this kind of movie again. He can't stand himself either. A big man and almost cried at the movie. Searched overnight. What are the most touching movies? Movies that make your eyes pee. Top 10 touching movies. Make sure nothing slips through the cracks. It was only then that he went to sleep in peace. I didn't realize that I had just fallen asleep and soul-walked through Luna. Su Shanyue covered herself in the covers and hugged Luna, wiping her tears with Luna every now and then. Luna, be smart and no wandering. You can't die. John, you can't die either. None of you can die. Silly girl. And crying. Liang Yu raised his paw and took the initiative to touch Su Shanyue's white and tender face. He saw Su Shanyue's reddish lips come over and placed a kiss on his forehead. Again, he held the little black cat tightly in his arms, covered in softness. He can't breathe. Chapter 81 Riot downstairs. Attacked. Liang Yu felt that the odds were that he had been suffocated. I woke up in the morning with a dizzy head and went out on the balcony to take a few breaths of rain-laced air to ease up. There had to be a way to break Suzuki's habit of sleeping with Luna over her chest. What else can we do? Wait until the intimacy reaches 40 to unlock the touch feature. Maybe. He's going to sleep in the same bed with Su Shanyue then. We can't still have a little stinky cat sleeping in the middle when the time comes. That place. You can only sleep by yourself. After shouting in his heart, Liang Yu felt his face burning again. What an animal. It took a while for the wind to blow before Liang Yu rebuilt his perception. A beast is a beast. Anyway, he would have only Su Shanyue in his life. Thinking of Su Shanyue's red little face, timidly lying on the bed, shouting at him. Come on. Of course, Su Shanyue definitely wouldn't call herself that. Jiang Yu felt that there was something to look forward to. Wash up and go to dinner first. Young Woods was in the living room, holding Lele and teasing the two gray ducks. Seeing Jiang Yu come out, he immediately went forward. Boss, good morning. Aha. Breakfast had been prepared long ago, and Jiang Yu came out to start the meal immediately. A truck came by this morning to drop off supplies, and they've all been put away. Boss, wait a minute and you'll see. Youngwood volunteered to report. Jiang Yu nodded. After dinner went to see the new stuff that had come up, mostly water and food, with some meat and vegetables and fruits, and clothes. Jiang Yu didn't bring a few clothes with him when he came out. Now that Qiu Qin has sent them, there are 2 sets for Yanggrove Shatao and the child, and the rest are for Jiang Yu. It's all big names, inside and out. There's even a new wheelchair. I didn't expect Qiu Qin, a man, to be so meticulous in his work, making Jiang Yu's good sense soar. When he returned to the room, he saw the screen, and Su Shanyue's 4 people were gathered around muttering, "What are you looking at?" From Jiang Yu's perspective, he clearly saw the drone screen showing the situation downstairs. It's like fighting? Those 10 men went back yesterday and pulled together quite a few more. The group plotted all night to start a riot in the morning. While the bodyguard with the gun went to the warehouse, they unlocked the warehouse door, rushed into Qilian's room, choked Qilian's neck, and threw the man out of the window alive. Kira had never even imagined that he would be dealt with in such a humiliating manner. When the bouncer broke through the door, the people used the boards from the shipbuilding as shields and pinned the bouncer dead against the wall. Slash and burn. The bodyguard died before he could draw his gun. Blood splattered in all directions, and flesh and blood fell on the faces and bodies of those who rushed to the front. Blood was spread out on the floor along the carpet. The scene was quiet for a few seconds before people let out howls of victory. It turns out that Kira is so untouchable. Turns out having a gun isn't everything. People cajoled and rushed into the warehouse to divide up all the supplies. Nobody move. Bang. The crowd quieted as a gunshot rang out. The riot promoter stepped forward with his gun raised. We got Kara and the bodyguard killed because they had supplies they wouldn't share with us. Now we have to establish new rules. Keep everyone fed and working well. We must be united to ensure that we all survive. People looked at each other. The gun, with its new owner. This man has others who embrace it. The people quickly accepted the new rule, with a new leader, named Sun Hu. Xiaomei's trio minimized their presence, going to collect their things and then hurriedly shrinking into a corner. They dug the elevator access all night, desperate to find that there was no way to finish it. There was no choice but to give up. Now this Qiliang is dead and Sun Hu was the boss. It gives them new hope. Sun Hu took his gun and moved a chair to sit in the doorway. Everyone goes in to receive 3 days' rations. The rest of the supplies he held in his stead. The man behind him whispered, "That doesn't leave much in the way of supplies." Sun Hu had a sinister look on his face as he played with his pistol. They'll have the strength to work when they're fed. Today, make sure you take down the protective door. Jiang Yu frowned, his voice ringing in Su Shanyue's ears. This caller is harder to deal with than Qi Liang. You have to be careful. Su Shanyue nodded her head vigorously. Dawn exclaimed, "Tools, boss, they've got tools." On screen, Sun Hu has a large box brought out. From inside, he pulled out a large double-ended wrench. Tucking the gun into his pants pocket, he grabbed a wrench and set it on the large screw in the fire door. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. This Sun Hu, there's something. They even found the tools. Su Shanyue, we can't stay here. Sun Hu and the others just finished off Qiliang and the bodyguards. Now their self-confidence is bursting and there are more of them. So don't you guys tough it out. Pack up and retreat to the top floor in 10 minutes. Seal the door to the top floor. Jiang Yu quickly commanded. Su Shanyue sent his order down. The fire door downstairs don't hold from the inside, but the other side takes the door down. So there's nothing you can do about that. The fire door has been keeping the people below out for almost a week, and it has already done a great deal of good. Xiaowei and Xiaobi hurriedly ran down and brought up all the supplies that Su Shanyue hadn't finished eating inside her house. Luckily, they had eaten about as much as they could, and the bulk of it was in the house built on the top floor. There's also the removed emergency power supply, which has yet to be remodeled. Dawn went downstairs, brought up Luna's food bowl, and pushed down the stove at the top of the stairs. Su Shanyue took the time to ask Jiang Yu, what if they take down the patio doors too? This is indeed a big hidden problem. Su Shanyue's space has a time bomb, but it can't blow up this mouth. It's easier for people to run up if it's blown up. He couldn't think of a good idea for a moment. The door on the deck is either a fire door or a regular stair entry door. Close the door first, jam the blast shields on the outside, and get ready to fight. Leave these to little A and little B. Dawn braved the rain to pack up the supplies. Those people are getting on top of it. Now is the time to fight with their backs against the wall. A few people on Su Shanyue's side must go all out. Su Shanyue carried Luna back to the house she had built. Take out all the remote control bombs in the space. There are 10. A pink pistol, a captured pistol, an AK. When Xiao Zhao's trio came in, they were viciously shocked to see the weapons. Su Shanyue coldly grimaced. Do you guys shoot? The three shook their heads in unison. Su Shanyue didn't care about them. A pistol and AK were handed over to Xiao A and Xiao B. You guys go outside and practice a round. Just learn to shoot. Little A and Little B looked surprised. They didn't expect that kind of treatment. Sure enough, following Su Shanyue wouldn't be bad. Su Shanyue wanted to use herself the AK, but her firearms skills weren't enough. She had used it once the last time she escaped from the top floor, and her arm was still sore to this day. Now someone is hurting for her, so why should she suffer? Use yourself like a small pistol. Su Shanyue lifted her chin and prepared herself for battle. Xiao Xiao was a bit anxious. Boss Su, what about me? Su Shanyue pointed at the remote control bombs in front of her. Them, put 2 of them to the door. The instructions read themselves. The instruction manual for the remote control bomb is still in a foreign language, and it's a prop for the game that Jiang Yu downloaded. Become usable after you send it in. The atmosphere on the roof is tense and a big battle is imminent. Chapter 82. Do you really want to come up? I'll kill you on sight. Su Shanyue's pretty chin was taut and the corners of her mouth were pursed. The hand holding the gun was very hard. Jiang Yu was heartbroken. Don't be nervous. The other side is now empty of brute force. When they see the level of firepower on your side, I believe they will calm down. The water doesn't rise up here now. And they're not coming up here to escape. They're just coming up here to rob us of our supplies. I know. Su Shanyue's tone was light, but very strong. I won't be soft. Dawn was sweating with anxiety. Book to book. How come you don't know so many words? It was only when Su Shanyue, the school bully, stepped in to translate for her that she was able to place the first remote control bomb at the entrance of the passageway stairs with her hands full. Soon, Little A and Little B returned with their guns. Just now they hid in the far corner to practice, just in case the sound reached downstairs. Men, born with a talent for playing with guns, learn to pull the trigger with a little practice. As far as hitting accuracy goes again. Anyway, the pink and normal person would shiver a few times when is pointed there. AK. The two looked at Su Shanyue with their eyes. Boss, the bullets are out. Su Shanyue took out 2 bullets and 2 with a single dig from the pink shoulder bag. She never left her side AK magazines. Taking the pistol from B's hand, he skillfully replaced the bullets. Su Shanyue was goddess-like, her long black hair hanging down, her flawless face was unreadable, and her white jade-like slender fingers, like works of art, held the gun that symbolized violence and bloodshed. The line changes bullets. This scene gave the Xiao Xiao trio a dumbfounded look. Just about drooled. So handsome. Jiang Yu is also proud that this is a rose that he has cultivated with his own hands. As for the AK changing magazines, Su Shanyue said, I won't. Straight away, he handed the magazines to Kia and let him figure it out. Xiaojia giggled and took the magazines. I get it. Boss, this is a test. I'm trying to teach myself. Little A is like a thug in a suit, with a lot of strength and little heart. Holding a pink AK gives the impression of a desert hummer. And B was silent and cautious, with his pistol, like a godless killer. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, was sweating profusely and carefully holding the button for the remote control bomb. You all stay away from me. I'm scared if it blows up later. As for Su Shanyue, she was sitting in the corner holding the evil black cat and playing with a small pink pistol. With a quick glance, it was impossible to tell that she was the boss. Jiang Yu found the scene very emotional and picked up his cell phone to take a picture. Of course, the most handsome person in the photo is his little girlfriend. Woohoo! Violent cheers suddenly erupted downstairs, accompanied by a loud clunk. Su Shanyue, several people knew that this was them removing the fire door on the 69th floor. It was just as Jiang Yu had expected. After those men downstairs broke into the 70th floor, Fei, who stood in the hallway holding his bladder, find me the men and their supplies. People wailed and searched the rooms one by one, like ghosts entering a village. Unfortunately, there are only traces of life, no supplies or people. Instead, the last room at the top of the hallway was nailed down. Fei, who stood in the doorway with a sardonic smile on his face. Break open. I want to see what's inside. Mother asterisk 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 her. Fight these rich people. The 3 Xiao Mei in the crowd looked at each other. A bad feeling hit me. Sure enough, the door to the room was removed and inside was jammed tightly with furniture. And behind the crooked furniture was a dark doorway. Fei, who had a stony expression on his face. Did it run from here? Clean me out. The 3 Xiao Meis were angry and furious, and even more scared. No wonder they couldn't dig it out. It turns out that the inside was discovered long ago and blocked like this. More than anything, They were afraid that the Flying Tiger's men would find out that they had dug. The three tried to go downstairs and quietly go and take the bill down, but they were swept away by Fei Hu's big hand. You guys come over here and move your stuff too. The three of them were bitter and moved their things with fear and trembling, without the slightest chance to escape. Fei Hu is a man who enjoys killing even more than Kira. As he watched the upstairs move less and less, the elevator shaft had been exposed, and Fei Hu even saw what had been built downstairs in the elevator shaft. Xiaomei swept a glance at her two companions, and with a clench of her teeth, she knelt in front of Fei Hu. Tearful eyes began to cry. She lives in this room downstairs. It's impossible to hide it. Rather than waiting for Fei Hu to find out, it's better to take the initiative to admit it herself. We found this elevator shaft a long time ago, but Kira, he's not human. We really don't want to tell him. Xiaomei made such a mess that her two companions were confused. Fei Hu narrowed his eyes skeptical. Are you sure? You're not trying to sneak away? No. Xiaomei shook her head desperately. Seeing that Fei Hu was still not convinced, his hand rubbed on his gun as if he was going to pull it out and kill someone the next moment. Damn woman. If she had explained earlier, maybe they won't have to venture downstairs to find the toolbox. It caused him to almost die in the flood. So why didn't you guys come forward and say something when Kira died? Don't say you didn't have time at that time. There was plenty of time. Xiaomei was even more frightened, and with a heartfelt gesture, drew out her hand and pointed at her companions. Them, all of them. They were the ones who threatened me and wouldn't let me talk. Both companions were confused. What and what? They knew Xiaomei couldn't be relied on, and they didn't expect to be bloodthirsty. Bull ********. When did I not let you talk? Xiaomei strained her neck. Then why didn't I say anything? 4. Why? Everyone was wrapped up in Shome's logic, making sure that the elevator shaft was empty and that there were no supplies. Fei Hu turned and left. He had just become the leader and this was not the right time to kill. Sparing Xiaomei's three, but Flying Tiger had no love for the trio. Seeing the similarly blocked door on the top floor, it was certain that the people on the 70th floor were hiding on the top floor. Directed the men to take down the penthouse door. The gate had just come down and Fei Hu called out to stop the people who were about to run out. Wait! Pointing at the three Xiaomei. You guys go to the front. Upstairs, the four Su Shangyue were also nervous. Xiao Xiao placed a total of 2 remote control bombs at the stairway. Xiaowei and Xiaobi stood at the front with their guns, and Su Shangyue stood at the end with her cat in her arms, just waiting for this moment. Clunk! After the gate fell, 3 people slowly came out from inside. Stop! Xiaojia yelled as a volley of AK bullets hit the concrete. Chug! 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 Everyone was shocked, especially Xiaomei, who was walking in front, screamed and crouched on the ground covering her head. Fei Hu hurriedly turned sideways and pressed himself against the staircase wall. He had a gun, but the other guy's gun was more powerful than his own. Shocking these people, Xiaowei was satisfied. Start shouting as Su Shangyue instructed. You guys stay downstairs. Don't come up here. Or don't blame my gun for not being able to see. Not daring to venture out. Flying Tiger yelled at the top of his lungs. We're not safe downstairs. Bull ********. The flood hasn't come up yet. If I say don't come up here, or it'll kill you. Flying Tiger asked the man at the top. How many of them are there? Chapter 83. We read the same person at the end of the world. 2 people can be buried in the same grave. Xiaomei's companion shivered and replied. 4. 2 men and 2 women. 1 big gun and 1 small gun. Distance? 30 meters. No, 20 meters. 20 meters. Otherwise, it's so rainy, you can't hear the shouting. Fei Hu gritted his teeth and picked up the shields scattered on the ground and shoved them into the hands of the 3 Xiaomei. Forward. The others follow. It's only 20 meters and they only have 2 men with any fight in them. Just rush through and whoever gets the gun, it's theirs, and then the supplies will be split in half. Doesn't matter. It's all yours in the end anyway. Xiaojia's gun was so intimidating that people cowered and didn't dare to come forward. Fei Hu kicks the 3 men in front of him. Give it forward. Follow closely behind yourself. That's when he also got a good look at the opposite side of the room. And at a glance, he saw the pink in A's hand AK. The hot eyes fell unabashedly on the in Xiaojia's hand AK. And Xiaowei didn't dare to shoot but only shouted. Could it be that the other guy's gun is a fake? And no, it just got shot. That is, the other side has limited bullets and cannot kill so many people on their side. That AK, he'll take it. With this gun, he can have a better time in the apocalypse. As for the bullets, there's plenty of time to look for them later. Flying Tiger's side of the people are on the headed. There is not afraid of death. Continue to squeeze forward. Boss is right. There are more of us. They can't kill us. Charge. Kia shouted again. Are you sure you want to go forward? Fei Hu gave a sardonic laugh. There are many of us, and there's a time when we run out of bullets, so why bother? why don't you join us? He pushed the 3 shams, his feet not stopping. Xiaomei wiped a handful of tears and rainwater mixed on her face before she noticed that there seemed to be someone familiar standing at the very back across the room. Su Shangyue? Is that you? Su Shangyue? Xiaomei was surprised and happy at the moment. At this time, the sights of the people pouring out from Fei Hu's side all fell on the figure at the very back. It was only then that I realized that there was a pretty figure holding an umbrella at the very back. Under the umbrella was a face that was pouring out. It's like a passionate water lily blooming in the rain. Just one look makes it hard to take your eyes off it. Just now, I was so focused on the gun that I didn't notice that there was such a beautiful woman. Su Shangyue raised her head slightly, and after seeing Xiaomei, her eyes were full of ice. Xiaomei took a step forward. Su Shangyue, it's me. We're roommates. Did you forget? Please, don't shoot or I'll die. We're all friends. Together. Fei Hu saw that Xiaomei and the beautiful woman across the street actually knew each other, and just when he wanted to say something, he was interrupted by Su Shangyue. The clear and cold voice was like a crystal jade collision in the rain, without a trace of temperature. I've already said, don't move forward or suffer the consequences. The people on Flying Tiger's side were fighting for more people and were in an uptight period, plus they were craving and the best of the best on earth. AKs. What can happen? Shoot me if you can. Kuga looked at them like they were idiots. Su Shangyue glanced at Xiao Xiao. Dawn closed her eyes and pressed the blast button in her hand with all her might. Boom! Debris, dust, and smoke rose violently into the air. Then it clattered to the ground again. With the slightest clots of blood caught in the debris, the people in the back only felt their eyes darken, their ears filled with buzzing sounds, and the sky swirled between them as if they were in an earthquake. When they came back to their senses, they saw a shallow pit appear on the ground in front of them. At the bottom of the pit was a pile of broken meat that was quickly flooded by the rain. The blood floated on the water and flowed in all directions. The air was the unbreathable smell of blood. Flying Tiger and the group of people who walked in front of him are gone. No! Some of them are still half full. Vom! Some people can't take the excitement and turn their heads and throw up. Su Shangyue didn't like the smell either and turned away with Luna in her arms. He even patted Dawn on the shoulder as he left. Dawn shuddered and opened her eyes. Couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the sight in front of him and rushed to close them again. Xiaojia grunted coldly, holding back her trembling legs as she took a step forward. When he took a step, the man across from him took a step back. Kuga walked over to the puddle and fought back the nausea to pick up the pistol that was on the ground. It's all said and done. No coming forward. You're backing up. The floodwaters aren't coming up. You're not allowed to come up. Otherwise, this is what you'll get. When he finished, he turned to leave. Withdrew back with B. As for this place, there is also a remote-controlled bomb hidden, as well as a robot dog guarding it. Everyone on the other side froze in place for a good 5 minutes. Not only did the other side have guns and bombs, but they also picked up the only gun on their side. Xiaomei failed to get close. Flying Tiger, dead. This is the end of them. The group is leaderless. For a while they don't know what to do. Why don't we back off? Anyway, there are still supplies left, so everyone save up. It should be enough. What else? Why don't you go up there and get yourself killed? This battle on the roof of the building was won by unilateral crushing. Xiaowei and Xiaobi put their guns in front of Su Shangyue. Boss, the battle is over. Back to you. Xiaojia doesn't want to give up. When he practiced with the gun earlier, he asked B, do I have to return the gun? It's not like the boss said. Xiaobi looked at him with a cold smile. If you want to die you can just jump straight down. What do you mean? Let me ask you, why did ancient emperors collect their military power after a battle? Fear of rebellion. And what happens if the emperor doesn't want it and you don't pay it? Xiaojia understood at once. This gun, which is Boss Su's test of himself, must be handed in. Woo-hoo-hoo. Can't let go of powder. Su Shangyue took the AK back. It was given to her by Liang Yu and she didn't want to give it to anyone else. As for the 2 guns she'd gotten from Kira and Fei Hu, she lifted her chin. Kuga's eyes widened in momentary surprise. Boss? Gave it to us? Su Shangyue spared her words, nodded, and fished out 2 more bullets from her backpack and placed them in front of her. Divide it among yourselves. Then relay Liang Yu's arrangement. The 3 of you, each with a robot dog, will take turns on duty. Whenever someone comes up, no matter what the reason, just shoot them. Boss, a hammed and hawed, and be beamed. What does the gun mean? It means Su Shangyue already trusts them. The 3 of them left Su Shanyue's place and returned to their own place. It took Dawn a while to get over it. Did I really kill that many people? Xiaojia snorted. Big sister, you want to go count them? Those limbs are still there. Vom. Liang Yu looked at Su Shangyue a bit dazed and asked her with concern. What's wrong? Did you get scared? Su Shangyue shook her head. Receive into space. The AK. The tone was a little despondent. Shame ruined my trust in others, and now she's dead, but my trust in others still hasn't returned. Jiang Yu understands this feeling. The same person is at the end of the world, and the two of them can be buried in the same grave. Just like he was betrayed by Pei Yuqi and now has Su Shanyue, but he still remains skeptical about the loyalty of his relationship. Once bitten, twice shy. Then do you trust me? Jiang Yu asked. Chapter 84, Su Shanyue, remote control bombs are good. More next time. Su Shanyue nodded without hesitation. Of course I trust you. I trust no one but you. Neither can the three of them. Jiang Yu nodded along. Me too. I trust you. And I don't trust anyone but you. He didn't feel confident that he, or any other girl, would make it to the end. Except for Su Shanyue. The scene just now. It didn't scare you, did it? Jiang Yu was quite worried. So disgusting bursting scene, afraid to leave a psychological shadow on the little girl. Unexpectedly, Su Shanyue nodded and gave him a sentence. I think the remote control bombs work pretty well. Next time you stuff me with more. Jiang Yu. Time passes unusually fast when fighting. Jiang Yu touched his rumbling stomach and prepared to go eat. Not forgetting to urge Su Shanyue. You guys eat something too. You don't want to do your own. Let them do it. I'll come back from dinner and teach you to modify the backup power supply. Aha. Su Shanyue nodded her head obediently. She loved the feeling that Jiang Yu had everything organized. Jiang Yu stretched his back, pushed the wheelchair to the living room. Young Woods is seen again holding Happy and playing with the ducks. This scene overlapped with the morning scene, and Jiang Yu was in a trance. A glance at the antique floor clock in the living room confirmed that it was nighttime all right. Otherwise he'd thought time had turned back. The two ducks, now emboldened, waddle around the living room for a walk. Seeing him come out, Xiaotao immediately put down the mop. Boss, can we start dinner now? You guys didn't eat? Jiang Yu was busy working on Su Shanyue's side of things, and it was long past the lunch hour. Thought Mr. and Mrs. Youngwood had eaten. Yang Lin smiled coyly. Boss, we're still used to eating with you. Jiang Yu had eaten with his roommates before, with his patients when he was hospitalized, and on his own for a few days. He was happy to have dinner with both Mr. and Mrs. Yang Lin. Xiaotao was good with her hands, and she was the only one who cleaned so many rooms up and down the villa. There is a duo presence, plus Happy and Duck. He doesn't go out in the first place, and the fact that everyone eats together every day gives him a sense of living in the mundane world, and the villa has a lot more life in it. Okay, dinner. The three had just reached the table when Shou Qin arrived, entering the door with all the vapor. He sniffs. I smell boiled meat. Peach hurriedly got up to get the dishes. You sit and eat together. She handily divides the dishes on the table into two, leaving the large portion for Jiang Yu and Xiu Qin. Yang Lin and Xiaotao took Lele and went to eat in the small dining room over the kitchen. Leave space for two. Xiu Qin looked at the meal on the table, then over at the kitchen, and swept the duck on the floor. A light smile complimented. Boss Jiang, these two friends of yours, they know their stuff. Jiang Yu smiled and handed him his chopsticks. With all this rain, don't you have anything else to be busy with? Why did you come here on purpose? Xiu Qin wiped his hands and took the bowl and chopsticks to start eating. Busy? The weather project is almost wrapped up. I came over to discuss with you face to face. The scenic development project is very important. See if the rain stops. Would you like to personally lead a trip? Of course, regardless of whether there are results or not. The reward will not be less. Don't worry, Boss Jiang. The matter of a proper response to the disaster. So that Huo Qingyun became Linchuan hand this matter on the board. Then the next thing you know, it's a political achievement. In addition to post-disaster reconstruction, that is economic development. The project of the scenic area is considered to be a line that Huo Qingyun left for himself to attract investment. When he takes office, it's just in time to start work. Leave enough gimmicks in place to put it into operation in the third year. And as long as he doesn't lose money on his performance in the fourth and fifth years, it's all counted as his political achievement. His name will be remembered in the future when the landscape leaves a political legacy for each and every one of them. This matter was very important to Huo Qingyun. Many details needed to be discussed with Jiang Yu, and Xiu Qin had to make the trip himself. This was exactly what Jiang Yu had in mind. He would have liked to be there to see what was going on with the lightning-shaped cloud. Okay, so we'll leave when the rain stops and the flood waters recede? Okay. Xiu Qin was overjoyed, thinking that Jiang Yu was having trouble with his legs and was unwilling to go out. Then you make a list of what equipment and who you need, and I'll prepare it on my end. By the way, in addition to the professionals, you'd better bring along people you're used to using. Xiu Qin stuffed a mouthful of boiled pork slices and another mouthful of the tips of the green bamboo shoots inside. So good your tongue is about to fall out. Mentally pondering what excuse to come back in a couple of days to dabble in a meal. It was a good meal and he had half a glass of red wine. When he was leaving, he suddenly remembered something. Boss Jiang, I know a doctor who is very good at orthopedics, and I happen to have some time before I leave. Will you go and take a look? Liang Yu is very talented in geological research. This industry is all about running around, and it's too bad that Liang Yu is bad at it. Simply a loss to the universe's humanity. It suddenly occurs to Liang Yu that, indeed, Hua Qingyun had referred him to a doctor before, and before he had a chance to go and see him, there was a big flood. If she could stand up, Su Shanyue would be very happy. Liang Yu smiled and answered. The flood was still 5 or 6 days away, and he had nothing else to do but prepare for the departure expedition, just in time to see the doctor. Sending Qiu Qin away, Liang Yu goes back to the house. Su Shanyue's few people were eating a small self-heated hot pot in Xiaowei's room. There was no need to ask to know that Su Shanyue definitely didn't want her room to be tainted with this smell. The food was so spicy that the four of them even cut up a watermelon. Su Shanyue took a bite of spicy seaweed and a bite of watermelon. Liang Yu couldn't help but advise. Mixing food like this, be careful of getting an upset stomach at night. Okay. Su Shanyue's big eyes flickered. After looking around, I could only endure the pain of not eating the watermelon for now and focus on the little hot pot. After they were all done eating, Xiao Xiao sent Su Shanyue and Luna back to their room with an umbrella. The rain was still pouring down, and nothing could be seen in the darkness, but Xiao Xiao had seen it with the night vision device given by Su Shanyue. The craters blown out during the day have been filled with rainwater. The bloodstains all over the ground were washed away by the rain, and she had no idea where the broken arms and limbs had washed away. Back in her room, Su Shanyue instructed Xiao Xiao, when you come to my place you have to knock first. You remember to talk to them. Ha! Dawn scratched her head. Now everyone's house has no door. But then responded, don't worry, we'll ask at the door first when we go your way. Su Shanyue was very satisfied. She's afraid that she'll be bumped into when she's videoing with Liang Yu. Go back to your room and roll on the bed. So happy? Liang Yu asked. Well, Su Shanyue nodded. I didn't feel it then when I thought my bullies were dead. Then I realized that it was the feeling that came too slowly. Oh, what does it feel like? Su Shanyue tilted her head and answered very seriously. The feeling of a dog fighting for power. Liang Yu, you mean you? Or do you mean Xiao Xiao and the others? Geez, what the hell? Do you know what that feels like? Seeing Su Shanyue happy, Liang Yu nodded his head in agreement. As long as my girlfriend is happy. She says it's okay to have sun at night. Liang Yu, what are you doing? Su Shanyue's white toes rubbed the sheets. She kind of wanted to watch a movie with Liang Yu. Chapter 85 You Can't Bite Your Neck. I'm writing a proposal. Liang Yu keenly sensed that Su Shanyue probably missed him. Simply hit the video button and the whole thing came over with a laptop projection. Su Shanyue's eyes shone brightly as she looked at him, like a kitten that had stolen a good meal. Looking sideways at Liang Yu's computer, he read word for word. Probing location. Linchuan Chiozi Lake. Staffing. Ha, is that the lake you showed me before? Well, after the rain stops, I'm going to explore this place, and I'm going to figure out what's going on with that lightning-shaped cloud. How long will it take to go then? Su Shanyue's heart hung for a moment. If Liang Yu went to work, he couldn't bring a desktop computer with him when he went out. Right, so wouldn't he have no way to come to his side? At the thought of this, Su Shanyue's heart was empty, her eyes instantly darkened, and the weightlessness she had never felt before left her at a loss. Liang Yu estimated the time. With the time on the road, I'll be back in a week if I'm quick, and this time it's well funded and nicely configured. So I'm going to take my computer with me. I'll show you the real Akiko Lake then. You'll love it. Liang Yu realizes that he's been on the screen, like he's talking about something that can't be any more unusual. In his concept, it never even occurred to him to not bring Su Shanyue. The air was quiet. Liang Yu didn't hear a response for a while, and when he twisted his head to look at Su Shanyue, he was met with a pair of bright eyes. The eyes reflected themselves clearly. What's wrong? Su Shanyue didn't seem to believe it in general and confirmed to Liang Yu again. You just said that you want to take me to see that lake. What's wrong? You'll have to be home by yourself if you don't want to go. Liang Yu tilted his head to look at her, seriously contemplating whether Su Shanyue was safe at home by herself. Su Shanyue's little head shook like a rattle. No, I want to go. When do we leave? Liang Yu laughed lightly, his tone unconsciously somewhat doting. At least let the rain stop before you set off. In the next 2 days, I'm going to be doing some prep work and doctor's appointments, so I may come in less. You have to be careful and protect yourself. Liang Yu was very apologetic and reached out to take Su Shanyue's hand, but it passed through her hand. Su Shanyue obediently raised her hand and covered the projection of Liang Yu's hand in vain. Su Shanyue stood, Liang Yu sat, and the two of them just quietly looked at each other. Is that holding hands? At the intersection of reality and the virtual, the duo feels inner stability for the first time, and love creeps in. Su Shanhua smiled sweetly. It's okay, they won't dare to come up here in my place. Don't worry. Of course it's important to see the doctor. Is it looking at the legs? Her eyes fell on Jiang Yu's legs. Jiang Yu nodded. A bit of a bitter smile, but I recommended the doctor. So I'll just go and see him. Not much hope. Su Shanhua squatted down and looked up at him with incomparably determined eyes. No, I think you will be able to stand. Jiang Yu was amused by her serious look. Well, I'll lend you a hand. But, Su Shanhua winked mischievously, then you have to promise to say goodnight to me every day for the next few days. Well, I'll come and say goodnight to you no matter how late it is. For the first time, Jiang Yu felt that falling in love was such a happy thing. A good lover gives himself unlimited motivation and makes him feel something called vitality. He would do anything to guard the love of his life. Even if there was little hope, he was willing to try the doctor. Okay, get out your tools and I'll show you how to modify those emergency lights. Little A and little B can't handle it, and they don't have much to learn from, so they can only be guided by Jiang Yu himself. The internal structure of the rechargeable battery is circuit board, lithium cell, capacitor, and output port. Inside the emergency lighting are inverter, lithium battery cell. They don't need to be charged now. They just output the stored electricity inside the lithium cell. Then it's simple. Remove the lithium cell inside the emergency light. Link it to the circuit board. Then find an outlet and remove the wires as an integral output port. Tackle the voltage issue with the inverter again. A simple and crude rechargeable battery was made. Without soldering tools, wire connections were made by wrapping insulating tape around them. Su Shanhua took a deep breath and took out a dead drone. So I plugged it in? You plug in. As the words fell, Jiang Yu gave a slight lurch. There was always something wrong with that statement. It's evocative. Both let out a low cheer as the little green light indicating the charging of the drone began to blink incessantly, trying to high-five in celebration. Awkwardly realizing that the palm went through the other person's body, Su Shanhua gently pouted. Express your dissatisfaction. Why can't you hold it? Jiang Yu thought of the fact that intimacy reached the touch function could be unlocked when 40. Kind of happy. But don't tell the little girl yet. We'll surprise her then. It was almost 11 o'clock at night when I ended the call. Jiang Yu grabbed the words. Stuck uploading chapters. At 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The feeling of owing readers 4,000 words backwards every day with both eyes open. It's so good. Wash up and lie down on the bed. I thought I would not be able to sleep. But then I closed my eyes. And then opened them again. And I was surprised to see that I was soul dressed as Luna again. Su Shanhua was a little uncomfortable living in a makeshift room on the top floor without a door. Tossing and turning and not being able to sleep. Couldn't sleep and started ravaging Luna. Luna. Jiang Yu said he wants to take me out. I feel so bad that I want to kiss Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. The little black cat Luna's turquoise eyes snapped open. Jiang Yu suspected that he had heard wrong. His own little girlfriend, surprisingly tried to kiss him. But then again, wouldn't one want to kiss Su Shanhua? A gentleman's sense of morality is a stumbling block to falling in love. He didn't want to be a gentleman. He wanted to be a beast. Luna's eyes landed on Suzuki's lips and leapt to her feet. Meow. A milky catcall brought Jiang Yu back to reality. Being an underage cat myself now, I can't Again, he saw Suzuki lying on her back, placing Luna across from him with a serious look on her face. But, I can't even hug Jiang Yu. How can I even kiss him? And Jiang Yu's attention was not at all on what Su Shanhua was saying. Looking at it from his perspective, it's possible to see a completely different landscape. Oh no. Meow meow. Jiang Yu felt like he was going to get a cat nosebleed if he had to look any further. Don't you run, Luna. Jiang Yu felt his tail being grabbed by a small hand, dragged back under the covers, pressed against a blanket of snow. Meow meow. Jiang Yu says that he resisted and it was Su Shanhua who started it. Then he didn't have to be polite. He simply buried himself in his girlfriend's heart and meowed hard twice. Luna, you shut up. It's all bitten red. No neck bites either. It's been discovered. Chapter 86. Money is not a problem. Su Shanhua's pouting reproach spread out in the rainy night. Xiao Xiao had 2 ears and was picking a lamp to read at night. And of course, the lamp was provided by Su Shanhua. She had several manuals on hand. The drones, the robot dogs, the night vision devices, the remote control bombs. Dawn's hair has been scratched into an explosion. She's a school dropout, and she's patronizing her relationship before the end of the day. And no one told her that she'd have to study after the end of days. With all that English, at the moment she wants a point and shoot. Little A and Little B heard Su Shanhua's low cry. Kia said quietly, envious of Luna. Xiaobi snorted coldly. Red beans eat too much. Want to die right. The boss's residence does not have a house door. If you have the ability to go now I'm not stupid. It's the end of days. And the way to live long is to be a good henchman, not a bed partner. Of course, if the boss needs it, I'm barely able to. Little A speaks up and is once again spat upon by Little B. Asterisk. Jiang Yu was incomparably certain this time that he had been knocked out by the snowy mountain press before falling asleep in the process. When I woke up, I lay in bed and savored the experience. Little girl. And talk about kissing yourself. Wait, when the touch function is unlocked in a few days, you must get your revenge. But the matter of soul-wearing Luna couldn't be known to Su Shangyue no matter what. After reminiscing about it, Jiang Yu got up. Su Shangyue is still sleeping. The little black cat lay on her snow-white arm, further accentuating Su Shanyue's skin as white as jade. Yesterday he soul-dressed as Luna and sipped on Su Shanyue's neck. The red marks left behind on the snow-white skin were like snowy plums in full bloom. Bang! Jiang Yu decisively pressed the off button. It's not working. Jiang Yu shut down the computer, deciding to give it a rest and himself a break. Go wash up first. When I went out to eat, I answered Shinwan's message in passing. Boy God, our school is sending out supplies and I'm able to send in my needs again. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows, eating Xiaolong Bao while sending a message back by voice. The program has to identify animals, like cats, and there's no need to call the police. I would like to get alarm alerts on my cell phone as well. Also, I'd like the computer screen to be transmitted to my cell phone in real time. It's weird to have to use a little crappy surveillance device to look at the picture every time you go out. 3 voices, 3 needs. Shinwan all but froze, listening to it several times over and over, scratching his head and crackling as he began to reply. Boy God, the first need is well realized. The second need and the third need would be the equivalent of developing a separate if they were to be realized app, but it's not necessary. There's quite a bit of collaboration software on the market now that does this. Jiang Yu directly negated this program. One was that he couldn't trust those collaboration software, and he wanted to ensure Su Shanyue's safety. It would be dangerous in case these software internally accidentally recognized Su Shanyue's special nature. The odds were against it, but he didn't want to take any chances. Simply send Shinwan a video. Shinwan was flattered and hid on the balcony to connect the video. Jiang Yu is eating. That handsome face has appeared, and Shinwan feels the storm through the screen. Seeing Jiang Yu frowning in disbelief, Shinwan hurriedly explained. Boy God, I haven't washed my hair in 10 days. I don't look good. Go ahead. I'm listening. Jiang Yu was amused by her. If it's as you say, a separate app, just for my own use. How much does it cost to be able to monitor computer screens? Alarms for game characters in distress. Alarms for screen movement at night. Real-time monitoring of cell phones. And completely guarantee content security? Shinwan was shocked. What kind of game does the god of boys play? What's the big deal? A man is a man is a man. When you make a move, it's a big move. Great. It'll probably cost 50 to 100,000. Okay, money is not a problem. Jiang Yu agreed without hesitation. So about how long will it take to complete? Shinwan couldn't believe her ears. Topped with a cocktail hat, he kept circling the balcony. Shouldn't she advise her male god not to get addicted to the game? Able to. What's wrong with playing games when your god is in a wheelchair and your life is boring? And no offense, it doesn't cost you any money. Besides, if he blocked it, and the male god went to find someone else to do this program, wouldn't the other person have to screw him out of his money? Doing it yourself at the very least ensures that every cent of your budget is spent. After clearing her thoughts, Shinwan sank her chi into her dantian and made a solemn promise. God of men, don't worry, leave this matter to me. I will definitely do a good job. Half a month if it's fast, a month if it's slow. I'll make a budget list for you first. Okay, this is something Jiang Yu could have found a serious B-side company to do. But he worked with Shinwan once and it went smoothly. What's wrong with Shinwan being a student? The society of the B-party on the mind of your budget. And college students have the strength is really for you to make $100,000 is nothing to him now. As long as we can keep Su Shanyue safe. The call ended with young Woods and Peach listening in with admiration in their eyes. Worthy of the boss, talking business is a pain in the ass. That line money is no object is awesome. In the girls' dormitory of Linchuan University, Shinwan was excitedly crawling around the dormitory. What's going on here? Gang boy god confessed to you? The housemates teased her. Shinwan gave her a blank look. Is your pattern that little? Really? Of course there's new business. Quickly tell me, what's the new business? I just heard you say 50, 000 to 100, $000. Jiang Yu wouldn't be spending all the compensation money on you, right? Shinwan bristled. First of all, I'm a qualified party bee. I can't disclose the content of my work. Secondly, how can a male god only have so much money? When I was just given the job to set up, I saw it all. Jiang Yu lives in a big place, and the decoration is thievishly good. Just blow it off. If that's really the case, How could Pei Yuchi break up with him? Xinhuan sighed with a look of regret. Pei schoolgirls naturally want a leg to stand up and money Xinhuan, which leg are you talking about? Stinking rascal, don't defame my god. It wasn't long after the meal that Qiu Qin's Alpha business car arrived. From the car came several men carrying quite a bit of equipment covered in black cloth, as well as an old doctor. The old doctor wore a long tunic, a black octagonal hat, and a white beard. Su Hokuan was furious, blaming Qiu Qin. I wouldn't go out in such bad weather if it weren't for Xiao's face. Qiu Qin smiled with him, his eyes sly. Elder Su, don't be angry. Nourish yourself. Nourish yourself. What about this Jiang Yu? He's done the big boss a big favor. He's the one who did the disaster warning this time. You can consider it as a good deed. Su Hokuan stopped and turned to look behind him. The courtyard was covered with rainstorms like waterfalls in curtains. Was Jiang Yu really the one who warned us about this rainstorm? You study this area too, and you didn't notice the storm coming? Su Hokuan didn't believe Qiu Qin's words. Chapter 87, The Old Doctor. Here, look at the legs. Qiu Qin smiled helplessly. Elder Su, you've studied astronomy and geography, so there's a chance to discuss it with Jiang Yu. You'll know what genius is. The storm was so rare that many official weather agencies were not warned about it. Before seeing anyone, Su Hokuan's curiosity and skepticism were aroused. Don't put a high hat on me. I'll say it up front. I don't always heal. Well, you take a look first. Jiang Yu, he has trouble with his legs and feet. It's not convenient for him to go out in this kind of weather. It's hard on you. Oh yeah, Jiang Yu doesn't know the identity of the big boss yet. What? Still playing horse armor play? Ha? Su Hokuan mocked. Elder Su, you have such a wide range of knowledge. The big boss didn't deliberately hide it, nor did he specifically say just that. Qiu Qin walked ahead. Yang Lin saw this and hurried out to help open the door and welcome the crowd inside. Quite a few instruments were moved into the living room, and looking at the array, Jiang Yu was startled. Mr. Qiu, Boss Jiang, this is Elder Su, and the famous doctor your senior brother mentioned. Su Hokuan sized up Jiang Yu. The brows are clear, the face is broad, and the eyes are powerful and not fluttering. A child of steady temperament and bright mind. Su Quan nodded darkly. The impression of Jiang Yu was a little better. After some introductions, Su Hokuan first takes Jiang Yu's pulse. There is a slight depression in my heart, but it is dispersed. Presumably, it means that Jiang Yu was in a bad mood after his accident and now he's better. Exuberant qi in blood, kidney qi on the rise. It's really a young man. It's time to let the fire out. It's not good to keep it in all the time. Su Hokuan looked directly at Jiang Yu's crotch. Jiang Yu hurriedly closed his legs. What are you talking about, old man? Peach held her breath and quietly retreated to the kitchen to make tea. It was a topic that she was not fit to hear. After checking his pulse, Su Hokuan waved his hand. The entourage lifted the black cloth and connected several instruments to the power supply. Su Hokuan puts an instrument on Jiang Yu's leg, and a moment later, after a few drops, the instrument spits out several data reports. The old man's main focus is a combination of east and west. The more he looked, the more he frowned. There's nothing wrong with the bones. There's nothing wrong with the nerves. And by the looks of you, there shouldn't be anything wrong with the psyche either. Strange. Can you feel your legs? Jiang Yu shook his head. Can't feel the legs. Any phantom limb pain? Jiang Yu continued to shake his head no. Su Hokuan ruled out the causes of the disease one by one. And the more he studied, the more excited he became. He was a handful of years old, and it was the first time he'd ever been in such a situation. In the end, 2 tubes of Jiang Yu's blood were drawn. After drinking tea, originally ready to go back to do research, suddenly Su Hokuan's nose shrugged. What flavor? Qiu Qin tapped his head. Old man Su is good at everything but one thing. Gluttony. You can't walk away from a good meal. Unlike ordinary people who haven't eaten good food, Su Hokuan has a mouth full of food. One look at this state tells me that the cravings are back. Peach is making handles. The fresh ingredients sent by Qiu Qin included a very perfect piece of skinned pancetta and a bag of good dried plums. Peach simply made a traditional marinade, handlebar pork. I made it yesterday and refrigerated it, so the flavors will peak when I warm it up on the pan today. That's what Su Quan smelled. Jiang Yu knew what was wrong as soon as he took a look at the old man's state. Su Shanyu smelled something delicious and had this same expression. He smiled and spoke. If Elder Su isn't busy, let's have lunch here. It's raining heavily outside, and it's not easy for you to make the trip. Su and Quan were not polite at all. Peach saw this and hurriedly added more food. Fatty and thin, charred pork, marinated quail eggs, and dried plums that soak up all the oil. There's also garlic vermicelli casserole, braised prawns, and diced chicken in sauce. Every dish tasted like a thief. It was also Jiang Yu's first time to eat the Lu cuisine made by Xiao Tao. Unfortunately, With Qiu Qin and Su Hoquan around, he couldn't conveniently take pictures. In his heart, he pondered that he would turn around and ask Xiaotao to make it again, take pictures and save them, and send them over to Su Shengyue for a taste. The little girl sure likes it. Su Hoquan nodded his head as he ate. Unfortunately, the cook is Liang Yu's, otherwise he would have scooped it up. On his way out, he didn't forget to compliment innate cooking saint body. Qiu Qin got on the bus and spat. Elder Su, can't you surf the internet less? Don't you know too many terriers on the internet? With that time, you ponder over Jian Yu's leg. Su Hoquan glared at him. Turn off your overnourished brain. Know what it means to be old and not old at heart? But the situation with this yup is really strange. I'm going to go back and do some more research. Qiu Qin is uneasy and asks one more question. Do you think Jian Yu can still stand up? Hang on. Jian Yu returned to his room and closed the door. Open the game. Su Shengyue is tinkering with a laptop. Eyes glazed over. The red mark on his neck was more pronounced as it spread out. What's going on? So serious? Slap. Su Shengyue immediately closed the computer, as if she was afraid that Jian Yu would look at what was in the computer. No looking. No looking. Nothing. I thought you were busy today, and since I didn't have anything to do anyway, I thought I'd see if there were any movies to watch on these computers I took from Kara's warehouse. Jian Yu frowned as he looked at the large and wide laptop. That's obviously a man's computer. Little girl, you won't find any movies in there that you shouldn't watch. Will you? Let me see what you're looking at. No way. Su Shengyue strongly objected. Jian Yu, where to argue with her, can only be earnestly urged. You are still small, not allowed to see messy things. Are learning bad? I'm not. I'm decent. And what a mess. I don't even understand. Su Shenyue's eyes were all sincere. Jian Yu believed it for the time being. Su Shengyue took the opportunity to change the topic. Have you seen the doctor? What did the doctor say? It should be a no-go. It's okay. I wasn't expecting much. Su Shengyue pursed her lips, and a trace of heartache surfaced on her face. Well, that's okay. Your world is so big and there are so many doctors. We'll take our time later. Jian Yu nodded. Indicates that he was comforted. By the way, Jian Yu, you make a note to send me a point-and-shoot pen and a generator the next time you send supplies. Okay? Anything else you want? I'll write it down. Jian Yu opened the girlfriend's backpack document and started stuffing things into it. If there's something that generates electricity, I need electric cookers, microwaves. Don't forget the remote control bomb. Right. Get me a different bag. This one is a bit small and I'm always taking all sorts of stuff out of it. It's weird. In the afternoon, Jian Yu and Su Shengyue started shopping. He projected over and opened the shopping site. Let Su Shengyue pick something. Clothes, bags, shoes. Su Shengyue said which one she liked, and he saved which picture and put it in the girlfriend's backpack. If you ask him, Su Shengyue is simply the most frugal girlfriend in the world. But there are regrets. He was working with Qiu Qin's side. He was expected to make a lot of money. How could he spend it on Su Shengyue? What a headache. Oh, right. He suddenly remembers something. The tsunami is ending. What's next? Tap on the game's backstory and get ready to see the plot below. Ding. To view the subsequent parts, please recharge $298. 0088. Global heat. Jiang Yu recharges painfully. He wished now that he had charged more in one breath and read all the back. Stupid game. After the super tsunami, survivors are basking in the sunshine they haven't seen in a long time. 1 week later, an unprecedented global heat suddenly descended for 2 weeks. This disaster conceptualization 20% of. Su Shengyue sat on the side looking at Jian Yu, who had a serious face. What's wrong? Jian Yu put his hand on the desktop screen. A burst of light spread from his fingertips and a projection of the desktop appeared within the game. Su Shengyue curiously moved forward. Even Luna lifted a paw to try and pick at it. Is this that game backgrounder you were talking about? 2 weeks of hot weather? Su Shengyue let out a low cry and covered her mouth with both hands. How high will the temperature be? But I'm afraid of cold and not afraid of heat. Don't you worry. She instead comforted Jian Yu first. Jian Yu shook his head. You don't understand. Right now it is. The air humidity is very high. If it's just hot weather and good heat protection, there's still a possibility of stocking up. But half a month of tsunamis, torrential rains and flooding, even with a 1 week gap in between, the air humidity will still be very high by then. And when it meets high temperatures, it will create hot and humid weather. With enough water in 60-degree weather, a person is expected to survive for a while. Dry. But a 60-degree day can only survive for 6 to 8 hours. No matter what. With humidity 100%. Panic slowly crept onto Su Shenyue's small face. Isn't it? Like high-temperature water vapor steams a person? Your explanation was spot on. Jiang Yu withdrew his hand and the desktop computer disappeared. turning the shadow of his hand covered Su Shunyue's face and cupped her cheeks. Very serious commitment. There's a 1-week stay after the flood is over, and that's the time to get the survivors moved. I'll find a way, and I won't let you die. Trust me. Su Shunyue's face rubbed against his hand. Although the two of them were unable to touch each other right now and could not rub against anything, she replied just as seriously, I believe you. Thank you, Liang Yu. If it wasn't for you, I would have died in the dormitory building, or on that terrace, or in this downpour, and because of you, I survived. Intimacy +1. Silly girl, don't think too much. We need to work on our strategy next. Liang Yu's eyebrows jumped as he watched the growing intimacy. At this moment the intimacy has come to 27. 3 more days to 30. By then pretty much the flood was over. Then what does this disaster conceptualization mean? Su Shunyue cocked her head, reluctantly leaving from Liang Yu's shadowy hand. That corresponds to my real world. I'm also going to have hot, humid weather here for about 2 weeks as well. And the severity is of what you have over there 20%. So it is. Su Shunyue bit her lip and nodded. You go get busy, and I'll fuel up on my workout. End video. Liang Yu watched the screen as Su Shunyue called the Xiao trio over and issued a mission with a taut little face. First, get protected. The water level is getting higher and higher, and the people down there are getting more and more crisis prone, and they might go in hard. A patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry boss, as long as they dare to come up, I will definitely beat them into a sieve. Dawn followed suit with assurances. I'll keep an eye on them. It was B. On the contrary, who was thoughtful. What happens after that? Boss? Beyond the screen, Liang Yu is a bit satisfied. Little B really does have a brain. Thinking longer term than those two. It's okay, you watch and talk. Liang Yu believed that Su Shunyue could grasp the situation. Su Shunyue pondered for a few seconds, stood up and looked out of the house into the pouring rain. Slowly, he spoke. Secondly, the rain will stop and we'll shift. Where to go is still up in the air. As always, the little girl was shy about words. The three also understood that this was to prepare them for the transfer, and that the roof was only temporary. Seeing Su Shunyue could handle it, Liang Yu turned off his voice and began to deal with his own affairs. Start by taking out your little notebook and combing through what you have to do. First, choose the location where Su Shelomune will be moved to deal with the hot and humid disaster. Secondly, the disaster conceptualization is 20%. It doesn't make sense to hold this news in his hands, how he is going to avoid the disaster and what he is going to do with the news. Third, arrange a survey of Akiko Lake to figure out what the Pikachu clouds mean. Fourth, on Shinwan's side app development. Breaking it down, there is very much going on. As for the result of Su Hokwon looking at his legs today, it was directly put behind him, pressing no hope. After grooming himself, Liang Yu rubbed his swollen temples. Leave the room and take a walk around the villa. What a niche term. Liang Yu was amused by himself. Outside the window heavy rain extended for many days. The villa has a dehumidification system and does not look damp. Push the door open slightly and the sticky, melting dampness hits you. Wrapped Liang Yu up. In less than a minute, all the clothes on his body had returned as if they could drip water. For high temperatures, you can go to the mountains northwest of city. But what about the air humidity? It would be nice to have a dehumidifier. Then the next step is a series of questions. The dehumidifier needed 2 weeks of uninterrupted power supply, and that would require power generation equipment, plus supplies and weapons. Su Shunyue's space was simply not enough. Boss, come back soon. Wait and get sick. Youngwood whispered advice behind him. After receiving Liang Yu's consent, he took the initiative to come forward to push the wheelchair and bring him back to the house. If you're bored, boss, would you like to sing downstairs? Yang Lin senses that Liang Yu seems to have something on his mind. The boss doesn't say, and he shouldn't ask. He can only change his ways to make Liang Yu happy. Peach carried Lele over and grabbed Lele's little fists. Call uncle. Liang Yu rarely raised the corners of his mouth. If he and Su Shunyue had a child in the future, it would probably be even cuter than Lele. But as far as the development of intimacy is concerned, I don't know how long it will take. Something flashed through his mind. Intimacy. You guys play, leave me alone for now. Liang Yu flew back to his room in his wheelchair. Spread out your little book and find the page on intimacy. Density 5 to unlock the call feature. Density 10. Unlock the backpack function. Density 20 to unlock the video feature. Intimacy 40 to unlock the touch function. What about Intimacy 30? In that order, is it possible that it should be unlocking the backpack? Now Su Shunyue is using a beginner's backpack, so with an affinity of 30, shouldn't she unlock an intermediate backpack? 60 unlocks an advanced backpack? Stupid game, no additions, pure NS, and no hint of this on the side. Liang Yu couldn't decide if that was the case or not. If you could unlock the intermediate backpack, a lot of problems would be solved. There are 3 more points of intimacy to reach 30. Liang Yu couldn't wait any longer. Directly projecting over to Su Shanhua. Su Shanhua was still looking at the computer and slammed it shut when she heard Liang Yu's voice. What's wrong? Liang Yu, tell me thank you first, and I'll take a look. Previously, in order to keep the matter of the contact function secret, Liang Yu hadn't told Su Shanhua about the intimacy, and now he was just trying it out first. Oh, thanks. Su Shanhua's expression was very serious. Chapter 89, Gene Repair Potion. No change in intimacy. Liang Yu frowned. Could it be that the little girl wasn't sincere? Su Shanhua could tell at a glance what he was going to say and hurriedly adjusted her expression, folding her hands together at her chin. Very religious. Thanks. No change. Liang Yu looked at the rules on the book again. Other than Su Shanhua saying thank you, it was his own company. It only grows 1 intimacy a day. Time is of the essence now. Everything is about growing intimacy. It only took Liang Yu a second to convince himself. His silhouette came to the edge of the bed, adjusted his posture, and leaned back to sit on the head of the bed, patting the pillow next to him. Here, you lie over. He had a straight face on the surface. The hand that actually rested at his side was sweaty on the inside. Su Shanhua was a bit confused, and after she reacted, a blush crept onto her cheeks. At the same time, while Liang Yu wasn't paying attention, he endeavored to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Su Shanhua lay obediently by Liang Yu's side, her face as red as a peach that was about to drip. The tip of her nose and the tip of her ears also flushed with redness. Autumn water bright eyes looked at Liang Yu. Is this okay? Liang Yu's ears were also red. Can it? It'll have to wait and see. Su Shanhua pursed her lips, lowered her eyes and didn't dare to look at Liang Yu. Seeing that Liang Yu was letting herself go, she secretly leaned towards Liang Yu's side. Part of her finger passed through Liang Yu's projection. The smell of Liang Yu's body filled the tip of her nose and wrapped around her fiercely. Su Shanhua's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. What's that one called? Adrenal glands? Endorphins? Hormones? What the hell was it? It was rattling around inside of her, and it felt like there were little stars in front of her eyes. Su Shanhua's brain was more messed up than 8-ball porridge. Luna meowed, jumped on the bed, leaned over Suzuki through the covers and started licking her fur, laid back as hell. It didn't matter at all that the 2 people around him were about to turn into baked sweet potatoes. Liang Yu wasn't much better. It felt like the blood in his body was boiling, and his spiritual energy went straight to the sky. I can't wait to put a plow and harrow around my neck right now and plow it for 3 miles. As soon as he lowered his head, he could see Su Shanhua's face flushed, lying obediently beside him, and underneath Nuwa Dazzle's face, there was a white neck, as well as a beautiful clavicle nest that could support a fish. At the moment, Liang Yu couldn't wait to curse himself to death. It was several minutes before he put to find his lost brain. Force yourself to utter. I'll go out and look. When he drew his legs to leave, he met Su Shanhua's pair of incomparably gentle eyes, with his own silhouette still reflected in the brimming watery light. Dog, it's worthy of you, but you've become red like this? It's similar to that roast suckling pig in front of the school. Aha! Liang Yu can't stand himself and runs away. On the way out, fearing that Su Shanhua would think too much, he even touched her little face with his virtual shadow. I'll come back later. Good girl. Su Shanhua nodded her head and gave a mosquito-like Watching Liang Yu fall away, she gently pulled the covers on, covering his head before raising a smile under the covers. Only after a while of confirming that Liang Yu wasn't looking at her did she stretch out an alabaster-like arm from under the covers. With a whoosh, he yanked the laptop on the bed into the covers. Covered in blankets with a serious face, he began to look at the computer. On the screen is a document. Originally she had wanted to see if there were any movies or single-player games, and had gone through the trouble of unlocking the computer. Fingerprints and passwords are required to open the computer. She mulled it over for a long time before she could think of a way to do it. Went to the stockpile of supplies and dismantled a small self-heating skillet and poured out the quicklime inside. Blow a thin, even layer of quicklime on the computer inside and out, including the keyboard. After some careful comparison, a relatively intact and clear fingerprint was selected as a backup and taped down. Then wipe the computer's fingerprint recognition power on button clean, and place the tape with the fingerprints on it, adhesive side down, over the power on button in a light false cover. Su Shanhua carefully adjusted the angle of her finger and pressed the on button with her index finger through the tape. Surprisingly, she did get it to turn on. The first thing to do is to cancel the fingerprint boot. A bit of rummaging turned up nothing, but I did see a strange profile in the folder. Report of the genetic potion repair experiment. Su Shanhua held her curiosity and kept looking down. In the middle she encountered a lot of specialized vocabulary that she didn't understand, but the more she looked, the more alarmed she became. Laboratory. It seems, has developed a genetic agent for repairing the body's cells, damaged to DNA-wise. It's been put into restoration experiments. And here's the experimental data report. In particular, I saw a case where the patient had paralyzed his hands due to a disease hidden in his genes that had been triggered for some reason. Various treatments were ineffective. After joining the genetic experiment and injecting 3 genetic agents, the hands gradually returned to normal. Su Shangyue immediately thought of Jiang Yu's leg. She had been secretly studying the document for the past day or two. Could Jiang Yu's condition be a genetic problem? It happened to be in a car accident, causing everyone to keep thinking it was caused by a car accident? If that's the case, finding this, can we get the gene potion by lab? X. However, the 8 words of the matter. Now Jiang Yu is also busy. She is ready to finish reading the information before saying so. If it's not working, don't say anything, lest they make Jiang Yu happy for nothing. Jiang Yu has no idea what his little girlfriend is up to. He's in the bathroom taking a shower. Why are you taking a shower at 7 p.m.? When it's almost time for dinner? The answer is no. Wet hair, changed into a housecoat, and came out of the bathroom in a wheelchair. Went to look at the computer. Intimacy went up a point. The two slept in the same bed, and their intimacy grew a point faster than usual. There's something going on. Trying to get a head start on going to sleep with Su Shangyue again. Of course, he assured that he had no selfishness, and even if he did, it was only a little bit ... Just saw the little girl with her head covered under the covers. Still embarrassed. It's good to slow down. Jiang Yu exits, ready to come back after dinner. He's going to get his affinity to early 30 and see if he'll unlock the mid-level backpack. Xiao Tao was setting out the food. Yanglin was adding vegetable leaves for the 2 ducks to eat. And Lei was waddling and standing holding onto the sofa, comparing his height with the ducks. Little arms and legs have endless strength. Not afraid of being bitten. Hot lamb stew in the evening. There is a lot of humidity these days. Boss, eat more lamb to replenish your body. Xiao Tao served him a large piece of lamb chop in a bowl. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath. If he mended further in his current state, he would probably have to look for Su Shangyue to clear his heat and detoxify his body again. But I have to say, Peach's craftsmanship is nothing to sneeze at. By the way, Peach, the rice can be made more fancy for my photo shoot. Smaller amounts of each if you can't eat them all. Hard work. Yeah, don't say that, boss. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be eating anything right now. Peachy is happy. She and Yang Lin were embarrassed to be freeloading here every day. And now the boss had finally raised the demand. Fist pumping and mentally mulling over tomorrow's menu. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, prepares in advance, and these delicious photos of meals will all become Su Shanyue's supplies by then. A sense of satisfaction rose in his heart when he thought of the little girl's red mouth as she ate. Chapter 90. Sleeping together is a familiar thing. When he returned to his room, Su Shanyue was eating green pepper and egg fried rice alone in the house. For some reason, he always felt as if the little girl had something on her mind. What's wrong with you? How come you didn't eat with Xiao Xiao and the others? The way Su Shanyue buried her head in her dry rice was a bit like a cute little hamster. And acting like a high and mighty lord queen when you're dry humping with a pink pistol. Just the thought of a girl with such a great sense of contrast being his girlfriend stretched Jiang Yu's pores. Proud of Su Shanyue. Yeah, you're back? Su Shanyue raised her head, a smile appearing on her cool little face. It was as if the unhappiness that would be felt had never come. Jiang Yu raised his hand and pressed the video button. A bit of golden light drifted out from Su Shanyue's room, and Jiang Yu's projection appeared beside her. You're not happy? Su Shanyue's heart warmed as she looked at Jiang Yu, who was like a god descending from heaven. She was just thinking about the genetic potion. Thinking about it and feeling sorry for what happened to Jiang Yu. She was just a little sad. I didn't expect Jiang Yu to notice his mood. In all my life, I've never had anyone treat me so meticulously. Is this what it feels like to be loved? Su Shanyue's pretty eyes curved. I'm not unhappy. Thinking that Jiang Yu had come in to lie with herself for a while, her face involuntarily burned a little. Buckling the arm of the single couch, he spoke in a small voice. I'm going to take a shower first. Wash it. Jiang Yu didn't understand. Why was he still shy about taking a bath? Su Shangyue went to take a shower and he opened the map of city. At the moment all the areas marked on the map, in the game world, were flooded, and the huge city became an island in the water. Jiang Yu estimated that only the Pearl Hotel, the mountains to the west and north were still visible. When the hot and humid weather arrives, the best shelter is in the mountains. Usually a 100-meter increase in elevation results in a temperature drop of about degrees 0.8. What could be called hot weather by the game world, Jiang Yu suspected was at least 50 degrees. Su Shanyue has to go at least 2,000 meters above sea level, where the temperature drops 16 degrees to about degrees 35. That's pretty hot too. In the real world, the familiar Jade Dragon Snow Mountain and Haba Snow Mountain are all above 5 000 meters in elevation. And this mountain and city looks at the data about the same as them. Jiang Yu zoomed in on the rough and abusive map, attempting to plot a path up the mountain. Unfortunately, nothing can be planned. Suddenly feeling a dimming of the light around him, he turned around to see Su Shangyue wrapped in her hair and a towel wrapped around her body for a flash. The next second it disappears again. Turns out it was in the shower. With just a glance, Jiang Yu saw her slender neck and rounded shoulders. He couldn't even begin to think about how wonderful his body looked under the towel. After several such flashes, Su Shangyue finally finished her shower, dressed in a light blue loose-fitting housecoat with a half-sleeve top and shorts underneath. A head of long hair wet and half-tied on top of her head. Her unpowdered face was flushed because she had just taken a shower, and her slender legs shook in front of Jiang Yu. The whole thing was like an apple fresh out of the bath. Full and tantalizing. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. Su Shangyue tugged at her clothes, her face turning even redder. Can you? Don't look. Can I? Don't look. Hiss. No. Aw shucks. What a way to say what's on your mind. Could be. Jiang Yu hurriedly changed his words and continued to bury his head in the map. Su Shangyue looked at Jiang Yu, whose ears were red at the tips, her little eyes flickering. The mood was pleasant. Jiang Yu goes out, brushes his teeth and washes his face, and cleans himself up before coming back in. Now that it was a projection, Su Shangyue couldn't smell or touch it, but he still had to be hygienic. Once they were back together, the two of them were less embarrassed to lie together again this time. The only light source in the makeshift house was a flashlight. Su Shangyue quietly glanced at Jiang Yu, who was leaning against the bed, and quietly turned off the flashlight. The room darkened instantly. In the darkness, a bolt of lightning streaks across the sky, illuminating the house. Two pairs of dark and finely starry eyes looked at each other. Jiang Yu could smell the fresh smell of Su Shanyue's body's shower gel and couldn't help but come closer. Su Shanyue was a bit shy and tugged the quilt upwards a bit, covering her nose and mouth, only revealing a pair of eyes on the outside. Jiang Yu, your hair is still wet. Don't lie down. Get up and dry it. Aha. Su Shanyue sat up again obediently. She straightens her long hair as Jiang Yu leans against the bed, and the two of them have a chat. No computers, no cell phones, no one else, except for Luna. If you light a small kerosene lamp at the moment, rainy night, log cabin, kerosene lamp, two people who like each other. Jiang Yu felt that he could remember this moment for the rest of his life. When the rain stops, we'll get out of here. Go over to the school first, to where you were looking for supplies before, and I'll get you some supplies, and then it's going to move to the mountains. Jiang Yu carefully arranged these things. Su Shanyue nodded. What about Xiao Xiao and the others? Still need to bring it. Transferring time by walking and biking won't work. You have to drive. And Xiao Xiao still has a use for it. When you get to the mountains, you need people to find shelter, to police the area, to move things around, too. Su Shanyue nodded again. Then still bring them. One more thing. After the flood, there were not only human survivors, but zombies as well. This and the hills are a high point, so be careful with everything. Aha. In the darkness, their hearts grew closer and closer together, their shallow breaths intertwining with each other. Su Shanyue sat at first, lay down later, and finally got under the covers. Jiang Yu didn't know when he fell asleep, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already back in reality on the big bed. I don't know when I ended the video, and I forgot when I fell asleep. Really? He tapped his head. Let's look at Su Shanyue's situation first. Su Shanyue hugged Luna as she slept soundly. Jiang Yu tapped on Su Shanyue's personal information. Life value, 80/100. Intimacy, 30 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 80/100. Elementary food 40 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 45/100. Elementary knives 60/100. Elementary firearms, 80 out of 100. The intimacy is really up to 30. After disassembling and installing the charging unit, the primary repair skill was brought up and it looks like it will be upgraded along with the primary firearms. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, held his breath, and put the mouse on intimacy. Ding! Chapter 91 Intermediate Backpack Space. Put a big bed first. Is it upgrading the primary backpack for your school girlfriend Su Shanyue? Confirmation of upgrade. Please recharge 398.00 RMB. Jiang Yu couldn't figure out why. When he unlocked Affinity 20, he just skipped 30 and told that Affinity 40 would unlock the touch function. Doubtful now that the stupid game is blurring the focus. Luckily, I have a brain. Jiang Yu viciously recharges. He even thought about where all the money charged for the stupid game went when he was the only player. Ding! Recharged successfully. Abruptly, Jiang Yu couldn't wait to call up Su Shanyue's space. The pure white space was only the size of a room before, but now it had doubled in size. In size, it was as big as 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. about 120 square feet at eye level. That's great. With the space upgrade, you can stock up on quite a few supplies. Su Shangyue sensed something and woke up in a daze. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu lightly responded, a smile on his lips. A little gift for you. Su Shangyue sat up, with a handful of adorable dorky hairs on her head, and got out from under the covers. What? Go to space. Su Shangyue snapped her eyes round and disappeared in place to flash into space. Wow. The space that was originally only one room large was at the moment simply a mansion. Her supplies were like two lonely islands standing in place, surrounded by empty space. Incredulously, she stepped over to the edge and raised her hand to touch the warm wall. Jiang Yu felt that Su Shanyue's appearance at this moment was like an 18-year-old hairy lad touching a Bugatti for the first time. It's so cute to be stunned in a little way. Then, when the time comes to unlock the touch function, I don't know how happy the little girl will be. How did it get so big? Like it? Well, like. The next second Su Shanyue was forcibly teleported out of space, accidentally overstayed and reached the maximum stay. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It's a little longer than the previous 3 minutes. The good news is that from now on you'll have 5 minutes to shower at a time. The bad news is that the cooldown after being forcibly teleported out has also become 5 minutes. Jiang Yu was a bit regretful. This hide-and-seek feature doesn't seem to have changed much. Hiding in space in case of danger. If you are forced to send out, you face danger for a longer period of time. Su Shanyue nodded excitedly in agreement. But I love it. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Intimacy +1. Just as you like. The space gets bigger and a lot of planning can take place. So organize yourself. Aha. Jiang Yu went to wash up first and went out for breakfast. The storm got even more violent today, and the disaster has further escalated and expanded. Peach is all a bit guilty of voicing questions during dinner. Why is this rain getting heavier? When the rain stops, I wonder what prices will become. Seeing her worry, Yanlin rolls 2 scallion pancakes, placing one in front of Jiang Yu and one in front of Xiao Tao. Daughter-in-law, don't worry. When the rain stops and things get expensive, I'll find a way to make money and won't let that you and your son suffer. Well, hubby is so nice. Peach blushed. It's a shame to say such things to Youngwood in front of the boss, but she's going to say it anyway. Poplar Grove? Just great, wow. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. The home was now a zoo, with regular ducks and single dogs like him. So, Youngwood, when the rain stops, are you going to continue to be a runner? Jiang Yu was thoughtful. Youngwood nodded. Neither of us as a couple is highly educated, and it's easy for Peach to take care of the kids and for me to be the errand boy and take care of things around the house, and make enough to spend, knowing what's good for you. Jiang Yu, he understands. After the rain stops, I'm going to do an expedition over to Chozi Lake. I need a driver and someone to take care of the daily routine. Would you like to go along? Wages. I don't know how long this program will take. Let's start with days. 300 a day. Food and lodging are the responsibility of these expeditions. This young couple is over the top in terms of character. In and out. And get along better. Young Woods can drive and is careful enough to be his own chauffeur and clean up after himself with no problem at all. And at 300 a day, if you do it for a month, it's a little 10,000. More money than I made before as a runner. He's not short of money right now. He understands the reasoning behind the doom and gloom. And it's most appropriate to treat them a little above market rate and give some bonuses when the time comes. Both Youngwood and Peach looked at each other, very surprised. Jiang Yu's ability is obvious to the two of them. Isn't it better to go with him to investigate the project than to run errands? Peach looked to Yang Lin. Hubby, I'll listen to you. Yang Lin turned to Jiang Yu again. Boss, you look up to me. Of course we're willing. Hey, that's fine. We'll leave 2 or 3 days after the rain stops. Just have it in your hearts. Jiang Yu ate well and played with the 2 ducklings for a while before returning to the house. Su Shanyue hadn't eaten or washed up, and was still packing up those supplies. Luna stared with round turquoise eyes, watching her master appear and disappear, and several times she jumped up to try to grab Su Shanyue's coat. Su Shanyue was poring over the things in her space. Space not to mention. Preservation of freshness done very well. This many days, Jiang Yu sent a variety of fried rice. Did not deteriorate at all. The little girl checked each one with special care. Also keep a tally of the amount of supplies in a small book. Without disturbing her, Jiang Yu opened the girlfriend's backpack document. Start stuffing pictures into it. Start by putting in some shelves and use them to organize supplies in the space when the time comes. The supplies are getting more and more, and it's easier to use them with shelves. Su Shanyue. Then there's the PVRV. He'd wondered before where he'd stay when he got to the mountains. A tent that leaks all over the place won't do, and neither will digging a cave now. With photovoltaic RVs solve a host of problems. And when it comes to hot weather, there's no shortage of solar energy. Photovoltaic self-generation, caravan with its own air conditioning and dehumidification, as well as beds, bathroom and dining room. It's simply not too convenient. The PV caravan wanted to and then put a wooling van in it. Transferred city to the mountains. Driving a caravan is too slow. Or you have to get on the wooling god car. Worried about the problem. Copy and paste 2 more. Spare. From A. And a lot of gasoline. To be on the safe side, prepare 5 mountain motorcycles as well. In case the car can't run in the mountains, the motorcycles will come in handy. Transportation and lodging taken care of. Then weapons. The little girl's favorite remote control bombs must be arranged in quantities of 1,000. Who's afraid of less when it comes to saving your life? Then the pistols. Number of SN ammo. All replenished. AK. Lastly, there are living materials and food and water. Get more water this time. Unfortunately, there's not enough room to put a water tower in there. Or else we'd be talking about putting a water tower in there. Now you can only find pictures of water tanks. And they have to be the kind with water in them. And 5 times the amount of drinking water as before. It was hot and crowded. There are also what Su Shanyue mentioned before. What kind of point reading pens? Plug-in boards, electric cooking pots, pots and pans, etc. All arranged. Afraid that Su Shanyue would suffer a little bit of aggravation. He stuffed another soft, expensive mattress in the dock. In time. Unlocking the touch function. This bed. Jiang Yu hurriedly suppressed the corners of his mouth. Chapter 92 hundreds of pages of documents. Girlfriend's special supplies. Su Shanyue finished her work like ants moving around. Jiang Yu told her to go eat first. He, on the other hand, carefully checked the documents several times. And together with the clothes and stuff he chose for Su Shanyue before, it was hundreds of pages. Lastly, I searched the internet for blackout products again and took a screenshot of some blackout cloths to put in, just in case I could use them. After Su Shanyue returned, Jiang Yu projected over at the first opportunity. What's the status of the 3 of them? Jiang Yu inquired. Su Shanyue ate the virgin fruit that Xiao Xiao had just washed out, and came over to Jiang Yu's computer. They're quite happy. They have plenty of bullets, and they brave the rain every day to go practice shooting. That's pretty good. Jiang Yu held the laptop with both hands and turned to Su Shanyue. Take a look. There's still something to be left out. Wow. That's a lot. Su Shanyue was surprised, looking at the document title and reading it word for word, girlfriend's backpack. As the words fell, her ears burned involuntarily. It turns out that where she didn't know, Jiang Yu had done so much for himself. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The relationship between the two had been established, but it was inexplicably shameful to be read out in such a way. Ahem. See, Su Shanyue looked down page by page. With so many supplies, she's sure to make it through the rest of the hot weather. I want ice machines, outdoor shoes, Luna's cat cans, you can put some cat toys in, and some clothes for Xiao Xiao and the 3 of them as well. Is that okay? Sure. Jiang Yu added these to the document. Su Shanyue's side of things was basically arranged, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief, all just waiting for the rain to stop. After sending Jiang Yu away, Su Shanyue hugged Luna and waited for a while, confirming that Jiang Yu was not there. She quietly opened that laptop. Keep looking at that genetic agent repair lab report. The thick report was hundreds of pages long and she was only halfway through it. Also have to organize useful information down. Just looking at it and the computer ticks a few times. Power emergency. Su Shanyue clenched her teeth and didn't charge the robot dog. The robot dog is too power hungry. And the rain will almost stop in 2 more days anyway. It'll be nice when there's a PVRV. Jiang Yu is meeting with Qiu Qin. It's raining even harder outside. Qiu Qin is really uneasy and throws down his other work and runs to Jiang Yu's side again. Will it really stop raining in 2 days? Qiu Qin was really fuming. How much is this rain delaying things? It's also fortunate that no one in Linshan has died from the storm so far. Jiang Yu goes back to his room to get his computer out. Recalculate the new weather data received in the last 2 days. Look, the sea area clouds are already showing signs of dissipating. And with the tidal gravity of the past 2 days, the tsunami will recede. Once the tsunami recedes, the flooding will follow, and the torrential rains inland will pretty much stop. Qiu Qin didn't doubt Jiang Yu's professional ability. He's just anxious. Jiang Yu comforts him. Don't worry about the rainstorm. Aside from that, I think you should worry about one other thing instead. Qiu Qin's attention was immediately drawn. What is it? After the storm, Jiang Yu pointed to the meteorological cloud trajectory. I don't study much about cloud data, but look, how long will it take for cloud and rain to form again after these cumulus clouds disperse? Look at it with your professional analysis. Qiu Qin took over the computer and his fingers crackled with calculations for a moment. For at least 10 days, there will be no clouds or rain forming. It will all be sunny. Jiang Yu nodded. That's the problem. Heavy rain followed by violent sunlight, coupled with such high humidity. What do you think will happen? He looked steadily at Qiu Qin. The in-game description has said it all. this disaster is conceptual 20%. The reality is that there will definitely be hot and humid weather. Even if it's only 20% of the heat of doom, it's still a dangerous thing to put in reality. Qiuqin instantly understood Jiang Yu's meaning. Immediately pull out your cell phone and start shaking people. Yunliang Company is less people, but he has the ability to mobilize a lot of resources, so that more relevant experts to calculate and justify the matter of high temperature and humidity heat. Qiuqin stood up and thanked him very seriously. Boss Jiang, thank you for reminding me that this is very important. Jiang Yu shook his head and said with a smile, think of it as an aftermarket for the last project. I'll get back to you with a compilation of personnel and material needs for the expedition to Akiko Lake. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Qiuqin left in a hurry. Before he even waited to return to the company, he called Huo Qingyun's secretary. The secretary himself is now in the limelight. Outside the pouring rain, heaven and earth pouring, but Lin Chuan coped with the situation. Huo Qingyun now has a lot of power in his words. Even the secretary followed suit. At the moment, he was on his way to the conference room with Huo Qingyun. Once he saw that it was Qiuqin's call, he immediately asked Huo Qingyun for instructions. No one in the four corners of the room paid attention, and after the call was connected, Huo Qingyun coughed lightly. Vaughn understood in seconds. Lowering his voice, he reported up the news of the hot and humid weather that Jiang Yu had speculated on, and added, if it's true, by then Linchen will be even worse than other places, because Linchen has a basin topography, more humidity and higher temperatures. Huo Qingyun's eyes sank. It's really one wave after another. I know. Don't worry. I've already arranged to go down and calculate it again, and will report the results to you the first time I have them. What the top is going to do, that's the top's business. Qiuqin just needs to get his together. After ending the call, the secretary looked at Huo Qingyun, who had a grave face and was very worried. Leader. Huo Qingyun waved his hand. It's okay. There's still time. We can handle it. So soon. There were videos on some short video media in Linchuan. Why don't you do a good flood relief? What's the point of keeping the flood? It's sick that our property group is handing out hot weather protection guides. High temperature? I haven't seen the sun in half a month. Yeah, have a sun day on me. One day at a time. No business. You can't say that. The official response to this downpour wasn't quite fast. There's a flurry of activity out there. Jiang Yu wasn't worried. He didn't understand what disaster conceptualization meant before, but now that he had it in mind, it was much easier to deal with it. I just don't know if the next catastrophe after the heat is projected to a reality conceptualization level of 30%. By analogy, isn't there going to be a day when a disaster breaks out 100% globally? Jiang Yu's hands on the keyboard paused. The official response to telling Qiuqin about the flood disaster before was very good, proving that Qiuqin's party was connected to the official. He was, after all, just a little karami, with limited energy and not much to do. This time, I told Qiuqin about the hot and humid weather, and I hope it works too. Whatever. Continue to bury your head in the sand and do the preparatory work for the Akiko Lake expedition project. In addition to Yang Lin's family, Jiang Yu is also going to bring Louis Fei with him. He was leggy and needed someone who knew geology as an assistant to take samples and such, and it has to be someone you know better. Louis Fei is the best candidate. Tapping his cell phone, he flipped out Louis Fei's number and called it. Chapter 93, Louis Fei, I don't fall in love with my best friend. Hey boss, hello, what can I do for you? Jiang Yu frowned and looked at his cell phone. There was no wrong number. How does Louis Fei talk like that? The low bubbly voice. He suspected that Louis Fei was flirting. You, not comfortable answering the phone right now? Not really, it's very convenient. Boss, you tell it. Jiang Yu pinched his brow. So can you spit out the cum frog in your throat first? I have business. After half a minute, the sound of Louis Fei speaking normally came out of the phone. Boss, what the hell? Just talking to your B. Party B? You mean Shenwan? Jiang Yu instantly straightened his back. Didn't I tell you not to mess with other little girls? Right, duck. I didn't mess with it. I'm here to make friends with Shenwan. We're friends now. Don't you worry about it. I don't fall in love with my friends. Louis Fei promised with conviction. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and couldn't help but admire himself. It was true that he was still thoughtful. After the rain stops, I'm going to do an expedition somewhere, so you can come with me. Food and shelter are subsidized. Really? Louis Fei jerked up his volume. Hey, how long is it going to take? Jiang Yu's plan is 1 week. Then it's time to come back and escape the heat and humidity. In reality, he was different from Su Shenyue's side. He just had to go home when the time came and turn on the air conditioning. A week? A week. That's okay. Louis Fei looked at Shenwan, who was standing in front of the corridor window watching the heavy rain. Then it's a deal. You remember to take your leave on old Ben's side. And also, Tell Kaiyong and Takeda to keep stocking up on some stuff and stay put. Jiang Yu admonished. More hoarding? What is it this time? Louis Fei was taken aback. After the storm it's expected to be hot, so tell them to leave everyone else alone. Stock up on stuff and watch out for the heat, and just stay in their dorms. Okay, boss. I know. Words must be brought. Louis Fei chest beat clanging. By the way, this high temperature. Apart from Kaiyong and Shirda, can I tell my father? You know my family is in the gas station business, and this hot weather is still affecting us quite a bit. Jiang Yu aloud. Just don't say I said it. This was the reason why he was on better terms with Louis Fei out of a total of 4 people in the dormitory. Louis Fei is a man with a very strong sense of boundaries. Having grown up with an ear to the ground, I know very well what to say and what not to say. The matter of high temperature weather, he told his family, is also okay. Anyway, by the time Lin Chuan official will also have relevant reminders. Not a secret, just don't expose him. After ending the call, Louis Fei put up his shoulder and hemmed and hawed his way towards Shenwan, shaking his cell phone. Boss calling. Shenwan's eyes instantly lit up. Is it Jiang Yu? Aha. Shenwan had an envious look on her face. I really envy you. Living with a male god before. Louis Fei. He blushed like a vulnerable human husband. You wouldn't be liking Jiang Yu, right? I didn't. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Shenwan hurriedly denied it. Louis Fei then breathed a sigh of relief. That's right. You are only the relationship between Party A and Party B. We are the good friends. I'll tell you what. I'm sure I'll win the bet in a couple days, and then I'll invite you over to watch someone else eat. Good. On this side of the personnel list, Jiang Yu was ready to bring Yang Lin and Louis Fei. It's easy to eat and drink with 3 big men, but there's a little bug that has to keep Louis Fei busy, so that Liu doesn't delay him from going to the game to find Su Shanyue when the time comes. Pikachu's tail, potentially, represents resources, and he really does need someone he trusts as an assistant to avoid any research leaking out when the time comes. Otherwise he wouldn't have sought out Louis Fei. After thinking about it, he simply pulled a WeChat group and pulled Shenwan and Louis Fei together. Louis Fei sent a quick private chat. Boss? What do you mean? You're not going to supervise me in the group, are you? I told you. Shenwan and I are good friends. Aren't you being overprotective of your B party? Jiang Yu, what a mess. I have business. Returning to the group chat, Jiang Yu aided Shenwan. To explain, I may be busy next. The progress of this handed over to my good friend Louis Fei to help follow up. The app. He is a Party A. Find a supervisor. Such things do not need to seek Shenwan's consent. Directly pull the group. No problem. Louis Fei, you have to keep an eye on the progress every day. This matter is very important. By the time the project is completed to give you a red packet plus remedial lessons. This is good. Forget the red envelope. Just make up the lesson. Louis Fei immediately agreed. Looking up at Shenwan across the room. That's good. I'd become half of your A side as well. Shenwan scratched her somewhat disheveled hair. Isn't this good? Making an app does have a lot of links that need to be docked, and I'm embarrassed to always bother the male god. Jiang Yu didn't know it yet. He had solved several problems with one move. Back in the room, he saw Su Shanyue holding her chin in a daze. Luna, the little black cat, rolled on her white legs, rolling on her belly, as cozy as she could be. Thinking about what? Su Shanyue was a bit of a dopey goddess. Did you say Jiang Yu is coming over to sleep tonight? Only after the words were spoken did she realize that it was Jiang Yu's voice just now. Immediately, he slapped his head and dashed into space, and hid in the bathroom. Jiang Yu saw the inside of the bathroom. What's wrong with the little girl? Angry? Or are you embarrassed? He coughed lightly. Su Shanyue? There was a pause before a mosquito-like response came from inside. Aha! I'm coming over to sleep tonight. Jiang Yu felt that it was necessary for him to answer the question Su Shanyue had just asked. He came over as a shadow too. The real person was still in the real world and didn't really have any concept of sleeping. He wanted to come over because he liked talking to Su Shanyue. The feeling of the two of them chatting shallowly in the darkness last night had stayed with him beyond measure. In the bathroom of the space, Su Shanyue's entire body was like a burnt red shrimp, shyly lying on the wall. Pink fist smashed the wall. Just now she was just in a state of delirium, and subconsciously heard someone asking her words, and she subconsciously answered and said what was in her heart. So embarrassing. The next moment, the space dwell time was up and she was forced to teleport out. The whole thing was still in the position of lying on the wall. Woohoo! What to do? More shame. Chapter 94 Wife and Children in a Hot Bed. Jiang Yu, as an afterthought, realized that it was only then that he was sure that his little girlfriend seems to be, well, just shy. After a moment's thought, he decided to change the subject. He was afraid that if he went along with this topic again, Su Shanyue would drop her little pearls. I'm going on an expedition to Akiko Lake. I'll be back in about a week. and with me are 2 boys. As expected, his initiative to report his behavior instantly made Su Shangyue forget about the embarrassment she had just experienced. She rubbed her face hard. So, is it good to deal with the heat on your end? Don't go out. It's air-conditioned. So are you going to have a PVRV as well? Yeah. Electricity will certainly be tight by then. Jiang Yu pondered. Linchuan terrain is relatively special. Even if the temperature is high after the flood water vapor evaporation to cover the sunshine, the temperature will be very high. In disaster weather, you can't make deductions based on common sense. It's like the game So Shallow Moon, which can't be explained by scientific reasoning. So is it safe for him to stay home from the heat? What if the power goes out? You're right. I'll have to adjust my plans for the Akiko Lake expedition. Jiang Yu and Su Shangyue said a word and prepared to leave to adjust their plans. Jiang Yu. Su Shanyue's volume was turned up slightly. Her white feet rubbed in the bunny officer slippers, and the tips of her ears popped red. So, you tonight. Aha. Without waiting for Su Shangyue to finish, Jiang Yu responded. You're a big man. You need a girl to take the initiative to sleep with you? It's not like he's a real animal. Su Shanyue's face became even redder. Boiled red egg-like. When Jiang Yu left, it was a while before she slowed down and slowly walked over to the bed to lie down. Gracefully, he pulled the covers up over himself. Hugged Luna and rolled several times under the covers. How can I say what's on my mind? Meow. I don't know. Jiang Yu was holding a picture of Kyuzihu, lost in thought in front of the luxurious floor-to-ceiling windows. Yang Grove and Xiao Tao watched from afar in the kitchen, the thin back, sitting in a wheelchair, like a king hidden in the dark world. Cool, tough, and a composure rarely seen at that age. Is the boss unhappy? So I'll cook a snack for the boss? Xiao Tao was worried and handed Lele over to Yanglin, turning to the kitchen to cook a bowl of 7-colored soup dumplings and small balls. Then have Young Woods deliver it. Boss. Yanglin reached out, handing over a small porcelain bowl. The bowl is covered with a layer of small 7-colored dumplings, oily soup reflecting the living room light. Thanks. Jiang Yu took the bowl and also had a thought process after eating the small dumplings. Pick up your cell phone and give Cho Chin a call. Hey, Boss Jiang, is there a new change in the weather this late? Boss Cho, after the expedition, is the team going back to Linchuan? Yes. Does Boss Jiang need to check out a few other places? Jiang Yu took a deep breath. I'm going to stay over at Xiuzi Lake until about half a month. My people will stay as well. So I'll work hard to help Mr. Xiu prepare some more supplies. I have another list of needs to send you along. I'll cover all the extra costs, and the vehicle will be returned to you when I return. He had been working with Xiu Qin for a while, and he believed that Xiu Qin would be willing to help with this favor. Xiu Qin responded with a bite. No problem. What supplies Jiang Yu could ask for was a matter of a show of hands for cloud volume. After the call ended, Xiu Qin looked at the list Jiang Yu had sent over, and the more he looked at it, the more his eyebrows jumped. 3 RVs, 1 SUV. This one is a regular demand. The rest is geological exploration equipment and laboratory equipment, and understandably so. However, photovoltaic power generation equipment, water purification equipment, shading equipment. You're going to hide from the heat at Akiko Lake? You don't trust Rinchen's response so much? Can you be hiding from the heat in Kyuzihu than in Linchuan more comfortable? House. Pressing on to how much he regretted it later when he was hot as a dog in the office. If I had known, I would have stayed at Xiuzi Lake with Jiang Yu. At the moment, they are still happily giving orders to make preparations. Putting away his cell phone, Jiang Yu put the last of the small dumplings into his mouth and looked over at the naive-looking young Lin. Boss, what's wrong? You heard me say that I was going to stay at Akiko Lake for half a month, and you have nothing to ask? Youngwood scratched his head. Then I'll be back in half a month. Silly. Jiang Yu felt that this one look of young Lin was especially like Xiong'er. Smiling, he handed the bowl back to him. When you leave, take Peach and Joy with you. Really? Thanks, boss. Hey. Yang Lin is happy that he doesn't have to be separated from his wife and son. Jiang Yu's consideration, on the other hand, was that after spending all these days together, he had already gotten used to Xiao Tao's tastes, and bringing it to Xiuzi Lake would be convenient for meals. It also puts Youngwood more at ease. As for Happy, a little kid, he can eat more. Bring it all. Together with Su Shangyue, by then the days at Xiuzi Lake would be similar to now. Jiang Yu grew up without a home. For the first time in his days at the villa, he had experienced a little bit of home, and he didn't want to lose that. The matter of the Autumn Z Lake expedition was thoroughly busy, and Jiang Yu glanced at the time. Surprisingly, it was more than 12 o'clock. Suffered. Said I was going to go sleep with my girlfriend. Rushing into the bedroom. He saw that in the game, Su Shangyue and Luna were balled up in 2 groups and had fallen asleep. A big, white, Light nightgown wrapped around a delicate body, fragrant and soft as a cupcake. Smaller clumps are darker. Putting aside the fact that Luna was a cat, in this scene, Jiang Yu had the feeling of working hard outside and coming home to see his wife and child. TSK. He turned to the bathroom and brushed his teeth. Returning to the computer, he raised his hand and pressed the video button. The projection of the entire person entered Su Shanyue's room. In the darkness, the flashlight, which had been crushed under a pillow, transmitted light into a mass that resembled a large orange. Jiang Yu's projection sat at the head of Su Shanyue's bed. "Don't eat me," Su Shanyue murmured dreamily. Jiang Yu frowned and reached out his hand, wanting to appease Su Shanyue, but unfortunately, nothing could be touched, which bullies his wife in his dreams. "Don't eat me, Jiang Yu," Su Shanyue whispered again. Jiang Yu withdrew his hand. "Anan, so that's how it is. When did the little girl know she wanted to eat her?" Silently looking at that face, thoughts drifted away. Does he like Su Shanyue because of her face? Definitely not. He shouldn't be that shallow. Was it because of trust and companionship? Or was it because Su Shanyue wouldn't leave herself? By the time he came back to his senses, it was 2 in the morning. He just looked at Su Shanyue for 2 hours. He suspected that he had fallen asleep during the last 2 hours. Otherwise, how did the time pass so quickly? "Boss! Boss!" There was a sudden, not so subtle shout from outside the room from Xiao Xiao. Jiang Yu immediately ended the video, poking Su Shanyue with the mouse outside the screen. Su Shanyue immediately sat up with a bit of confusion on her face, and when she heard the voice, she draped her clothes and got out of bed and came to the door of the room. "Boss, those guys downstairs are moving." Chapter 95, Rainy Night Medusa. Su Shanyue, I said, "Don't let you guys come up here. B is on duty tonight." Dawn had been asleep as well and was woken up by the cold and still rainy paws of the robot dog, and they ran to the observation point. Noticed people sneaking around downstairs trying to feel their way up, with bombs in the way. They made long physical detection gear out of various sticks. Thought the stick poked up and the bomb went off. It never occurred to me that it was a more advanced remote-controlled bomb. Xiao Xiao told the two to watch while she came back to report. "Don't panic. Go take a look. I'm here." Jiang Yu's voice rang in Su Shanyue's ears. Su Shanyue's suddenly tightened complexion eased quite a bit. With Jiang Yu around, she wasn't afraid. Xiao Xiao held the umbrella. Su Shanyue walked into the heavy rain with a cold face. The ground splashed with water, drowning her bunny officer's slippers in it. The rain was so heavy that the roof drainage system couldn't keep up. That's nasty. She's having a beautiful dream. She hasn't been able to kiss Jiang Yu, but in her dream Jiang Yu wants to eat herself. It was so close. She kissed it. Spoil her dreams. When he came to the stairway, he saw Xiaowei and Xiaobi standing in the rain and fog with their raincoats, night vision devices, and guns. Almost one with the darkness. Jiang Yu glanced downstairs, where the glittering, ghostly floodwaters had already flooded the 60-something floors. Luckily the great tsunami will soon be over. Otherwise, if the trend continues, it's only a matter of time before the floods come up. I have to say that the Pearl Hotel was built without cutting corners to withstand such a massive flood. Not far away, near the stairway, a number of people had poured out. They first probed the ground with their long sticks to make sure there were no explosions and then moved forward quietly. The people downstairs died in the last wave, and there are still over 200 left. Just less than 2 days of scenery. Flying Tiger is also dead. The group leaderless, people in 2s and 3s to embrace the group, split into several small groups. The supplies were also divided up. The ship isn't being repaired, and people are hiding in their rooms and not going out. However, those who hadn't grabbed much in the way of supplies were the first to be unable to resist, and quietly banded together, ready to grab a wave of those who had supplies, only to be taunted by those with supplies. "Go rob the penthouse if you can. Grab the guns and you'll be the bosses." When the first wave heard it, it made sense. Night attack. They only have 4 people. Even if they are guarded at night, can they defend against so many of them? Alright then, we'll go on a night raid. You guys split the food between us now. Roll on, roll on. I told you to rob the upstairs. Ha, are you sure you don't want to share? If we do get it back, we'll be the first to get you guys when we have guns. You said one thing and I said another. And eventually it turned into 2 groups of people going upstairs together for a night attack. They took the time to make mine-clearing tools on purpose. I didn't expect it to go well. Dozens of people had touched out and froze. Ouch. Someone suddenly stumbled in the darkness and was immediately kicked in the face. What's going on? Keep it down. No. Why is there a big hole in the roof of a perfectly good building? The pit? The one that blew up last time, I think. People jumped out of the way. Humanity was twisted in the midst of the doomsday, and the scenes of blood and flesh in the sky that day had daunted them all their lives. The thought of the place blowing up with a lot of people made them feel bad all over. It's like grave bouncing. Someone wiped a handful of rainwater from his face and opened his mouth to ask. The minesweeper stick in his hand paddling through the water. Well, did you find a place to stay? Which way? Go this way. A rough voice suddenly came from in front of them. Bang, bang. 2 giant, thick flashlights suddenly shone through. The outdoor strong light flashlight that Liang Yu had engaged in. The penetration and strength was directly pulled full. People were shaken so much that they couldn't open their eyes, and they could only barely make out the gap in the light, where 2 figures stood, guns at the ready, killing gods. The light parted slightly. Tada! Tada! A figure slowly stepped out amidst the water splashes. Su Shanyue walked out with her little black cat Luna in her arms, her jaw tight, and Xiao Xiao dutifully held the umbrella beside her, as if Medusa had descended. Su Shanyue coldly spoke. Didn't you say that unless the flood comes up, you are not allowed to come up? Crowd. Her eyes fell back to the man standing at the front. Did you lead the way? The man jumped back in a hurry. No, 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 not me. Su Shanyue's white fingers touched Luna's head, speaking slowly. How many others are downstairs? No one answered except for the sound of the heavy, crashing rain. Xiaobi took the initiative to speak. Boss, there are 25 people here, and there should be around 220 people downstairs. Su Shanyue frowned. That much? If these guys put it back and the guys downstairs come up together, can we hold our own? I was just about to let out a boast that he could hold his own when he held his arm down. Xiaobi picked up Su Shanyue's words. Back to the boss. Can't top it. Oh. Su Shanyue extended her hand and took the umbrella from Xiao Xiao. If you can't top it, what are you waiting for? After saying that, she held up the umbrella and hugged the cat a step back, and thoughtfully tilted the umbrella a little bit to give Xiao Xiao some shelter from the rain. What do you mean? People looked at each other. Xiaojia didn't know what it meant, until Xiaobi lifted his gun and shot directly towards the crowd. Xiao Xiao also snorted coldly and took out the remote control in her hand, pressing it without hesitation. Da 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 da. Cokes, gunshots and explosions rang out through the rainy night. In reaction, people turned and ran like crazy. Crazy, crazy. All 4 upstairs are crazy, especially that pretty woman. She's evil. Of the 25 men who came up, only the last 5 had time to run back. Multiple more bodies were left on the roof floor. Boss, should we go after them? Xiaobi inquired. Su Shanyue shook her head. The poor enemy is not to be chased. It's good to let them go back and report the news. Dawn, keep 2 bombs and put the rest on. If it comes up again, just blow it up. Okay, boss. With an excited gleam in her eyes, Xiao Xiao didn't bother with her umbrella and braved the rain to press the bomb. That's exciting. She had previously thought that it was exciting to keep falling in love and conquering man after man, and that the only way to survive the apocalypse was to rely on men. But not anymore. Her perspective changed. You can live even after a woman like Boss Su. Men? What's that? Hey, hey, hey. The 5 men who ran back downstairs were in a terrible state, sitting on the floor panting heavily with a handful of snot and piss. Almost, they're in pieces. So scary. Su Shanyue tilted her head up, and rain poured down endlessly in the night that sank like the bottom of a black pot. Get your defenses in place. 2 more days and we'll be ready to go. When he finished, he returned to his place, holding his umbrella. Liang Yu is afraid that she is uncomfortable and wants to give her a few words of relief. Su Shanyue, however, spoke first. Liang Yu, I think that the bombs still need to be prepared more often. If there were more bombs, it would have all gone off just now. Liang Yu, okay, it's almost dawn, so you'll sleep a little longer. Su Shanyue nodded, dodging into the space shower room, the clothes on her body thrown out one by one. It looks like it's time to take a shower. Liang Yu was also ready to go to bed when he saw Luna picking her way to get under the bed. What is this? In the next second, Su Shanyue flashed out and hugged Luna, ignoring its struggles, and brought it into the space to take a bath together. Liang Yu lurched. At that moment just now, did Su Shanyue come out wearing only a set of small underwear? Chapter 96, Wife is sick. Scarlet lacks +1, thanks to righteous father. It seems that blowing up so many people at once just now still left a shadow on the little girl. Even forgot to put on my clothes. It's too late today. Tomorrow we'll find a chance to comfort each other. It was clearly inappropriate to comfort her now on her own. Inside the space shower, Su Shanyue tightened her face as she bathed Luna. When it was her turn to wash herself, it was only when she reached down to undress that she realized something was wrong. Where are my clothes? Where are my clothes? Who took it off? When? She froze long enough to be forcibly teleported out of space before she had to remember a terrible thing. She undressed herself. Su Shanyue bit her lip, not bothering to ponder over the blowing up of the people. There was only one thought in her head. Liang Yu saw it all. Woohoo! She looked out at the curtain of rain and thought to herself, why don't we just jump off here and drown? But she couldn't let go of Jiang Yu. If I die, I'll never see Jiang Yu again. What to do? In a daze, she collapsed into bed and fell asleep. Jiang Yu went to the bathroom. There is no way 20-year-old bloody young man. Even Su Hokwon said let him pay attention to laxative fire. Seeing his girlfriend's little tiger, he can still hold back. He's the one. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw Su Shanyue collapsed on the bed and slept, and Luna licked her fur on the side without any abnormality. Turning the surveillance alarm software on, he went to bed as well. It's day by day and it's so wonderful. Lin Chuan at 4 a.m. is busy in many different ways in many different places. On the mahogany desk, Jiang Yu's inspection report and the list of material requirements were placed. Hua Qingyun's eyes were dark. He's been busy on his feet since the storm hit. Power is the best aphrodisiac for men. As he was able to further this matter soon to be settled, the drug wore off and he was tired. Luckily, according to the information given by Jiang Yu and analyzed by other weather professionals, the torrential rain will stop in the next 2 days. It's hard to get a good break, but Jiang Yu is serving up another super hot and humid warning. It wasn't enough for officials to deal with the storm. They had to branch out to prevent hot weather. Everyone is going to get pulled up. Leader, Zhou Qin said that Jiang Yu is going over to Chozi Lake to avoid the heat. The secretary hesitates to speak. Could he have picked Autumn Sublake for his expedition to avoid the heat? Hua Qinyun rubbed his brow. Jiang Yu's name has been mentioned a little too often in his own office lately. Doesn't that make it even more clear that the heat is real? Also right. Then would you like to? Hua Qinyun leaned his head against the chair and waved his hand with his eyes closed. What's the point of me leaving at a critical moment? Even if it's hot, how high can it get? In Jiang Yu's supplies, there is a photovoltaic power generation. And with high temperatures coming, we also need to be prepared for a tight power supply. When the time comes, let's have everything that can be shut down. Malls and other non-essential occasions all suspended. Prioritize livelihoods. You mark this one down. Yes, leader. A while later, Hua Qingyun thought of something else. What did Elder Su's side say about Jiang Yu's leg? There's no progress, but Elder Su said that Jiang Yu is an orphan, and he doesn't know if his parents have any genetic diseases, so he's already sent his blood to a specialized institution for DNA testing. Asterisk. Charmin was kept awake by the young couple next door. Young people, are they that energetic? Before the storm, her family learns of a hidden scenic investment project. Sorting through all the contacts he could get his hands on, he locked in on the line of the Qin family. The Xia family wants to squeeze upwards, ready to ride on the Qin family to follow the investment. It's better if you earn it. If you don't, it's a pitch. When she inquired about the second-generation young master of the Qin family, Qin Yuchuan, who was stationed in this hotel, she followed her and even chose the room next door. I didn't realize I was stuck here. What's more, I didn't expect that this Qin Yuchuan is really a night and day person. It made her want to man up. Picking through a circle of his friends, his line of sight rested on the chat window with Jiang Yu. Since the insurance claim was processed, she hadn't asked Jiang Yu to watch a movie. Couldn't she take advantage of the rainstorm to care more about Jiang Yu? Strive to ask someone out after the rain stops? Next door, Pei Yuchi's voice is muffled. Qin Yuchuan was still quite satisfied. The school flower of Linchuan University, reserved and shy, had been tempered by herself. Feast your eyes on the beauty. Word on the street is that this rain will stop soon, and you'll be back at school by then. What about you? Bui Yuchi was very nervous. She was afraid that Qin Yuchuan would not be responsible. The family was going to pitch a scenic spot, and there were 4 alternatives, and my dad couldn't spare the time to let me follow the expedition. Qin Yuchuan pulled up 4 pictures on his cell phone and showed them to Pei Yuchi. It's beautiful. Can I come along? With a beautiful woman in her arms, looking pitifully at herself, who could resist? Qin Yuchuan was very proud. Of course, but we will only examine that sedimentary rock and the ancient town. The remaining Akiko Lake and volcanic rock are not commercially viable. You're amazing. Pei Yuchi's eyes were adoring. She liked the way Qin Yuchuan controlled everything and decided everything with a wave of his hand. For some reason, Jiang Yu's figure suddenly flashed through his heart. It was then squashed by her. Jiang Yu, how could he possibly compare to Qin Yuchuan? Jiang Yu slept until almost noon. Waking up habitually went to see Su Shanyue first. Su Shanyue was nestled in the quilt, her eyes tightly closed, her eyebrows knitted together, and her face was flushed with an abnormal blush. Jiang Yu immediately opened the call button. Su Shanyue, wake up. Su Shanyue. He shouted for someone while poking Su Shanyue's face furiously with his mouse, trying to wake her up. Su Shanyue wooed. That is, the person did not wake up. It's just a small shot muttering. Jiang Yu, I'm having a hard time. It's clearly a fever. Jiang Yu is heartbroken. He opened Su Shanyue's space backpack, which contained medicine, but he couldn't take it out. Luna sensed something was wrong. Climbing up, he sniffed at Su Shanyue's head. Stick out your little tongue and lick at her face. Meow meow meow. Luna's screams were all sharper than usual. Luna, go get Dawn over here. Unfortunately, there was still a wall between man and animal, and he couldn't command Luna. Previously, Su Shanyue had also said that she didn't have to do anything to keep Xiao Xiao and the others from coming over. So what could we do now? Jiang Yu thought for a few seconds, adjusted the volume to the maximum and shouted, Dawn! Not far away. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bi were preparing lunch while Xiao went on duty. Dawn's figure lurched and stopped slicing the ham. Hey, did you hear someone call out to me? Little B looked around in bewilderment. Did little A shout at you? Or is it oldest who yelled at you? Dawn was uneasy, grabbing his umbrella. You get it. I'll go check it out. Chapter 97 Boss Jiang, please continue to use the villa if you don't mind. Dawn went over there in the pouring rain, and poked her head in the doorway for a few moments. Seeing Su Shanyue on the bed with a small red face that was not normal, she hurriedly ran in with quick steps. Jesus milk, what's going on? Reaching out to touch Su Shanyue's forehead, it was frighteningly hot. Sorry, boss. Dawn turned to rummage through the box and started looking for her medication. It's just that Su Shanyue's medicines are all in the space, and all she keeps in her room is food and water. No medicine was found. Xiao Xiao immediately rummaged for a towel, dampened it with mineral water, and put it on Su Shanyue's forehead. Then, not bothering with the umbrella, he ran back to his place, panting and shouting for Kia. You go on duty and replace B. The boss has a fever. After saying that, he ran back to Su Shanyue's side. Ha! Xiao Jia hurriedly took the pot down, picked up his gun and put on his raincoat to go out. Soon, B arrived as well. Previously, Su Shanyue assigned books to them, and Xiaobi chose a book to teach you to become a surgeon. Only he didn't have the practical experience either. Coming to take a look, check Su Shanyue's forehead and palm as taught in the book. There are no temperature guns or thermometers, so you have to go by feel. Fever indeed. I think I blew it last night just after I got up and went out to clean up the mess. Do you have any medicine? B looked to Xiao Xiao. Dawn shook her head. I don't have any medicine anywhere. Well, there's no way around it. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Rummaging through the supplies and finding 2 dried-out pieces of ginger, Dawn went to make a pot of thick old ginger water, glaring hard at B on his way out. No taking advantage of the boss while I'm gone. Luna, watch this. B, I don't even dare to like the boss if I like you. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and go cook ginger water. Dawn grunted and ran back to work. The pot is on their side. It's what Xiaobi said. Why did it sound strange? Jiang Yu watched Xiao Xiao and Xiaobi busy outside the screen. He watched as Xiaobi turned over several quilts, all of which covered Su Shanyue. Then he sat aside and changed a towel for Su Shanyue every few moments. They didn't know about Jiang Yu's existence, nor did they know that there was a pair of eyes watching at the moment, and all of their behavior was a choice they made from the bottom of their hearts. It would be a lie to say that this moment was not a bit touching. Jiang Yu and Su Shanyue have always been very wary of these three, and to their surprise, they were quite honest when Su Shanyue was sick. Only B stood up, expressionless, and picked up a dry towel and put it over Luna's head. Jiang Yu suddenly tensed. Mouse over the call button as soon as B dares to move. He then made a sound, even projected over. Su Shanyue's fever wasn't completely insurmountable. Waiting for her life value to fall below would trigger the rechargeable medicine. 5. It's just that he doesn't want to take any chances. Su Shanyue suffered, not to mention, the little girl was already stupid, and then burned stupid what to do. Making sure that neither Su Shanyue nor Luna could see him, Xiaobi went to the stored supplies and drew out a bucket of mellitus. Sitting on a single couch, face open dazzle. Jiang Yu, Xiaobi, I asked you to take care of the boss. Why are you eating? Xiao Xiao came in with the pot. There was also a plastic bag over the pan. Afraid of the rain getting in, she couldn't take an umbrella if she was carrying a pot in both hands, and the whole thing got drenched. B handed her the dry towel and the meringue bucket. I didn't eat this morning. Wipe it off. Don't catch a cold too. No more ginger. Xiaobi poured the ginger water from the pot into a bowl and was wondering how to feed it down to the sleeping Su Shanyue. Dawn hurriedly threw in the towel, grabbing the bowl. You get up. I'll do it. Boss. Su Shanyue, wake up and drink some ginger water. Su Shanyue grunted, confused. Jiang Yu, ginger jade? What's that? It's ginger water. Get up and drink it soon. Jiang Yu poked Su Shanyue's forehead with the mouse. Su Shanyue, wake up. Take out the fever-reducing medicine. Su Shanyue finally regained a trace of clarity. When she heard Jiang Yu's voice, her brain was too chaotic to keep up, but her hands still followed, reaching out from under the covers. In his hand was clearly fever-reducing medicine. Dawn was ecstatic. Boss, You must have passed out when you were getting ready to take your medicine, right? B went up and picked up the medicine and looked at it. Taste the relief. Luckily, it's an effective fever reducer. He plucked a piece and handed it to Xiao Xiao to feed Su Shangyue the medicine. Su Shangyue was in a daze, seeing things with heavy shadows in front of her eyes, and her body was sore. Took the pills and continued to sleep. Dawn held Luna aside for a moment. Stinky cat, the boss has a weak resistance right now. You stay away. Meow. Going to the supplies in the corner of the house, he picked out some favorite food and sat down on the edge of the bed and began to show off the dazzling rice duo. Jiang Yu also finally breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't go over in real life. Su Shangyue couldn't come over, and for the first time, he was so eager for intimacy to grow. Looking at the tiny person shrinking under the covers, Jiang Yu was heartbroken. Watching Su Shanyue's life value fall to over 50, slowly leveling off and starting to slowly grow again, Jiang Yu knew that her situation had stabilized. Knock, knock, boss? The voice of Youngwood rang out of the door. Jiang Yu went over to pull open the door. Yang Lin was embarrassed and scratched his head. Boss, you haven't come out for a day. I came over to take a look. Do you want to eat? Meeting Yang Lin's concerned eyes, Jiang Yu felt quite comfortable in his heart. Eat? Simply eat a little. Eating. He and the little girl can't both be sick. Yang Grove and Xiaotao sensed their boss's gravity and had a quiet meal. Eat dinner after 6. Peach suddenly lowered her voice. The rain seems to have gotten smaller. Hey. Jiang Yu and Yang Lin looked out the window at the same time. The downpour that had poured directly on the floor-to-ceiling windows was now turning into a normal downpour, with lines of rain that slowed down at a rate visible to the naked eye. Jiang Yu knows that the rain is going to stop. Buzz. Xiao Qin called out of the blue. Jiang Yu watched as the rain had turned into strings of rain, smaller than just now. Mr. Qiu, Boss Jiang, your prediction is simply divine. Xiao Qin didn't mince words in praising Jiang Yu at the moment. It's so divine. The geology program is so miscellaneous and erudite that it's actually hard to make a mark. Solid expertise and practical experience are required, as well as a natural intuitive nature. The first two could be obtained with hard work and brushing up on experiments, while according to his investigation, Jiang Yu was simply gifted. Boss Jiang, I don't know what your plans are after the rain stops and before the inspection of Chouzi Lake. Go home and clean up. You know I'm on the first floor there. I'm guessing it's flooded out. There's nothing that can't be said about this. Jiang Yu has long anticipated the situation at home. That's the other thing I was going to say. Boss Jiang, this villa is an idle asset of the company. If Boss Jiang doesn't mind, he can continue to use it. Cloud Volume is nearby and it's easy for everyone to communicate. Xiao Qin sighed silently. This villa was specially picked by him at the time in order to invite Jiang Yu to join Cloud Volume. Turns out people don't come. You still have to find a way to give it away yourself. There's no way around it. Jiang Yu is too important, and the security and conditions in that Xinghu neighborhood are too poor. Chapter 98 Su Shangyue awakens. Stormy rain stops. Jiang Yu let out a light laugh. Mr. Qiu, then you find someone to send a contract over. I'll pay a rent. Xiao Qin said that he could indeed afford it with his current income. The prerequisite is to always have a guaranteed income from a program like Cloud Volume to work with. Can you find another job where you can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars at once? It's hard, isn't it? This Vengeance Chin. It was trying to do everything possible to tie himself to the invisible battleship that was Cloud Volume. Xiao Qin let out an aha. Mr. Jiang, you said that. Then wouldn't it be a good idea to find a way to earn back the prize money that Cloud Volume shared with you? Jiang Yu knew that Xiao Qin wasn't going to take the money. It's not that we won't work with Cloud Volume in the future. It's smoother to work together when you're paying rent. That's fine. Boss Jiang, I wish us better and better cooperation. Koken made a concession. Jiang Yu was a person that he could not catch sometimes, but there was progress, and at least the talented young man said that he would continue to work together in the future. Ha? Wait a minute? Didn't you want to poach people to the company in the beginning? Oops. Fooled. After the call ended, Jiang Yu put away his cell phone. Yang Lin and Xiao Tao were in the back cleaning up the dishes, and Lei Lei was sitting on the floor, grabbing a duck wing and trying to stuff it into her mouth. This scene is so lifelike. Are you guys moving after the big rain? Youngwood stretched his neck over and hummed. Find a house before you go to Akiko Lake. You guys don't look for a house yet. We'll go to Akiko Lake together and set it up when we get back. Okay, listen to the boss. Youngwood responded cheerfully. Jiang Yu is pleased with the young couple and is ready to hire them on a long-term basis, but would also like to reconsider it during the Akiko Lake visit. He's the kind of guy who doesn't have many friends and has a simple emotional experience that doesn't make it easy to accept someone. Once admitted, it's one of our own. Take care of that and come back to the room. Within the game, Su Shanyue's life value had rebounded to 70. Xiao Bi is gone, replaced by Xiao Xiao and Xiao A on guard. The duo is still showing off their food. Jiang Yu wanted to go in and accompany Su Shangyue, but at the moment, he was less useful going in than Xiaowei and Xiao Xiao. Simply put the computer aside. He's still coding and catching up, and it's been another crazy bare bones day, and when he says he's saving up, he hasn't saved up so far. Instead, his editor suddenly came to life. Sent him a message, the data is stable at the moment. Not too high and not too low. Write well and watch out for you. Jiang Yu replied back, okay de, gladly accepting the big pie the editor painted. Then he opened a map of the Akiko Lake neighborhood and studied it. All that geology that you've learned runs out of your head automatically. What kind of rock is here? Why did the lake form? Are there any underground culverts? Are there any water sources and wilderness preserves? Time passes very quickly when you are immersed in your favorite world. Jiang Yu. Su Shanyue's voice came from the computer. Jiang Yu immediately looked back into the game. Su Shanyue still had her eyes closed tightly, whispering Jiang Yu's name. Aside, Dawn replaced a towel on her forehead, shaking her head as she did so. Who the hell is this Jiang Yu? That's the 10th time the boss has called it that. Xiao Jia Hamdan Hod. Must be an ex-boyfriend. The kind that bullied the boss. No, why ex-boyfriend and not current boyfriend? Dawn didn't understand. Kia snorted. Haven't you heard? Hate lasts longer than love. The boss has recited this so many times. He must hate this Jiang Yu to death. Jiang Yu. Seeing as the duo had dutifully taken care of Su Shanyue, they did not see eye to eye with them. Su Shanyue's life value recovered to 80 and her fever subsided. So by all rights, the person should have woken up. Why don't you wake up? A went on duty and came back for B. B did a simple check. The fever reducer is working. Not a big problem. Then why isn't the boss awake? Dawn didn't believe him with a look on her face. Xiaobi scratched his head as well. It just feels like he's simply sleeping. Right. What's the boss been up to lately? Should be tired. Jiang Yu also frowned. Simply catching up on sleep? What's the little girl doing? She couldn't have learned something inappropriate on the computer. Su Shanyue had been studying that information whenever she had time these past few days, and was severely lacking in rest. Coupled with the fact that she was drenched in the rain last night and had appeared in front of Jiang Yu wearing only a small set of underwear. Ashamed, anxious and tired, he fell ill at once. Su Shanyue didn't wake up, and Xiao Xiao and Xiaowei didn't dare to leave. Jiang Yu couldn't sleep either. In reality, the downpour faded into a pattering rain. The same is true in the game. The downpour became lighter. The flood faded away when everyone wasn't looking. The thick clouds cracked open and a moonbeam mingled with the curtain of rain and spread down. Su Shanyue suddenly opened her eyes and sat up violently. Little Luna, who had been lying next to her arm, was lifted off her belly. Seeing Xiao Xiao nestled in the single sofa asleep, Xiao Jia hit the ground on the side, making light snoring noises. Jiang Yu seemed to feel something and looked towards the game. Finding Su Shanyue awake, he immediately pressed the call button. Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue flashed into space, hurriedly inquiring, Jiang Yu, did I sleep for a long time? Jiang Yu let out a long sigh of relief. You had a fever. It was Xiao Xiao and the three of them who took care of you. Keep some of the key medicines out there in the future too. It was too dangerous today. He hadn't been showing it today, but he was actually afraid in his heart. If it wasn't for the Xiao Xiao trio, it's not likely that they would really have to wait for Su Shanyue's life value to drop to 5 for him to recharge. I can't tell you what it's like to be lost and found. Jiang Yu vowed to plan properly and not have this happen again. It's almost time. Get some rest. The tsunami is ending. We'll talk again tomorrow when we have time. Aha. Su Shanyue raised her eyes and looked over through the screen. Jiang Yu. Good night. Good night. Su Shanyue's eyes were loving. She wanted to spend the evening with Jiang Yu, but it was inconvenient right now and Jiang Yu needed to rest. Leave the space and get Xiao Xiao and Xiao Jia up. Xiao A was very alert, and as soon as Su Shanyue called him, he grabbed the gun and popped up from the ground. Boss, you're awake? Where more? You can't catch another cold and scare us. Dawn woke up rubbing her eyes with the same look of delight. Ugh, you're finally awake, boss. The two of them were looking for food for Su Shanyue while boiling hot water. Looking at the busy two figures, Su Shanyue gently bit her lip. The little girl who was not good with words. Her eyes were foggy. Softly, he said, go back and get some rest. No surprises, we're out of here tomorrow and the day after. It was then that the duo realized that the rain had lightened outside and ran to the door of the house in delight. Koshi went out and shone his flashlight down. Boss, indeed the water level is dropping. That's great. It's finally over. The two idiots thought the flood was over and things were drifting back to normal. Don't know yet about the super hot weather that will follow. Su Shanyue didn't disturb the duo's good mood and waited for the people to leave before picking up Luna. Meow. Jiang Yu watched from outside the screen and made sure Su Shanyue went to bed before he went to sleep. It was a night that flooded the area, which had been blanketed by continuous torrential rains. With cheers. The waves are also tending to calm down along the coast. Finally got over it. The leader's eyes unconsciously focused on Lin Chuan again. Thanks to Lin Chuan this time. But what's this all about? Why are you stocking up on supplies when it's raining so hard? Chapter 99, Whether or not to contract the first teammate, thanks to Righteous Father, Center VQWA+1. Some people cornered and inquired. And some people had a good relationship with Hua Qingyun and directly inquired by phone. That's how I learned that the Lin Chuan side actually thought there was hot weather behind them. And the water hadn't even receded yet. So they were already doing something to deal with the heat. It's almost like there's a cat cake. Besides, even if there is high heat, how high can it get? You're not going to cook them up, are you? High temperatures are not to be feared. People cheerfully greeted the dawn. It was only 9 in the morning when Liang Yu was woken up by a succession of WeChat messages. He rubbed his temples and sat up to check them one by one. Outside the window, the heavy dark clouds had lifted into thin gray clouds. The heavy rain also turned into a fine drizzle. At the top is a message from Louis Fei. Boss, that guy next door has turned against us. Damn. We agreed to stop the rain and eat, but he didn't admit he said it. Louis Fei was furious. He had made an appointment with Shenwan, together to see the next door to eat. He has thought about it. He is close, and is a debtor. When the time comes to ask for the 2 top C seats, but not too much, who would have thought that the other side would have flatly denied having said that? Furious, Louis Fei first fights on the campus forum and then comes to Jiang Yu to spit on him. Jiang Yu's head was filled with black lines. Everyone else invites their friends to dinner. You invite your friends to watch and eat. Get some rest. We'll be leaving in the next couple of days. Before we leave, remember to have Kai Yong and Takuta stock up on things, especially water, and get an ice maker, and don't run around for the second half of the month. Aha, I know, you said that last time. Louis Fei replied quickly. Jiang Yu admonished him again. When you go and ask old Ben for leave, remember to pull a truckload of water for him, and get an ice maker, a household generator. Okay, got it. Louis Fei put away his cell phone. Gushing at Shenwan, he threw his hands in the air. Come on, I didn't ask you to watch and eat. I've got to go out and make some purchases. Water finally came to the dormitory, and Shenwan washed her hair today to meet Louis Fei. Previously, Louis Fei and his dormitory were just purchasing in advance, so that they could live so nourishingly in the rainstorm days. She asked in passing, what's with the purchasing again? Oh, the boss said he was afraid of the heat and told us to stock up on food and water and ice machines. Shenwan is Jiang Yu's beta. There's nothing to hide. Louis Fei then raised an eyebrow. Do you want to come along? Go. Hey. Louis Fei gave an involuntary giggle. Shenwan simply trusted Jiang Yu's decision. Outside, the rain has stopped and the water on the pavement is slowly receding, leaving behind a floor full of garbage and sludge. Where are we going to shop? Will the mall not be open? We don't have a car either. Shenwan was a little worried. Louis Fei waved his hand. Don't worry. When the rain stops, the people who want to make money will be the first ones out. Taxis, cargo haulers, shopping malls, definitely the first to open. Jiang Yu was also in a wheelchair in the courtyard of the villa. The 2 ducks were finally able to move out of the house and quacked happily in the rain-filled pool. Feel the temperature slowly rising. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that people shouldn't be called animals. They should be called plants, grass, vegetables, whatever. People can't live without the sun either. Send a message back to Li Mingqi to report his safety. Transferring money to Shenwan. The software thing can start. Then it was Xiaomin who also sent a message to himself today, asking how he was doing. She wanted to come to the Xinghu neighborhood to visit him. Jiang Yu didn't know how to reply for a moment and could only politely decline. There was always something strange about it and I couldn't put my finger on it. Back in the room after breakfast, Su Shanyue had already washed up and was eating bread in her room. Jiang Yu pressed the video button and projected it over. Yikes! You're awake so early? Why didn't you get more sleep? Su Shanyue's soft face was full of surprise. She thought Jiang Yu would sleep until noon. The duo just didn't meet on video last night. Looking at each other at the moment, as if they hadn't seen each other in days, their eyes could be drawn together. Jiang Yu looked her up and down. I came to check on you. It's almost time to leave. Well, is it still hard? Su Shanyue shook her head obediently. Next, Jiang Yu carefully planned her route. It will take me about 2 days to get to Akiko Lake, and with a driver on the way, I won't be able to communicate with you with my computer on. I'll leave it on. You take care of everything yourself. Ha? Su Shanyue had a dismayed look on her face. Since meeting Jiang Yu, the 2 of them had never been separated for 2 days. Cheer up. It's not like I'm leaving now. I'll leave when you get your supplies. Jiang Yu was just combing things over with her in advance. Aha. Su Shanyue nodded gently. A dark light flashed under his eyes. 2 days. That should be enough. After the floodwaters have completely receded, You will go downstairs first. I don't think there are any working cars, so you guys walk or ride your bikes back over to the school, and your first step is to get the supplies. Then drive straight to the west side of the mountains. I put a compass and map and the supplies. By the time I get to Akiko Lake, you should be able to make it to the mountains. Watch out for walkers and watch out for survivors along the way. Your goal is to be in the mountains by the 5th day at the latest, leaving 2 days to find a suitable place to station yourself. Liang Yu also has no choice. The expedition to Chozi Lake involves that Pikachu tail cloud. It's important, and he's going there to get out of the heat. The instructions were incredibly careful. That feeling of being a father came back up when he said a sentence. Su Shangyue memorized it, said his mouth was dry. Hold on. I'll check your personal information again. After tapping it, he realized that the life value was unexpectedly full. Life value, 100/100. Intimacy, 33 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 80/100. Elementary food 40 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 45/100. Elementary knives 60/100. Elementary firearms, 80 out of 100. Backpack, intermediate backpack. Liang Yu calculated it in a big way. The life value was before he got sick more than, and it had to rise to after sufficient rest plus supplemental food 80 was normal for 100. I just don't know I go up to what I can do when 100. He poked at it with his mouse, and to his surprise, a prompt popped up. Ding! Is it the first teammate for your school girlfriend Su Shanyue's pact? Note, after contracting a teammate, you need to bear the upgrade cost of your teammate. If your teammate dies, Suasahimun will permanently deduct the upper limit of life value. Confirmation of contract. Please recharge 998.00 yen. Bellow. Liang Yu froze in front of the computer for a long time without returning to his senses. It wasn't that the price scared him, but 998. Surprisingly, you can contract teammates. So game. Chapter 100. I want to contract you. Always pulling this kind of stuff by surprise. Contract a teammate, and you still have to raise yourself and permanently bleed out when you die. What about the benefits? What about loyalty? Before Su Shanyue got sick, he thought Su Shanyue was fine on her own, and only had to stuff enough supplies to keep Su Shanyue from dying. But this time when Su Shanyue got sick, he was really scared. In addition to getting sick, you may encounter injuries, pursuits, and there is too much that is not dangerous in the midst of the apocalypse. He could only project himself into the past now, and when he really encountered a situation like the one above, there was nothing he could do. But the little girl is a sociopath. Liang Yu's mind turned several times, weighing the pros and cons before handing over the decision to Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue raised her big confused eyes. What's wrong? Liang Yu, would you like to add a teammate? The kind that doesn't betray you. Liang Yu briefly talked about the situation after the life value was unlocked and let Su Shanyue choose for herself. Su Shanyue hugged Luna and slowly walked to the door of the house, looking at the trio who were picking up remote-controlled bombs not too far away. Xiao Xiao carried the boxes, and Xiaojiao worked hard to pick the bombs out of the puddles, getting a few words from Xiao Xiao every now and then. You be careful. Don't drop it for me. It's not like dropping a cannon. It won't blow up if you drop it, so what are you afraid of? He stared at the stairway exit with his gun, staying out of the duo's fight. Su Shanyue thought for a moment. If possible, I would like to contract 3. Pust. Liang Yu nearly spat out a mouthful of water. No shame in you. He expected the little girl to refuse, or contract a Dawn. I didn't realize it was going to be 3. Yes, it's very daring. The mouse swiped back and forth a few times at the lifesteal. You don't have enough lifesteal right now to contract only 1. Then wait for me to reach life 300 and the 3 of them to contract together. I'm afraid that if I pick one, something will go wrong with the remaining 2. Su Shanyue lifted her small chin with a proud face. How is it? Am I not very smart? Liang Yu also felt that choosing a teammate, like choosing a wife, had to be done carefully. One mistake and you can lose your life. Moreover, he could see that Su Shanyue was still satisfied with all 3 of them and did not want to prioritize them so as not to affect his feelings. His little girl, kills without blinking, but when she's gentle, she's really sweet. The tone was unconsciously softer. If you say so, this way, I'll charge up the fee and you can do what you want whenever you want. Anyway, the 3 Xiao Xiao won't be leaving for a while now. Liang Yu's main focus is pampering. Although he doesn't know why Su Shanyue isn't contracting right now, the 2 of them were mushy for a while. Liang Yu charged 998 and then went to code to catch up. It was at this time that he realized that it was so good to spend money on Su Shanyue. Would love to have some more. Stupid game, won't make any money. In fact, he didn't know that Su Shanyue didn't want to contract Xiao Xiao and the others at all. She wanted to contract Liang Yu. Unfortunately, Liang Yu couldn't come through right now. when there's a chance in the future, he'll make sure to contract Liang Yu, and when he does, he'll kiss him, hug him, and bundle him up to exchange art with him. Thinking about this made Su Shangyue happy. Boss, our side is all packed up. Little Adididida ran over, ready to clean up Su Shanyue's side. As a result, when he probed, Su Shanyue's place was naked. Supplies that were stacked like a mountain yesterday are now gone. Covered his mouth as he took 2 steps back. It's like he's discovered the secret of the hour. What's the matter? Not on your way yet? Su Shanyue looked back at him. Get on the road. Xiaowei's legs shook and he was about to cry out. Boss, I really didn't see anything. Su Shanyue frowned and took a few steps back to scan around the room. Your eyes are sick? What can you see? Obviously nothing. Su Shanyue twisted her head and left, leaving little A to reflect on the spot. What should I see? Woo woo. The two of them chickened out for a bit. Xiao Xiao didn't have many things on her side, and she took the initiative to hand over the case containing the remote control bomb to Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue thought for a moment and fished out a backpack from her own backpack, taken now from space. Of course, there were 5 remote control bombs left. Su Shanyue gave 2 to Xiao Xiao and put away 3 for herself. Another bit of common medicine was taken out, fever reducing, pain relieving, and blood stopping, and all of it was stuffed into the new backpack and handed to Xiao Xiao. Boss, for me? Su Shanyue softly hummed. For you to keep. Dawn looked delighted and picked up her backpack hand over fist, treating it like a treasure. From now on, she'll be the Grand Master? Xiao cautiously walked over and asked bravely. Boss, what about these houses? While watching Su Shanyue's reaction with his eyes, seeing that Su Shanyue had no intention of trying to kill him, she was relieved. No more. Get ready. Let's pull out. Destination. Near the school. Although he didn't know why Su Shanyue had to go over to the school, it was over if he obeyed. Today's Su Shanyue had changed into clothes suitable for quick action. A sports top with a slim-fitting summer dress, a pretty figure that made people move their eyes, and long hair tied in a high ponytail that fluttered as she walked, and then put on a baseball cap. The whole person handsome. Head to the roof and the whole world lights up. Even Luna, with her new hairpiece. Before it was a pink bow, now it's a little gold moon. When he got tired of being on Su Shanyue, he jumped onto Shujia's head and stayed there. Geez, ancestor, come down. You're losing your hair. Raised her shoulders and let Luna stand on them. Meow. Luna very much disliked the puddles on the ground. Dirty. The main theme is don't try to make it go away in person. Taking advantage of the scuffle over there, Su Shanyue came to Xiao Xiao's place where they were staying and stuffed the robot dog, drone, and the rest of the supplies into the space. The space backpack was about to burst. Through the screen, Liang Yu felt braced. Su Shanyue inquired in a low voice. Liang Yu, I have a feeling that Xiao Xiao and the others have detected our spatial backpacks. Liang Yu let out a light laugh. Spending time together. If they're not already conscious, it's time to consider their intelligence. What then? If they don't ask, you don't tell. Su Shanyue nodded. Aha. Kill whoever asks. Space was what she relied on. And even if they were caring for their sick selves, they couldn't cross the line. Liang Yu raised his eyebrows. He seemed to have just seen killing intent in the little girl's eyes. Su Shanyue gently wrinkled her nose. When we set off, it's inconvenient to be on the road. Plus Liang Yu has to go out on business too. So I'm afraid we won't have a chance to meet by video. Liang Yu was blessed to the core. Sensing Su Shanyue's reluctance, pressing the video button, the projection of the entire person instantly appeared in front of Su Shanyue. He was sitting in a wheelchair, and his virtual shadow held Su Shanyue's hand. Take care on the road. Don't be afraid. Your safety comes first in everything. I'll come to you whenever I can. Good boy. Saying such fleshy words of love face to face, Liang Yu wondered if he had been taken over. Blushing after saying that, Su Shanyue's eyes instantly brightened several degrees. Liang Yu's ears are so funny, they turn red and want to be kissed. It also appeared for less than a minute before Liang Yu left to avoid being discovered. Su Shanyue tossed her high ponytail. Her small leather boots clattered on the ground, and she came out with a smile at the corner of her mouth. Departure. Xiaowei came over to Xiaobi and whispered, What do you think Lauda is laughing about? Is it that ex-boyfriend Zhang Yu died? Bisenza your dead look. Can't do anything? First place in death. You'd better think about how to get downstairs in a while. Xiaojia tapped his chest. Fear not. We have guns. They have nothing. Treat them as code. We raid and they are dead. Oh, they're code. So what are you? I'm B. Dawn. Chapter 101 Su Shanyue's plan. As the floodwaters receded, the sun's rays filtered out from behind the clouds in the afternoon. People wailed down against the light, right up against the walkers that were cascading and writhing their way up the stairs. B, who was on the top floor, also noticed the difference. Pointing to the slowly fading water downstairs, he sounded the alarm. Boss, look! Su Shanyue probed her head and saw the water sinking and floating. Uncountable zombies were floating with the floodwater. And after the flood water receded, those zombies were surging towards the building. Xiao Xiao just by looking at it Jiang Yu held back his nausea, and once he figured it out, he knew what was going on. When the floodwaters rose, these walkers could swim and were washed all over the place. The floodwaters receded from north to south, and this was the tallest building, and a lot of walkers got stuck in the neighborhood. It was the scent of a living person here that made the walkers seek it out. There were too many zombies, and it was dangerous to go out now. So Jiang Yu pondered how to get out of here. Just see Su Shanyue frowning tightly. She had to go over to the school to get supplies, and she had to get to the snowy mountains to set up camp in 7 days. Jiang Yu left for 2 days in the middle, and she planned to take advantage of these 2 days to make to a trip lab, which in the X had 3 locations city. Time is very tight and there is not a day to lose. Su Shanyue lightly bit her lips, her eyes gradually becoming firm, and took out her AK and handed it to Xiaojia. Also stuff Luna in your backpack before you can't take care of it in a fight later. Get ready to fight and get downstairs. Yes. Xiaojia handed Xiao Xiao the small pistol in her hand. Dawn grimaced. I wouldn't know how. B admonished her. Just don't drive at your own people. All 4 had guns in their hands, and when they came down from upstairs, those who hadn't left downstairs were startled in unison, unconsciously standing close to the wall, not daring to mess with Su Shanyue. While sighing at Su Shanyue's well-armed side, he also sighed at Su Shanyue's beauty. How can people be perfect like this? Brave, ruthless, good-looking and armed. And there are so many weapons. Su Shanyue didn't even look at them, and walked past these people. Xiaojia was carrying a pink AK and smiled evilly at the crowd. Seeing that no one came forward to provoke, Xiaowei felt slightly regretful. A bunch of goons. When they went downstairs, the people upstairs dared to catch their breath. It's horrible. Suddenly someone suggested, why don't we follow them downstairs? Are you crazy? That's a murderous demon. Didn't they just not kill us? Let's just stay away and not provoke them. They wanted to get out of here so badly. They just couldn't fight that many walkers before they retreated again. Have the woman lead the way and pull back if things get rough? Su Shanyue steadily held her gun and saw the zombies when she reached the 60th floor. Bang! She didn't hesitate to shoot. So fast that Xiaoxiao's trio didn't even react. The 3 of them gave a start in unison and looked at Su Shanyue with an incredulous expression. Boss, so you're this good at shooting? Xiaojia blurted out. Thud. They slapped him against the wall in one fell swoop. Hate it. Shoot the gun? Shoot the niggas gun. Why do you have stupid teammates who want to die every day? Su Shanyue's small face was all puzzled as she coldly asked. What's wrong? It's okay, boss, let it go ahead. B suggested. Su Shanyue nodded and looked at Xiaowei, signaling him to move forward. Kuga buckled himself off the wall, rubbed his shoulders, and with his walked ahead, AK, and muttered something about having a problem. Beyond the screen, Jiang Yu was speechless, and he didn't know how little A's lackadaisical personality was formed. The further down you go, the more walkers there are. At first, it was just Xiao AK strafing, with the addition of Xiaobi pumping cold shots later on, and in the end, Su Shanyue also joined the fight. Dawn was carrying a gun and hitting nowhere, had to walk at the end of the line as a mascot. Suddenly, she heard clattering footsteps behind her and immediately turned around alertly to see a man running down the stairs. The man also held up a fire axe in his hand, the head of which glowed with a shiny, appalling light. As soon as the opponent swings forward, the axe can come down. Startled, Dawn raised her hand on reflex and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The other man's eyes went from excitement to horror as he fell headlong down the stairs. Dawn was both scared and excited. Keep flinging his arms. Boss, that hurts. Su Shanyue switched hands and killed another zombie. Just get used to it. Although her tone was still a bit cold, Xiao Xiao heard that this was Su Shanyue caring about her. Thimble followed down the stairs. When Su Shanyue practiced his marksmanship, it was Jiang Yu who recharged his skills, so he didn't feel any pain in his arms, only risked the time it hurt for days. My AK. By the time they reached the 5th floor, all 4 were tired. I don't know how many magazines have been changed. The stairs are still jammed with walkers, limited by space, twisted into a twisted mass that climbs slowly. Su Shanyue, it's almost time. There's no end to the zombies. Find a room and go down through the window. Jiang Yu reminded. Aha! Su Shanyue raised her hand and the 3 immediately stopped in their tracks. Seeing Su Shanyue turn the corner, they didn't go down and followed. As for the walkers down there, it's none of their business, and the crowd following upstairs, after one person was knocked out, didn't dare to follow too close. When they went downstairs they realized that they had lost track of Su Shanyue and her group, and they were greeted by another mass of clumps of zombies. Where are the people? I don't know what to do. Of course it's a good idea to retreat first. Is it still possible to fight the zombies? The crowd hurriedly retreated back again. Thanks to Su Shanyue's blessing, the zombies in the hallway above were all knocked down, and they closed the staircase fire door as they retreated. I'm surprised to find out that this works. As long as they hide upstairs and add a fire door, the zombies can't come up at all. After some deliberation, it felt like it wasn't going anywhere either. Just hide here. As for supplies, as before when Kira was there, people were sent out regularly to find supplies, and those who didn't leave the area. As for how to get out, they were going to attach a rope for firefighting and climb down the stairs. That devilish woman has done a good job. At the top of the 5th floor corridor, Su Shanyue chose a larger window. Xiaobi and Xiao Xiao are in charge of guarding. Have Kia hold up the fire axe and smash through the glass window at the top of the 5th floor hallway, one at a time. Whoa! After the glass was all broken, I cleaned up the crumbs. Boss, let's see if this works. Su Shanyue glanced downward. She'd already climbed once, and the height was leg-weakening but exhilarating. There were quite a few walkers downstairs, but the bulk of them were at the main entrance of the hotel. Liang Yu commanded from outside the screen. There's fire rope in your space. It's high enough for this. Attach it to the side door handle. I taught you how to tie knots. Let it go down first, and clear the perimeter of walkers once you're down there. Then Dawn goes down. You go back down, and finally let B go. Su Shanyue nodded. These didn't need her to worry about. Just listen to Liang Yu. The crowd, which by now had returned to the upper floors, set foot on the top floor for the first time and swarmed the house when they saw what had been erected. Also picked up some loose bread and water inside. That's what Su Shanyue couldn't fit in, so she threw it there. They are as good as gold. Yikes. Look at that, you guys. Chapter 102, Su Shanyue, I want to see you earlier. Someone was on the top floor of the 70-story penthouse, probing down. He happened to see Xiaowei and Su Shanyue going down the rope. Looking at people at this height was no different than looking at ants, and watching the woman, who was also a demon, skillfully jump off the rope and land on the ground. The zombies near the ground fell down. It doesn't take much to realize that they shot them. Man for man. Why don't we have guns? Where did they get their guns? Robbing Kara. Of course. Don't say it's useless, but at least it proves that the route down the rope is feasible. Su Shanyue only had her own target land in her mind right now. Just like when she was in school, her only goal was to get first place in the exam in order to make her parents happy. That's the way she is. With a goal in mind, there's nothing else in her eyes. She wanted to get to Early X Lab. That information was found in a computer left behind by someone else at the Pearl Hotel, proving that the owner of the computer was in a city. That file mentioned 3 experimental sites in city A. She would have to probe each one to see if there were any genetic potions stored inside. When we find the potion, we'll tell Liang Yu. Liang Yu had done so much for himself. She should also do something for him. After Xiaobi jumped down as well, Su Shanyue ordered the departure without stopping. When they first came to the Pearl Hotel, the biggest threat was the survivors. And now that they're out of here, the biggest threat is the walkers. Flooding and devastation. The streets were more apocalyptic now, with no sign of any living souls, only wet walkers, ghosts crawling out of the muck and around corners. Some of the zombies smelled a human above the hotel and rushed in with their teeth and claws open. Some walkers didn't smell it and staggered aimlessly down the muddy street. The clouds cleared completely and the sun shone down without warning. Su Shanyue's 4 people all raised their heads to look at the sky. Finally the sun is shining. I'm getting moldy. Xiaowei sighed and shook the clothes on his body. This sun is out, which means the heat is coming. It's the 7th day of the countdown to super hot and humid weather. Su Shanyue's face was serious. The corners of her mouth pursed as she led the way down the street. The streets were as chaotic as octopus, with ships, cars, and even airplanes, twisting and turning under a flood of that magnitude. Dawn looked around. Boss, I don't think any of these cars will work. Su nodded. Look for the bike as you walk. The sun comes out synchronized in Liang Yu's world. The sunlight shone through the window and into Liang Yu's bedroom, spilling onto his computer. Hot weather. It's coming. Open up the various platforms and pounce on the celebration. The work trucks that remove the sludge have been out on the streets working, and people are cleaning up and drying their quilts. Factories and malls that have been shut down for half a month are on the verge of tears. It's finally ready to open and make money again. Only the students are unhappy. Are they going to have to attend classes again? Waiting apprehensively for the school notice. But it's strange. Instead of waiting for a class announcement, how did you wait for a heat prevention announcement? The Rinchin side has experience now too. Door-to-door notices were sent out telling people to stock up on water, food and medicine. Only many scoffed. A heat advisory? How high can it get? Charge up the electric bill and turn on the air conditioning. After reading the media news, Jiang Yu swiped WeChat. Liu Fei sent pictures. The dorms were stocked with half a house full of water and food and ice machines. There were also things sent to Li Mingqi, and he took pictures and sent them over. Boss, clocking out complete. Hard work. I'll give you an address. Meet me here. Jiang Yu sent the address of the villa over. Liu Fei let out a cry. Boss, why did you go where? A heavy rain? You were wrapped up in a rich woman? Then I'll have dinner with a good friend and head over. Jiang Yu directly didn't reply to him. The more you talk back to him, the more he gets excited. Li Mingqi knew that he was the one who asked Liu Fei to visit, and also sent him a message to thank him. Liu Fei told me you said there was heat in a few days? Yes, sensei. You and sensei's mother take care of the heat at home. Right. The orthopedic surgeon your senior brother recommended last time. Did you go see him later? Compared to the high temperature, Li Mingqi was more concerned about Jiang Yu's leg. Jiang Yu stalled, then remembered that there had been no news from Su Huquan's side. Let's wait for Qiu Qin to come and ask. Look, no news yet. Don't worry too much, teacher. Li Mingqi was like his elder, caring for himself without reservation, making Jiang Yu's heart warm and fuzzy. Then I saw Liu Fei send a friend circle. See Biscuit, who's going? My treat. Below Takita, Kayon, and a few others have liked the message. Me, for one, have time now. Brother, I can. But Liu Fei didn't reply to any of them, until Shenwan sent an expression, begging for a belt. Liu Fei immediately replied back from below. Okay, I'll wait for you downstairs. Jiang Yu, he sent a question mark to Liu Fei, warning him, don't hit me on the B-side. Playboy will break Shenwan's heart when the time comes, and won't his own software progress be delayed? Liu Fei returned to him in a second. Don't worry, boss, we are just good friends. I guarantee that the friendship will not deteriorate. Since Liu Fei wasn't coming over for dinner, Jiang Yu didn't wait for him to have dinner either. When Xiaodao pushes open the door to the house and asks what he's having, Jiang Yu decisively suggests hot pot. When it gets hot, we won't be able to eat fondue. Yes, boss. Jiang Yu is having a good time watching two ducks play in the water in the yard. He also climbs up from the pool and dumps Jiang Yu with a foot of water spots. Still playing? In a couple days it'll be a marinated duck. After eating the hot pot and resting a little, he went back to his room to see where Su Shangyue had gotten to. A frown followed the look. Tap the open call button. It's getting dark, so you can find a place to rest. Su Shanyue's four were still moving forward. It was also unknown where he found 3 bicycles, and Su Shanyue rode Pinky underneath her. The 4 of them whimpered and threw off their feet and rode forward. The zombies can't even catch up. If you didn't know, you'd think you were riding a marathon. Su Shangyue was concentrating on her journey when she suddenly heard Jiang Yu's voice. She rubbed her nose in it and reduced her speed a little, letting herself fall to the very back of the group. Covering her mouth with her hand she whispered, "Stay out of this. I have my own schedule and I need to get my supplies early." Oh ho! Inverted Big Dipper. And you stay out of it. Naughty little girl. Jiang Yu snapped. You've hardened your wings. You don't let me control you anymore? Su Shanyue was in a serious mood and answered very earnestly. I am trying to get to the mountain quickly so that I can video with you. I want to see you earlier. Jiang Yu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Su Shanyue, this little girl, didn't even know how provocative she was when she said love words in a serious manner. He can't resist. Then ride slower. Su Shanyue imperceptibly hooked up the corner of her mouth. She knew that Jiang Yu would give up thinking if she said something nice. She's going to make time to go to the X-Lab. At night, with zombies besieging the city, 4 figures rushed down the muddy street like the wind. Chapter 103, encountering an extra-large sludge pit on the road. It just didn't take long for the bike to become unusable. Stuck in the mud, and not as fast as walking. Where did all that water go? You guys? Kuka lifted his shoes and painfully scuffed the thick silt off the soles on the side of the road. He said, originally less than 1 meter 8. How to walk and become 1 meter 9. Turns out the silt was too thick on the soles. Dawn grunted. Into your head. Of course. It's too much of a bully. But don't tell me. It feels like the world is cleaner after being washed by a flood. Boss, do you know that feeling? Xiaowei turned to Su Shanyue for approval. Originally not expecting a response. He didn't expect Su Shanyue to nod her head. No one and no walkers. Hiss. Boss, you got to the point. There's no one and no zombies but us. I told you why it's so clean. It was as if the world was left with the 4 of them plus Luna. A great loneliness wrapped itself around them and made them uncomfortable. Be concluded. People, it turns out, are pack animals. Su Shanyue lifted her small face and looked at the silver plate-like moon in the sky, the moonlight illuminating the road ahead. Anything that floods the road is full of muddy puddles. Su Shanyue took out food from her bag. A bottle of water for 1 person, 2 packs of large bread, and several bags of squash. stared at her backpack. It's tempting to ask, "Boss, that's you've got their Doryman's pocket." The words swirled around in his throat a few times, but he still didn't dare ask. He doesn't want to die yet. Xiaobi and Xiao Xiao had a very good understanding and simply ignored this point. Su Shangyue ate expressionlessly. She kind of missed Jiang Yu, but now was not the time to chat. She's going to get supplies. Jiang Yu looked at the silent Su Shangyue, his heart a little hard. Usually at this time, he was chatting or videoing with Su Shangyue or watching a movie. Now the little girl herself marches on in lonely doom. Press the call button. Su Shangyue, find a place to rest. Even if there are no zombies at night, the road condition is not good. Suddenly, he heard Jiang Yu's voice. Su Shanyue's tight little face suddenly softened and her eyes curved a bit. The three dawns gave a unanimous thump. Strange, the depression is gone? Suddenly I feel relieved. Su Shanyue raised her hand and elegantly threw the mineral water bottle into the roadside trash can. Clank! The garbage can was full of water. Knocked over on the floor. Go, find a place to rest. Jiang Yu was then relieved. Just in time for Lu Yifei to call him and say he's arrived. Jiang Yu turns off the sound and closes the door to the house, making sure that idiot won't barge in later. Youngwood welcomed people in very politely. With Jiang Yu's seniority, he followed by addressing Lu Yifei. Boss. Aha! Lu Yifei was instantly happy and grinned. Big brother, you have vision. When he saw Jiang Yu, Lu Yifei threw his backpack on the sofa and took a quick step to Jiang Yu, looking him up and down. Seeing that he was intact, his heart dropped back into his stomach, rubbing his chin again to figure it out. Boss, something's not right. What's wrong? What's wrong? Gee, I can't tell. I think you have a spring in your step. The feeling breath of springtime couldn't be covered up. Soon Lu Yifei was attracted by the beautifully decorated villa. His home is also a villa, but compared to this, the homes can't even be seen. Jiang Yu accompanied him to look around both upstairs and downstairs. After the rain stopped, the penthouse canopy could be opened. Jiang Yu was also ascending here for the first time. A few stars occasionally twinkled behind the thin clouds in the sky, and in the distance, under the slightly rolling hills, was the brightly lit city of Linchuan. The air smelled of water vapor unique to the aftermath of a rainstorm. Lu Yifei leaned against the railing. You have good air here. Then again, Boss Jiang, why do you live here? Jiang Yu was also relaxed at the moment. The sultry summer wind blew his shaggy hair. Doing a project for a company that shares staff quarters. Ha! What company? Generous beyond words. You'll see tomorrow. We'll be gone for over half a month this time, so you can take your time getting to know it. Jiang Yu joked. Ha! Lu Yifei's jaw almost dropped to the ground. What? What half a month? I thought it was a week. Jiang Yu scratched his head. It's changed to more than half a month. A month if it's slow. No. I'm meeting someone for a hike. Lu Yifei was at a loss. Jiang Yu looks at him suspiciously. Climb what mountain? Going to a barbecue in hot weather? Lu Yifei sighed silently, took out his cell phone, crackled and started spitting with Xinhuan. FYI, the climb is cancelled. But his loss was soon drawn to the entertainment hall on the basement level. Dirt cheap. It's bigger than mine and better equipped. There were no more rooms on the first floor, so Lu Yifei could only temporarily stay on the second floor. Throughout the night, he had been spouting off to Xinhuan about the changes in his schedule for over half a month. As for Jiang Yu's big villa, he didn't mention it at all. He understood Jiang Yu's character and kept a low profile. Jiang Yu returned to his room, originally thinking that Su Shanyue should have found a place to rest, but he didn't realize that the four were still advancing. Traveling the streets after the tsunami was difficult, and it wasn't just the silt on the roads. There are also many roads that are ruined and littered with cars and trash. The four of them were digging the road like mud men, their pants and shoes all pitch black. Jiang Yu opened his voice. What's going on? Su Shanyue held the drone in her hand and walked a little farther away. The roads in front are blocked. We've been around a bit, and it's pretty well broken in here. At the moment, she did not have the usual delicate, just like a strong boss. Jiang Yu looked at the image that the drone had sent back, centered on the walkway near the school. An oversized silt crater resembling the shape of a volcano forms here. It happens to enclose this area of the school. The only way to get to your destination is to cross the ring of silt hills. And the silt was so soft and deep that they didn't dare to walk right up to it. And once they got stuck in it, it was hard for the gods to save them. Jiang Yu understood her difficulties. The tone was as gentle as could be. You guys stand back and find a place to rest first. I'll figure it out. Good boy. Su Shanyue wasn't the only one who knew how to hold Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu also knew what to say to coax Su Shanyue. With a single good boy, Su Shanyue was unable to resist and put away her coolness. Shot the three Xiao Xiao down. Go, find a place to rest first. The three of them had no objections to finding a random roadside mall, as long as it was clean. Su Shanyue took out a tent. There is only one tent. leaving the three to wait. She went in first to take a shower. B was in charge of guarding the area, while Xiao Xiao and B went to the neighborhood to scavenge for a bit of supplies. Unfortunately, the place is waterlogged and there are no clean clothes or clean beds. Instead, I picked up 3 pairs of suitable slippers and shook off the water so I could change into them first. Su Shanyue finished her bath and changed her clothes. Take out a large bucket and put it in the tent, along with 2 clean towels. Lift up the tent and come out. Looking around, where are the people? The 3 of them were in the middle of splitting slippers. When they turned around and saw the clear water hibiscus like Su Shanyue, her wet hair draped in hazy moonlight. Boss, what's wrong? Dawn squirmed and tugged at her pants. The mud strip from my pants was too heavy. It feels like I'm going to yank my pants off. Dawn, go take a shower. Chapter 104, You Are My Salvation. Ha, and a bath? Dawn walked into the tent with a confused look on her face. Just saw a large bucket on the floor with a small basin in it, and next to it there were towels and clothes and ladies' underwear on a stool. There was shampoo and body wash on the floor. Su Shanyue seems to have an endless space. There are supplies and weapons inside. Both she and Little B had noticed something, but no one dared to ask if Su Shanyue didn't say anything. Even if these things were enjoyed by Su Shanyue herself and the 3 of them didn't take a shower or change their clothes, it wouldn't affect everyone's relationship now. They will still follow Su Shanyue, because Su Shanyue is powerful. And now, looking at all this, Xiao Xiao felt for the first time that Su Shanyue was actually very good. Not the pistol-gripping kind of good, the kind that carries a temperature. They followed Su Shanyue and survived the great tsunami. There's food and drink and now a bath. The eyes were unconsciously red. In his heart, he secretly vowed to follow Su Shanyue properly in the future. Changing out of the mud-stained clothes, he used a small basin to scoop up water, washing his hair and body, and changing into the clothes Su Shanyue had prepared. Outside the tent, Su Shanyue was quietly arranging her hair on the side. I came up to B and whispered, "What do you think? Are we going to use Boss and Xiao Xiao's bath water to bathe in a while? But it's nice to have something to use." Hey! B ignored him. When Xiao Xiao came out, Xiao Jia immediately brightened up. "Xiao Xiao, what are you wearing here? Not to mention, it shows off your body." "Shut up." Dawn gave him a vicious glare. What kind of figure is that Su Shanyue? Dawn was able to get into her clothes, and she thought she was pretty good at it. It's okay that the pants are a little small in size, but she can't even stuff her underwear. Oh, Kuka cheerfully went in for a shower and was out in less than 3 minutes. "Boss, where did you get these clothes? Are they too small?" Jiang Yu snorted a laugh. Xiaowei was tall and big. Su Shanyue gave Xiaowei her loosest set of clothes. Little A looks like Porky Pig when he puts it on. The top is all stretched out of shape and doesn't cover my stomach. The pants are still with wooden hems and barely fit. Take it off if you don't want to wear it. Su Shanyue threw down a sentence without looking back. These were the clothes that Jiang Yu had prepared for her for the first time. And at that time, Jiang Yu didn't know Su Xingyue's size. There are quite a few clothes that are on the large side. Su Shanyue hadn't even worn it, and now it came in handy. But in her heart she couldn't give it up. That was something Jiang Yu gave her. "Don't, boss, I'll wear." He went to take a shower and came out wearing a halter top and big black pants. The whole thing was a bit sultry and sexy. Dawn looked directly dumbfounded. Just about drooled. Xiaobi stood not far from Su Shanyue. "Boss, the tent is packed. You can rest now." "Aha." Su Shanyue hummed and turned to enter the tent. I have to say that B is really attentive. It was cleaned up. The change of dirty clothes thrown out, buckets and toiletries neatly set aside. Even Luna, who had been toweled off by B, outside the tent, stared in disbelief. A trembling finger pointed at B. "I thought that's why you were the last to wash. Cleaning up the mess and pleasing the boss." "Awesome." B grunted and ignored him. Kube came over again without dying. "B, are you wearing pants?" "Ha ha, I can tell by the look on your face. You're not wearing any either, are you?" The sun had already risen from the west if Su Shanyue could prepare clothes for them. And she also prepared bitter forks for them? Overthinking. Inside the tent, Su Shanyue waved her hand and a marching bed and quilt appeared. She sat down on the bed, which made her feel all tired. Luna licked hard in the middle of her fur. Jiang Yu looked outside the tent for a moment, or pressed the video button and projected his entire person over. Su Shanyue seemed to sense something. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Jiang Yu's projection before his eyes lit up violently. "I thought you weren't coming tonight. I'm leaving tomorrow, and I'm not sure, so I came to see you." Hearing him say this, Su Shanyue looked at him, her eyes filled with longing. Where did Jiang Yu stand this? Raising his hand, he coughed lightly, changing the subject. "There's a lifeboat in your space, the inflatable kind. Tomorrow you'll start by looking around the mall. Bedding stores, drapery stores, that sort of thing. Use a drone to make a path out of sheet curtains. You guys sit in the lifeboats and let the robots drag you over. This minimizes the risk of mire and is somewhat more feasible. Robo-dogs and lifeboats don't matter. There'll be plenty of supplies when you get over there. Aha! Su Shangyue pursed her lips and looked at Liang Yu and nodded. Liang Yu pushed his wheelchair forward, lowering his head close to Su Shangyue. The distance between their eyes was less than 20 centimeters. What's wrong with you? It always seems like you've been unhappy for the past 2 days. Su Shangyue bent her slender legs and buried her head in her knees. I'm a little lost. What's with the confusion? You can talk to me. Liang Yu felt that at this moment, he had become a father again. I don't want to trust anyone but you, but these days, I feel as if I'm slowly starting to trust Xiao Xiao and the others. I don't want to. Dawn also hit on me. Liang Yu slightly laughed a few times. He then said, why is the little girl unhappy? Adjusting the wheelchair so that his projection and Su Shangyue were closer together. Speak slowly. And will you indenture them in the future? Su Shangyue raised her head and thought for a few seconds. If they don't betray me, I will indenture them. Well, you and they are not friends, not comrades in arms, at least not yet. You start by treating them as subordinates. It's normal for them to rely on you and for you to trust them appropriately, and we'll talk about that later. If they're not worth it, you can always leave. Liang Yu redefines the relationship between Su Shangyue and Xiao Zhao's trio. Let Su Shangyue find a little clue. Well, I seem to get it. Liang Yu raised his hand, and the shadow touched Su Shangyue's head. Don't resist any change in your relationship. You never have to be afraid as long as you have the strength to do it yourself. Su Shangyue twisted her head, rubbing gently against his hand. Can't rub anything in, though. What about us? Will our relationship change later? Of course. Liang Yu was very certain. No surprise, it gets better. He was Su Shangyue's salvation, and Su Shangyue was not his salvation. Even if it was the worst case scenario and Su Shangyue didn't need him in the future, he would still do what he needed to do now. Protect her. Su Shangyue raised the corner of her mouth and moved a few points closer. Liang Yu's face was clearly reflected in his eyes. Liang Yu, we'll get better and better. I'll never leave you. Silly girl. Liang Yu's heart tip trembled. The reason why earthy sentiments endure is probably because of the people who say them. The eyes of a loved one are the most beautiful ocean in the world. Chapter 105 Filling up space again. Super satisfying. Day 2. The sun is shining brightly. Everyone was cheering and busy looking for a place to sunbathe. If only we had sun like this every day. Extreme weather like that. Never want to experience it again. We're well on our way. There's a country drowning around us. Who it is I won't say. Conversations like this play out everywhere. As for the heat warning that was first issued on the Linchuan side, it was thrown to the back of people's minds. Hua Qingyun was too lazy to argue. The announcement was sent normally, and the summer prevention materials were picked up by the truckload. When Liang Yu woke up in the morning, the first thing he did was of course look at Su Shangyue. The little girl is exceptionally diligent. Already following the method Liang Yu had told her, Xiao Xiao maneuvered the drone and paved a path with curtains on the circular silt hill. Xiaowei and Xiaobi puffed and puffed to inflate the inflatable lifeboat. It's a good thing there's a little charge left in the remodeled rechargeable, or we'd have to blow our gills out today. Everything was ready, and A volunteered. Boss, let me go ahead and explore. Su Shangyue nodded and took out the fire rope from her bag. Tie it. Boss, this won't work if I do fall in. Su Shangyue was very tough. Save you a whole body. B. Himself went up and gave A. The rope. Geez Vulcan, that's about right. What are you doing with the art of bondage? A grumbled a little. The art of bondage? Su Shangyue instantly came to life and stared at the rope on Xiaozhou's body for a moment. If it's tied to Liang Yu. Her eyes lit up and her ears reddened a bit with excitement. Liang Yu wasn't sure what the little girl was thinking. After watching Xiaowei pass with flying colors, Su Shangyue also passed with flying colors. Just don't look at it anymore. Go out and wash up for dinner. Louis Fei was in his pajamas, chasing ducks in the living room. Liang Yu, it's so funny that you still keep this here. Send me one when I get back. It was directly rejected by Liang Yu. People are a pair. What if I give you one and the other one? I'll take both of those. Greedy Louis Fei. Once again, Liang Yu's idea of never letting Louis Fei know about the game and Su Xingyue's existence was confirmed. Otherwise he'd be begging for it. Nice try. Did you tell your family it would be hot? Said. My father doesn't believe it. Louis Fei was very dashing, sitting on the large spacious sofa. Anyway, I bought water and supplies for the house. Ice machines, generators. I made a bet with him to give me $2 million if I lost. Liang Yu raised his eyebrows. Your father promised? Anan? Hey, when the time comes bro take you out. If I remember correctly, the person who made a bet with you last time broke the contract. Liang Yu reminded. Louis Fei instantly put away his smile. You're right. I'll have to check with the old man before he backs out. Louis Fei opened his mouth to $2 million, which really scared Yang Lin. There was even more admiration for Jiang Yu. Boss's friends, each one of them is so awesome. During the meal Louis Fei kept praising Xiaotao's handiwork. Sister Xiaotao, open a restaurant in the future. I'll definitely go eat every day. Peach was embarrassed by the compliment. After eating, Jiang Yu admonished the three. Pack up and be ready to go. Yang Grove, if Mr. Xiao is here you can help me receive him first. Don't call me until I come out. None of you. Okay boss. Go back to your room and close the door. Within the game, Su Shangyue and her group had already arrived at the school dormitory building. Is eating in his dormitory to replenish his strength. Xiao Zhao's three people didn't dare to breathe, fearing that Su Shangyue would remember what happened here and find them to settle scores. Jiang Yu opened the girlfriend's backpack document and added more clothes and shoes to it. And lifeboats, telescopic ladders, walkie-talkies, that kind of stuff. Su Shangyue, you may depart. Jiang Yu is ready. Su Shangyue suddenly stood up, startling the three. Old boss. Xiao A was very apprehensive to inquire, already thinking that if the boss settles the score, he will kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Su Shangyue picked up her backpack and simply packed it. I'm going out. You guys wait here. Fight any walkers you come across and wait for me to come back. And what if we meet other survivors? Dawn asked more. Xiaojia snorted. What are you thinking? Of course it's a fight too. Su Shangyue didn't object and pulled open the door to leave. The sound of clattering footsteps echoed through the dormitory corridors. The three suddenly panicked inside. Su Shangyue was going to act alone and hadn't taken away their guns. The three of them were cold in their hearts. The boss isn't abandoning them, is he? Don't! Woo-hoo-hoo! It didn't take long for that familiar pixelated villain to reappear on Jiang Yu's computer desktop. Jiang Yu touched his heart. Heartbeat inexplicably quickens. At the moment, look at the pixelated villain again. How cute it looks. This is your girlfriend. He dragged the document and placed it in front of the pixelated villain. Su Shangyue once again entered that familiar white space. It's full of supplies. No need to be surprised this time as she began to collect her supplies in an organized manner. Intermediate backpacks have a bit more space than beginner backpacks. She first received 2 PV caravans, 3 Wuling vans, and 5 mountain motorcycles into the space. Lined up, keep gasoline and bicycles, lifeboats, ladders, tents, generators, and other such things for outdoor use nearby. Put all kinds of weapons, drones, robot dogs, etc., especially remote-controlled bombs, in the middle of the center space. Several boxes sit directly there and feel safe. This time, Jiang Yu had put in quite a few guns and bullets, enough for Su Shangyue's 4 to kill several times. Then received the shelves into the space. Put the food and water on the shelves again. This time there was also plenty of room for the clothes and necessities that Jiang Yu had prepared for her, and quite a few of the dresses she chose herself on the website. If it wasn't for the fact that she was dropping her life value in this place, she would have wanted to switch to Jiang Yu on the spot here. Seeing the various books and small books that Jiang Yu had prepared for her, Su Shangyue shook her head happily. Thank you, Jiang Yu. Intimacy +1. Beyond the screen, Jiang Yu responded softly. Silly girl. The previous shower room and the remaining supplies were reorganized again by Su Shangyue. The space was divided into 6 zones by Su Shangyue: transportation zone, outdoor zone, weapons zone, food zone, shoes and clothes zone, and daily necessities zone. Each area is well organized. A quick glance is especially fulfilling and secure. Chapter 106, Jiang Yu. Seems like something is missing? The last time I was here, I was low on life and in a hurry. This time, there was plenty of time and plenty of life value, and Su Shangyue was here to pack up her space before she was ready to leave. Jiang Yu kept looking at her life value. Down to 80 and he's in crisis. Looking at Su Shangyue, who was like a small hamster, going in and out, Jiang Yu favored a smile. If there are advanced backpacks in the future, won't it keep the little girl busy? Almost ready to leave. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. Su Shangyue had come in here for 5 hours. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Shangyue couldn't get enough. Touching his chin hesitantly, he spoke. Jiang Yu, have you ever felt as if something is missing? Jiang Yu thought back carefully. No less. Where's Luna? Su Shangyue covered her mouth and in the next second, left the place like the wind. Jiang Yu then saw a short-armed, short-legged on his computer desktop Q version of a pixelated villain running in the direction of the game's icon with a whimper. It's almost running out of stumps. As Su Shangyue appeared within the game, a small black shadow suddenly jumped out from the corner. Meow meow. Fixing my eyes. Who was it if it wasn't Luna's little friend? Su Shangyue heartbreakingly picked up the little black cat and placed it in her arms and kept jerking it. Su Shangyue and Jiang Yu are both mindful of getting supplies and coincidentally forget about Luna when they go in. Luna could usually be brought into Su Shenyue's space, so where Su Shenyue went in and out of, she usually didn't pay too much attention to it. I didn't realize the little guy was stuck out there this time. I'm sorry, Mama didn't mean it. Liang Yu, when did you recognize your family? Then Su Shenyue is Mama. Isn't he the father? Who wants to have kittens with Su Shenyue? If you want to be born, you'll have to be born. It really is. I don't know what I was thinking, but Liang Yu suddenly felt his nose itching a bit. Hurry up and stop thinking. If you keep thinking about it, I'm afraid you're going to get a nosebleed. Outside, Dawn and the three of them panicked at first. After Xiaobi analyzed it, he felt that Su Shenyue wouldn't not want them. The three men calmed down again. Time passed and they shot two walkers that suddenly appeared downstairs. Kuga held up his gun, his brow furrowed like a mountain. So scared of walkers when I was here before. I'm not afraid now, but why am I empty inside? Dawn sighed along with her. He patted a plastic bag and grimaced as he sat in the water-soaked chair. Bastard! Xiao A immediately exploded. Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? Xiaobi looked at him steadily. Speaking for myself, I'm not comfortable with Su Shenyue's absence. It's rare for B to say so many words. Xiao A instantly smoothed his hair. That's more like it. Then I'm just as cheap as you. When is the boss coming back? Xiao Xiao stood in front of the window with great emotion. Once upon a time, she was in pretty much the same position, watching Su Shenyue leave. At that time, he was thinking that Su Shenyue would die outside. As a result, a month had passed. People were alive and well, and he himself had become Su Shenyue's follower. Life is unpredictable. Suddenly, a figure in a black sports undershirt and jeans with brown leather boots appeared within sight. Over his shoulder crouched a small, high-spirited black cat. Boss! Xiao Xiao couldn't help but wave hard at Su Shenyue, cursing himself at the same time. Thinking about 8, how and lost love like. The boss, this is not back. A and B got up at the same time and crowded in the window doorway. Su Shenyue raised her head and waved at the trio from a distance. Come on, boss is yelling for us. A turned and thumped out of the dormitory. Su Shenyue stood behind the fence and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, with a swish, she took out a wooling van from her space. Some more food and water were placed inside, as well as clothes for the three Xiaoxiaos. When this was done, Xiaoxiao's trio appeared at the front door out of breath. Boss! Boss! Xiaoxiao and Xiaojia had eyes like 800-watt bulbs, almost blinding Su Shenyue. Even the quiet bee was a bit excited now. Su Shenyue didn't know what the trio was so excited about, and looked behind suspiciously. There are zombies chasing? The three of them shook their heads in a neat manner. No. Oh, I'll give you a minute to change and get going later. Su Shenyue turned around and went inside the enclosure, leaving space for the three to change clothes. She didn't want to see little A and B naked. She only wants to see Liang Yu. Nor did she want Liang Yu to see Xiao Xiao change clothes from her viewpoint. Liang Yu, are you leaving? Su Shenyue asked in a low voice. Liang Yu hummed. There's in the supplies for you a map of city, and I've drawn the destination route. It's been 2 days since the floodwaters receded and the walkers and survivors are expected to show up. Be more careful and put your own safety first in all things. Su Shenyue nodded. Liang Yu was afraid that she would be upset and added, as long as I have time, I'll come in to see you. It's okay. No, you make good time. I'll be in the mountains by the time you get to Akiko Lake, so I'll see you there. Su Shenyue hurriedly advised. She was going to turn the corner and go to the lab. Didn't want Liang Yu to know about the gene potion now. Liang Yu felt that Su Shenyue was a bit strange and couldn't tell. Mulling it over for a moment. You be a good boy and get going. I guess I'll see you at 11 o'clock at night. Yeah. Su Shenyue nodded her head obediently and smiled sweetly at Liang Yu through the screen. End the call. Liang Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. The little girl gave herself a beauty trinket. Wait back quietly online to look at it. See what she really want to do. Su Shenyue, on the other hand, turned around with a smile on her face and walked towards the van. Stinky Liang Yu. He said he'd come to see me at 11 p.m. He must have swindled me. So, I'm going to make this quick. Through the screen, Liang Yu could feel Su Shenyue's fighting spirit. Satisfied, I shut down the computer and put it in my suitcase. When he came out, Xiao Qin had already arrived. Was chatting with Lu Yifei. Xiao Qin, Boss Lu is like Boss Jiang, a dragon among men. Lu Yifei, after all, we are family. Xiao Qin, I haven't heard that Mr. Jiang has a brother in his family? Lu Yifei, our relationship was formed later in life. After all, he had called Liang Yu his righteous father during the remedial lessons, and the relationship was real. Xiao Qin wondered if he had missed something in his investigation. Picking up his cell phone to send a message to the people in the company and investigate Liang Yu's interpersonal relationships again. Mr. Xiao, it's time to go. Liang Yu pushed his wheelchair out. Louis Fei stepped forward and naturally took the wheelchair, while Yang Lin took the initiative to take the suitcase. Arriving at the gate, the group boarded an Explorer luxury RV. Xiao Qin introduced, "This RV is for our meetings and meals, so let's make do." Young Woods and Peach had never even seen the inside of an RV like this. Holding joy, restrained and curious, couldn't help but ask Louis Fei in a low voice, "Boss Lou, how much does this car cost?" Louis Fei patted Yang Lin's shoulder. "Bro, call me Lou if you don't mind. It's weirdly rusty to call the boss. This Explorer, with modifications, is around $1 million, I think. $3. Hiss. Yang Lin and Xiao Tao sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the ducks quacking twice in the car was very apprehensive. When Xiao Qin asked what to bring then, Yang Lin felt that his brain must have short-circuited. "I can't believe I had to bring 2 gray ducks with me." Chapter 107, Caught in the Act. Su Shanhua. The sun is shining outside. Road dredging trucks, suction trucks, sanitation trucks out in a neat and orderly manner. People are seeing the sun. After the flood, people discovered the preciousness of sunlight, greedily grabbing at the sun. As for the official heat notices sent out, they were thrown right out the window. Soon, however, everyone's eyes were attracted by the convoy that suddenly appeared on the road. At the forefront was an SUV with a radar beacon. Behind them were 3 tall dark green RVs. Further back are 2 enclosed vans, followed at the end by several SUVs of the same model, majestic and imposing. No one dared to approach. It took a while for Yang Lin and Xiao Tao to catch their breath and make sure they weren't dreaming. Joy babbles and plays with the ducks. The interior of the car has been remodeled so that Zhang Yu's wheelchair is free to move around and comfortably pulls full weight. Louis Fei scared twice. "It looks like we're well funded for this expedition. Then if you don't examine something, aren't you losing money, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Qin took off his suit jacket and elegantly pulled up his shirt sleeves. "Boss Lou is joking. 1 out of 10 expeditions pays off and earns it back. There's no need to be stressed." Louis Fei had enjoyed enough of being called Boss Lou and waved his hand. "Mr. Xiao, call me Little Lou. Boss Lou is weird. There's always the feeling that he inherited the family business when his own father died." Zhang Yu sits in the car, looking out the window at Linchuan, which has been ravaged by torrential rain, and his mind is filled with Su Shanhua. The caravan left Linchuan via the highway and arrived at the drop-off point in the evening. This is a county on the outskirts of Linchuan. As soon as I got out of the car, a heat wave hit me. The crowd immediately frowned, looking up at the sky in unison. "Strange, the sun is almost down. Why is it so hot?" Louis Fei tugged at his collar. Zhang Yu opened his phone and glanced at the weather forecast. 33 degrees. It's not uncommon for places like Lincoln to be in the 30s in October. On the contrary, it's a bit unusual that it's still so hot after the sun has set. Xiao Qin had a serious face. Walking over to Zhang Yu, "Boss Jiang, is the hot weather about to start?" Zhang Yu shook his head. "Not yet." People getting out of the RV and SUV behind them looked curiously at the young man in the wheelchair. "Is this the big guy that Papa A said everything is at his command? That's too young. These people don't belong to Cloud Volume. They belong to another company. And this is a company that is of the same nature as Cloud Volume. There is a big man behind it who takes on all kinds of business externally. They are actually brothers, except that one is in charge of research and the other is in charge of execution. This method of splitting into 2 smaller companies will not attract the attention of those who are interested. Business dealings, but also to create for Linchuang. Only this time Cloud Volume was their A-side." Smoothly checking into the hotel, Zhang Yu rejects Louis Fei's offer to stay with him. "Boss Jiang, the entire hotel is wrapped up. You can walk around the hotel. If you want to go out, remember to talk to me." Xiao Qin admonished Zhang Yu. The expedition was highly disciplined, and this was done to prevent unnecessary trouble. Zhang Yu knew these rules. "I'll eat in my room. Please have someone bring it to me." "No problem." After the accident, Zhang Yu hadn't traveled long distances. "It's been a bumpy afternoon and I'm really kind of tired. I ate, washed up briefly, and got my computer out of my suitcase and loaded it up. Sneak into the game." He wanted to see what Su Shanhua was doing. Inside the game, the moonlight blooms. It lays a silver color on the whole scene. Zhang Yu compared the map. It was a private hospital in City A. Even after being hit by a large tsunami, it is still technologically advanced, judging by the various buildings that remain collapsed. Xiao Xiao commanded the robot dog to scout the way. Xiaoa followed Su Shanhua with her gun raised, and Xiaobi walked at the end. Luna, the little black cat, followed quietly. Su Shanhua took a long stride and stood in front of a shiny lead door with a shaky radiology sign hanging next to it. Su Shanhua glanced at Xiaobi. B immediately disappeared down the hallway, only to return a few minutes later. "Boss, the triage table has access to the other radiology operatories. Just not this one." "That's it then. Dawn, blow it up." "Yes, boss. Su Shangyue led her people to quickly retreat backward. A set of movements in a flowing stream, well-trained and professional team-like. Jiang Yu was stunned. Since when do they work so well together? And what's the little girl up to? Su Shangyue was also looking at the time. Her tactical watch showed 7 o'clock. Jiang Yu should still be on his way at this point. There were still 4 hours until 11 o'clock, and he was prepared to get it done before 9 o'clock to prevent Jiang Yu from sneaking in. With a boom, dust raised in front. Dawn ran over to take a look and shouted, "Not yet. You guys stay back." A few minutes later, there was another explosion. "All right, boss." Everyone walks over and realizes that a large hole has been blown in the wall next to the radiology department. "Why don't we go through the front door?" Xiaojia followed the robot dog and took the lead inside. Dawn poo-pooed. "Lead door. Get it. Get to work," Dawn urged. She loved doing it. The feeling of blowing everything sky high with a remote control bomb. Not too much. Su Shangyue lifted her foot and entered the room through the blasted hole. Behind him, Bee scooped up Luna and followed her in. Jiang Yu just couldn't figure out what was going on. But this radiology office is strange. Instead of an MRI, scanner or whatever, another door appears. Laboratory experimental body for clinical applications X. What the hell? Intuition told him that the little girl had a secret. Hiss. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, and the fruit was no longer eaten. Staring intently at the computer screen. This door is going to be coded. Dawn violently destroys it again. With a loud boom, the gate was blown out and a flood of water gushed out with it. "Boss, watch out." Everyone jumped backward in unison. Following the floodwaters were a number of bodies in hospital gowns. It is thought that these would be the patients inside this lab who died when the floodwaters came in. The floodwaters receded through the entrance and exit gaps, leaving a floor full of giant watch corpses. Su Shangyue hurriedly held her breath. The stench emanates. Jiang Yu's scalp went numb. And those 4 beaners, still breathing heavily. Jiang Yu finally couldn't help but speak out. "Su Shangyue, wear a mask." Suddenly hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Su Shangyue was like a child caught stealing food, panicking for a split second. Let's not talk about that for a moment while you put on your mask." Hearing Jiang Yu's voice, which did not mean to blame her, Su Shangyue settled down quite a bit. Take the mask out of the space and put it on. Not forgetting to cover it up with his backpack, he pretended to take 3 masks out of it and distribute them to Xiaoxiao's trio. They were also scared to death. Along the way, you can meet the occasional walker. There was no one alive or dead. It didn't occur to me that the body, which had been submerged in floodwaters for 2 weeks, was so frightening. This is great. I won't want to eat for the next 3 days. Su Shangyue lowered her eyes. Not happy. Originally, he was prepared to surprise Jiang Yu. It's just gone. Chapter 108. Attempting to muddle through with the beauty trick. Take out the rain boots and hand them out to everyone. Slip on your rain boots and lift your feet into the lab. Xiaowei carries the vinyl shoes in his hand, looks at Xiaobi, and then at Xiao Xiao. Seeing that the two didn't look surprised, he wanted to ask something, but couldn't. Bee looked at him like he was an idiot. Su Shangyue couldn't drive, and suddenly took out the wooling van and so many supplies, and he hadn't even suspected it? It's true what they say, all tofu has brains, but little armor doesn't. It's pitch black when you go in. Su Shangyue took out another lighting device and stood it in the center of the room, instantly illuminating the entire space. It's a space the size of 2 basketball courts, 2 rows of hospital beds and several offices. Jiang Yu also didn't expect that there was such a place in city. The lab. It's not zombie related, is it? And where did Su Shangyue learn this news? Or did you know all along? Have you been pretending to be a pig in a poke? Oh my god. Su Shangyue knew that now was not the time to explain and went straight to the office. Frozen little face commanded. Find everything out. Don't leave anything out. A and B are in charge of rummaging and moving things. Dawn was alone and controlling 4 robot dogs, 2 guarding the entrance and 2 patrolling the place to avoid any walkers or survivors. Su Shangyue took off her night vision and began to check the things that were moved out one by one. Flooded materials, flash drives, computers, all to be taken away. There just wasn't one thing she wanted. Boss, there's a safe in here. Xiaowei came out holding a half-meter high safe and placed it on the floor with a sound. Duong. Boss, there's a code. Su Shangyue crouched down to check the circle and threw out a small cutter. Press the switch and the gears fly. Su Shangyue personally took on the task and domineeringly removed the back of the safe. Inside is a layer of cement, and further in, a layer of steel wire, all reduced to dust under the cutter. Jiang Yu instead breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, if Su Shangyue had come up and clicked in her password, and if it was also opened, it proved that Su Shangyue had known the password for a long time, and that this what's-his-name lab in the box was what she had thought of early on. That's scary. He didn't say a word more, and this wasn't the time to break this up. Most importantly, Su Shangyue gets what she wants. Get out of here safely. Soon the safe was removed. Boss, I'll do it. Xiao A was ready to reach in, but was stopped by Su Shangyue. It's okay, I got it. Su Shangyue took a deep breath as fine beads of sweat oozed from her forehead, her long eyelashes casting a shadow on her mask. Reaching in, he fished a stainless steel tin box out of it. When I opened it, there was a thin syringe lying inside. It looks pretty plain, similar to a vaccination syringe. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. It can't be the zombie virus vaccine. Stinky girl. Su Shangyue felt inside again and frowned. Only one? Be cleared out the last office. Boss, it's all here. Su Shangyue checked and there were no more potions. Withdraw. Let the three go ahead. Su Shangyue turned around and put a bunch of information on the ground computers and stuff into the space. Take away the lighting as well. Glancing at the potion in his hand, he also put it away in space. Finally, put the flares away. Put on your night vision and get out of here. Now with the Wuling Hongguang, there is no need to specifically look for a place to land. Xiao 3 people live in the car. Su Shangyue turned a corner and took out the PVRV, in which she lived. Get in the car. She just stood in the doorway and punished herself. The appearance of being well behaved and admitting his mistakes made Jiang Yu simply unable to resist. Sighing, well, I wasn't talking about you. Seeing that Su Shangyue didn't say anything, he softened his tone again. There really isn't. Really? Really? Jiang Yu felt something was wrong. Obviously the one concealing the action was Su Shangyue. How did he make it seem as if he had done something wrong? Ahem. You go ahead and wash up and I'll wait for you to come out. Good. Su Shangyue raised her head, her eyebrows arched in a smile, and quickly dashed into space. The next moment it came out of space again. Slapped his head. Forgot there was a bathroom in the car. Turned again and went into the RV's own bathroom. Jiang Yu doesn't blame her for being private and happy. But what about when Jiang Yu asks her about the potion she's looking for later? Should she tell the truth? Su Shangyue still wanted to find the 3 potions before telling Jiang Yu. But how to get Jiang Yu not to ask later? She thought of the book she'd read in which the heroine, whenever she didn't want the hero to pursue something, she'd wash herself fragrantly and get under the hero's covers. But now she can't get under Jiang Yu's covers. That wash smells nice and white, so I guess it's okay. Thinking of something, he took out a pink cat hairpin from his space. Here's a little toy for Luna. Think of the book and wear it on your head in slight shame. Looking at herself in the mirror, Su Shangyue instantly blushed. It's in the book. I'm sure it's right. On the other side of the computer, Jiang Yu opened the hotel window to disperse the stench that had just wafted in from the house. The result was a sweltering heat. After standing by the window for only half a minute, he was getting a little dizzy. Hurry up and close the windows and turn on the air conditioner. Su Shangyue hadn't told herself before she acted, so she definitely wouldn't obediently say it in a while. The little girl will surely be pampered and fooled. But no matter what she says, one has to stick to the bottom line. 1, 2, 3 must be asked. Half an hour later, the bathroom door opened and a wet little head poked out of it. There was also a cat ear hair clip on her head. The white skin was tinted with a reddish hue due to the vapor. The rosy lips, without lipstick, looked hydrated and glossy. The big watery eyes looked at Jiang Yu. Why don't you come out? Jiang Yu asked her. Su Shangyue bit her lip, as if she had made a big determination. Then can you come over first? Jiang Yu spoiled. Press didn't even realize the seriousness of the situation. Press the video button and the whole thing is projected into the RV. As a result, the next second, Su Shangyue came out in a white shirt, watery and shy, leaning on the car window. The collarbone is as delicate as alabaster. The legs are long and the ankles are slim. Because of her shyness, she was a little bit constricted and didn't dare to look at Jiang Yu's eyes. The light from the RV hit behind her, and the shirt clung to her body, revealing luscious curves. Chu Chu looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's brain buzzed. You. Su Shangyue's face exploded red, and even because of her shyness, a wetness welled up under her eyes. She couldn't help it and kind of wanted to shed a tear. Immediately turning around and pulling on the bathroom door, she said quickly and urgently, "You don't like it. I'll change it." Chapter 109. Jiang Yu's oppressive feelings. He was a little afraid to look directly at Su Shangyue. The current Su Shangyue was like a beautiful and elegant pearl, but this pearl was shining brightly for itself. Trying to grab Su Shangyue, the shadow passed through Su Shangyue's slender waist. Su Shangyue gripped the bathroom door and stood still to turn back, shy to the point of blushing into a ball. Really? Jiang Yu looked at Su Shangyue, whose skin was like snow, took a deep breath and broke the pot. Really? His mind scrambled for a moment, then suddenly reacted. The little girl is trying to use a beauty trick. No way. When something comes up in the future, Su Shangyue woos and then backs down herself? What does that make it? Where is the majesty of the head of the family? Today she must be curbed from this dangerous idea of fighting fire with fire. Jiang Yu pushed his wheelchair back, gesturing Su Shangyue to sit over. Tell that us what's going on with X-Lab. Su Shangyue let out a soft ah. How come what's written in the book doesn't work, eh? Could it be that you're not doing it right? She walked over with her full and slender legs, just how Jiang Yu looked at himself, like he's going to eat himself. She couldn't help but reach up and tug at the hem of her shirt, but Jiang Yu's eyes were so hot, like they were trying to pierce through her body. In the end, she couldn't help it and gave a wooing cry, burrowing under the quilt, only revealing her flushed little face as she looked at Jiang Yu. No, don't look. Jiang Yu moved over and fiercely approached Su Shangyue. The distance between their faces was less than 10 centimeters. Su Shangyue bit her lip, her watery eyes looking at Jiang Yu. Boinged. Pull up the covers and cover yourself. The urn spoke. Jiang Yu, don't look. Jiang Yu hummed. Your little tiger is showing. Ha? What tiger? Su Shangyue revealed a pair of big eyes, full of doubts as she looked at Jiang Yu. After a few seconds, he finally reacted and hurriedly reached out to cover himself more tightly. Su Shangyue felt like she was going to faint. Jiang Yu had finally seen enough. Condescendingly, he asked in all seriousness, you knew about lab information? That should quell the naughty boy this time. Jiang Yu exerted himself to put on a serious demeanor. Seeing the watery mist welling up under Su Shanyue's eyes, he was satisfied. You have to make the little girl cry once to make her remember. Under the covers, Su Shanyue excitedly clutched the sheets. Jiang Yu was too aggressive. Makes her legs weak. Even more so, she wanted to grab Jiang Yu under the covers and tie him up. No way. The book says to start with a kiss. Su Shanyue had zero relationship experience and only had 2 books and a pamphlet in her hands. A book about sadomasochism. She doesn't want it. A book about 18 band. And one about kissing, the contents of which she had read several times. It's just a matter of practice. Her eyes landed on Jiang Yu's lips. As for what Jiang Yu said, he didn't hear it at all. Jiang Yu frowned. Was I being too harsh? If he really made Su Shanyue cry, he was heartbroken again. Straightening up, he stepped back a short distance. Well, I don't blame you. I'm just worried about you. Su Shanyue forcefully picked her sanity up and slowly opened her mouth. The computer I picked up at the Pearl Hotel has information on this lab. I just wanted to check it out. Jiang Yu was just about to open his mouth to continue asking when he saw Su Shanyue sit up violently. The covers slipped off her shirt collar messy and the view grand. Again, he hurriedly grabbed the covers to cover himself. Can you not ask me about that potion? Jiang Yu was helpless. It's all like this. Su Shanyue doesn't want to say it. Really? Okay then, I'll ask a different question and you have to answer it. Looking at the strong Jiang Yu, Su Shanyue was dazzled again and unconsciously said back. Good. That potion you took, was it related to the walkers? No. Su Shanyue firmly shook her head. Really? I swear. No. Su Shanyue stretched out 3 scallion white-like fingers and swore at the lamp. Aha. Jiang Yu was slightly more at ease. Then you rest early, no messing around, and make good time tomorrow. Jiang Yu takes the trouble to admonish once more and ends the video. Rocking his wheelchair to the bathroom, he went to bathe the indescribable. Really, he can't hold it. Stinky girl. He suspected that Su Shanyue had secretly read the wrong book. Day 2. Su Shanyue also stopped pretending. Regardless of whether Jiang Yu was watching or not, he directly led the people to run towards the other 2 places in the lab. With yesterday's experience, I was much more skillful in dismantling the lab today. Unfortunately, there were a total of 3 laboratories, and Su Shanyue only found 2 genetic potions, as well as a bunch of information. It was still a long way from the 3 gene potions she wanted. Only when all 3 gene potions were complete could they try to cure Jiang Yu's leg. But there were no more clues now but to end the search and head for the hills. Jiang Yu had been thinking about Su Shanyue all day. Upon arriving at Autumn Sublake just after 4 p.m., the first order of business was to get the computer set up, close the car door, and get into the game. Seeing that Su Shanyue's wooling van was setting off towards her destination, she was relieved. He's 1 man and 1 RV. There is a remodeled bed, bathroom and desk. Even the steps to get in and out of the car were built as a gentle slope to make it easier for him to get in and out. Louis Fei sighed repeatedly. Boss, revenge always comes around. Jiang Yu was in a good mood as he looked at the sparkling Chozi Lake in front of him, surrounded by mountains. The lake is blue, and because of the heavy rain, the water level has risen quite a bit, and it looks a whole lot bigger than the area in the picture. Now that's a bargain for 2 gray ducks. Having fun at the lake, Jiang Yu briefly toured the camp. Louis Fei temporarily shared a caravan with Qiu Qin. The Youngwoods live in an RV. Supply trucks and SUVs are parked in the rear. Crews are setting up tents. When they saw Jiang Yu, they all nodded and greeted him. Liang Yu found a relatively high position and took out a photo. It's a picture of the clouds with Pikachu's tail from the original information sent by Vengeance. Liang Yu came to Chozi Lake on an expedition to find this. On a careful comparison and drew a circle on the map. The crew set up a professional stove, brought down boxes of ingredients, and started cooking dinner. Cho Chin, dressed in a tracksuit, ran over from the distance. Boss Jiang, how's it going? Liang Yu handed him the map. We'll start with a survey here tomorrow. Cho Chin is aware of some geological knowledge. Looking left and right, he can't see what's so special about Liang Yu's circle, but that's okay. The main thing is to see if the area is suitable for scenic development. And even if nothing turns up, it's fine. A red sunset spreads over the lake. Everything looks beautiful. On the other hand, Qin Yuchuan led Pei Yuchi's expedition to the vicinity of the sedimentary rock area. With just one look, Qin Yuchuan concluded, this place has no development value. It's all broken rocks. What's there to see? Pei Yuchi chimed in. It's better on the old town side. Their party had not yet camped, and had again moved without stopping to the ancient side of the town. As for Akiko Lake, it was not part of the expedition from start to finish. Chapter 110, Liang Yu, am I handsome or RPG handsome? Nightfall. Akiko Lake is beautiful beyond words, and it's also a few degrees cooler than outside. It's comfortable. Staff in charge of security have set up small signal receivers in the vicinity to ensure that communications are open. After everyone finishes eating, Liang Yu uses his cell phone to shoot a video. Prepare to bring it to Su Shanyue to take a look. Youngwood came over. Boss. That. Yang Grove rubbed his hands nervously. Is there anything that Xiao Tao and I can do? No? All the way over. From getting in the car to landing. It's all taken care of by professionals. It was hard for him and Peach to do nothing all day as if they were pendants who had come to visit. Liang Yu patted his arm. It's not time for you to play a role yet. There's no rush. He brought Yang Grove and Peach with him, just to be used when everyone on Cho Chin's side had left. There's no rush now. That's fine. Boss, if there's anything you need, you can call me anytime, haha. Youngwood scratched his head and walked away. Took my daughter-in-law for a walk around the lake. As for Liu Yifei, he squatted on a big rock by the lake. Monkey-like, cradle your cell phone and crackle your typing. The project has to be kept secret and he can't say too much to Shenwan. Trying to spit out a few words about Liang Yu, he was also told by Shenwan, no talking about my male god. Alright, back inside the caravan, Liang Yu opened his computer. Log into the game. Su Shanyue's group had already reached the edge of city and would reach the mountains before noon tomorrow. About the same time as planned. The four of them were eating in Su Shanyue's caravan. The car could fire. And Su Shanyue had her first meal with pot gas since the end of the world. Xiaojia's fried rice with screw peppers and ham sausage. With a side of coke. The four of them ate hashish and kept sweating. Xiao Xiao wiped the sweat from her forehead. This is too spicy for you. Next time put less chili. Xiaobi suddenly spoke up. It's not all chili. What's that? It's the weather. Weather? With that, Xiao Xiao and Xiao Jia were surprised to realize that it seemed to be a lot hotter than before. What is it? This Thai weather. Su Shanyue's spicy little mouth turned red, wiping beads of sweat off the tip of his nose and forehead. Tomorrow we're going up to the mountains to escape the heat. The three men froze in unison. Boss, it's true that the weather is a bit hot, but isn't it too much to go up the mountain to escape the heat? Little A asked the question with a sincere face. He didn't mean to disobey the boss. It's simply asking questions if you don't understand. In the past, Su Shanyue did not bother to explain. But now, it is also considered to treat the three as a grasshopper on a rope. It's time to tell them. Super hot weather will follow. No less powerful than a major tsunami. Only in the mountains do we have a chance of surviving. That bad? The three Dawns were frightened. Dawn stammered and spoke. So, boss, should we bring more stuff up there? Su Shanyue shook her head, her expression carrying a few hints of coldness. All set. Oh, the three of them didn't dare say anything more, and when they finished eating, Dawn cleaned up all the dishes, opened a can for Luna, and opened the window to ventilate the RV before leaving. Liang Yu kept looking at Su Shanyue, just simply watching. He was happy. Su Shanyue, the person who was originally like an iceberg, immediately leapt up when she heard his voice. Liang Yu. Liang Yu pressed the video button and projected it over. Su Shanyue stood in front of him obediently, her autumn water-like eyes looking at him. Liang Yu understands. It's begging for a quip. Good boy today. While saying that, he tapped on Su Shanyue's personal information. Life value, 100/100. Intimacy, 36 out of 100. Skills, elementary maintenance 100 out of 100. Elementary food 40 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 55/100. Elementary knives 60/100. Elementary firearms, 100 out of 100. Backpack, intermediate backpack. Ha, When did the intimacy get to 36? Wouldn't that be 4 days before we hit 40 and unlocked the touch feature? Yesterday's pure and seductive appearance of Su Shanhua suddenly flashed in his mind. The heart was hot. Hurry up and get that image out of your head. Only, his brain wasn't listening today. Ahem. Your primary repair and firearms skills are ready to be upgraded, but it's the primary food and primary knives that are quite a bit short. Really? Su Shanhua bent over. Point to the computer screen. Look at it line by line. Jiang Yu cockily rolled his mouse and moved the intimacy data upwards to cover it up. He was afraid that Su Shanhua when she saw would be dissatisfied as intimacy and pestered herself to brush her intimacy. 36. That would really be the sky falling. The two of them leaned very close, and the tip of Jiang Yu's nose was filled with the smell of Su Shanhua's body. How can any girl smell soft? Su Shanhua's heartbeat also involuntarily accelerated. She loved the feeling of being wrapped in Jiang Yu's scent. Speaking lowly, I'll practice transportation and knives once we get settled. Jiang Yu couldn't take it anymore. If he wasn't a figment at the moment, the little girl would be sitting in her arms. Let Su Shanhua stand aside obediently. He mouse-clicked on the primary repair skill. Along the way Su Shanhua had her hands on quite a few things to dismantle, and it was estimated that those had become skill points. Ding! Is it upgrading the primary maintenance skill for your school girlfriend? Su Shanhua? Confirmation of upgrade. Please recharge 398,000 RMB. Is it upgrading the primary firearms skill for your school girlfriend Su Shanhua? Confirmation of upgrade. Please recharge 398,000 RMB. After recharging 398 in a row, he finally found some kryptonite again. The last time I had a great experience like this was when I recharged my indentured teammates. Su Shanhua sensed something. Holding out his hands he looked back and forth. Jiang Yu, I feel like, I kind of want to fix my car now, or my robot dog. Jiang Yu nodded. That's it then. It seems that beginner maintenance can only fix the simple ones. Intermediate maintenance can fix some of the electrified ones. I wonder if you can fix airplanes when you get to advanced maintenance. What about another look at the gun? He also prepared a bazooka for Su Shanhua. Not sure if it would work. Su Shanhua backhanded in from her space AK, glanced toward the car door. I feel that it can. It was hard to, couldn't even end it. Touch before the AK. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to speak, she threw the AK back into space and replaced it with a bazooka out. Eyes snapped up as his hands touched the bazooka. The voices were a few notches higher. Jiang Yu, seems like it could work. When Jiang Yu first met Su Shanhua, the little girl was wimpy and crybaby. After slowly getting to know each other later, it was realized that although Su Shanhua was crying, she didn't hesitate when she did it. Weapons are upgraded now. I wonder who will be next to hit the gun. Looking at intermediate maintenance the information, Jiang Yu was expectant and satisfied. 0 out of 100. Intermediate firearms 0 out of 100. This is a rose raised by his own beast. Nope, it's hands-on. Akif, you wait for a place to practice and slowly improve up. As for the bazookas, how many did you bring? 5. Jiang Yu, well, practice one of them later when you get a chance, and use the remaining 4 when the time comes. Jiang Yu makes arrangements for her. Remote-controlled bombs have a range limit. Not so with a bazooka. Su Shanhua kept nodding her head and looked around the bazooka several times. Not even looking at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu pushed his wheelchair a few steps forward, attempting to attract Su Shanhua's attention. Unfortunately, Su Shanhua only had the bazooka in her eyes right now. Chapter 111 Aqua Spirit's Gold Mine. Can this bazooka look better than itself? 5 minutes later, Jiang Yu had to admit that at the moment, in Su Shanhua's eyes, the bazooka just looked better than himself. Okay, don't look. I have a view of Lake Akiko here. Do you want to see it? After saying this, Jiang Yu's face burned a bit. Why would he be jealous of a cold bazooka? As expected, Su Shanhua was immediately attracted to it, and immediately put away the bazooka. Sitting obediently by Jiang Yu's side, Jiang Yu picked up his cell phone. Play up the footage of Akiko Lake taken today. The pristine scenery flowed through the picture, and Su Shanhua's round eyes stared unblinkingly. Let out a gasp. Jiang Yu, your world, it really is so big. I'll show you more places later. Jiang Yu solemnly promised. Jiang Yu, you're so kind. Thank you. Intimacy +1. Pust. Jiang Yu spat out blood. How come it went up again? Inside Su Shanhua's caravan, the two of them quietly looked at their cell phones, and a faint sense of happiness slowly flowed. The two spaces are in different time zones. At the moment it is wonderfully connected across mountains and seas. I'm going to survey during the day, and you're going to be a good boy and go up the hill. Got it. Su Shanhua spat out her tongue mischievously. At 9 o'clock the next day, Jiang Yu was woken up by the heat. Last night, he and Su Shanhua were mushy until 12 o'clock before going to bed. I didn't feel hot at that time and went straight to bed without turning on the air conditioner. Now it's good to have a sweaty undershirt in the morning and have to go to the shower again. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Liu Yifei bare-chested and pouring ice-cold Coke. The moment she saw Liang Yu, she immediately turned into a bitter face. Boss, this is too hot. It wasn't this hot yesterday. Qiu Qin frowned, wearing a field green undershirt and shorts, but holding a literal paper folding fan. Non-stop fanning. Boss Jiang, is the heat here? Qiu Qin had a worried look on his face. Take out your cell phone and check the news. It's only the 4th day since the flood and tsunami ended, and it's like being in the middle of summer in a deep forest like a Kiko lake. I don't know how it's going to be anywhere else. Liang Yu nodded silently. How serious the situation will be? I'm not sure. Just be prepared to deal with it. And that's just the heat. The real purgatory is heat meets high humidity. The whole earth will be like a steamer. Luckily, the level of disaster in reality is only of what it is in the game 20%. Thinking of this, Liang Yu quickly came to the meal distribution point, claimed his meal, and opened Dazzle. Boss, you can eat in this heat? Liang Yu glanced at him. You won't have anything to eat if you go up the mountain in a while and you're starving and wailing. This was Liu Yifei's first real field survey. Thinking about this, the excitement of ahead. Over to follow the dry 2 bowls of Chongqing small noodles. The team is in full gear. Look to the hills to run away. It looks so close in the photos that the buggy drove for over 2 hours and hiked for another 2 hours. The crowd on the road looked enviously at Liang Yu's motorized wheelchair. Liang Yu spread his hands. I don't have much electricity in this one, so I'll have to work hard to push you guys back. Ha, it's fine, Boss Jiang. The crowd laughed. After arriving at Liang Yu's designated place, the next step was to watch Liu Yifei. The area is rich in vegetation, and crews use tools to lift the vegetation from the mountain to reveal large patches of gneiss. The unique texture is marble-like and beautiful. Bright green, white, and deep blue, these quartz stones are sandwiched in between. Direct sampling, digging, and marking. Water quality, geology, air quality, all brought back for testing. Liang Yu raised his head and carefully identified the clouds in the sky. One is in the mountains, and the clouds in the sky flow with the wind, giving one a sense of isolation that is like a world apart. Suddenly, Liang Yu's figure lurched. Immediately grab your cell phone and shoot. He saw Pikachu's tail, tiny, white pieces, like someone used PS to hang them in the sky. Against the clouds, Liang Yu asked the staff to lift himself over. Point to the mountain in front of you and have a detector brought in. After the long probe needle was put in, the situation of the fracture layer in this area gradually appeared on the instrument. Sure enough, it's a subfracture zone. When Liu Yifei heard this, his eyes instantly widened. Liang Yu, you mean, here, I'll gather. Liu Yifei immediately came into the spirit and ran like a fly to get the instrument. There is an unwritten rule in nature. The subfracture zones next to the main body of the fracture zone usually produce gold. Accompanying minerals of gold are pyrite, galena, chalcopyrite, and rock silicification. The rock sample and geologic structure here meet the conditions, and it is up to the remaining analysis of the rock composition. Qiu Qin looked on, dumbfounded. Boss Jiang, is it serious? Liang Yu looked at the weathered small pieces of quartzite he had picked up in his hand. The eyes burned at Qiu Qin. He was also excited. If the exploration is correct and goes well, there should be a gold mine here. Not great, but that's a gold mine. How many geologists have traveled from north to south and east to west? If it's a mountain, enter it. If it's a pit, dig it. If it's water, fish it. If I found a gold mine in my lifetime, even the smallest one, I'd be able to put it in a textbook. Finding a gold mine isn't the golden straight out of the ground that others think it is. Instead, they find ores that contain the element gold and then smelt them. Mr. Vengeance, I don't like to open champagne halfway, but this time, you're probably going to give me a big bonus. Boss Jiang, what's going on? Qiu Qin scratched his ears anxiously. Liang Yu threw the stone in his hand to him. Thumb-sized, white-green stone with black spots trapped inside. What's this? Jianzi, if you haven't found the wrong one. Liang Yu looked at Qiu Qin's eyes as they changed from a finger's width to the size of red jujubes. Round and round with a few funny moments. Liang Yu, do you know what you're saying? Qiu Qin couldn't believe his ears. Liang Yu gave a crooked smile. That's why I don't like to open champagne halfway. Everything has to wait for the test results. That's just the surface situation. Specifically, it depends on what's going on underground. Coco, but isn't gold golden? Qiu Qin's head was spinning a bit. Liang Yu gives him the science. When it's not refined, it comes in all colors. Black, green, yellow. Ah, right, indeed. Qiu Qin forgot this bit of knowledge. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, and his first thought was to call Hua Qingyun. Stopped by Liang Yu. Mr. Qiu, It's a scenic development project now. Cho Chin slapped his head. Boss Jiang is right. He took a deep breath and collected himself, straightening his expression. Go out and issue orders. Everyone confiscates cell phones and cut off communications. The results of your tests are highly confidential and are shown to him alone. Then walk away with your cell phone. While talking on the phone, she looked at Liang Yu with a complicated expression. What's this? This is the son of Qi. Liang Yu can find a mountain and discover a gold mine. No, rather than Liang Yu being a son of Qi, it was more like his big boss Hua Qingyun got lucky. Chapter 112. Who was the person behind Cloud Volume? In Lin Chuan's office, in addition to the air conditioner, a mobile chiller was temporarily added. It's too hot. In October, it got up to 40 degrees. The key is that the humidity is still high. It really fulfills the news provided by Liang Yu, super hot and humid weather. The medical system pulls a direct blast. When the flood waters first faded, people scoffed at the official promotion of any hot weather response guide. Now one by one every day on the internet to Lin Chuan official burning sidewalk incense. Luckily, the official guidebook was issued and I bought a dehumidifier. The area next door is running out of water. Now that the malls are shut down, the power supply is tightening up on the people first. It's not easy. Hua Qingyun was already numb as he looked at the words of praise. At this time, the secretary came in covering his cell phone and told Hua Qingyun to answer the phone. Leader, it's Cho Chin. Hua Qingyun picked up the phone and said a few words before jerking up. Are you telling the truth? The tone was urgent and alarming. Office chairs are bouncing off the floor. The secretary couldn't help but look sideways. Following the leader for some years, the first time he had seen him so out of sorts. It can't be that Cho Chin's side is in trouble. Put the word out that this place won't work. When the scenic project is finalized, the Akiko Lake project will be a separate project. Once the exploration is complete, your side will be pulled back normally, and there will be someone to protect that side until the project is established. When your men return, remember to keep it strictly confidential. Aside from meetings, it was rare for Hua Qingyun to say so much. The secretary was looking on in awe. After the call ended, Hua Qingyun swept away his previous fatigue. Make me a pot of tea. Such a hot day, also want to drink tea. It seems that the leader is really happy. The secretary asks out to make tea. Liang Yu and Liu Fei were inside the makeshift laboratory. Cho Chin was so nervous that he didn't eat his meal and didn't mind the heat. He kept walking around, watching the different depths of were being placed inside the instrument. Carbon element detection, mineral standard comparison, spectral analysis. After some tossing and turning, Liang Yu took the report card. Liu Fei and Cho Chin, one on the left and one on the right, bury their heads in the report card with Liang Yu. Liu Fei shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk. Mom, I found. Shoo. Cho Chin hurriedly covered his mouth. Confidential. Confidential. This has to be kept secret. Liang Yu's eyes were all excited as well. Who could turn down a gold mine? Although the gold mine is certainly not his own, but it's his own discovery. The exact reserves would require more specialized exploration, but it's safe to assume that there is gold here. This will be a major discovery for Linchen. This land is currently unowned and owned by the state, but never let the bad guys get their hands dirty. Cho Chin takes the information with him and rushes back to resume his orders, originally wanting to leave someone behind to protect Liang Yu. It was rejected by Liang Yu. Super hot weather is coming soon, and there's not enough RVs here to justify spending time here. You guys go back and have air conditioning. Knowing that Liang Yu was a person who had a hard time changing his mind, Cho Chin didn't insist. 3 RVs, 1 SUV, and 1 supplies truck. There's also a smart dumpster. Leave it all behind. Someone will come back to clean these up when Liang Yu says when he's leaving. The others, with their instruments and tents, retreated like the tide. Liu Fei looked at the back of the convoy and lamented. Boss, they're leaving here. Aren't they afraid that this place will be overrun by others? Throughout the day, his cell phone signal was blocked. Only Cho Chin's cell phone worked for the entire team. He hasn't contacted Xinhuan yet. It's good that he's gone now, so he can chat with Xinhuan again. He. Liang Yu let out a light laugh. You're underestimating the people behind Cloud Volume. It's a character to be involved in a project like scenic development. Someone should be taking over this place secretly soon. The quality and size of the mine will take several explorations by someone more specialized. What about us? Liu Fei felt slightly regretful. We're going to stay here for the rest of the summer and do nothing. And when our work is done, remember not to go back to Hill 1. Liang Yu admonished him. That unnamed mountain on the edge of Akiko Lake was named Mountain No. 1. Liang Yu looked at the lake, pondering. Cho Chin didn't reveal how the one behind Cloud Volume was going to deal with the officials. Not a little bit of this. Gold mines. How can they be private? They need to have a prospecting license, mining license, etc. A qualified company. So the man behind the cloud volume. He suspected that the man had an official background. Luckily, he hadn't agreed to join cloud volume in the first place. There were two sides to everything, and he was now more interested in concentrating on getting money and accompanying Su Shangyue. The people are gone and the lake is instantly clear. The two ducks stayed in the water and pressed on. Yanglin seduced them several times, and all that responded to him was a quack. Leave them alone. It's hot now and the water is cool. When the water warms up, they come back on their own. Jiang Yu comforts Yang Lin. Yang Lin pointed at the two big ones. Humph. When the water gets hot later, be careful that you turn into boiled ducks. Half a sunset and a salted egg yolk leaning against the hill. The lake shimmered with gold and red light, and green hills stacked in the distance. Throw in the heat. It's a great view from here. Before it got too hot, we all decided to have a barbecue in the evening. Louis Fei and Yang Lin are excited to make preparations. Jiang Yu returned to the RV and turned on his computer. Look at what Su Shangyue is doing. As soon as he opened the game, he saw Su Shanyue's van surrounded by a group of people. The group was sharply dressed, mainly young males. Su Shanyue stood outside the car with 4 people. There was a huge crowd of people across the street, all with guns in their hands. Little A and Little B held up small pistols. Not a bit of a fight in comparison. It seemed that as Su Shanyue's skills upgraded, the enemy's combat power followed suit. Jiang Yu frowned. A cursory scan of at least 100 people. After the tsunami, the survivors of city were basically over at the Pearl Hotel. This is the bottom of the hill. Where did all these people come from? Su Shanyue, where did these people come from? Hearing his voice, Su Shanyue's tense expression instantly relaxed. The eyes went from being high-flying goddesses again, to being a little cute. Jiang Yu looked out from her exposed eyes, while the 3 Xiao Zhaos felt the low air pressure hovering above their heads suddenly dissipate. Xiaobi turned around sharply and glanced at Su Shanyue. At this moment, Su Shanyue was not convenient to directly reply to Jiang Yu's words, and raised her chin at Xiaobi. What do you mean? Xiaojia couldn't figure it out. Xiaobi rushed across the room and spoke. You don't own this mountain, so why can't you go up it? The hand of the lead man across the street holding his gun didn't move. Looking hesitant, he replied, there are only 4 of you? Little A was even more surprised. Xiaobi actually managed to guess what Boss Su meant. This magical ability, he also wanted to learn. Xiaobi sneered. I'm the one asking you guys now. Su Shanyue's side had fewer people, but it didn't mean that the other side had more people to be held by them. The leader stalled. Dude, that's kind of funny. With so many of us, we're not afraid to flush you out? Xiaobi continued to sneer. Charge if you can. Little A's mouth grows into an O shape. Cool. Chapter 113 Su Shanyue, I was scared to death just now. Is that okay? He said he had learned again. The leader laughed in exasperation at this oily look on B's face. He did have something to ask, and he couldn't do anything to these 4 yet. I've been in A City for a few days, and for the first time, I've met other people. But when he finished asking, if these 4 people still didn't cooperate, then don't blame him for not being polite. The leader voluntarily put away his gun, hands wrapped around his head in an air of triumph. Tell you what, I'll ask one question. You guys ask one question. Let's be fair. Xiaobi glanced at Su Shanyue. Seeing her eyes drooped in silence, her heart was in the right place. Could be. Leader, you guys from city? B, yes. Where are you from? Leader, why city? Why city? Jiang Yu quickly opened the map, only to realize that on the game map, a new area had been automatically unlocked at some point. The previous gray area is unlocked. Ding! Is a new map unlocked for your school girlfriend Su Shanyue? To confirm unlocking, please recharge $398. 00. I bought a earlier 998 teammate spot and now I see 398 are such a good deal. People really do have a bit of a vibe about them. Jiang Yu skillfully recharges. Quickly tap on the map of city. Y. City then Y is much larger city and has a much richer terrain, with deserts and forests in addition to urban areas and mountains. No wonder there are so many survivors. It's a big area with a lot of terrain. There is also a large range of places to take shelter when flooding occurs. The two sides are still at loggerheads. The leader continued to ask B, how many survivors do you have? 200 or 300 is always there. The other party didn't ask if the survivors and Xiaobi were in the same group, and Xiaobi had no problem at all answering the number of survivors at the Pearl Hotel. Xiaobi was very calm and asked rhetorically, what are you stopping us for? There's nothing left in Y. There's no point in you guys going over there. A look of pain flashed across the leader's face, with a few moments of celebration mixed in. You are advised not to waste your time. Jiang Yu's voice rang in Su Shanyue's ears. Ask them they're what doing in city. Su Shanyue nodded and took a step forward, standing behind Xiao B and whispering. B spoke up, so you guys what are doing in city? Only then did the leader of the opposite side put his eyes on Su Shangyue, and his complexion flinched. Su Shangyue was wearing a light-colored sweatshirt with a hat and mask today. It's hot and she's afraid of the sun. Couldn't see Su Shanyue's appearance, could only see that her figure was too good to be true, and she exuded a noble and inviolable aura. And this woman across the street is extremely good at hiding. At first everyone's eyes were drawn to the big muscular man, A, and the brooding B. Press didn't pay too much attention to the two women behind him. It was only at this moment that I realized that there might be someone else on this team who could make the call. As soon as these people on the opposite side saw Su Shanyue's figure, they all brightened their eyes. Someone tugged at the leader's shirt and tried to say something but was interrupted by the leader. It doesn't take much asking to know these by what guys who have had their brains taken over want. With the end in sight, the only way for humanity to resist the natural disaster is to unite. So you four join us. He offered an olive branch. I didn't expect to be rejected outright. We're not interested, don't stop us. If want to go to Yu City you can go by yourselves. A Xiaobi raised the gun in his hand. It caused laughter from across the room. Dude, toy gun, right? The leader narrowed his eyes gradually becoming fierce. How can one be a good person who can survive in the apocalypse and be the boss of so many people? He raised his hand, and the men with submachine guns behind him immediately stepped forward, surrounding Su Shanyue's few people. Su Shanyue was not happy. Jiang Yu had come, and she wanted to hurry up and find a suitable place to station herself and chat and video with Jiang Yu instead of wasting time with these people here. The other side has 10 submachine guns. You shouldn't come in hard. Jiang Yu and Su Shanyue muttered a few words. Su Shanyue also raised her hand. B spoke up. Okay, we'll go with you. Su Shanyue turned towards the Wuling van, and the leader snorted at the sight. Since you've joined us, this car naturally belongs to everyone. You guys are okay with that? Whoever wants a ride has to pay for it. Smile. Not to be denied. Su Shanyue hated hearing the word. When Qi Liang said the same thing. Pay. With a wave of Su Shanyue's hand, all the supplies in the car were collected into space, leaving behind the empty car, and the 2 remote-controlled bombs under the seat. She held up her hand, signaling that she had taken nothing, and slowly backed away from Xiao Xiao. The leader felt that today was a good sign. The team expanded by 4 and got a car. They had cars before. The big tsunami flooded them. And now it's too hard to have a functioning car. The leader got right into the car, followed by several men with guns. The trunk was open and a few more people were seated. The car door didn't close. It just drove straight ahead. People wailed and crowded forward to follow. And the crowd specialized in people carrying several bags of supplies on bicycles, followed suit and ran forward. Su Shanyue's 4 people were slowly squeezed to the very back of the line, until it falls alone. Suddenly someone turned around and realized that the hot babe was gone. Turning back to look for someone, he saw Su Shanyue's 4 people standing not far away. The muscular guy is still waving at them. What do you mean? Dawn spread her palms and pressed the remote bomb switch directly. Boom! At the foot of the mountain in the evening, there was a sudden explosion of a terrific noise and a mushroom cloud. Su Shanyue elegantly covered her ears. Turn around and leave. The group of people who had already walked away all covered their heads and crouched on the ground. Those who were close were bruised and tipped to the ground, and those who were a little farther away bled from the shock of their ears. When he looked back, the van was already burning with a blaze. The temperature seems to be higher on hot evenings. After reacting, someone shouted and turned back to look for the 4 Su Shanyue, only to find that there was no one behind them. Dawn slammed her foot down on the gas and took off in her new van. Explosions went off up ahead, and when they turned around, they saw an identical van appear in front of them. Ha! Ha! Su Shanyue calmly stepped forward and pulled open the car door to sit in the passenger side. Poking his head out, he frowned at the trio. Why don't you get in the car? Waiting for a beating? Ouch! The 3 hurriedly climbed into the car. An explosion in front of you is nowhere near as shocking as turning your head and seeing a van appear out of thin air. A sat in the back and touched B with his elbow, against Xiao B's familiar, death-defying look. Xiao A immediately swallowed back the words he wanted to ask. Su Shanyue tensed her small face. Jiang Yu is comforting her. Did you just freak out? Luckily, there's a remote-controlled bomb, so don't be afraid, and this is how you'll handle it in the future if it happens again. Su Shanyue nodded her head vigorously. I was just scared to death. Chapter 114. After arriving at the snowy mountains, the idyllic life opens up. Immediately, Xiaowei clunked his chest. Don't worry, boss. I'll protect you. Dawn focused on driving, keeping her eyes straight ahead, and followed up with, me too. It was B, on the contrary, who sat back and thought. Jiang Yu was a bit heartbroken. Prepare to comfort Su Shanyue properly in a while. Jiang Yu, boss, come eat. Lui Fei knocked on the car window and called out to him from outside. Saying a word to Su Shanyue, Jiang Yu got out of the car and saw a barbecue grill by the lake with charcoal glowing red. The sound of zippy grilled meat. The flavors of cumin and chili sauce mingling together. Xiao Tao carried an iron plate with grilled meat skewers, green peppers, and potatoes, and brought it to Jiang Yu. The boss eats first. Don't say. Deep in the deserted mountains, by a quiet lake, the moonlight pours in. Duck quacking. The best friend is also quacking around. A faint sense of happiness surrounded Jiang Yu. It was after 9 p.m. Not so hot anymore, and everyone had a great time eating. Louis Fei ate while holding his cell phone and sending messages. Jiang Yu took a sneaky look. Male version of Louis Fei, I did something big today. One little panda, poke a hole in the sky? Male version of Louis Fei, pretty much. Can't say. Huan little panda, what kind of work do you guys do after graduating with a geology degree? Male version of Louis Fei, no one else knows, but I do my parents thinking anyway. One panda, how's my boyfriend doing? Louis Fei tries to look for Jiang Yu and looks up to meet him. Jiang Yu was watching himself chatting away, watching with great interest. TCH, why are you peeking? Louis Fei hurriedly covered his cell phone. Jiang Yu nibbled on a skewer. I'll supervise you. No hitting on my bee. Just relax. We're friends. Good friends. Eat and drink. Telling them to clean up and not destroy the ecology. Remember to turn on the monitor. Jiang Yu returned to the caravan, unlocked the door, closed the curtains, and entered the game. Su Shanyue and her group finally arrived at the place circled by Jiang Yu, 2,000 meters above sea level. The van is as far as it can go. Several of Su Shanyue's people were wearing punching bags. Boss, it's too cold. Do we really have to be here? Aha. Su Shanyue checked the terrain. Looking for the good place, Jiang Yu said. Leeward. No mudslides. No landslides after the snow melts. Away from the river. The most important thing is a strong foundation. But the van ran out of gas. Xiaojia fretted a lot. Su Shanyue put away the map and looked at the three. Old. Boss. What's wrong? Xiao stopped what she was doing. All of you. Turn around. Oh. The three of them didn't know what Su Shanyue was up to. With a wave of her hand, Su Shanyue took out two PV caravans from her space. It didn't feel like it was put in the right place, so I took it back and took it out again. Two cars lined up in a single file. Nose to nose. Utilize all of this open space halfway up the hill. Okay. Su Shanyue's clear and cold voice rang out. The three of them turned around and saw the tall RV standing in front of them. Wow. Kuga rubbed his eyes incredulously. Xiao and Xiaobi also opened their mouths wide in surprise. Boss, you are pretending and don't want to pretend. The three froze in unison, no one daring to speak. Su Shanyue boarded one of the caravans. The three of you live over there. After the end of the day, Xiao and Xiaowei and Xiaobi have been living together and have slept together on several occasions. Sleeping veggies. Of course, when Xiao wanted to sleep on meat, it was inconvenient to take a shower, and brushing her teeth was a problem. The conditions did not allow it. Who has the heart to think about that? Later followed Su Shanyue with conditions, but Xiao isn't interested in men and women anymore. Compared to Su Shanyue, Xiaowei and Xiaobi were weak in her eyes. All the way over the three of them had been sleeping in the same car, but couldn't bring themselves to be interested in each other. Su Shanyue didn't care what they did. Closing the door to her room, her eyes lit up. Jiang Yu, I am. Go ahead and take a shower. I'll wait for you. There's plenty of time now that we're settled in. Jiang Yu knew that Su Shanyue loved cleanliness. Su Shanyue went to the RV bathroom to take a shower. Next door in the RV, the three Xiaoxiaos touched the east and looked at the west, curious about everything. Jesus milk, how did she do that? I've never been in such a fancy RV in all my life. Nope, I've never been in an RV. Listening to Xiao's broken heart, Xiaobi finally couldn't help himself. Xiaojia, it's still the same sentence. If Su Shanyue doesn't take the initiative to say anything, you shouldn't ask. Brothers in arms, don't want you to die an ugly death. I know, I'm not stupid. I opened the bathroom and looked around. It's my good fortune to have met Su Shanyue. Being able to live is better than anything. So don't worry, I won't ask what I shouldn't. Yikes. Dawn pulled open the closet and there was a gasp from over there. Little A and Little B scooted over to take a look. Saw some clothes sitting inside. Inside and out. Top to bottom. There's even Dawn's underwear. No need to ask to know that it was all prepared by Su Shanyue. Xiaojia picked up a set of men's underwear still in its wrapping and was so moved that she almost cried. For the first time in my life, someone other than my mom has prepared my underwear. Woo, breathe. B glared at him. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't moved. They had always thought Su Shanyue was as cold-blooded as an iceberg. But now it turns out that Su Shanyue is simply the perfect boss for doomsday. Has magical abilities, is armed, is not a saint, talks little, and cares about his subordinates. The three of them tossed and turned for a while, dividing the beds in the RV. Dawn has a queen-size bed on top of the headliner, and little A and little B share the queen-size bed below. Comfy. Jiang Yu listened to the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom, and his heart was at peace. The heat outside, the news online, the ripples caused by the gold mine, none of it mattered to him at the moment. Take out that familiar little book. All the information written down on it was related to Su Shanyue and the game. Doomsday. Lightning clouds equals mineral resources. Y City. Bigger map. More terrain. Take note of these two new pieces of information. Then it's all about planning how to spend the next half a month. In a day or two, the hot weather will officially be upon us. Su Shanyue's side and her own side. Both took time to get used to. His own side still had only the in the middle of the Doomsday game 20% of disaster level. If Su Shanyue's side didn't work, he would have to continue to migrate to the mountains. Once stabilized, the things to do were planned one by one. First, Su Shanyue had to upgrade all her skills. Second, look into the next Doomsday disaster. Thirdly, what is Cho Chin going to do after his side pays the final payment for this expedition? That's basically the three. After closing the book, Su Shanyue came out wearing a Yugue dog sky blue nightgown. Her pink skin was red like an apple, her hair was wrapped in a towel, and her whole body was hydrated. Still clutching the little orb Luna in her hand, Luna was also washed up. Luna had been tucked away in her book bag for the past few days of rushing around. Gray and unkempt. Jiang Yu, are you there? She had been on the road for the past few days, and she kind of missed Jiang Yu. Chapter 115 Jiang Yu, tame me. After blowing up a car today, the little girl definitely needs comforting. Jiang Yu pressed the video button and projected his entire person over. I am. Jiang Yu's projection appeared in front of Su Shanyue like a heavenly god descending. Only the sky god in a wheelchair. Don't be afraid. The other survivors won't come up now that we're at altitude. Su Shanyue bit her moist lips and nodded. Sitting obediently on the sofa, she raised her watery eyes to look at Jiang Yu. What's wrong? Want to see a movie? Yes. What do you want to see? Will you put his hand on his laptop? Today's draft had been posted. He doesn't need to catch up. There's totally time to watch a movie with Suzanne. The laptop followed along and projected over. He clicked on the website. Which one do you want to see? He had downloaded quite a few in advance. No rubbings, no ghosts, all suitable for Su Shanyue to read. Su Shanyue pursed her lips, the tips of her ears red. Can we go to bed and watch? Fingers stirred at the edge of the dress. Jiang Yu shouldn't reject himself. It's been days since he's spoken properly. Jiang Yu felt that something was wrong. Did the little girl crave her body? But it's not right. You're crippled. What are you craving? After thinking about it for a while, there was only one conclusion. The little girl was really freaked out today and needed to be in her own company. It's not like we don't have sex and watch movies. Jiang Yu quickly convinced himself. Adjust the position of the wheelchair and move the projection to the bed of Suzanne's RV. The void patted the pillow. Come. Su Shanyue reddened her face, tried to press the corners of her mouth, and stepped onto the bed with her long legs. The eyes leapt for joy. She picked a Little Prince cartoon. Jiang Yu is also reading this for the first time, quietly leaning against Su Shanyue's side, unknowingly looking in. See the little fox and the little prince talking about taming. The little fox said, making a pact with the little prince, and began to look forward to the meeting every day. Su Shanyue looked at Jiang Yu dully. Jiang Yu, tame me. Pust. Jiang Yu once again spat out blood. Silly girl, do you want to hear what you're saying? Lowering his head to meet Su Shanyue's devout and serious eyes, Jiang Yu sighed helplessly. The void stroked her hair. Between us, it's not like that, but I look forward to seeing you every day. Su Shanyue felt that she liked Jiang Yu, but the two were humans from different worlds. She wanted to do more. A little closer to Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu's relationship experience is about equal to none. He's smart. There was also a period of time before when Su Shanyue was particularly insecure. And then it was only after he confessed his feelings to Su Shanyue and clarified the relationship that Su Shanyue was able to get down to earth. Jiang Yu understood her. Looking into his lover's eyes, Jiang Yu slowly spoke. No matter what happens, I'll be with you. Even taming. You tamed me? Really? Su Shanyue's eyes were brighter than Xiuzi Lake in the sunlight. Jiang Yu had a bad feeling. In the next second, Su Shanyue leaped and spoke. Then get ready. I'm going to tame you. Jiang Yu. The two of them fought and joked around before bidding farewell at 12 o'clock. Early the next morning, Jiang Yu was woken up by the sound of quacking. Grabbing my cell phone, it was past 10. Peeling back the curtains, I saw two gray ducks wilting and hiding in the shadow of the RV. Every now and then, he pulls his voice and crunches twice. Jiang Yu pulled open the car door and a heat wave hit his face. Ahem, come in. The two ducks waddled up to the caravan, and Jiang Yu took a bowl and poured them some water. I can't believe it's so hot outside. Call Liu Yifei first. And a few minutes later Liu Yifei came running over bare-chested on his slippers. Boss, I slept too late last night. I just got up. Young Woods didn't come over? Jiang Yu handed him the 2 ducks. There's no room over there in the poplar forest. Raise them in your house first. All right. Right. By the way, let me tell you, Xinhuan's side of the app framework came out. Just waiting to do the details to optimize. I'm screwing around this late, and it's all because of what you're doing. The more Liu Yifei said this, the more Jiang Yu felt that he had bad intentions, but the matter of falling in love. He said twice, even if it is, we are all adults, and it is not Liu Yifei's own father. He wasn't really in a position to care. Waving the man away. Forget it, just be honest with your conscience. By the way, don't tell anyone about the gold mine. I know, it's too hot. Just a few steps outside and I'm covered in sweat. Lunch was made by Xiao Tao and brought over by Yang Lin. After Jiang Yu finishes eating, Yang Lin comes back over to take away the dishes and bring cut-up fruits with ice. It's a day that's almost as good as God's. In Jiang Yu's dormitory group, Kai Yong and Sherde as well as Liu Yifei gabbed and chatted about hundreds of items. Kai Yong, Liu Yifei, it's fortunate that you bought an ice maker. And it's fortunate that you stocked up on water. Or this weather. It's hot as hell. Takeda, that next door was going to bet with you. And we yelled at him for leaving. Liu Yifei, rubbish. Untrustworthy villain. Last time he made a bet that he would eat if he lost. And he ran away. Kai Yong, I don't think I've secretly eaten behind your back. Liu Yifei, boss and I are fine. Don't worry about it. Just don't go out. Jiang Yu sent a peaceful emoji inside and backed out. The few close friends in my circle of friends are complaining about the damn weather. One panda, it's so hot that the computer is going to explode. Soon. A reply from Liu Yifei was seen below. We have an ice machine in the dorm. You can go over and get ice. Forget it. Don't move in the heat. I'll have them bring you some. Jiang Yu, is this still friendship? Li Mingqi took a picture of the flowers on his balcony. All dead. With text, overnight. A variety of voices are starting to appear online as well. Is the end coming? It's true that this weather is abnormal. But don't the officials have a plan to deal with it? Other than not being able to leave the house and not being able to go to work, I feel okay. Tidbit, this heat advisory was again spearheaded by Linchpin. Someone in Linchuan wouldn't have secretly cultivated immortality. On the Linchuan side, the first warning of an earthquake near the city of Lian was given, and Lian responded well with minimal damage. Not like that island across the way. The capital was even moved as a last resort because it almost split in half due to an earthquake. The second warning was for a major tsunami and storm disaster. Lincoln suffered the least amount of damage. All of the districts that followed Rinchen's response program in the beginning have benefited. This time again, complete with predictions of hot weather and an early response. How hard they laughed at people at first. How much they scoffed at the hot weather. And how much they regret it now. It's not just people who lose out in hot, humid weather. There are also crops, production and economy. This is all honest. All kinds of relations to inquire about who is the hand of Linchuan. Hua Qingyun didn't have the time to reply to this right now. Headed to the lab. He waited for the mineral analysis results that Zhou Qin brought back. The matter is a big one. And Zhou Qin, as the client, was there. Hua Qingyun, his secretary, Zhou Qin, and Cloud Volumes finance me. The four of them take the time to discuss what remuneration is reasonable to give Jiang Yu. Chapter 116 Sincerity is the key. There were no outsiders here at the lab. And Zhou Qin was both excited and apprehensive at the rare sight of Hua Qingyun. Leader. Hua Qingyun raised his hand to signal him to sit down and talk. Outside. There's no need to be so formal. How is Jiang Yu's side? The vehicle locator is still at Autumn Sublake. He shouldn't be back until after the hot weather there. Zhou Qin replied. Hua Qingyun sighed. He, is a talent. What kind of reward are you going to give him this time? Nini pushed her large black-rimmed eyes up and opened her mouth. The last time I gave it was $300,000, cloud volume inclusive of taxes, and went with a consulting service fee. This time I suggest giving some shares in the project. Hua Qingyun, the secretary and Zhou Qin all turned their heads to look at her. Zhou Qin looked her up and down. Why are you suddenly so generous? Ni doesn't pay any attention to him. Directly at Hua Qingyun, he explained, you guys have been trying to get Jiang Yu into cloud volume, but I think it's going to be hard. It might have been possible before. Not after the gold project. There is no impermeable wall in the world. Even if the cloud amount is well hidden, people with a mind to dig deeper can still find some traces. Jiang Yu, it'll be seen by a lot of thoughtful people. Others will only give higher chips than us. Hua Qingyun nodded thoughtfully. You're right. Jiang Yu is a talent. What he didn't say in full was understood by those present. Jiang Yu was a talent. It was best to use it for them. To contribute to Linchuan and Huaxia through their channels, rather than being used by others. Then if you want to keep Jiang Yu, You can't just give money. In addition to money, there has to be a constant bundle of benefits. Hua Qingyun thought for a moment. In that case, it's not appropriate for him to participate in the gold mining project. Let him set up a company to participate in the scenic project in the back. Specifically Cho Chin and me. You guys look at it. Don't skimp. He barked a word. Yes, soon. The results of the experimental tests came out. Medium-sized gold ore, conservatively estimated to contain gold per ton of mineral content more than grams of, has mining value. 2. Yes. Hua Qingyun slapped his thigh. From dealing with floods to dealing with heat disasters to discovering gold, a handful of people, can't run away. John, you watched several videos. Some people have been experimenting on the streets, and you can already fry eggs on the road. There are also cars that get sunburned until the paint bulges. The mountain fire burned itself out. Of course, it was quickly extinguished. People complained about the unusual weather. Jiang Yu also sighs. This is just a warm-up. The real disaster weather has not come yet. In-game, the weather is warming up too. Yesterday, the 4 of Su Shanyue went up the mountain, still wearing sweatshirts, going to wear half sleeves today. The mountain was deserted, and Su Shanyue pulled them all out to practice their marksmanship. They got some big rocks on the hill to use as targets. The bullets poured down like no money. Pistols, submachine guns, everyone practiced several rounds, even the remote control bombs. At Su Shanyue's request, also everyone learned a little. Dawn flung her arm, grimacing in pain. The first time she shot a submachine gun, her arms and shoulders were swollen. Sitting in the shade drinking a cold Fanta, watching not far away Su Shanyue tirelessly practicing her submachine gun like, skillfully changing magazines, standing up and crouching down, alternating hands, an uncontrollable sigh of relief. Not bad for a boss. Such a skinny body, making endless strength. They silently handed her a bag of poultices. What? Put this on to relieve sore muscles. And this good stuff? Dawn hurriedly plastered herself. Xiao A immediately quit. Why didn't I? B. Give me some. Nope. Ha? What do you mean? Pust. Outside the screen, Jiang Yu could see the trio's interactions because he had a god's perspective. The distance wasn't too far, and what Su Shanyue could hear, he could also hear. I didn't realize that the natural enemy of Xiao A's grumpy personality, which was a bit of a pain in the ass, would be Xiao B. Well, that's it for today. Jiang Yu spoke out. Su Shanyue's firearm skill had been mentioned at 10 points. This intermediate skill is just a pain in the ass to boost. Had 120 life steal. Now it's down to 90, taking out straight away 30. Too wasted. Su Shanyue tensed her small face and finished the clip in her hand before she closed her hand. Back in the car with the gun. Outside the grounds Dawn and the guys will clean up. Back in the car. He collapsed straight onto the bed, where Luna was licking her fur and stretching gracefully when she saw her master return. Walked over and licked on Su Shanyue's face. I guess I licked the sweat. It was salty and Luna was actually addicted to licking it. Suzanuki, sore from the licking, rolled over and pinned Luna to her chest. Jiang Yu snapped to the thought that when he had once soul-slipped into Luna in his sleep, he had been pressed like this several times. The heart was hot. You go ahead and take a shower. I'll go eat, and we'll watch a movie together later. Upon hearing that she was going to watch a movie, Su Shanyue came back to life. Get into the bathroom and clatter into the shower. The weather is hot. After taking a shower, Su Shanyue was wearing a halter Yugue dog top and a pair of white wooden ear-edge shorts. Sit on your knees on the bed and wipe your hair. A beautifully rounded and tight body is visible. Muttering, Jiang Yu, come over here. Jiang Yu put down his chopsticks and scratched his head. Wait, I'll be right there. Turning around and changing his clothes, he notified Youngwood to come over and get the dishes, all cleaned up before pressing the video button and projecting the whole thing over. Su Shanyue looked at him with a strange look. Why are you wearing a dress? No, clothes, no place to put them so I tied them around my waist first. Oh, Su Shanyue moved to the side, making room for Jiang Yu on the side of the bed. The whole process incomparably skillful. What movie are we watching today? Hearing Su Shanyue's inquiry, Jiang Yu chestily opened the download catalog. In order to prevent any more taming sessions, Jiang Yu picks doomsday-themed movies this time around. There is the famous Star Trek. Then there's the classic Resident Evil series. Su Shanyue aimed directly at Star Trek. Jiang Yu, watch this. Su Shanyue watched while eating a chilled watermelon. She watched with great interest while Jiang Yu twisted his head to look at her from time to time. I can't tell you how cute this serious little look is. Seeing the highlights, Su Shanyue's eyes widened and she couldn't even care about eating watermelon. Jiang Yu teased her, like reading starred themes so much? Wait for me to turn around and find some more. Su Shanyue nodded, didn't even take his eyes off the screen. So are there any movies about parallel universes? I want to see how I can get to your side. She said it lightly, but Jiang Yu was like a heavy hammer of thunder. Surprisingly, what Su Shangyue had been thinking of was to come to her side. I can't believe she thinks so much of herself. His tone was doubly gentle. Why not me on your side? Su Shangyue shook her head. I'm in danger here. I don't want you to be in danger. Heavy hammer again. Jiang Yu raised his hand and touched his heart thumping wildly as if it was about to pop out of his chest. Sincerity is the way to go. The ancients were true to their word. No one can resist heartfelt words of love. Not even a logical, cautious and sensible person like Jiang Yu. Chapter 117 Unlocking the Tactile Function. After watching Star Trek, Su Shangyue was not satisfied with watching it bit by bit. She wants to watch a TV show. Looking at his little girlfriend, who is still in high spirits at 12 o'clock, Jiang Yu decides to offer a killer. Hypnotic artifacts Pleasant and Grey Wolf. All he had to do was watch this and he was asleep within 2 episodes. So far, haven't watched a full season. Not bad for a hypnotic artifact. As he and Su Shangyue looked on, the two of them began to yawn together. The eyelids are getting heavier and heavier. In a trance, Jiang Yu heard a cat call. Completely asleep. In his dream, he was once again a black-colored kitten, running on all fours through the wild, running from hill to hill, from this side to that side, weaving in and out of abandoned high-rise buildings among tall, powerful animals, and shaking his feet in disgust when he stepped in the mud on the ground. This Luna. In the dream, consciousness comes and goes, and Jiang Yu sometimes feels like Luna. Sometimes it feels like you are yourself. Especially, when the realization was upon him, there was a mass of fragrant softness in his arms. He hadn't been able to hold back a few hard inhales. The hand is warm, delicate and flexible. It's not right. It's so real in the hand. Jiang Yu jolted awake. He saw Su Shangyue lying in his arms, her long black hair spread out on the pillow, her exquisite sleeping face close at hand. Wooden earring pajamas are loose, revealing a slender collarbone. Su Shanyue's hands were holding Jiang Yu's arms, pressed against her chest, and there seemed to be a tendency to open her eyes and wake up. Jiang Yu blinked hard. It must be a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Hurry up and close your eyes. The next second, he was back in his RV. The shirt tied around his waist was gone at some point. In the image of a glance at Su Shangyue, the dress was clearly drooping on the side of Su Shanyue's bed. It's not right. It's not right. Can't you only project yourself? Open Su Shanyue's personal information. Intimacy 40 out of 100. Jiang Yu. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the intimacy will increase by 1 point on time. Fell asleep watching a movie last night and the intimacy was there so he unlocked the touch feature? That's not right either. He hasn't recharged yet. And the clothes also fell Su Shanyue's side, proving that he wasn't dreaming, not just a sense of touch, but that he was really and truly a whole person who had gone over. Jiang Yu's mind was in a daze. Mouse over intimacy. Ding. Is the touching function on with your school girlfriend Su Shangyue? Confirmation of purchase. Please recharge 398.00 RMB. Intimacy grows to unlock entity functions when 50. Jiang Yu mechanically recharges. Rubbing his forehead, he calmed down and thought about what was going on. As well, what is the physical function? Should he go over to Su Jianyue's side? Or will Su come to his side? And what the hell just happened in the morning? Jiang Yu took out a small notebook and wrote these two down. Su Shangyue was still asleep, feeling empty in his arms. He unconsciously fumbled around the bed a few times with his eyes closed, cradled the corner of the comforter in his arms, and went back to sleep. Jiang Yu frowned. It's Luna. Luna's gone. He looked around the game screen. Luna didn't seem to be in the car. Bang, bang, bang. Boss, breakfast. The sound of poplar trees rang outside. Jiang Yu turned off the sound of his computer and pulled open the car door. Yang Lin came up and brought in egg fried rice, soy milk, and cold meat and put them on the table. Boss, it's even hotter out there. I'm looking online and there are quite a few areas that have broken 45 degrees. It's impossible to live. It was only a few short steps and Youngwood was sweating profusely. This side of the mountain is by the lake. No steel and concrete. The climate regulation is very good now. He's all hot like this. Imagine those in the city. 45 degrees. Jiang Yu sighed silently. 45 degrees is still not considered a doomsday disaster. Su Shanyue's side reached 50 degrees yesterday. Tomorrow is the first day of hot and humid weather. And the temperature on Su Shanyue's side is estimated to rise to 50 or 60 degrees. It could end up reaching a scary 65 to 75 degrees. Fold in the humidity and what's the difference between that and living in a steam cooker of boiling water? In the real world on Jiang Yu's side, the conceptualization of disaster is not of the temperature on Su Shanyue's side 20%, but only 20% of the results caused by high temperatures. I guess it's going to get up to 50 or 60 degrees back there, so you guys stay put. If you really want to go out and get some air, just go out at night when the temperature is cooler. Well, don't worry boss, I'll keep that in mind. Youngwood didn't want to make another trip, just sitting on the sidelines waiting for Jiang Yu to finish eating and take the dishes with him. When Jiang Yu was eating, Su Shangyue had already woken up. The first time was also for Luna. Turns out there's none in the RV. Hearing a meow outside the door, he rushed to open the RV door. Luna was seen crouching dirty in the car door shell. How did you get out? You fool? Su Shangyue was heartbroken and disgusted as she carried it back and went to the bathroom to clean it up. Stretching out his delicate jade finger, he tapped its forehead. No more running around or I won't want you. Meow. Su Shangyue had just finished washing up when Xiaobi came over to deliver the food. When he was about to leave, he was called by Su Shangyue. What's up, boss? Su Shangyue sensed with her sideways ear, confirming that Jiang Yu wasn't there after. Pull 2 large boxes from the front passenger side of the car. Check it out. Xiaobi opened it suspiciously, and it was surprisingly full of in the information found lab, as well as some instruments and various bottles and jars. Xiaobi understood what Su Shangyue meant after a brief thought. Boss, you want me to mess with that potion you want? Su Shangyue nodded. Would you like to? It was rare that she took the initiative to consider B's intentions. There were only 2 gene potions for Jiang Yu in her hands. It says in the lab report that you need 3 of them and they have to be used continuously. So, whether it worked or not, she had to get a 3rd potion. Now that there's a natural disaster going on outside, she doesn't know where the other labs are, and she's desperate to get Jiang Yu on his feet. After thinking about it, I decided to let B get it. Who has a medical foundation? Scientific research is something that you have to be genuinely willing to engage in order to get results. So she took the initiative to ask Xiaobi if he wanted to engage in it. Unexpectedly, Xiaobi didn't push back and agreed without hesitation. Although I don't know if it will work out. I'm willing. Aren't you even going to ask what the potion is? Su Shangyue was also a bit surprised. She wondered if she had underestimated her intimidation. Xiaobi smiled confidently. It doesn't matter even if it's a zombie virus that destroys the world. Su Shangyue was amused by his answer. In that case, it's all yours. But before I do, I have one more question. Boss, go ahead. Would you like to be my teammate? An official teammate? I do. 3 words spoken solemnly and sacredly. B suddenly felt as if something was different. Ding. Congratulations to your girlfriend Su Shangyue for successfully contracting the first teammate. Note, the death of a teammate will permanently deduct Su Shanyue's life value limit, and the teammate cannot be revived. Does it buy primary medical skills for Su Shanyue's teammates? Confirmation of purchase. Please recharge 998.00 yuan. Good lord. Jiang Yu came back to see the pop-up window. Chapter 118. It was Su Shanyue who moved her mouth first. Just by eating a meal, Su Shanyue indentured a teammate? On the contrary, the price of upgrading teammate skills was more expensive than upgrading Su Shanyue. 998. Jiang Yu took out his cell phone, swept the code, and recharged. It was seen on the screen that Xiaobi, who was originally looking at the information with a confused face, suddenly became clear-eyed. Don't worry, boss, I'll be cheering. Aha. Su Shanyue nodded and took the laptop that stored the information. Along with it, to Xiaobi. B dragged the 2 large boxes out of the car and left with the computer and dishes. I would have thought that you would have deeded Xiaoxiao first. Jiang Yu's voice rang out. Su Shanyue carefully recalled that there was no mistake just now. Jiang Yu should not know about the genetic potion. That's good. She wants to give Jiang Yu a surprise. Jiang Yu had done so much for her. She should also do something for Jiang Yu. Su Shanyue took out an apple from the refrigerator and clicked a bite. It can't be helped. The conditions of the person I want to indenture the most don't allow it. Just deed the most useful first. After the contract, Xiaobi's loyalty is definitely guaranteed. Oh, who would you most like to contract? Jiang Yu asked curiously in return. Not telling you. He, your temper has grown. I see that you want to be beaten up. Jiang Yu's bad taste came up. Slightly. Come and beat me up. Su Shanyue made a face at him. Jiang Yu watched as a tactile function button appeared below the video function. When you turn on the video, you can choose whether or not to turn on the haptic function. As he pressed the button, he said, Su Shanyue, this is the first time I've seen someone make such a request. Don't cry if I hit you later. As the words fell, his projection descended directly in front of Su Shanyue. Reaching out, he tugged on Su Shanyue's arm. Su Shanyue froze, caught off guard and flopped on the bed. Jiang Yu raised his hand and directly smacked her but twice. Not light or heavy. 2 voices. No, what's wrong? Ah. Su Shanyue immediately rolled over and sat up, her small face reddening as she looked at Jiang Yu. There was surprise and delight in her eyes, and the shyness of being spanked. You, how can you touch me? Jiang Yu was satisfied with her reaction. Putting his hands behind his back, he rubbed his fingers together darkly. Don't tell me, it feels so good in your hand. Anyway, now you can be touched for real. Jiang Yu wore a smile. Su Shanyue looked at him with delight. The shame of the spanking was left behind. One step at a time, she walked to him, reaching out her hand to shake Jiang Yu's 10 fingers. Jiang Yu was still in a projected state, but she felt Jiang Yu's presence, his body heat. The two just held hands. You looking at me and I looking at you. It was only after a while that Su Shanyue carefully opened her mouth to inquire. Are you, then, ready to come over to my side? She was worried and happy at the same time. Jiang Yu shook his head. There's still a big difference between that and actually going over to your side. This is a projection of our video status with tactile feedback. My body, the essence, is still on my side of the world. When his own body also passes, that will be the real past. This, however, the intimacy reached could not be determined until, whether it was him going over, or Su Shanyue coming over. 50. Oh, Su Shanyue was slightly disappointed, but then quickly raised a smile and squatted in front of Jiang Yu, holding his hand and placing it on his cheek. A good-natured rubbing. It's just that, I'm happy enough. Jiang Yu's heart was a soft mess. How could there be a girl as good as Su Shanyue in the universe? Or his girlfriend? The two of them were mushy for a while, researching personal information about B. Right behind Su Shanyue's personal message. Skill, elementary medicine 0 out of 100. No life steal. No loyalty. No backpack. Jiang Yu pondered. The life value should just be calculated according to him as a normal human. As for loyalty, indentured teammates means they won't betray. So you can rest assured. B took with her when she left the information from Lab X, combined with his abilities. Jiang Yu directly deduced that Su Shanyue wanted little B to continue messing around with the X-Lab stuff. What the hell is that? He twisted his head to look at Su Shanyue. The absolutely beautiful side face, under the long eyelashes, was a pair of eyes that were permeated with delight. Since Su Shanyue was unwilling to say, he didn't ask for the time being. With the newly unlocked haptic feature, the duo unlocked a lot of new modes of getting along. When you go to the movies, your hand must be held. There's a penalty for losing a game. The hand-to-hand kind. Su Shanyue jumps at the chance to play the losing spanking kind with Jiang Yu, but she's afraid that Jiang Yu won't be able to afford to play if he loses and just runs away. Well, let's start with what's easy to accept. Playing palms is no fun. The loser can just pop a brain crash. Su Shanyue suggested. Could be. Both are academics and the chosen game is Sudoku. The exact same numbered sky, with two people doing it at the same time to see who takes less time. The topics were all found by Jiang Yu on the internet. Su Shanyue was full of confidence. This is something she grew up playing with and ended up losing in the first round. Su Shanyue closed her eyes and stuck her forehead out as if she was valiantly defending herself. Well, you hit it. However, she felt the top of her head being rubbed by Jiang Yu. She opened her eyes in surprise. Why don't you hit the brain crash? Silly girl, I can't give it up. Hey! Su Shanyue pursed her lips and smiled dementedly, her face flushed and her eyebrows arched. Second round of Sudoku, a two-way tie. Su Shanyue rolled up her sleeves. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't win against Jiang Yu. Looking at her cute appearance of, Jiang Yu laughed softly wordlessly and decided to let some water out of the tank this round. Gritting her teeth. Let Su Shanyue win one. Lest the little girl, like Luna, blow up. Looking at the little black cat lying by the bedside, purring, Jiang Yu's eyes darkened for a few moments. He also had a lot of questions about Luna. Like why did he spirit Luna? Unfortunately, he didn't know Meow language and couldn't communicate with Luna, so he could only wait until later to slowly solve the mystery. Yikes! I won! Su Shanyue exclaimed, shook the paper in his hand. Come on, get over here and get hit. Jiang Yu smiled and closed his eyes, sticking his head over and waiting for Su Shanyue to take revenge. As a result, revenge didn't wait. Instead, he felt a heat in his cheeks. Jiang Yu snapped his eyes open and saw Su Shanyue's delicate face covered in blush, her spring water-like eyes in front of him. Su Shanyue took the opportunity to kiss Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, little girl, sure learned the hard way. He hadn't even kissed Su Shanyue yet, but he was kissed first. Su Shanyue was embarrassed by his look and started to drive people away. No more fun. You go. I'm going to go practice my gun. With that, he pulled away and ran, leaving Jiang Yu dazed inside the caravan. Jiang Yu touched his face. He suspected that if things went on like this, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to keep his first kiss, but thinking about it, he was still a little excited about what was going on. It was dark outside and still hot. Su Shanyue only took a few steps and broke out in a sweat. It was too hot. In another day or two I don't think I'll be able to leave the house. She wanted to improve her firearms skills again, so she had to get out and practice while it was dark and not too hot. Chapter 119, The Smell of Power. Dawn and the three of them followed off the bus. Come to the rough range. Take out your gun and start practicing. The range was so full of gunfire and debris that, if you didn't know better, you'd think the place had exploded. Before long, all four of them were drenched in sweat. I'm sweating in my eyes. I can't practice anymore. Let's do this first. We'll continue tomorrow depending on the situation. Su Shanyue wiped her sweat. In just half an hour's time, Su Shanyue's clothes were all wet. First thing I did when I got back was to take a shower. Liang Yu took the time to catch up on his draft. Now that he had more time, he was going to save more manuscripts. Don't look at the last time Cho Chin Sai gave $300,000 in payment. This time the geological exploration project is estimated to be quite a lot of money. But he didn't want to give up writing novels. The darkest days of his life. The editor signed him. He'd be too sorry for his editor's trust if he stopped writing now. So Liang Yu diligently updates on time every day. It also got a compliment from the editor. It was that he felt that the editor was kindly encouraging him because he had read his work. Not a single comment. Buzz off. Cho Chin called. Mr. Cho. Boss Jiang. Cho Chin's brisk voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding in a good mood. First of all, the assay results from your sampling came back and the exploration was a success. Liang Yu raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, we're here to explore the scenic area, right? This side of Akiko Lake won't be a scenic spot. Technically speaking, the exploration failed. That's the second thing I'm going to say. Of the three remaining alternative places, we need to pick one to develop as a scenic project. We considered the sedimentary rock landscape and the town area. What does Boss Jiang think? Liang Yu thought briefly. From a geologist's point of view, I personally definitely like sedimentary rock formations. However, it is recommended that the cloud side research whether young people nowadays are interested in such scenic spots as ancient towns. All things considered. After all, I'm only responsible for expeditions up to the geological side. He can't say anything about the construction of the scenic spot. Who does he think he is? Liang Yu thought so. Just then, I heard Cho Chin laugh and return. Boss Jiang, words can't be said like that. The scenic project, from now on, will also concern you. It's like this. About this matter that this expedition has discovered a gold mine. Your remuneration has been produced on our side and sent to your mailbox. Take a look around and if you have any questions, feel free to contact me. Cho Chin was very polite. Kindly urged Liang Yu to take care of himself at Kuzihu. The call ended and Liang Yu opened his mailbox. It is a very formal settlement program. The project consulting fee remains at $300. 000. After taxes. This one was pretty much the same as what Liang Yu had predicted. But there was another one that was a bit out of his expectation. Liang Yu founded a company. Together with Cloud Volume, the company participates in scenic projects in the name of the company. With a 5% non-responsible dividend and a guaranteed $200,000. If the scenic area makes a profit of $5 million a year, he gets $250,000 in dividends. If it doesn't reach that amount, Cloud Volume's side will make up the for him as well 200,000. A sure thing. Liang Yu was surprised. Why don't you just give him the money? It's so complicated. Why? But the link was soon understood. Or because of the gold mine. It's a big deal. But Cloudweight doesn't want him to get too much attention and wants to tie him down with this no-account dividend. Both gave him money and a bundle of benefits and security. It seems, the people behind Cloud Volume think highly of him. When Su Shanyue came out of the shower, Liang Yu projected over and chatted with Su Shanyue about the matter for a few moments. As for Su Shanyue kissing him before, Su Shanyue has a good family history. Knowing more about these, she was quick to point out the more critical parts. That way, even if someone with an axe to grind penetrates through the layers and finds out you're involved in scenic dividends, they won't associate you with the gold mine. The people behind this cloud amount not only want to tie you up, they want to hide you. For the first time, Liang Yu felt that he was kinda important. Rubbing his chin and thought, why do I smell power? Su Shanyue leaned back on the sofa and played with his fingers. It's normal. Since ancient times power and wealth are not separated. Just as Su Shanyue finished speaking, Liang Yu caught a flash of thought. Power. Money. Earlier, he had speculated that the people at Cloud Volume Services might be official. After Su Shanyue said this, he immediately figured it out. Cloud Capacity wants to hide him because the man's position is still unstable. In that case, is it necessary to tie into the big ship of Cloud Volume? Su Shanyue tilted her head to look at him. Dazed Liang Yu. Very handsome. Very cute. Oh, what are you thinking? Liang Yu returned to his senses and reached out his hand to hook Su Shanyue's fair chin. I was wondering, am I going to board the ship? Su Shanyue sat up. Her eyes rolled a few times. and she had an idea. You don't want to board the ship because you're afraid it'll capsize? Jiang Yu nodded. Now that he was the one dragging his family along, he had to do things securely. Su Shanyue wrinkled her nose. But I think, it's a little late. You've already worked together twice. Jiang Yu mused. Indeed, you have a point. Wait until I get a good look at what the quality and potential of this ship is like. Leaning over the bed to watch a movie has been a regular evening project for the duo. After unlocking the haptic function, Su Shanyue's hand didn't leave Jiang Yu's hand. No matter what she did, she had to play with it to make it work. Jiang Yu sniffed the smell of shower gel coming from Su Shanyue's hair. The heart is like a horse on the prairie, running wildly one moment and jumping about the next. What the movie was about, he didn't even notice. Jiang Yu, it's 12 o'clock. Su Shanyue spoke in a small voice. Ah. Jiang Yu returned to his senses, only to realize when he had wrapped Su Shanyue in his arms, Su Shanyue was leaning on her shoulder. It was just that he was projected over, and even if the touch was real, what Su Shanyue was leaning on was ultimately an illusion. Her entire body was half trapped in Jiang Yu's virtual shadow. It's 12 o'clock. Ah, you rest, I'll go back first. Jiang Yu moved to prepare to leave. However, he found Su Shanyue grabbing the corner of his coat and looking at himself pitifully. Jiang Yu, what if I'm a bit scared to sleep alone? Okay, then I'll watch you sleep. I'll leave when you're asleep. Good. Su Shanyue was immediately happy, lifting the thin quilt and burrowing in, only to reveal a sweet little face. Habitually, she wrapped her arms around Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's entire left arm, along with his palm, was instantly surrounded by a burst of softness. Su Shanyue was stagnant. After reacting, her face brushed red and she hurriedly let go of Jiang Yu's arm. I. Jiang Yu was serious, pretending not to know what was going on. What's wrong? It's okay, go to sleep. Don't be afraid. There was no way. If he had gone along with Su Shanyue's reaction just now, the little girl would have been so shy that she would have cried. Turn off the lights. He leaned back against the bed and took a moment to reflect on it alone. He had a similar feeling in the morning. Only that time he was too startled to think about it. He could feel it again just now. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Is this love? Wonderful. Chapter 120. My arms are numb from holding you all night. Su Shanyue was shy. She takes the initiative to kiss Jiang Yu, not expecting any particular reaction from him. Just simply wanted a kiss. The action just now was just out of habit. Although there was tactile feedback after holding Jiang Yu's arm, she herself was tingling and her mind went blank, but she was still shy. After thinking about it, I think the art of bondage is better. When the time came to blindfold Jiang Yu, he wouldn't look at himself and he wouldn't be so shy. The hazy darkness. Su Shanyue quietly poked her head out from under the covers and saw Jiang Yu leaning against the bed already asleep. Luna was crouched over the table, wondering what was out there. It blocked some of the moonlight. Su Shanyue slowly climbed up and sat up, getting closer to Jiang Yu little by little. She had never seen Jiang Yu this close before. His brow bones were superior. His eyebrows were thick and dark, and his eyelashes were long. A big man. Long eyelashes are fine. Skin is fine. With a straight nose and a mouth. She looks kissable. Suddenly I thought of the late-night conversations my sisters had in the dorms before the end came. A man with a big nose. Su Shanyue was curious and shy, and hurriedly covered her fluttering heart. Jiang Yu's right hand, which was placed at his side, clenched tightly. He was only pretending to be asleep for fear that Su Shanyue would be shy. Who would have thought that the little girl would climb up to look at him? He could even feel Su Shanyue's warm breath spraying on his face. I could even feel her small, restless hands, running a swathe over my eyebrows and nose. Jiang Yu. For the first time, he felt that a classic line from the bully in the bully novel. Woman, you're playing with fire. No words could be more apt to his current state of mind than this one. The key was that he also had to suppress his breathing to avoid Su Shanyue from seeing the difference. Pretending to be asleep is too much work. At some point, he actually fell asleep. As soon as I opened my eyes, it was dawn. Luna is shooing and licking her fur on the table and glances at Jiang Yu when she realizes he's awake. The look seemed to say, mouthy little man, despise you. Jiang Yu hurriedly twisted his head. He saw himself stretching out his arm, and Su Shanyue was lying on his shoulder, with a snow-white arm still wrapped around his arm. Really? We haven't even kissed yet, and we're sleeping together. Jiang Yu looked at Su Shanyue's flawless face, and under her agaric nose, her cherry-like mouth was slightly open. Every cell in my body screamed, kiss her, kiss her. Jiang Yu did the same thing. Taking advantage of Su Shanyue not waking up, he slightly got up and kissed Su Shanyue's bare forehead. Then the whole thing disappears and goes back to its own world. As soon as I got back and made it out of bed, I realized something was wrong. He lost feeling in his left arm. What's going on? One's legs are unconscious and one's arms are not going to be wasted. Jiang Yu's heart pounded with panic. Forcing himself to calm down, he prepared to search the internet to see what was going on, even thinking that, if he couldn't, he would let Yang Lin drive himself back to the hospital. Before the search results came back, his left arm suddenly hurt like a dense pinprick, like he was accidentally electrocuted in an experiment earlier. After a few minutes, he shook out his arms. That was a long sigh of relief. It turned out that his arms were numb from holding Su Shangyue all night. You can't do that next time. But when he thought that if he didn't hug Su Shangyue, the little girl would probably cry, he softened his heart again. Broken arm? Not working. I'll have to remember to change my arm next time. It's the first day of super hot and humid weather descending on us. Pulling back the curtains, he saw that the air was a little distorted by the direct sunlight outside. The mountains and the lake looked unreal in the distance. The car's air conditioner showed that the temperature outside the car had reached 50 degrees. The air conditioning in the car is pulled right up to full capacity to keep the car warm. Luckily the caravan is photovoltaic, which guarantees electricity. Otherwise they'd have turned straight into roasted dried fish. Turn on your cell phone and the internet is full of discussions about hot weather. The surface temperature has reached 62 degrees. You can't go out at all. You could rely on the supply trucks to deliver things during the previous floods. What can you do now? Don't panic. Word on the street is that the supply trucks will come out at night. It's horrible. I wasn't happy before when the officials told us to shut down the factory, but now it seems really wise. With the flood and tsunami in front of them as a prelude, many cities in China have followed Linchuan. There is a pattern. More or less in advance. Face the heat and humidity without looking both ways. Artificial rain, energy generation, medical systems, running at full capacity, barely coping. Other countries are not so lucky. If the tsunami and flooding were directed at China before, this heat is an indiscriminate attack. Jiang Yu grinned straight as he watched a piece of news. At this rate, the South Pole is going to melt. Today it was Liu Fei who came to deliver the food. Boss, let's eat. And I'll tell you about the progress on Shenhuan's side by the way. Okay. Liu Fei puts the food on the table and sits on one side with Jiang Yu. Eating like this feels a bit like going back to eating in the cafeteria in college. Liu Fei exclaimed. Time flies. With this succession of natural disasters, there's no need to go to class this semester. And I guess a lot of people are going to fail their final exams. Jiang Yu, how long will this heat last? It won't always be like this, will it? Jiang Yu chucked a piece of ribs into his bowl. No, the heat should be there for half a month. And as for what other disasters follow, I don't know. LOL. Liu Fei sighed. Then I won't be able to see Shenhuan until half a month later. Didn't you say Shenhuan was your good friend? Isn't it not right for you to think of people like that? Yeah ha, she's a good friend of mine. It's still fun to eat with you. I've been eating alone for the past 2 days and I'm getting depressed. Liu Fei dried another bowl of rice. Jiang Yu teased him. Then do you want to move in with me? No. No way. Liu Fei had a little heartburn. Jiang Yu takes one look at him and realizes that he's probably been chatting with Shenhuan all night. After dinner, Jiang Yu pulls a video conference. Shenhuan's dormitory has hoarded water, but she also can't afford to wash her hair. And there are restrictions on electricity and no air conditioning. Horror. Boy god. Jiang Yu looked at Shenhuan in the video. Hair was a mess. Barely tied in a ball head. He spoke first. How's school going? Shenhuan scratched her head. The school is restricting electricity now. And you can only turn on the air conditioner at noon when it's the hottest. Our dorms are okay with water hoarding and ice machines. Get some more ice while it's still over midday. The other dorms are worse. Jiang Yu calms her down. Electricity is in short supply. So how did you charge your laptop? Grab a charge at lunchtime and use it until it runs out. This desperate stance of Shenhuan impressed Jiang Yu. If he really wanted to set up a company, Shenhuan would definitely be the second person he would consider. Chapter 121, I want to start a company. That first batch was naturally Liu Fei. After a brief chat, Jiang Yu clicked on a game on his laptop to test Shenhuan's new software. The reminders are pretty good now. It's just that there's a delay in receiving messages on cell phones. So let's see if we can get the delay down to less than 5 seconds. Shenhuan scratched her head. Okay, I'll try. Boys, bye. Hey, Liu Fei was just about to open his mouth when Shenhuan went offline. I'm not even talking here. Liu Fei scratched his ears and was lost. You guys should be talking every day. Why are you still giving up? Jiang Yu didn't understand him. Liu Fei sat paralyzed on the sofa, chatting, but Shenhuan didn't want to when I wanted to video. No hair washing, electricity saving, inconvenient dorms. Jiang Yu looked at him with his arms wrapped around him. Speak to me with your conscience. You don't really want to be with Shenhuan, do you? Ha? Where? How? We're friends. Good friends. Liu Fei knows his own problems. Knows that he and Shenhuan together, within 2 months absolutely break up. He didn't want that. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder. Right. How did you arrange for the internship at the back? The geology program places a strong emphasis on internship experiences. Even if you go to grad school and get a degree, you still have to go to the program. I don't know. The old class has a project in hand, but there are too many people who want it. And you know the condition of my house. If I go to compete, my classmates will surely scold me. When the time comes, he'll be scolded for being a rich kid and taking jobs with his classmates. My dad would like me to go back and expand his gas station territory. Louis Fei scratched his head in annoyance. As you know, I'm not interested. So, do you want to come work for me? I don't necessarily pay well here, but there's not a lot of work involved. So you can come and make the transition. Liang Yu slowly introduced it with a single slate. Louis Fei froze. Boss? What do you mean? Cough. Liang Yu turned his wheelchair to the car window and looked out at Josie Lake. Chochin's side is going to develop a scenic spot. Give me a little cut as a perk for this exploration. But I have to register a company. The company has to have live people at work anymore. Do you want to come and transition? It's not too late to get away from me when you have something you want to do. Liang Yu spoke very seriously. Louis Fei's mouth opened wide in surprise. Yes, you've upgraded from boss to boss here? It's perfect. Spend a year or two at your place and let me think about life. Haven't had to be rushed by my dad yet. If I don't have anything I want to do by then, I'll just go get married, marry into a family, and have children. Both are using this small company as a transition at the moment. No one expected that it would become a hot tech company later on. With his first employee, Liang Yu is much more down to earth, and he messages Chochin back after Louis Fei leaves, agreed with Chochin's proposal. Chochin immediately said that when Liang Yu returned from Josie Lake, he would have someone specialize in this matter. Su Shanyue had woken up, was sitting on the bed fuming. What's wrong? Liang Yu Ring didn't go over and open the voice button to ask about the situation. Liang Yu, I seem to have fallen asleep holding you last night. Su Shanyue's eyes were incomparably clear. There was no hint of evil intent, as if it was just a statement of fact. Liang Yu, however, reddened his ears. No, I came back last night after watching you sleep. Oh, don't think about it, get up and eat. In the gap between waiting for Xiaowei to deliver the food, Su Shanyue looked at the external data provided by the caravan. After reading it, both of them were staring at each other. Liang Yu, outside eats degrees. 65. Su Shanyue was worried. Is it over 70 degrees at the bottom of the mountain? Liang Yu calculated. Almost. If it's dry weather with plenty of water, humans can still survive. But the humidity was too high after the big tsunami and supplies were reduced. Those guys are hard. You have to be careful. If they're not dead, they're moving up the hill. Liang Yu refers to the survivors of City. City Nay. Knock. Knock. A knock sounded on the door outside the caravan, and Su Shanyue hurriedly opened it. Junior wore a sunscreen suit to deliver the food. After getting into the car, Su Shanyue asked him not to go back and wait for her to eat before leaving. Under the sunscreen clothing, A's face was red. Stand far away and take your shoes off to dry. He had just stepped on a large stone, and the soles of his shoes were instantly hot and soft, causing him to grimace in pain. It's too hot, and it's a good thing you have your RV, boss, or the three of us would be dead. Su Shanyue ate the cold noodles, drinking cold fruit juice. Why don't you guys come over and deliver dinner at night one of these days, and I'll make my own for lunch. You can also improve your ingredient preparation skills along the way. It's okay, boss, I'm not hot. If you don't let me deliver the food, the two of them will surely beat me. Xiaojia smiled nervously. They had food and drink and didn't drown or die of heat, all because of Su Shanyue. No food delivery now that it's hot? How does that work? Su Shanyue shook her head. No need, just send it at night. Okay, the boss has always said one thing. Xiaojia insisted further, fearing that Su Shanyue would get angry. So boss, are we still practicing with guns? No more practicing for now. Su Shanyue wasn't stupid. Now that the temperature is high, it is expected that the survivors will move towards the mountains. And aren't they creating a commotion at this time to tell others that there are people here? Okay. Xiaojia took the dishes and left. Su Shanyue collapsed on the sofa and touched her stomach. It's a little propped up. Liang Yu, I have to cook for myself, she said pitifully. Liang Yu felt that she was like a belly-flopping kitten right now. Well, wasn't that what you said yourself? To have them serve dinner in the evening. I'm not afraid they'll die of heat. It's fine. Don't worry. I'll teach you how to cook. Liang Yu of course knew what the little girl was worried about. She's not much of a cook, and of the several skills, it's the food skill that's the lowest. Only 40. It's good to take the opportunity to upgrade. Upgrade it in case there's a surprise. While there is a natural disaster outside, Liang Yu and Su Shanyue's world of two is quiet and peaceful. It even feels like the days are a little too comfortable, because there's nothing to think about. Jiang Yu projected over, and after the coding task was completed, he opened the brain map software and began to build the framework of the company. These are readily available online. When the time comes, someone from Qiu Qin's side will also help build it. Jiang Yu makes a rough understanding and plan now. What's this? Su Shangyue finished reading the book and quietly came over by herself. Jiang Yu talks to Su Shangyue about how he wants to start a company. Su Shangyue's eyes shone brightly. Jiang Yu, you're really great. That's because meeting you gave me a head start. All of these interactions between Jiang Yu and Qiu Qin and Yun Quantity relied on the news he got within the game. What position do you prefer? I'll leave one for you at work. Ha? Su Shangyue covered her mouth, surprise in her eyes. But we're two worlds. Chapter 122. She only wants to make Jiang Yu happy. Jiang Yu scratched her little nose. It's fine if it's just holding a position that doesn't involve legal policy. It's not like they need to pay social security or anything for Su Shangyue. Some companies even set up positions for cats. And he could certainly set up a position for Su Shangyue. And what position are you going to give me? Su Shangyue hugged his arm, her cool and absolutely beautiful face right in front of his eyes. Jiang Yu backhandedly grabbed her small hand. You're so cute. Of course you're a mascot post. Su Shangyue thought seriously for a moment. That's fine. Jiang Yu has a position in mind that's perfect for Su Shangyue, but he's waiting to tell her until it's realized. Give Su Shangyue a surprise. If only I could give Su Shangyue an identity in the real world in the future. Unfortunately, any method he can think of is illegal in this country. It's the first day the heat has descended. The world map on Su Shangyue's side was covered in a light red color. It's hot to watch. Jiang Yu's side of the world wasn't much better. People have run out of stamina to complain and try to minimize their activities to preserve their strength. Officials want to do everything they can to ensure that people stay alive. People moved out of their rooms and into the floor halls or clustered into a particular home. Centralized cooling. Hit the ground running. Eat dry food. Don't bathe. And reduce water consumption. Outside places that are prone to high temperature, combustion and explosion are all guarded 24 hours a day. Water is in short supply in many places. The Linchin side closed the levees to store water in advance during that time of heavy rainfall. It is the envy of other regions. Luckily, the temperature is a little cooler at night and it's still possible to operate. Otherwise it would be a real disaster. Everyone in the office was thinking the same thing. At the same time, he looked at Huo Qingyun, who was sitting at the very top. Some people admired Huo Qingyun for his ability to accurately step right every step of the way, despite the natural and man-made disasters. Some people were mocking Huo Qingyun in their hearts. He's also too unlucky. So what if he goes further? The situation is so chaotic now. It's a bad life. Can't be helped. Huo Qingyun took in these people's petty thoughts. Now that we're entering hot and humid weather, the emergency program we did earlier is officially activated. I hope that we can all work together to get through this. He announced a series of working arrangements. Even if the people below had their own ideas, they had to admire Huo Qingyun's ability. In a nearly paralyzed management situation, it's hard to find a way to cope. In time, Huo Qingyun, surely he can still move upward. Thinking about this, people are unanimously serious. It does not matter what they think in their hearts. The important thing is that they have to hold on to this big leg. Huo Qingyun suddenly realized that the work seemed to be moving forward more smoothly. This is a blessing in disguise for myself. After the meeting, he was rather more relaxed than before. Back in his office, the secretary turned up the air conditioning. How about Jiang Yu's side? The secretary immediately opened the little book she carried with her. One by one, the arrangements related to Jiang Yu were read out to Huo Qingyun. Only people and events important enough for him to keep in this little book. It took Jiang Yu a month to go from being silent and unknown to this little book. It's awesome. He agreed to the payoff package and is ready to form his own company. But what? It's odd that instead of a consulting firm, he chose a technology firm. The secretary didn't understand. Huo Qingyun couldn't figure it out either. I'll have the chance to ask him later. The secretary continued to read. Jiang Yu's leg, there's feedback from Elder Su's side. It's genetic. And even if there hadn't been a car accident, in a few years his legs would have failed. The car accident was just a trigger. Or rather, a coincidence. Huo Qingyun was a bit surprised. Wouldn't that be truly hopeless? The secretary nodded. Yes, there are too many genetic challenges that need to be overcome. Jiang Yu's leg is not ready for research. Genetic research can easily cost tens and hundreds of millions of dollars. It's very uneconomical to do it just for him. And even if you put it in, it doesn't always bear fruit. The secretary consoled. No one is perfect. Heaven envies the talented. Fortunately for Jiang Yu, he just can't stand up. It doesn't affect him from utilizing his abilities and talents. It'll have to do. Huo Qingyun was sorry. Asterisk. Su Shanyue's dinner was delivered by Xiao Bi. This time Jiang Yu was not there. That what Jiang Yu said he was going down to get some air. Su Shangyue ate while asking Little B if there was any progress. It's only been 2 days since I handed it over to B, but she was in a hurry. She desperately wanted Jiang Yu to stand up. Just the thought of Jiang Yu standing in front of her and lowering his head to kiss her made her blush. Of course this is only a secondary reason. She wants to make Jiang Yu happy. Jiang Yu must be happy to be able to stand up. She's just a little girl who wants to make her lover happy. Nothing to do with Shibuya. That's what Su Shangyue had been telling herself. Originally, she didn't have much hope, but she didn't expect Xiaobi to open her mouth seriously. Boss, I've finished reading the information on the computer. This gene potion is awesome. And the principle isn't that hard. It's achieved by repairing the genetic links. Su Shangyue stopped eating and looked at him with burning eyes. Have you finished reading all the information in the computer? But thanks to you marking it up, boss, I seem to be doing well. Su Shangyue secretly nodded her head. She can be so good, and leaving this in B's hands was the right thing to do. After a week of reading the material himself, B finished it in 2 days. So can you make it? B mused. I'll have to read through the information I brought from the lab and organize the ingredients before I can be sure I can make it. He's a little sorry. Su Shangyue nodded. It's okay, you go for it. No one could resist such bright trust-filled eyes. Xiaobi also nodded vigorously. Don't worry boss, I'll do my best. When she was leaving, Su Shangyue asked Xiaobi to carry a box away. Inside were supplies she had prepared in advance. B thought it was information. When I went back to open it, it was bread, drinks, a small hot pot, and fruit snacks. Dawn took out a packet of magic goo cookies. Yeah, that's my favorite. Kia also pulled out a sucker jelly. This is my favorite. Boss is so good to us. Although Su Shangyue spoke little and was sometimes high-strung, she had no words for the three of them, secretly vowing to protect Su Shangyue as well. B was silent and just took his favorite melon away. He was the first person Su Shangyue asked about being her teammate. It's what makes it different from these two douchebags. B turned on the computer arrogantly and continued to read the information. Xiaowei looked envious. Unfortunately, there's no networking, or we'd have something better to watch. Dawn sent him a blank stare. What's good? What else do you know besides little movies? Look at B. Can't you learn? Little A stormed out. I'll learn what? I'm all muscular to protect the boss. Not to learn. B was silent in the background. It was just that his ears reddened when he heard Xiao Xiao praise him. Chapter 123, Su Shangyue, What is Intimacy? Jiang Yu and Louis Fei were blowing in the wind by the lake. Yang Lin and Xiao Tao, one holding Lele and the other watching the two ducks. It's still hot at night, but after a long day of being cooped up in the RV, it's hot enough to want to get out and breathe. Boss, what position are you going to put me in? I'm going to give the old man the good news that I got a job. Ha. Louis Fei was a little excited. Jiang Yu laughed softly and threw the still hot little stone in his hand into the lake to make a nice splash. Give you a GM. Ha? Really? Aha. Anyway, the company was ready to recruit 3 or 5 people besides himself, just to simply support his scale. In addition to dividends, he can continue to take on projects. Make enough money to pay your salary. Louis Fei was so happy that he didn't mind the heat and squatted by the lake to pick up his cell phone to send messages to his family. Dad, I got a job. I can make money. Dear Mama, my son is successful and can make money. Cousin, I have a job. Grandpa. Jiang Yu raised his head and waved at Yang Lin and Xiao Tao. Boss, going back? Yang Grove wiped the sweat of Xiao Tao and Lele. I said before that you guys would do a short stint with me, and now I'm going to start a small company. Do you guys want to come to work? He surmised that the two would not refuse, but he still had to ask. Yang Lin was a bit overwhelmed. But boss, I don't know how to do company besides driving. Just driving. Xiao Tao, you'll be responsible for cooking for us. Cleaning will be recruited later. No need for you to do it. Peach is a little coy. Boss, I can clean and cook. I don't have to give me a raise. I can do it together. Before that, Youngwood worked as a runner and delivery boy, without a job of his own. The duo was still thinking about going back to look for a job when they got back from here. I didn't realize it all worked out at once. Xiao Tao is grateful to Jiang Yu and offers to make more. Jiang Yu shook his head. There will be more people at that time. So cook well. The villa is so big. How can Peach do it all by herself? Good. The two didn't ask for wages and agreed on the spot. As long as they did a good job, I believed Jiang Yu wouldn't treat them poorly. Suddenly, my heart was solid, and my days seemed to take on a new dimension. Taking care of 3 employees in one day doesn't count for Su Shangyue. I'm such a laborer. Reward yourself for a hard day's work. Just reward yourself for going back to watch a movie with your little girl. After returning to the caravan, Jiang Yu took a shower first, change of clothes and throw them in the washing machine. Get yourself cleaned up before going to video with Su Shangyue. He had now unlocked the tactile function. What if his body stank and was smelled by the little girl? Think of something. Rummage through the box to find a bottle of floral water. 2 sprays on the body. That's what pressed the video button. Liang Yu, you're here? Su Shangyue swooped over like a small butterfly and naturally took Liang Yu's arm. Sucked in his nose. It came up to Liang Yu's heart and smelled it. Liang Yu, it smells so good. Oh, 6 god flower water. Just went to the lake and there were mosquitoes. That smells good. Your Rokushin is different from mine. Su Shangyue buried her head in Liang Yu's shoulder and took a few more puffs. Liang Yu's half of his body was numb from the suction. Alright, 2 more mouthfuls and I'll be adult dry. Goblin-like. Come on, watch the movie. What do you want to see today? I want to see fun. Su Shangyue's eyes sparkled just like Kyuzihu's. Liang Yu thought for a moment, holding his cell phone and projecting it over. Open Jitterbug. Does your world have this? Yes, but I don't play it much. I've seen others play it before. Liang Yu searches out some wearable bloggers and food bloggers to show Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue was craved. Liang Yu, I want to eat this. Liang Yu comes over to take a look and immediately slides her down to change the video. Indian food. No. Did the little girl watch the production process or not? Then I want to eat that. Su Shangyue pointed at the Thai food on the screen again. Liang Yu gave another no. Search out Sichuan cuisine, Lu cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, tongue-in-cheek. Wash your little girl's eyes and reshape your view of food. Liang Yu, what will happen to us if one day the end comes for me here? Su Shangyue played with Liang Yu's fingers. There's a little bit of sadness. It'll be together again anyway. Liang Yu spoke naturally. That's what he really thinks. Su Shangyue slightly stalled, sat up and looked at him seriously. Will it stay together? Liang Yu raised his hand and touched her head. We'll always be together. He now has no idea when the in-game Armageddon will end and in what way. Maybe for the rest of my life. But that's okay. He was ready to be with Su Shangyue all the time, no matter what happened. Liang Yu, you're so nice. When the little girl called, Liang Yu took a few breaths backwards, because once again, the screen in front of us floated. Intimacy +1. Nice guy. When you increase your intimacy, say before thank you. Now you're so nice can be added to the intimacy? Liang Yu habitually picked up the mouse and clicked on Su Shangyue's personal information to check the intimacy. Intimacy, 44 out of 100. Ha? What's this? Why haven't I seen it before? Su Shangyue's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Liang Yu. He forgot that the little girl was still watching. Previously, every time he showed Su Shangyue the data, he slid the page to cover the intimacy. I was just so obsessed with correcting my little girl's view of food that I forgot about it. Liang Yu scratched his head. It's the closeness of the two of us. He chose to be truthful. Lying to someone close to you involves taking on countless lies. Why is it so low? I think it should go to 100. Su Shangyue tilted her head, very dissatisfied with this figure. Liang Yu explained. It started from 1 and slowly went up. 1 point a day. What's the point? Having no choice. Su Shangyue got to the bottom of it. Liang Yu was unwilling to lie again. And in 3 tries, Su Shangyue caught the key point. Are you saying that our calls, videos, touch, and backpacks are unlocked by intimacy? Aha. Liang Yu nodded. Forget it. It's good to talk about it. Then by the time the intimacy reaches what will be unlocked? 50-inch Su Shangyue jumped at the chance. It will unlock the physical features. The quarry. Don't ask me. I'm not sure what the physical features are. Only when the time comes will we know. Liang Yu hurriedly stopped Su Shangyue's words. Su Shangyue seemed to have found a new continent. So how do I get the intimacy to go up faster? When you said thank you, and I'm really nice. Liang Yu is inexplicably ashamed. Thank you. Thank you. You're so nice. You're so nice. Su Shangyue cocked her head and spoke in one breath. But the intimacy hasn't changed much. What's going on? Chapter 124 Try Kissing. Liang Yu thought of the fact that when he had unlocked the backpack function earlier, he had rushed to rush the intimacy. Just sleep with Su Shangyue. It's true that intimacy grows fast at that time, but he was inexplicably ashamed of not wanting to talk about it. The little girl would never guess anyway. Unexpectedly, Su Shangyue was a school bully with an extraordinary memory. The number of days the two had known each other, the words of thanks and that he had said with all sincerity "You're so nice," all of them were turned over. It's not right. Liang Yu, there are still 3 to 4 intimacy pairs. What's going on? Liang Yu was like a little pathetic person who had been severely tortured and forced to confess. Eventually, he blushed and told his guess. And no, we should have slept together last night too. Why didn't the intimacy grow? Su Shangyue bit her lip, her head spinning extremely fast. I think it's when we do more intimate things that the intimacy grows. Liang Yu, what's the point of growing close so fast? He could already foresee a time in the future when the little girl would be brewing with herself for the sake of long intimacy. Can he resist? Can't. Sure enough, Su Shanyue turned back, excitement in her eyes, arranging her hair behind her ear. The smoke flowed as she approached Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, aren't you curious as to what exactly this entity function is? Curious. Looking at Su Shanyue's face, it was as full and red as a strawberry that had been bitten. Jiang Yu couldn't say no. Eyes closed. Just try it. The two's faces got closer and closer, and the only sound in the space was the sound of each other's heartbeats. Su Shanyue was nervous again. A little bit of excitement in my heart, too. She had always wanted to kiss Jiang Yu, but when it really came to this moment, she was too nervous, and the hand she held at her side was shaking slightly. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked at Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, looked scared. Jiang Yu was heartbroken. His little girl. A wave of courage rose in his heart, and he directly probed his body forward and directly kissed Su Shanyue gently on her mouth. He was in a projected state, his body projection overlapping with Su Shanyue, but the touch is real. The soft and refreshing touch immediately froze Jiang Yu. So that's what a little girl tastes like. Jiang Yu couldn't help himself and raised his hand to hold down Su Shanyue's little head and printed on it again. Unfortunately, it's projection. At this moment, it suddenly felt that it would be good to unlock the physical function earlier. Whether Su Shanyue came over or he went over. Whatever. Heaven and earth are upside down. The two of you kissed me and I kissed you. Jiang Yu snapped to realize that it was actually 3 in the morning. No, it's time for bed. Boing boing. Su Shanyue grunted and buried herself under the covers, looking refreshed. I'm not sleepy. That won't work either. It's time to go to bed and continue tomorrow. Good. Jiang Yu takes a deep breath, says goodnight to each other and ends the video. Go back inside your room. Jiang Yu thought carefully, suspecting that he was dreaming. He has a cute, pretty, clingy, strong, little crybaby girlfriend who has him in her eyes. He just kissed his little girl. It took a moment for him to confirm that it wasn't a dream. Everything is real. Jiang Yu just reminisced for a while, sobered up for a while, and giggled for a while. Didn't fall asleep until almost dawn. The price of going to bed late is getting up late. Jiang Yu wakes up when Yang Lin comes to bring him food and knocks on the door. I can't believe it's after 12. Looking up at the game. Within the game Su Shanyue was also nestled under the covers and huffing and puffing. It really is. What if we live together later? Mustn't stay up all night every day. And no, really living together. That's going to bed at 8 p.m. Hey. Hurriedly, he got up and opened the car door, letting Youngwood in. Boss. Along with the poplar trees came a wave of heat. Just get in the car for this half minute. All the cold air in the room was swept away by the heat, and the stifling heat hit the room, making it hard to breathe. How's Joy? Still getting used to the weather? Thanks for your concern, boss. He's a little kid and doesn't even wear clothes in the car. More comfortable than us adults. Youngwood replied with a hefty grin. That'll do. Jiang Yu was eating while thinking that if he was the one to go over to Su Shanyue's side after the materialization function was unlocked. It's so hot over there. Should I go without clothes myself? Boss? What's wrong? Jiang Yu looked up at Yang Grove in confusion. Yang Lin sighed and asked tentatively. Boss, is there something on your mind? I see you haven't taken a bite in half a day. Jiang Yu's chopsticks holding the bean curd paused in midair. Half the time I look at the beanstalk and stare, worrying for a second, laughing for a second. Youngwood is worried about him. Oh, I'm fine. I was just wondering what else the company needs. Youngwood thought for a moment. An accountant? I see that other companies have accountants. That's finance, cashier, taxes. It does take one. Jiang Yu is ready to recruit a cheap college student. Speaking of this, he suddenly wondered if he could recruit Shenwan over. Shenwan's work ethic is fine and her abilities are just enough. It's more than a paycheck to get her outsourced. After Yang Lin left, Jiang Yu contacted Shenwan at the first opportunity. Boy God, the program will be debugged this week. Louis Fei has already paid the relevant fees. Here's the list. He had just opened his mouth when Shenwan sent one message after another, reporting as if he was working. Jiang Yu handled them one by one. Well, I was looking for you on another matter. Boy God, you say, you're a junior this year, right? Yes, male gods, just like you. So you're interning? I'm going to, but I haven't put in my resume yet. I'm waiting for the school recruitment. I'm going to start a company. Would you like to come and transition? What Jiang Yu and everyone else is talking about is a transition. He wasn't sure how long he could do it, and didn't want to give anyone the wrong signal. Ha! Shenwan whimpered. Really? What company? Boy God, you're amazing. Jiang Yu sent a sweating emoji. The presentation then continued. I happen to need someone who knows computers. You can come and do it until you find a better job. Yes. Xinhuan didn't even ask in detail and agreed directly. Jiang Yu was also prepared to introduce the salary and treatment of these, but now it seems unnecessary. End the call. Xinhuan happily circled the dormitory. The other two roommates stopped their busyness. Stop spinning. You're not too hot. It was noon at the moment. They took advantage of the power supply, blowing air conditioning, charging cell phones and computers, and making ice. The supplies in the ice machine are all thanks to Xinhuan. So the two roommates took it upon themselves to take on these jobs. It was pretty easy to close the doors and windows and they just lived their lives. The toilets have also been turned into dry toilets. And once a day they change the garbage bags, which are still clean, and they don't dare to waste the water they store. Besides drinking water, eating, and at best, brushing my teeth. So, what are you happy about, Xinhuan? When the days are like this? The boy wonder is calling me to work at his company. Jiang Yu? His company? The housemates are surprised and gossipy. Chapter 125, Cooking for Two. SHHHH. Stay low. Stay low. Xinhuan raised her hand and pressed downward. Then wouldn't you have an internship certificate? Well, it should be. Xinhuan's happiness was simple. Working with male gods. And the male gods think of themselves when they start a new company. What does that mean? It means one's success in chasing a star. So what's the paycheck? The housemate pressed. Quarrel. I forgot to ask. But I'm sure that Jiang Yu won't treat me badly. That makes her the first person in the dorm to get an internship. They're all regular college students. Where there are so many fictional protagonists who are faced with finding a job in order to appreciate the hardships of society. And jobs are especially hard to find this year. The school flower Peiyuchi to find a job still have to rely on the rich second-generation boyfriend to introduce it. Xinhuan lifted her chin proudly. Within the dormitory group, Peiyuchi shared, from time to time, about her summer vacation in the town. At first everyone envied her. There is water to use, food to eat, and electricity to use freely. Then one day it wasn't shared and people searched the internet. I realized that in the heat, the town was centralized and everyone had to live and eat together. Conditions have taken a sharp turn for the worse. It was too hot during the day and the road was bad at night. So Peiyuchi and Qin Yuchuan and their group couldn't even walk if they wanted to. Xinhuan was eager to share the good news with the group. It's just to irritate Peiyuchi, the Jiang Yu that Peiyuchi disliked. Now people are starting their own companies. But he was afraid of irritating Peiyuchi. You can only get high in your mind. Now Jiang Yu's company has 4 employees besides him, which is almost enough. In the game, Su Shanyue had just finished washing up. I am trying to make my own lunch. What are you going to eat? Jiang Yu's projection slowly appeared in the car. Su Shanyue looked up at him. Keep your head down and struggle with the eggs. I'm going to have a fried noodle with egg. Just the kind they always sell in front of the college. You know? Su Shanyue frowned. Should I scramble the eggs or the noodles first? Jiang Yu let out a light laugh. Of course he knew the kind of chow mein noodles sold in front of the university, with the soy sauce up and the chicken MSG. I didn't realize Su Shanyue loved this kind of thing. He stepped forward, with a hand that was glowing with a pale yellowish shimmer. It covered Su Shanyue's hand. Here's the deal. Whisk the eggs a couple times first. Su Shanyue's red face, her hand following Jiang Yu's touch, clumsily stirring the eggs apart. Non-stick pan. No need for oil. Just scramble the eggs halfway through. Su Shanyue reddened her face and opened her mouth like a mosquito. Jiang Yu, I don't seem to know how to fry. Alright then. Jiang Yu's hand once again covered Su Shanyue's hand. Using the force of his touch, he led Su Shanyue to scramble an egg, boil water and cook noodles. Then you cut up some peppers and small onions. The same trick. Su Shanyue was too embarrassed to use it once. Behave yourself and prepare the ingredients. Under Jiang Yu's guidance, he personally stir-fried a fried noodle. It's the soy sauce did not grasp. This chow mein, it's a little too dark. Jiang Yu saw Su Shanyue's food skill improve by 5 points. If she cooked 1 meal a day on her own, by the time the heat was over, the primary food skill would be almost full. I don't know what I can unlock out of it either. Su Shanyue ate with unusual satisfaction. Making your own just smells good. Jiang Yu, what you make is just delicious. Su Shanyue's small mouth was oily. I didn't do it. You did. Jiang Yu corrected her. Little girl, are you in a daze? Jiang Yu, you're so nice. Su Shanyue raised her head, and her black gem-like eyes were filled with light. Jiang Yu covered his forehead. The compliment was genuine, because he saw the intimacy floating up. Intimacy +1. Now the intimacy came to 46. With more 4 points, you'll hit 50 and unlock the entity feature. Expect another toothache. He also wanted to see who was going to whose side of this entity. The toothache is because, when the time comes, I'm afraid I'm going to be pestered by goblins for brewing sauce. As for who the leprechaun is, it goes without saying who it is. When she couldn't go out to practice her gun in the afternoon, Su Shangyue practiced her dagger in the car. Very diligent. It's almost time to take a break. Su Shangyue practiced for 3 hours in one breath. And Jiang Yu finally couldn't help but remind. The little girl, though pampered at times, was also resilient beyond the norm and never wavered when it came to business. Su Shangyue threw the knife aside. Big lay on the bed, dripping with sweat. Jiang Yu, so tired. Take a break and take a shower later. Jiang Yu reached out his hand and slapped her on the waist. Su Shangyue immediately reddened her face and arched her slender waist like a frightened kitten. Luna, who was on the side, looked at Su Shangyue and then at herself. There was a sample stretch. Seemingly realizing that her form was not as elegant as Su Shanyue's, she shrunk back into a ball and continued to sleep. Jiang Yu wondered, "What's wrong with you?" "No, it's nothing." Su Shanyue was slapped on the waist and felt her body go soft. Strange sensation. Crunchy. It made her want to be close and want to run away. Hurry up and get up to take a shower. Looking at Su Shanyue who had fled, Jiang Yu looked at his palm. Did I push too hard? Then be gentle next time. Listening to the sound of clattering water coming out of the bathroom, Jiang Yu's mind wandered for a moment, took a deep breath, and opened his laptop to catch up on his words. Yard work to clear his mind. The sound of water stopped. The bathroom door clicked open. Jiang Yu stole a glance at Su Shanyue out of the corner of his eye. The little girl was wearing those wooden earringed pajamas, innocent with a few hints of coquettishness. His hands crackled on the keyboard. A look of concentrated coding. Su Shanyue put down the towel and quietly walked behind Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu slightly hooked the corners of his mouth. Little girl. Trying to pull a sneak attack? Unfortunately, the scent on her body was too unique, and before he even got close, Jiang Yu was wrapped in the scent. Just as Su Shanyue was about to blindfold him, Jiang Yu violently turned his wheelchair and stepped back. One hugged Su Shanyue, and the angle was just right. Su Shanyue passed through his projection and sat on the head of the sofa. It was as if Su Shanyue was sitting in Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu wrapped his arms around her. Su Shanyue raised her head and could see Jiang Yu's handsome side face, a full forehead, high nose, moderately thin lips, and a chin that looks especially kissable. Gulp. Su Shanyue swallowed. Jiang Yu lowered his head, and was met with a pair of spring water-like eyes, swirling with bits of broken light. The two's mouths were about to meet. Su Shanyue pursed her lips, turning his head and burying it in Jiang Yu's neck. He sucked in 2 hard breaths. Hiss. Su Shanyue, you belong to the doggy wow. It's one thing to be able to bite into it, but the touch is real. Jiang Yu felt his neck tighten and hurriedly tore Su Shanyue off his neck. Unfortunately, again, it's not physical. Can't make the effort. He could only allow Su Shanyue to suck on his neck. Waiting. When the 2 days pass and the physical function is unlocked, there must be revenge. Jiang Yu thought viciously. Knock. Knock. Boss. There's a disturbance in the robot dog surveillance. There was a sudden knock at the car door and Dawn's voice. Su Shanyue. What asshole interrupts himself? Chapter 126 Zombie Attack. Jiang Yu immediately ended the projection and switched to voice to communicate with Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue opened the car door and let Xiao Xiao in. Take the time to change into an outfit suitable for nighttime activities yourself. Black athletic shorts and camouflage half-sleeve top. Tie up your hair. Put on your outdoor watch and night vision. And climb into your outdoor boots. The whole thing is clean. Like a ghostly night killer. Scooping up Luna and placing her on her shoulder. Go on. Check it out. It's getting warmer outside. And sooner or later the mountains will welcome survivors. I just didn't expect it to come so soon. Jiang Yu's line of sight followed Su Xingyue's movements. Their 2 RVs are next to each other and change to night mode in the evening. The lights are covered up. Only a few robots were hidden nearby, monitoring all movements in the neighborhood. A and B were already standing at the back of the car. Again, with night vision and guns at the ready. Inside the night vision, at a distance of about 200 meters, there were silhouettes swaying. It's hard to tell if it's a human or a zombie. Dawn, release the drone. Su Shanyue ordered. Yes, boss. The drone buzzes and takes off. At this distance, pulling up to a high enough altitude that the sound couldn't get through, there was nothing to worry about. Soon, the drone was sending back a clear picture of what was ahead. I can't believe it's a walker. Kuga was startled for a moment. The zombies were still rotting and bloody, grimacing like evil spirits crawling out of hell. But the difference is, these zombies are moving fast. And unlike the stiff and sluggish ones from before, the zombies in the picture are behaving pretty much like humans. There are even zombies that jump and spin and scream and hiss. When it came to confronting the humans, the bare-handed humans were certainly no match. So scary. Su Shanyue threw down 3 words. Don't be afraid, boss. We'll protect you. Xiao A immediately took a stand. Well, Dawn, detect the walker's route of advance and feel out where they're coming from. And check to see if any humans are around. Su Shanyue's mouth said she was afraid. but she arranged it without the slightest hint of panic. Jiang Yu reminds her, "Be careful if it's a trap." In the darkness, Su Shangyue nodded. In a few minutes, Dawn was maneuvering the drone and had pretty much explored the front. "Boss, no humans detected so far. It's a herd of zombies, about 200 of them." Su Shangyue frowned. Jiang Yu knew what she was thinking. Su Shangyue was not wanting to kill zombies in the neighborhood, not to mention the stench when the time came. It would also easily attract more zombies. You tell A to create a commotion and draw the herd of walkers to the eastern alcove to kill them. It's lower ground there and no one will see it at the bottom of the hill. Remember to test the strength of the walkers. He proposes solutions. Su Shangyue instructed Xiaojia to get on the off-road motorcycle with a robot dog and lure the zombies away, at least to 20 miles away. Xiaobi similarly straddled the motorcycle and looked at Xiao Xiao. "Dawn AHS. What are you looking at me for?" Su Shangyue let out a light laugh. "He told you to get in the car." "Oh." Dawn straddled the back seat and set a destination for the drone to fly itself to. She shoved the remote in her pocket. "Go." The motorcycle started violently, and Xiao Xiao was so off guard that her entire body slapped directly onto Xiaobi's back. "You hold me," Bi spoke up and suggested, "or it could easily turn you down." Dawn scratched her head, feeling something was wrong and couldn't put her finger on it. To think that Boss Su was still waiting for work. She reached out and wrapped her hand around Bi's waist. All three of them left, leaving only Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue didn't panic and pulled out her pink bicycle that she hadn't seen for a long time. 20 miles was a stress-free ride for her. Those three go first and work straight away when they arrive. Ride over behind yourself just in time. Jiang Yu, riding a bike in the mountains is not the same as in the flatland. Hey. After riding for a few minutes, Su Shangyue made a summary. "You be careful. The hill and the platform are definitely different. Luckily, the slopes here are gentle and not the steep rocky kind." Su Shangyue rode faster and faster. Looking at Jiang Yu, his heart jumped. In the back of his mind, he wondered if he should let his little girl learn to ride a motorcycle in the future. It's horrible. If bicycles can ride like this, motorcycles must fly? Cars will go up to the sky. Looks like there's time for a safety lecture for Su Shangyue. By the time Su Shangyue arrived, the unilateral harvest had already begun. Xiao Xiao used her drone to scout the neighborhood 360 degrees to avoid being mantled by other survivors. A and B used their submachine guns to clean up the zombies that were running the hardest before switching to their pistols for point-blank shots. By the time Su Shangyue settled Pinky down, only half of the 200 or so zombies were left. "Save some for me." Su Shanyue's clear and cold commanding voice came. Xiaowei and Xiaobi stopped immediately, taking a step back with intent. Su Shanyue carried a submachine gun and walked over with great strides. Straightening his night vision, he brought up his gun and hooked his mouth. Da-da-da-da. Start upgrading your intermediate firearms skills. Bullets flew and sparks flew. As if the zombies didn't know pain, they pounced forward and backward towards Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue is a one-trick pony, changing magazines so fast that little A and B couldn't react. Boss is so fierce. I'm a ing limp noodle by comparison. Kuga was dumbfounded. He touched the submachine gun in his hand and silently agreed with A's words. Su Shanyue was too fierce, and that fearless courage infected him. People, can they really live like this? Even in Armageddon? He craned his head to look at Dawn. Dawn looked very feminine with one foot on a large rock, but in the dark, as if it would glow. Indeed, we two softies. Ga, Kuga froze. The sun went down in the east? It was rare for B to agree with himself. Jiang Yu watched Su Shanyue hunt while observing the changes in the zombies. It's fast. The power gets stronger. The reaction is faster too. If Su Shanyue didn't have a hot weapon, being surrounded by such a herd of zombies would only lead to death. Su Shanyue, try hitting the zombie's body. Good. 4 shots. 1 shot can finish off a walker if it's a headshot. If you hit the heart, or any other part of the body, it takes 4 shots. It takes time to shoot. It takes time to add bullets. And in the future, when you encounter a walker and you can't get a headshot, you need to reserve a safe space. Jiang Yu admonished Su Shanyue. The point is, the walkers are fast now. 2. In case you don't die after 2 shots and you run out of bullets, you're screwed. There are 10 walkers left. Su Shanyue put away her gun and replaced it with a dagger. Straight in. Slender arms and legs. Full of strength. Knife to the throat. Until the last walker falls. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dawn exclaimed in unison. Jiang Yu also didn't expect that Su Shanyue would use a dagger at the end. The more the little girl used her dagger, the more skillful she became. If this was in the real world, it must be a super special forces. Chapter 127, What do you want to do when your legs are healed? Jiang Yu was amused by his own thoughts. It was also fortunate that he had chosen a good spot, with the alcove shielding him from the gun's fire. As for the sound, Don says there's no one in the neighborhood and no one to read it even if it gets out. So it's safe for now. It's the smell that's just unbearable. Liang Yu could still smell the choking putrid odor through the screen. Had to open the RV window to get some air. Nighttime temperatures remain high. In less than an hour, the group had dried several bottles of water and were sweating through their clothes. Seeing Su Shanyue put away her sword, Xiaobi stepped forward. Boss, what about here? It's so hot that it breeds bacteria. Not to mention that it won't stink in the morning. And no one can stand the smell for 10 miles. Although zombies are supposed to stink. Su Shanyue looked down the mountain. Every now and then there were flashes of light in the downtown area of city. The survivors taking advantage of the low night temperatures to make their move. Zombies have been known to go up the mountain. And these people will probably do the same before too long. Liang Yu's voice rang in Su Shanyue's ears. The best way to do that is a fire. But that would draw too much attention. Let's put it away for now. Su Shanyue unconditionally listened to Liang Yu. With a wave of his hand. Withdraw. On the way back, Xiaowei took the robot dog and Xiaobi took Xiao Xiao. Su Shanyue was still riding Pinky. Only this time, it was replaced with Su Shanyue in the front and little A and little B in the back. The duo pressed to minimize their speed. Never thought I'd ride a motorcycle as a bike one day. You guys get some rest and step up your guard. Su Shanyue scanned the circle. The three Dons nodded. Yes, boss. Push the motorcycle to the rear of the RV. Kuga scratched his head. Strange. Was the motorcycle here before too? Why don't I remember it? Both B and Xiao Xiao ignored him. The motorcycle certainly wasn't here. There was nothing here before. Su Shanyue stood at the door of the car, flung her shoes to the ground, and got into the car with her bare feet. After fighting walkers, you can't have your clothes and shoes. Get back in the car and immediately dive into the bathroom. Take off your clothes and throw them in the trash. Claptrap started the shower. After washing herself, she washed Luna as well. During the battle just now, Luna didn't know where to burrow and hide. And after the battle was over, she dutifully crouched down beside Kia again. It's being rubbed all over the foam at the moment. Su Shanyue gave it a clean rub. Meow. Luna said it couldn't be washed anymore. After drying Luna off and letting her out, Su Shanyue wrapped her hair in a towel, poked her head out, and tentatively called out. Liang Yu? I'm in. What's wrong? Liang Yu is guarding the computer. He's afraid that Su Shanyue is scared of going through a battle. It seems like it should be fine now. The little girl was still in the mood to bathe Luna. Su Shanyue hooked her finger on her charge and asked, can this be water washed? It really put Liang Yu on the spot. He turned to the doohickey and asked, you can hose down a submachine gun, but you can't soak it in water, and you have to blow dry it after you wash it. That's fine. Su Shanyue retreated back into the bathroom, rinsed the submachine gun and dagger with water, and dried the submachine gun with a hairdryer. The guy who eats, of course, has to baby some. After a busy pass, it was another late night. Liang Yu looked at the time. You also rest early. Before the words were finished, he saw Su Shanyue sitting on the bed lost, her eyes a little red. Liang Yu, I'm a bit scared and tired. Liang Yu was a bit unsure. After carefully observing Su Shanyue's expression, it seemed to be similar to when I was scared before, only this time there was no crying. He said, the little girl had lost a lot of her life value from so many zombies at once, with guns and daggers. How can you not be scared? Okay then, wait for me to take a shower and I'll come over and keep you company. I'll be back when you're asleep. Good. Su Shanyue raised her head and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Liang Yu thought, if he didn't come to accompany him, Su Shanyue would definitely cry in fear. Man, isn't this the time to use it? Liang Yu takes a quick shower, brushes his teeth, shaves, and changes into fresh underwear and pajamas. Press the video button. Su Shanyue was already lying under the covers, and seeing him come over, she moved to the edge of the bed. Wait for me. Liang Yu ended the video and retreated. The next second, his projection reappeared. Only this time, when he appeared, he actually sat directly on the bed, right next to Su Shanyue. Liang Yu has found a new method. He projected in a wheelchair each time, and when he came over, the projections were in a seated position as well. Just now he had a flash of inspiration. Move to the bed and press the video button. He projected himself over in such a way that he was, in effect, still sitting on his bed. On Su Shanyue's side, it looked like she was sitting on her bed. Su Shanyue's face brushed red, covering half his face with the quilt. He held out his arm to turn off the light. In the darkness, Liang Yu's projection emitted a faint layer of golden light. He moved his legs and slowly lay down, lying side by side with Su Shanyue. If they twisted their heads, they could see each other. Su Shanyue reached out and held his hand, resting his head on his shoulder. Unfortunately, one can only feel close to each other, not really close. In the darkness of the night, The only sound was the sound of their heartbeats. 2 months ago, a man who couldn't stand up and was bent over by life, one woefully dodging doomsday walkers. And now, 2 people in different time and space had such an encounter and destiny. Su Shangyue, actually, I have to thank you too. Jiang Yu said something like this for the first time. After the accident, every day of his life was spent in agony. Spent $1 and claimed Su Shallow Moon. Slowly, he gained a lot more motivation to want to try to live. To want to live all the time. If I hadn't met you, I might have been the Walking Dead. Su Shangyue raised her head and kissed him gently on the cheek. You'll be fine even without me. I believe in you. She meant what she said. People like Jiang Yu are like bushels of rock. No matter how hard it is, they will live. That's right. Su Shangyue rolled over onto her back, her eyes glowing as she looked at Jiang Yu. What do you want to do if your leg gets better? Jiang Yu let out a light laugh. My legs can't get better. Didn't you say that an old man named Su came to look at my leg last time? Cho Chin told me 2 days ago that my leg is a genetic problem. And even if I hadn't been in a car accident, it would have been broken. It can't get better. Genetic problems? Really? For sure? Su Shanyue's voice suddenly rose a point higher. Jiang Yu looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why do I hear that you're a bit happy? No. You heard wrong. Come on, talk to me. What do you want to do if your leg gets better? Su Shanyue's heart was pounding. If it really was genetic, then her gene potion must have worked. Jiang Yu had never thought about this. At this moment, when asked by Su Shanyue all of a sudden, he was also a bit flabbergasted. What would you most like to do with yourself if your leg is better? Chapter 128, 2 ingredients missing in gene potion, longer chapter. Come on. Su Shanyue spilled her guts. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. If my legs get better, I should be able to carry you on my back for a few kilometers. Ha! This time it was Su Shanyue who froze. Shyly, she pushed him, and pushed back, her hand passing through the light of his body. Don't be ridiculous. Seriously. I meant what I said. And if the leg heals, all I want is to carry you on my back for a few kilometers. Jiang Yu originally thought that if he could still stand up, he'll want to do exploration, go on treasure hunts, mine, travel, and do a lot of things. But the question was really asked. He thought hard about it, and all those things mentioned above. Even if he was in a wheelchair and overcame them, he could go. And isn't that the same path being traveled now? Instead, if there was only a minute for his legs to stand up, what he wanted to do the most was to hug Su Shanyue and spin around in circles. Let the girl you love laugh in your arms. He lowered his head and raised his hand to touch Su Shanyue's hair. There's always life. And for now, it's okay. Having you is enough. It doesn't matter if the leg gets better or not. Jiang Yu didn't realize that he was a relationship brain. Su Shanyue didn't say anything, just stared at him in a daze. She didn't expect that if Jiang Yu could stand up, it would be to carry himself for a few kilometers. Turns out you're so important. Her heart was like countless fireworks blooming instantly, moved to tears. There was only one thought in his head. She must get the 3rd gene potion. If B couldn't get it, she'd go find it. The world wasn't a big place, and if she looked for it, one day, she would find a 3rd potion. Looking at Su Shanyue, tears were actually welling up in her eyes. Jiang Yu was startled, hurrying to sit up. He wiped Su Shanyue's teardrops, crystallized teardrops that fell through his projection onto the sheets. What's wrong? Still crying? Su Shanyue wiped her tears with the back of her hand. It's fine. I just thought about just killing zombies and was too scared. Oh, no fear, no fear, it's okay, it's okay. Jiang Yu hurriedly gathered Su Shanyue in his arms, whispered reassuringly, the little goon is still the same little goon. It's not enough to comfort with words, you need to do it with real actions. Before long, Jiang Yu kissed Su Shanyue's little face red. Day 2. Jiang Yu woke up in his own bed. How he got back and when he ended the video, he didn't know. Nothing to do at the moment. He simply rested his head on his hands, reminiscing about last night. First, Su Shanyue cried and he kissed her in order to comfort her. Ended up kissing the little girl to tears again. Really, it's day by day. But thinking about the question Su Shanyue asked him about what he was going to do when his legs were healed, he just kind of wanted to laugh. It's not going to get better anyway, so you might as well get on with your life. Getting up to eat and checking Su Shanyue's personal data to see that Su Shanyue was still sleeping, he simply continued to comb through the business of starting a company. Xiao Qin originally suggested that he also do a consulting company, but Jiang Yu chose a technology company. Su Shanyue's world is the world of doom. And there's a term that always accompanies natural disasters on Suzaku's side, disaster conceptualization. He fears that one day there will be zombies in the real world and an apocalypse. It's important to take precautions early. He also didn't think about becoming a savior himself to save all of humanity. The idea is to live as long as you can. At the very least, if you really GA, you'll never see your little girl again. Can't kiss it either. Put the question facing him is, what business does he, a tech company, have to get into to do a good job of doomsday prevention? He was engrossed in looking up information and modeling profitability. After Su Shanyue woke up, she was about to try to cook for herself when Xiao came knocking on the door. When you get in the car, you first put the meal you brought on the table. Su Shanyue opened it and smelled it. It was her favorite Westlake egg-filled dumplings. Like, didn't you say that you don't need to send food at noon? Su Shanyue asked with a smile. He wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead. Delivering the food is incidental. Boss, I spent the last 2 days organizing the ingredients we brought back. When Su Shanyue heard this, she immediately put down what she was doing. First, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully, confirming that Liang Yu wasn't there before he opened his mouth. So how are you organizing? I learned about the principles of genetic potions in the computerized information, and I found the formula for the potion and the protocol for making it in the information I brought back. But the program is incomplete. I need to test it a few more times. When I finally reorganized the raw materials, I realized that 2 of them were missing. Su Shanyue looked at him, signaling him to speak on. Less cesium-145, stem cell phage, and I need centrifuges. Shall be explained in order for Su Shanyue to understand. Cesium-145, a radioactive substance with a half-life of 30 years that can mutate cells. In the potion formula, with stem cell phage, the effect of genetic repair can be achieved. The rest, stabilizers, solvents, synthesizers, it's all in what we brought back. Su Shanyue nodded. I understand. And where to find these things? Do you have a clue? The gene potion is related to Liang Yu's leg, so she is definitely going to get it. The simplest centrifuges can be found in hospitals. Cesium-145 can also be found in a number of places associated with nuclear research. The hardest part is the stem cell phage. Su Shanyue pursed her lips. Well, you say. For those who didn't know, they would have thought she was upset with little b. Only those who had been following her knew that this was Su Shenyue's serious, valued expression. B said succinctly. Stem cell phage, extracted from the blood of walkers. That's what I found in the lab information. Boss, here's my personal speculation. Before the apocalypse, laboratory was engaged in some zombie-like research, and the zombie outbreak might have something to do with this lab. X. The purpose of their research is for the genetic potion we have. The zombie outbreak. It was an accident, but it was also because they didn't get it right either way. Su Shanyue nodded. Your speculation is pretty much what I thought. Zombies are a man-made disaster, but floods and high temperatures are a natural disaster. And sooner or later, the humans of our world will be faced with this. Humans of our world? B was a little puzzled. Only that Su Shanyue didn't go into further detail, so he didn't have to ask more. So when the heat is over, we'll go find the ingredients? B asked tentatively. You let me think. There's no need to let Liang Yu know about messing with the potions, but she can't hide it from Liang Yu if she's going out to look for something. Might as well take the initiative and ask Liang Yu for his opinion. Just don't mention the potion. Okay, boss. Xiaobi pointed to the dumplings on the table. Boss, you eat before I leave. It's okay, you go back to resting. I learned to do the dishes. Su Shanyue was a little proud. Liang Yu had prepared disposable dishes and chopsticks for her, as well as household dishes and chopsticks. Dawn arranges the meals according to the principle of conservation. Use disposable utensils for meals that don't wash well. Normally, when you serve rice in these, you use a bowl. For today's dumplings, use a stainless steel dinner plate. Su Shanyue learned to cook yesterday, and learned to wash dishes in the process. After B left, Su Shanyue began to dry the rice. Dumplings with red oil chili and Shangxi aged vinegar. Su Shanyue can dry 15 of them in one sitting, but Dawn made it so good. There were 20 sent over. Su Shanyue ate them all. After Jiang Yu's company got a bit of a head start, he habitually came to the game to check it out. He saw Su Shanyue giggling while eating. Ha, what happened? So happy? Yeah. Jiang Yu, have you eaten yet? Su Shanyue asked him back. Not yet. I'll eat later. Peach's meal hadn't arrived yet. Su Shanyue asked Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, you've finished eating. Show me the map of city. Jiang Yu had drawn a map for her when she was transferred out of the Pearl Hotel earlier. But not complete enough. Sure, I'll show you later. But what are you doing looking at the map? Jiang Yu casually asked. If, and I mean if, I had to make a trip to a city, would you scold me? Su Shanyue carefully opened her mouth. Jiang Yu was happy. Why would I scold you? Because it's hot outside. It's not a good environment downtown. And you definitely won't let me go. Su Shanyue mischievously wrinkled her nose. Sitting on the couch eating chilled lychees, Jiang Yu laughed lightly and spoke. I don't want you to go. Mainly because it's dangerous. Anything you want? Go over to the school and I'll just send it to you. Jiang Yu opened his computer and searched for what Su Shangyue wanted. Unexpectedly, Su Shangyue shook her head. It's too late. It's at least a day and night's walk from here to the school side. It's going to be 3 days round trip. We're going to anyway a city, so I'll just go look around the bottom of the hill and say if I can't find it. Jiang Yu took a moment to listen. That makes sense. The little girl has learned her lesson. Even if he sent the supplies in, it would take 3 days to go back and forth. And if Su Shangyue could find what she wanted at the foot of the mountain, it would be fine. The little girl is usually very obedient, and if she wants to go out in this heat, it must be something important. What could possibly be on her mind right now? That X-Lab thing. There was no need to guess. If he asked now, Su Shangyue would definitely not tell him. Calling. Su Shangyue was touched. Jiang Yu, you're so nice. Ha, call your brother. Brother. The euphemistic and charming, but also with the 3-point innocence of a brother, immediately made Jiang Yu's brain fog up, tingling all over. Well, talk to me? Where are you going? Su Shangyue was still trying to oink twice to muddle through when Jiang Yu stopped her. I won't ask what you're doing out there, but you need to tell me where I'm going or I'm worried. Luckily, I remembered to ask, or else Su Shangyue would have been fooled again. The color makes you dizzy. Su Shangyue had no choice but to tell the truth. I'm going to make a trip to the hospital. A trip to the institute. What institute? Rare. Nuclear Materials Institute. Nuclear material? You're going nuclear, aren't you? Jiang Yu immediately said no. Oops. I swear. I'll run away on my own in case of danger. Su Shangyue turned on her pampering mode. Jiang Yu thinks. He himself was more or less a bit of a dimwit temperament in his body, and in Su Shangyue's cry of lost himself. Brother. Projection went over and personally showed Su Shangyue the map. Go to this hospital. It's closer to the bottom of the hill. If this hospital doesn't have what you want, you can go to another one. Jiang Yu chose 2 hospital addresses. Su Shangyue recorded the map and route on paper. And do you know how nuclear materials are to be transported and preserved? Jiang Yu asked rhetorically. Well, this I know. Radiation gear, water. Don't worry, B is in charge of the operation. I'll keep an eye on him. And this material I'm looking for is cesium-145 in very, very small, manageable amounts. Su Shangyue repeated her assurance. Jiang Yu had looked up the relevant information on his own and determined that although this stuff was radioactive, it was used in military, medical, and biological fields. It's still manageable. Jiang Yu agrees. You're talking about hospitals and radioactive substances, so what exactly is this thing you're messing with? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask again. Oops, bad guy. Said not to ask. Su Shangyue pouted her rosy little mouth and looked at him with dissatisfaction. All right. The duo concentrated on finding places related to nuclear research, high-end material research labs, rare metal research, and even some rare labs. Whatever was on the map was searched for. Neither looks like to find a place. Cesium-145. What to do? Su Shangyue collapsed onto the sofa in mourning. Very frustrating. On his side, Jiang Yu silently opened the search software and searched for raw materials like cesium. Surprisingly, I found that my world is only cesium-137. Not cesium-145. That's not even a thing. It was only after number of information that it was determined that if you wanted cesium querying N145, you could only find it in Su Shangyue's world. Tap on the map of city. Why city is relatively large, with a lot of terrain and many factories and laboratories. He sifted through the city first, and there were 2 biological institutes that he circled first. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the desert area of city. Why? It says experimental area, no entry. Desert Gobi, experimental areas? Su Shangyue, there may be something you want here. Yikes. Su Shangyue immediately got energized and sat up from the sofa to look over. Why city? I haven't been to yet the why hey. She looked at the desert location on the map and fretted a bit. It's already hot. It's gonna get hotter in the desert. TSK. It's not a good place to go. Better to wait until the hot weather is over. Jiang Yu suggested. And what comes after the heat? Su Shangyue twisted her head, her black gem-like eyes looking at him. Jiang Yu actually saw a faint sense of confusion under her eyes. Su Shangyue's world is apocalyptic. Not knowing what's at the end. Not knowing when it will end. I wonder how many humans will survive in the end. And I don't know if I'll survive. Jiang Yu imagined that if he was Su Shangyue, he probably wouldn't be able to do so calmly. Though usually the little girl doesn't say anything. But the mind is definitely confused. Jiang Yu's tone unconsciously slowed down. In that case, go to first city to find what you're looking for. A target is close by. And with the current weather, you can resist a thing or two with an RV. Why? We'll think of something else here at the... Don't you worry. I'll figure it out. Chapter 129 Love Brain Puddle? To fill in a bug, the raw material was changed to cesium-145. Used to fix why we had to go to Y City instead of Liang Yu sending the material over, which is not available in the real world. Go to City for centrifuges as they are close by. Stem cell phages are extracted from walkers, but cesium-145 is obtained City. In Y. Su Shanyue nodded, leaning on his shoulder. The two stopped talking. No sound is better than sound at this time. The support and companionship of a loved one is a source of strength in the midst of suffering and hardship. Disgusted with the mushy duo, Luna leapt from the couch to the window and began licking her paws. Later that night, Su Shanyue called the three to her side. Dawn sat on the couch, Bee sat on the arm of the couch, and Elle leaned against the cabinet next to her. Su Shallow hugged Luna and pointed to the hand-drawn map on the coffee table. New assignment. We're going to go here and look for centrifuges. Xiaobi didn't expect Su Shanyue to move so quickly. The location and route have been booked. Everyone go back and get ready. We'll leave after dinner. Try to be back before the sun comes up. Su Shanyue arranged another contingency plan. How to deal with other survivors encountered. How to deal with zombies encountered. And what to do when you get separated. Little A raised his hand. Boss, we have to leave someone to guard the compound. Or else, let's leave Little B behind. The boss is a must. And Dawn's drone is useful. Apart from myself, that leaves B. He's not going to be a stay-at-home kid. B was truly amazed by his brain circuits. He was the one who didn't have the project Su Shanyue handed him. And that was because he kept a low profile. Centrifuge. This kind of thing is only used for medical and biological research. He's the only one who can use it here. Don't let him go. Su Shanyue raised her arm, and Luna obediently jumped onto Shiojia's head in a single leap. Ouch. Ancestor, why are you pulling my hair again? Luna likes to stay by Su Shanyue's side because Su Shanyue is its master. Secondly, it likes to stay on the head of the little armor because of its thick hair. It's like a nest of grass. It's like, after the three dispersed, Liang Yu was uneasy. The route was righted again, and the contingency plan was refined and refined and refined. It's hot. Try to work in the car. Got it. Little old me. Su Shanyue mischievously made a face at him. Good for you. Against all odds. Liang Yu immediately projected over and held Su Shanyue down on his lap, ruthlessly punishing her. Idiot. Change your breath. Su Shanyue was first spanked a few times and then kissed for a while. Even her breathing was not smooth. Eyes brimming. Lips flushed. Cheeks flushed. Liang Yu couldn't wait to circle the person in his arms for a while longer to be intimate. He also didn't think that one day he would fall in love with something like kissing. Well, I'll leave you to get ready to leave. Liang Yu touched her chin. It was so round and delicate in the hand that I couldn't resist touching it several more times. Su Shanyue blushed and softly hummed. When Liang Yu left, she slowly walked to the bathroom and closed the door. Excited and shy, she clenched her fists. Turning to myself in the mirror, I suppressed a voice. The book is right. Kissing makes you happy. For my happiness, for Liang Yu's happiness, I'm going to kiss him more. That's right. Liang Yu still didn't know that he was being missed by the little girl. He's on the phone with Zhou Qin. Boss Jiang, you mentioned last time that the super hot and humid weather would last for half a month. I came to ask. End time, is that what you have worked out? Huo Qingyun recently had to deal with the natural disaster again, but also to promote the gold mine at all levels, one level at a time. And the project had to do a good job of keeping it a secret before it was finalized. And scenic planning. There are too many things that need to wait for the hot weather to end before they can move forward. There is an urgent need to finalize the end time. Koken could only come back and ask once more. Liang Yu counted. High temperature how many days? He was here away from the world. Living out of time. Seriously pinching myself. There are 9 more days like this. 9 heavens. Vaughn wrote the date down. Not 10 days or so. Not a week or so, but precisely 9 days. It was also unknown how Liang Yu had calculated it. That's the difference between a genius and an ordinary person, I guess. Liang Yu casually chatted. How's the city? Is the situation okay? Koken sighed. It's bad. We're well lucky in city. VE got supplies ahead of time, and we can also stagger the power. It's basically manageable. Other places aren't so lucky. The first thing to collapse is the power supply. If only there were more places that knew the news ahead of time. Unfortunately, neither Huo Qingyun nor Liang Yu had that much energy yet. Zhou Qin spat in his heart. Ending the call, Liang Yu pushed his wheelchair to this window, looking out through the glass. And 9 days. Before that many people wanted to lie flat, didn't want to go to work, and even wanted to find a place to live in seclusion. But when you really live in seclusion, you realize that it's not so. It might have been fine if he could walk around outside, but now that he was trapped within a small world, Liang Yu was a bit suffocated. It's only been a couple days for him and he can't even stand it. Those who are so quick to shut down for years are really good at it too. How to deal with loneliness is a constant topic for human beings. However, Su Shanyue's side was also a small world, which at the very least proved that there were countless such parallel worlds in this universe. Humans, too, are not exactly alone. Jiang Yu names the cold noodles for the evening. Louis Fei didn't mind the heat and volunteered to deliver the food. Boss, I'm going to eat with you here, Louis Fei shouted at the top of his lungs as soon as he entered. Eat? Don't be so loud. My ears hurt. Jiang Yu shut down his computer. Wash your hands and come to the table and start eating. The sound of grunting and shivering noodles rose and fell inside the RV. Don't say it. Peach can do this handiwork. Yanggrove is so happy. If only I could eat Peach's handiwork every day from now on. Louis Fei sighed with satisfaction. Jiang Yu said very frankly, you'll be able to eat it in the future as well. For what? The company can't be just you and me. I hired them both as a couple. Louis Fei was surprised to the core. Yang Lin as a driver? Peach as the cook? Aha. You can. No less. Boss. Louis Fei's eyes rolled. Worthy of being the boss, he really does have a pattern. In that case, Jiang Yu listened to his trusty horse's ass as soon as he heard it. I knew he didn't have good intentions. Interrupt him directly. No. I haven't said what it is yet. Why can't you do it? Men. You can't say you can't. You know? Louis Fei was disgruntled. Then what do you say? In that case? Jiang Yu asked him. Hey. In that case, recruit Shenwan as well. Our company has to have someone who knows computers. Or else, finance, personnel, and business supervisor. I think Shenwan can do a good job. Louis Fei remembered that once before, Shenwan had complained to him. The internship hasn't landed yet. Jiang Yu sneered. It seems that Shenwan didn't tell Louis Fei about her coming to work at the company. You care about people that much? We're good friends. What's wrong with caring? That won't work. My company is a small business. I can't afford that many people. Jiang Yu's bad taste comes up. Chapter 130 Departing to a city look for something. It was decided not to tell Louis Fei about this, and to give him a surprise when the time came. Hey, right, didn't you tell my father that you found a job that day? And when my father was happy, he gave me $2 million for my hard work. Our company is just starting out, so we must be short of money. How about this $2 million for you to get into the business? Louis Fei's puppy dog eyes blinked as he looked at Jiang Yu with an expectant face. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath. Worthy of being the family's young master. Working a shift that pays a few thousand a month. The family gives $2 million in rewards. Doesn't this come and go GDP? It's hard to guess what's in the mind of a rich man, but Louis Fei had really put in the effort to get Shenwan to come work with him. Don't. The company isn't rich, but it can afford to pay the wages. Keep your money. No, you have to take it. If you don't, you're looking down on me. You're looking down on my father. Take it or we'll break off our father-son relationship. Ah shucks. Break off classmates. Louis Fei was still in a hurry. Jiang Yu snorted. It's true that I don't need so much money. This way, I'll find a project for you to invest in. Really? Louis Fei was delighted again. Then won't I be able to tell the old man again that I've learned to invest? And then when the old man is happy, he gives me another $2 million? And then I get to invest again. The children and grandchildren are endless, aren't they? Jiang Yu was speechless, stopping his words and starting to drive people away. Okay, I'm going to work. Don't go start a Ponzi scheme with your dad. The investment also waits until we get back. Okay. Louis Fei packed up the dishes and got out of the car. On his way out, he didn't forget to urge him. I'll transfer the money to you, and you remember to arrange it for Shenwan. Jiang Yu waved his hand to drive the people away. People, it turns out, don't have to be in a relationship to become a relationship brain. Make friends, too. Jiang Yu inexplicably felt that this Josie Lake was a bit like a love sinkhole. Yang Lin and Xiao Tao are legally married, and it's only right that they should be in a honeymoon. It was normal for him to be obsessed with kissing Su Shanyue. After all, they were deeply bound lovers. How come this Louis Fei has a bit of a love brain too? It was getting dark. Turn on your computer and enter the game. Su Shanyue's group had already departed, driving the familiar van. Su Shanyue was wearing a simple and light white t-shirt, black pants, and a gun hanging on her waist. The waistline is hidden. The beautiful body is visible. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, the strands glistening silver under the curved moon, and the whole person was bright and cool and powerful. Noticing that Jiang Yu was looking at her, his expression softened a few points. It was still hot and the air conditioning was cranked up to the max. Still unable to part with the caravan, I looked back and instantly stared. It's not. What about the RV? Where are my two big cars? Xiaowei was so alarmed that he was just about to open his mouth to ask for something, just as B covered his mouth with his backhand. Woohoo! Okay. Xiaowa suddenly remembered Xiao B's earlier instructions. and he raised his hand in a zipper silence gesture. They didn't see it when the RV came out earlier. One can only rely on conjecture. Su Sharp has a big super space that can fit 2 motorhomes and motorcycles, as well as the van. There's more than one van. It's still shocking to see it again at this moment. None of the 3 turned around, and none of them opened their mouths to ask questions. Su Shanyue lifted her chin and jerked the cat with one stroke. Count on them to know what's good for them. She expressed great satisfaction. Jian Yu read her little expression. The temperature in the night air was so high that it was barely passable in the car, but outside the car, the ground was still hot. The smell of rubber being burned off the tires drilled through the air conditioner. Dawn frowned at the dashboard. Boss, the tires won't hold up. The words fell. Bang. The front tire is flat. Dawn immediately slammed on the brakes. The van spun in place and came to a creaking halt. Just drive forward and don't blow up the car. Su Shanyue thought for a moment and ordered. At the end of the day, there are no traffic rules to follow and no pedestrians on the road. It's okay to drive around in a random manner. Just get to your destination. From time to time, some zombies appeared in the city and gathered when they heard the commotion. The newly emerged zombies were just as fast and powerful as the ones they killed that day. The key is, no fear of heat. If it had been a human, it would have been cooked long ago in the near 70-degree heat and humidity. And the zombies, one more active than the other. Su Shanyue, be careful. The zombies have learned to form groups. Jian Yu reminds her. In the beginning, the zombies were weaker than normal humans in speed and strength, and just looked scary and unafraid of pain. During the flood, walkers have been about as fast as humans in terms of strength, in groups of 3 or 5. By now, zombies surpass humans in every aspect of their qualities, and learn to swarm. Since entering the city, Jian Yu hadn't seen a group smaller than 10 zombies. Su Shanyue nodded, took a look at the map. Finally, they reached their first destination when the second tire blew up as well. A city junker's anorectal hospital. Everyone froze for a moment as they looked at the words. Jian Yu looked at the map and then at the game world. Wrong way. The hospital you're going to should be on the next street over. For the first time, Su Shanyue revealed a confused expression. Wrong way? Jian Yu scratched his head. It's fine. Here this is also a hospital. Centrifuges are available in many hospitals. Go in and take a look. Su Shanyue nodded at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao took one foot off the gas and rushed straight into the hospital. They can't get out of the car easily when the temperature is this high. Whoa! The front door glass shattered all over the place. Dawn parked her car in the hospital lobby. The car is kind of a write-off, and now it's only used as an air-conditioned house. Dawn, are you ready? Bee gripped the car door with both hands. Dawn nodded. Bee pulled the car door open and threw a robot dog straight out. Bee quickly closed the car door. The whole process was a snap. Even so, a huge wave of heat rolled into the car, still taking everyone's breath away. Su Shanyue hurriedly raised her hand and covered her nose with one hand and Luna's nose with the other. Xiaojia almost threw up. What's with the air outside? He buried his nose in his shirt. It stinks. Normal, high temperatures, hospitals, or anorectics. Think you know it doesn't taste good. From the side came Bee's in reply. Su Shanyue and Xiao twisted their heads and saw Xiaobi covering her nose with one hand and Xiaoxiao's mouth and nose with the other. Xiaojia felt something was wrong. Look at Su Shanyue, and then look at Xiaobi. I want to ask something, but I don't know how. Su Shanyue took out the masks and distributed them to the crowd. Wearing the masks, it was finally a little better. Dawn maneuvered the robot dog and patrolled every room. In the middle of the machine dog died, and came back to replace it with another one to continue working. Bee and Xiao Xiao got very close. The two of them watched the images coming back from the control screen with unblinking eyes, their expressions focused and undistracted. Only A felt something was wrong. Plucked at Bee. What's wrong with your ears? Red like this? Is it that hot? Yes. Bee and Xiao Xiao replied in unison. Chapter 131 Density to 50? I'm dropping the moon wild baby +1. Jian Yu could now be considered to have completely seen it. This Xiao Bi definitely has a thing for Xiao Xiao. As for whether Xiao Xiao meant him or not, that was unknown. Fortunately, when Su Shanyue contracted her teammates, she contracted Little Bee first and was able to guarantee Little Bee's loyalty. Otherwise, in this world of love brains everywhere, Bee might do something for Xiao Xiao. This one, get a closer look. At the critical moment, Su Shanyue and Xiaojia both came over as well. It was reassuring to see the word centrifuge appear on the screen, inside a lab on the second floor. Now the question is how to get the stuff. The robot dog can stand up instead, but can't hold that thing. Not tall enough either. Su Shanyue placed her hand on the door and prepared to go out herself. When it comes to Jiang Yu, she's willing to do anything, but Little Bee stopped him. Boss, it's better for me to go. I'll move fast enough to last 10 minutes. Xiaojia and Xiao Xiao were also anxious. Boss, I'll go. None of the three wanted Su Shangyue to take any chances. Su Shangyue lived so that they could continue to live, and venturing out would result in burns at best. If something happened to Su Shangyue, that would be the end of it. That's just one aspect. More still, the self-consciousness of being a little brother. Su Shangyue shook her head. I'll just go. You guys stay out of it. I've got it covered. Wait for me here. Su Shangyue handed Luna over to Xiaojia, pulled open the car door, and rushed straight out. Long legs take 3 steps up the stairs. It's too hot. In less than a minute, Su Shangyue felt hot and scalded all over. Into space. Jiang Yu stuck in time to call out to her. Su Shangyue immediately dodged and entered the space. That's what makes it so much more comfortable. Stayed in the space for a few minutes and rinsed my face and arms with cool water. Rushed out again. She stayed out for a minute, then returned to space for a reprieve. And so it went all the way to the second floor lab, to the room where the robot dog was. Turn around. The robot dog couldn't understand any of this, which was being transmitted to Xiao Xiao through the screen. Downstairs, Dawn immediately maneuvers the robot dog to face the wall. After Su Shanyue's hand touched the centrifuge, she received it in space with a whoosh. She turned away immediately. Go downstairs the same way. When she got back to the car, she was a little red throughout. Jiang Yu was heartbroken. He couldn't wait to hug Su Shanyue and jump into the bathtub to cool down right now. Boss, here. I handed over a towel dampened with water. This time he learned his lesson and didn't wonder where the centrifuge was. Su Shanyue put it on her face and was quite comfortable. Xiao Xiao. And Xiaobi, let the robot dog see what else you want to take and bring it if you can. Yes, boss. The robot dog took a brief turn, and at B's identification, the robot dog brought back a small case of alcohol. Su Shanyue also slowed down. She can't stand it when it's this high. I wonder what will happen to the other survivors. Su Shanyue couldn't even think of a way to survive. The van is kind of a write-off. Su Shanyue turned her back to the trio and took out another new car, and everyone shifted to the new car. Not a moment too soon. Just drive away. There were only 3 vans in total that Jiang Yu had prepared. This is the last one. This car performed much better than the last one and only had 1 flat tire on the return trip. Arriving at the familiar campground, Su Shanyue got off first. Xiaojia's 3 people tacitly did not get out of the car, giving enough time for Su Shanyue to take out the caravan. Come on down. Su Shanyue's clear and cold voice rang out. It took the 3 of them to pull open the car door and get out. Woohoo! It's still cooler in the mountains, Kia exclaimed. It's 40 or 50 degrees at night in the mountains, which is heavenly compared to downtown. In comparison, a flood and tsunami is much better than heat. When there is a big tsunami, if you are high enough, you can have a chance of survival. And with the heat right now, it's really too hard. Su Shanyue was running out of strength. Dawn, be on guard. After saying that, he pulled open the door of the RV, stepped inside, and closed the door. The 3 of them also returned to their caravan, and as soon as they got in, they saw a centrifuge the size of a bucket sitting on a table, glowing with metallic luster. TSK, TSK, the boss is really good. Envious. A carefully touched the machine. Xiaobi brought a rare smile on his face. With the centrifuge, the first step was completed. Just waiting to check out those walkers on the hunt tomorrow. Is there any material that can be used to extract the stem cell phage? And if those zombie corpses can't be used anymore, there's still a need to find fresh zombies. Xiao Xiao went to take a shower first. Came out chanting, kinda envious of walkers, still alive and kicking in that high of a temperature. B laughed and picked up. That's why they show it in the movies. Zombies are an evolution. It's just a failure of evolution. Xiaojia shivered. But don't. I still want good looks and strong muscles. Girls like me like that, don't you think? Dawn grunted. We prefer smart minds to muscles. It means that Xiaojia didn't chant. Xiaojia showed his muscles in the mirror. Ha! Smart mind and strong body. I count myself as having one. It's better than some boys, who have neither. Dawn, you're quite self-aware. Asterisk. Su Shanyue came out of the shower with her body still a little red. Jiang Yu projected over and painfully raised his hand to touch her face. Couldn't help but read about her. Say you. Is what's in that lab that important? Is it worth all the pain? Su Shanyue smiled sweetly at him. It's worth it. It's worth dying for this. Shut up you. What will I do if you die? Jiang Yu glared at her. Go look in your space for some aloe vera gel. I remember putting some on you at the time. Su Shanyue applies aloe vera gel on her face and arms. Jiang Yu pointed to the back of her neck from the side. Apply some here too. Put some on your back too. Su Shanyue rolled her eyes. The tone was mournful. Can't reach it on my back. I can't reach it either. So have Dawn come over and help you apply it. Well, forget it then. Tomorrow. Su Shanyue flopped down on the bed. ready to just fall asleep. At this moment, it is already 5 o'clock in the morning, and it is also considered a successful completion of the task. That is, Su Shangyue is uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Jiang Yu looked angry and heartbroken. It's been a night of tossing and turning, so I guess the life value has dropped to the bottom. Jiang Yu angrily opened Su Shanyue's personal information. Life value, 90/100. Intimacy, 50 out of 100. Skills, intermediate maintenance 5 out of 100. Elementary food 60 out of 100. Elementary transportation, 90/100. Elementary knives 60/100. Intermediate firearms, 10 out of 100. Backpack, intermediate backpack. Sure enough, the life value from dropped to 140/90. Stinky girl. Ha, I can't believe we're up to 50? Wouldn't that unlock physical features? Should he go over or should Su Shanyue come over? Jiang Yu's heart jumped violently a few times, and the mouse was placed on intimacy. Chapter 132 Kissing the Real Thing. Ding! Have you unlocked the physical features for your school girlfriend? To confirm unlocking, please recharge $698.00. Attention! The entity function will consume a large amount of your school girlfriend Su Shanyue's life value. Intimacy grows to unlock the rift function when 70. Jiang Yu steadied his trembling hand. It took several taps to successfully recharge. The above paragraph of game tips has very few words, but a lot of information. First, consume Su Shanyue's life value. That meant that the entity functioned as Su Shanyue coming to the real world where he was. Secondly, there is no mention of a proximity what happens when you have of 60. According to his speculation, it should be upgraded to a premium backpack. Finally, what do you mean by cleft function? In his geology specialty, there are tectonic fissures due to crustal movement, weathering fissures due to weathering, and diagenetic fissures due to cooling of volcanic rocks. Fissures, unlike cracks. If the game said to unlock the rift, he could understand that. What was the rift? Stupid game. Jiang Yu jotted these points down in a small notebook. That's what calmed the excitement. He was like that as a person. The more urgent the moment, the more excited he was, the more he had to slow down and stabilize. After taking a long breath, he clicked on the physical function button. Right below the game page, there is a voice button, a video button, and now a physical button. The RV he was in instantly glowed with light. It's like the moonlight box being opened in Big Little Lies. After the light fell, Su Shanyue appeared on the bed next to him in a sleeping position, wearing her favorite wooden earringed blue camisole nightgown. Real people. Not code. Not data. Real people. Su Shanyue's chest rose and fell with her breathing. Her legs were white and slender, and her black hair was scattered on Jiang Yu's pillow, like a goddess in an ancient Greek painting, also like a fairy in an old painting. Perfection. Sanctity. Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. The hand uncontrollably reached towards Su Shanyue's face. Suddenly, a turn. He used his powerful mind and hand to retake control and put his hand on the mouse. So close, I almost became a rogue myself. Although Su Shanyue was already her girlfriend, and the two of them had kissed quite a few times recently, but this is the first time the duo have gone head-to-head in real life. He had to respect Su Shanyue. At the very least, he wanted the person to be awake. Move the mouse over the life value data. Life value at the moment 105. The game introduction just said that activating the entity function would consume Su Shanyue's life value. Su Shanyue had consumed a lot tonight, and she didn't wake up even after venturing into a different environment. Boing boing. Rolled over and went back to sleep, revealing the still slightly reddened position of his back shoulder. Jiang Yu gently opened the medical kit and took out the aloe vera gel. Squeezing a little bit of the transparent gel, he incomparably gently applied it to the back of Su Shanyue's shoulders. Su Shanyue's skin. So delicate. It's moist and soft and impeccable. Jiang Yu coated it very carefully, and in one careless move, he coated it 3 times. Jiang Yu stared at his hands. Do these damn claws have a consciousness of their own? Looking at the computer page again, 5 minutes had passed while Su Shanyue's life value had dropped by 25 points. Life value, 80. That translates to drain a minute here a 5-point life. That's too high. Su Shanyue now has a maximum of 140 life value and can only stay in reality for more than yet 30 minutes? It's too short. What can you do with 30 minutes? Who are you looking down on? Jiang Yu's heart ached. It was so hard to save up some life value. He was about to press the entity function to send Su Shanyue back, when he saw Su Shanyue leisurely turning around. She glanced up sleepily, muttering, dreaming about Jiang Yu again. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep, his little mouth not stopping for a moment. In dreams, you should kiss. Su Shanyue, you're the best. Don't let him go, she said as she climbed to her feet with her eyes closed. Reaching out and touching it, he grabbed the armrests of Jiang Yu's wheelchair and leaned over. The wooden ear-edge pajamas slipped off, and the rosy lips with the peach toothpaste odor covered Jiang Yu's lips directly. It was completely different from the way she looked when she was bullied by Jiang Yu on weekdays. At this moment, Su Shanyue's eyes were slightly closed, half revealing her black pupils. Black hair without wind. Holding Jiang Yu's face, he kissed it bit by bit and minutely at times, and at other times attacked and dominated the city. Jiang Yu was all confused. Is this her little girl? Taken? Su Shanyue, stop. You have to go back. Su Shanyue stared at him in a daze. Lips are moisturized, and I don't know whose spit it is. Her small hand pinched at Jiang Yu's face, her eyes gradually widening round and becoming larger. Jiang Yu? She cried out incredulously, and her hands pulled Jiang Yu's face even harder. Ouch! That hurts. You have to go back. Jiang Yu glanced at Su Shanyue's life value. It was about to reach 50. One day back to liberation. Su Shanyue didn't even care what he said. She just surprised him by going up and down, touching Jiang Yu's body for a while. Before it was a cyber relationship. Now it's the real deal. It feels completely different. It's really you. It's really you. Jiang Yu wrapped his arms around her, trapping the small hands that were lighting fires all over the place. Freeing one hand to press the solid button. The first meeting between the two ended in military chaos. Su Shanyue went back inside her caravan. Sitting on the bed, he cocked his head and stared. Snapping his arm up owlishly, he bit himself. Ouch. She hadn't been gentle with her mouth, and she'd bitten herself so hard it hurt. It wasn't a dream. Just now I really saw Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sighed, patting his burning cheeks. He drew a piece of paper to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth. Press the call button. Don't bite. It's me. Really? Su Shanyue straightened up. Was it really you just now? Wouldn't I be? Wouldn't. Exposed. Thinking of what she had just done, Su Shanyue was mortified to the extreme. Geez, I've dreamed of Jiang Yu before, in which she was confined to a wheelchair brewing sauce. Just now she thought she was dreaming again. It's so humiliating. Jiang Yu watched Su Shanyue's face turn from white to red and back to white. If I don't say something, the little girl is probably going to blow up. Ahem. Don't you want to ask how you got here? Yeah, oh. How did I get over there? Su Shanyue straightened her hair. The tone was a trifle sappy. So, do you want to come over and talk about it? Jiang Yu pressed the video button. The entire person projected into Su Shanyue's caravan. Su Shanyue lifted a finger and carefully poked him, her finger passing through Jiang Yu's body. Su Shanyue pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. So why do I get to go over to your side now, huh? Because of the unlocked entity function. Yao! Su Shanyue slapped her head. Why did I forget this? But why is it that I go to your side and you don't come to mine? Jiang Yu looked at this bright and beautiful, 3 parts innocent and 3 parts charming face, and thought of the domineering Su Shanyue just now. The old face flushed. Chapter 133, Louis Fei, you talked about a goblin? That's how this function is supposed to work. You go to my world. As for my real arrival in your world, I guess it will have to wait for later. No, coming or not? Su Shanyue's brows frowned lightly, but in the next second they once again stretched out. It's okay for me to go over to your side. It's all the same. Jiang Yu hurriedly stopped her from this horrible idea. You come to me, and your life value drains very fast. 5 points a minute. It's dangerous for you to be in my place for too long. Unexpectedly, Su Shanyue's eyes brightened the more she listened. Are you saying that as long as I work on my life value, I can stay on your side longer and longer? It's the truth. But baby, aren't you getting the point wrong? Jiang Yu really wanted to crack open her little head and see what was inside. But according to his knowledge of Su Shanyue, the little girl would definitely grunt and say, it's all you who are pretending. He couldn't stand this sweet storm. In theory, yes. Su Shanyue nodded her head vigorously. Starting today, I'll work hard to raise my life value, Tata. What did all the life boosting do? Su Shanyue was getting excited. Jiang Yu's only thought in his mind at the moment was to let her recover her life value in a hurry. First and foremost, it's all about sleeping, resting well, and recovering your body and life value. Su Shanyue immediately lay down and put the thin quilt over her body. Good-naturedly, she winked at Jiang Yu. And then what? Eating, exercising, etc. You also have to save your life value to improve your skills, and you will also consume life value when fighting. It has a great use. Don't waste it. Jiang Yu admonished her. Su Shanyue tilted her head and replied, But it's not a waste to meet with you. Jiang Yu's heart was soothed by a soft and gentle word. He stroked Su Shanyue's small face with his virtual shadow and kissed her on the forehead. In a softer tone, we have a long day ahead of us. It's not a good idea to use the entity function for too long when you've been consuming so much out there today. Go back to my world when you've recovered and recovered. Okay? Su Shanyue nodded, her eyes filled with hope. Then I'll try to recover. Good boy. Jiang Yu watched Su Shangyue fall asleep before returning. It's already morning. He hadn't slept all day and night and was sleepy as a dog at the moment. Fall into bed and go to sleep. Before closing his eyes, Momon thought of a question. So tired should not soulware Luna, and our unlocked entity function. Soulware is meaningless. Immediately another question came to mind. Just now, he was at Su Shanyue's place and didn't see Luna. Where did Luna go? Jiang Yu wanted to think seriously about this question coming up, but in the next second, he went into dreamland. Dreaming. Jiang Yu galloped across the city again. Dilapidated streets, rampant and twisted zombies. This is City A. He saw the sign for the Pearl Hotel. Further back, there were all kinds of animals again, more complete than the zoo's variety, and they all gave way when they saw Jiang Yu. The dream is sometimes lucid, sometimes blurry. Jiang Yu could remember at first that it was in a dream. This is Luna's perspective. By the end of the day, you've forgotten everything and are completely immersed in the animal world. Bang, bang, bang. A knock on the door woke him up. Jiang Yu rubbed his forehead and climbed up to open the door. A wave of heat almost made him faint. Louis Fei looked at him worriedly. Boss, I didn't see any messages from you in the group, so I came by to drop off lunch. You, come in and talk. Jiang Yu turned around and rinsed his face with cool water before coming to his senses. Louis Fei looked him up and down. Boss, you went stealing last night? Ha? You have these dark circles under your eyes. TSK, TSK, and these strawberry marks. It's exciting. But who are you going to steal from in the middle of nowhere? Don't be pestered by a vixen. Jiang Yu turned his wheelchair to the mirror. Dark circles under his eyes aside. He had several red marks on his chin and neck. Rubbed it with my hands and it didn't rub off. I think it was Su Shanyue who did it last night. Little girl, just change your name to Goblin from now on. Jiang Yu returned without changing his color. What strawberry prince? It's mosquitoes. Okay, it's whatever you say it is. Louis Fei shrugged. Come on, let's eat. Today's fish and pork over rice. We ate at lunch. After tossing and turning all night, Jiang Yu did have a rumbling stomach and sat down to eat. Thinking of something, by the way, you talk to Xiao Tao and prepare a few more dishes for me in the evening. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and peppers or something like that. Prepare more rice too. Louis Fei hemmed and hawed. Boss, you want to have dinner with me? I don't like eggs. Have some meat dishes. Not you. Jiang Yu took a big mouthful of dry rice. Not me? It's just our family of 4 here. No. 5. No. With the 2 ducks. 7. You're going to have a few more dishes and rice. So who are you going to have dinner with? Louis Fei's curiosity pulled full. In the next second, the look was stern. Geez, you didn't really talk about a vixen, did you? Jiang Yu had a calm face. Pretty much. No, brother, make no mistake. There's no future for humans and animals. Wake up. Jiang Yu was happy. You just said a family of 7. Aren't you treating 2 ducks as people? That's different. People and animals can be relatives, but they can't be lovers. Reproductive segregation. Understand. How do you have sex and do what you do when you're screwing an animal? Louis Fei was in a hurry. Jiang Yu laughed again. Your brain. What people and animals? I'm lying to you. Stay out of it. Either that, or people can't be lazy, and there's a price to pay for being lazy. He was just lazy not to talk to Peach alone, but let Louis Fei bring the message, which resulted in a rumor by Louis Fei. Louis Fei crossed his arms and ate up. So be honest, what are you ordering extra food for? Jiang Yu scratched his head. Doing experiments? Don't worry, it's not anything messy. Well, okay. Louis Fei thought carefully. Jiang Yu really is not the kind of person who is good at sex. The fox spirit is unlikely. The stone spirit is possible. After all, he loved the geology profession. But a rock becoming a spirit, that's a pipe dream. So, what Jiang Yu said about conducting experiments should be true. Finally, he walked away with his dishes, half convinced. On his way out, he was told, sober up, no messing around. I have to keep an eye on you, otherwise I can't explain to Li Mingqi when I get back. Jiang Yu's heart warmed. Waving a hand at him, got it. At the moment, a faint sense of happiness surrounded him. No parents, but he had teachers and friends who were like family, and clingy little leprechaun girlfriends. There's still money saved, and you're going to start a company soon. Everywhere is fine except for not being able to stand up on my legs. Back in the game, the little black cat Luna was already nestled on Su Shanyue's pillow and purring. It also pushed its paw against Su Shanyue's head. Su Shanyue had said that she didn't need to send food at noon, so Xiao Xiao and the others didn't realize that Su Shanyue had slept all day. By the time she woke up, it was 5 in the afternoon. Looking out the window and the salted duck egg-like setting sun, Su Shanyue's entire body was confused. Who am I? Where am I? What time is it? Oh, I kissed Jiang Yu last night. Chapter 134 The First Dinner Together. Jiang Yu originally felt that the little girl was possessed. Now, looking at her like that, still dumbfounded, she thought, again, that last night must have been an illusion, waiting to try again tonight. He swore, either to kiss Su Shangyue or to seek the truth. A light cough. Su Shangyue, get up, the sun is on your ass. Su Shangyue she did not expect Jiang Yu in it, stammered for a moment. You, last night, I think I dreamed about you. Jiang Yu had a black line. What did he mean by as if? Kissed and denied little girl. Not dreaming. Could it be true? Su Shangyue's eyes stared like rounded apricots. Jiang Yu heckled. Su Shangyue, I think you're pretending. Ha? Jiang Yu, I didn't. Su Shangyue was in a daze and strongly objected. Never let Jiang Yu know what was really going on inside his heart, or else how would he be able to tie him to the chair in the future? Jiang Yu took a closer look through the screen. All right, doesn't look like a lie either. Who let this be his girlfriend? You go wash up and I'll surprise you later. Good. Blindfolded Su Shangyue ran into the bathroom to wash up. Jiang Yu sends a message to Yang Lin in the group, so he can bring the dinner over. Yang Lin gave a hey and immediately carried the rice basket out the door. Louis Fei immediately bounced up from his chair, reaching out to stop someone. I'll go. Yang Grove twisted his waist, dodging his hand, and laughed nervously. Mr. Liu, the boss asked me to deliver it. Not you. Oh, I'll go the same way. Youngwood shook his head. Spying on your boss's privacy will get you fired. Gah? Louis Fei didn't even think it was this reason. Stroking his chin after returning the favor, he nodded frequently. Good. Jiang Yu recruited you can be considered the right person. In the future, if you don't work on the boss's side, go work for my own father. He likes you just the way you are. Traditional. Yang Lin shook his head again. Liu, you can get fired for digging up your boss's corner too. Liu Yifei, after delivering the meal, Young Woods left without asking any extra questions at all. Jiang Yu personally set the meal on the table. Bitter gourd in minced pork and egg soup, scrambled eggs with tomato, stewed pork ribs, white seared shrimp, cold fungus, and a crab cake. All of them are Peach's best home-cooked dishes. There are quite a few varieties. Each serving is small in quantity, and the main focus is on meat and vegetables without waste, coupled with real pentachlor rice equipped by vengeance. Just the smell is appetizing. Taking a look, Su Shangyue had already packed up, and Jiang Yu directly pressed the physical function button. Su Shangyue's figure turned into blurry pixels and swished out of sight. It slowly appeared in front of Jiang Yu. This time the commotion wasn't as loud as it was last night during the first visit. It's like a shimmering flash of light somewhere that doesn't particularly draw attention to itself. It is a pity that the world is inconvenient now. Otherwise he went to get a magic troupe. Disabled magician big change beautiful living people. Should be able to fill the house. A million thoughts ran through his head in a flash of lightning. Su Shangyue's entire body came over and stared at her hands with wide, unbelievable eyes. Jiang Yu, am I really coming over? Aha. It's a drain on your life points though, so save a little time. Ooh. Su Shangyue understood in seconds, immediately pulling Jiang Yu's hand, ready for a kiss. The soft and boneless little hand made Jiang Yu a bit unable to collect himself and hurriedly cupped her chin. A gentle peck on her lips. Listen, I asked you to come over because I wanted you to have some good food. Not for that. Aren't you just delicious? When Su Shangyue's words fell, she immediately held her breath and covered her mouth. An innocent face. Misspoke. Jiang Yu tilted his head to the sky. He felt that it must have been the way Su Shangyue transmitted it that was wrong. Skirting the subject directly, he pushed his wheelchair forward and pulled it out. Sit down. I'll eat with you. Su Shangyue sat down and inhaled. It smells so good. Did you make it? I don't have the skill. It's made by someone hired by the new company. If you eat it well, stock up and prepare more next time. Su Shangyue hadn't eaten a freshly cooked meal in a long time. Eat quickly and gracefully. Jiang Yu, this is the best meal I've ever had. It tastes good, doesn't it? Jiang Yu felt that his vision was recognized by Su Shangyue when he hired Xiao Tao to cook. Su Shangyue nodded and shook her head again. It's delicious, but it's even better because it's with you. Su Shangyue's tone was all sincerity. Jiang Yu's heart instantly melted. What do you care if a little girl cheats herself? He had grown up so much, so what if he fell for it once? Besides, Su Shangyue was simple and wimpy. There was no way she could lie to herself. The duo had a great meal. The beauty of it was that Jiang Yu needed to strictly control Su Shangyue's time here. It took less than 15 minutes to get Su to finish. Su Shangyue had tears in her eyes. A little upset. She also knew that Jiang Yu was doing it for her good. Back in her own RV, Su Shangyue was still reminiscing about the meal she had just had. So, make sure you work on your life value. lots and lots of meals with Jiang Yu, play art with him. All of Su Shanyue's current sources of information about relationships were the pamphlet she had picked up earlier, and the 2 books she had picked up at the library, completely clueless about anything other than bondage play, leading her to believe that love is bondage. Later on, Jiang Yu spent a long time correcting the little girl's perverted view of love. As for how it's corrected, of course it's in the form of a body. At the moment neither of the 2 knew this yet. Su Shanyue touched her somewhat rounded stomach and looked at the darkness outside, muttered, "Time to get out and move around. Jiang Yu, I'm going out." After saying that, he dug into the space to change his clothes. It was like the mistress of the house was going out shopping and her husband was doing the dishes with his apron on. This subtle feeling was addictive to Jiang Yu. Go on, be safe. He knew what Su Shanyue was going to do. Going to hunt the walker pits for materials. Su Shanyue jumped out of the car, slightly skittish. It's so hot and the ground is still hot to the feet. Seeing her come out, Xiao Xiao's 3 immediately followed her out of the car. Su Shanyue threw the mask to them. Go over to the zombies and look for the stem cell phage. Listen to B for specific requests. If there's nothing there, we'll go down the hill and kill it now. Yes. The 3 men fist pumped. After suffocating in the car, it's nice to move outside at night and at least get some air. B took Xiao Xiao on his motorcycle. Dawn flew the drone straight out of the backseat and went ahead and surveyed the area to make sure there were no survivors there. Instead of bringing a robot dog this time, Xiaojia brought a number of tools. The tools were all the ones the robot dog had gotten back in passing on his last trip to the hospital. He looked at the backseat and then at Su Shanyue. Boss, let me take you. No, you guys go ahead. I'll ride my bike. Su Shanyue directly refused. The primary transportation skill she wanted had more 10 points before it could be upgraded. After you upgrade you can learn to motorcycle and even drive. Little A twisted the throttle and roared off. Su Shanyue took out her little pink bike, put Luna in the basket, and put 2 layers of muzzles on it. Ride towards your destination. Chapter 135 Jiang Yu, I wish you and your good friend long-lasting friendship. Jiang Yu watched Su Shanyue ride her bike while studying the map of city. Why? Su Shanyue that is determined to get Cesium 145. Since he couldn't stop her, he would give her his full support, figure out the optimal route and make the most detailed plan for her. There was a sudden, upturning stench. It's coming from within the game. When Su Shanyue arrived, Xiao Zhao's trio had already put on several layers of masks and started working. Xiaojia took a shovel and fought back the nausea of turning over the zombie's body. B took a handful of test tubes and shoveled a little bit of stuff in from the left and a little bit of stuff from the right in the walker pit. It was as if what was in front of them was not a stinking zombie, but a cake waiting to be shared. Black Forest brownie dirty buns. The only way Xiaojia could not retch on the spot was to visualize these walkers. Holding the drone, Dawn meticulously checked her surroundings. Su Shanyue only took one look and didn't want to look anymore. These zombies were once living, breathing human beings, and when they turned into zombies, they were monsters. If it wasn't for Jiang Yu, he himself would have been one of them. She has nothing to be upset about. It just tastes disgusting. It traveled down the screen to Jiang Yu's side. Jiang Yu had no choice. The air conditioning ventilation to the maximum. Open a little window. Wear a mask. Knock knock. Boss, can I come in? Louis Fei's voice came from outside the car. Jiang Yu glanced at the game. Everything was fine, so he turned off the desktop, pushed the wheelchair over and opened the door. Louis Fei carried his laptop to the car and froze as soon as he came up. Take a few sharp breaths and pinch your nose. Boss, what's that smell? So stinky? Your hemorrhoids broke? I don't have that. Jiang Yu took advantage of the gap between opening the door and pulling off his mask, inhaling a few mouthfuls of the hot air outside. Louis Fei couldn't go in or out. The smell, as if it could evoke distant human memories, was unbearable. Lying on the window slit, he took a few good breaths before putting on the mask handed over by Jiang Yu. That's better. Scanning the table for the almost all-finished meal. It's even more worrying. You say you're buying dinner and there's no one in the middle of nowhere. You said you experimented. Obviously you ate it all. He was a little worried about Jiang Yu. Highly intelligent people like Jiang Yu were instead the most gullible at certain times. Jiang Yu could see his concern, patted him on the arm. Don't worry, it's really an experiment. And the stench is the smell of the experiment. Louis Fei scratched his head. Okay, Shenhuan's side of the program is thoroughly adjusted, so I'm coming over for a debriefing. Jiang Yu calls on Shenhuan to have an online video conference. This time Louis Fei learned. He used his own account to enter the conference room without having to share the camera with Jiang Yu. Present yourself however you want. Talk to Shenhuan if you want to. Don't be too liberal. Shenhuan came online and waved at the two. Boy God. Boss good. Good evening, Lou. Jiang Yu nodded slightly in response. Louis Fei struck his best pose and slightly clamped down on his voice. Good evening, MS. Shenwan. The two talk every day. Except for work. Just every day. And have gotten to know each other very well. But it's been so many days. Louis Fei's heart had long since grown wings and flown back to school. Before getting to the point, Louis Fei asked Shenwan carefully about the situation in her dormitory. It was hot, and a lot of the students passed out from the heat. In the beginning it was possible to take them to the hospital, but later it was not urgent at all. 2 students from the medical school side were arranged to go from dormitory to give fluids to those who fainted. Shenwan was emotional and grateful, and they wondered if no one fainted in our dorm. Louis Fei was a bit surprised. The group from medical school. Will it work? Liang Yu silently nodded. In normal times, it definitely wouldn't work, but the situation is special now. Yes, the male gods are right. Something is better than nothing. Shenwan agreed. Moving on to the main topic. This tweaked version allows desktop computer programs and cell phone programs to alert messages to each other. Liang Yu can also customize the frequency of reminders. There is an anomaly in the picture, which can be compressed to less than 5 seconds by the time the cell phone alerts. Great! Liang Yu expressed his satisfaction. Shenwan was a little heartbroken. Can it not be fast? Man god, you don't look at how expensive servers and terminals we used. She had wanted to say that it was just to play the game. $100,000 thrown in. Is it worth it? But she's an employee now. Where are the employees questioning their bosses? Without speaking now, Louis Fei was posing in various poses, trying to attract Shenwan's attention. The 3 of them chatted a few more times, and Louis Fei ended the video with a fondness. Liang Yu cried and laughed. Come on, peacocks don't even open their screens like you do. Ha? No, I'm just normal and natural. Louis Fei stiffened his mouth and scanned himself up and down. We're just good friends. Don't look at us with your dirty eyes, okay? Liang Yu snorted with a cold smile. Okay, I'm dirty. Then I wish you and Shenwan a long friendship. When Shenwan falls in love and gets married, you, a good friend, remember to give a big gift. Louis Fei stalled, unable to speak. How he got back to his RV, he couldn't remember. Go back and sit on your own bed and stare. All I could think of was Shinyu's line. When Shenwan fell in love and got married, he touched his heart. It felt like my heart was breaking. Strange. Shenwan wasn't pretty, and compared to the exes he'd talked to before, his looks and body were ordinary pu, but he just thought Shenwan was cute. At the first sight, he felt that Shenwan was different, with a cocktail head, white skin and cute round eyes, and unlike other girls, we haven't even talked about it yet. So let him go shopping and treat himself to dinner and swipe his credit card. Shenwan is different. When he thinks of what Liang Yu just said, Louis Fei feels uncomfortable all over, but he doesn't want to fall in love with Shenwan. The time to have is the time to lose. What to do? Louis Fei tossed and turned and couldn't sleep all night. Liang Yu returned to the game. The test tube in B's hand was all full. It was so hot that he even pulled down his mask, looking at Xiaojia and shaking his head. Pervert, you're not afraid of a contagious disease. B was calm. Viruses that can be transmitted on corpses are less active the hotter they are. A lot of infectious diseases are gone by summer for that reason. Well, it's rare that you say so much. So count on it. Xiaowei couldn't talk him out of it. The 3 of them got on their motorcycles and went back. Su Shanyue held her bike, frowning in thought. Liang Yu? I am. Look at how much I'm missing out on primary transportation. Tapping on Su Shanyue's personal information. The primary traffic heckled to 100. Full. Right away. Liang Yu pressed the primary transportation option. Ding. Is it upgrading the primary transportation skill for your school girlfriend Su Shanyue? Confirmation of upgrade. Please recharge 398.00 RMB. Liang Yu skillfully recharges. Su Shanyue looked hopeful. Will I be able to ride a motorcycle too? Theoretically yes. You can try it first. Liang Yu replied while quickly checking the motorcycle teaching materials. He can't ride a motorcycle either. Chapter 136, Su Shanyue. Liang Yu, I seem to be poisoned. Su Shanyue raised her hand and a brand new mountain motorcycle appeared in front of her. Liang Yu, what next? Liang Yu is a learner. Even if he doesn't know how to ride a bike himself, he can teach by relying on videos, but that's for other people. Be careful and cautious with Su Shanyue. After making sure no one was around, he put on his mask and pressed the video button. A yellow point of light appeared around Su Shanyue, spreading continuously to form a complete projection of Liang Yu. Liang Yu had his laptop in his hand. Inside, a mountain motorcycle instructional video is playing at Little Brook Station. Ha, why did you come over? Su Shanyue was a bit surprised. Isn't it hot? Liang Yu's tactile function was only useful to Su Shanyue, and at the moment, he couldn't feel the heat in the air. He shook his head. There's no one here. The ground is spacious. So watch and learn while you're here. Su Shangyue took out her rocking chair and sat beside Jiang Yu. The forehead was sweaty. The clothes were soaked and stuck to her luscious body. Jiang Yu reached out to straighten her hair, though the projected fingers passed through Su Shanyue's hair. But Su Shanyue felt Jiang Yu's tenderness, rubbing against his hand. The basic instructional video is only 3 minutes long. Su Shanyue quickly watched it, following the video, first recognizing the various parts of the motorcycle, and then writing on it, familiarizing herself with the various positions. A few minutes later, a sonic boom resounded in the dead of night. Put the helmet on, Jiang Yu admonished her. Su Shanyue hugged her big heavy helmet. It's too hot. It's the end of the world. Do we still have to follow the traffic rules? Jiang Yu immediately ended the video and clicked the physical function button, summoning the surprised Su Shanyue's over, taking a towel to wipe off the beads of sweat on Su Shanyue's forehead. What traffic rules? It's your first time riding. How careful you are is not too much. It stands to reason that you don't have to drive yourself when you have dawn driving, but a father and a mother are not as good as yourself, and Xiao Xiao and the others might die even if they don't betray you. You learn more. Jiang Yu felt like the old father who had taught him so assiduously. Ed up. Well, go back when you've cooled off enough. Jiang Yu, you're so nice. Su Shanyue looked at him with starry eyes again. After returning to Su Shanyue's world, he put on his helmet, straddled the motorcycle, and ran off with a twist of the throttle. Motorcycles are really faster than bicycles. Slow down. Slow down. Jiang Yu's computer screen followed Su Shanyue's perspective as she ran wildly, getting dizzy, and worried about Su Shanyue's safety. Tell Su Shanyue to slow down. Su Shanyue was aggrieved. Jiang Yu, the car's speed is 30 mph. It can't go any lower. 30 miles. Okay. Jiang Yu could only attribute it to the fact that he might be dizzy from the motorcycle. Looking at nothing special on the road, Jiang Yu turned off his voice and went to wash up. When he was gone, Su Shanyue fiercely increased the gas pedal, speed up to 70. While Jiang Yu wasn't around, she was going to enjoy a bit of speed and passion. Which is fine. Except that you must wear a helmet, and it's even hotter. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Zhao were lying on the car window with masks on. Watch as a figure with a large pink helmet appears. It's the boss, isn't it? Kia scratched his head. Cootie, who has legs that long besides the boss? Xiao Xiao mocks Xiaojia's Hong. Beside him, B, also wearing a mask, put a piece of the zombie's rotting and whitened stuff into the unknown liquid. A weird and peculiar stench instantly filled the air. It's like stinky tofu mixed with rotten eggs mixed with sewer. Extremely disgusting. Xiao Xiao and Xiao let out in unanimous Yui. Only Xiao Bi showed confidence, the corners of his mouth lifting under the mask covering. The smile is a bit perverted. There's a show. Su Shanyue returned to her caravan and hurriedly took off her helmet. 2 seconds later, she'd have passed out. Her ponytail was wet with sweat and stuck to her neck, and her face was holding a little red. Wait until tomorrow to try to see if I can drive. Driving is more comfortable than a motorcycle. At least you don't have to wear a helmet. But on second thought, motorcycles are not used for the same terrain as cars. Jiang Yu was right. It's doom and gloom. And learning more is one more life-saving skill. A white finger flicked the pink helmet. Well, keep practicing you tomorrow. Since the heat of doom arrived, everyone's routine has been turned upside down. Su Shanyue came out after her shower and saw Jiang Yu's projection sitting on a wheelchair with a laptop in her hand. It's crackling and coding. Su Shanyue gingerly walked over to try to sneak in. The hand hadn't even been stretched out yet when Jiang Yu realized it. Nasty. When will you let me succeed for once? Su Shanyue was a little pouty. Jiang Yu smiled at her. You've already succeeded once. When? Why don't I know? Not telling you. Jiang Yu thought of that time when the entity functioned. Su Shanyue had sort of succeeded in her sneak attack and gave him a kiss on the neck like that. Later on, he was even laughed at by Lu Yifei. I'll be done in a minute, so go to bed, and when you fall asleep, I'll be just about done. Su Shanyue shook her head. I'm not sleepy. Then you write, and I'll go read. Su Shanyue took out the book Youthful Abusive Love, crying red tales from the space and secretly looked at it. She's never been in love. Except for Jiang Yu. Isn't love always sweet? How can someone cry red tales? And how can a person have a tale? Without realizing it, she looked in. Worthy of the entity publishing department, the writing is good. Jiang Yu Yard's word end. Has been early in the morning. Suddenly I hear someone baring their nose and sniffing. Turning her head, Su Shanyue's nose was red and she was wiping her tears. He immediately put down his computer, end the video and switched to the physical feature. Su Shanyue was still wiping her tears when she appeared on Jiang Yu's bed. Why are you crying? Jiang Yu drew 2 paper towels, cupped Su Shanyue's face, and wiped her little pearls. Jiang Yu, why do you get sad even when you're in love? You sad? What's going on? You talk to me and I'll analyze it with you. Jiang Yu was still thinking that maybe he hadn't done a good job somewhere, making Su Shangyue feel bad. Su Shangyue shook her head. It's not you. It's in the book. What book? Jiang Yu then breathed a sigh of relief and wiped Su Shanyue's tears away. The little crybaby is still the same. You can cry reading a book. Nah, the book. Su Shanyue raised her hand and shoved youthful sadistic love, crying red tails to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu understood as soon as he took a look at the word. Sadistic. Okay, no more crying. Sadistic writing? It's to make the reader cry. You don't want to bring it on yourself. Jiang Yu admonished her. This one is confiscated, so go back to rest quickly. After saying that, he kissed Su Shanyue on her eye sockets. Keep crying and you'll be a swollen eye tomorrow. Su Shanyue couldn't stay here for too long. 5 life points a minute. But she wanted to kiss Jiang Yu again. Staring at Jiang Yu's mouth and chin, Jiang Yu tilted his head and looked at her, raising his handsome eyebrows. What's wrong? Jiang Yu, I don't feel so good. I seem to be poisoned. Jiang Yu, what and what? Chapter 137 Su Shanyue's special ability. What poison? When was it poisoned? Jiang Yu immediately tensed up and grabbed Su Shanyue's arm to check up and down. Su Shanyue was in a serious mood. Poisoned by you. Pust. Who told her to make such outdated love talk? TCH, get some rest. Jiang Yu ended the entity function and stared at Su Shanyue as she fell asleep. Really? Nice young people are poisoned by the internet. And the abuse. Jiang Yu turned a few pages of the book in his hand. Snapped. The book. Did Su Shanyue bring it from her space? Jiang Yu's body tightened. A coolness colder than air conditioning chill jumped up his back and went straight to the sky. The entity functions, and Su Shanyue is able to bring things over from her side. What he had. He could through a card sent to Su Shanyue's side the form of. And what Su Shanyue held in her hand, she took directly through the physical function. Bug. Then there's a more important question. Su Shanyue's space, would it work in his world? If it could be used, then wouldn't the firearms in Su Shanyue's space also be able to appear in the real world? In an instant, appeared in Jiang Yu's mind more than to get stuck in ways. Bugs. Like putting luxury cars in. Su Shanyue brought it out and resold it herself. Using a picture from the internet becomes real money. The next second, though, he calmed down. Whether Su Shanyue's spatial ability would work in the real world was not certain, and further testing was needed. Even if it works, with the pissy nature of the game, it would also cost Su Shanyue a lot. Shaking his head, he forcefully suppressed the thought and opened the book to read. He wanted to see what made the little girl cry. The price was that he slept late again. Sleep late, get up late. When I opened my eyes the next day, it was noon again. Get up, brush your teeth, check the weather outside, and read the news online. For the most part, temperatures have risen into the upper 50s. People with money and power move their families to the southern hemisphere near the South Pole. Among them is the Qin Yuchuan Qin family. Qin Yuchuan originally hit the bunkhouse in the town, and the family chartered a flight behind him and sent someone to pick him up. He is honeymooning with Pei Yuchi, pleaded with the family to take Boing Guinka with him. More importantly, going to the southern hemisphere, even if there was a beauty like Pei Yuchi, wouldn't it still take time to get it? Besides, he didn't want to sleep with foreigners. Therefore, Pei Yuchi followed Qin Yuchuan to the southern hemisphere. Jiang Yu only found out about this when he swiped the video Pei Yuchi posted from the people he recommended on that he might know. DY. Go on all of them. The next wave of apocalyptic disasters might be a global freeze. In other news, it's basically the same old story. One by one, officials release preventive measures and policies. People have complained and celebrated. This damn weather. When the hell is it going to end? Soon. My next door neighbor's cousin's aunt works for the crown. It says it's almost a week away. Who cares if it's real or not? Good luck catching it. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly. How can it end? Just a few more days and he'll be able to check out what the next apocalyptic disaster will be. It will be a new round of cat and mouse when the time comes. Turn to the game. Su Shanyue broke the ice and was in Xiao Zhao's side of the RV. She wore a mask, revealing 2 large, slightly red eyes, while all 3 of the bees had dark circles under their eyes. It stinks. Xiao Xiao and Xiao Jia are so stinky it's hard to sleep. B is so excited about doing the experiment that he has trouble sleeping. Boss, this is the stem cell phage. 120 tubes of raw materials, and this one was refined. Xiaobi handed Su Shanyue a plastic test tube filled with a dark red liquid. Su Shanyue put it in front of her eyes to scrutinize it. Dark red liquid encased in imperceptible green dots. These green dots attracted each other from time to time, coalescing in 2s and 3s to form a larger green dot. From time to time it breaks and splits into smaller dots, so cyclical that you can't help but indulge. Good looking. Su Shanyue gave it a high rating. Xiaojia immediately eschewed her breath. Worthy of being the boss. You think it looks good even if it stinks so much. Dawn corrected. Taste and sight don't mix. Thank you. Su Shangyue was satisfied. I'll take this one and keep it. Boss. He dumped the remaining waste materials in the trash can, sealed it, and rinsed the labware. The stench from the RV just faded away. Su Shangyue didn't linger much. You guys go over to my side of the table for dinner. Have a good rest after dinner everyone. We're going to the Y. Su Shangyue is just high and cold, not cold-blooded. This side is too stinky and smelly to have an appetite. You can't let your teammates starve. It was only when they reached Su Shanyue's side that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Dawn patted her heart. Boss, I'll go wash my hands and cook. Aha. Su Shanyue nodded and sat on the sofa, looking out the window in a daze. Let me help you. He rolled up his sleeves, rolled them up to wash his hands, and started cooking with Xiao Xiao. Xiaowei scratched his head as he watched the duo's backs. He felt something was wrong. Geez, Luna, get down here. You're so bald. And unguarded, Luna jumped on his head again, only this time without anticipating the height. Luna slipped on her feet, both of her back feet sliding off of Kuga's head at once. Luna's front paws clutched A's hair while her ass was on A's face. Pust. Su Shanyue and Jian Yu were both amused by this scene. Laugh out loud in both worlds at the same time. Louis Fei also stuck around to deliver Jiang Yu's food. As soon as he gets on the bus, he wipes his sweat while setting out food for Jiang Yu. This temperature, it's getting higher and higher. Ha, Jiang Yu, why are you still reading such brain-dead books? Louis Fei saw the book of youthful pain literature sitting on the table, picked it up and flipped through the pages. Ha, why are there still tear tracks? Louis Fei pointed to 2 round drops of watermarks on the pages of the book, and at a glance, it was the imprint left by the tears that had dried up. Louis Fei immediately brainstormed the causes and consequences. So, boss, those dark circles under your eyes are from staying up all night reading abusive literature? And make yourself cry? Jiang Yu pulled the book back from his hand. Less drama for yourself. Che, then there's no one else here. If you're not the one crying, am I? Louis Fei just felt that Jiang Yu wasn't right. Vow to pick up the truth today. Unfortunately, his brain was not as good as Jiang Yu's, and he was dismissed in 3 words. Tonight, Su Shanyue had to go to Y City, so there was no time to sleep at night. After the meal, everyone has to go to bed. Su Shanyue grows her life value, while Jiang Yu does it to keep his mind clear at night. At 8 o'clock in the evening it was completely dark. Jiang Yu and Su Shanyue were woken up by the alarm clock at the same time. Su Shanyue went to wash her face. Change your clothes. Jiang Yu admonished her. We but have nothing a map of city. Why? Be careful in all things. And don't be in a hurry. There's another one in the van, so if you see one on the road that you can use, you'll receive it in your space. If there's nothing left of the car when the time comes, you take out the RV. Jiang Yu explained all the possible scenarios. Su Shanyue was serious, writing down one by one. Then I'm off. Wait, there's one more thing. Come here first. Jiang Yu called out to her. He wanted to verify his suspicions. Chapter 138, The Battlefield Meat Grinder. What's wrong? Su Shanyue had a budding expression. Jiang Yu tapped on Su Shanyue's personal information. Life value, 165/100. Intimacy, 53 out of 100. Skills, intermediate maintenance 5 out of 100. Elementary food 60 out of 100. Intermediate transportation, 5/100. Elementary knives 70/100. Intermediate firearms, 25 out of 100. Backpack, intermediate backpack, with a life value of 165. It was Su Shanyue's current best state. Then summon the man. Getting straight to the point, try and see if you can use the space. Oh, Su Shanyue lowered her head and attempted to enter the space, realizing that she had lost contact with it. Momentarily a bit flustered. After so many days, she was used to the presence of space. It was what she relied on. The sudden loss of contact unsettled her. Jiang Yu, I can't use it. Jiang Yu was both disappointed and grateful. There was no sky-high riches, but there was no need for Su Shanyue to pay a huge price. He pulled Su Shanyue's hand. It's fine when you go back. It seems that you can't use your space in this world. Go back now and be careful with everything. Jiang Yu rubbed the back of Su Shanyue's hand and sent the person back. Try to conserve Su Shanyue's life value as much as possible. After going back, Su Shanyue tilted her head and pondered for a moment. Jiang Yu, although I can't use space on your side, but I can take things to your side. Su Shanyue smiled like a flower and replied in an inviting manner. She saw the book on Jiang Yu's desk, the youthful sadistic one, which she had brought there. That was why Jiang Yu wanted to test it. Don't you dare bring anything over here, little wit. Forget the gadgets. If you really get an airplane cannon over here, I'll have to go to the station. Jiang Yu admonished her. Got it. Su Shanyue was a bit happy. Previously, he was still thinking that Jiang Yu's entity couldn't come over. and how to zap Liang Yu after the genetic medicine was developed. Don't worry about it now. Just bring it with you when you go over there yourself. It was hot outside at night, and Su Shanyue's heart was even hotter. Find cesium 145, and the ingredients for the gene potion are complete. Come to the car. The three Dons were already waiting. I've never been to the Y. Xiaojia rubbed his fists. Have you ever been there, brother? Bi shook his head. What about you? Kia turned to Xiao Xiao again. Xiao Xiao also shook her head. Before us, who has nothing to do to go to Y City Also, hey. Jiang Yu listened to this and pondered. Ask Su Shanyue when she returns why people from city don't usually go to Y City. It was a hot day and a long way to go, so the group rode their motorcycles while they had the energy to do so. Koga lit up and made the lead. Xiaobi took Xiao Xiao. Dawn uses her drone to detect the road ahead. Any walkers? Any danger? After Su Shanyue collected the caravan, she pressed the car in the center. With one experience under her belt, she didn't have to wear a helmet this time. 3 motorcycles, windy, flying through the hills. Only when you hit some bad sections, you still have to push. It was only then that Jiang Yu realized something was wrong. Obviously on the map, Y City is right next door to City A. But that's 2 Phillips and they haven't rounded the mountain yet. Jiang Yu was according to the on the map categorized size of city. This mountain was just a name on the map. Jiang Yu thought it wasn't big. The result of looking at the mountain and running away? Look out! There's a walker up ahead. After descending the mountain and nearing the edge of dawn sounded the alarm. The why? How many? Before Jiang Yu could speak, Su Shanyue calmly opened her mouth. On the other end of the computer, Jiang Yu smiled in relief. His little girl, growing up. The number is unclear. The size is more than the last wave of walkers. At least twice as many. Jiang Yu also frowned. That's at least 500. Jiang Yu quickly marked a location on the map. Su Shanyue, 300 meters ahead. There's a small rift. It's high up and suitable for a battlefield. Aha! Su Shanyue softly hummed. Follow me. She kicked the gas down and rode the motorcycle, sprinting up a high hill. Handsome rolls out of the car. The car ramp is a little shaky. The motorcycle was about to come crashing down. Dawn exclaimed in unison. Watch out. The next second, the motorcycle disappeared in place. What? Kuga rubbed his eyes. Xiao Xiao and Xiaobi had the same expression, pursing their mouths and looking around in panic. It's over. The boss is not even pretending. Su Shanyue frowned at them. Still not coming up? Waiting to feed the zombies? Coming. The 3 hurriedly got off the car. Is this car parked here? Or give it to Su Shanyue to put away? Su Shanyue was even impatient. Good for them too. At least there are emotions. What they feared most was Boss Su's cold face with his gun at the end, looking at them as if they were dead. This is a large boulder that stands out on its own. It was almost 17 or 18 meters tall. It's the equivalent of 5 stories high. Jiang Yu was a geology student, and when the flashlight light hit the stone, he could tell at a glance that it was a whole block of stone. In reality, I've seen a lot of famous mountains and rivers, and I've never seen such a big piece of rock like a small parking lot. Endless mountains, huge rocks. It's a moment that has a bit of the absurdity the game deserves. A true realization that these are 2 different worlds. Under the moonlight, the zombies are like a tidal wave. Heads were held high, bloody mouths were opened, and arms hung with shredded flesh were swarming. Su Shanyue's 4 people moved neatly. Put on your night vision. Dawn pulls up her drone and monitors the battlefield at all times. Su Shanyue, little A and little B, like the god of war descended, carrying submachine guns and transforming into ruthless meat grinders. The bullets spilled out like they didn't cost anything, especially Su Shanyue's pink AK. Don't mention how pulling it is. Taking a break from changing magazines, Kuga shook his arm. Arms were already numb from the recoil. On the contrary, Su Shanyue was not at all bothered, skillfully changing bullets and continuing to day. Beneath the boulder, the flesh and blood of the zombies piled up into small mountains. The zombies went forward, stepping on the bodies of their companions as they continued to climb upward. Damn! If only humans were this unaware of tiredness and pain. Koga changes magazines in size. B took a rare moment of humor. Then the capitalists will surely like this new type of cattle and horses. Watch out! There's someone coming outside. Dawn voiced a reminder. Jiang Yu looked at Xiao Zhao's drone screen from God's perspective. There was a wave of from silhouettes approaching quietly the direction of Y Town, hiding behind the walkers. Probably heard the commotion over here and came over. The original crushing battlefield suddenly changed subtly. Su Shanyue's hands didn't stop, and the submachine gun was a bit hot. Jiang Yu's voice rang in her ears. The other side is 3 situations. Save yourselves. Yellow bird. Rob you all. Purely passing through. Just watching. The third possibility is 0. And the first one is not right either. because the other side has not come up to help so far. After Liang Yu finished analyzing, Su Shangyue nodded her head. The mind is made up. She raised her hand and the gunfire stopped abruptly. In the darkness, 200 meters away, there were about 36 people exchanging whispers while wiping sweat. They were going to go up the mountain to escape the heat. I heard a commotion before I came over to check it out. Help is out of the question. It's the end of days. There are no good guys. Might as well figure out how to get the gun. But, why don't we absorb them into the team? The 36 survivors split into 2 camps. Chapter 139. We all materialize together. Most were in favor of getting that wave killed and grabbing the weapons. More people also deplete supplies. Only one person, a tall, sturdy woman, supported the idea of sucking those 4 into the team. They have weapons. They survived the apocalypse. They must have supplies. Wouldn't it be good to absorb them? Winya's name and image are in stark contrast. She was a weightlifter. I stocked up on supplies because I usually exercise and eat a lot. Was training lunges in the mountains before the end of the day. Relying on supplies and strong physical fitness. They dodged big tsunamis and withstood the heat. Wanya, you can't have this kind of motherly heart. The man in charge of the lookout withdrew his binoculars and scoffed. Couldn't be looking at those 2 flatfoots across the street, could you? Besides, wouldn't you be unbalanced with such a beautiful woman on the team? Ha ha. The others lowered their voices and broke into suppressed jeers. Wanya's eyes were filled with anger. Sick. Put away your filthy hearts. I'm doing this for the good of the team. We have guns, but can we up the other side? Doomsday is all about sticking together. He. The leader of the group lowered his eyebrows and licked his popped lips. You're right. We can't do it head on. So we'll just have to outsmart them. The man pulled out a grenade. There's still plenty of walkers left, and sooner or later they're going to get a couple bites from him. Instead of 4 more zombies in this world, I'd rather die sooner. Plus, it saves a lot of bullets. The man gestured a few times with the grenade. 200 meters is too far to throw. Twisting his head, he shoved it at Wanya. You're stronger. You do it. And looking at her with that teasing look of a fool, Wanya took a deep breath. Looking at the grenade in his hand, his eyes dimmed. Do these people really consider themselves teammates? They had commandeered their supplies, ridiculed themselves, poohed themselves, and now they were letting themselves go knowing they didn't want to kill anyone. She threw the grenade straight back. Asterisk. You guys, if you want to, give me back my supplies. I'm leaving. Hiss. Everyone stalled in unison. The leader's face sank. Wanya, think about it. Leave and don't come back. I've thought about it. Give me back my supplies. You eat more than you should. You've run out of supplies a long time ago. Wanya. She hadn't pressed for much of her own supplies, and hadn't had enough to eat every day since joining the team. Wanya glared at them. Halfway through the day, he turned straight around and went into the darkness. She wasn't really small-brained, and she still understood the sunk costs. TSK. There was no sound in the drone, but it was possible to surmise what was happening from the footage. Xiaojiao lamented to the core. Call. Why don't you call over? But the man who left was quite a man. Dawn looked at him sympathetically. So young to have a bad eye. What? Kuga pressed on, not seeing that it was a woman who had left. Xiaobi took advantage of the time to change magazines to ask Su Shangyue, what should we do? Should we fight our way through? Su Shangyue raised her hand and wiped her sweat. There weren't many walkers in front of her, so she could stop. Putting his gun away, he asked, how many people did he just say were on the other side? 33, boss. Xiao Xiao answered immediately. There weren't as many as the group they had encountered on their previous trip up the mountain. But Su Shangyue was tired and didn't want to fight. A remote control bomb wouldn't get through at this distance. You guys clean up the walkers. I'll take care of the rest. Yes. Su Shangyue took a step back and took out a bazooka from her space, softly asking, Liang Yu, can I use this? Liang Yu raised an eyebrow. It was good for Su Shangyue to use a bazooka, saving her from having to drop her blood bar when she killed someone at close range. Use it, but try to see if you will. Liang Yu searched for how to properly fire a bazooka and gave Su Shangyue a spaced-out lesson. Su Shangyue has unlocked intermediate firearms. Any hot weapon of about the same level will work. As an AK, Liang Yu predicted that by the time he got to advanced firearms, there was no chance that he would be able to use bigger thermal weapons, such as cannons. Be careful. This thing has a lot of recoil. Liang Yu barked. Su Shangyue propped the bazooka up onto the ground and pretty much adjusted the angle. You guys move over. The 3 of them turned around, and only then did they see the bazooka on the ground. Taking a step back in unison. Old boss. Xiaojia stuttered and hurriedly jumped away to the side. Xiaobi and Xiao Xiao also silently moved out of the way. The gunfire stopped on this side, and the man in charge of the lookout in the distance picked up his binoculars again. After getting a good look at the bazooka glowing in the moonlight, he couldn't help but yelp. What are you calling it? They have bazookas. What? The man at the head of the group immediately grabbed the binoculars and looked through them himself. Grinning. Made a killing. They must have run out of ammo to use a bazooka on a walker. Go. We grabbed the bazooka. They were fist pumping and ready for the big time. As a result, he heard a whimper overhead, and before he could react, his ears rumbled. When the sharp pain in their body could be transmitted, they went black. It's completely in the dark. The last thought was all, so it's not a zombie fight. The first time Su Shangyue used a bazooka, everyone underestimated the recoil of the thing. Even if they were supported on the ground, under the huge shockwave, several people from Su Shangyue were bounced off. Eyes on Su Shangyue flying up, toward the outside of the boulder rift. Xiaojia's eyes and hands were quick. Not caring that the stone hair was hot, he directly pounced over to try to grab Su Shangyue, but he didn't have long enough arms. Rubbing shoulders with Su Shangyue, seeing that Su Shangyue was about to fall to the ground. This height was equivalent to falling from the third floor. What can be done about this? Xiao gritted her teeth and jumped straight down, wanting to give Su Shangyue a back. As soon as Xiaobi saw Xiao jump, he immediately followed suit. Aoshi let out an ah. Since everyone's jumping, I'll jump too. The three of them grabbed Su Shanyue's coat at almost the same time. In the next second, there was a flash before everyone's eyes. The top of his head lit up. Ouch! Crush daddy! Get your ass out of here. Ha! Where is this? A struggled to get up from the ground. Xiaobi yanked Xiao up as well. Everyone then realized that they hadn't fallen under a boulder and there were no walkers here. Instead, it's in an RV. Across the room stood a young man. No! Sat. The young man was still holding Su Shanyue in his arms. Who are you? B snapped warily. Jiang Yu sighed. He wasn't careless and kept his eyes on the battlefield at all times. Seeing that Su Shanyue was about to fall, he immediately pressed the physical function button. Summon Su Shanyue over. There was no way he would let Su Shanyue suffer a single bit of harm. Just didn't expect that these three naive batches would follow and jump down. Coincidentally also grabbing Su Shanyue at the moment when the entity function was activated. Liancheng was brought along after he became one. Jiang Yu didn't speak, but immediately frowned and opened his computer to check Su Shanyue's life value. There's no telling what it's going to take to bring three large living people here. Chapter 140 Cutting the little girl's hair. You, who are you? Let go of our boss. Xiaowei pointed at Jiang Yu with a trembling hand. What status? How dare you hug our boss like that? Xiaobi and Xiao didn't dare to utter a word. It's so weird. Jiang Yu saw Su Shanyue's life value, dropping at a per minute rate of 7. When she came by herself, she was consuming per minute 5. And Dawn shared 2 between the three of them? Nope. B is a teammate and doesn't take up life points. And A and Xiao consume each 1 point. He raised his hand and touched Su Shanyue's hair. The tone was as gentle as could be. You go back and find a place to RV and station yourselves. I'll come over and get you guys. It was already consuming a lot from one battle, but now the life value was even lower. When he finished, he swept a glance at little A. Xiaojia immediately withdrew her fingers, not daring to say another word. Su Shanyue gave a good-natured a little shy to be held by Jiang Yu's princess in public. It made the Xiao trio fall down. Boss, there is such a rich expression? I'm shy. Meow. Luna, who had been stuffed in her backpack, suddenly meowed as she was squeezed. Jiang Yu ended his entity function, and the four of them, Su Shanyue and Luna in tow, appeared on the ground below the boulder in the blink of an eye. There's zombie debris all around. It's really disgusting. Su Shanyue turned into that colder master again, and only then did the Xiao trio remove the oppressive feeling they had just felt. The man, looking young, was still a cripple in a wheelchair, but look at the look in their eyes. It's like looking at a string of code. It's scary. The three of them were still reminiscing about the feeling of just whooshing through and around when they heard Su Shanyue call out to someone. Pack up and find a place to stay. And it's almost dawn. Temperatures have risen significantly. Oh, okay, boss. Su Shanyue put away the bazooka, and the group prepared to leave on the motorcycle. Wait a minute. Xiaobi suddenly voiced out, glancing at his watch. Boss, give me 10 minutes. Will you? Su Shanyue nodded. Seeing him look at himself without moving, it dawned on him. Oh, you guys turn around. The three Xiao people turned around neatly and turned their backs to Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue took out Xiao B's caravan. Okay. The three men turned and were shocked once again to see the RV appear close to their noses. What's the boss's story? And who is that young man? Did he give the boss this superpower? Countless question marks hovered over the heads of the three. B pulled the car door open and got in to get a clean test tube. Looking at the RV that appeared almost instantaneously in front of him, he was always calm, but he couldn't help but grin at the moment. What kind of person did he recognize as a boss? Anyway, pressing his trembling hand, He steadily got out of the car. Wear a mask. Start looking for fresh ingredients in the zombie horde. Used to culture stem cell phage. Xiao Xiao took off the drone again and kicked Xiaojia. What are you waiting for? Go help. Kuga was in a state of shock. Mechanically, he walked over to the pile of walkers, drew out the test tube and got to work. Su Shangyue stood on the boulder. Early mornings in the heat are still a bit scenic, except for the heat. From this height, the sun rises from the direction of city and spreads over the devastated land. At this time the Y had not yet been illuminated by the sun. In the shadows, Su Shanyue's eyes fell on the Y. Incomparably determined. She'll definitely get the material. Boss, well, it's time to go. They got into the car and stored the fresh raw zombie material. Su Shanyue looked at the three of them. The three of them turned around together rather silently, and Su Shanyue raised her head and reached out to touch the caravan. The RV whooshed into place and disappeared. Go! The four of them mounted the motorcycle and towards in the faint light of the morning set off city. Why? Went down the hill to find a flat spot near a tall building to make sure I wouldn't get sunburned. Right here. Su Shanyue braked and braced her long legs against the ground. The three Xiaoxiaos turned around very consciously without her reminding them this time. Jiang Yu briefly looked at it. Yes, no one is nearby. It was only then that Su Shanyue took out two caravans, giving everyone a little time to get cleaned up and rested. Come over at noon. Su Shanyue thought for a moment. In addition to washing up, you have to sleep. She still needed to organize her thoughts with Jiang Yu. The exposure came as a surprise. How do I explain this to Xiao Xiao and the three of them? Where the three of them were in the mood for sleep at the moment. Xiao Xiao went to take a shower and Xiaowei had to squeeze in after her. He was yanked by B by the back of his collar. What are you doing? Hey, I wasn't in a hurry to talk. Sorry, didn't pay attention. Xiaoa hurriedly apologized. Ha? No, what am I apologizing to you for? What kind of person do you count Xiao Xiao? A broke away from B as soon as he could. B moved his mouth. The tips of the ears secretly turned red. After Xiao Xiao took a shower, Xiaobi went to take a shower and Xiaowei had to squeeze in. Geez, I can't hold it in any longer. We'll both wash together and talk. Without a second thought, A pushed B into the restroom, also known as a luxury RV. The restroom is large enough for two people to shower at the same time. Hiss. Watching the two go into the restroom together, Dawn gave a lurch as she wiped her hair. Did she knock on some evil CP? Little A and little B? Kind of interesting. Dawn gave an anti-smile. Finally cleaned up. Kia outputs like a cannonball. He's suffocating. What the hell is that man's deal? Does the boss have a space? Are we going to die if we know this much? No, said B. With great certainty. He was the one who had agreed to be teammates with Su Shanyue. For some reason, just thinking about it made him feel solid inside, like never before. Dawn had an anti-smile on her face, her eyes wandering back and forth between the two faces. And no talking. Just watch. Sure enough, CP is better to watch live. Dawn experienced a joy like no other. Little B doesn't know yet that because Little A stirred up trouble, his road to chasing his wife has taken a detour. Su Shanyue's caravan was empty. She took a shower, rubbed her stomach, and spoke with a condescending face. Jiang Yu, I'm hungry. How could Jiang Yu not understand? The little girl is coming over for dinner. Luckily, he was prepared. Come on, but you only have 10 minutes for breakfast. Push the physical button and teleport the little girl. Su Shanyue was wearing a loose yet cute t-shirt, and the lower half of her body was a pair of white denim shorts. Fresh out of the shower, the entire RV was wrapped in a pale blue scent as soon as she came over. Jiang Yu, your hair is long. Jiang Yu quietly took a big drag, pushing the wheelchair next to her. Eat up. Eat and get back to resting. And at noon we'll be giving those three guys a meeting. Su Shanyue curled her long hair and pulled it behind her ear. Aha. That hair. It's kind of annoying. It's too long. It affects my play. Su Shanyue nagged, her cute nose wrinkling up in dissatisfaction. Not to mention how adorable she was. Jiang Yu's heart melted as he watched. Putting down her chopsticks she looked at her. I'll cut it shorter for you? Yes. Su Shanyue's eyes immediately lit up and brightened. Jiang Yu reached out and gently twisted her head upright. Time is precious. You eat. I'll cut it for you. Aha. Su Shanyue's eyes brightened even more. Jiang Yu gave her a haircut. Happy. Chapter 141. The first official meeting. Jiang Yu took the scissors and gestured from side to side. Su Shanyue's hair was black and smooth as satin. How short is the cut? Su Shanyue stuffed a Xiaolong bao into her mouth and backhanded her back to compare a position. To here, it's too long to interfere with movement, and it's a pain in the ass. It's almost the length of the bottom of your chest. Jiang Yu tethered Su Shanyue's hair together and tied it with 2 rubber bands each. A scissor cut in the center of the rubber band. A foot-long tail of hair was tied and fell into Jiang Yu's hand. The length was about the same, the way Su Shanyue wanted it. Another paper followed and trimmed the edge position. He happened to put away the scissors just as Su Shanyue finished eating. Su Shanyue touched the end of her hair. Her pink cheeks rounded. After the end of the apocalypse, you can open a barbershop. Ha ha. Jiang Yu knew that she was a lover. Quickly go back to rest. I'll go over at noon. Good boy. Looking at Su Shanyue's reluctant little expression, Jiang Yu stepped forward, cupping her face and rubbing his lips together for a while. He kissed Su Shanyue to the point of panting before letting go. End the entity function and send the little girl back while she's confused. Su Shanyue sat on the bed with her legs crossed for a while before coming to her senses. Silence grabbed Luna and gave her a flurry of strokes. Meow. Master, if you keep touching me, I'll lose my fur. Su Shanyue let go of it and went to the bathroom to take a brief shower and clean her broken hair. Jiang Yu first threw away the broken hair on the paper. Rummaging through the box, he found a plastic box for dried spaghetti, poured out the pasta, cleaned the box, and carefully put Su Shanyue's section of hair in it, waiting to turn around and pick out a nice-looking box. I'm going to have to resign myself to having this hair here now. Babying the box into the bookshelf. Yawning, he sent a message to the group to tell them not to send lunch. It's time for him to go to bed. Haven't closed my eyes all day and night. The three of them nagged and nagged, and at some point they fell asleep. We had agreed to have a meeting at noon, but everyone overslept in unison. When Jiang Yu opened his eyes, it was 3 in the afternoon. Nice guy. After wiping his face and clicking into the game, he realized that Su Shanyue was still sleeping as well. All right, there's no hurry now. The sky is the limit, and the wife sleeps the most. Letting Su Shanyue fall asleep, he turned on the computer to code words. I got my first paycheck of my life the other day, and it was over $4,000 in miscellaneous math. If it was a case of him feeding one person and his family, $4,000 would be enough. But now there's Su Shanyue. With Su Shanyue's various skill upgrades, proximity unlocking, and contracted teammates, each expenditure was higher than before. Only $4,000 is nowhere near enough. Luckily, he made his money on the heart-shaped clouds and the lightning clouds that made him hate hard work. Failing that, what is he going to protect Su Shanyue with? What to guarantee Su Shanyue's safety? The truth of the poor and the needy is universal in the universe. You can't slack off. You still need to make money in the future. Jiang Yu? Su Shanyue's soft voice suddenly came out. Jiang Yu twisted his head to look at the game. Su Shanyue had already woken up and was holding a pink ceramic cup and drinking water. There was still a freshly awakened blush on her face. Like an apple. Cute and cuddly. After hearing Jiang Yu's response, Su Shanyue was a bit embarrassed. I seem to have overslept. It's okay. I'll come over to you and call them over for a meeting when you're ready. Su Shanyue pouted slightly. It's kind of hard to do. Should I be honest with them? Only be as my teammate right now. Jiang Yu first used the video function to project over. Fingers tapped on the armrests of the wheelchair one at a time. Su Shanyue's eyes followed Jiang Yu's fingers. Jiang Yu's hands. So pretty, wow. Want to kiss? No. It's that time of the day. Why is his mind full of these scraps? It's not right. How can you count waste material when you want to kiss Jiang Yu? The line of sight then fell back to Jiang Yu's legs. When the gene potion was ready, he must give Jiang Yu a big surprise. Jiang Yu noticed that Su Shanyue's gaze had been on his crotch and his heart tightened. Hurriedly, he looked down. Brothers, stay honest. But any more of the little girl's watching, and there's no chance she's going to be awakened. He coughed lightly and pretended not to notice, covering his legs with his shirt. Xiaoxiao and Xiaojia aren't indentured teammates yet. But when you fell, Xiaojia swooped in to save you first. Dawn didn't hesitate to jump in and use you as a backstop either. Their loyalty is enough for now. No surprise, it'll hold you until you grow more. Lifesteal compacts them. What should be said can be revealed appropriately. And what is too important still can't be revealed, such as intimacy and so on. Jiang Yu said this. Su Shanyue nodded her head. Naughty made a face at him. Actually, I was thinking the same thing. It's just that I'm afraid you'll think I'm... What's that word again? Madonna heart. Jiang Yu waved at her. As Su Shanyue approached, he lovingly stroked her half-length hair. A Madonna's heart is for people who are all things to all people, and most of them have no strength. You're different. You're a great captain. And Dawn and the three of them deserve your trust. Su Shanyue rubbed against his hand like a kitten. I'm so good. So do I have any flaws? Jiang Yu thought seriously for a few seconds. No one is perfect. Naturally. What's the downside? Being too perfect is your downfall. Su Shanyue blushed a little at Jiang Yu's greasiness. But Jiang Yu didn't lie. In his eyes, Su Shanyue had many advantages and was good at everything. Bang! 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 Boss! Dawn's voice rang out of the car door. Su Shanyue tidied up her clothes and became that cool school beauty again. Come in. The three of them got into the car, insulating the rolling heat wave from the car. The sight of the man sitting there made a flush. Looking more closely, there was still an imperceptible light emanating around the man's body, which was a projection-like presence. Xiaobi narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly analyzed it in his mind. Xiao Xiao and Xiaojia, on the other hand, held their breath and stared, not daring to move. Jiang Yu smiled lightly and spoke. Sit down. Xiao Xiao, Xiao A, Xiao B. He read out the names of the three men. The tone was light, but oppressive. The three were even more breathless. Jiang Yu is sitting in a wheelchair, but he has magical superpowers. And at the moment, he is like a god descending from the sky, making people afraid. Su Shangyue swept a glance at the three. They took a few trembling steps forward, huddled together and sat on the spacious couch, like three sparrows standing on a pole in the rain. It made Su Shangyue laugh at once. Jiang Yu also hooked up a smile. There's no need to be nervous. I'm Su Shanyue's boyfriend. I knew you guys when you first showed up. Boyfriend. The boss actually has a boyfriend with superpowers. The boss is awesome. The three looked at Su Shanyue with eyes full of admiration. Jiang Yu slowly spoke. They've all already met, so they're considered acquaintances. You guys don't have to be formal. Little boldly raised his hand. So, Jiang, Boss Jiang, do you have supernatural powers? Chapter 142 Cho Qin brings third cooperation. Jiang Yu looked at him with a smirk. You've got a lot of nerve. No, I didn't. Xiaojia's head shook like a rattle. Xiaoyi opened his mouth, ready to open up for this idiot to avoid angering Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu slowly opened his mouth. If you dare to ask that, does it mean you are ready to accept the truth? This time, Xiaojia didn't dare to speak out of turn. Look to Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bi. Dawn is very assertive when it counts. She nodded. Yes, even if we are a string of code, we want to know the truth. B nodded along. Even if I die, I want to die with understanding. Kuga scratched his head. Well, then I'm ready too. Jiang Yu held Su Shanyue's hand and spoke without slowing down. Luckily, you guys aren't code. The current speculation is that the world you live in is the real world and that you are carbon-based organisms. Scared the out of me. The three Xiaoxiao's breath was a long, unanimous sigh of relief. Luckily, it's still human. As for me, it's someone from another world, and my world hasn't ended yet, so I can send supplies over. Xiaojia still wants to ask how to deliver it. Boss Jiang. Another slap from B to cover his mouth. If Jiang Yu didn't say it, don't ask. It's already asked for the most important information. First of all, if this Jiang Yu and Su Shanyue were a couple, he wouldn't harm Su Shanyue, and by extension, he wouldn't harm them. Secondly, they're human beings, not some weird thing. Finally, this Jiang Yu has supplies. All of Su Shanyue's supplies came from this person. That's enough. Jiang Yu is more and more satisfied that Xiaobi is so sensible. If it wasn't for the fact that this person isn't from his own world, he would have wanted to recruit him to the company as an employee. Su Shanyue's little eyes couldn't stop looking at Jiang Yu. This was the first time she'd seen Jiang Yu dealing with someone else. Handsome, steady, makes your heart race. Eyes unconsciously brightened. Jiang Yu didn't say any more and let the three Xiaoxiaos leave. The three of them came apprehensively and left excitedly. And when they got back to the RV, A took B by the hand. Brother, does this mean we don't have to die here? Little A spins around excitedly. Xiao B was also happy, hooking up the corners of her mouth, more than not having to die. The world, it's finished. It was surprising that they could reach Jiang Yu's world, the world without doom, through Su Shanyue, though it may come at a small price. But as long as he stays loyal and useful, there will be the day when you can live a normal life, with someone you like. He glanced at Dawn. It happened to meet Dawn's eyes as they roamed over him and Kia. Dawn was embarrassed for a moment. B was instantly more rowdy. Dawn smiled at him. Dawn understood what she meant. Jiang Yu held Su Xingyue's hand. Your life value has not returned to its optimal state. Advance at most a short distance tonight and try not to fight. Although I can bring you and Xiao Xiao and the three of you over in case of an emergency, it's not a long-term solution for you to come over as you're very drained of life points. Su Shanyue wanted to find the raw materials as soon as possible. But then he knew that Jiang Yu's consideration was right. Disgruntled, he wrinkled his nose in a got up and opened a can for Luna. Luna rose gracefully and stretched, taking a few sips of water from within a glass bowl on the table before hopping down to eat her canned food. Jiang Yu stroked his chin and thought. He always felt that Luna looked at him with a bit of scorn. He was scorned by a cat. It was getting dark. Jiang Yu returned to his world. At night, just as he was about to see if Su Shanyue and the others had departed, he received a call from Cho Qin. Boss Jiang, are you guys still at Josie Lake? Yes. What is it? Mr. Vengeance. Oh, that's fine. We'll be there in half an hour. After saying that, Cho Qin hurriedly hung up the phone. Us? Xiao Qin and who? Jiang Yu glanced at the time and first explained to Su Shanyue, telling her to be careful in everything. Then asked Peach to make a few dishes and send them over later. Taking advantage of this time, Jiang Yu called on Lui Fei and Yang Lin to accompany him for a walk around the lake. Nighttime temperatures at the lake hovered in the mid-40s. Except it's not sunny, it's hot. The mosquitoes have lost their vigor. Many freshwater fish are forced to become tropical fish. Cannot survive. At the moment all turned belly up. Yang Lin put Lele in the arms of Lui Fei, carrying a bucket down to the water for fish. This water is too hot. Young Woods had a pitying look on his face. So many fish die here. They can't be eaten or shipped out. It's all wasted. Lui Fei was naked, wearing only big pants. Sigh. Humans are amazing carbon-based creatures. There's no telling how many species will go extinct in this heat. And humans won't be dead yet. Jiang Yu let out a light laugh. After the heat, there's no telling what's coming. So don't be too optimistic. Lui Fei was alarmed. What do you mean? It never ends. What's it going to take to end this damn day? Jiang Yu also wondered what it would take to end this endless disaster of doom. Everything has a cause and effect. He hadn't yet figured out the purpose of this. What he could do at the moment was to seize every opportunity to improve himself and protect Su Shanyue. Easy times always go by fast. Qiuqin's long convoy of cars stopped at the edge of Chouzi Lake with big searchlights on top. As soon as he got out of the car, Qiuqin stretched his arms out to embrace nature. Boss Jiang, still you know how to pick a place. It's too cool in here. Lui Fei, that black silk long-legged millet followed off the bus. Coming in front of Jiang Yu, he extended his hand. Long time no see, Boss Jiang. After shaking hands with Jiang Yu, he turned to Lui Fei. Hello Lu. Ah, hello. Lui Fei is not a person who has never seen the world. Such a big beauty. He has seen a lot in his father's gas station. Anyway, none of them are as cute as Xinwan. Peach shouted from inside the car. Young Woods picked up Lele and quickly returned to the car with a bucket of fish. A few minutes later, Qiuqin and Mimi sat inside Jiang Yu's caravan with a delicious meal prepared by Xiao Tao in front of them. The others they had brought with them were already setting up camp. Different from exploration at the time. This time it's all in the van. It's too hot outside. Qiuqin took a bite of the seasonal beans and was satisfied. It's still Peach's handiwork, bah humbug. Me kisses. You taste it. He also switched to the communal chopsticks and thoughtfully gave me a bite of his food. Me ignored him and ate by herself. Now that Jiang Yu was much more sensitive to such things. His heart thumped when he saw this scene. It can't be. Qiuqin is also a love brain, but it's not like looking at the two as a pair. He gossiped a bit in his mind. Is Mr. Qiu here this time to escape the summer heat? No. I thought you said the heat was almost over and the gold project was going to start. These are the advance team. Originally there wasn't much for me to do. But who let it be that the gold mine was discovered during the Cloud Volume expedition? I just came by to check on you. Qiuqin was not satisfied. It's still cooler in your place. Jiang Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Qiuqin was obviously here to escape the heat. Right. Boss Jiang, after this high temperature, it should be normal, right? Qiuqin lowered his voice and moved forward. Chapter 143 Saved a Man? Qiuqin didn't even know how many people had asked that question. Only Jiang Yu didn't know now. In another day or two, I should be able to unlock the next world setting, so we'll know then. He shook his head. I'm not sure. There's so little data right now. Good data. Qiuqin laughed bitterly out of nowhere. So you're short of data. If I had known I would have come earlier. What data do you want? Boss Jiang, I'll make sure to get it for you. Jiang Yu smiled back. Mr. Qiu isn't afraid of losing money? I remember when the two first met, they were a bit formal with each other. Now, it's more like old friends, casually joking around. Qiuqin thought of what Qingyun had told him before he came. Jiang Yu is a talent, but at this moment it's not appropriate to be put in front of the stage, much less be mythologized. As to whether I will fail, it's okay. Having gotten to where I am today, no one will remember my failures, but heaven forbid, I'll be rewarded for the one time I did my best. Qingyun, not afraid of Jiang Yu's failure, he chimed in with the same light smile. Boss Jiang, you'll never lose money when doing business with you. That's something I still have in the back of my mind. Right. Me. Qiuqin looked at me with a smiling face. Nini was a tall, cold one and flashed her trademark smile at Jiang Yu. Don't worry, Boss Jiang, although Cloud Volume is a small company, it knows that any investment is risky. You don't have to be stressed. And, I'm sure you won't lose out. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows. All the data he wants is what he has to pay for as well. Cloud Volume also have to pay him consulting fees. If not analyzed what to, that is not a loss of money. But, there's no way he can't analyze everything. Hold up the cold Coke in your hand. Happy cooperation. His third collaboration with Cloud Volume began. After the meal, Qiu Qin drove me back to her RV. The first time we worked together. I'm the top. Jiang Yu is the bottom. And we only pay consulting fees. The second time we worked together, we were equals, and in addition to the consulting fee, we gave the scenic project a share of the profits. This third cooperation, it's us chasing people to beg for cooperation. The heavens are good for reincarnation. Me looked at him with a sneer. The Wangba. Tofu. One thing leads to another. Gu. Me, who are you calling a bastard? Don't you run away. Explain it to me. Qiu Qin elegantly strides his long legs and squeezes directly into me's caravan. The next second, it was pushed straight out of the car by me. Unprepared, Qiu Qin fell into a fart squat. There were curious people around them, and those who were not surprised. Jiang Yu sees all of this from the car window and suddenly thinks that Qiu Qin is quite multifaceted. Before that it had been a golden uptight cool old boss. I didn't realize there was a colorful side to it. This persona, it's falling apart. After making sure that no one would come to disturb him, Jiang Yu clicked on the game to see what Su Shanyue was doing. It's not even 12 o'clock at the moment. Su Shanyue was in Xiao Zhao's caravan with them. So obedient? I can't believe it's not moving forward. A glance at the map showed that they had entered Y City. The four of them huddled in a group and chattered non-stop. They were surrounded by a tall woman. Short floppy hair and stocky limbs. The mold is pretty well circumscribed and is of the durable type. Just as pale as paper. With burns all over his face and body. They actually saved someone? Jiang Yu was puzzled. These four people were not abusive people. Why did they suddenly save someone? Little A, is this dead? Xiao, don't argue. Xiao B, this isn't saving the day. A, amazing. What did she grow up on that so? Xiaojia swings his arm round and gestures. That strong? Bah! What do you care what people eat? What's wrong with a strong girl? Xiao lifted her already tendon-fleshed arm and waved it in front of Xiaojia. She's been practicing daggers and using guns lately, and her arms already have biceps. Kiat sked. Then look at our boss. He's not as slim as you still are. Su Shanyue, who was on the side, looked up at little A, flexing both arms with a single push. Two nice biceps immediately bulged from his arms. So have I. Xiaojia's eyes rolled, patting his shoulder. He didn't dare to talk about Su Shanyue and turned to Xiaoyi. Hey, I have one too. Only B doesn't. B raised her eyes, the long syringe in her hand glowing. Want to give you a shot? Xiao A. Okay, she's just dehydrated, plus starvation, plus heatstroke. She should be fine with a little nurturing. B put away the medical kit, taking a bottle of water and handing it to A. You feed her some water. Ha, why me? Xiaojia refused outright. You're the one who said she was a good person, so if you don't feed her, who will? Dawn stared at him with a sunken brow. I had no choice but to use a spoon to start feeding the water one spoonful at a time. Jiang Yu then remembered that this lady, let's call it a lady for now. Who is this lady? Those people were ready to throw grenades to blow up Su Shanyue, but the man refused. Then it was time to leave the group and hit the road alone. I didn't expect it to show up here. Xiaojia muttered. Wake up quickly. You said yes. Wake up and leave. We're not nice people. Jiang Yu let out a light laugh and directly pressed the video button. The entire person appeared beside Su Shanyue. Hey, you're here. With Xiao and the others present. Su Shanyue was still a bit cold, but a pair of fawn-like eyes flickered, signaling that she was in a good mood. The three Xiaos didn't dare to utter a word. They weren't quite used to Jiang Yu, who suddenly appeared anywhere, anytime. Jiang Yu looked at the woman lying on the ground and opened his mouth to inquire. What's going on? Su Shanyue raised her chin at Xiaojia. Xiaojia couldn't avoid it, so she could only speak. We rode a motorcycle into her, rushed out like they didn't want to die and stopped us. Something about a super zombie horde up ahead and telling us to back off. The walker herd was still out of sight when she fell head over heels. That, Boss Jiang, I'm really not a saintly mother. So it is. Jiang Yu raised his hand to stop his words. Without Su Shanyue's permission, there's no way you can save anyone. No one said you were a saintly mother. In the doomsday, speculate on others with the greatest malice, and don't be soft on any enemy. These 2 points Su Shanyue did very well. More important than these 2 points was the fact that Su Shanyue and Xiao, all four of them, had not been swallowed up by doomsday's humanity, reduced to a beast that does not care about anything but staying alive. Otherwise, the three of them wouldn't have desperately tried to save Su Shanyue when she fell off the boulder. Jiang Yu was very pleased, not to mention the fact that this strong woman refused to hurt them one at a time, and risked reminding them of that one at a time. Save her once, give her some more supplies, get even, give her some supplies when the person wakes up and let her go. Strong women are a bit promiscuous. Jiang Yu wasn't going to keep her. Yes. Su Shanyue returned to her caravan and Jiang Yu projected over again. Reaching out, he pinched Su Shanyue's tender little face. Are you tired today? Su Shanyue came over and mysteriously opened her mouth. I'm not tired, but Jiang Yu, I've noticed that Y City isn't quite normal. Oh, what's not normal? Chapter 144, Su Shanyue, let's captive breed zombies. Jiang Yu was immediately on guard. With Su Shanyue's safety at stake, he had always been cautious. Su Shanyue frowned as she recounted her doubts. We retreated after we rescued the people. Dawn then used a drone to scout the area and realized that there are a lot of survivor squads in city. Why? I met that group of people when I went up the mountain earlier, and they said something about no one being left in. Humph. Liars. Why? Jiang Yu nodded. With why the high terrain and tall buildings in city, survivors and zombies, then it's normal that there are more city. And, Su Shanyue sat across from him with an expression of eagerness. There were really a lot of walkers, circled by the survivors and divided into multiple areas. It's like raising chickens and ducks. It's kind of fun. Jiang Yu had guessed the cause and effect of the matter. Why is a big city, full of people and walkers, the strong annex the weak, and if you don't want to be annexed, you have to leave. The two sets of that Su Shanyue's squad encountered on the way people from city were presumably unable to fight before running away. Why? And the zombie side is the opposite. With the strong fleeing, the wave of zombies we encountered in the mountains were pretty strong fighters. Jiang Yu looked at Su Shanyue's glowing eyes. His heart tightened. You're not thinking of captive breeding zombies too, is it really okay? Su Shanyue got excited all of a sudden. You see, walkers can still practice their guns and make potions, and they won't be released to hurt anyone. One for all. No, I didn't say yes. Jiang Yu laughed wholeheartedly at her reasoning. Raising zombies. What an outrageous thing. Clutching Su Shanyue's small hand, he pulled the person into his arms and kissed her. It's a video projection, but the touch is real. The love of lips touching was real too. It wasn't until the two of them were burning hot that they reluctantly let go of each other. Let's put off raising walkers for a while. Let's look at the map and double check where we're going tomorrow. Jiang Yu looked at the water vaporized Su Shanyue in his arms. Tough to open his mouth. Keep it up and something is going to happen. Su Shanyue was dumbfounded. Her eyes were misty, and her red lips were slightly moist. The body is so delicate and soft that it only knows how to nod. Jiang Yu planned it out for her. Tomorrow, we'll start by scouting the route with drones during the day to determine where the survivor squads are on the route. Cesium-145 is the kind of thing that labs, nuclear plants, nuclear power plants. Jiang Yu locked onto these three places. The longest trip is 2 days. Right. Is there in City X lab in? Why Jiang Yu suddenly thought of this. Su Shanyue gave a slight lurch, recalling it carefully. Regretfully, he shook his head. My information is still too little. This map of city is not detailed enough. Why? Compared to city, 8th map of city is a bit like a sketch. Why? Jiang Yu followed suit and mulled it over. Do you think the one you saved can be used? You can keep it as a map if you can use it, until you don't need it anymore. Let her go. Su Shanyue felt that this method was feasible. It's hard not to rush today, so rest early. Jiang Yu pinched the smooth little face again. It's killing you to love the feel of it. And it wasn't exactly an easy dinner with Cho Chin that evening today. You go back and forth, punching cotton and punching flesh. Looking at the person in my arms at the moment made it all worth it. He has also vaguely scratched the surface of how to hold the dog game a bit. He made money and used it to recharge Su Shanyue and her teammates. Su Shanyue's supplies were by him getting stuck in a sent-in bug. Hopefully this model will last a bit longer. Su Shanyue looked at him and twisted in his arms. I'm not too sleepy. Actually, she's sleepy. Jiang Yu's appearance at the meeting in the caravan next door today had been swirling around in her mind and was about to mesmerize her to death. Right now it's all about sticking it to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hurriedly pressed her down. It really can't be twisted any further. Good girl. I'll see that you're asleep before I go. Su Shanyue was lying in the middle of the bed, with Luna on her left and Jiang Yu on her right. Satisfied, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Finally, he gave Su Shanyue a shallow kiss on her forehead. Not being overjoyed, he bit Su Shanyue's lips again. Still not overjoyed, he sucked on Su Shanyue's neck 2 more times. Wanted to go all the way down, but was afraid I wouldn't be able to hold it. Simply end the video and go back to sleep. On her way out, she happened to meet Luna's turquoise eyes. How to put it? The little eyes were surprisingly wise. As if they were mocking him, little trash. Jiang Yu. One grabbed Luna and shook it by its armpits, whispering threats. Watch out for my next supply. No cans for you. No kitty litter for you. Make you pull on the ground. Meow. Seeing Luna's plea for mercy, he returned to his world. 3 o'clock in the morning. It's really quite early compared to usual. I can't believe I have insomnia. How can a strong man lose sleep? Jiang Yu ordered his brain to rest. It really doesn't work. He simply video projected to Su Shanyue's side again and watched Su Shanyue sleep. The mind is quiet without realizing it. Yawn. Go back to bed. The next day, he was awakened by the sound of da-da-da-da outside. When I lifted the window, the sky was green and hazy. The sound was coming from across the lake at that mine. There were a couple of guys near his RV wearing helmets and Soso the dog looking at drawings. Liang Yu pulled open the window. Master, are you guys getting started? The helmet master looked up at him with an apologetic face. Did I wake you up? Sorry about that. We didn't realize it was still loud across the lake. Time is money. We need to get started early. It's only dry at night in this weather. Liang Yu waved his hand. It's fine. Understand. Retreat back into the RV and insulate yourself from the heat outside. Money talks. The temperature of Akiko Lake at night is not too low, and those people still have to start work, so you can see that there is a real hurry. Vaughn brought a supersized giant ice truck. Ice is made from water obtained locally. The workers were hot, and for money's sake, they could stand it. Liang Yu can't sleep and drinks a coffee. Turn on your computer and organize what's next. First, after today, the end of the heat is still 4 days away, and he wants to confirm the disaster behind him as soon as possible. Secondly, after going back to open up the company, and the cloud volume side of the scenic area project dividend signing contract signed. Third, plan Sushanua's schedule according to the subsequent world context. There are not too many things to do, but each of them can be subdivided into n number of items. Liang Yu spilled out, listed all the points of attention that he could think of, and finally took a look at the document, 8,000 words. What? He'd talked to his editor this month about 4,000 a day. How did you accidentally write 8,000? Is it possible that you're really a little bit of a coder? First thing after dawn, Qiuqin with breakfast and it came to the door flash drive. USB. Now that there is a professional logistics core, Yanggrove Xiaotao and Louis Fei are once again living a life of clothes and food. Even the two gray ducks were fed in a different way. Boss Jiang, the information you asked for last night. Qiuqin as he ate cold noodles and an ice-cold Coke pushed the flash drive over to him. Liang Yu raised his eyebrows. That fast? It can't be helped. Time is of the essence now. Hua Qingyun is still waiting over there. Chapter 145. A solid temporary teammate. Hua Qingyun is under quite a bit of pressure right now. He's waiting for the results of Liang Yu's analysis, while many people are waiting for Hua Qingyun's words. Climate anomalies have been the subject of various official and private panels of experts. In addition to science, there's metaphysics, and it's all used. The analysis report of the expert group on Hua Qingyun's side was moderate. It says that after this heat, there shouldn't be any other anomalous disasters of this magnitude, because that's how the data is presented. However, Hua Qingyun was adamant about waiting for the results of Liang Yu's analysis. Qiuqin spoke on his side, his eyes looking out the window every now and then. Liang Yu slightly twisted his head, and saw a beautiful figure by the lake, wearing denim shorts and a black halter. Hot body. Of course, it still couldn't be compared to Su Shanue. It's that cloud amount of finances. Xiaomi. Liang Yu slowed down the speed of eating noodles, and his heart realized that he wasn't mistaken last night. This all-powerful Mr. Qiu also has a red face. I wonder if Mr. Qiu is married? Liang Yu casually asked. Qiuqin leaned on the back of the chair and lazily opened his mouth. I'm not hiding anything from Boss Jiang. I'm a non-marriageist. Oh ho. So it is. After eating, Qiuqin left. Liang Yu turns to the desktop and sees that Su Shanue is still sleeping. Turn around and plug the flash drive into the laptop. Inside is a dense mass of data. Geological and meteorological. Domestic and neighboring. Liang Yu had never seen such a wealth of data before. Vengeance Chin. Something. Immersed in a sea of data, one by one, as if it were alive. It automatically formed a world in his mind, constantly churning and changing. Following these patterns, he could easily deduce what the weather was like somewhere. How about some waters somewhere? How about a crustal change somewhere? In fact, he hadn't paid much attention to meteorology before, and after experiencing his first time working with Qiuqin, he had made a point to refresh his knowledge of meteorology. The law of heaven and earth are all one family. Get into a state of mind streaming, with a flurry of nonsensical thoughts running through your head. The globe is divided into regions that take turns to rain heavily. Then there's the heat. Glaciers in the relevant regions of the Antarctic and Arctic have been greatly affected. Before studying meteorology, he probably thought that since the temperature was all the way up, it must be raining heavily. But a deeper study reveals just the opposite. A large number of glaciers melting would bring a lot of fresh water into the ocean, disrupting the ocean circulation and creating a thermohaline circulation. Stack some other conditions on top of that, and you can't mess up the temperature. Although the conditions for formation are rather harsh, Liang Yu believes that with the game in hand, anything more outrageous can happen. The words were heavily circled. Plummeting temperatures. All that's left to do is to wait for further validation once you can view the game world background. Threads like this also bicker around the internet. It's bitter before it's sweet, and after the heat is over, everything is on track. Catch the good luck. Will there be a global freeze like in the Day After Tomorrow movie? Shut up upstairs. I came back from traveling and everything was normal after the heat was over. Simply surf the net and relax. It's just about noon. Su Shanyue woke up, looking at the alarm clock twice. He slapped his head and muttered, "Why is it noon? I haven't slept enough." The dazed look was adorable, and with the slipped halter of her pajamas, the cuteness added a bit of flirtation. Just looking at it is pleasing to the eye. Jiang Yu coughed lightly and turned on the voice button. Little slacker. Ah, Jiang Yu, I got up late. Su Shanyue wanted to cry. Well, no, it's not late. You're tired these days. Getting some rest is more important than anything. Jiang Yu comforted. Su Shanyue got up from the bed and drilled into the bathroom to wash up. Of course there are more important things. After washing up, she didn't even get mushy with Jiang Yu. Originally, I wanted to call Xiao Xiao and the three of them over, but I didn't realize there was the woman I saved yesterday. Su Shanyue put on her sun hat and decided to go over to take a look. As soon as I opened the door, I saw the rolling heat. The air was distorted. The city and street scenes were indistinct in the distance. It's too hot. Su Shanyue felt a fiery pain on her face. Straddling the road, he ran to Dawn's RV. Boss, put a compress on it. Xiao Xiao wrapped a handful of ice cubes in a towel for Su Shanyue. Su Shanyue applied her face while sizing up the woman across from her. She had woken up and was now sitting very restrained at the table, her hands rubbing the corners of her coat over and over. Even the original wide dining room chairs looked a little small under her. She can't have any of her clothes. Now wearing a small armor outfit. Here too, the clothes of Kuga, who had a round waist and a big bladder, suited her. I'm sorry for the trouble. Her voice was as full-blooded as her size. With a hint of innocence, Su Shanyue quietly observed her. Name? Xiaojia couldn't help but remind her. Boss asked, "What's your name? How is this woman dumber than she is?" "Oh, my name is Wanya." Gentle warmth, graceful elegance. Even Jiang Yu outside the screen couldn't help but laugh out loud when her name came out. No mockery intended. Of course, it just seems like a ridiculous contrast between the name and the person. Su Shanyue also raised the corners of her mouth. Are you from? Why? Well, Wanya nodded vigorously. I'm 25 years old, a native of city, and I was a weightlifter before. Why? Wanya took a bamboo tube and gave all her information. Su Shanyue nodded. That means you with familiar city? Why? Count on it. After all, Y City is rather large, and there's a lot of places I've never been to. Wanya is really truthful. If it was given to someone else, Su Shanyue asking like this would mean that she had a use for her. So of course she would have to say Y City is very familiar. And her naive answer made even Kuga give her a sympathetic look. Su Shanyue nodded. From his pocket, he took out a hand-drawn map of city. Why? This was last night when Jiang Yu opened the world map and she copied it down bit by bit. Give the map to Vanya. You improve this map as much as you can. Well done. You can stay for now. Kia sucked in a backwards breath, not daring to gasp. Yesterday when he was taking care of Wanya, he thought about how such a stupid big man could live in the end of the world. But he's not a philanthropist either. Useless people. Su Shanyue wouldn't stay. I didn't expect Su Shanyue to give her a chance. Wanya scratched her head. But I eat a lot. Pust. Xiaojia was about to spit blood. How is someone so stupid? Where's the brain? Getting chewed up by walkers, I guess. Su Shanyue was amused by Wanya's really food. Manage enough. Get the map done. Oh, Wanya just stayed in a daze for the time being. At least left from she was useful until she the Y. There was no more tossing and turning. So Su Shanyue ate lunch here and arranged the next tasks in the meantime. In the afternoon, Xiao Xiao, you used the drone to work with Wanya to perfect the map of city. Why? The point is where I drew the circle. B. You keep messing with the potions. Yes, boss. Xiao Xiao and Xiaobi replied in unison. Wanya was confused for a few seconds before responding in a small voice as well. Yes. Xiaojia was anxious. Boss, what about me?